Vanaheim, where I now reside, was once one of the 9 worlds of the World Tree, and the homeland of the Vanir gods. In the past, Odin and Hela too, rulers driven by ambition, sought to unite the 9 realms and launched a massive war, much like how some business tycoons yearn to dominate the globe. The Vanir gods refused to sit idly by. They formed an alliance with Surtur, the fire giant, and confronted Asgard's armies head-on. They hoped for a desperate counterattack, but in the end, they suffered a crushing defeat and paid a heavy price. After that disastrous battle, the Vanir were left, severely weakened, much like a game character after a harsh nerf. Ultimately, they were forced to compromise, signing a peace treaty and willingly merging into Asgard. From that moment, bustling Vanaheim became a hollow shadow of its former self, with only a handful of clansfolk remaining. The daughter of the Vanir chieftain, Frigg, later married Odin and became queen of Asgard, a political marriage in every sense. Not long after, Odin abruptly changed his ways, deciding to rule with benevolence and bringing an end to the wars. Thus began a new order for the 9 realms, with Asgard standing as the guardian of this balance, much like an administrator in an online game. As for me, I'd once been an ordinary young man named Shenmue, who died suddenly from overwork and late nights. For reasons unknown, my consciousness awoke in a hidden cave in Vanaheim, within a gigantic crimson dragon egg, reborn as the living soul inside. The eggshell shimmered with red flashes, flickering like the lights in a dance hall. Where am I? As my senses returned, I felt sticky all over, as if I'd just been hauled out of a pool of slime. I remember working late, revising a proposal. How did a sudden palpitation end with me losing consciousness? I tried to recall what had happened, instinctively wanting to rub my eyes, only to find my hands had become soft, clawed appendages. What is going on? I tried to shout in panic, but all that came out was a hoarse dragon's cry. Gradually, I pieced together my situation. I was inside an egg, with claws, a tail, a body covered in scales, and on my back, 2 lumps that would likely become wings. I'd sometimes fantasized about not being a corporate drone in my next life, but now that I was truly not human, a wave of disappointment washed over me, as if my very soul had been drawn away. After a moment of dejection, I regained my composure. I figured I'd become some kind of dragon, but as a foreign soul, I had no memories or knowledge inherited from this body. Everything around me was a mystery. The most urgent thing now was to break out of the shell, see what I had become, and try to understand the world I was in. I tried tapping the inside of the eggshell. It felt as tough as steel. Clearly it wasn't time to hatch yet. The warmth and comfort of my surroundings soon lulled me into a state of relaxation, and before long, I drifted into a deep sleep. I had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. When I suddenly woke up, I felt something pressing against my body. It dawned on me that I had grown during my slumber. The eggshell could barely contain me anymore. Looks like the time has come, I thought, swinging my claws and striking the shell with all my might. Cracks immediately spread across the eggshell. Maybe it's because I've absorbed most of the nutrients inside, so the shell has become fragile. I gave it another push with my head, and the shell shattered completely. I'm finally out. I stood atop the broken shell, lifted my head, and let out a roar, declaring my new life to the world. Through the reflection in a small puddle inside the cave, I saw myself, a young black dragon, still looking quite immature. So, it's true, I really have crossed over into a fantasy world. I marveled. Ding! Host has successfully been born. The major event's treasure chest system is now activated. Ding! Host's birth marks the greatest event in the multiverse. The treasure chest is fully charged. Host may now choose to open the chest and receive a reward. A sudden voice echoed in my mind, cutting off my excitement, but I was soon filled with even greater surprise. I hurried to communicate with the system, wanting to make sure this wasn't just my imagination. System, are you there? I asked tentatively. Ding! The system is always at your service, great host. System, can you tell me what you can do? Ding! This is the major event's treasure chest system. As long as the host participates in any event, the system will charge the treasure chest according to the significance of the event and your level of involvement, and you'll receive corresponding rewards. So, you mean I should try to get involved in more things? I replied after listening. Ding! The host has complete freedom. All choices are yours to make. Can you tell me what world I'm in now? I asked eagerly. Ding! Please explore and discover information about this world on your own. Host. That answer left me a bit speechless. System, you mentioned a treasure chest earlier that I could open. Ding! Would the host like to open the treasure chest now? Just then, a projection of a golden treasure chest appeared before my eyes, glowing with a brilliant light, along with a prompt encouraging me to open it. This feels just like playing a low-budget online game. A newbie chest, huh? Let's see just how generous this system really is. I muttered as I excitedly rubbed my claws together and reached out to tap the chest. Ding. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a portion of ancient Kryptonian bloodline. Would you like to fuse it immediately? As the chest opened, a ball of golden blood appeared before my eyes. Wait, system, the Kryptonian bloodline you mentioned, is it really the one I'm thinking of? I asked in disbelief. Ding. That's right, this is none other than Krypton, the very planet you know from that famous superhero comic. Krypton, the race that gave birth to Superman, I exclaimed in awe. Kryptonians are children of the sun. As long as they bask in sunlight, they become stronger. This ability is practically a cheat code. System, what exactly does this ancient Kryptonian bloodline mean? I asked in confusion. Ding. In later generations, the Kryptonian bloodline was artificially selected, so every individual had certain limitations. But the ancient Kryptonian bloodline you've acquired holds limitless possibilities and far greater potential. However, it will also take much longer to mature. Listening to the system's explanation, I suddenly thought of General Zod from the film Man of Steel. That man possessed extraordinary talent for combat and command. After being exposed to the yellow sun, he quickly mastered his new abilities and could even stand toe-to-toe with Superman, who had absorbed solar energy for years. Yet, compared to Superman, Zod's potential was limited. Most importantly, he didn't have the genetic codex within him. Now, the ancient Kryptonian bloodline I've received isn't quite as special as the codex, but does grant me far more room to grow than an ordinary Kryptonian. The system really is generous. I couldn't help but marvel at the reward inside the treasure chest. System, begin the fusion with the Kryptonian bloodline. Faced with this chance to become stronger, Shenmue didn't hesitate at all. He chose to fuse. Even though he was now in the body of a dragon, he hadn't inherited any memories or knowledge of what lay ahead. But at least, after fusing with the Kryptonian bloodline, he knew all he had to do was soak up the sun. At his command, the sphere of blood surged straight into his heart. In that instant, his heart erupted like a volcano, pounding furiously. The Kryptonian and dragon bloodlines clashed violently within him, battling fiercely until finally merging into a brand new lineage, one that combined the strengths of both. Though the conflict between the two bloodlines was fierce, Shenmue felt no pain. Only the deep, thunderous vibration of his heartbeat filled his senses. The newborn blood power rapidly transformed his dragon heart, making each beat stronger and more powerful than before. Every drop of new blood coursed with fresh strength. Shenmue lost himself in the sensation, keenly aware of his body's transformation. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt his form begin to swell. His blood raced faster and faster, as if it might burst from his body at any second. The new blood was steadily replacing the old, making Shenmue's body more bloated by the second. His scales stretched to the point where they started to pop off one by one. Arg, it hurts! The pain he hadn't felt during the fusion now struck him all at once. Finally, when his body reached its absolute limit, every scale exploded simultaneously, and crimson blood gushed forth in a wild torrent. At the same time, Shenmue spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being instantly drained and weak. In that moment, a deep sense of regret washed over him. Because of a rash impulse, he had forgotten that the bloodline fusion should have taken place under the sunlight. Staring at the faint light filtering in through the mouth of the cave ahead, Shenmue gritted his teeth against the pain and began to crawl slowly toward the exit. A long trail of blood was left behind him. With each movement, his tender skin scraped against the rough earth, the pain so intense he couldn't help but clench his jaw. Yet all of this he could still endure. At last, he drew close to the cave's entrance. Shenmue felt as though he could almost smell the scent of sunlight. With one final push of his hind legs, he summoned the last of his strength and propelled himself into the embrace of the sun. In an instant, his blood-soaked body was bathed in the full light of day. Shenmue could feel a surge of warmth flowing into him. Every cell in his body, like parched sponges meeting fresh rain, greedily absorbed the energy carried by the sun. This was the transformation bestowed upon him by the yellow sun. A sense of comfort unlike anything he had ever known welled up from deep within, as if every cell was cheering, celebrating this new beginning. Shenmue closed his eyes, quietly savoring the energy the sunlight bestowed. Time trickled by. As more and more solar energy was absorbed, the wounds that had split open on his body began to knit back together. A tingling, itchy sensation spread over his skin, like ants crawling across it. As his flesh healed, the shattered scales started to regrow as well. And to the naked eye, these new scales appeared even tougher than before. The Driven by instinct, Shenmue followed the path of the sun, shifting his body little by little, soaking up every last drop of sunlight he could. By the time the sun began to set in the west, his body was nearly restored. Suddenly, Shenmue's eyes snapped open, a flash of crimson glinting in their depths. In one swift motion, he rolled over and stood up on all fours, his claws digging firmly into the solid earth beneath him. At that moment, he could clearly sense that his power had at least doubled compared to before. This was the might of the Kryptonian bloodline. Such rapid growth made Shenmue believe that this progress would continue for a long while yet, only slowing when his cells finally reached their limit and could absorb no more. By contrast, while dragon blood carried a similar promise of power, its growth demanded patience. Hundreds, even thousands of years, nothing like the swiftness he now experienced. Yet for long-lived beings like dragons, time mattered little. Most of their lives were spent in slumber, their strength gradually deepening with the passing of ages. Shenmue tilted his head back and let out a long, resonant roar, a sound that seemed to rise from the depths of his very soul. When that slightly youthful dragon's cry faded, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease and contentment throughout his entire being. He gave his wings a gentle shake, but still couldn't quite get used to them. As for whether he would need to rely on his wings to fly in the future, ever since fusing with Kryptonian blood, Shenmue had never given it a second thought. After all, as long as he could bask in abundant sunlight, he would naturally gain even more powerful abilities of flight. Just then, a sudden thought struck Shenmue, and he began to survey his surroundings with heightened vigilance. How careless of me! To think I would let my guard down in such an unfamiliar place. If danger had appeared before now, I might have been finished before even getting started. As he scanned the area, Shenmue muttered to himself, frustrated. He realized he'd already made several mistakes in this short span of time. But he could understand why. After all, in his previous life, he'd lived in a peaceful and stable country. Although he'd read about all kinds of dangers online, in his nearly 30 years of life, he'd never truly faced a life-or-death crisis. So his instinct for caution hadn't kicked in right away. Now, at last, he understood that he needed to be far more careful. After all, he'd just been born, hadn't absorbed enough sunlight yet, and didn't have the strength to ignore any lurking threats. Shenmue glanced around. All he saw was a desolate landscape, with bizarre rocks jutting in every direction. Behind him was a cave, its entrance apparently carved out with great force, and the walls left rough and jagged. He guessed that this cave might have been his mother's work, a nest dug out for him. What puzzled him was that his mother hadn't stayed behind to protect him at birth. Still, that might not be such a bad thing. If things worked as they did in the Western fantasy novels he'd read, a newborn dragon had to declare its true name, or be regarded as nothing more than a lowly beast. Given his current state, even with the outward appearance of dragon, he might easily be mistaken for a mere beast. So, all things considered, the situation wasn't entirely unfavorable. After inspecting his temporary refuge, Shenmue found no sign of any other living creature nearby. All around stretched jagged, craggy rocks. Even plants were few and far between. This is bad. Where am I supposed to find food? Shenmue felt at a loss. In this barren land, even the most basic sustenance seemed hard to come by. Although he could restore his energy by absorbing sunlight, his body's instincts still sent urgent signals of hunger to his mind. It looks like I'll have to figure out some way to find food tonight. If not, I'll be stuck eating these rocks around me. I just wonder if a dragon's stomach acid can actually digest stones. He gave a wry chuckle, poking fun at himself. That night, hunger gnawed at Shenmue, making it hard to sleep. He tried picking up a stone and putting it in his mouth just to see what would happen. The stone was crushed beneath his powerful teeth, but in the end, he simply couldn't swallow it down. Pa! 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 Shenmue spat the gritty stone fragments from his mouth with obvious distaste. With no other choice, he made his way to the small pool inside the cave and drank deeply, gulp after gulp, until his hunger eased a little. At dawn, Shenmue awoke early and climbed along the stone walls outside the cave, making his way to the top. He wanted to greet the very first ray of sunlight in the morning. When a faint glow appeared on the horizon, the long-awaited sun finally rose. He stretched his wings wide, striving to absorb as much of the sun's energy as possible. This is it. This is the feeling. As the first morning light warmed his body, Shenmue couldn't help but close his eyes, basking in a deep sense of comfort. He quietly felt the cells within him stirring awake, becoming more lively. The gnawing hunger that had plagued him faded quickly. Time slipped by as Shenmue spent his days basking in sunlight. During the first month, he scarcely dared to leave the safety of the cave, quietly absorbing sunlight and feeling the steady improvement in every aspect of his body. It was only when he felt confident in his ability to defend himself that Shenmue finally began to explore the surroundings of the cave. It was during one of these excursions that he encountered another living creature for the first time. It resembled a goat, but its body was at least twice the size of any ordinary goat. The most peculiar thing was the third eye that stared out from its forehead. Cautious, Shenmue didn't rush in. Instead, he found a large stone nearby, nearly 2 meters tall, and hurled it at the creature. He had imagined that the creatures of this world would be much tougher than expected, but it seemed he had overestimated his opponent. Faced with the massive stone flying its way, the goat-like animal tried to dodge, but it was a beat too slow. The boulder struck its side with a heavy thud, blood spraying in all directions. After a few desperate, anguished cries, the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. No way, is it really dead just like that? Shenmue walked up to the animal, gazing at its now lifeless form, speechless. He had been prepared to face some kind of magical creature, but what lay before him was no different from an ordinary animal. Staring at the fresh meat and blood on the ground, his instincts urged him to devour it. Yet, as someone who had once been human, he couldn't bring himself to eat raw flesh. So, Shenmue carried the intact parts of the carcass back to his lair. He gathered some dry branches, intending to ignite them using his heat vision. But no matter how long he stared at the twigs, he couldn't spark any heat. Finally, after an accidental cough, a few sparks escaped his mouth and set the branches alight. From the moment of his rebirth, this was the first time Shenmue had tasted hot food, even if there was no seasoning at all. Even though the meat still carried a hint of rawness, Shenmue found it unbelievably delicious. After that, Shenmue began to explore further afield, and the strange creatures he encountered grew ever more bizarre. He even came face to face with a saber-toothed tiger, just like the ones he'd seen in Earth's nature documentaries. There were also giant wolves with 2 heads and majestic pegasi with wings outstretched. Each of these creatures displayed extraordinary abilities, finally allowing Shenmue to sense the magic of this world. Now these are the kind of creatures you'd expect in a true fantasy world, Shenmue muttered to himself, biting into a roasted horse leg. Time slipped by quietly, almost unnoticed. By this point, it had been 3 years since Shenmue was born. In these 3 years, the changes he'd undergone were nothing short of astonishing. To begin with, in terms of size, when he was born, he was barely as big as a pony. But in just 3 short years, his body seemed to respond to some mysterious stimulus, and he grew at an incredible rate. Now, Shenmue's body stretched over 15 meters long, and when he stood upright, he towered at more than 6 meters high. A true giant. Yet the changes in his size were only on the surface. Most importantly, the bloodline of the super Kryptonian dragon within him had fully awakened. The powers belonging to a Kryptonian were gradually emerging one after another. The first to awaken was his invulnerable body. Unlike ordinary Kryptonians, the surface of Shenmue's body was covered with a thick layer of scales. This raised his defenses to an entirely new level. It was as if he possessed 2 layers of invulnerability. Next came a surge in strength. Shenmue could now effortlessly hoist boulders weighing hundreds, even thousands, of tons and hurl them far into the distance. His super hearing was awakened quietly one blazing afternoon. In that instant, countless subtle sounds came to him from every direction. Thanks to memories of Superman awakening his powers in the movies, Shenmue didn't panic. Instead, he spent 2 days adapting to and mastering this new ability. Afterwards, super speed, heat vision, X-ray vision, and his biofield all awakened in turn. However, when Shenmue tried to unleash a freezing breath, what erupted instead was a torrent of blazing fire. The rocks before him melted instantly, turning into a river of molten lava. He tried again, but once more a torrent of searing flame shot out. This must be an innate power that comes from my dragon lineage, Shenmue mused, reflecting on the process of breathing fire. In the moment he exhaled, he felt a peculiar tremor deep within his dragon lungs. Then, with his breath, flames would burst forth in a roaring surge. Soon, Shenmue began to experiment with controlling this ability at will. After repeated practice, he took a deep breath once more, and as he exhaled, a thick layer of frost instantly enveloped the rocks ahead. Thus, Shenmue alternated between spewing fire and cold, as if he were playing an extraordinary new game. But most importantly, his power of flight had finally awakened. Although wings had already grown on his back, Shenmue was still unaccustomed to flying with them. As a result, even now, he still relied on running to get around. That was until one day, while dozing in the sunlight as usual, he suddenly found his body drifting upward, completely beyond his control. He rose slowly into the sky, only coming to a halt when he was already over 1,000 meters above the ground. When Shun Mu finally woke, what greeted his eyes was the boundless expanse of the heavens. Yet, instead of fear, he was filled with exhilaration. But as he tried to will himself to fly, his body abruptly lost its balance, sending him plummeting straight toward the earth below. Oh no! How do I stop? How do I slow down? In the end, with a tremendous crash, he slammed into the ground, splitting a small mountain peak in two. A wave of dust erupted outward like a tidal surge, sending creatures within dozens of miles fleeing in terror. After a moment of stunned silence, a dark figure suddenly leapt from the pile of shattered rocks, hovering steadily in midair. I've finally learned how to fly. At this moment, Shun Mu had truly broken free from the Earth's constraints, gaining the ability to soar freely in the blue sky. Just now, that fall from the heights had left even his steel-hard body dazed and spinning. He wasn't injured, but the thrill, like a bungee jump gone wild, still lingered vividly in his mind. Shun Mu lay quietly in the deep crater he had made, taking time to sense the changes in his body. He noticed a peculiar, invisible field of energy had formed around him. He picked up a stone, trying to wrap it in this field, and then squeezed it with his other claw, only to discover that even using most of his strength, he couldn't crush it. Shun Mu realized this was yet another new power awakened by his Kryptonian bloodline. A bioforce field. This was the secret behind the Kryptonian's ability to fly, using the bioforce field to counteract gravity's hold. It was also why Superman could lift airplanes and buildings without them collapsing under their own weight. He could even fly at high speeds while carrying ordinary people without harming them, because Superman could extend his bioforce field to protect anything he touched. But that giant baby with a fondness for milk, lacking this ability, was helpless to hold up a crashing plane as Superman could. These 3 years of effort haven't been in vain. I'm like a sunflower, following the sun every day. Though my growth is still a bit slow, compared to relying solely on dragon blood, this progress is already rocket fast. Hovering in the air, Shun Mu gazed down at the land below, a wave of emotion washing over him. The ancient Kryptonian bloodline held immense potential. 3 years might not seem long, but the peak was still far away. If he could one day obtain the Codex of Life from a treasure chest, his pace of growth would surely rise to a whole new level. At this moment, Shun Mu began to control his body, soaring freely through the sky. This isn't enough. This speed still isn't fast enough. I can go even faster. The wind roared past his ears, yet Shun Mu still found the velocity lacking. So he kept pushing his potential, squeezing every last drop of power from his body. His flight speed kept shattering its own limits. And a rapid succession of sonic booms echoed behind him. Shun Mu lifted his gaze to the sun on the horizon and began to climb even higher. He pierced through the clouds, and above him, he saw a faint blue barrier shimmering like a protective shield. Suddenly, he braked midair, coming to a steady halt, and cautiously reached out a claw to touch the barrier. To his surprise, his claw passed right through without resistance, and his body felt completely unaffected. Without hesitation, he soared straight through the shield, eager to bask more fully in the sunlight. Just then, in the realm of Asgard, Heimdall, guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, suddenly raised an eyebrow. He possessed eyes that could pierce through all the mysteries of the 9 worlds. That day, as he made his usual rounds, his gaze swept over Vanaheim, and he happened to spot Shun Mu bursting out of the boundary. When did Vanaheim get a dragon like this? Heimdall mused, his interest piqued, and fixed his gaze on Shun Mu for a moment, watching as Shun Mu ascended to a certain height and then stopped. It looks like he's savoring the sun's blessing. Since when did dragons start sunbathing? Heimdall muttered under his breath. Seeing that Shun Mu made no other moves, he soon lost interest. Meanwhile, Shun Mu could distinctly feel every cell in his body brimming with vitality. These cells greedily absorbed the sun's fierce energy, constantly evolving and growing stronger under its influence. His black scales shimmered with a faint golden glow in the sunlight. This sensation is simply wonderful. I really do love the sun. Gradually, Shun Mu felt his eyelids growing heavy. Yet in this vast and boundless starry sky, he didn't dare let himself drift off so easily. After all, he still couldn't be certain whether this world concealed unknown and powerful beings. As a dragon, Shun Mu knew that in some eyes, he might be a rare and priceless treasure. Dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon horns. All these were legendary materials in countless tales of magic. Moreover, Shun Mu had yet to truly encounter any of the powerful inhabitants of this world, and he had no idea what their strengths might be. If he were to carelessly fall into some unknown trap, he'd have nowhere to appeal for help. With that in mind, Shun Mu forcibly suppressed his body's instinctive urge, striving to stay alert. Yet, just as Shunmu was absorbing the sun's energy with all his might, suddenly, an ancient message surged into his mind, as if it were a primal signal from the dragon blood coursing through his veins. Shunmu found himself puzzled by this abrupt communication from his bloodline. So, with every new stage of growth, I must undergo a period of slumber? It's only been 3 years, and I've already completed the first stage of growth? Shunmu wasn't sure about the growth cycles of other dragons, but he was convinced that none could possibly be as swift as his. It seems that sudden wave of drowsiness just now was actually my body's way of sending a warning. Well then, before this deep sleep arrives, I must prepare a safe and suitable place to rest. He calculated that he had about a day left before true slumber would overtake him. So, in that single day, he'd need to remodel his dwelling. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that sunlight could reach him every day during his sleep. He wasn't about to waste any opportunity for growth. With that, Shunmu swooped down from the sky, landing near the entrance to his cave. He carefully surveyed the area around the cave, roughly estimating the angles from which sunlight could filter in. Then, 2 blazing crimson beams shot from his eyes, reshaping the cave dramatically. Gazing at the new skylights in the ceiling and confirming that the glow of the setting sun would indeed pour through them into his lair, Shunmu nodded in satisfaction. Finally, with a single breath of dragon fire, he sealed the cave entrance completely. Inside the cave, Shunmu lay down and folded his wings over his body. This time, he no longer suppressed the instincts rising from within. Gradually, the overwhelming drowsiness closed his eyes. As Shunmu slept for half a year, Vanaheim was suddenly visited by an unexpected threat. A coalition of frost giants, stone giants, and trolls launched an assault on the realm. Without the protection of the Vanir gods, the people of this world could only turn to Asgard for aid. As the guardian of the 9 realms, Asgard would not simply stand by. When Thor, the god of thunder, learned that intruders dared to cause trouble on Asgardian territory, he immediately volunteered for the task. With passion in his eyes, he addressed Odin, all-father of the gods. Father, as the protector of the 9 realms, let me go and crush them, to uphold Asgard's honor. Thor's friend, Volstagg, one of the 4 warriors of the palace, stepped forward as well. Your Majesty, we wish to accompany Thor on this quest. But Thor, brimming with confidence, replied, Volstagg, those foes are nothing. I can handle them myself. All you need to do is prepare the feast and wait to celebrate my victory. At that moment, Thor was eager to prove himself before his father and had no intention of bringing his friends along. Odin looked at Thor, whose face was alight with the desire for battle, and spoke with heartfelt gravity. Thor, recklessness and a thirst for combat are not the qualities of a worthy king. Seeing Thor's demeanor, Odin seemed to glimpse his own youthful self. Back then, he too was ambitious and had once waged a war of conquest across the 9 realms with his eldest daughter, Hela. Yet as the wars multiplied, Odin's heart began to change. Even after he had fully conquered the 9 realms, he found no satisfaction. Instead, he realized that conquest by force only bred more undercurrents and hidden dangers. More importantly, he became aware that beyond the 9 realms, there were beings even older and mightier, entities so powerful that not even he, the God King wielding the power of Odin, could face them. And so, Odin ultimately chose to lay down his arms and restore peace to the 9 realms. But his eldest daughter Hela harbored ambitions even wilder than his own. With no other choice, Odin was forced to use the power of Odin to seal Hela away in Helheim, the land of the dead. Now, Odin's life was drawing to its close, and Asgard needed a new king. Yet in his eyes, Thor was still far from ready. When it came to wisdom and cunning, Thor was no match for his younger brother Loki. At times, Odin even wondered if Loki might be more suited to rule Asgard than Thor. However, it was foretold in the prophecy of Ragnarok that only Thor had the power to break the cycle. And then, there was the secret of Loki's origin. The aged God King sighed quietly in his heart. Father, what are you hesitating about? Thor, noticing Odin's silence after his last words, pressed him once more. But Odin said nothing further, merely waving his hand to signal Thor to leave. Even so, Odin had already resolved in his heart to see Thor tested through greater trials. The idea had quietly taken root in his mind, waiting for the right moment to be set into motion. Granted his father's permission, Thor swung Mjolnir joyfully and made straight for the Bifrost. The Bifrost was not just Asgard's bridge to other worlds, but a force so powerful it could destroy entire realms. And its guardian was Heimdall, the watchman whose gaze could pierce all 9 realms. Heimdall opened the Bifrost. Thor, barely able to contain his excitement, commanded Heimdall, Heimdall gave no reply, only inserted the Guardian's sword into the console in silence. In an instant, a shimmering tunnel of rainbow light unfolded before them. Without hesitation, Thor leapt into its brilliance. At that very moment, in Vanaheim, a hideous troll was clutching a local villager, trying to tear off his arm for a meal. Suddenly, a dazzling rainbow shot down from the sky, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. The troll was hurled away by the force. "I am Thor, god of thunder. For the glory of Asgard, any enemy who dares to invade shall pay a heavy price." Thor burst forth from the Bifrost, brandishing his hammer as he charged into the enemy ranks. "He's from Asgard. Kill him," someone shouted among the enemy's soldiers. Compared to Odin, Thor's reputation was not yet enough to strike true fear into these invaders. The frost giants formed icy blades on their arms and slashed at Thor. The stone giants swung their colossal fists, using their rock-hard bodies as weapons. Meanwhile, the trolls hefted long spears, closing in to surround him. Yet, to Thor, these adversaries posed no real threat. Though not as mighty as Odin, the god of thunder wielding Mjolnir was formidable in his own right. The stone giants, proud of their supposed invincibility, shattered like eggshells beneath Thor's hammer. The frost giants, risking everything, rushed at Thor, hoping to freeze him with their innate power of cold. A mere touch from them could crack his armor, or even chill his body to the bone. As for the trolls, blue-skinned and misshapen, they were actually the most cunning among the enemy. Realizing they stood no chance against Thor, they quietly slipped away, commandeering flying craft to make their escape. After Thor finished clearing the enemies around him, he noticed several trolls fleeing in the distance. He swung his hammer, launching himself into the air in pursuit. Seeing Thor closing in, the trolls pushed the engines of their craft to the limit. But suddenly, Thor halted in midair. He raised his hammer high above his head. Instantly, the sky churned with storm clouds, lightning weaving through the heavens. With a mighty swing of his hammer, Thor summoned down a barrage of lightning bolts, striking at the escaping craft below. "Get out of the way!" The trolls inside the flying vessel cried out in panic, urging their companions to steer clear of the incoming lightning. The pilot troll fought desperately with the controls, narrowly dodging one bolt of lightning. But before they could even catch their breath, the next bolt struck the craft squarely. The ship spiraled out of control, plummeting straight downward. By coincidence, they crashed toward a desolate mountain, directly above the cave where Shun-Mu lay sleeping. The craft tore through a gap in the cave roof and crashed right onto Shun-Mu's dragon form. The force of the explosion jolted Shun-Mu awake, ending his half-year slumber. In truth, Shun-Mu had already been on the verge of awakening. This explosion simply served as his alarm clock. "Who dares disturb my sleep?" Shun-Mu opened his eyes and shook himself, watching bits of twisted machinery slide off his body. "What's this? An alien spacecraft?" Shun-Mu stared at the wreckage in confusion, puzzled by the sight before him. These machines were clearly products of advanced technology, utterly at odds with his impression of this fantastical world. To think there's a slumbering dragon here. A true adversary for the people of the divine realm has arrived. A giant, his body charred and barely clinging to life, looked up at Shun-Mu's massive form and shouted with excitement. It was only then that Shun-Mu realized the giant was speaking English. "Hey, what are you? You look really strange." Shun-Mu reached out a claw and gently prodded the surviving giant, asking in Chinese. But the giant didn't understand a word Shun-Mu said. At that moment, another figure dropped through the cave's skylight. It was Thor, clad in battle armor with a red cape billowing behind him. "Oh, and what do we have here?" Thor said dramatically, his gaze fixed on Shun-Mu. "A big fellow, aren't you?" Shun-Mu looked at Thor's appearance, the short-handled hammer in his grip, and a name immediately came to mind. Thor, the god of thunder? Could it have arrived in the world of Norse mythology? No, that can't be. What crashed into me just now was clearly some sort of aircraft. If this world fuses Norse mythology with advanced technology, there's only one possibility. The Marvel Universe. Shun-Mu swiftly deduced the world in which he now found himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for confirming world coordinates. The treasure chest is fully charged. Would you like to open it now? So, I was right. It really is the Marvel Universe. But I don't know if it's the cinematic universe or the comic universe. If it's the former, that's manageable. But if it's the latter, things could get much trickier. A myriad of Marvel Universe facts flashed rapidly through Shun-Mu's mind. Meanwhile, Thor, who had been left standing to the side, was growing visibly annoyed. As Odin's son and heir to the throne of Asgard, he had never been so brazenly ignored, dragon or not. "For Asgard," Thor shouted, swinging his hammer as he charged at Shun-Mu. "Don't bother me. I don't have time for you right now." Faced with Thor's fierce onslaught, Shunmu simply flicked his tail with casual indifference. A rush of wind roared through the air as his tail cut through it. Thor quickly raised his hammer to block, but the force of the collision sent him flying, caught off guard by the sheer power. Thor's body slammed into the rocky wall behind him, leaving a human-shaped crater. Yet even so, Thor was unharmed. He simply brushed the dust from his armor and pulled himself free from the stone. You are indeed a worthy opponent, but I'll have your head mounted in my palace as a trophy. A gleam of battle lust flashed in Thor's eyes. His fights with ordinary adversaries had never satisfied him, but now the sight of Shunmu had truly ignited his warrior spirit. However, Shunmu still paid him no mind. System, open the treasure chest, he commanded silently in his mind. Almost instantly, a treasure chest appeared before him. It looked similar to the previous one, but was noticeably dimmer and less impressive. Compared to the very first chest, this one was distinctly lackluster. A glowing prompt appeared on the chest, signaling that it was ready to be opened. Shunmu extended his claw and gently tapped the lid. A surge of golden light flooded into his mind. Ding! Treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability to speak the universal language of the Marvel Universe. Upon seeing this reward, Shunmu didn't feel disappointed. After all, being able to communicate smoothly in this world was just as important. As the knowledge settled into his mind, Shunmu couldn't help but mutter a quiet curse. So, the so-called Marvel Universe universal language was actually just English. This is ridiculous, he grumbled inwardly. Could it really be like people say, that everyone across the entire universe speaks English? He was full of complaints. This kind of setup struck him as both absurd and comical. I am Thor, god of thunder. At that moment, Thor, whom Shunmu had been ignoring for quite some time, bellowed his name with righteous fury. For the glory of the northern gods. Without thinking, Shunmu echoed the phrase. He remembered hearing it in a humorous cartoon, where an adorable Shiba Inu claimed to be the god of thunder as well. The memory made Shunmu chuckle out loud. Thor was clearly taken aback when he heard for the glory of the northern gods. Among the Azure on Midgard Earth, they really were known as the northern gods. The phrase fit their identity perfectly. How do you know that saying? Thor demanded, finally lowering his hammer. If you want to find out, you'll have to defeat me first. Shunmu was eager to test the true strength of the god of thunder. At his words, lightning immediately crackled across Thor's hammer. Without hesitation, Thor hurled the weapon straight at Shunmu. Shunmu understood well. When this hammer was forged, Odin himself had enchanted it so that only those it deemed worthy could wield it. Though it didn't appear all that large, it was a legendary artifact, crafted from the core of a dead star by the Dwarf King's own hands. If one couldn't earn the hammer's approval, it was impossible to lift it, unless they possessed power surpassing Odin himself. So, Shunmu had no intention of trying to catch the hammer. Instead, he darted aside, narrowly evading its path. But the hammer seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing Shunmu wherever he went. Realizing the cave was too cramped for such a chase, Shunmu simply soared out of the entrance, leaving his dragon's lair behind. Thor recalled his hammer and rushed after him. But Shunmu wasn't running away. He simply landed on the ground outside, calmly waiting for Thor's arrival. After a deep, transformative slumber, Shunmu's body grew once again. Now, when he stood, his height nearly reached 10 meters, and his body stretched over 25 meters long, a true behemoth in every sense. The two dragon horns atop his head, curving backward, had become even sharper, and a faint crimson sheen now glimmered across his once pitch-black scales. He unfurled his massive leathery wings, the edges bristling with countless barbs that gleamed with a chilling light. Standing before him, Thor appeared particularly small and insignificant. Yet in this moment, Thor's eyes were ablaze with longing as he looked at Shunmu. All his life, he had dreamed of riding his father's steed, the eight-legged stallion Sleipnir. Unfortunately, in Asgard, no one but Odin himself had ever been deemed worthy to mount that divine beast, not even Thor. Now, faced with the overwhelming presence and raw power emanating from Shunmu, a new idea began to take root in Thor's heart. Luckily for Thor, Shunmu had no inkling of these secret machinations. Otherwise, he would have already given Thor a taste of his formidable counterattack. Hiding his ambitions, Thor silently vowed to himself he would make Shunmu submit to his will. If, in future battles, he could ride a dragon of this magnitude, he would surely become the most dazzling figure on any battlefield. The second round of combat was about to begin. This time, Shunmu would hold nothing back. As Mjolnir came crashing toward him once more, Shunmu raised his dragon claw and met it head-on with a mighty punch. Thor had thought that his previous defeat had been due to carelessness, but now he could clearly feel the surging strength Shenmue possessed. His body shot through the air like a cannonball, smashing straight through a small mountain behind him. Shenmue immediately soared upward, his jaws parting to unleash a torrent of searing dragon fire. Seeing this, Thor had no time to dodge. He could only whirl his hammer with desperate speed, trying to fend off the flames as he fought to get closer to Shenmue. At that instant, Shenmue abruptly closed his jaws, then opened them again. This time, a blast of bone-chilling frost erupted forth. In a flash, Thor and his hammer were encased in a sculpture of ice, plummeting from the sky. But a heartbeat later, the heavens themselves shifted. A bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the frozen Thor squarely. With a shattering of ice, Thor finally broke free from his icy prison and rose to his feet once more. Now he understood, relying on strength and speed alone, he could never defeat Shenmue. The difference in their power and swiftness was all too clear. But as the god of thunder, his true strength lay in commanding the storm, even if that power had not yet fully awakened. Great dragon, I acknowledge your power. I'm the son of Odin, Thor Odinson, the god of thunder of Asgard. In Asgard, warriors take pride in their courage. Now, will you tell me your name? Thor, inheriting the martial spirit of Asgard, always showed respect to the mighty. Shenmue had already demonstrated enough strength to make Thor take him seriously. It could be said that Thor had fought countless battles throughout his life, but ever since he obtained Mjolnir, he had rarely encountered an opponent as formidable as Shenmue. When I defeat you, I'll tell you, Shenmue replied, showing not the slightest hint of fear in the face of Thor. At this point, his power was no less than that of the god of thunder, at least before Thor's full awakening. Haha, of all those who have fought me, none have ever been as confident as you, thinking they could actually win. Other than Loki, who occasionally gets the better of me with his tricks, I have never lost, and you will be no exception. Thor was so infuriated by Shenmue's words that he actually burst out laughing. In this moment, Thor was every bit the hot-blooded, impulsive, and competitive warrior, acting purely on instinct. With their words an impasse, the air between them grew taut with tension. Thor struck again, swinging his hammer and hurling it straight toward Shenmue. At the same time, he leapt into the air, aiming to coordinate his assault with the hammer's momentum. But as the hammer hurtled toward him, Shenmue simply shifted his body ever so slightly, dodging the attack with ease. Thor instantly reached out and summoned the hammer back. Lightning crackled along its body as he used its returning force to strike down at Shenmue with tremendous power. Yet, in the face of Shenmue's superhuman speed, even a gap of a mere fraction of a second was enough for him to slip out of harm's way. Thor's hammer smashed into the ground with thunderous force, unleashing a violent tempest that blasted outward in every direction. The surrounding grass, trees, and even massive stones were instantly reduced to dust by the raging lightning. Even so, Thor knew perfectly well that his strike had still failed to hit Shenmue. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce tremor in the air behind him. Turning quickly, he saw a massive, obsidian dragon claw flashing with cold light, sweeping down toward him. There was simply no time to dodge. Thor was struck squarely by the blow, unable to mount any resistance. His body was slammed forcefully into the earth, sending tremors rippling through the ground and shockwaves bursting outward. Asgardians were far stronger than humans and most other races in the cosmos, and Thor was a paragon among gods. His strength was beyond compare. But faced with Shenmue, the Kryptonian blooded dragon, Thor's might was simply not enough. Perhaps only when Thor fully awakened his latent powers could he hope to stand against Shenmue as an equal. In truth, Shenmue had already held back, reining in the deadly edge of his claws. Otherwise, Thor's body might have suffered damage beyond all repair. Thor felt as if he had been struck by a meteor. A searing pain exploded in his chest, his ribs snapping with a sickening crack, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Shenmue lost all interest in continuing the fight. After all, he had never intended to kill Thor from the start. He simply wanted to use this duel to test his own strength, and to gauge the true power of the God of Thunder. Clearly, this new power, fused from both Kryptonian and dragon bloodlines, had already far surpassed these so-called gods in both growth rate and sheer strength. At the same time, Shenmue also wanted to confirm which Thor stood before him. Was this the God of Thunder from the movies, the comics, or perhaps a version from some other era? Had he ever set foot on Earth? For what he could tell so far, this seemed to be the Thor of the cinematic universe, and his divine power had not yet fully awakened or developed. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Bifrost, Heimdall had also noticed the battle. He watched in silence, taking in every detail. He recognized Shenmue at once as the dragon who had soared into space to bathe in sunlight. At first, Heimdall hadn't given it much thought, but now he was shocked. Shunmu was utterly overpowering Thor. Worse yet, Thor was in terrible shape. Heimdall knew Thor's character well. He understood that, in such a situation, Thor would rather die in battle than turn and flee. For a warrior, showing one's back to the enemy was the greatest shame. Even after being gravely injured, Thor had not raised his hammer to ask Heimdall to open the Bifrost for a retreat. Seeing all this, Heimdall finally made up his mind. He knew that Thor's safety was paramount. Without hesitation, he drew the Guardian Sword and plunged it into the control panel of the Bifrost, preparing to activate the bridge and bring Thor back to Asgard. Thor seemed to sense Heimdall's actions. He raised his voice to the sky and shouted, "No, Heimdall, my battle is not yet over." Shunmu also heard Thor's cry and looked up into the distant void beyond the sky. Though his vision was extraordinarily keen, it could not pierce the vastness beyond the galaxy. "This is where the fight ends," Shunmu said calmly. "I haven't even used my full strength, and yet you've already fallen." At this point, Shunmu had lost all interest in continuing the fight. He had to admit, this Thor was still too inexperienced. In speed, strength, and physical prowess, Thor was thoroughly outmatched. Even the one thing that might have rivaled him, Thor's thunderous power, had yet to awaken. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the major event. Defeat Thor, God of Thunder. The treasure chest is fully charged. Would you like to open it now? Shunmu chose not to open the chest immediately, but he realized he had discovered a new way to charge the system. "No, for the glory of Asgard, I would rather die in battle." Thor, lying in the deep crater, cried out with passion at Shunmu's words. Yet as soon as he spoke, the pain surged through his wounds, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. At that moment, another rainbow beam descended from the sky, bringing with it a surge of powerful energy. When the aftershocks faded, an old man appeared before Shunmu. His hair was completely white, and he wore an eye patch over one eye. Clad in golden armor, he held a long spear and rode atop a strange warhorse with 8 legs. Instantly, Shunmu understood that this was none other than Odin Borson, the current king of Asgard, the father of Thor whom he had just defeated. The spear in Odin's hand was the legendary Gungnir, the eternal spear, while his mount was the 8-legged steed, Sleipnir. "Thor, if you wish to become a worthy king of the gods, you must first learn to acknowledge your own failures," Odin said, his voice heavy with meaning. As he addressed his son, "You must remember, you bear not only the glory of a warrior, but the lives and fates of the people of Asgard as well." Only after these words did Odin turn his gaze to Shunmu. "Remarkable," he mused. "Who would have thought Vanaheim could produce a dragon as powerful as you? Yet in the timeline I have seen, you do not exist." Odin's words immediately put Shunmu on guard. From a mere mention of timeline, Shunmu realized that this old man could perceive fragments of both past and future. Moreover, this aging king was anything but ordinary. Among the Azure gods, there was a unique trait. The older they grew, the stronger they became. Odin now stood at the very height of his power. For an ancient being like him, tricks and hidden methods were innumerable. One could never be too careful. Shunmu could feel every cell in his body instinctively rejecting Odin's presence. This made him think of Kryptonian's inherent vulnerability to magic. While nearly invincible against physical attacks, Kryptonian's resistance to magic was much weaker. Now, with Odin simply standing there, Shunmu's body was already reacting so strongly. He was certain that Kryptonian's tolerance for magic was indeed limited, and so he remained extremely cautious of Odin. Seeing Shunmu so wary, Odin reigned in all his imposing presence and spoke gently. "There's no need for alarm. I bear you no ill will." In that moment, Odin seemed nothing more than a kindly old man. Shunmu gestured toward Thor, who was just now climbing out of the crater, and asked coolly, "Even after I've beaten your son like this, you don't mind?" Odin replied serenely, "Thor's many victories have made him proud and arrogant. But Asgard needs more than just a king who knows how to fight." By now, Thor's wounds were already beginning to heal. He flew up, still unwilling to yield. "Father, I will defeat him," he declared. Odin, however, looked at Thor and replied calmly, "Do you realize that your opponent here is not even 4 years old?" With Odin's sharp eyes, he could never be deceived by Shunmu's massive form. From Odin's perspective, gazing upon Shunmu's enormous body, he could see a life path that stretched less than 4 years. In other words, this colossal dragon before them was, in truth, still in its juvenile phase. Even Odin himself found it hard to believe, yet the truth was laid bare before his eyes. "Father, what did you just say?" Thor could scarcely trust his own ears. 4 years old? This towering creature, over 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall, was barely 4 years old? If that's the case, then what have I, Thor, been doing all these 1,400 years? Were they all for nothing? Shenmue was not surprised that Odin could so easily perceive the state of his body. Were you really born only 4 years ago? At this moment, the battle spirit had vanished from Thor's face, replaced by sheer disbelief. If we count from the day I hatched, I've been alive for 3 years and 9 months, Shenmue replied. Thor's spirit plummeted at this answer. The mighty god of thunder, defeated by a dragon barely out of its infancy. Even if this young dragon looked fearsome beyond measure, the fact remained. His time spent growing was so very short, and that could not be ignored. Would you tell me your name? As the vanquished, Thor felt a bit embarrassed to ask. Generally, the loser had no right to question the victor. Of course, my name is Shenmue. Shenmue, that's an unusual name. Thor was clearly puzzled upon hearing it. Why do you have such a name? It reminds me of the Sorcerer Supreme from Midgard. Where he comes from, people give names to their children in this manner. Odin interjected upon hearing the name, Shenmue. It sounded familiar, and his mind quickly turned to the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, the Ancient One. After she became a sorcerer, she took on that name. Before that, she was called Yao. But Shenmue was clearly a native-born dragon of Vanaheim. How could he have such a name? I'm not sure myself. This name has been with me for as long as I can remember, ever since I was born, Shenmue replied. However, Lord Odin, I must ask, where exactly is this Midgard you speak of? Midgard is the realm of mortals, the central world among the 9 realms, Odin explained. Lord Odin, is there a way for me to travel to Midgard? I wish to learn more about the origins of my own name. Shenmue voiced his wish plainly. The Bifrost in Asgard can take you anywhere among the 9 realms. At this, Thor, who had been standing by, could not help but speak with a note of pride. Lord Odin, I have a small request. May I return to Asgard with you? I'd like to use the Bifrost myself. Shenmue, too, presented his request to Odin. Odin smiled and said, Asgard welcomes all friends who come in goodwill. However, Midgard is guarded by the Sorcerer Supreme and other powers. Acting rashly could trigger unnecessary conflict. Although Odin agreed to let Shenmue visit Asgard, he didn't explicitly grant him permission to use the Bifrost directly. Shenmue nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Odin. I will give it careful thought. For Shenmue, as long as he could reach Asgard, he would eventually find a chance to borrow the Bifrost. Although he had the ability to travel across the cosmos without guidance, trying to blindly make his way back to Earth was nearly impossible. Thus, this journey to Asgard was absolutely necessary. Besides, he also hoped to find a way in Asgard to address his low resistance to magic. Shenmue knew well that Queen Frigga of Asgard was a master of magic whose true abilities remained hidden. Many of Loki's magical skills were learned from her. Once everything was settled, Odin raised Gungnir, the spear of eternity, ever so slightly. In an instant, a dazzling surge of rainbow energy enveloped Shenmue and the others. The next moment, as the world twisted sharply around him, Shenmue experienced the Bifrost for the very first time. Disoriented, it took him several seconds to regain his composure. Thor clapped Shenmue on the shoulder and laughed. Brother, welcome to Asgard. Thor and his companions were already accustomed to traveling on the Bifrost, so they remained unfazed by the experience. At the gates of the realm, Heimdall, Asgard's steadfast guardian, saw Odin returning with an injured Thor and the very dragon who had bested him. At once, he saluted Odin. Sun-loving dragon, welcome to Asgard. Heimdall greeted Shenmue warmly, his impression of him already quite vivid. At first, he thought Shenmue was simply a unique dragon, but never expected he'd be powerful enough to defeat Thor. After all, Thor had almost never been bested in the arena of the palace. Shenmue returned the greeting with a smile. You must be Heimdall. Thor mentioned you just now. It's good to finally meet you. Odin removed his battle armor and changed in his splendid royal robes. He then instructed Thor, tend to your wounds first, and then prepare a banquet to welcome our friend. I intend to personally show our guest around the palace. For the people of Asgard, battle and feasting were 2 indispensable parts of life. Thor was taken aback. His father, Odin, had never shown such warmth to anyone, not even to the other rulers of the 9 realms. Although he'd been defeated by the visitor, Odin's enthusiasm seemed almost excessive. Heimdall, standing nearby, was just as puzzled. Even Shenmue himself was surprised. He couldn't quite fathom what this mighty king of Asgard was truly thinking. Odin led Shenmue down from the Bifrost at a measured pace. The bridge beneath your feet is the Bifrost, he explained. It is Asgard's gateway to the 9 realms. Odin began to recount the great achievements of Asgard to Shenmue, but Shenmue was already well aware of all these things. His attention had long since been captured by the magnificent palace ahead, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Gazing at the towering golden palace in the distance, Shenmue couldn't help but recall the conversation between Hela and Thor in the movie. Hela had once said that she and Odin had plunged an entire civilization into blood and tears, and she had asked Thor, "Where do you think all this gold came from?" Now, looking at the gentle, aged, one-eyed old man beside him, it was hard for Shenmue to connect him with the Odin who had once conquered the Nine Realms. "Your soul, it does not come from this universe, does it?" Suddenly, Odin posed this question to Shenmue. Shenmue immediately stopped in his tracks, his body tensing instinctively. But soon, he relaxed again. "That's right. I am indeed not from this universe. I simply fell asleep, and when I awoke, I found myself inside that dragon egg, transformed into an unhatched dragon." Facing the God King who was nearing the end of his life, Shenmue chose not to hide the truth. He understood that if Odin could ask such a question, then he must have already sensed the truth. Since their hearts were open, there was no need for further pretense. This world is far greater than we ever imagined. In the face of the infinite multiverse, the Nine Realms are nothing but a speck of dust. For you to have arrived in this universe, you must carry some kind of purpose. In the future, as I once foresaw, Asgard's destruction was inevitable, and even Thor was powerless to change it. But ever since you appeared, the future has become blurred, and I can no longer see what lies ahead. At this point, Odin fixed his single remaining eye on Shenmue with unwavering focus. "So you think I'm the one who can change fate?" Shenmue asked in return. "No, fate has already been rewritten. The moment you appeared, the path that fate once followed vanished completely. You are the new destiny." Upon hearing this, Shenmue fell silent, at a loss for words. Your very growth is a miracle, like the sun above, constantly shining on you, making you ever stronger. Back then, in order to gain the power of Mimir's well, I sacrificed one of my own eyes. Though I have only one eye left, I gained the wisdom of Runaz, which allowed me to see Asgard's fate clearly. It was a path set in stone, one that even I could not alter. I realized that even conquering the Nine Realms could not prevent Ragnarok from coming. Odin began to share his own past with Shenmue. "And what about now?" Shenmue pressed further. "I cannot foresee what lies ahead. From now on, everything depends on your choices. I can see that your body instinctively rejects the magical particles I release. This is a weakness you must overcome. Yet, in this universe, magic is the most prevalent form of power. In truth, even Odin was amazed at the speed of Shenmue's growth. Standing beside him, Odin could clearly sense Shenmue becoming stronger with every passing moment. However, there was one regret. Shenmue's body seemed to have an innate fear and resistance toward magical particles. This meant that magic could inflict serious harm upon him. Is there a way to make up for this flaw? Shenmue pressed Odin further. There is. You can study magic, gradually allowing your body to adapt to magical particles, and use the power of magic to slowly repair your shortcomings. Or, you could nurture divine power within yourself and become a true member of the gods. Odin offered him two paths. The first was within reach, while the second was fraught with difficulty. To become one of the gods was by no means an easy task. If you wish to study magic, you may seek the guidance of my wife. She is well-versed in all manner of Vanir magic and secret arts. As expected, Odin directed Shenmue to his wife. "And what must I give in return?" Shenmue asked, knowing Odin would not speak at such length without reason. "Nothing is required of you. As long as you follow your own will, that is enough." Odin's response left Shenmue deep in thought. He considered his own system, whose purpose was clearly to thrust him into one significant event after another. When that time comes, whatever the outcome, the fate of this universe will inevitably be shaped by his choices. And so, the destinies of certain people would change as well. It was a proposition impossible to refuse. Once you accepted Asgard's favor, you could not stand idly by in its time of crisis. A god and a dragon walked side by side down the streets of Asgard. As they passed, the people of Asgard bowed their heads in excitement to Odin, then cast curious glances at Shenmue. With Odin at his side, Shenmue's imposing form caused neither unrest nor alarm. "This is a friend of Asgard. His name is Shenmue. Just now, he defeated my son, Thor, the god of thunder. Asgard welcomes the strong. Tonight, outside the Golden Palace, I will hold a grand feast to welcome our new friend." At Odin's introduction, the faces of those nearby lit up with fervor. Some were shocked that Shenmue had bested Thor, while others were thrilled at the prospect of the coming banquet. Shenmue looked at the cheering crowds around him, and felt that this place was actually quite nice. Soon after, Shenmue followed Odin up to the Golden Palace. From this lofty vantage point, the entire city unfolded before their eyes, its beauty laid out in full. What do you think of Asgard now? Odin asked suddenly. It's wonderful. Smiles light up everyone's faces. It reminds me of my old hometown, peaceful and tranquil. Shamu thought for a moment, then answered honestly. Then tell me, as a king, what matters more, the people or the land beneath your feet? Odin pressed further. In my world, there was a great man who once said something profound. If all you keep is the land but lose your people, you'll eventually lose the land as well. But if you hold on to your people, even if you lose the land, you'll one day win it back. Shamu didn't give his own opinion directly, but instead quoted this wisdom from the past. That must have been a sage worthy of respect. A look of approval appeared on Odin's face as he spoke. Odin then turned the conversation to Thor's status as heir. His words brimmed with hope, yet there was a note of disappointment, for Thor had yet to reach the standard Odin envisioned. Shinmu understood why Odin was anxious. Odin's time was running short. To this, Shinmu offered his advice. Only by letting Thor face more trials and challenges could he truly grow into maturity. Odin and Shinmu found themselves in perfect accord as they talked. Meanwhile, after receiving treatment, Thor stood in the square with the 4 warriors of Asgard, drinking and discussing the recent battle. Thor, what's the story behind that dragon? Why did His Majesty treat him with such warmth? I've never seen anything like it. After downing a large mug of ale, Fandral turned to Thor with his question, his gaze drifting up to where Shinmu stood beside Odin atop the Golden Palace. Indeed, over the past thousands of years, many powerful beings from far and wide had visited Asgard. But never had anyone been honored by Odin with such exceptional courtesy. Since the 9 realms had all once fallen to Odin's conquest, the other kings of gods were, in truth, his defeated rivals. So now, curiosity about Shinmu's true identity filled their hearts. At that moment, only Thor and Shinmu had interacted directly, so all eyes turned to Thor, waiting for his answer. I don't know, either. Thor drank deeply, his mood somber, his tone tinged with frustration. Even now, he struggled to accept the truth that he, the god of thunder of Asgard, had been bested by a dragon not even 4 years old. And what's more, the defeat had been utterly decisive. The strength he'd always been so proud of seemed to mean nothing at all in the face of that opponent. This situation left Thor, who always took great pride in himself, feeling deeply embarrassed. In truth, he was no stranger to dragons. Whether in Jotunheim, ruled by the frost giants, or in Muspelheim, guarded by the fire giant Surtur, there existed creatures akin to dragons. All of these beings carried the bloodline of Nidhogg, the dragon of despair. Yet, none of them could even come close to being compared with Shinmu. Just then, Loki appeared, dressed in a deep green robe and holding a golden goblet in his hand. With a sly, teasing smile at the corner of his lips, he said, "Dearest brother, I've heard you were gravely wounded by a dragon. Now that's a piece of news I never expected. What happened to your invincible Mjolnir?" Loki's words only made Thor, already in low spirits, feel even more dejected. Even in defeat, Thor is still a warrior worthy of respect. Volstagg, with his broad bearded face, firmly rebutted Loki. Compared to you, who are only good at plotting and mischief, Thor is the true hero. Volstagg, along with the other warriors Three and Sif, were all loyal friends of Thor. They had often fallen victim to Loki's pranks, and Loki's magic was so masterful that it could fool the eye and ear alike. Each time they tried to teach Loki a lesson, his illusions and doubles would bewilder them, and they never once succeeded. As Asgardians, they believed that if revenge could not be taken face to face, the matter should not be brought up again. Yet being tricked by Loki time and again over the years had naturally soured their attitude toward him. "Volstagg, perhaps you should give that grand beard of yours a trim," Loki quipped. At once, Volstagg fell silent, fully aware of the threat behind those words. To him, apart from battle and drinking, his beard was his greatest treasure. Over the years, however, Loki's tricks had cost him his beard. More than once. The whiskers he now sported had taken great effort to regrow, and he would not allow Loki to lay a finger on them again. After all, Loki's mischief knew no bounds. Even Sif's golden hair, once her greatest pride, had been utterly ruined by one of Loki's notorious pranks. Is it the dragon standing beside the All-Father? To have defeated Thor, wielder of Mjolnir, he must truly be someone extraordinary. Loki, too, looked up, his mind racing with schemes and speculation. "It appears the feast is ready. We should head down," someone remarked. Odin was thoroughly enjoying his conversation with Shinmu. As an ancient king who had lived countless ages, Odin possessed a profound understanding of the world. His knowledge far surpassed the details Shinmu had gathered from films or comic books. After all, this was the real universe, not just the sliver portrayed on the silver screen. Through his conversations with Odin, Shunmu gradually realized that this world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. It wasn't simply a straightforward cinematic universe. Many aspects differed from the stories he knew. For example, Odin mentioned that he had an elder brother named Kull, who was sealed within the endless ocean of Midgard. Kull was the god of fear of Asgard, and also the legendary serpent. Although he remained imprisoned for now, one day he would inevitably break free and return to the world. Thor's destiny, Odin revealed, was to perish alongside him. These elements appeared in the comics, but were never mentioned in the films. Perhaps because Shunmu had crossed over so early, these stories had yet to be brought to the screen. During their discussions, Odin made a point of revealing to Shunmu the secret behind the nature of magic in this world. At its core, magic was the act of borrowing power. Beings of lower dimensions would draw strength from higher dimensional gods or demons, or extract energy from special spaces, making themselves stronger in the process. Yet the use of magic would inevitably attract the attention of the source of that power. Take, for instance, the origin of white magic, the Vishanti Trinity, an ancient source of strength for generations of sorcerer supremes on Earth. Black magic, by contrast, stemmed from the elder dark god Thon, who wielded the Chaos Force, one of the three primordial powers of the Marvel Universe. Chaos magic, created by drawing upon this force, could even possess the reality-warping potency to surpass that of the Infinity Stones. Both of these entities belong to the multiversal hierarchy, and Thon might have even transcended the very bounds of the multiverse itself. Shunmu had a passing familiarity with both from movies and comics. The Vishanti, for instance, needed no introduction. The very existence of the Sanctum Sanctorum, Earth's bulwark against interdimensional invasion, was owed to their protection. Agamotto, being an incarnation of the Vishanti, was also the first sorcerer supreme. In the millennia since his retirement, every successor had been either his disciple or descendant. When a sorcerer supreme passed away, their soul would ultimately return to the Vishanti. As for Thon, this ancient being had departed Earth long ago and was now almost forgotten, his legend surviving only in scattered tales. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, was chosen as his vessel, inheriting the power of chaos magic. The true strength of the witch lay in the sheer might of chaos magic itself. With a deeper understanding of the essence of magic, Shunmu found himself at a crossroads. Should he continue to delve into the study of magic, or should he set out upon another path, one that would allow him to nurture divine power instead? Yet, Shunmu hadn't forgotten about his system. After all, who could say when a magical treasure chest might appear, granting him the power to become a mighty dragon with both magical prowess and physical strength? With this thought, Shunmu suddenly remembered that during his battle with the Thunder God, the energy within the treasure chest had seemed to reach its full capacity. However, with the banquet about to begin, this hardly felt like the right moment to open it. So, Shunmu decided he would wait until the festivities had ended before seeking an opportunity to unlock the chest. As Odin slowly descended from the Golden Palace with Shunmu at his side, the people of Asgard gathered for the feast erupted in cheers, calling out Odin's name. To them, Odin was the embodiment of divinity, supreme and untouchable. Even now, when Odin's hair and beard had turned completely white and he looked every bit like an old man at the twilight of his years, their reverence for him remained unshaken. Gazing at his fervent subjects, Odin too felt a surge of pride and passion welling in his heart. Ever since he chose to rule as a benevolent king, Odin's outlook had undergone a profound transformation. So much so that, when Thor once called out to him in desperate need, Odin had spoken those fateful words, "Asgard is not a place. Asgard is where its people are." Odin then slowly raised his hand, and the crowd's roar fell instantly silent. "He is Shunmu," Odin proclaimed, "a mighty warrior who triumphed over my son, Thor Odinson, the wielder of Mjolnir. And he is also Asgard's most honored guest. Now, let's show the warmth and spirit of Asgard. Pay tribute to our friend." With no sign of reservation, Odin openly revealed Thor's defeat before all the people of Asgard. Among the Asgardians, a powerful warrior was always worthy of respect. For with Valhalla ever present in their hearts, every Asgardian fought bravely and without fear on the battlefield. To ascend to Valhalla was the highest honor a warrior could achieve. The love of battle was etched deep into the very bones of every Asgardian. So, as Odin's words rang out, a tidal wave of cheers swept across the vast square. Moments later, several burly Asgardians hefted enormous barrels of mead and brought them before Shunmu. Though, of course, enormous was a relative term. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, Shunmu found these barrels little more than oversized mugs. At that moment, Thor stepped forward, holding a cup. "Your strength has earned my respect. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Thor, son of Odin, the god of thunder. To the great warrior. With that, Thor raised his cup and in one bold motion, drained it completely. Then, with a flourish of bravado, he hurled the empty cup to the ground and looked up at Shunmu. Drinking was no challenge for Shunmu, either. He pried open the lid of a barrel, and a wave of fiery aroma wafted up to greet him. Then let me introduce myself as well. I am Shunmu, the dragon from Vanaheim. With those words, Shunmu opened his massive jaws and poured an entire barrel of mead straight down. As the liquid burned a path down his throat, Shunmu felt a searing heat rush through his body. It was as though this drink had awakened something deep within him. Shunmu threw his head back, and with a mighty breath, a torrent of blazing fire erupted from his mouth. The flame soared 1,000 meters into the sky before bursting apart in a spectacular display of fireworks. With this single act, Shunmu completely ignited the enthusiasm of everyone in Asgard. One by one, people gathered around him, offering toasts in his honor. Shunmu welcomed them all, downing barrel after barrel of mead without hesitation. From time to time, he would aim another blazing fireball into the sky, setting off more dazzling fireworks for all to enjoy. What an intriguing fellow, someone remarked. I can hardly believe it. I'm the daughter of the Vanir king, and yet I never knew that Vanaheim could give birth to such a formidable being, she mused. His very body is a miracle of the universe. At that moment, Odin had taken his seat beside Frigg. Frigg, watching Shunmu, turned to Odin and said in awe. During Odin's sleep, I glimpsed a different future. Ragnarok will be rewritten, and Asgard's destruction is no longer inevitable. In the distant days to come, even if my brother Kor escapes his bonds, he will no longer be able to claim Thor's life. Odin shared with Frigg everything he had seen during his last Odin sleep. You mean, all these changes are because of that little dragon? Frigg asked, astonished by Odin's words. Exactly. From the moment he arrived, the very fate of our universe has grown uncertain. I do not know where he comes from, nor if he has any connection to that supreme being in the realm of eternity. I have shown him goodwill, for Asgard's sake, and for the sake of Thor and Loki. Odin explained honestly why he felt such a special regard for Shunmu. In that moment, he was not just the king of Asgard, but also a father who wished for his children's safety. Husband and wife both sat in silence, gazing at Shunmu, who was now laughing and drinking heartily with Thor and the others. As was tradition, a grand feast in Asgard would often last for days, sometimes even a fortnight. Everyone indulged in drink and laughter to their heart's content. Yet, Asgardians had a rather infamous habit. Once their spirits were high from the drink, they loved nothing more than to smash their cups. Thor was the most notorious of them all. Almost every time he drained a mighty tankard, he would shatter the cup with a flourish. Shun, tell me honestly, did you use your full strength when you defeated me? By now, Thor was already a bit tipsy, and he finally put the question to Shunmu. At the mention of this, the lively hall suddenly fell silent, for everyone was eager to hear how Shunmu would answer. Of course, you are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. I can sense that there is a tremendous power within you that has yet to awaken. Once that power emerges, you'll be several times stronger than you are now. When that time comes, I may not be a match for you anymore. Shunmu, fully conscious and careful not to discourage Thor further, offered him the answer he wanted. Naturally, this could hardly be called deception. Shunmu had indeed fought with all his strength at the start, even though his clash with Thor lasted only a fleeting moment. It was only in the final blow that he held back a bit, retracting his claws. Besides, there truly was a dormant power of the god of thunder still slumbering within him. Right now, calling Thor the god of thunder seemed a bit of a misnomer. Perhaps god of the hammer suited him better. After all, Thor treated Mjolnir as if it were his entire world. He failed to realize that Mjolnir was simply a tool to channel and focus his own power. Even though Mjolnir was a mighty artifact, that fact remained unchanged. Shun, I will definitely defeat you one day. You are a brave warrior, and I hope you'll stay in Asgard. Thor placed a hefty hand on Shunmu's shoulder, head held high as he spoke. Even with Shunmu lying prone on the ground, to Thor and the other Asgardians, he was still someone they had to look up to. For the time being, I will indeed remain in Asgard. Shunmu had already decided to stay in Asgard for a while, and perhaps see if he could further recharge his treasure chest. After all, there are no shortage of big names in Asgard. Since beating up Thor had worked, maybe others would as well. The feast lasted for 3 whole days and nights. Shards of shattered goblets carpeted the floor. Such was the nature of an Asgardian banquet. Throughout those days, everyone except Shunmu would drink themselves into a stupor, wake up, and start all over again in an endless cycle. Odin, however, left with Queen Frigga after the very first day of the festivities. That left only Shun Mu and Thor and the rest to revel in unrestrained celebration. Oddly enough, Shun Mu seemed almost immune to alcohol. The moment the liquor hit his stomach, it was broken down instantly, leaving not a trace of drunkenness. And whether it was due to the special brew of Asgard or not, Shun Mu always felt the drink tickling at his lungs, making him want to unleash a blazing breath of dragon fire. At the feast, compared to Thor, who was completely lost in the boisterous revelry, Loki seemed oddly out of place. At least more than once, Shun Mu caught him using illusions to confuse his drinking partners. With his keen senses, Shun Mu noticed that Loki would occasionally cast glances his way, as if plotting something in secret. However, Shun Mu paid him no mind. The fact that Shun Mu couldn't get drunk left Loki feeling a bit frustrated. Originally, Loki had planned to take advantage of Shun Mu's drunken state to slyly pluck a scale from his body. Yet, even after Shun Mu had bested Thor, the 3 warriors of Asgard, and over 100 others in a relentless drinking contest, he remained clear-headed and untouched by inebriation. So, by the time the banquet drew to a close, Loki found himself with no opportunity to make his move, and could only give up, disgruntled. As for Shun Mu, the first thing he did after the feast was to soar high into the sky and bask in the embrace of the sun. Hey Thor, why do you think Shun is so fond of the sun? Every dragon we've seen before has preferred dark, secluded places, caves, or maybe swamps. Fandral watched Shun Mu floating above, indulging in a sun bath, and turned to Thor with curiosity. Well, none of the dragons we've encountered before were as powerful as Shun, Thor replied, his meaning unmistakable. He was pointing out that Shun Mu's habits were unlike any other dragon's, just as his strength was beyond compare. Thor, are you still planning to challenge Shun? Fandral pressed on. Of course. A true warrior only grows through battle, Thor declared, his eyes blazing with determination. I am Thor, son of Odin. No one can keep defeating me forever. He looked up at the lone figure suspended in the sky, his fighting spirit undiminished. Shun Mu, with his extraordinary hearing, caught every word Thor said from high above and smiled quietly to himself. To catch up with Shun Mu's growth, Thor would have to inherit Odin's power right away, master the runes, and become the Rune King himself. Otherwise, with each passing day, the gap between them would only widen. It wasn't just Thor who was watching Shun Mu. Odin and Frigga's eyes were also fixed on him. His strength seems to come from the sun, and the rate at which he converts solar energy is dozens of times greater than anything recorded in the millennia of the Vanir gods. This kind of physique has never been seen before. Is he truly a dragon, or does he merely wear the form of one? As a master of magic, Frigga was extremely sensitive to shifts in energy. She had discovered that Shun Mu's body was like an enormous furnace, drawing power from the sun and transforming each portion of it into tenfold, even dozensfold, energy through his very cells. He is a marvel, a miracle. The sun grants him strength, but one day, his power will surpass even the sun itself, Odin remarked with quiet awe. At that very moment, while basking in sunlight, Shun Mu opened the treasure chest he had charged up during his battle with Thor. System, open the treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a seed of divine power. Would you like to fuse it immediately? A seed of divine power? Could this really be something that can nurture true divine force? Yes, host. With the seed of divine power, you possess the qualification to become a deity. However, for the seed to sprout and grow, it must be supported by a divine seat. A divine seat? Is that like Thor's position as the god of thunder, or Sif's title as the goddess of earth and harvest? Exactly, host. System, what conditions do I need to activate this seed of divine power? Ding. Your seed of divine power originates from the Azure. You must acquire a divine seat before you can draw strength from Asgard. This might be a bit tricky. As an outsider, as an outsider dragon, it won't be easy for me to claim a seat among the gods of Asgard. But maybe there's still a way. Asgard is constantly beset by calamities. If I promise to help them avert a couple of crises in exchange for a divine seat, that shouldn't be too much to ask. In a flash, Shun Mu had already figured out how to bargain with Odin for a divine seat. After all, given Odin's current attitude toward him, he probably wouldn't refuse such a deal. System, go ahead and fuse the seed of divine power for me. Shun Mu instructed the system, and at once, the seed merged seamlessly into his soul. Something feels off. Why am I sensing a trace of divine energy from Shun Mu? And it's the pure power of the Azure. At that very moment, Odin, who was strolling through the celestial palace with Frigg, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his tone laced with surprise and doubt. What? That's impossible. That little dragon has no blood ties to Asgard. There's no way he could awaken true divine power. Frigg was certain Odin must be mistaken. A dragon born in Vanaheim could never awaken the unique power of the Azure. No, this is no illusion. It seems there is a secret within Shunmu that even I cannot fathom. Perhaps only that great being in the realm of eternity knows the truth behind all this. The realm of eternity Odin spoke of was the dwelling of one of the 5 primordial gods. Eternity, the creator in the truest sense of the universe. But having the power of the Azure is a good thing. It will only strengthen his connection to Asgard. A faint smile appeared on Odin's face, as though he truly welcomed this turn of events. By the way, Shunmu asked to study magic under your guidance. You can grant him access to all of Asgard's magical knowledge. It's rather fascinating, really. His body possesses a defense more formidable than even we can comprehend. But its resistance to magic, however, is not particularly strong. At the time, I wanted to intimidate him, so I unleashed my power. However, I soon realized that the magical runes covering my body caused an intense rejection in his body. To be honest, Odin was genuinely amazed by the strange polarization within Shunmu's physique. Perhaps this is the universe's way of maintaining a peculiar balance. Yet, whether Shunmu's existence was a unique case, or if there were others like him remained a mystery. Once Shunmu felt he had absorbed enough sunlight for the day, he slowly descended from the sky. That vivid sensation of growing stronger, little by little, filled Shunmu with a profound sense of reassurance. Odin once told me I could seek out Queen Frigga for guidance in matters of magic. Now that I've basked in the sun long enough, it seems like the perfect time. After landing, Shunmu figured that instead of mingling with Thor and his rowdy companions, it would be wiser to seek out the very sorceress who had taught Loki, someone worthy of being called the greatest mage of the 9 realms. Besides, much as Shunmu adored his current dragon form, its sheer size made normal conversation quite inconvenient. Thus, another reason for visiting Frigga was to see if, through magic, there might be a way for him to control his own size. If he were on Earth, he could have turned to Hank Pym. After all, Pym's discovery of the Pym particles allowed matter to be shrunk or enlarged at will, even to subatomic scales. As for transforming into a human shape, Shunmu wasn't particularly attached to the idea. After a previous life spent toiling endlessly as a worn-out office worker, experiencing a new form and a different way of living felt rather wondrous. With that decision made, Shunmu folded his wings and began walking slowly toward Frigga's residence. He didn't fly. After all, he was in someone else's palace, and a measure of restraint was only proper. A guest should always show at least a basic level of respect for their host. Along the way, whenever he encountered patrolling guards of Asgard, they couldn't help but lift their heads in awe as they watched him pass. After all, a dragon favored by their own All-Father was a sight none of them had ever witnessed before. In return, Shunmu acknowledged their stares with a gentle nod. I imagine such a massive form must be quite inconvenient for you. Frigga, rather than resting inside the palace, was already standing on the balcony, as if she had anticipated Shunmu's arrival. So, when she saw his enormous form approach, moving carefully so as not to cause any damage, she greeted him with a warm smile. Yes, as you can see, Lady Frigga, you are one of Asgard's rare masters of magic, so I'd like to ask if there's a spell that could help me control my own size. Shunmu admitted this openly and without reservation. You're the least dragon-like dragon I've ever seen. The dragons I've known before were all bloodthirsty beasts, bred as living weapons for war. But you, when I look at you, it's as if there's a human soul, wise and thoughtful, within that towering dragon form. Instead of answering Shunmu's unspoken question, Freya simply sighed, her voice tinged with wonder. Unlike Odin, she couldn't see through to Shunmu's soul and recognize that it didn't belong to this world. Her intuition came solely from observing his words and actions. Yet Shunmu took her musings in stride, unfazed. After all, Odin had already exposed his secret once. He knew that to such mighty beings, the truth of his soul was hardly a secret at all. So long as they never discovered his system, none of this would truly affect him. Princess Freya, perhaps it's the blessing of the first dragon, Shunmu replied, deflecting with a gentle smile. Maybe that's why I'm a bit unusual. He offered nothing more, neither confirming nor denying her suspicions. The first dragon, Nidhogg, the black dragon who dreams only of destroying the world tree, his blessing would never grant you such wisdom. But then, your very existence is a miracle, a wondrous surprise. I am the daughter of the king of Vanaheim, and in the long, long history of our realm, I have never heard of a dragon quite like you. Despite his origins, or perhaps because of them, Freya felt a peculiar sense of kinship toward this young dragon born in Vanaheim. "Oh, forgive me. I seem to have let my tongue run away with me. But I suppose you aren't here just to talk about your size, are you? Odin's already told me. You seem unusually sensitive to the effects of magic. And from what I'm seeing now, he was absolutely right." As she spoke, Freya lifted her hand, and a faint spell shimmered through the air, striking Shunmu's scales. At once, he felt a wave of discomfort. A foreign force pressed in, binding his strength, an intrusion he was powerless to dispel. In a blink, his abilities were diminished by nearly a tenth. To Shunmu, this was a hard pill to swallow. After all, this was just a casual spell cast offhand by Freya, not some grand incantation forged through hours of preparation. If he were to face a true mage in the future, Shunmu realized he might very well find himself completely outmatched. He'd anticipated his magical resistance would be low, but now, feeling it firsthand, a jolt of fear passed through him. And with it, a fierce resolve. He must find a way to overcome this weakness, and soon. "Princess Frigga, I wonder if I might have the honor of learning about magic from you." Shunmu posed his question to Frigga without hesitation. "Of course, I would be delighted to teach a student like you. In the past, I tried to pass on my knowledge of magic to Thor and Loki, but compared to magic, Thor much prefers to fight as a warrior. Loki, on the other hand, has a remarkable natural talent for magic. I've taught him the finest magical traditions of the Vanir, and he's learned them far better than his brother, Thor. Yet, rather than using magic in battle, Loki seems to enjoy employing it more for mischief. In fact, even in the heat of combat, he often puts more trust in his magical daggers than in spells." Thinking about Thor and Loki's attitudes toward magic, Frigga couldn't help but smile wryly. Thor was still very much a straightforward warrior, convinced that nothing could compare to the satisfaction of swinging his hammer in a fight. As for Loki, his best illusions and trickery were often reserved for playful pranks, especially at the expense of Thor and the Warriors 3, who frequently found themselves on the receiving end. And perhaps influenced by Asgard's martial culture, Loki seemed more willing to charge in a close combat with his daggers than to defeat his foes with magic alone. Still, when Frigga spoke of her 2 sons, a gentle, motherly affection shone unconsciously on her face. Though Loki was not her biological child, over more than 1,000 years together, she had come to love him as her own. "Princess Frigga, you are a wonderful mother, and I'm certain, a wonderful teacher as well. I will study magic from you with all my heart, so I must trouble you for your guidance in the days to come." Shunmu held Frigga in high regard, and his tone naturally carried the humility of an eager student. After all, in the original film, when Thor traveled through the quantum realm to warn her of her fate, she simply smiled and refused to hear it. She even reminded Thor that he was there to mend his own future, not to change hers as a mother. With such wisdom, she surely understood what all this implied, yet she accepted her destiny with serenity, a quality that was moving in itself. Before you begin to study magic, you must first understand its essence. Before formally instructing Shunmu in the ways of magic, Frigga began to explain the fundamental nature of magic in their world. In our world, all magical energy has its masters. Whether you practice black magic, white magic, or the arts of other dimensions, you must seek permission from the keepers of these energies. The source of white magic is the trinity of the Vishani. They are also the wellspring of power for the supreme sorcerer of Midgard. The origin of black magic, on the other hand, can be traced back to the ancient god of black magic, Thon, a being of chaos and evil. Legend has it that he left behind the Darkhold, a tome he personally penned in the realm of Midgard. Many demonic entities from other dimensions have sought his power. As for other types of dimensional magic, they are governed by the demonic overlords who rule their respective realms. For example, Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, or Mephisto of the Hell Dimension. To wield magic always comes at a price. The more power one borrows, the greater the backlash in the end, especially when it comes to black magic and certain forms of dimensional magic. When it came to the magic of the Marvel Universe, Shunmu, in his past life, as something of a Marvel fan, was naturally familiar with these concepts. If anyone truly mastered this system of magical borrowing, it was none other than the Ancient One on Earth. Even though her main patron was the Vishani, she still played this game to perfection. Yet, to ensure she survived long enough for the next Sorcerer Supreme to rise, she resorted to borrowing dark energy from Dormammu of the Dark Dimension to extend her own life. However, her borrowing was more akin to outright plundering. She never bothered to ask Dormammu, the Dimension's ruler, for permission. In fact, whenever Dormammu, her unwilling creditor, tried to demand justice, he ended up being beaten by her instead. And if her own efforts weren't enough, she'd have her student, Dr. Strange, continue the beating. But what could Dormammu do? After all, they both had powerful backers. Poor Dormammu could only swallow his grievances and endure in silence. That's why Frigga's warnings about the price of using magic didn't weigh too heavily on Shenmue's mind. After all, for him, magic was nothing more than a tool to overcome his own limitations. He had no intention of making it his main focus. Besides, if he grew strong enough, giving those so-called dimensional gods a good thrashing wouldn't be much trouble. When it came to raw power and growth potential, the ancient Kryptonian bloodline was anything but weak. And his greatest trump card was the system that could endlessly surprise him. But you don't need to worry, Frigga reassured him, her smile gentle as she noticed Shenmue's silence. As members of Asgard and Vanaheim, two of the 9 realms upon Yggdrasil, the magic we wield draws its energy from the world tree itself. The world tree has no consciousness of its own, so it cannot affect those who borrow its power. You may use it freely and without fear. Indeed, compared to sources of magic that demand one's lifespan, health, or even soul as payment, the world tree was an exceptional patron. Borrowing without repayment was perfectly acceptable. No need for a legendary background or special privilege. The only catch was that only beings born within the 9 realms could tap into the world tree's magical energy. Perhaps this was a special favor reserved for their own kind. Princess Frigg, I'm not worried. I'm just contemplating how to connect with the magical energy of the world tree. Although Shenmue was indeed a dragon born in Vanaheim, he didn't possess even the slightest trace of so-called inherited memories in his mind. There's no need for concern about that. I have here a small piece of the world tree's branch, left over from when Odin forged Gungnir. Later, when Mjolnir was being forged, a bit more of it was used for the hammer's handle, but there's still a small piece left. You can use this fragment to channel the world tree. As she spoke, Frigg produced the branch. It truly was a tiny piece. It was scarcely longer than half the length of her palm. Such a small thing. Shenmue felt that any toothpick he could casually find would be several times larger than this. So, as he gazed at Frigg's outstretched hand, Shenmue found himself unsure whether he should reach out with his claw or keep it to himself. Just as Shenmue was feeling awkward, Frigg noticed his predicament. Look at me. After all I've said, I've forgotten the most important issue. As for shrinking your form, let me think. Odin's grandfather, King Buri, once created such a spell. Though, I don't remember much about that spell myself. But don't worry. In Asgard's library, countless tomes have been treasured by generations of god kings for nearly 10,000 years. Even the most secret of magics can be found within. That particular spell is recorded there. I'm certain of it. Tomorrow, I'll personally fetch the spell book containing it from the library. So, let's end tonight's lesson here. Frigg looked at Shenmue as she spoke. Thank you, Princess Frigg. Would you be willing to cast a few more spells on me, just like before? Ideally, ones that would last through the night. I'd like to test the limits of what my body can endure. At this, Shenmue made his request to Frigg. Are you sure you want me to do that? That spell I cast earlier was enough to show you just how little resistance your body has to magic, wasn't it? If I had a few more spells, I doubt you'll have a comfortable night. Frigg hesitated at Shenmue's request. She knew the effects of her own spells better than anyone. While they weren't fatal, a series of weakening spells layered on top of each other would certainly be unpleasant. Please, Princess Frigg. Shenmue had already experienced the frailty brought on by the last spell. Now, he wanted to test his limits by enduring these spells, a sort of experiment for himself. That meant he would have to bear this whole heap of debuffs and face the dawn, uncertain whether the sun's rays would temporarily relieve him of these spells' effects. Well, since you insist, I have no reason to refuse. I hope you have a pleasant night. Looking at Shenmue, Frigg couldn't help but feel a mischievous impulse welling up inside her. Yes, perhaps it's not so hard to see why Loki would become the god of mischief, given what kind of mother and teacher he had. With that, Frigg raised both hands and began to cast her spells. Every gesture she made invoked a different incantation, and in just a short span, more than 30 types of debuffs have been placed upon Shenmue. Apparently, Frigg had no intention of stopping. The enchantments kept piling on, one after another, until she finally halted, after the 55th spell. Casting so many spells in succession left Frigg feeling rather drained, but there was a spark of excitement in her eyes nonetheless. At this moment, Shenmue felt his body become unbearably heavy. A relentless wave of exhaustion washed over him, sapping not only his strength, but his spirit as well. The once glimmering scales that covered his body now grew dull and lackluster. Still, it was about what he had anticipated. After all, the very first spell had already hinted at what was to come. He managed, with some effort, to lift his foot and prepare to leave. Just then, Frigg called out to him. If you don't mind, you can rest just outside my chambers tonight. If you reach your limit, I can remove the spells for you at any time. Watching Shun-Mu shuffle along like an ancient dragon on the verge of collapse, Frigg couldn't help but speak up. "No need, Lady Frigg. Good night." Shun-Mu did not stay. This was his own request. Even if he had to crawl, he would see it through. Step by painstaking step, he made his way to the resting place Odin had prepared for him, a vast and empty palace hall. Gold must be truly abundant in Asgard, Shun-Mu exclaimed the moment he stepped inside. For before him, in the center of the hall, stood a dazzling golden bed. He had to admit, although he hadn't inherited the memories of a dragon, there was something in his blood that made him instinctively drawn to anything that shimmered with gold. Yet with the dual shackles, both physical and spiritual, pressing down on him, Shun-Mu had no energy left to wonder whether the bed was solid gold or merely gilded. 55 debuffs weighed on him, making him feel as though every part of his being, scales, skin, flesh, bones, organs, even his spirit and soul, had been locked in heavy chains. What Shun-Mu did not know was that Frigg herself was deeply astonished he could still move at all. You must understand, even Thor himself, if struck by her 55 spells, not only would he be unable to move, he would likely collapse on the spot, slipping into unconsciousness, his very soul drifting into a deep slumber. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Shun-Mu, who seemed almost defenseless against magic, not only remained awake, but was still able to move. Slow as a tortoise he might have been, but even that was enough to show how powerful and resilient his foundation truly was. At the very least, compared to the people of Asgard, Shun-Mu was in a league of his own. It's well known that ordinary Asgardians are at least 3 times stronger than the people of Midgard, and royalty like Thor, blessed with divine power, are vastly stronger still than the common folk of Asgard. Yet here was Shun-Mu, a dragon born in Vanaheim, not even of godly blood, displaying a strength greater than the pure-blooded gods themselves. How could one not be astounded? At this moment, Shun-Mu lay quietly atop the golden bed, forcing himself to stay alert, carefully sensing every subtle change within his body. This time, the spell was all-encompassing, binding every aspect of Shun-Mu's being with unbreakable shackles. But as he calmed his mind, Shun-Mu discovered that his golden heart was slowly resisting the harmful effects of the magic. My heart, it's the source of my new bloodline. Perhaps improving my magic resistance should start here. Shun-Mu mused to himself, thoughtful. This was perhaps the hardest night Shun-Mu had endured since his reincarnation, even more grueling than his first, when hunger gnawed at his newborn body. So this is what it means for a single night to feel like a whole year. To keep himself from succumbing to sleep, Shun-Mu stubbornly forced his mind to remain clear, passing the night second by agonizing second. When dawn finally broke, he yearned for that first ray of sunlight. As the light touched his scales, Shun-Mu could clearly feel a surge of energy welling up from his heart. In an instant, like a star igniting, he felt his body, shackled by magic, begin to awaken. From within came the sharp, unmistakable sound of chains snapping. The sound was so crisp that even the guards patrolling outside heard it. What was that sound? "Captain, should we go check it out?" One of the guards following his captain whispered. "No need. His Majesty the All-Father instructed us not to disturb the great dragon unless absolutely necessary." The captain glanced in Shun-Mu's direction, shook his head, and led his men away to patrol elsewhere. Now, feeling the last of his restraints fall away, Shun-Mu stretched his enormous wings with great force. Then his entire body shot straight up into the sky, rising to meet the sun head-on. Has my ability to absorb solar radiation improved? Immersed in the overwhelming comfort brought by the yellow sun, Shun-Mu suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. He could clearly feel that, after breaking free from the shackles of magic, his body's ability to convert yellow sunlight had significantly increased. This really is reminiscent of how protagonists in some novels only break through after enduring hardship. But perhaps this is a path no one has ever imagined, defects becoming a means for rapid growth. Naturally, Shun-Mu was delighted by this discovery. With increased efficiency in absorption and conversion, it meant his strength would grow even faster. And in all the movies and comics he'd seen before, there were hardly any versions of Superman across the multiverse who ever actively tried to overcome the weakness of magic. Of course, perhaps that was just the writer's doing. After all, Superman was already strong enough. Without giving him weaknesses like kryptonite or magic, many stories simply couldn't unfold. Just as most supermen passively absorb solar radiation to become stronger, only a rare few actively seek out ways to increase their power. Your Majesty, I think we may have underestimated the sun's effect on Shun. Last night, at his request, I cast 55 debuff spells on him. Ordinarily, barring any surprises, those spells should have lasted on him for at least 15 days in Midgardian time. But now, I can sense that the moment he touched sunlight, every single spell completely unraveled. At this moment, Frigga stood beside Odin, gazing up in amazement at Shun-Mu soaring through the sky. Odin, with his single remaining eye, looked at Shun-Mu, then at the sun on the horizon, saying nothing, his thoughts hidden deep within. After standing in silence for a while, he turned and walked away, heading for the palace hall. Asgard, guardian of the 9 realms, has the protection of their order carved deep into its bones, an unshakable conviction for Odin as king. As the All-Father, he could hardly spend his days idle. Yet, ever since the Dark Elves had been defeated by his father, King Bor, the 9 realms had known no great upheaval. In thousands of years, the only significant turmoil had been the Frost Giants' invasion of Midgard. He himself led Asgard's army to defeat Laufey, the Frost Giants' chieftain, and claimed their treasured artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters. Since then, there had been no more large-scale wars. Of course, civilizations across the universe are not isolated entities. Conflict is inevitable. However, as long as it doesn't involve the various realms of the 9 worlds, Asgard usually prefers not to meddle in outside affairs. Your Majesty, the King of the Dwarves, Eitri, has sent word that the mold you commissioned him to make is complete. He needs you to bestow power upon it, Heimdall reported to Odin at that moment. Heimdall was the gatekeeper of Asgard, and also served as the bridge between Asgard and the other realms. Heimdall, tell Eitri that I will personally travel to Nidavellir, Odin replied. The mold that Eitri spoke of was the one Odin had ordered the dwarves to craft for Thor's future use, the ultimate weapon known as Stormbreaker. Odin knew that Mjolnir could not be Thor's companion forever. Once Thor's power over thunder fully awakened, he would need an even mightier weapon. This was the last safeguard Odin could offer to his child and his people, as both the king of Asgard and a father. While Odin attended to state affairs, Frigga did not forget the promise she had made to Shun-Mu. She made her way to Odin's library, a vast palace of 3 stories. Each level housed the personal collections of a different generation of Allfather. The topmost floor, naturally, held the treasures of Odin's grandfather, King Buri. The middle belonged to his father, King Bor, and the ground floor contained Odin's own collection. One could say that the full legacy of Asgard was preserved here. I remember the spell King Buri created should be on the 3rd row of shelves, Frigga murmured, waving her hand lightly. At her gesture, the books on the 3rd row flew toward her one by one, opening themselves automatically. Countless lines of text shimmered to life, dancing as if animated by a will of their own. Found it, Frigga exclaimed. At last, from among the many magical tomes, she picked out the one she sought, and then departed with the book in hand. As a master of magic, Frigga learned any spell inscribed in a book with remarkable speed. This particular spell was devised by King Buri to shrink his foes, for in those days, certain giant races had bodies of truly staggering size. Moreover, the spell would not only shrink an enemy's body, but also weaken their strength to a certain extent. In this respect, it was a fine tool for dealing with large creatures, but using it on one's own allies was far less ideal. Of course, when King Buri first created this spell, he could never have foreseen that it would be used for such a purpose thousands of years later. More importantly, the spell had a fatal flaw. Its power was limited by the strength of the caster. The more formidable the target, the shorter the spell's effect. Sometimes it might not work at all. For example, consider Surtur, the fire giant in his prime, or those cosmic beings even larger than planets. Using this spell against them would be utterly pointless. So, in truth, this spell is rather like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to throw away. By the time Odin came to power, with the destroyer armor, Gungnir, and the inherited Odin force, he had even less use for such flashy spells. Still, perhaps this spell won't be very effective on that little dragon either, Frigga mused, recalling how Shun-Mu had broken free from magical restraints under the sunlight earlier that day. She couldn't help but feel the spell might not work as well as one might hope. However, maybe we could ask the dwarven smith to craft a magical artifact for him. If we could permanently inscribe the spell onto it, then all he'd need to do is channel his own energy to control the magic at will. At that moment, a solution formed in Frigga's mind. After all, spells cast by others always trigger an instinctive resistance from the body, especially for beings like Shun-Mu with such formidable physiques. But if he were the one casting the magic himself, surely that resistance would be much less pronounced. Frigga had given the matter so much thought because she never expected Shun-Mu to master magical energy so quickly, let alone wield spells with such perfect control. She shared her idea with Odin. That is indeed a good idea. As it happens, I need to go to Nidavellir soon. The materials for the gift I prepared for Thor, now that he's become a worthy king, are all ready. We can bring Shun along with us. After all, the existence of the Stormbreaker, the ultimate weapon, was hardly a closely guarded secret. And without the permission of Asgard's king, the Dwarf King would never forge the Stormbreaker. Shun, please come to the temple. His Majesty, the All-Father, wishes to see you regarding the magic to control your physical form. Heimdall acted as Odin's herald, relaying the message to Shun-Mu. Thank you, Heimdall, my friend. Shun-Mu had always held a certain respect for the god who so dutifully watched over the gates of Asgard. Besides, Heimdall was the one person you couldn't bypass if you wanted to use the Bifrost. Folding his wings, Shun-Mu descended directly onto the vast plaza before the temple. Then, with measured steps, he made his way inside. Shun, my Queen Frigga has discovered a spell that can help you control your body, Odin said as soon as Shun-Mu entered, wasting no words. However, the spell has its limitations. You'll need a magical artifact to make it work for you, which is why we'd like you to come with us to Nidavellir. The dwarven smiths, they are the finest craftsmen in the universe. Thank you, your Majesty the All-Father, and your Highness Frigg. Shun-Mu expressed his gratitude to them, and it was truly heartfelt. After all, coming to Asgard felt like being a guest, yet he was received with the highest honors. Even though he knew this was part of Odin's grand strategy, Shun-Mu found himself genuinely indebted to this favor. The two gods and the dragon stepped out of the Great Hall. At that moment, Odin's regal robes shimmered and transformed, turning into the battle armor he wore when they first met. The eternal spear was already in his hand. Raising the spear high, Odin summoned a dazzling rainbow that descended from the sky, enveloping them in an instant and whisking them away. This was one of the many powers of the eternal spear, the ability to summon the rainbow bridge at will. They soon arrived atop a ring-shaped star forge, a place designed for dwarves to harness the energy of a star to craft all manner of artifacts. More than 300 dwarven craftsmen lived and worked there. Most esteemed All-Father, Eitri offers you his respects. As Odin and his companions arrived, the Dwarf King Eitri immediately set aside his tools and strode forward to greet Odin. Placing one hand over his chest, he gave Odin a respectful bow. The dwarves had a pact with Asgard. They were responsible for forging weapons and armor for the gods, while Asgard granted them protection in return. When Eitri lifted his head, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to Shun-Mu's massive form, a reaction mirrored by the other dwarves nearby. From Shun-Mu's perspective, though they were called dwarves, each one stood at least 3 meters tall. Their bodies simply looked a bit disproportionate. As for Eitri himself, as the king of the dwarves, he seemed nearly 5 meters tall. Odin and Frigg, standing before him, barely reached the height of his legs. But compared to Shun-Mu, even Eitri's stature seemed modest, like a candle beside the sun. Eitri, this is Shun-Mu, a friend of Asgard. He has come today, seeking your help to craft a magical artifact. Odin took the initiative to introduce Shun-Mu to the Dwarf King. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Eitri. Shun-Mu bowed his head respectfully to the Dwarven King. Welcome, Shun. If you're a friend of Asgard, then you're a friend to all dwarves as well. Whatever you need, just say the word. There is nothing the dwarves cannot forge. At first, Eitri was somewhat surprised to see such a great dragon appear alongside Odin. He wondered if the All-Father had abandoned Sleipnir for a new steed. But seeing the regard Odin showed Shun-Mu, Eitri quickly adjusted his attitude and greeted him with genuine warmth. All-Father, the mold has been cast. Now, what remains is for you to personally inscribe the magical runes within it. As for the magical accessory Shun needs, that's simple. I'll make it for him myself. After exchanging a few polite words with Shun-Mu, Eitri turned to Odin and spoke. It was only then that Shun-Mu realized Odin had come to Nidavellir for other reasons. At first, he had thought Odin had opened the Bifrost solely to bring him here to forge some so-called magical trinket. But what truly piqued his curiosity was the mold Odin had mentioned. Since Odin had personally given the order, whatever it was had to be at least of the caliber of a divine artifact. Odin made no effort to conceal anything from Shun-Mu, allowing him to follow as they stepped together into the vast, cavernous forge. The moment Shun-Mu laid eyes on the so-called mold, he immediately recognized what it was, the Stormbreaker axe. It was exactly as it had appeared in the movies, resembling a thick and weighty tome. He watched as the mold slowly descended. Eitri tapped it with a practiced hand, and, just like a book, the mold opened wide. Inside, there were 2 compartments, one for the axe blade, the other for the haft. Your Majesty, this is the ultimate weapon you envisioned for Asgard, Eitri announced, gesturing to the mold as he addressed Odin. As long as you bestow it with the same power as the eternal spear, once it is forged, it too will be able to summon the Bifrost. The Bifrost was an extension of Odin's own might. The physical bridge in Asgard was crafted in its likeness. Yet the Bifrost conjured by Odin's power served only as a means of travel, whereas the solid bridge of Asgard was a weapon mighty enough to destroy entire worlds. Your Majesty, is this the final weapon you've prepared for Thor? Frigga, who had been watching silently, now understood what lay before her. Odin had told her of it long ago. That's right. When Thor truly proves himself worthy of the title of King of the Gods, and when he is willing to fight for the peace of the entire universe, only then will he deserve such a weapon. As Odin thought of Thor's current attitude, reckless, fearless, and always ready for a fight, he could only shake his head. He had faith in Thor's future, but Odin knew better than anyone that his son still had a long journey ahead before he could become a true king. Eitri, take Frigga and Shun with you, and help them craft the magical accessories they need. I'll send for you once I've finished inscribing the runes. With the eternal spear in hand, Odin tapped it gently against the floor as he spoke. Seeing this, Shenmue made no objection and left with Eitri. Once they had gone, Odin gripped the eternal spear and began inscribing rune after rune into the heart of the mold. With each stroke, faint flashes of lightning danced around every rune. Since this was to be Thor's ultimate weapon, at its core would be the power to amplify Thor's mastery over thunder. When Thor becomes worthy of this artifact, it means he has already fully awakened his own power. Therefore, the Stormbreaker axe will differ from the former Mjolnir in its main purpose. Mjolnir was meant to help Thor channel and control his power, whereas Stormbreaker is designed to amplify and enhance it. Meanwhile, Shunmu and Frigga followed Eitri into another workshop. Your Majesty, you wish to use this Ymir's form to create a magical ornament and make it an eternal enchantment. Is that right? After hearing Frigga's request, Eitri immediately understood her intention. Yes, Eitri, this enchantment and the accessory are for Shun. His current form is simply too massive, and it brings him some inconvenience in everyday life. Is this a difficult task for you? Frigga asked with a gentle smile. Though she put it this way, Frigga knew very well that crafting such a trinket was hardly a challenge for Eitri, the master of the dwarves. This is easy, Your Majesty. As it happens, I've recently gathered quite a lot of URU metal. So, Shun, what kind of accessory do you prefer? At this, Eitri turned to Shenmue and asked. Truth be told, Shenmue had no idea what sort of ornament would suit his dragon form. Eitri, I don't care about the style. As long as it's practical, that's good enough for me. Unable to come up with an answer, Shenmue replied casually. I swear by the name of the Dwarf King, nothing crafted by Eitri will ever be second-rate. To Eitri, Shenmue's last words sounded like a challenge to his craftsmanship. Eitri thumped his chest in a show of pride and made his vow. He then gave Shenmue a thorough, appraising look. Shun, I'll need one of your scales as a supplementary material. Eitri addressed Shenmue directly. Without hesitation, Shenmue extended his claw and plucked off a scale, handing it over to Eitri. After accepting the scale, Eitri selected a rather large mold, fired up the forge, and tossed in a piece of metal with peculiar patterns. That was URU metal, renowned for its exceptional hardness and phenomenal capacity to bear magical enchantments, the ideal choice for forging artifacts. Under the searing heat powered by stellar energy, the URU metal quickly began to melt. Once the metal was fully liquefied, Eitri poured the glowing substance into the mold. He waited patiently for the mold to cool. Your Majesty, how has Thor been lately? During the lull, as they waited, Eitri struck up a conversation about Thor's recent state. Yet, it wasn't really Thor he was concerned about, but rather the Mjolnir in Thor's hands. After all, that legendary weapon was forged by the dwarves themselves. He's in great spirits. Not long ago, he was just defeated by Shun. I believe that should drive him to train even harder for a while. Frigga showed no concern for Thor's pride, bluntly stating the fact of his defeat. What? Shun actually defeated Thor, even when he wielded Mjolnir. Eitri was incredulous. Thor's reputation throughout the Nine Realms was anything but minor these past years. With Mjolnir in hand, Thor was considered virtually invincible. Yet, this formidable warrior had been bested, not by a mere man, but by a dragon. Eitri couldn't help but fix his gaze intently on Shenmue, as if trying to discern just what set Shun apart from others. That time, Thor simply underestimated his opponent. Besides, Thor is still very young. His power is still growing. Shenmue did not regard defeating a half-trained Thor as any special honor. To put it plainly, there were plenty in the universe who could best Thor at his current stage. Thor may be young, but Shun, aren't you even younger yourself? Odin told me you've only been in this world for less than 4 years. Hearing Shenmue's modesty, Frigga covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. The thought of such a powerful figure being only 4 years old, hardly any different from a baby, was simply too amusing for her to resist. Eitri, standing nearby, looked as though he might turn to stone from shock. Staring at Shun Mu's imposing figure, he kept shaking his head, as if trying to clear something unbelievable from his mind. Before long, the mold for the crafted ornament had fully cooled, and with practiced skill, Eitri removed the item from within. It was a ring, massive, just like Frigga herself. "Princess Frigga, if you would, please inscribe your spell's runes onto the ring." Eitri addressed Frigga, knowing this was the most crucial step. Without hesitation, Frigga extended her hand, and one by one, glowing runes began to merge into the ring. As the process continued, the surface of the ring slowly revealed intricate, matching patterns. From the way Frigga carved the runes, it was clear that the structure of this spell was anything but simple. The entire process took nearly half an hour. What Shenmue did not realize was that casting a spell and inscribing it in its entirety were two very different things. The difference was akin to building a computer versus simply using one. If it were only about casting a spell, Frigga could have completed it with a wave of her hand. But as the final rune was etched onto the ring, it began to tremble uncontrollably. At that very moment, Shenmue felt a sensation from the ring unlike anything he had experienced before. Guided by that sensation, he gently reached out a claw, and in an instant, the ring flew over and slipped onto one of Shenmue's talons. The ring immediately began to shrink and adjust itself to fit the size of his claw. At that very moment, Shenmue understood how to use the ring. "Shun, I used your dragon scale just now to make sure this ring suits you perfectly. Also, within a certain distance, it can respond to its master's call, much like Mjolnir," Eitri began to explain. Hearing this, Shenmue simply willed it, and the ring on his claw instantly soared up into the air. "Shun, you can try to activate the magic within. Before you learn to wield magical energy yourself, you can temporarily use your life force instead," Frigga added, smiling warmly. "But don't worry," she continued, "the amount of life force needed to activate the spell is minimal. For your body, it won't be a burden at all." Upon hearing this, Shenmue relaxed his mind, allowing the ring to draw upon his life energy. He could feel a slight drain within him, but it was no more than a ladle of water taken from the vast sea. In the blink of an eye, a shimmer of light flashed over the ring, and Shenmue suddenly found his perspective had changed. Where before he had to lower his head to look at Eitri, now he had to look up at him, though Frigga still had to look down to meet his gaze. At this moment, Shenmue appeared to be only about 2 meters tall, his body perfectly proportioned yet greatly reduced in size. This was as small as he could possibly become. As for his strength, he felt as though it had been lessened by a fifth, though the impact was hardly noticeable. Moreover, Shenmue could sense that, should he wish, he could lift the spell's restriction at any time. "Thank you, Princess Frigga. Eitri, your dwarven craftsmanship truly is extraordinary." Having confirmed the effects of the magic ring, Shenmue offered his gratitude. "Shun, your dragon scale is unlike any I've seen in thousands of years," Eitri remarked. "It was actually harder to melt than URU metal, and the finished product turned out to be of even greater quality. Shun, Nidavellir will always welcome you, and the dwarves will always count you as a friend." Eitri recalled how, just moments ago, when he placed Shenmue's dragon scale and URU metal into the forge together, the URU metal was the first to melt. Given his many years of forging experience, he could tell that this magic ring was of far higher quality than he had anticipated. There was nothing amiss in the forging process or technique. The only explanation was that extraordinary dragon scale. Over the years, he had forged all sorts of weapons and armor, and it wasn't uncommon for him to use scales or bones from various creatures as forging materials. Yet, he had never encountered anything quite like this before. At this moment, his gaze toward Shenmue grew intense with excitement. For a master smith, nothing is more thrilling than discovering an unknown, exceptional forging material. Hearing this, Frigga couldn't help but let her eyes linger on the glossy, jet-black scales covering Shenmue. As for Shenmue, the moment he heard the last sentence, he immediately understood the real intent behind those words. Given his current condition, even if he were to pluck off all his scales, basking in the sun for 3 to 5 days would be enough for them to grow back completely. Even so, Shenmue had no intention of turning himself into a walking stockpile of crafting materials. "Eitri, the runic inscription is complete." Just then, Odin's voice suddenly rang out beside them. At once, their conversation came to a halt. The moment Shenmue laid eyes on Odin, he could clearly see that the old god looked even more aged than before, with a weariness he could no longer conceal etched across his face. Yet to uphold the dignity of a king, Odin still leaned on the spear of eternity, refusing to allow himself to sit. Frigga hurried forward to support Odin at his side. After thousands of years as husband and wife, the two shared a glance and exchanged a smile. Odin, Noticing Shun Mu's much diminished form, a hint of satisfaction curl at the corners of his lips. Eitri, meanwhile, paid no mind to Odin and strode straight to the mold of the storm axe. As the craftsman who had created this mold, Eitri could feel its changes more keenly than anyone. With this mold now complete, all that remained was to channel the energy of a neutron star into the forge, melt the URU metal, and pour it into the mold. Thus, a powerful divine weapon could be born. However, this mold was strictly single-use. After all, this was Asgard's ultimate weapon. It was never meant to be mass-produced like goods in a marketplace. And without Odin's power, even if he could somehow replicate the mold, the weapon forge would never possess the true might of the storm axe. My lord, the magical device is in perfect condition. I'll seal it away now, Eitri reported to Odin after his inspection. Eitri, I'll leave the rest to you, Odin replied, wasting no words as he led Frigga and Shun Mu outside. Once they reached the open ground where they had first arrived, Odin raised the Spear of Eternity. In an instant, the Bifrost descended from the heavens, transporting them back to Asgard. Shun, take some time to familiarize yourself with this magic ring, and try using that piece of the World Tree branch to sense its magical energy. At this point, Frigga had no mind to continue instructing Shun Mu. After all, Odin might soon need to enter the Odin sleep once again. So, she handed that small piece of the World Tree branch directly to Shun Mu. I understand, Princess Frigg, Shun Mu replied. Naturally, Shun Mu knew that Frigg needed to care for Odin, so he agreed without hesitation. Watching Odin and the others depart, Shun Mu resumed his colossal form and soared into the sky. Using the magic ring was surprisingly simple. Perhaps it was because Shun Mu's dragon scales had been used as supplementary forging materials, making it easier for him to control the ring to a certain extent. It was a little like the concept of a personal magic artifact in some cultivation novels. As for the life energy consumed, just basking in the sun for a few breaths was enough to replenish it completely. And so, at that moment, another marvel appeared above Asgard. Everyone noticed that the giant dragon's body was shifting in size, growing larger and then smaller in turn. Thor, it seems Shun can now control his own size. Why don't you invite him to the arena? We all want to challenge the one who managed to defeat you. At that moment, Volstagg suddenly sidled up to Thor, who was in the middle of his training. Hearing this, Thor set down his equipment and looked up toward the sky. Just as Shun Mu was enjoying himself, a sudden whoosh filled his ears. The next instant, Thor, hammer in hand, was floating right before his eyes. Shun, looks like you found the magic that lets you control your size. So, how about coming to the arena? Volstagg and the others are all waiting to challenge you. Thor didn't say outright that he wanted to challenge Shun Mu himself. Instead, he used Volstagg as an excuse. Shun Mu thought it over and saw no harm in it. After all, defeating Thor was a way to charge his treasure chest. He wondered if Volstagg and the others might work for that as well. Very well. I'd like to see just how formidable the warriors 3 of Asgard are. Shun Mu agreed without hesitation. No, Shun, you've got it wrong. It's the warriors 4. Sif is also a recognized warrior among us. If the Valkyrie Legion still existed, Sif would surely be one of them. 4. Corrected Shun Mu. All 4 were their friends, but Sif was especially dear to Thor, having grown up alongside him. If Jane Foster hadn't appeared, Sif might have become Thor's wife. After all, in traditional Norse mythology, Sif is Thor's wife, though this is marvel, not myth. Did you ever think about becoming a Valkyrie? Suddenly, Shun Mu remembered what Thor said to Valkyrie in the movies, and the words slipped out. How did you know about that? Thor answered immediately, not even pausing to think. A burst of hearty laughter echoed in the air. After hearing exactly what he wanted, Shun Mu burst out laughing and soared toward the arena. At that moment, Thor's face was awash with deep embarrassment. After all, having such things exposed by others was truly mortifying, especially now, when Thor was still in the prime of his youth. Back then, he was just a boy, and most of the stories he'd heard were about the Valkyries waging war across the 9 realms. That's why Thor admired the Valkyries and yearned for Valhalla. One was Asgard's most valiant and formidable legion. The other, a place where only the bravest warriors could go after death. Thor had once dreamed of growing up to become a Valkyrie himself, until he later learned that all Valkyries were women. He had no choice but to abandon that dream. Very few people knew this secret, and Thor couldn't fathom how Shun Mu had found out. Still, now was hardly the time to dwell on such things. Shun Mu had already entered the arena, and if Thor didn't hurry, someone else might be the first to challenge him. Inside the dueling grounds, 2 Asgardian warriors were locked in fierce combat. It was clear that they were fighting with real weapons, giving their all. Both men bore wounds of varying sizes, and the ground was splattered with dark, fresh blood. Yet, the surrounding Asgardian warriors weren't the least bit unsettled. If anything, their excitement only grew. In Asgard, injuries like these were far from fatal. Thanks to their formidable constitution, they'd be back on their feet, full of vigor, after just a few days of healing. The duel was nearing its end, but now, every gaze had shifted away from the fighters in the ring. One after another, they all looked up toward the sky. They had seen the mighty dragon, the one who had bested their Asgardian heroes, arrive at the arena. Shenmue had already arrived, but seeing that the grounds were packed to the brim, he chose not to land. Instead, he hovered in the air, quietly observing the duel below. As his eyes wandered, he caught sight of another familiar face. No, it was Scourge, the future executioner personally appointed by the goddess of death, Hela, a bald brute wielding the fearsome twin blades Des and Troy. Shenmue merely glanced at him, not lingering for more than a moment. It was just the fleeting feeling of recognition upon seeing a familiar face. At that moment, the two combatants in the arena seemed to notice the sudden hush that had fallen over the crowd. Their hands stilled, pausing mid-strike. Following the crowd's gaze, they looked upward, only to find Shenmue gazing down at them from above. Just then, Thor, hammer in hand, descended from the sky and landed between the two fighters. Your duel ends here. Now, go down and have some drinks to recover. In the face of the son of the king of gods, the future heir to the throne, and Asgard's renowned battle hero, the two warriors showed no emotion. They ceased fighting immediately and stepped aside. After all, they knew that an even more thrilling fight was likely about to unfold. So, after hastily tending to their wounds, they stood below the arena, ready to watch the upcoming spectacle. I, Thor Odinson, hereby challenge the great dragon, Shenmue, from Vanaheim. You are all my witnesses. Shun, let us fight once more. Thor declared his challenge openly, right in front of everyone. In an instant, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer, each wave of voices louder than the last. Shenmue was well aware that Thor still held a grudge about their last bout, where he had been thoroughly defeated. But since Thor was so eager for another round, Shenmue certainly had no reason to refuse. It was the perfect chance to stretch his limbs. With that thought, Shenmue descended from the air, landing directly in front of Thor. Thor! 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 Now the crowd began chanting Thor's name in unison, rallying behind their champion who carried the honor of Asgard on his shoulders. Yet after cheering for Thor, they also joined together to shout Shenmue's name. To the Asgardians, any warrior capable of defeating their own in fair combat, even if an outsider, was worthy of respect. Thor raised his mighty hammer and called out, Shun, come at me. All right, catch this. Shenmue replied. No sooner had he spoken than he opened his jaws and unleashed a massive breath of dragon fire, far out of proportion to his current form, straight toward Thor's face. This, after all, was how dragons greeted their opponents. Thor was not to be outdone. With a mighty throw, his hammer soared through the air, splitting the dragon fire apart with unstoppable force. This time, Shenmue didn't plan to use his super speed to overwhelm Thor. He decided to hold back a little. It was only fair, especially after Odin and Frigga had treated him so kindly these past few days. Of course, the main reason was that such an easy victory held no real meaning. Only a true test of strength and skill could satisfy a dragon's fighting spirit. With that, Shenmue curled his claw into a fist and gathered his energy, colliding head-on with Mjolnir. The hammer was sent flying back even faster than it had come. Seeing this, Thor grinned and dove in, trading blows with Shenmue at close quarters. Fist met fist, kick met claw, each move measured and forceful. It had to be said, as a warrior, Thor's prowess in hand-to-hand combat was truly impressive. In terms of pure technique, Shenmue admitted that he couldn't quite match him. But then, this wasn't meant to be a fair contest. After all, as the saying goes, overwhelming strength can crush 100 clever moves, and that's exactly how Shenmue fought. After Thor barely managed to fend off Shenmue's casual hook with all his strength, Shenmue's tail whipped through the air with a slicing sound and struck Thor squarely. Like a cannonball, Thor was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into the wall behind him and rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. A deep groove was left in the wall where his body had scraped against it. Thor, is this really the resolve you bring to battle? It seems you didn't learn much from our last fight, did you? You must guard against more than just what you see. What's hidden is always the greater threat. Shenmue addressed Thor, who was now wedged so tightly into the wall he couldn't even move, because it was the second time Shenmue had struck him with his tail. At that moment, the audience in the stands was swept up in a surge of excitement, their cheers reaching a fever pitch. Not at all worried that their prince had just been knocked down, because in their eyes, once you step into the arena, all titles and identities ceased to matter. Here, only 2 warriors remain. Thor, get up. If you stay down after just one blow, that's truly pathetic. As the dust settled, the 4 warriors of Asgard, standing above the arena, shouted themselves hoarse. They were Thor's closest friends, and they refused to believe he would lose so easily. Shun, are you holding back? Thanks to his extraordinary physique, Thor hadn't actually suffered much damage from that blow. He summoned his hammer to wrench himself free from the wall, then brushed the dust off his body and called out to Shunmu, his voice loud and edged with dissatisfaction. Because Shinmu hadn't fought with his full strength, Thor felt his pride had been wounded. Thor, this isn't a fight to the death. If the one standing across from you now was not me, but Volstagg or Sif, would you give everything you have in that battle? Truth be told, Thor was still far too immature. His immaturity wasn't a matter of age, but of thought and action. Asgard's compulsory education might have focused on imparting knowledge and teaching combat skills, but it was woefully lacking in shaping the mind. Nearly 15 centuries, and Thor had grown into little more than a muscle-bound brute. Yet those few years of trials on Earth had made him grow at a remarkable pace, both in spirit and in strength. He was a different man from the one before. Shun, you're not like Volstagg and the others, and I'm not Sif. I want our battle to be fiercer, fiery, not soft and half-hearted like a dainty maiden. No sooner had Thor spoken than Sif, standing outside the ring, shot him a furious glare. Fight! Fight! Meanwhile, the rest of the Asgardians were swept up in another wave of wild celebration. Shun, do you hear it? This is the true spirit of Asgard. Thor fixed his eyes on Shunmu, brimming with fighting spirit. If you insist, then I'll get serious. I hope you won't regret it. For someone so determined to court defeat, what could Shunmu do but grant his wish? At that moment, Loki, hearing that his brother was about to challenge Shunmu again, made his way to the edge of the arena. He caught Shinmu's words, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He knew a good show was about to unfold. He still remembered the state Thor had returned in after their last battle. He'd never seen his brother so battered, not once in over 1,000 years of brotherhood. Anyone capable of inflicting such injuries on Thor was clearly not to be trifled with. This is how it should be. To fight with everything you have. That is the greatest respect a warrior can offer. With that, Thor swung his hammer, leapt high, and hurtled toward Shunmu, aiming a powerful downward strike. Determined to stand by his own words, Thor held nothing back. He poured all his strength into this blow. It was said that, apart from Odin himself, no one in Asgard could withstand such an attack. Yet Shunmu stood his ground, not dodging in the slightest. It was time for Thor to face reality. He spread his claws and met Thor's charge head-on. The crowd, seeing Shunmu daring to take the blow directly, felt a wave of nervous tension sweep through them. After all, the name Mjolnir was even more legendary than Thor's. Its reputation thundered through the ages. An instant later, a tremendous crash erupted from the heart of the arena, the sound rolling outward in waves. A powerful shockwave surged up, carrying clouds of dust and debris, the fragments of walls shattered by Thor's impact, soaring into the air. Startled, the onlookers raised their arms to shield their faces. Before they could see the outcome, a dark figure was sent hurtling out of the smoke, spinning through the air. It tumbled several times mid-flight before landing heavily, digging deep furrows into the ground as it skidded to a stop, finally managing to halt that immense force. As the dust settled, an astonishing sight revealed itself, leaving the crowd utterly speechless. By Odin, what am I seeing? That dragon. He's picked up Mjolnir. How is that possible? Am I dreaming? It was common knowledge in Asgard that Mjolnir had been enchanted by Odin himself. Once, at a grand feast, Thor had placed Mjolnir in the very center of the square, inviting everyone to try their hand at lifting it. Buoyed by the drink and festive spirit, more than half the guests had attempted to pick up the hammer that night. But, to everyone's disappointment, not a single soul managed to budge it, not even the slightest bit, before the feast was over. Impossible. Vandal and the others couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. That was Mjolnir, after all. But if anyone in the crowd was the most shocked, it had to be Loki. He, too, had once blended into the crowd, secretly trying to lift Thor's hammer. But he had failed, just like the rest. He'd always believed that being able to lift Mjolnir was the same as having the right to inherit the throne. What he didn't know was that his and Thor's fates had been sealed from the very beginning. As a descendant of the frost giants, he was never destined to have any claim to the throne. Perhaps his tragedy began the moment Odin adopted him and sent all the wrong signals, leading him to believe there was no difference between him and Thor. Frigga, too, had treated him as if he were her own son. So, no matter how hard Loki tried to prove himself, No matter how desperately he wanted to show he was a better fit for Asgard's crown than Thor, it was all in vain. The king of Asgard was never meant to be a frost giant. This can't be happening. Thor, too, caught sight of the scene at the center of the arena, his expression one of utter disbelief. A storm of emotions flickered in his eyes: disappointment, anger, sadness, jealousy. It was as if the one he loved most had embraced someone else, right before his eyes. A hint of green, envy, seemed to shimmer above his head. As for why Shun-Mu could lift Mjolnir, well, he'd found a clever way around the problem. He hadn't really lifted it in the truest sense. This divine weapon could never be raised by brute strength alone, unless someone possessed power equal to Odin himself and could forcibly break his spell, or was strong enough to lift an entire planet with their bare hands. Shun-Mu could do neither. The reason he appeared to lift Mjolnir, well, it only looked that way. He had used a biofield to isolate himself from the hammer, so there was never direct contact. Still, the illusion was convincing enough. At least, Thor was thoroughly fooled. Seeing Thor standing there, dazed and crestfallen, Shun-Mu simply tossed Mjolnir back to him. Instinctively, Thor reached out and caught his beloved hammer. An overwhelming sense of joy, like regaining something precious thought lost, flooded his heart. Thor, how long do you plan to stand there in a daze? The fight isn't over yet. As Shun-Mu's voice rang in his ears, Thor also caught sight of a black claw swinging toward him. A heartbeat later, Thor was sent flying once again. This time, Shun-Mu didn't hesitate. He took to the air, ready to unleash a flurry of attacks on Thor. However, in the very next moment, Shun-Mu slammed on the brakes and came to a sudden halt right in front of Thor. Because at that instant, Thor's entire body was crackling with electricity, and the sky above the arena began to shift dramatically. It's Thor, he's about to fight back. As Thor's closest friends, the Warriors 3 instantly understood what this change meant. After all, Thor was the god of thunder, not just the god of the hammer. Commanding lightning was his true power. Even though this talent was not yet fully awakened, with Mjolnir in hand, he was already capable of unleashing devastating thunder attacks. Sure enough, under the thunderous cheers of the crowd, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore down from the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Shun-Mu squarely. Without tapping into his super speed, Shun-Mu took the full brunt of the blow. As expected, the god-infused lightning shattered his scales, but that was the extent of the damage. The thunderbolt, powerful as it was, still couldn't pierce his skin or reach his flesh and bones. It merely left him tingling from the shock. He seemed, if anything, a bit unfazed by the attack. Thor's divine thunder probably counts as a kind of magic, I suppose. But it doesn't seem to hurt as much as I imagined. Maybe that's because Thor hasn't fully awakened yet. A few fallen scales meant nothing to Shun-Mu. A little sunlight, and they'd grow back in no time. Shun, don't get too cocky. Seeing that his attack had some effect, Thor finally got to vent some of the frustration he'd felt from being overpowered by Shun-Mu for so long. There was a note of pride in his voice. He was convinced he was back in the game. Just earlier, Shun-Mu had spoken to him in a teaching tone, telling him to pay attention to invisible movements. That had stung Thor's pride, and now, with this chance, he was eager to regain his dignity. Well done, Thor. That's it. That's the god of thunder from Asgard we know. Watching Thor finally gain the upper hand, even if just a little, the Warriors 3 and Sif were instantly elated. No matter what, Thor was their friend. For all their admiration of great warriors, their loyalty always lay with Thor. Thor, is that all you got? That barely even tickles. Come on, give me your best shot. When it came to verbal sparring, Shun-Mu was just as formidable. He extended a claw, ready to unleash the legendary technique that combined the one-yong finger with the lion's roar. Shun, you're starting to make me angry. Now the real fight begins. Perhaps it was the thrill of recovering Mjolnir, but Thor's dormant power, as the god of thunder, was starting to truly awaken. Damn, this guy's getting even stronger again. Loki, who had originally come to watch Thor get utterly humiliated, was stunned to see that Thor had actually grown stronger in the midst of battle. In terms of combat ability, Loki had always lagged far behind Thor, but now, the gap seemed even more insurmountable. Although he had always believed that wisdom was the most important quality for a king, Loki knew full well that Asgard's current glory was not achieved through kindness and mercy. When facing any threat, only absolute force could truly bring enemies to heel. Thus, deep down, Loki also yearned for power, not for any other reason, but simply to gain Odin's approval. Back in the arena, Thor, provoked by Shun-Mu, loosened his grip slightly on Mjolnir's handle, letting the hammer slide downward. Seizing the leather strap at the base, Thor spun the hammer with blazing speed, then broke into a run, using momentum to charge straight ahead. With a surge, he swung the hammer from below, aiming right for Shun Mu's chin. At the same time, thunder roared in the sky above, lending power to his assault. Bolts of lightning crackled around Shun Mu, sealing off every avenue of escape. Thor could almost taste victory. The shame of his earlier defeat was about to be washed away. But in the very next instant, his dream vanished. Now that Shun Mu had found a way to counter Mjolnir, and with strength far surpassing Thor's own, he saw no need to dodge. Channeling his biofield to the fullest, one claw hovered over Mjolnir's head, gripping it firmly, while his other claw struck without mercy, slamming hard into Thor's back. Of course, Thor wasn't about to give up so easily. Sensing danger, he quickly let go of the hammer and slid beneath Shun Mu's abdomen, moving to his rear. Taking the chance, Thor grabbed hold of Shun Mu's tail, clearly intending to spin him around and hurl him away. But he had underestimated the situation. The force in Shun Mu's tail was likely even greater than that in his claws. Before Thor could put his plan into action, Shun Mu swung his tail powerfully from side to side, dragging Thor along the ground with brutal force. Immediately, the already battered ground suffered even more devastation. Finally, the moment Thor could take no more and let go of Shun Mu's tail. Shun Mu whipped around, seizing Thor's cape with one clawed hand. Thor, let me give you a bit of advice. Wearing a cape in battle is hardly a wise decision. A wave of dread washed over Thor. Shun Wai. But before he could finish, Shun Mu swung him again, slamming him twice more into the earth on either side. This time, Shun Mu didn't use much strength. He merely wanted to recreate a famous scene he'd once seen. So while Thor wasn't injured, he was left dizzy and disoriented, blood surging and head spinning. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to see. From the sidelines, Loki watched the scene unfold. For some reason, an inexplicable excitement stirred in his heart. It was a feeling beyond words. Pure exhilaration. In the end, Shun Mu placed Thor gently back on the ground and declared, "The battle is over." Thor also understood that Shun Mu's final blows were acts of mercy. Mercy within mercy. There was no way he could shamelessly challenge him again. "You win, Shun. But I can feel it. My power is about to awaken. When that day comes, I will defeat you." Thor admitted his defeat to Shun Mu without hesitation. "Good. I'll be waiting for your next challenge. But you'd better hurry, or the gap between us will only get wider." Even now, Shun Mu couldn't resist provoking Thor a little. At once, a fighting spirit reignited in Thor's eyes as he looked at Shun Mu. He felt he had gained a lot from the battle. The surge of power he had experienced gave him a glimpse into another realm. But then, the thought of Shun Mu lifting Mjolnir sent Thor's mood plunging to rock bottom. Mjolnir has betrayed me. That was all Thor could think. Thor's public admission of defeat instantly reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. "Shun! Shun! Shun!" Immediately, everyone began to chant Shun Mu's name in unison. The audience's passion helped ease, if only slightly, the sorrow in Thor's heart. Thor wasn't one to bear grudges. While he could be impulsive at times, he was never petty or vindictive. Shun Mu had defeated him fair and square, so Thor accepted his loss wholeheartedly. But admitting defeat didn't mean he had truly given up. Still, when Thor glanced at Mjolnir in his hand, then at Shun Mu beside him, a trace of uncharacteristic resentment flickered in his eyes. Of course, Shun Mu noticed, but now was not the time to explain. He had also realized that defeating Thor again hadn't charged his treasure chest any further. So, he turned his gaze toward the four warriors outside the ring, and to Loki, the second princess, standing quietly in the corner. Although Thor's challenge had disrupted his original plan, Shun Mu had no intention of letting the others off so easily. Volstagg, Hogun, Fandral, Sif, and of course Loki, second prince of Asgard. You're all Thor's dearest friends, aren't you? And all you Asgardian warriors present. Your prince has been defeated. Now, I'll give you a chance. All of you can come at me together and win back Asgard's honor. Shun Mu knew exactly how to ignite their fighting spirit. On the battlefield, the moment they hear the cry for Asgard, they instantly transform into fearless berserkers. After all, Valhalla is the resting place that more than 99% of Asgardians yearn for. "Shun, what are you trying to do?" Thor asked with a slight frown. "It's rare for me to visit the arena. Just fighting with you isn't enough to satisfy me. I want to see what the brave and fearless warriors of Asgard are truly like." Hearing Shun Mu say this, Thor suddenly felt a twinge of shame, ashamed of his own lack of strength. Sure enough, the moment the god Shun Mu finished speaking, the four warriors took the lead, and all the onlooking soldiers erupted into wild excitement. "For Asgard, take back the glory that belongs to us." Those with weapons grabbed them. Those without charged barehanded straight at Shun Mu. "What bunch of hotheads," Loki muttered under his breath. He had no intention of getting involved in such a barbaric brawl, but with a resigned flick of his wrists, two magical daggers appeared in his hands. As the defeated, Thor naturally felt too embarrassed to keep fighting, so he quietly retreated to the stands. Then, cupping his hands to his mouth like a megaphone, he took up the role of cheerleader. Facing the tide of people surging toward him, Shunmu unleashed his super speed. Of course, to avoid causing any fatalities, he restrained his strength and activated his own biofield. In an instant, a shadow flickered rapidly through the crowd. The next moment, most of the Asgardian warriors in the arena were sent flying before they even had time to react. With every blow, Shunmu purposefully held back, carefully choosing where to strike. Thor was dumbfounded. From the start of this melee to now, barely a minute had passed. Almost everyone lay sprawled on the ground. So, was Shin actually holding back his speed just now? If he moved that fast against me, could I have lasted even a minute? Thor couldn't help but ask himself, and then realized that Shunmu hadn't just gone easy on him. He'd let him off entirely. Ding! Major event, one against all, has begun. Treasure chest charging in progress. At this moment, Shunmu was a little excited, because he finally received the notification that the treasure chest was charging. And in this short time, it was already more than halfway full, though still not ready to open again. One against a crowd, is it? It seemed he was right. If there was no major event, he had to create one himself. But just then, among those who'd been knocked down, someone slowly began to stand. It seemed they hadn't admitted defeat yet. As expected, it was the four warriors, though Loki was nowhere to be seen. Shunmu didn't believe that Loki, with the blood of the frost giants running in his veins, would be so easily defeated. Shun, you're incredible. Is this your true power? As the eldest of a trio, Volstagg was the oldest among the warriors three. He had once followed Odin in a battle to thwart the frost giants' invasion of Earth, and had witnessed the might of Odin firsthand. Now, standing before Shunmu, he felt as if he were once again facing Odin himself, or perhaps Laufey, the ancient frost giant king wielding the casket of ancient winters. Those who possessed such artifacts were the kind who could single-handedly match entire armies. Shunmu's current display of power reminded Volstagg vividly of those two unforgettable figures on the battlefield long ago. Standing to the side, Hogun, who had just tasted Shunmu's strength for himself, wore a grave expression. He spun his meteor hammer in hand. Razor-sharp spikes sprang forth along its body. That speed, so far beyond his comprehension, had left him no time to shift the weapon's form just moments before. Fandral, too, shed his usual elegance. With a deft twirl, he leveled his slender rapier directly at Shunmu. Sif, sword in one hand and shield in the other, stood firm and resolute. So, are you all ready to surrender? Shunmu knew well that since they had picked themselves up again, they would not give in so easily. Still, he posed a question, determined to stoke their fighting spirit. Shun, warriors of Asgard never retreat. Volstagg raised his axe high, his voice ringing with unwavering resolve. I feel your courage, Shunmu replied. Now, I shall grant you the most glorious battle a warrior could hope for. He suspected that perhaps only by completely winning them over in combat could he finish charging the treasure chest. Hogun, let's keep him busy. You wait for an opening, Volstagg instructed. With that, Volstagg seemed to awaken like a lion roused from slumber. A wild aura surged about him. Before he had taken on his current rotund shape, he had been a mighty warrior indeed, one who had fought alongside Asgard's armies in countless campaigns. Shunmu, intent on giving them a worthy defeat, chose not to simply overpower them by force. His earlier devastating attack had been meant only to clear away the ordinary Asgardian soldiers, leaving behind only those truly worthy of the fight. Now, he was suppressing his strength to its very limits, engaging the group on more equal footing. For a moment, the clash between them became a true contest, with attacks and defenses exchanged in earnest. Shun is now fighting as a warrior, not as an overwhelming power, Thor observed quietly. It was plain to see, Shunmu was no longer relying solely on brute force to dominate his opponents. Each of them was a seasoned veteran of countless battles. In terms of combat skill, there was hardly any fault to be found. Anyone among them would be considered a master of battle on Earth, without question. However, thanks to Shunmu's exceptional learning ability, he quickly mastered these techniques and blended them perfectly with his great dragon form. So now, Shunmu was completely overwhelming them, relying solely on his combat skills. Before long, the group was exhausted, fighting with the last of their strength. But just as he was about to defeat them completely, Shunmu deliberately exposed a weakness, giving Loki, who had been hiding in the shadows, the chance to finally make his move. Loki had cast a spell to conceal himself, waiting for exactly this opportunity. Only, Shunmu had been anticipating his appearance all along. With a sudden twist of his head, Shenmue unleashed a blast of freezing breath, instantly trapping Loki in ice. Shenmue knew that Loki was a frost giant, so this icy attack wouldn't actually hurt him. He quickly dispatched the remaining opponents, bringing the battle to an end. Ding! Major event battle against many heroes has concluded. The treasure chest is fully charged. Would you like to open it now? Right on cue, the system prompt sounded. Frozen solid, Loki felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, the chill seemed to awaken something deep within him, a feeling as natural as breathing. Hidden from everyone's sight, Loki's body beneath his armor gradually turned an icy blue. The cold encasing his body was being absorbed completely. So, when Thor rushed forward to rescue Loki, the ice began to crack and shatter on its own. Loki was at a loss over the changes in his body, still believing himself to be Odin's son, no different from Thor. Yet his body told a different story. He was not the same as Thor and the others. Loki, are you all right? Thor hurried over, genuinely concerned for his brother, ignoring the 4 warriors to check on Loki first. Loki's feelings toward Thor were complicated. On one hand, he envied Thor for winning Odin's approval and being gifted Mjolnir. On the other, Thor's brotherly affection stirred conflicting emotions in Loki. After all, from Loki's perspective, Thor lacked the qualities needed to be king of Asgard. Yet Odin favored Thor over him. Now, faced with Thor's concern, Loki replied with a haughty remark and fell silent. Seeing Loki's reaction, Shenmue cast him a meaningful glance, a look that made Loki uneasy. It was as if Shenmue knew something he didn't. Unwilling to linger, Loki cast a spell and vanished from the scene. Shun, your strength has grown again, hasn't it? Now that he was sure Loki was unharmed, Thor finally turned to Shenmue with his question. That's right. Like I've said, you'd better keep up. Otherwise, the gap between us will only grow wider. Shenmue answered Thor's question with cheerful frankness. This was also what gave Thor even more motivation. Hearing this, Thor fell silent. Shun, you are the most respectable warrior I have ever met, second only to Odin. At this moment, Volstagg and the others were slowly recovering as well. It was merely exhaustion from the fierce battle, not any serious injuries. After all, Shenmue had held back and shown restraint in his strikes. Shun, are you truly a dragon? Or are you a supremely intelligent being that just happens to look like one? Fandral had also regained his elegant composure, though his disheveled appearance clashed sharply with his usual poise. It had taken them centuries, even millennia, of training to bring their skills to such a peak. Yet, Shenmue had managed to master and even surpass their techniques in the heat of a single battle. This realization left the master swordsman with a sense of defeat. Only Hogun and Sif remained silent. Hogun quietly stroked his battered mace, his expression clouded with sorrow. The weapon's spikes had been bent and twisted in the fight. This was a dwarven-forged weapon. Even Thor's divine strength couldn't damage it. But after striking Shenmue, not only did it fail to leave a single mark, it ended up battered and scarred itself. Sif, meanwhile, was busy arranging her sword and shield, strapping them onto her back. Volstagg, you all should rest and heal up first, then start preparing for the feast. Thor suddenly turned to Volstagg and the others, giving his instructions. No problem. I'll even bring out my most treasured wine, the one we brought back from the Elven realm centuries ago. Volstagg thumped his chest with a hearty promise, then led the others away to tend to their wounds. At this point, Shenmue was also preparing to leave, eager to open the treasure chest he had just finished charging. But Thor, his face twisted with inner conflict, stepped in front of him. Shun, I have a serious question for you. Did you receive Mjolnir's recognition? Once everyone else had left, Thor finally let go of his hesitation and asked Shenmue the question lingering in his heart. After all, the hammer was like a part of him. Now that this other half seemed to be wavering, how could he possibly accept it? So that's what's been bothering you all this time. Shenmue, his mind fully occupied with thoughts of his treasure chest, couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated when he realized this was what Thor had been struggling to ask. Shun, this really matters to me, Thor said, deadly serious. All right, Fine. To be honest, I never truly lifted Mjolnir. I just used some rather special methods. Hearing this, Thor finally let out a long sigh of relief and said with a smile, I knew it. I just knew it. Shun, you... Just as Thor was about to ask Shenmue how he'd managed to lift Mjolnir, Shenmue interrupted him. By the way, Thor, your father is about to enter another period of Odin's sleep. Maybe you should go check on him now. Eager to get rid of Thor so he could open his own treasure chest, Shenmue quickly brought up Odin's impending slumber. What's happened to my father? Thor's expression instantly turned anxious as he pressed for answers. It'd be better for you to ask your mother about this. She's with Odin right now. Shun, I'm going to check on my father first. I'll ask you more at the banquet tonight. With that, Thor gave Shun Mu a hasty farewell, swung his hammer, and soared into the sky. At last, the trouble is gone. Now, let's see what this treasure chest has in store for me. Shenmue didn't return to his quarters. Instead, he shot straight up into the skies. A patch of dragon scales had just been blasted off by Thor's lightning, and this was the perfect time to bask in the sunlight and let them grow back. System, I want to open the chest. Silently, Shenmue spoke to the system in his mind. In the next instant, a virtual treasure chest materialized before him. Gazing at the box radiating a golden glow, Shenmue flexed his claws and then, with a gentle tap, opened it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the solar disk, modified, from the Rune Continent. Would you like to claim it now? The solar disk from the Rune Continent. Shenmue knew this one. It was a legendary artifact in the lore of a game he'd played in his previous life, called League of Legends. The very tool the Shuriman Empire used to create its ascended beings. But then, what did that modified in parentheses mean? System, what's the difference between this modified solar disk and the original version? Ding! Host, the original solar disk was designed to steal the power of Aurelian Soul, the Star Forger, to create Ascended. But since the world, Uran is separated from the Rune Continent by infinite distance, the target of power extraction has been changed to the sun itself. Steal power from the sun? The solar disk can automatically condense the sun's energy into solar god crystals. And what exactly are solar god crystals? They are crystallized forms of solar divinity. Absorbing them will greatly benefit your growth and divine power. System, you really do love me, don't you? You knew exactly what I needed and went across infinite multiverses to get it for me. Shenmue felt like the system was the perfect answer to his prayers, solving two problems at once. Now, he wouldn't even need to ask Odin for a godly title. However, a major problem still sat before Shenmue. The solar disk was by no means a small object one could simply carry around. If he claimed this reward now, such a colossal thing would suddenly appear. How would he explain its origin if anyone asked? Wait a minute, does it really matter whether I explain it to them or not? All at once, Shenmue reconsidered. He had just single-handedly defeated all of Asgard's most formidable warriors right in front of everyone. His mysterious abilities were already an enigma in their eyes. What was so strange if a dragon shrouded in secrets had a few more mysteries up its sleeve? Wasn't that perfectly reasonable, perfectly logical? With that thought, Shenmue stopped hesitating and soared straight to the highest peak of Asgard. Here, he could bask in sunlight from dawn till dusk. The perfect place to set the solar disk. System, I want to claim the solar disk, Shenmue said aloud. Ding! Reward is being delivered. In the next instant, a massive, altar-like structure materialized before him. Hovering above, it was a gigantic disk in the image of the sun. Meanwhile, countless dimensions away on the Rune Continent, something incredible was happening. In the desert of Shurima, Azure, newly ascended by the undying light of the sun, had just summoned the long-buried solar disk from beneath the sands. Shurima, your emperor has returned. With a wave, Azure called forth legions of sand soldiers, heralding the return of an emperor lost to history for thousands of years. But in the blink of an eye, the sacred and monumental solar disk before him vanished into thin air. What? What's going on? Where did my solar disk go? This is impossible. No one can steal anything from right under my nose, not without a trace. Could it be the old gods? Azure's joy at his newfound ascension was instantly dampened by these troubling thoughts. Yet Shenmue remained completely unaware of any of this. So this is the solar disk? How mysterious, how beautiful. Gazing at the enormous disk, its diameter even greater than his own massive body, Shenmue couldn't help but marvel in awe. It was admiration not only for those mortals on the Rune Continent who dared to reach for the power of gods, but also for the solar disk itself and its wondrous abilities. The moment it appeared, Shenmue could clearly sense the sun's power above gathering toward this spot. The very air around him grew warmer, and every cell in his body seemed to come alive with new energy. In this place, my absorption of solar radiation will be even faster. It seems my strength is about to hit a whole new level. Shenmue faced the sun, unable to help but squint comfortably in its warmth. At that very moment, sunlight poured onto the disk, and lines of golden runes began to awaken. Instantly, a shimmering golden radiance started to ripple across the surface of the disk. What's going on? Why is there such a pure aura of divine power on Hall's Mountain? That intense heat, it feels just like the sun. Since Odin had already fallen into his slumber, only Heimdall was alert enough in all of Asgard to notice something amiss. However, with a target as conspicuous as the solar disk, it was only a matter of time before others took notice as well. Right now, Heimdall turned his gaze toward the mountain summit. He immediately saw the enormous solar disk, and Shunmu resting beside it. How can this be? This altar is actually transmuting divine power. And these mysterious runes, they're unlike any I've ever seen in the Nine Realms. Shun, is this his doing? Heimdall's face showed his shock, and he used his ability of astral projection, sending his spiritual apparition to appear at Shinmu's side. Sensing someone's arrival, Shinmu turned abruptly, but on seeing it was Heimdall, he paid it little mind. Shun, did you build this altar? Heimdall asked, hesitating slightly. Though he already suspected the answer, Heimdall still wanted to hear it from Shunmu himself. That's right. It helped me better absorb the power of the sun. Shinmu answered openly, hiding nothing. And these runes? Heimdall pointed at the golden symbols gleaming on the solar disk. These runes don't belong to this universe. They're from a place called the Rune Continent. This solar disk comes from there as well. Shinmu spoke plainly, introducing the Rune Continent. So, this altar is called the Solar Disk, and the Rune Continent exists in another universe. No wonder I've never heard of such a place. Heimdall was no stranger to cosmic mysteries. He knew there were other universes beyond this one. He lingered before the solar disk for a long while. Then his apparition faded away. In his heart, he felt he now understood Shinmu's true identity a little better. Shinmu took no notice, instead savoring the concentrated sun bath. Surely, that was the right way to enjoy himself. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the All-Father, Thor gazed at his father, now deep in the Odin sleep, and refrained from disturbing him. Frigga looked at her son and gestured for him to step outside with her. Mother, what has happened to father? Why must he enter the Odin sleep to recover? Now, Odin stands at the threshold of decline, forced to rely on the Odin sleep to prolong his life and restore his spirit. In the past, Odin would only enter the Odin sleep once a year, but this year, it's already the second time. This can only mean that the Odin force within him has been greatly depleted recently. Yet, in this period, there has been no war. Odin should have had no reason to use the Odin force at all. Thor, all you need to know is that everything your father does is for you and for all of Asgard. With a face full of motherly affection, Frigga looked at Thor as she spoke. She understood all too well how deep Odin's love for Thor ran, hidden beneath his seemingly stern demeanor. Odin was in the final stage of his life. Perhaps in less than 100 years he would pass from this world. This is why he was so anxious about Thor's growth. Right now, Thor did not yet possess the true heart of a king, the spirit required to be a worthy ruler. Mother, as long as Asgard has Loki and me to protect it, father really doesn't need to worry. And in the future, with Loki at my side, Asgard will never have to fear any enemy. Although Thor had been bested by Shunmu twice in a row, the pride of Asgard's god of thunder was undiminished. Frigga reached out and gently caressed her son's face, a silent sigh echoing in her heart. As the one closest to Loki, how could she not see what was stirring in Loki's heart? As a mother, she also knew all too well what drove Loki's every action. Yet, only Thor could sit on the throne of Asgard, and if Loki ever learned the truth of his frost giant heritage, it would only be all the more cruel. Meanwhile, at the foot of a lonely mountain in Asgard, a portal through time opened, and a heavily armed squad strode out. Leading them was a black officer with a commanding presence. So, this is Asgard before it's ever tasted the fires of war. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. He gazed into the distance at the harmonious, peaceful city and spoke with awe. Sir, this is the moment when that demon dragon, Shinmu, obtains the solar disk. If we seize it now, a new timeline will branch off from this very instant. And as long as we erase the original timeline completely, the new branch created here will be the one and only sacred timeline. A team member projected a hologram from a device on his wrist. In the projection, Shunmu was shown summoning the solar disk from a system just moments ago. Remember, our mission is to erase every possible branching point in time where the demon dragon Shunmu could create an alternate timeline. If it weren't for Loki, the troublemaker of this world, we wouldn't have discovered such a major deviation in the sacred timeline. The other teams tried to erase the birth of the demon dragon, Shunmu, at its very origin, but they were stopped by a mysterious, unknown force. So now, the mission to erase the target himself has failed. We must ensure the dragon in this timeline remains under control by altering key branching points in time. This time, all we need to take is that solar disk. Nothing else matters. Is that clear? We have to act swiftly. When we step out of the time portal, you must use the temporal slow device immediately to restrain him. If you don't, he'll surely stash the solar disk away in that unknown space. And once he's on guard, it will become much harder for us to complete our mission. Everyone understands the plan? The man, whose skin was dark, addressed the team behind him. Yes, sir. Prepare for battle. In his mind, the captain silently counted to 3, then got ready to activate the time portal. Yet there was one thing they had overlooked. Shun-Mu possessed superhuman hearing. Most of the time, he kept this ability in check, filtering out anything irrelevant to him. But whenever he wished, he could hear everything happening across all of Asgard. Just after Heimdall had visited, Shun-Mu was about to continue basking in the sunlight when he suddenly overheard someone mention his name. He pinpointed the source. It was coming from the foot of the very mountain he sat upon. Eavesdropping further, he discovered that these people were after the solar disk he had only just acquired. Immediately, his senses sharpened, his mind racing. He quickly deduced they must have crossed timelines to get here. And in the Marvel Universe, the only organization that speaks so casually about the sacred timeline could only be the Time Variance Authority. Founded by Kong the Conqueror, the TVA existed to prune anomalies from the timeline and safeguard the continuity of the universe. Though, of course, it was also for the sake of his Kong dynasty. Shun-Mu heard the mention that it was because of Loki that they had managed to find him. He made a mental note to remember this debt with Loki. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. Following their warning, Shun-Mu promptly tucked the solar disk away into his system's hidden space. Then, while descending slowly and quietly from the mountain peak, he kept on listening. When he heard that they'd even tried to erase him from the very moment of his birth, he almost lost control. A single burst of dragon fire nearly escaped him, threatening to reduce them all to ashes. However, when he overheard their battle plans, Shun-Mu knew it was the perfect moment to strike. Catching the Time Guardians off guard, Shun-Mu subdued them all in an instant. With a blast of icy breath, he sealed them tightly within blocks of ice. He was just about to retrieve the temporal devices from their bodies when, all of a sudden, he felt consciousness slip away from him. As Shun-Mu's body froze in place, a figure draped in violet robes materialized at his side. Demonic dragon Shun-Mu, destroyer across the sacred timelines, the destabilizing force that threatens the dynasty's rule, the figure intoned. My master believe your best fate is to remain forever at the end of time. With these words, the violet-robed figure prepared to unleash temporal judgment upon Shun-Mu. But at that very instant, a jet-black claw shot out of thin air, swatting the figure against the mountainside. The figure shattered instantly, revealing a mechanical interior beneath the robe. Standing there now was another Shun-Mu. Yet this new Shun-Mu looked slightly different. His once pitch-black scales were now streaked with crimson markings, and a row of savage spines ran down his back. He looked more than ever like the evil dragon of legend. Though your actions in the past can never touch who I am today, he said, addressing the figure he'd just struck down, I still can't stand by and watch you bully the former me. The demonic dragon, Shun-Mu, cast his gaze upon his immobilized past self. How nostalgic, seeing myself like this again, he murmured. I was always a dragon who yearned for the sun, blessed with the power of the sun god. Yet I was forever branded as the harbinger of apocalypse. Those fanatical followers even gifted me titles like Wings of Ruin and Lord of the End. I never wanted to destroy the world, and I certainly never wished to unravel the multiverse. I'm sure you wouldn't either, he added with a sigh, speaking to his past self, though Shun-Mu, frozen in time, could not hear a word. In any case, when it comes to battles involving time, it's probably best if you don't know too much. Otherwise, knowing us, we just end up finding some hole to hide in, and that would only stun our growth. Of all people, Shun-Mu knew himself best. Just as he was preparing to lift the time stop on his past self, the demonic dragon, Shun-Mu, reconsidered. With a casual wave, he erased all memory of these events from Shun-Mu's mind. He also wiped away every trace left by the Time Guardians, leaving nothing behind, no evidence that anything had ever happened. Enjoy your life as a dragon, your destiny, just as you should. Of course, it's also mine to savor. From now on, those pests from the Time Authority will never bother you again. With that, the demon dragon Shun-Mu returned the present-day Shun-Mu to the mountaintop. System, you're able to communicate with your past self, aren't you? Have it bring out the solar disk, and make sure to keep this strictly confidential. After finishing all of this, the demon dragon Shun-Mu gave his orders to the system. Host, rest assured, everything has been arranged. Good. Now it's time to deal with those slippery troublemakers. They're as hard to catch as a bunch of eels. With a swipe, the demon dragon Shun-Mu opened a portal through time and space and vanished, lifting the time freeze on Shun-Mu just before he left. The restored Shun-Mu stood there, dazed for a brief moment. Huh, did I just doze off? He stretched out a claw and scratched his head, sending a tiny spark flying. He glanced at the solar disk beside him. It was still perfectly intact. Nothing seemed amiss. Yet, Shenmue couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his talon on what it was. He carefully checked over his body, but found nothing unusual. System, did anything strange just happen to me? Still feeling uneasy, Shenmue turned to the system with his question. Unfortunately, the system from the future had already been tipped off. Ding. Host, everything is normal. Nothing out of the ordinary has occurred. Really? Then where is this odd feeling coming from? Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Unable to figure out, Shenmue decided to stop dwelling on it. He settled under the sun, basking contentedly, then took out the branch from the world tree to try and sense the so-called magic energy. But no matter how much he meditated with his eyes closed, or stared intently at that branch, not a single spark of inspiration came to him. Perhaps it really is a Kryptonian thing. After all, in the original DC universe, outside the main world, there were hardly any supermen who could wield magic. Logically speaking, with his super brain, it shouldn't be difficult for Superman to learn if he really put his mind to it. After all, he's mastered knowledge across 28 star systems, and can pick up a completely new language in just a few minutes. If it's not a matter of learning ability, then perhaps it really comes down to the Kryptonian physique. Still, Shenmue wasn't discouraged. After all, he wasn't a pure-blooded Kryptonian himself. A few more rounds of meditation won't hurt. Now that he possessed the solar disk, which could condense the essence of the sun god, mastering magic energy was nothing more than the cherry on top. So, even if he never managed to grasp magic energy, it didn't really matter. As evening approached, the last rays of the sun had already faded. Feeling that he had gained nothing from his contemplation, Shenmue stowed the solar disk into his system storage and prepared to leave the mountaintop. He hadn't forgotten that tonight, Vostag was going to bring out the fine wine he'd treasured for centuries and host a grand feast. Perhaps it was a side effect of becoming a dragon, but Shenmue found himself thoroughly enjoying the strong, stimulating sensation of alcohol. Shun, you didn't sun yourself in your usual spot today. We were just about to have Heimdall look for you. As Shenmue descended from the summit of Hall's Mountain, he happened to see Sif, dressed in casual attire. Without her armor, she seemed to have transformed from a Valkyrie into an elegant noblewoman. She wore a flowing robe of pale gold, her jet black hair was loosely pinned up, and even her ears were adorned with delicate earrings. I just picked a more comfortable place today. Sif, you look quite different from usual tonight, truly stunning. Shenmue smiled and struck up a conversation with her. Shun, do you actually share the same sense of beauty as we do? In Sif's eyes, Shenmue, as a dragon, hardly seemed likely to appreciate the same aesthetics as the people of Asgard. In her imagination, Shenmue's taste probably leaned toward a mate as strong and imposing as himself. No, not at all. My view of beauty really isn't so different from yours. Of course, I believe my current form is perfection itself, but I can still appreciate the beauty in your kind as well. The longer Shenmue had lived as a dragon, the more comfortable he became in this mighty body, even if, at times, it wasn't as convenient as having human hands and feet. Shun, you are by far the strangest dragon I've ever met, and certainly the strongest and wisest. And you're so much more powerful and graceful than those lumbering dragon beasts. Sif's impression of Shenmue was exceedingly positive. In terms of strength, he was a match for Thor himself. In terms of character, he possessed such power, yet upheld the virtues of a true warrior. The Asgardians revered strength, and Shenmue was undeniably a worthy and noble champion. Shenmue had seen his own reflection before. He had to admit he was mighty. There were few dragons in the Marvel universe who could rival him in battle. As for appearance, though, before he shrank himself down, fierce was the only word that fit. Even when he did make himself smaller, it lessened the sense of menace, but elegance was another matter entirely. Still, receiving such praise filled Shenmue with delight. Thank you for your kind words, Lady Sif. Shenmue expressed his gratitude to Sif. Little did he know that, in the future, those who worshipped him would revere him as the dragon of the apocalypse. Shun, the feast at Volstag's is ready. Let's go together. Sif extended the invitation to Shenmue. All right, let's head over. And so, side by side, the man and the dragon made their way toward Volstag's residence. Today's gathering was far less grand than the previous one. Only a dozen or so guests were present. Shun, Sif, we've been waiting for you to start the party. Come on, hurry over. This is fine wine brewed by the elves of Alfheim. It's been centuries since we last tasted it. That's right. Volstagg has finally brought out his entire private collection for us tonight. We must drink to our heart's content. Hogan and Fandral had already begun drinking. The moment they saw Shenmue and his companion arrive, they eagerly carried their goblets over. Without hesitation, they handed Shenmue a brimming cup, ready to toast with him. Shenmue accepted without reservation, raising the cup to his lips. The wine slid down his throat, its floral and herbal aromas unfolding as he drank. Only after swallowing did a powerful surge of heat hit him, sending a strong wave of sensation through his body. Shenmue couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration at the aftertaste. Compared to the fire and intensity of Asgardian spirits, this elven brew suited Shenmue's palate much more. "Shun, you finally made it." At that moment, Thor appeared, dressed in a black, shoulder-length cloak, a goblet in his hand. His mood was still somber. After all, his father had once again fallen into the Odin sleep today. To make matters worse, his mother Frigga steadfastly refused to explain the reason behind Odin's sudden slumber. All Thor could do was drown his turmoil in wine. Shenmue welcomed every toast, drinking heartily in good company. But while they reveled in merriment, a tragedy of unspeakable proportions was unfolding elsewhere in the universe, a massacre that threatened an entire race. The executioners were the Kree, notorious for having created the Inhumans in their lunar experiments. The victims, known throughout the cosmos as imitators, were the Skrulls, a people locked in ancient enmity with the Kree. By the original design of fate, their conflict was never meant to spill into the other realms of the Nine Worlds, save for Earth. Yet fate took an unexpected turn, and their pursuit somehow swept into the elven kingdom of Alfheim. As guardians of order, Asgard could hardly stand by while the elves suffered. So, just as Thor was fully immersed in the revelry, he received a message from Heimdall. "Thor, the elves of Alfheim have sent a distress call. A Kree fleet, while chasing the Skrulls, has accidentally wandered into the elven realm and already caused some damage." Heimdall projected his astral form directly into the midst of the feast, delivering this urgent news to Thor. Odin's slumber was already known to him, so now, everything only needed to be reported directly to Thor. At this point, Thor was already a bit tipsy, but the moment he heard the news, his mind cleared in an instant. With a sweep of his hand, he summoned Mjolnir, and his flowing cloak and robe transformed instantly into gleaming armor. A flash of lightning crackled around Mjolnir, sweeping away the last traces of Thor's drunkenness in a heartbeat. "Heimdall, ready the Bifrost. We leave at once." Thor gave the order to Heimdall. Heimdall nodded at his words and vanished without a sound. But suddenly, as if something crossed his mind, Thor took off his grand red cape, leaving only his battle armor. Clearly, he was recalling how, in broad daylight, Shenmue had grabbed him by the cape and thrashed him, along with those words Shenmue had spoken. The four warriors, seeing this, prepared to change and depart with Thor, but Shenmue stepped forward and stopped them. After all, the day's battle had left them far from fully recovered. Besides, Shenmue intended to join the adventure himself. Perhaps this would be another chance to charge up the treasure chest. "Volstagg, let me go with Thor this time. I'd like to see the beauty of the elves' realm for myself." Thor addressed Volstagg and his companions, who were just setting down their wine cups. Hearing Shenmue's words, Volstagg and the others lit up with delight. They knew all too well that, in their current state, tagging along would only slow Thor down. After all, this time their foes were a Kree fleet. Those infamous marauders had a terrible reputation throughout the stars. As one of the superpowers of the universe, the Kree's technology was formidable. Even with their godly powers, they had to tread with utmost caution against such advanced might. But now that Shenmue was joining with him and Thor together, there should be no danger at all. Most importantly, this time it was the Kree who had invaded the Nine Realms first. Even if they were merely tracking down their enemies, it didn't change the fact that the Kree fleet had trespassed into Alfheim and wrought havoc. So, even if Asgard destroyed this fleet, the Kree Empire would have no ground for protest. After all, Asgard's power was not something they would dare provoke lightly. A smile crept onto Thor's face as well, glad to have Shenmue fighting at his side. He even found himself wishing he could stand on Shenmue's back, just to experience what it felt like to be a dragon rider. "Shun, with you here, we can rest easy. We'll keep the feast going until you return triumphant." Volstagg strode over, placing a hearty hand on Shenmue's shoulder. "Thor, let's go." Shenmue called out to Thor before heading outside, then soared straight toward the Bifrost. Thor, seeing this, was about to say something, but when he realized Shenmue was already far ahead, he closed his mouth, swung his hammer, and flew after him. By then, Heimdall was already waiting for them. "Shun, are you planning to go with Thor?" Heimdall was a bit surprised to see Shenmue arrive first. "That's right. I'm quite interested in the fine wines brewed by the elves." Shenmue replied casually, offering a convenient excuse. A few moments later, Thor arrived, fashionably late. "Thor, the Bifrost is ready. You can depart at once." Heimdall wasted no words. He had already plunged the Guardian's sword into the control hub, gave it a twist, and the Bifrost blazed to life. Thor and Shenmue exchanged a nod, then stepped directly into the shimmering passage. Meanwhile, on Alfheim, the Kree fleet was raining down indiscriminate fire. They had been relentlessly pursuing this group of surviving Skrulls for quite some time. This time, they were determined to wipe them out completely, right here. The enmity between the Kree and the Skrulls went back to the very rise of the Kree themselves. Thousands of years ago, an advanced warship had crashed on Ahala, the homeworld of the Kree. By deciphering the technology from this ship, the Kree achieved a monumental leap forward. In just a century, the Kree, once not much more advanced than primitive natives, had stepped boldly into the era of interstellar travel. Once they emerged from Hala, their naturally warlike disposition and extreme militarism drove them to expand their domain, ultimately building a sprawling cosmic empire that stretched across dozens of inhabited worlds. Yet even then, the Kree's appetite for conquest was far from sated. To ensure the wisdom of their decisions, the Kree did not rely on a single leader. Instead, they entrusted all command to the Supreme Intelligence, a formidable artificial intelligence, the highest creation of Kree technology, embodying the collective intellect and soul of the Kree. In the Age of Empires, war across the stars was no longer a reckless affair, for two other great cosmic empires kept each other in check. So, during this new wave of expansion, the Kree needed a justification for their conquests. They claimed that the Skrulls posed a threat to the Empire's security. Thus, they declared war on the Skrulls. Against the overwhelming might of the Kree military, the Skrulls could barely muster any resistance. Their entire planet was seized in a single sweep. Some Skrulls, unwilling to be enslaved, chose to flee their home. Those who escaped became refugees scattered among the stars, hunted relentlessly by the Kree across the cosmos. This time, the Skrull refugees were discovered by the Kree fleet, which chased them relentlessly, and by a twist of fate, they ended up in the land of the elves. By nature, the elves were kind-hearted, and they offered sanctuary to these refugees. Yet, this act only drew the hatred of the Kree. The Kree believed that as long as they acted quickly and wiped out these Skrulls with indiscriminate attacks, they could make a swift departure. However, they underestimated the power wielded by the elves. While the elves were not skilled in offense, they were absolute masters when it came to magical defense. And so, the Kree's plan fell apart. Moreover, the elves had already sent a call for help to Asgard. At this moment, Thor, who had already landed, turned to Shinmu and said, "Hey Shun, there's something, my father's eight-legged steed, Sleipnir. But that creature never lets anyone but my father ride on its back. I once tried to climb onto him, and I was nearly kicked into the sky. He's got a terrible temper." "Thor, what exactly are you trying to say?" Shinmu looked at Thor, who had been rambling for ages without getting to the point, and asked directly, "I was wondering, would you let me stand on your back just once? So I could feel what it's like for my father to ride Sleipnir. Just this once, I swear." Thor pleaded with Shinmu, grinning sheepishly. Shinmu's response was a massive claw. Thor, who wanted to climb onto his back, received no mercy. Shinmu sent him flying with a single, powerful swipe. Meanwhile, the Kree fleet, upon seeing a rainbow descend from the sky, realized Asgardian reinforcements had arrived. They were about to retreat, but then noticed that the so-called reinforcements consisted of only one person and a dragon of modest size. The Kree fleet commander steeled his resolve, deciding to destroy these Asgardian reinforcements along with everyone else. In the next moment, they saw the dragon suddenly grow in size, then smacked the person beside it into the distance with a single slap. "Commander, look! It seems the Asgardians who came to help are fighting among themselves," a Kree soldier reported. "Excellent. Ignore the Asgardians for now. Focus all firepower on wiping out these wretched elves and Skrulls. Then we'll turn around and deal with those two Asgardian fools," the Kree commander ordered at once. And then, a wave of deadly bombardment rained down, plunging the elves and Skrulls into even deeper despair. The magical shield conjured by the elves began to falter and waver. Ding! Major event, annihilate the invaders, has begun. Treasure chest is charging. At that moment, Shinmu also heard the system notification echo in his mind. Before he even had time to rejoice, Shinmu realized that the Kree fleet was launching an even more frenzied assault. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot up into the sky. His body sliced through the air at tremendous speed, unleashing a series of sonic booms. In just a few heartbeats, he had closed the distance between himself and the Kree fleet. "Commander, sir, the dragon is approaching us at Mach 5, came the urgent report. But before the report could even be finished, a massive surge of fire blazed toward them. Fortunately, the warship was equipped with an automated defense system, which barely managed to block the searing breath of the dragon. Yet this was nothing more than Shinmu's way of saying hello, a mere greeting before the real attack began. Turn the ship, target the dragon, and open fire, the commander barked. He had barely finished giving the order when Shun Mu's massive form was already upon them, piercing straight through their main warship like a sharp spear. With a swift maneuver, he then turned and struck several escort ships in the same devastating fashion, reducing them to wreckage. Damage report. The main vessel has suffered 80% destruction. Critical. Critical. Begin emergency repairs immediately. Escort vessels are at 95% destruction. Evacuate at once. Repeat, evacuate at once. In a single encounter, Shun Mu's raw power had nearly obliterated their main battleship just by ramming into it. As for the remaining secondary ships, they exploded on impact, their pilots perishing instantly. What sort of monster is this? Report the situation to Supreme Intelligence at once, the commander shouted. Wasting no time, he activated his personal combat armor and ejected himself from the doomed flagship. Now he understood why Asgard had sent only one man and one dragon. With such monstrous strength, they were simply unstoppable. This brought to mind the Shi'ar Empire, one of the three great empires of the universe, who boasted a Praetorian named Gladiator, a being of similarly terrifying power. At that moment, Shun Mu noticed that the wreckage of the destroyed ships was about to crash into a beautiful flower garden. Ever protective of such beauty, he moved to prevent the debris from ruining the tranquil scene. He caught the falling wreckage just in time and relocated it to a different area. The Kree commander, along with the few surviving soldiers, stood at the ready, watching Shun Mu with grim determination. Just as they prepared to speak, Thor swooped onto the battlefield, hammer in hand. Yet by then, the battle was all but over. Shun, you really overdid it just now, Thor complained, brushing dirt from his armor. He had merely wanted to stand on Shun Mu's back and experience what it felt like to ride such a mighty steed. He never expected Shun Mu to launch into action so suddenly, sending him flying into the dirt and filling his mouth with mud. When Shun Mu snapped back to his senses, he had already destroyed the entire Kree fleet at a speed so fast that it was impossible to follow. Well then, this support battle had been the most effortless one he'd experienced in nearly 1,500 years since his birth. It was so easy, in fact, that he didn't even need to lift a finger. Thor, you'd better give up on the idea of riding on my back. Otherwise, next time you won't just be sent flying a dozen meters. Back when Shun Mu was still human, he had fantasized about becoming a dragon rider. But in those daydreams, he was always the one riding the dragon, not the dragon being ridden. Of course, the Kree commander recognized Thor, the crown prince of Asgard, and its future king. Just as he was about to step forward and speak, the elves rushed over, their faces lit with joy. Thor! Thor! Barely more than 10 centimeters tall, the elves finally relaxed at the sight of Thor, flocking around him in excitement. Shun Mu's overwhelming display of power had left them not just relieved, but mostly terrified. After all, this awe-inspiring form of Shun Mu was even more frightening to them than the Kree warships. Innes, don't worry. This is Shun. He's a friend of Asgard, and he came with me to help you all. Thor began introducing Shun Mu to the little elves. But as he finished, a trace of embarrassment crossed his face. After all, he was the prince of Asgard, yet he'd hardly contributed to the battle this time. Seeing this, Shun Mu shrank himself down to a more approachable size. Greetings, lovely ladies of the elves. At the sound of Shun Mu's words, the tiny elves finally let go of their wariness. Though he was still enormous compared to them, his words had struck right at the heart of these little creatures. Other than the beauty of nature, the flowers, grasses, and animals, what elves loved most was praise from others. With just a few words, Shun Mu had won their trust and friendship, especially since he had just saved them. Your Highness, Prince of Asgard, we are subordinates of Lord Ronan, the Accuser. This time, we were only pursuing a group of Skrulls who accidentally entered this place. We had no intention of invading. Please show us mercy. The Kree commander, demonstrating wise judgment, disarmed himself and approached Thor to explain. The unspoken meaning was clear. Everyone here had powerful backers. This wasn't a field for the reckless. If they wanted to avoid sparking an interstellar war, it was best to let them leave in peace. Thor wasn't the type to slaughter prisoners who had surrendered. However, at this moment, Shun Mu's attention remained fixed on the treasure chest, which was still not fully charged. It always seemed to be just a little short. Combining this with the fact that the major event's theme was the elimination of invaders, Shun Mu instantly understood. If these few enemies weren't killed, perhaps his treasure chest wouldn't be fully charged. Thor was just about to speak when Shun Mu acted faster, unleashing a blast of icy breath that instantly froze several Kree soldiers into statues of solid ice. With a sweep of his tail, he shattered them into a field of glittering ice shards. Shun, why did you kill them all? Thor asked in surprise. He wasn't questioning the necessity of their deaths, but rather was startled by Shinmu's actions. In Thor's impression, Shinmu was not someone with a thirst for blood. When you cut the weeds, you have to pull out the roots. Besides, they begged for mercy from you, rather than from me, the one who could easily crush them. Shinmu answered Thor casually, then turned his attention to the system interface. Sure enough, just as he finished off the last of those enemies, a notification from the system appeared. Ding! Major event, eliminate the invaders, has been completed. The treasure chest is fully charged. Would you like to open it now? Shinmu silently told the system. Not yet. The elves were startled by Shinmu's sudden and decisive action. They revered nature, felt compassion for the weak, cherished peace, and were no lovers of violence. As a result, most of the magic they practiced leaned towards defense and healing, with few spells meant for attack. In fact, the vast majority of elves in this tribe had never even heard of war before today, let alone experienced an attack. This was thanks to more than 1,000 years of Odin's rule, during which the Nine Realms had known unprecedented stability. Such long-lasting peace had given rise to a generation of innocent, gentle, and childlike little beings. So now, the tiny elves who had just been fluttering around Shinmu retreated in fear, hiding behind a comparatively larger elf. Though, large was a relative term among elves. In reality, she was only about 30 centimeters tall. Her face showed no trace of alarm, and her clear eyes held not even a flicker of fear. She was the eldest among the surviving elves, and her knowledge of the war-torn past of the Nine Realms far surpassed that of these youngsters who hadn't even lived 1,000 years. She knew very well that without Shinmu and Thor's intervention, the fate awaiting them would have been utter annihilation at the hands of the Kree fleet. On behalf of the Y'all Elven tribe, I thank you for your rescue, mighty dragon. These little ones are inexperienced. Please forgive their behavior. The elven elder floated before Shinmu, bowing in gratitude, and also offering an apology for the actions of the young elves. I didn't take it to heart. Such innocent and kind souls as they are, they shouldn't have to experience the horrors of war. To be honest, Shinmu simply couldn't bring himself to get angry at these little beings, each barely a dozen centimeters tall. It was just like that cat he'd once kept in his previous life. Sometimes, when it misbehaved, he'd feel so exasperated he could almost scold it, but the moment it came over, purring and acting cute, all his anger would simply melt away. So when it came to these tiny creatures, hardly even the size of his own paw, Shinmu really couldn't stay upset over something so trivial. Innes, Shin has been recognized by my father, the king, as a noble-hearted dragon. He will forever be a friend to us in Asgard, so you have nothing to worry about. At that moment, Thor also stepped forward and spoke to the elven elder Innes. He even invoked Odin's name to vouch for Shinmu, making it clear that Shinmu was a true friend and there was no need to be afraid of him. I can feel a warmth from the great dragon, a warmth like the sun itself. That's why I have never once doubted the character of the great dragon, Innes said softly, leaning closer to Shinmu, a look of gentle enchantment on her delicate face. Thank you. Thank you all for saving us, both the elves and the two mighty warriors of Asgard. At this point, the Skrull refugees who had been hunted down came forward, bowing low before the elves and Shinmu, expressing their deepest gratitude. They had been fleeing across the stars for who knows how long. Once, a whole ship of their people had set out, but after years of relentless pursuit, only a handful of them remained. They had thought this time would surely be the end for all of them. But against all hope, they were first rescued by the kind-hearted elves and found some small measure of shelter. Then, the Kree fleet attacked with a wild, indiscriminate fury, and they couldn't help but regret dragging these gentle elves into their troubles. Yet what followed, the arrival of Shinmu, felt like deliverance. It was as if they had been plucked from the very depths of hell and lifted to heaven. The Kree fleet, which in their eyes was an unstoppable force, was destroyed with ease. When they saw that a few Kree soldiers had survived, a new wave of terror seized them. Fortunately, Shinmu's next actions put all their fears to rest. Why did the Kree fleet pursue you so relentlessly? Thor asked the refugees. He had felt some anger at first when these strangers entered the Elven realm. He knew all too well what kind of little beings the elves were, and what they might do. Getting them involved could spell disaster for these naive, innocent elves. More than 10 years ago, the Kree tried to force us to submit to their rule. Our people refused. The Kree listed us as a threat, and soon after, they dispatched a massive fleet and declared war on us without warning. Caught completely off guard, our planet fell with a single blow. The survivors were scattered, fleeing to all corners of the universe. For years, we've drifted across the cosmos, trying to avoid the Kree and searching for a safe haven. But the relentless pursuit never ended. This time, it was an accident during a spatial jump that brought us here. The leader among the Skrulls explained all of this to Thor. After hearing their story, Thor was left speechless. After all, these were people who had suffered greatly. They had lost their homeland, and with it, their loved ones and friends. Unbeknownst to Thor, his own future, on the original timeline, would be even more tragic than what the Skrulls had endured. He would lose both his parents, and his dearest brother Loki would die before his eyes, not once, but several times. Of his closest friends, the Warriors 3, only Sif would remain. The rest would fall at the hands of his beloved sister. Even Asgard itself would ultimately be reduced to ashes beneath Surtur's twilight sword. And during their escape, they'd encounter the Mad Titan, who came to claim the Space Stone. Half of the survivors aboard the ship would be slaughtered at random. After finally making it to Earth, half of those who remained would vanish with the snap of Thanos' fingers. Although the future would eventually be reversed, no one but him could truly understand the pain he endured along the way. Just when he thought it was over, the arrival of the god Butcher forced him to watch, helplessly, as the woman he loved most died right before his eyes. Perhaps, in the entire Marvel universe, no one had suffered as much heartbreak as Thor. Thor, what do you plan to do with them? Keeping them in the Elven realm isn't an option, Shinmu asked, seeking Thor's decision on how to handle these refugees. Would you be willing to come with me to Asgard? I can set aside a place for you to settle, Thor said, after a moment's thought, turning to the interstellar refugees. We will be honored. Thank you for your kindness and compassion. The Skrulls replied, their excitement barely contained at the prospect of being welcomed in Asgard. For them, nothing mattered more now than simply surviving in safety. And to their minds, there was no place in all the 9 realms more secure than Asgard. Seeing these poor refugees find a new home, the elven elder Ennis was overjoyed. At that moment, she pressed her tiny body close to Shinmu's neck, hugging one of his scales. The other little elves, seeing her behavior, quickly followed suit and crowded around Shinmu as well. Drawn in by the aura he exuded, whatever fear they'd felt only moments before was instantly forgotten. Shinmu couldn't help but find the whole scene both amusing and exasperating. This sensation was remarkably similar to how he used to cuddle cats in his previous life. Except now, he had become the one being cuddled. With matters perfectly resolved, the little elves naturally began to use their unique magic to restore the surrounding environment. Seeds of grass and trees were scattered across the ground, and under the urging of elven magic, they began to sprout and flourish at an astonishing speed. Even the corpses of the Kree became the best nourishment for the land. Although the damaged areas would still take quite some time to fully recover, for the elves, such challenges were nothing at all. Hey Shun, why do these little guys like you so much? You know, I used to be the hero in their eyes. Thor watched as Shinmu now enjoyed the same kind of adoration he had once received on his visits to the Elven Kingdom, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Thor, maybe it's just personal charm. Seeing Thor's envious look, Shinmu merely shrugged with a light smile. But I am the son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, the invincible god of thunder, Thor himself. Thor straightened up, puffing out his chest as he spoke. To this, Shinmu simply extended 2 of his claws. His meaning could not have been clearer. Thor's face turned a bit awkward at that, and with a sheepish laugh, he dropped the subject. In this world, a feast after battle was an absolute necessity. However, the elves were complete vegetarians, so the celebration featured an array of colorful fruits, all specialties of the elven realm. Although Shinmu belonged to a strictly carnivorous species, his once human temperament meant he didn't mind these vegetarian treats. Yet, not a single one of these fruits was familiar to him. Some were so oddly shaped, they reminded him of the mysterious treasures from pirate comics he'd read in his past life. At first glance, Shinmu couldn't help but wonder what strange flavors these exotic fruits might have. But when he saw the little elves using magic to levitate fruits larger than themselves, offering them up with such excitement, Shinmu found it hard to refuse. He grabbed one and popped it into his mouth. To his surprise, the taste was nothing short of delightful. Wow, this fruit is actually delicious. The moment Shinmu praised the fruit, the little elves burst into joyous dances, flitting through the air in a frenzy of excitement. Immediately, even more elves rushed forward, piling up more and more fruit until a small mountain had formed before Shinmu. The Skrulls, young and old, ate the fruit with tears streaming down their faces. Years of wandering and hardship had left them utterly exhausted, body and soul. To be able to enjoy this peace once again was a blessing beyond words. Honorable Dragon, Prince Thor, this wine is crafted from fruits unique to our elven lands. It is reserved for our most distinguished guests. Please have a taste. Elder Ennis of the elves personally handed Shinmu and Thor each a cup that seemed carved from living wood, brimming with a fragrant, crystal-clear wine. The moment he caught its aroma, Shunmu felt as if his mouth was watering uncontrollably, almost like dragons' saliva gathering in anticipation. He accepted the cup and poured the wine into his mouth. The liquid slipped smoothly down his throat, bursting with the fresh sweetness of fruit and a mysterious, indescribable sensation. It felt as if every scale on his body shuddered with delight, the pleasure rippling from his head all the way to the tip of his tail. This instantly brought to mind the nectar of the immortals, often described in dramas from his previous life. Surely, this was exactly what it would taste like. What an extraordinary wine! I have never tasted anything so delicious, Shunmu exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Beside him, Thor wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Though he usually preferred the fiery spirits of Asgard, even he found himself thoroughly enchanted by this soul-refreshing elven wine. If our esteemed guests are pleased, please feel free to drink to your heart's content, Ines offered warmly. As soon as her words fell, both their cups magically refilled themselves with wine. Shunmu felt a faint sense of déjà vu at the sight, but with such fine wine before him, he didn't dwell on it for long. Meanwhile, within the Kree Empire, the Supreme Intelligence received the final transmission from that ill-fated fleet. Accuser Ronan, your subordinate Wilson's fleet, while pursuing the Skrulls, was destroyed by the Asgardians. The Supreme Intelligence relayed the message to Ronan without preamble. Are the Asgardians seeking to provoke a war across the cosmos? Ronan's tone was cold, but he showed no sign of fear. As the commander-in-chief of the Kree military, Ronan did not shrink from the prospect of facing Asgard. Yet he knew full well that if war truly broke out, there was no telling whether the other two great empires would seize the chance to stab them in the back. Though the empires outwardly honored a pact of non-aggression, everyone knew that if an opportunity arose, none would hesitate to snatch up a piece of the cosmic pie. Supreme Intelligence, why did Wilson's fleet end up clashing with the Asgardians? Ronan's voice was sharp, betraying his keen military mind. He could sometimes be blunt in personal combat, enough to later be defeated by a dancing fool, but he hadn't become the Kree's supreme commander by sheer luck. He could always sniff out the truth behind the surface. The fleeing Skrull ships jumped through space into the Elven realm and were sheltered by the elves. In response, Wilson launched an indiscriminate attack on the Elven kingdom, which drew the wrath of the Asgardians. In his final message, he mentioned that the one attacking them was a dragon, possessing even greater individual combat power than a duelist. The Supreme Intelligence directly displayed all of Wilson's last uploaded information for Ronan to see. A creature capable of shattering Wilson's warship with its body. Such a being would make an excellent subject for our experiments. 4,000 years ago, although our biological weapon experiments on the native intelligent life forms of Planet C, 53 had to be abandoned due to the interference of the Eternals and the Titans. The results nonetheless prove that our experiments were quite successful. The specimens we left behind have now become rather useful tools. When the time is right, we can incorporate them as a subordinate race and unleash them in war. When Ronan first witnessed Shinmu's form, his initial reaction was not to marvel at Shinmu's strength, but rather to consider him as a potential specimen for their biological weapon projects. Over 4 millennia ago, back when Planet C-53, Earth, was still in its primitive civilization stage, the Kree had already visited. Their goal was to use the indigenous humans of Earth to create mutant soldiers for warfare. The experiments had achieved significant progress, but due to the interference of the Eternals and the Titans, they were forced to withdraw, leaving behind the experimental Inhumans. Over years of development, the Inhumans eventually left Earth and established their own kingdom of Adolin on the far side of the moon. Now, thousands of years later, the Kree had inadvertently rediscovered traces of their long-lost creations. To their delight, the Inhumans had not only survived but thrived and grown strong. Possessing unique means to awaken extraordinary abilities in ordinary people. For the warlike Kree, this was nothing short of discovering a trove of powerful living weapons. The appearance of Shunmu revealed to them the terrifying potential that could reside in a single individual. If they could capture Shunmu and allow Kree scientists to study his genetic structure, it might even trigger an evolutionary leap for their entire species. Meanwhile, Shunmu, still reveling in the exquisite elven wine, remained unaware that the Kree had set their sights on his body. The victory celebration lasted deep into the night, yet in the Elven Kingdom, nighttime lingered late. Most of each day here was bathed in light, and the passing of seasons was almost imperceptible throughout the year. In contrast, the Dark Elves made their home in Svartalfheim, also known as the Land of Mists. That realm was shrouded in darkness year-round, with the sun forever obscured by some mysterious force. But compared to those grotesque Dark Elves, always scheming to plunge the universe into eternal night, These gentle, petite folk were clearly much more beloved. It must be said that the special wine crafted by the elves is indeed exquisitely delicious, but compared to the pure spirits of Asgard, it carries a much stronger aftereffect. Even Shun Mu, a dragon with an exceptional resistance to intoxication, felt pleasantly tipsy. After drinking together, Thor, and the group of Skrull refugees simply slept on the ground where they sat. Most of the little elves curled up beside Shun Mu and drifted off to sleep as well, their bodies gently cradled by blossoms that bloomed out of thin air. When the little elves woke and left, the flowers did not fade away. So, when Shun Mu awakened, he found himself surrounded by a sea of blossoms. The Skrulls had woken much earlier. After all, they hadn't drunk as much. Now, they were busy repairing their spaceship. With a gentle flick of his tail, Shun Mu roused the still drowsy Thor. "What's the matter, Shun?" Thor rubbed his eyes and asked. "Nothing much. I just wanted to make sure you hadn't drunk yourself to death." Shun Mu replied, deadpan. "Hey, Shun, I'm the god of thunder. There's lightning running through my veins. It'd take more than a few drinks to finish me off," Thor declared, thumping his chest. "Still, that elven wine was truly enchanting," he added, smacking his lips at the memory of last night's feast. Fighting and drinking. Those are the passions etched into the very bones of Asgardians. "Lord Dragon, Prince Thor, you're awake." At that moment, Innes fluttered over and greeted them with a warm smile. "Innes, your wine is the finest in all the 9 realms," Thor praised generously, holding nothing back. "Thank you for your kind words, Prince Thor. If you enjoyed it, please take some with you when you leave," Innes replied. At this, Thor's smile grew even wider. "Innes, now that the invaders have been dealt with, we'll be returning to Asgard soon," he said. "Could you let the Skrulls know to gather on the clearing ahead?" The land of the elves was beautiful, but with Odin now in his deep sleep, Asgard needed its prince. There was no time to linger. "Prince Thor, are you leaving so soon?" Innes asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Innes, is there something troubling you?" Thor noticed her hesitation and asked. "It's not that. The Grand Elder wishes to meet Lord Dragon," Innes replied. Shun Mu's interest was piqued when he heard he was involved. "Innes, do you know why your Grand Elder wants to see me?" Shun Mu asked, curious. "Lord Dragon, I'm not sure myself. The Grand Elder hasn't met with an outsider in many years. The last time the Grand Elder met anyone was over 5 centuries ago, when His Majesty Odin descended. Since then, she has stayed within the palace of the sacred tree and has not emerged again. So, I truly don't know why the Grand Elder would wish to meet with you, almighty dragon." After hearing Innes say this, Shun Mu decided he would indeed go and meet this so-called Grand Elder, curious to see what she was really up to. "Thor, you should take the Skrull refugees back to Asgard first. When I'm done meeting the Grand Elder, I'll ask Heimdall to fetch me again." Shun Mu turned to Thor and spoke his decision. "All right, Shin, we'll head back first. I'll let Heimdall know to watch for your call." Thor didn't hesitate. He strode out, raising Mjolnir high and calling Heimdall's name in a thunderous voice. Immediately, a radiant rainbow pillar descended from the sky, enveloping everyone in its light. In the blink of an eye, they were gone, teleported away, leaving behind only a rune on the ground, the mark of Asgard. Yet in his hurry, Thor had completely forgotten to bring his beloved elven wine. At this, Shun Mu turned to the elf beside him and said, "Innes, let's go. Take me to meet your Grand Elder. Please, mighty dragon, follow me." Innes led Shun Mu to the base of a colossal ancient tree. Its cascading branches intertwined, forming an archway that resembled a grand door, shimmering with a silver glow within. Around this doorway, several larger elves stood guard, keeping a watchful eye. "Innes, you've brought the mighty dragon." The little elves cheered, circling Innes and Shun Mu in delight, tilting their heads in curiosity as they gazed at him. The scene nearly broke Shun Mu's composure. Their cuteness was overwhelming. Still, he forced himself to remain calm, determined to uphold the dignity of a dragon. "All right, little ones, don't crowd around here. Back to your posts, everyone." As Innes finished speaking, the little elves obediently fluttered away. "Mighty dragon, as soon as you pass through this tree gate, you'll reach the temple and meet the Grand Elder." Innes gestured toward the doorway as she spoke to Shun Mu. Hearing this, Shun Mu didn't hesitate. He strode forward and stepped through the arch. A flash of bright light enveloped him, and he felt a sudden tug at his body. In the next instant, the world shifted around him. What greeted Shun Mu was a magnificent, resplendent palace. Before him stood a tall woman in a white robe, her back turned. Unlike the tiny elves outside, this figure possessed the height of a normal woman, strikingly different in stature. Before Shun Mu could speak, the woman turned and began to walk toward him. In that instant, Shun Mu found himself utterly entranced by the sight of the elven High Elder. Before him stood the High Elder, her long silver hair cascading like a shimmering waterfall from her shoulders all the way to her heels. Her skin glowed with a jade-like luster, lips tinted a delicate rose, and two pointed ears framed a face so flawless that Shenmue could hardly imagine a more perfect woman, even across both his lifetimes. But what truly captivated him were her eyes, deep and black, holding the mysteries of starlit sky, drawing the soul ever closer. Noticing Shenmue's dazed expression, a gentle smile flickered in the High Elder's eyes. She then addressed him, her voice soft and clear. This palace has stood empty of guests for centuries. The last visitor was Odin himself. Welcome, noble dragon from beyond the bounds of fate. As she spoke, her voice rang out like the purest mountain spring, brushing past Shenmue's ears and filling him with a sense of tranquil calm. Yet her words made Shenmue's heart stir with uncertainty. That single sentence was enough for him to realize that this ethereal High Elder must possess knowledge far beyond what she showed. May I ask, High Elder, what is the reason for your audience with me? Shenmue wasted no time with pleasantries, voicing his question directly. Before you appeared, I foresaw a great calamity in the future, a disaster that would sweep across the entire universe. The 9 realms will collapse, countless lives will perish, and even the gods will not be spared. Upon hearing this, Shenmue fell silent. After all, the Marvel Universe was fraught with endless catastrophes. There was Thanos, the self-styled cosmic arbiter, then Gore, the god slayer, and, in between, terrifying races like the Celestials. There was even the threat of Galactus's avatars descending upon Earth, not to mention the formidable demon gods lurking in dimensions beyond. He couldn't be sure which disaster the High Elder had foreseen, but it was clear she possessed some form of prophetic vision. May I ask, High Elder, what connection is there between these events and your meeting with me? Shenmue now feigned ignorance, trying to sound oblivious. There's a connection. A few years ago, the future suddenly became obscured to me, clouded and impenetrable. The only thing I could see was a black dragon. That dragon is you. I do not know what path your arrival will carve for the fate of the universe, so I wish to ask a favor of you. As she spoke, a plea softened the High Elder's regal expression. Upon seeing this, Shenmue asked, May I know what it is you wish of me, High Elder? I wish for you to protect the Elven Kingdom, to shield it from the calamity that threatens to destroy it. The children outside, so kind and pure, would have little hope of surviving such a disaster. At last, the High Elder revealed her true purpose. Since the Great Elder can see the future, why not take matters into your own hands? I don't believe you're as weak as those little ones outside, Shenmue countered, because my life is nearing its end. Theoretically, the maximum lifespan of a High Elf is 10,000 years, and I'm already over 9,000, the Great Elder replied. Before me, no elf has ever lived this long. If we're talking about age, even Odin is much younger than I am. However, unlike the Asgardians, who grow stronger with age, elves are not so fortunate. Now, I'm merely holding on to the last threads of life. Shenmue found it hard to imagine that the elf before him, who appeared no older than an 18-year-old maiden, was actually a being far older than Odin himself. I wonder what kind of secrets the Great Elder of the Elves has for maintaining her youth, Shenmue's thoughts wandered. If women of other races across the universe knew about this, they'd surely worship her as a goddess. Realizing his mind had drifted, Shenmue quickly returned to the matter at hand. I know this request may put you in a difficult position, the Great Elder said with a hint of resignation, seeing Shenmue's silence. But this is the only solution I can think of. You trust me this much? Shenmue asked. Remember, I am a dragon. Evil is my very nature. Aren't you afraid that your decision will plunge the elves into an even deeper abyss? He pressed the Great Elder, questioning her faith in him. I may not be able to see your future, but I trust in the elves' instinctive sense for such things, she replied earnestly, her gaze carrying a subtle, unreadable light. Good souls are always drawn to one another. Watching how you interact with those young ones, I believe there's a gentle heart beneath your stern exterior. Who says so? My heart is as hard as my scales, Shenmue retorted. Didn't you see how I showed no mercy to those captured Kree? I hardly hesitated to kill them. He tried to prove his ruthlessness by mentioning his treatment of the Kree prisoners. Would you treat the little ones outside the same way you did the Kree? The Great Elder shot back, matching his challenge. Well, you never know. I don't even blink when I kill, Shenmue insisted, stubborn as ever. If Lord Dragon is unwilling, then so be it, the Great Elder said with a sigh, her tone tinged with sorrow. I'll be gone soon anyway. Let fate decide what happens to those little ones outside. That forlorn expression, paired with her breathtaking beauty, made Shenmue's eyelid twitch involuntarily. He thought, if he were still human, He'd probably want to slap himself for hesitating at such a sight. Guarding the kingdom of the elves isn't out of the question, but what do I stand to gain from it? Shenmue wasn't so dazzled by beauty that he would agree to anything on a whim. Elves aren't like dwarves who can forge mighty artifacts, nor do we possess the formidable combat prowess of other races. Our true talent lies in our closeness to nature. We cultivate rare and extraordinary plants, nothing more. If you wish, the kingdom of the elves can exist independently from the 9 realms in the future, and every elf will heed your command. With these words, the Grand Elder had practically handed the entire kingdom of the elves over to Shenmue. And the only price was a single promise from him. Listening to the Grand Elder, Shenmue couldn't help but feel tempted. There was no need to mention the beauty of the Elven realm. Truth be told, among all the 9 realms, this place might be the most idyllic of them all. If he turned it into his own private garden, that wouldn't be so bad either. To be honest, Shenmue had always been fond of those pure and gentle little beings who harbored no malice in their hearts. It was much like in his past life, when he had slogged away as an office worker and found solace in the company of cats. After tiring days of dealing with people, being with cats and dogs always soothed his weary spirit. I accept your request. If the kingdom of the elves should ever face true peril, I will stand as their protector. As soon as Shenmue finished speaking, a radiant smile blossomed across the Grand Elder's face. And then, before he knew what was happening, the unexpected occurred. The Grand Elder, who had maintained such poise and dignity moments before, suddenly sprang forward and threw her arms around Shenmue's neck, even nuzzling her face against it. The suddenness of it sent a shiver through Shenmue, as if every scale on his body bristled at once. Yet his body stiffened, letting her cling to him without resistance. At last the trouble that's plagued me for so long is resolved. I'm going to make the most of the time I have left. All these years, I've been stuck here just to stay alive, and it's bored me to tears. I want to bask in the sunlight, sip nectar from the flowers, and play hide-and-seek with those little ones. At that moment, the Grand Elder's tone and demeanor were truly no different from an 18-year-old girl. Yet her words carried a certain world-weariness. She seemed utterly unconcerned about her own mortality, meeting fate with a remarkable openness. Shenmue wondered if, when facing death himself, he could be so untroubled. But almost immediately, he shook off the thought, telling himself firmly, "Let death stay as far away from me as possible. I have no desire to die." Having agreed to become the guardian of the kingdom of the elves, Shenmue felt no rush to return to Asgard. They continued to enjoy several more days of exquisite wine and fine food in the land of the elves. And he discovered that the realm of the elves seemed even more suited to his desire to grow and develop. Due to its unique location, the Elven Kingdom enjoyed more than 18 hours of sunlight each day. So, Shenmue promptly brought out the sun disk. "Shen, what is this thing? I can sense a mysterious power emanating from it. It feels as if it's drawing in the strength of the sun." At that moment, Sylphinia approached, barefoot, her light steps dancing across the ground as she asked her question. This was the true name of the Great Elder. Over the past few days, Shenmue had been whisked all around the Elven Kingdom by this Great Elder, who had once kept herself in seclusion for centuries, insisting he join her on various excursions. Clear skies, gentle breezes, and soft sunlight. Such perfect weather would have been a rare blessing in his former world. But here, in the land of elves, it was simply the norm. Storms and fierce winds were almost unheard of in this place. Most of the time, the scenery was vibrant and perpetually spring-like. At first, Shenmue was a bit reluctant, as it disrupted his peaceful, sunbathing routine. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the pleas of a 9,000-year-old grandma elf and a swarm of little elves fluttering around him. So, these few days turned out to be some of the most leisurely and carefree since Shenmue's rebirth. No matter where he woke up, he would always find himself surrounded by a sea of flowers. And as the little elves grew more familiar with him, many began to nap right on top of him. During this time, Shenmue also learned that the Great Elder's true name was Sylphinia. But, according to her, it had been so many years since anyone had used that name, she could no longer remember how long it had been. She herself had nearly forgotten she even had a name. This is the sun disk, a powerful magical altar capable of gathering crystals infused with the divine power of the sun. Shenmue made no attempt to hide anything, and revealed the sun disk's secret right away. What? The divine power of the sun. Incredible. In the tens of thousands of years across the 9 realms, not a single deity has ever truly mastered the divine power of the sun. Most only possess fragments of its authority. The fire god and the god of light each command but a portion of the sun's domain. Sylphinia was visibly astonished. The sun is sacred in the myths of every race. While some legends speak of sun gods, most are little more than hollow titles, for none have truly wielded the sun's divine power. Now, before her eyes, this magical altar could actually condense crystals of solar divinity. How could she not be shocked? The air around the sun disk grew noticeably warmer. However, the surrounding plants showed no discomfort from the sudden rise in temperature. On the contrary, they seemed to burst forth with a new, even more vigorous vitality. All around, the little spirits wore expressions of pure delight, utterly intoxicated by the atmosphere. It seemed just right, since everyone enjoyed the sunshine. Basking it together was surely the most wonderful thing. Time slipped by quietly. Half a month had passed in this way, yet the solar disk had still not managed to fully condense a single sun god crystal. This couldn't help but make Shenmue sigh at how inefficient this thing was. Even so, the solar disk was undeniably an excellent accelerator for cultivation. Staying close to it, Shenmue could clearly feel his absorption of solar radiation had grown much faster. Of course, Shenmue had considered trying to unravel the operating principles of the solar disk in hopes of replicating it. He even imagined using his own body as a vessel for inscribing runes, effectively turning himself into a unique, mobile version of the solar disk. But without a solid, in-depth understanding of rune magic, such an idea was nearly impossible to realize. Besides, the runes on the solar disk belonged to a system entirely different from those found in the Marvel Universe. Shenmue had no rune mages from the continent of runes to guide him, so he could only draw parallels by studying Marvel's rune magic. Rune magic was more or less exclusive to Asgard, so Shenmue resolved that when he returned to Asgard, he would devote himself to its study. During this period, Shenmue also sought advice from Sylphnia on the magic of the elves. Much like Asgard, the elves' magic also originated from the World Tree. The difference was they didn't pursue overwhelming destructive power. Instead, they used the magical energy granted by the World Tree primarily for healing and protection. Unfortunately, these teachings did little to deepen Shenmue's own attunement to magical energies. They merely enriched his theoretical knowledge. Perhaps his body truly lacked any real magical talent. Shen, what do you think of the current Elven Kingdom? One day, Sylphnia leaned against Shenmue's wing and asked him suddenly. It's as beautiful as a fairyland, he replied, after a moment's sincere thought. Then, would you be willing to stay here forever? Hearing this, Shenmue fell silent for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh and said, If there ever comes a time when nothing in this universe can threaten me, I'd love nothing more than to stay here and enjoy such peaceful, leisurely days. But, as you once said, the fate of this universe will change because of me. I don't think I'm strong enough yet. I can't even control my own fate. How could I possibly talk about influencing the destiny of the universe? So, for now, this place isn't right for me. But maybe, someday, when I can truly ignore any threat, I'll choose to settle down here. Hearing this, Sylphnia fell silent as well. In truth, I'm selfish too. I can't protect the Elven Kingdom myself, yet I've placed all that burden on your shoulders. You never really had to take this on. After a brief moment of quiet between them, Sylphnia finally spoke again, her voice tinged with a hint of apology. No, it's not just because of that. Shenmue understood very well. The pressure from the elves wasn't the only reason he sought power. If he thought about it, guarding the Elven Kingdom was almost incidental. What Shenmue truly desired was the strength to remain unshaken in this perilous universe, and even more, the chance to explore worlds beyond its bounds. After all, judging by the rewards from the system's treasure chests, there must be countless more fascinating worlds outside the Marvel Universe. Half a month passed since their last conversation, and at last, the solar disk produced its very first solar divine crystal. System, how am I supposed to use this thing? Am I just supposed to swallow it whole? Shenmue posed his question to the system. He held in his hand the solar divine crystal, which had taken a full month to form, and he had no idea what to do with it. Ding. Host, the solar divine crystal can be swallowed directly, but you'll only absorb 60% of its power. For the perfect effect, you should open your chest and fuse the crystal directly into your heart. Ding. Hidden deep within your ancient Kryptonian bloodline lies the blessing left by Krypton's sun god Ra. If you can activate it with the solar divine power, your bloodline's potential will be elevated to new heights. With the system's explanation, Shenmue finally realized that this premium reward from his initial starter pack actually carried a hidden trait. System, you still insist you don't care about me? Ding. Host, please refrain from wild speculation. Otherwise, the system will refuse to answer your questions. Oh, don't be so stingy. I was just teasing you a little. No harm done, right? Hey, system, are you still there? Acting shy, are you? Seeing that the system was ignoring him, Shenmue lost interest in further teasing. He glanced down at his chest, stretched out a claw, and scratched at it. All he heard was the rasp of metal on metal, leaving not a single mark. It seemed rather tricky. Who would have thought that a joke from some old forum would actually come true for him one day? This is the question: what should someone with an indestructible body do if they get appendicitis? Although I'm not having my appendix removed, my current situation is similar in nature. Given how tough my body is now, unless there's a weapon forged from kryptonite, cutting open my chest to place this divine crystal into my heart would be nearly impossible. Wait, maybe there is a way after all. As Shenmue watched the little sprites darting and playing nearby, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Given my size, these little ones should be able to carry the divine crystal and fly into my body, placing it right onto my heart. The more Shenmue thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Sylphinia, I might need your help with something. With that thought, Shenmue didn't hesitate any longer and walked straight over to the elder, who was playing with the sprites under the sun. Shun, is something wrong? Sylphinia looked at Shenmue, puzzled as to why he'd suddenly stopped basking in the sun. Look, this is the solar divine crystal. I need to fuse it with my heart to fully absorb its divine power. But I found that there isn't a weapon that can cut through my body anymore. So, I was thinking, if I open my mouth, could one of the little ones carry the crystal inside and place it on my heart? Shenmue laid out his plan, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at her. Sylphinia didn't say a word. She simply took the solar divine crystal from him. A gentle warmth flowed from her palm, reaching straight to his heart. Incredible. That altar actually managed to condense a crystal of solar divine power. After nearly a month of waiting with no movement from the solar disk, Sylphinia had started to doubt whether it even worked. But now, holding this orange-yellow crystal that she'd just received from Shenmue, she could see it was real, undeniably so. And she could sense within it a vast, blazing, and luminous divine energy. Though she'd never witnessed solar divine power herself, she had no doubt that this was the real thing. I'll have Innes personally fly it into your body and place it on your heart. With that, Sylphinia used a unique method of communication between sprites to summon Innes. She then explained Shenmue's plan to her. Rest assured, Lord Dragon, I'll take care of this. Hearing her elder's instructions, Innes immediately flew over to Shenmue and promised him with confidence. Then I'll leave it to you. With those words, Shenmue released the spell on himself. In an instant, his body returned to its original form, over 20 meters long, and he opened his jaws wide. Fortunately, over the past month, Shenmue's diet had consisted solely of fruits and the fine wines brewed by elves. As a result, when he opened his mouth, there was none of the usual meat-eater's odor, only a faint, refreshing scent of grass and wood. Without the slightest hesitation, Innes flew straight into Shenmue's mouth, carrying the sun god crystal with her. Many of the watching pixies around them looked on with fear in their eyes. Of course, Shenmue did not remain passive. He cast his own biological field over Innes to protect her. At the same time, Innes used a light spell inside Shenmue's body to illuminate her way. Soon, she arrived before Shenmue's heart, a massive golden organ, colossal compared to her tiny form. Great Dragon, do I simply place the god crystal on your heart? Innes asked, making one final confirmation. That's right, Innes. Just do that and you'll be able to come out, Shenmue replied. His voice thundered through his own body, echoing like rolling storms. The sound nearly startled Innes out of her wits. Gathering herself, Innes followed Shenmue's instructions and placed the sun god crystal onto his heart. Instantly, Shenmue's heart began to radiate with golden light. And at that very moment, Shenmue felt as if his entire body were boiling with energy. Seeing this, Innes didn't dare linger. She darted urgently toward Shenmue's mouth and shot out into the open air. The moment Innes emerged from within him, Shenmue could no longer contain himself. He soared straight into the sky. His entire being blazed with light, as brilliant as the sun itself. At that instant, whether it was Odin in his deep slumber, or the Ancient One meditating in the sanctum on earth, or even the demon Lord Dormammu in the dark dimension, Mephisto in the depths of hell, and those ancient, dark gods, Thon, lingering beyond the multiverse, and the triune Vishanti, all sensed something stirring in the ether. Even the 5 great creator gods took notice, though after a brief glance, they paid it no further mind. Far beyond the boundless worlds of the infinite multiverse, in a realm more distant still, the Kryptonian sun god Rao, who had been quietly observing the growth of superhumans across universes, suddenly felt a jolt of awareness and could not help but frown. There are still Kryptonians out there who possess the bloodline of ancient Krypton. I was certain I personally erased every last one of them from all timelines long ago. As the most ancient and revered sun god of Krypton, It was Rao himself who orchestrated the destruction of Krypton across all universes. Yet now, he realized that the blessing he had once embedded within the ancient Kryptonian bloodline had been awakened. Such a thing should have been utterly impossible. He immediately tried to follow the thread of this sensation, but was abruptly blocked by a golden wall. He knew exactly what that terrifying wall was, and he could only give up for now, but this matter left a sharp thorn lodged deep in his heart. Heimdall, who was patrolling the Nine Realms, witnessed the scene and found his eyes so overwhelmed that he couldn't open them for a moment. Yet Shenmue, the cause of all this, remained completely unaware. He was utterly immersed in the boundless pleasure that came with the elevation of his bloodline. Boom! 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 At that moment, the sound of Shenmue's heartbeat thundered like a war drum in the ears of every elf. And so, days slipped by, one after another, in this fashion. His body still hovered above the elven kingdom, radiant like a second sun in the sky. Beneath his light, the grasses and trees of the land grew wild and unchecked, as though they had been dosed with a potent catalyst. Such a transformation was, of course, something the little elves welcomed with joy. Gifted with the ability to read the emotions of plants, they could distinctly sense just how delighted the trees were now. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. By this point, the elves had grown accustomed to seeing two suns above their homeland. Grand Elder, how much longer do you think Lord Dragon will remain like this? At this moment, Innes was perched on Sylphnia's shoulder, her small feet swinging as she posed her question. He should be awakening soon. I can sense it. The pace at which his life force is growing has begun to slow, Sylphnia replied, after glancing up at the sky. Grand Elder, Sister Innes, a piece of that altar Lord Dragon brought has fallen. Look, it's this thing. Just then, two little elves flew over, carrying a newly formed sun god crystal. Incredible. In only a month, that altar has already condensed a crystal of such divine power. This truly is an artifact beyond compare. Sylphnia murmured as she took the sun god crystal in her hand. She quickly stowed it away, intending to give it to Shenmue later. Time continued to flow onward. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor was still dominating the arena, carving his way through all challengers. Since returning from the Elven Kingdom, he had sunk back into his familiar routine. After all, wars were rare, and so the arena had become his ideal outlet for excess energy. Against ordinary Asgardian warriors, Thor he knew exactly what that terrifying wall was, and had no choice but to give up his attempt. Yet the incident left a sharp thorn lodged deep in his heart. Heimdall, who was patrolling the Nine Realms, witnessed the scene and found his eyes so overwhelmed that he couldn't even open them for a moment. But Shenmue, the cause of all this, remained completely unaware. He was wholly immersed in the boundless pleasure brought by his bloodline sublimation. Boom! 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 At that moment, the sound of Shenmue's heartbeat echoed in the ears of every elf like the pounding of a great drum. And so, the days passed by, slowly, one after another. His body still hovered above the Elven Kingdom, shining like a second sun in the sky. Beneath his radiance, most of the plants in the Elven Kingdom grew fiercely and wildly. It was as if they'd been fed a powerful catalyst. For the little elves, this change was a cause for celebration. Able to sense the feelings of the plants, they naturally understood just how joyful the trees were now. In the blink of an eye, another month had gone by. By this time, the elves had already grown used to having two suns in the sky. Grand Elder, how much longer do you think Lord Dragon will stay like this? At this moment, Innes sat swinging her little feet atop Sylphinia's shoulder as she asked. He should be waking soon. I can feel it. The pace of his life force's growth has already begun to slow, Sylphinia replied, glancing up at the sky. Grand Elder, Sister Innes, a piece of something fell from the altar that Lord Dragon brought. Just then, two little elves came flying over, carrying a newly formed sun divine crystal. Incredible. That altar managed to condense such a divine power crystal in just a month. It's practically an artifact. Sylphinia murmured in awe as she held the sun divine crystal in her hand. She put away, planning to give it to Shenmue later. Time continued to flow onward. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor was still dominating in the arena, defeating all challengers. After returning from the Elven Kingdom, he too had settled back into his usual calm routine. After all, wars didn't happen every day, so the arena had become his perfect outlet for excess energy. When facing ordinary Asgardian warriors, Thor could easily overpower them even without wielding Mjolnir. But activities like this no longer thrilled him as they once had. I kind of miss Shun, Thor said with a hint of melancholy after felling yet another challenger. Every time he fought Shenmue, he felt himself grow stronger, but battling these regular Asgardian warriors just didn't give him that same feeling. Ha ha! Thor, Shun is an honored guest among the elves. I'm sure he's relaxing right now. sipping fine wine under the sun. I really envy him. Just thinking about the elven tribe's finest wine makes my mouth water. Outside the arena, Volstagg heard Thor's words and burst into hearty laughter. There was no mistaking the envy in his tone toward Shenmue. Back then, even just receiving some ordinary wine from the elves had felt like a priceless treasure to him. In fact, Anis told me I could take some with me, but in the end, I completely forgot. Whenever the elven wine was mentioned, Thor couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Thor, let me be your opponent in the next match. While they were talking, Sif strode onto the arena, sword in one hand and shield in the other. She tossed a sword to Thor with a flick of her wrist, her eyes blazing with determination. Sif, give Thor a good lesson. At this, everyone began to cheer, led especially by the three warriors. Thor could only shrug helplessly and grip the sword. To them, Thor and Sif were a match made by fate. In their eyes, once Thor became king of the gods, Sif would be the perfect choice for queen. Indeed, if Thor hadn't been banished to Earth by Odin, he might never have met Jane Foster. Without meeting Jane, there would have been no spark between them. Even though Shenmue's arrival now might cause some butterfly effects, who could possibly predict what the future would hold? Shenmue had no idea Thor was actually missing their friendly brawls. At this moment, Shenmue was in a state that was half awake, half asleep. That day, the elves were still carefreely playing and chasing each other through the vast forest, when suddenly, high above in the sky, Shenmue opened his eyes. Two terrifying beams of blazing energy erupted from his gaze, shooting straight into the heavens, piercing the clouds. They crossed a distance beyond measure before finally fading away. With nothing holding him back, Shenmue soared directly toward the stars. His speed had at least doubled compared to before. Elder, the great dragon has awakened. But where is he going? Anis gazed up, puzzled, as Shenmue vanished beyond the clouds in the blink of an eye. Perhaps he feels he slept long enough and just wants to stretch his wings, Silphnia replied, a gentle smile playing at her lips. That makes sense. Lord Dragon has slept for almost 2 months. It's definitely time to get moving again. I've never even slept that long in my life. Anis agreed with the elder's assessment. Meanwhile, Shenmue found himself drifting amidst the boundless sea of stars. Never before had he come so close to the cosmic rivers and galaxies. In his previous life, seeing the universe in movies and on television had been breathtaking enough, but nothing came close to the raw, overwhelming sensation of actually being among the stars. In the boundless cosmic river of stars, even the largest suns are but grains of sand, and compared to these colossal stars, he himself is just as insignificant. However, as long as he grows powerful enough, the entire universe could become something he could toy with in the palm of his hand. Glancing down at his current form, Shenmue felt that with the slightest movement of his claws, he could sense a terrifying strength surging within. The meteorites drifting through the void around him instantly became his training ground. One by one, massive asteroids stretching several kilometers long were shattered to dust by Shenmue's various techniques. This flurry of action so startled a passing star pirate ship, having just arrived via space jump, that it immediately spun around and jumped away in fear. Only after fully stretching his new body did Shenmue begin to truly feel its transformation. I'm at least 3 times stronger than I was before, he mused. My strength, speed, and every other ability have all soared to new heights. And thanks to Rao's blessing, Shenmue's bloodline had been elevated, allowing him to completely overcome the Kryptonian's fatal vulnerability to kryptonite. Though, in the Marvel Universe, such a thing didn't even exist. Another change was that the seed of divine power within him had finally awakened. Though still faint, this divine energy now made Shenmue a true god in every sense. With his divinity merged with his bloodline, Shenmue felt as if every cell in his body was now clad in a garment woven from divine power. So, that's how the magic resistance problem gets solved. A surge of restless energy welled up inside him, with nowhere to go. He had once planned to study magic diligently in order to remedy this weakness. But now, with Rao's blessing fully awakened and his divine power stirring, most of his earlier ambitions had simply faded away. Still, Shenmue was eager to travel to Asgard to learn the art of rune magic. After all, even now, the rune array inscribed upon the solar disk still exerted a powerful influence over him. If nothing else, the ability to gather solar divine power alone was reason enough for Shenmue to study it in depth. It was time to return to Asgard and finish his rune magic studies. Then he would consider using the Bifrost to travel to Earth, since that was at the heart of most cosmic crises. From what he'd gathered during his stay in Asgard, Shenmue guessed that Earth was still in the latter half of the 20th century. Most of the well-known superheroes had yet to emerge, So this was hardly Earth's most eventful era. What Shenmue didn't realize was that the star pirates he'd just frightened away were, in fact, the infamous Ravagers, a legendary team of interstellar marauders. The ones who had just escaped were actually a branch of the Ravagers, but that wasn't the point. What mattered was that among that small team was someone Shenmue knew well, Yondu Udanta, the real father of Star-Lord, a man who could kill with his words alone. Right now, Yondu was still roaming the galaxy, faithfully helping Ego retrieve the seeds he had scattered across countless worlds. That was terrifying. Thank goodness we ran fast enough. Was it a dragon, just now? It could ignore the vacuum of space and still unleash such devastating power. Meteors like those, even if our ship crashed into one, we'd be done for. But that thing smashed meteors to pieces with its bare body. Is it even a living creature? Inside the Ravager's ship, a group of mercenaries were heatedly discussing the scene they had just witnessed with Shenmue. Yondu, do you think your Yaka arrow could kill that thing we just saw? At that moment, Kraglin walked over and quietly asked Yondu, who was standing by the window, "If I could kill it, do you think I'd have ordered you all to make a space jump and run away? Otherwise, I'd have sent you to capture it already. Creatures like that are a collector's dream. That filthy rich bastard would pay a fortune for something so rare." Yondu's mind drifted back to the image of Shenmue he'd just seen, those eyes firing crimson beams that bored straight through and pulverized the meteors, and that wild, unstoppable form. What a terrifying monster! Yondu pulled a small flask from his pocket and took a hearty swig. Speaking of which, Ego sure is prolific. How many thousands of kids have we helped him collect over the years? Kraglin glanced at the purple-skinned humanoid who was merrily chatting with the other Ravagers. That's not our concern. Since Ego's willing to pay handsomely for each child scattered across the cosmos, we just do the job and take the money. At this point, Yondu still didn't know Ego's real reason for wanting these children found. In Yondu's mind, these were just kids from backwater planets, now about to have Celestial for a father, a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. For interstellar mercenaries like them, every day was a dance on the edge of a blade. If Yondu had discovered he had a rich and all-powerful father like that, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second. He'd have thrown himself into his arms immediately. Little did Yondu know, all the children he'd helped Ego find over the years had already become nothing but withered bones and lost souls. To Ego, any child who didn't inherit his celestial genes was worthless, fit only to be used as fuel for his own ambitions. In the hundreds of thousands of years since he had taken on his current form as a living planet, he had scattered countless seeds of life throughout the universe, each bearing his essence in various species. Yet, among all these offspring, only a rare few possessed the ability to inherit his divine genetic powers. Ego wished to use these children who had inherited his godlike abilities to help him devour more planets and grow ever stronger. Unfortunately, over the years, 99.9% of the children he found turned out to be ordinary, useless life forms, and among the very few who did inherit his powers, their bodies could not withstand the awakening of such force, and they perished soon after. Thus, all these children of his became nothing more than nourishment for him. Now, outside the core of his planetary body, the ground was littered with corpses and heaps of bleached bones. All right, let's not think about it for now. Once we deliver this kid to his father and collect our payment, we'll decide what to do next, Yondu said to Kraglin. With that, their spaceship began another spatial jump. Shenmue, meanwhile, was completely unaware of this small incident. At this moment, he was telling the little elves about his upcoming departure. The news left many of the elves, who had grown used to Shenmue's presence, reluctant to see him go. One by one, their eyes gleamed with unshed tears, and their expressions seemed on the verge of weeping. To an outsider, it might have appeared as if Shenmue had broken their hearts and abandoned them. He accepted a newly forged sun god crystal from the Grand Elder's hands, then stowed the solar disk into his system space. Afterwards, he took up an enormous goblet given to him by the elves. This was a gift prepared for Shenmue by all the elves working together. Though the goblet seemed ordinary in size, it had been enchanted with powerful magic, allowing it to hold an entire lake's worth of exquisite elven wine. Shun, if you ever get the chance, visit Midgard. The sorcerers there have mastered a remarkable portal spell. Although it's somewhat different from Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, it can still send you anywhere in the known universe at will. The realm of the elves will always welcome you. Before his departure, Sylphinia told Shenmue about the portal magic mastered by the Wizards of Earth. Indeed, for Shenmue, other spells might be nice to have, but the portal spell was truly indispensable. He still remembered from the Marvel movies, during the final battle, how Doctor Strange appeared with a portal after Hulk's snap revived everyone, transporting a whole army from Titan to Earth in an instant. This proved that the portal spell could work across interstellar distances. Perhaps the only limitation was that the caster must have once visited the destination on the other side of the portal. But even that restriction was hardly an obstacle at all. Sylphnia, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have gone anyway. That's the most fascinating place in the whole universe. Well then, until next time. With that, Shenmue found the clearing where Thor had once sent him back, and stood upon the enormous rune mark. He shouted up at the sky, "Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost for me, will you?" As soon as Shenmue's voice rang out, the skies above the elven realm shifted dramatically. A colossal, seven-colored pillar of light descended from above, swallowing Shenmue whole in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the beam, and Shenmue with it, vanished, leaving behind only the rune mark, now refreshingly renewed. "Shun, you've awakened your divine power, haven't you?" Heimdall's very first word upon seeing Shenmue were a direct question. At the time, Shenmue had been lost in the throes of his bloodline's ascension, utterly unaware of the commotion his actions had stirred across the cosmos. That's right, genuine, unadulterated solar divinity. Shenmue made no attempt to hide it. Heimdall was a man of few words. For him to ask meant those keen eyes of his had surely seen something extraordinary. A true miracle, Heimdall murmured, gazing at Shenmue for a long moment before uttering this heartfelt exclamation. "By the way, Heimdall, if I wanted to use the Bifrost to visit Midgard, would that be possible?" Seizing the moment, Shenmue inquired with the guardian deity of Asgard. "Of course, you're an honored guest, as decreed by the All-Father himself." Heimdall responded with straightforward candor. "Thank you, Heimdall. I owe you a drink sometime." With the answer he wanted, Shenmue felt thoroughly pleased. Now, his priority was to cram as much knowledge about rune magic as possible. "Shun, you're finally back." Shenmue had only just begun gliding along the solid Bifrost toward the palace when an excited voice rang out from ahead. He looked up to see Thor rushing toward him, hammer in hand, his face alight with excitement. "Thor, did you come all this way just to greet me?" Shenmue asked, amused by Thor's barely contained enthusiasm. "Shun, Heimdall told me. You've awakened your divine power, haven't you?" A month ago, when Shenmue merged with the solar god crystal and caused that enormous disturbance, Heimdall had reported it to Thor right away. With Odin now in his slumber, almost all of Asgard's affairs had fallen to Thor. Though, truth be told, it was Loki who handled most of the tedious details for him. Thor understood that with the awakening of divine power, Shenmue could now be considered a true god. Before this, Shenmue had always been formidable in Thor's eyes, but still merely a remarkable mortal being. At this moment, all of Thor's pride stemmed from having a powerful father and inheriting formidable divine strength. Of course, the same was true for Loki. Both shared a sense of pride in being gods. Even when faced with the Hulk, whose strength far surpassed his own, Thor still strove to maintain the dignity befitting a god. If Thor in the movies had never gone through the ordeal of becoming mortal, perhaps he would never have learned to view ordinary people, or even other superheroes, on Earth as equals. "Yes. What? Are you curious to try my divine power for yourself?" Shenmue grinned, his tone carrying a hint of mischief. "No, you've only just awakened. I wouldn't take advantage of you." Thor certainly wasn't looking for another fight. He was well aware of his current abilities. Before Shenmue awakened his divine power, Thor hadn't been able to defeat him. Now that Shenmue's powers had emerged, he stood even less of a chance. The reason for his excitement was simple. Thor was desperate to know how Shenmue had managed to awaken his divine strength. He knew Shenmue's age. By Asgardian standards, Shenmue was little more than a child. "Shun, I want to ask for your guidance. How can I awaken my true power? During our last fight, you said there was a great strength hidden within me. I've felt it myself, but I haven't been able to fully awaken it, no matter what I do." Thor no longer cared about saving face. He spoke candidly about seeking Shenmue's advice. It was, admittedly, a bit humiliating. Here he was, a bona fide god of thunder who had lived for nearly 1,500 years, coming to seek guidance from a newly awakened young god. "Thor, the way I awaken my divine power is different from yours. You were born with your strength, while mine came about for other reasons. You haven't truly awakened your own power yet, because for you, the time simply hasn't come." Shenmue offered a deliberately vague answer, savoring the subtle joy of being enigmatic. He knew full well, for Thor to truly awaken, he would have to let go of his dependence on Mjolnir. Right now, Thor treated Mjolnir as if it were part of his very being. Letting it go was almost unthinkable. "Shun, what does that mean? And why do you sound more and more like my father?" Thor was clearly unimpressed by Shenmue's riddle speak. "Thor, I think you should understand better than I do. As Odin's son, he surely knows more about your power than anyone. But why do you think he's never truly helped you awaken that power?" Shenmue's words left Thor in momentary silence. He was genuinely reflecting on what Shenmue had said, because he felt that what Shenmue said wasn't entirely wrong. As Odin's eldest son, the future heir to the throne, and the one bestowed with the legendary weapon Mjolnir. From any angle, his father should have told him the way to awaken this power. Yet, Thor completely overlooked what Odin had said. He had not yet acquired the qualities necessary to be a worthy king of the gods. Impulsive, quick to anger, careless about consequences, always thinking to solve problems with brute force first. These were mistakes Odin himself had once made and did not wish to see repeated in his son. But Thor, who had yet to endure hardship, still couldn't understand this. Thor, I'm going to ask Her Highness Frigga for guidance in rune magic. Would you like to join me? Shenmue glanced at the absent-minded Thor and asked. Those things? I learned them over 1,400 years ago. Hearing this, Shenmue was suddenly a bit surprised. It dawned on him that Thor wasn't lacking in wisdom. More often, he simply preferred to tackle problems with his muscles. Judging by his portrayal in the movies, Thor was supposed to be quite knowledgeable. After all, the first time he met Groot, he understood what he said, even mentioning that he'd taken that language as an elective in Asgard. At this moment, Shenmue's impression of Thor shifted a little. However, with Thor's next words, Shenmue decided to take back his previous thought. This guy really was just a brawny simpleton. Because Thor went on. Magic? That's for women. Real Asgardian warriors fight with steel and strength. Even Loki rarely uses magic in battle, you know? He even had the nerve to use Loki as an example. No wonder, thought Shenmue, that Loki, a fine master of sorcery, was always running around with those two little daggers, looking for someone to stab. Turns out, he was led astray by these guys right from the start. Shenmue couldn't help but exclaim, what a character. Sure, Shenmue also found the thrill of trading blows more satisfying, suited to his own dragon-like nature. But even so, magic could be incredibly useful at times. Even if one couldn't reach the heights of someone like Doctor Strange or the Ancient One, magic was still a tremendous advantage in battle, or just everyday life. Just think of how, during Thor's final showdown with Malekith, the Dark Elf, Mjolnir got lost in another dimension and couldn't answer his call in time. So the mighty god of thunder from Asgard ended up having to take the subway, riding 3 whole stops to get to the fight. And then there's the Hulk, equally clueless, who had to hop on a little electric scooter to rush to the battlefield during the Battle of New York. In contrast, the sorcerers, wherever they go, the first thing they do is open a portal. Some of the most accomplished among them, like the current Sorcerer Supreme, Wong, who succeeded Doctor Strange, have mastered the art so completely that they can open portals without even moving their hands. It's in those moments, when the battle is over, that true elegance reveals itself. Thor, I'll head over to see Queen Frigga first. Tonight, the drinks are on me. Elven wine for everyone. With that, Shenmue didn't wait for Thor's reply and made his way directly to Frigga's palace. Before awakening his divine powers, Shenmue hadn't felt anything particularly special about the land of Asgard. It was simply that, in terms of scenery, it was more magnificent and awe-inspiring than any architecture he had seen before. But after awakening his divine powers, Shenmue began to notice something extraordinary about this land. He could sense a mysterious force from the earth itself, trying to merge with his body. Yet, it seemed that his body was not the vessel this power was searching for. So, just as quickly, the force faded away from within him. Shenmue guessed that perhaps only Odin and his family were able to truly claim this power as their own. That, he thought, was why they were far stronger than ordinary Asgardians. Shun, you've finally returned. The land of the elves is truly beautiful, isn't it? At that moment, Frigga was tending her rare and wondrous flowers in the garden. Seeing Shenmue arrive, she greeted him with a gentle smile. It is truly beautiful. I almost wanted to stay there for good. Shenmue Ecoin has sentiment. It seems your 2 months in the realm of the elves have been tremendously rewarding. Shun, perhaps Odin and I were both wrong. You're not a being born of Vanaheim at all, but a god born of the sun's will itself. The moment Frigga laid eyes on Shenmue, she spoke these words. She could scarcely think of any other term for him. Nothing less than God would suffice. In just a couple of months, she could sense that Shenmue's entire being had undergone a profound transformation. She couldn't begin to imagine what sort of encounter could have brought about such a leap in power. Compared to him, among all the known races of the universe, only those born as gods could possibly grow at such a rate. Your Majesty Frigga, I've come to seek your guidance on the subject of rune magic. Shenmue didn't address Frigga's words directly, for he knew well that he was no god, just an ordinary man with a system, reborn into this world. So he stated his purpose openly, not wishing to dwell further on the topic. Eagerness to learn is a virtue, a fine quality indeed. If you wish to study rune magic, you must first understand its origins. Runic magic is a unique form of sorcery that originated from the world tree. In the beginning, there were 24 rune stones, which came into being as a result of Odin's self-sacrifice. However, those original 24 rune stones have now merged with Odin himself. The runic magic that exists today was created by Odin based on those runes. Each rune possesses its own distinct power, and when different runes are combined, they can give rise to even greater magical effects. Runic magic is essentially the art of pairing and utilizing these runes. Frigga began to explain the history of runic magic to Shunmu. Shunmu listened attentively, and soon realized that the runic magic of Asgard seemed to share certain similarities with the rune magic he once knew from the Land of Runes. After all, since the world of runes serves as the backdrop for the game League of Legends, its creators must have drawn inspiration from the finest cultural and historical treasures of many civilizations. This realization only strengthened Shunmu's determination to learn. If you wish to master runic magic, you must first learn the runes themselves. Once you have learned them, you must then attune yourself to the power within each rune symbol. Otherwise, these are nothing more than ordinary letters. As Frigga spoke, she waved her hand before Shunmu, and a series of strange-looking runes materialized in the air. Shunmu studied the runes intently. His mind raced as he forced himself to memorize each one. Princess Frigga, how can I truly grasp the power hidden within these runes? After committing the runes to memory, Shunmu found that each one now occupied its own distinct space in his mind. Come with me. There's a place that will help you unlock the power of these runes. Seeing his eagerness, Frigga beckoned for Shunmu to follow her. Without another word, Shunmu fell in step behind Frigga as she led him toward a palace. Your Majesty. The palace guards, upon seeing Frigga approach, bowed slightly in respect. I'm taking Shun to the place of creation. Please open the doors. Frigga smiled at the guards as she gave the order. Without hesitation, the guards pushed open the great doors of the palace. Inside, the floor was etched with an enormous magical rune array. Frigga channeled her magical energy to activate the array, and instantly, a passage leading underground revealed itself. Descending the passage, Shunmu followed Frigga into a vast subterranean chamber. Glancing about, he saw countless runes glowing on the stone walls. Among them, 24 stood out, each one a distinct letter, representing the foundational runes. Shun, this is the very place where Odin first created runic magic. Each of these runes still holds the power Odin left behind, so they all remain in an active state. You can try to connect with the power within these runes. Frigga addressed Shunmu as she spoke. Thank you for your generous guidance, Your Highness Frigga. Once again, Shunmu expressed his gratitude to Frigga. When it comes to communicating with rune magic, I can't help you. This is something you must comprehend on your own. With those words, Frigga took her leave, and the vast underground chamber was left with only Shunmu. To connect with the rune's power, nothing was more direct to Shunmu than to reach out and touch them himself. Without hesitation, Shunmu extended a claw and lightly brushed one of the runes. Immediately, the rune glowed with a crimson light, and Shunmu's mind was pulled into a world aflame with fire and brilliance. He had no idea how much time had passed before he finally awoke. He found himself still holding the pose, claw resting on the rune. In that moment, Shunmu felt a sudden flash of insight. His claw traced 2 arcs through the air, and instantly, a rune gleaming with a faint reddish light appeared before him. Did I really succeed just like that? This is so much easier than trying to sense magical energy with that broken branch from the world tree. Shunmu couldn't help but marvel at his own progress. Buoyed by his first success, Shunmu pressed on and began to attune himself to the remaining 23 runic letters, one after another. So absorbed was Shunmu in the process that he lost all sense of time passing beside him. Thor, why did Shin reappear for just a moment, only to vanish again? Didn't he promise to treat you to some of that fine elven brew? The 4 warriors had once again gathered around Thor. Volstagg couldn't help but ask Thor, for there was no one in all of Asgard who loved his drink more. Ever since word spread that Shunmu had returned, more than half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Apart from Thor, who had seen him once, not a single other soul had caught so much as a glimpse of Shunmu before he vanished again without a trace. Thor went to ask his mother, and Frigga explained that Shunmu was currently communing with the power of the runic letters. She even used Shunmu as a positive example, reminding Thor to be more diligent in his studies. Alas, Thor's mind was set entirely on waiting for his father to wake, eager to ask why he had never been told how to unlock his own power. Everything else went in one ear and out the other. Time slipped by swiftly for a being like Shunmu, one who could go without food or drink for years, even decades, without harm. No longer plagued by hunger, Shenmue lost himself in his communion, and before he realized it, nearly another month had passed. By then, even Odin had awakened from his long slumber. Originally, Odin's sleep was supposed to last only a week, but this time it stretched on for nearly 3 months. Such a lengthy slumber was unprecedented. However, the extended rest greatly improved the recovery of Odin's strength. Your Majesty, do you think Shun will be able to unravel the mysteries of the runes? Frigga was accompanying Odin as they walked along the palace corridor when she suddenly brought up this question. Of course, now that he has mastered divine power, he will learn even faster than Thor. I can feel it. Every trace of power I left within the runes has completely vanished. Shun should be emerging any day now. There were remnants of his power within the runes at the birthplace of creation, and Odin could sense every change with clarity. Thus, he could easily surmise Shenmue's progress with the runes. Just as Odin predicted, Shenmue had already finished attuning to all the runes half a month ago. Relying on his superbrain, Shenmue had even used the creative marks Odin had left behind to elevate his understanding of rune magic to new heights. It's no exaggeration to say that Shenmue had now become a true theoretical master of rune magic. Armed with this deep knowledge, Shenmue began to attempt decoding the runes on the solar disk. He activated the solar disk using the solar divine power within his body, focusing intently on the flow of rune energy within it. At that moment, if not for his draconic form, anyone would have mistaken Shenmue for a sage lost in profound contemplation. One had to admit, the superbrain was truly remarkable, at least when it came to acquiring knowledge. Shenmue couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for Superman, who had let such a brain go to waste. The original Superman, already blessed with extraordinary powers, had rarely needed to use his superbrain. After forming the Justice League, this became even truer. Whenever a crisis arose, Batman always had a backup plan. You could always count on Batman to have a contingency. And even if Batman failed, they could just let the Flash reset everything. Problem solved. So Superman's superbrain was only ever proven by his grasp of knowledge spanning 28 galaxies, and by his ability to master a new language in 3 minutes. Now, Shenmue was finally experiencing the world of a genius student thanks to his own superbrain, a world that once seemed forever out of reach. But maintaining the superbrain at full throttle for such a long time had even begun to wear Shenmue down. The fatigue was even more intense than any physical exhaustion. Yet, there was something to celebrate. Shenmue had now almost completely copied every rune on the solar disk. He continued to refine his understanding through constant simulations using the multidimensional models he constructed in his mind. Shenmue could now ensure that his recreation of the solar disk was indistinguishable from the original. In fact, while channeling the power of runes, Shenmue found himself quietly connecting to the magical energy of the World Tree, a force he had never been able to comprehend before. However, now that he possessed divine power, this magical energy served only as an ornamental touch, adding flourish but little substance. After all, the limits of magic in this universe were clearly defined, not really worth delving into further. Sigh. This superbrain is incredibly useful, but after pushing it to its absolute limit, the exhaustion is all too real. I feel even more worn out than after fighting without sleep for an entire month. As he walked outside, Shenmue scratched his head with his paw. Once he had actively shut down his superbrain, Shenmue felt his senses returning to normal, but also found it much easier to relax. The very first thing he did upon coming out was to soar into the sky without a moment's hesitation, savoring the long-missed warmth of the sun. Father, why won't you just tell me the true way to awaken my power? I know I could become even greater. Thor continued to hound Odin, pressing him for answers. Because you are not yet worthy of that power. Odin's disappointment in Thor had only grown. This time, he spoke bluntly, without any attempt to soften his words. Standing by his side, Frigga hurriedly shot Thor a warning glance. But Thor, his face flushed with anger, was too upset to notice his mother's signals. Nearby, Loki seemed as if he wanted to speak, but under Odin's stern gaze, he quickly fell silent. Odin shook his head in disappointment, then, paying Thor no more mind, left with Frigga at his side. As they passed Thor, Frigga gave him a gentle shake of her head. Seething with rage, Thor stormed back to his palace and began smashing everything in sight, overturning every object in a fit of frustration. At last, he slumped onto the stone steps, utterly defeated. Oh, what a pitiful sight, my dear brother. Have you finished venting your anger? To his surprise, it wasn't the warriors for who came to comfort Thor, but Loki. Walking over to Thor's side, Loki spoke. Loki, do you think Father has truly lost his mind? I know I could wield even greater power and make the Nine Realms fear Asgard as never before. But Father still refuses to tell me how to grasp that greater strength. Thor poured out his grievances to Loki. Hearing this, Loki was secretly amused, though on his face he wore a look of righteous indignation. Still, brother, while I think you might be right, the throne belongs to him. For now, our father rules Asgard. Your strength may well be a challenge to him, as the king of gods, but I believe you shouldn't be too impatient. Loki appeared to be comforting Thor, but in truth, his words were slyly fanning the flames. Sure enough, after hearing Loki's remark, Thor's expression darkened even further. To think that the father I admire, the greatest king of Asgard, could become so foolish and decayed just because of old age? This was the thought echoing in Thor's heart. Brother, just as Loki was about to say more, Volstagg and the others entered the room. Loki had no choice but to fall silent. But Volstagg wasn't there to comfort Thor. After all, the issue at hand involved both the king and the prince, making it a delicate matter for the royal family. Although they were friends with Thor, their sworn allegiance belonged to Odin, the king who sat on the throne. The best solution, then, was to shift Thor's attention elsewhere. Thor, Shun has finally come out. At these words, Thor's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Volstagg, where is Shun now? As soon as I saw him leave the underground chambers, he took to the skies. I bet he's off sunbathing again. During Shun Mu's days in Asgard, his habits had become well known. Every day, without fail, he would go out to bask in the sun. Hearing this, Thor dashed out of his palace, excitement written all over his face. With a swing of his hammer, he soared into the sky. Shun, my father says I'm still unworthy of that power. Is that true? Or has he really grown so old that even his mind has begun to decay? Shinmu looked at Thor, who had dragged him down to pour out his grievances, and could only shake his head in resignation. Thor, I can tell you with absolute certainty. Your father's age, your strength may indeed pose a challenge to him as the king of gods, but I think you shouldn't be too impatient. Loki appeared to comfort Thor, but in truth, he was slyly fanning the flames in Thor's heart. Sure enough, after hearing Loki's words, Thor's expression grew even darker. My father, whom I have always revered, the greatest god king of Asgard, could he really have become so ignorant and decayed just because of old age? This was the question Thor asked himself in his heart. Brother, just as Loki was about to say something more, Volstagg and the others entered the room. Loki had no choice but to hold his tongue. However, Volstagg hadn't come to comfort Thor. After all, the issue now concerned both the god king and the prince, which meant it was essentially a matter of royal family affairs. Although they were friends with Thor, their allegiance was sworn to Odin, the king on the throne. Thus, the best course of action was to shift Thor's attention elsewhere. Thor, Shun has finally come out. Thor's eyes lit up at those words, and he asked eagerly, Volstagg, where is Shun now? I saw him fly into the sky as soon as he left the Undercroft. He's probably out basking in the sun again. During Shin Mu's time in Asgard, his habits had become well known. Come rain or shine, he insisted on sunbathing every day. Upon hearing this, Thor excitedly dashed out of his palace, and, with a swing of his hammer, soared into the sky. Shun, my father says I'm still not worthy to receive that power. Is it true? Or has he truly grown so old that even his mind has begun to wither? Shinmu, seeing Thor forcibly pull him down just to pour out his troubles, could only shake his head helplessly. Thor, I can assure you with absolute certainty, your father's aging body has not dulled his mind. He always sees more than you do, and he's done far more for you than you imagine. So, why not try looking inward and focusing on yourself for a change? Shinmu understood Thor's situation well. Without a profound, personal journey, true growth was impossible. Myself. Hearing these words, Thor seemed moved, his face turning thoughtful as memory surfaced. He recalled the many things he had experienced over nearly 15 centuries. In his youth, he studied diligently and honed his combat skills, determined under his father's guidance to become a great king of gods. Now, as a young man and Odin's firstborn, he had received the mighty Mjolnir. Whenever chaos broke out across the Nine Realms, he was always the first to lead the charge and restore order. The name of the god of thunder had become legendary throughout the Nine Realms, and in him, the glory of Asgard lived on. Thor believed that everything he was doing was exactly what was expected of him as Odin's son. His father had originally intended to officially name him as the next king of the gods on his 1,500th birthday. And now, there were only a few decades left until that day. Thor longed to accept this honor, which would shake the Nine Realms with even greater strength, but instead, Odin had ruthlessly criticized him. Shun, I still don't understand. After a long moment of contemplation, Thor shook his head and spoke. There was nothing Shenmue could do about that. It seemed fate had destined Thor to endure this hardship. If you can't figure it out, then let's have a drink. With a smile, Shenmue reached into his system space and took out the goblet the elves had given him. The familiar aroma of wine drifted to Thor's nose, gently easing that lingering discontent in his heart. All right, I'll go call Loki and Volstagg. Volstagg's been thinking about that fine wine you brought back for ages. But with just this little goblet, it doesn't seem like you can pour much wine, can you? Thor watched as Shenmue produced a small cup and then stopped moving, his curiosity piqued. Thor, it seems you've forgotten again. Never be deceived by appearances. Shenmue said this, then raised the cup and poured the wine into his open mouth. Thor watched him pour for nearly 2 full minutes, yet the cup never seemed to run dry. He immediately realized this must be elven magic. Shun, I've heard Thor say you brought back quite a bit of fine wine from the realm of the elves. This time, I'm going to drink my fill. Volstagg strode over, his large belly leading the way, laughter booming from his chest. Shun, how is your study of rune magic coming along? Sif asked, inquiring about Shenmue's progress in magic. Of course, Odin's rune magic is truly profound. It had taken me nearly half a month just to study rune magic, and I'd even managed to decipher the power of the runes on the solar disk during that time. Of course, Shenmue kept that last part to himself. But even his earlier remark made Sif think he hadn't fully grasped it yet. Shun, there's no need to be discouraged. Learning magic is never a short journey. Sif kindly offered Shenmue a word of comfort. At that, Shenmue just smiled to himself and said nothing more. Ever since Shenmue had frozen Loki last time, and Loki noticed something strange about his body, Loki had avoided interacting with Shenmue. He always felt that this dragon harbored some ill intent toward him. So, when Thor came to invite him for a drink, Loki refused without a second thought. Once everyone had gathered, Shenmue didn't hold back. He poured wine from the goblet into a massive container, channeling a touch of his divine power. In an instant, the wine in the goblets poured out as if an uncontrollable faucet had burst open. The aroma of the wine quickly filled the air, and everyone who caught a whiff of it wore an expression of blissful intoxication. Taking advantage of the moment, Shenmue also brought out some rare and exotic fruits he had brought back from the Elven Kingdom. Come on, drink, he called out. For a while, it seemed as if Thor had forgotten all his previous troubles, completely losing himself in the pleasure of the wine. Thor, I might have to leave Asgard, Shenmue said suddenly. No one knew how many rounds of drinks had passed, but by now, a faint flush of inebriation had colored everyone's cheeks. It was then that Shenmue revealed his decision. Compared to Asgard, Earth was truly the heart of the universe's great events. Only after reaching Earth would Shenmue have the chance to become truly involved in these pivotal moments, and in doing so, recharge his treasure chest. Moreover, Shenmue knew that 3 of the Infinity Stones were currently located on Earth. One was the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, which hung from the Ancient One's neck. Another was the Cosmic Cube, the Space Stone, which S.H.I.E.L.D. was using as a source of unlimited energy. The third was the Ether, the Reality Stone, sealed on Earth after Odin's father, King Bor, defeated the Dark Elves. If he could take control of even one, or perhaps several, of these stones, then Thanos would never be able to snap his fingers and devastate the universe. After all, Shenmue wasn't sure if he himself could withstand the combined power of all 6 stones. Though in some time variance authority, the Infinity Stones were treated like worthless trinkets. Shenmue didn't believe that meant the stones themselves were flawed. Rather, it was the TVA's unique location that made them so. It was much like how Ant-Man had once been trapped in the quantum realm, where the stone's powers simply didn't apply. In fact, the laws of the quantum realm were different from those of the regular universe. 5 years could pass in the real world, while only 5 hours passed inside. This was precisely why the Avengers were able to travel to the past through the quantum realm and borrow the stones. So, the best way to deal with danger was to nip it in the bud. Shenmue was confident. As long as he held even one stone in his grasp, there was no way Thanos could wrest it away from him. What? Shen, you're leaving? But why? Thor's hand, still holding his goblet, paused mid-air as he looked at Shenmue, puzzled. Thor, Asgard can no longer help me grow stronger, Shenmue replied earnestly. When I first came to Asgard, it was to use the Bifrost and to learn magic from your mother. Now that I've gained what I sought, I must leave, because only by becoming stronger can I fulfill my purpose. Shenmue did not hide anything. He simply shared his original plan. But tell me, is there really any place in the 9 realms stronger than Asgard? Thor voiced his doubt. Earth, the place you call Midgard. Shenmue replied without hesitation. Impossible. Midgard is full of mortals. Over 1,500 years ago, when the frost giants invaded Midgard, if my father hadn't led the warriors of Asgard to drive them away, that realm would have long since become a land of eternal frost. Thor immediately expressed his disbelief. In his eyes, Earth had always been synonymous with weakness. Thor, it's never wise to let your understanding remain stuck in the past. One day, we'll meet again on Earth. Shenmue spoke again, his words heavy with meaning. After Shenmue announced his intention to leave, the group's enthusiasm for drinking did not wane. In fact, it soared even higher. Asgardians didn't get sentimental about friends coming and going. And so, the 5 companions and 1 dragon drank nearly a quarter of the wine in their cups. In the end, only Sif managed to stay somewhat sober, determined not to end up passed out among the men. The rest were all thoroughly intoxicated. The next day, Shenmue prepared to explain his departure to Odin. Shun, are you ready to embrace your destiny? When Shenmue appeared in the palace, Odin spoke directly, getting straight to the point. Heimdall had already reported Shenmue's request to use the Bifrost. Yes, your majesty Odin. I'm hoping to use the Bifrost to travel to Midgard. Seeing that Odin already seemed aware of his intentions, Shenmue dispensed with any further preamble. Midgard, is it? As the nominal lord of the 9 realms, Odin was well aware of Earth's unique nature. Many of the most formidable cosmic deities and dimensional demons, now roaming the universe, had once come from Earth. For example, Thon, the ancient god of black magic who mastered the power of chaos and had long since transcended the universe. And the Vishanti, the trinity of ancient gods, also hailed from Earth. Or Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, who had once been a mere sorcerer before discovering the Dark Dimension, abandoning his mortal form, and merging with the dimension to become its master. Moreover, Asgard's own records indicated that Earth had once served as a testing ground for the Celestials. So though Earth might appear ordinary, it had always attracted the attention of many. I had hoped you would remain in Asgard for a while longer. After all, your godly power is still new. Staying here could help you master and strengthen it. But I know that Asgard may feel like a restraint to you, Shun. This is your destiny, the path you are meant to walk. Listening to Odin, Shenmue could sense a tone of release and acceptance in his words. However, Shun, there's a small warning I must give you. When you reach Midgard, you need to be wary of a great demon from the Hell Dimension, Mephisto. During my Odin sleep, I felt you awakening the power of the Sun God, and countless other powerful beings sensed it as well. If you go to Midgard, he may come looking for you. Demons are masters of manipulating souls, and their schemes and deceptions are their very lifeblood. To him, a newborn deity with a mighty body but weak divine power is a rare and perfect vessel. Odin issued his warning to Shenmue. Thank you, your majesty Odin. I'll be on guard against any demons. Shenmue had already raised his guard in his heart, taking Odin's words to heart. Still, he wasn't frightened. After all, for a demon from hell to manifest in their true form on Earth would be incredibly difficult. But if it was just an avatar or projection, Shenmue had no fear at all. Besides, even if these demons found some way to fully manifest themselves, the Sorcerer Supreme on Earth would never stand idly by. And Shenmue was well aware of Mephisto's usual tricks, chief among them, his reliance on ghost riders, who wield hellfire. However, none of the riders Mephisto had chosen were particularly obedient. Your Majesty, I'll go bid farewell to Lady Frigga. Shenmue said this to Odin, then turned and left. Upon arriving at Frigga's palace, he found Loki already there. As Shenmue entered, Loki's expression grew a bit uneasy. Lady Frigga, I come to say goodbye. I'm preparing to leave Asgard. This is the branch of Yggdrasil you once lent me. I have already gained insight into its magical energy, so I am returning it to you. At Shenmue's words, a fleeting look of delight flashed across Loki's face. Inside, he could barely keep himself from throwing a celebration on the spot. He couldn't shake the feeling that Shenmue's gaze carried a knowing, almost penetrating quality, as if everything about him had been laid bare. For Loki, the god of mischief and secrets, this was anything but comfortable. Now, finally, this troublesome man was leaving. Frigga, on the other hand, felt a pang of reluctance. Though their time together had been brief, her impression of Shenmue was exceptionally good. Despite his great power, Shenmue was not arrogant or reckless like her eldest son. Instead, he was calm and rational. And, much like Loki once had, he showed a deep eagerness to learn magic, reminding her the joy of being a teacher all over again. Shun, this branch of the world tree doesn't really serve any purpose for me. Consider it a gift from me to you. No matter where you are, Asgard will always welcome your return. Frigga stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Shenmue's neck in a gentle embrace. Prince Loki, I'll be waiting for you on Earth. As he was about to leave, Shenmue used his divine power to send his voice straight into Loki's ear. Loki's expression froze for a moment. He watched Shenmue's departing figure with a look of confusion in his eyes. What on earth does this reptile mean by that? Although Loki respected Shenmue's strength, deep down, he couldn't help but look down on him a little. After all, as the son of the king of gods, Loki had every reason to be proud, at least until he got thoroughly beaten a few more times. Shenmue had arrived on the Rainbow Bridge alone, and now he was leaving the same way, solitary as ever. Or perhaps not entirely alone. Inside his system space, he still had the goblet gifted by the elves and a massive solar disk. Wait, Shenmue suddenly remembered he also had a treasure chest for eliminating the invaders that he hadn't opened yet. Caught up in one surprise after another, he had almost forgotten. Lost in thought, his steps quickened unconsciously, and only when he reached the end of the Rainbow Bridge did he realize Thor was waiting there with the 4 warriors. Shenmue greeted them with a smile. "Thor, are you here to see me off?" "Shun, my father has forbidden us from visiting Midgard at will. Otherwise, I'd love to go with you and meet those mighty warriors you talked about." Thor spoke with a tinge of regret. "There'll be a chance, Thor. I'll be waiting for you on Earth." Shenmue replied with a cheerful smile. Then, one by one, the 4 warriors stepped forward and gave Shenmue a warm embrace. "Oh, right, Shun, I have something for you." With that, Fandral took a long sword from behind his back and handed it to Shenmue. Shenmue was a little perplexed by this gesture. "I'm a great dragon. What am I supposed to do with a sword?" Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that this sword seemed oddly familiar. "Shun, do you remember the last time you fought Thor in the arena? Some of your scales fell off during the battle. When they were repairing the arena, someone found those scales, collected them, and asked the dwarves to forge this dragon scale sword." Fandral explained the sword's origins to Shenmue. Now it all made sense. No wonder the weapon felt so familiar. "Fandral, you're one of the finest sword masters in the 9 realms. Consider this sword my gift to you." Shenmue returned the sword to Fandral without hesitation. After all, he had no use for it. Compared to swords, spears, and guns, Shenmue still found that fists and claws were far more elegant weapons. "Don't worry, Shun. I'll make sure this sword never loses its honor." As a master of swordsmanship, Vandal was naturally a lover of swords, and he could instantly recognize the quality of this blade. So, gripping the sword, he offered Shenmue a proper swordsman salute. "I'll leave it to you, Heimdall." After bidding his farewells to everyone, he addressed Heimdall with these words. "It's my duty." Heimdall nodded at Shenmue, then twisted the sword of the Guardian. Instantly, the Bifrost bridge flared to life. Without the slightest hesitation, Shenmue plunged headlong into the shimmering light. At that moment, on Earth, it was the 1970s. World War II had ended, and the world order was now defined by the cold standoff between the 2 superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. However, the war had revealed the undeniable power of superhumans, as well as threats from beyond the Earth itself. In response, the International Security Council established the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, now headed by Alexander Pierce. This deeply embedded Hydra operative had, step by step, wormed his way to become the highest-ranking director of a global security agency, a testament to the unpredictable twists of fate. United States, New Mexico. In a remote and seldom-traveled desert, all was as quiet as ever, until a dazzling shaft of rainbow light descended from the sky, shattering the silence with a burst of color and energy. When the radiance faded, a ring of mysterious symbols was left imprinted on the earth. And with the rainbow's arrival came Shenmue. "That was careless of me. I forgot to tell Heimdall to pick a suitable destination. Let's see where I've landed." Shenmue soared into the air, surveying the land below. He spotted a long, winding desert highway stretching away into the distance. There appeared to be a signpost by the roadside. Without hesitation, Shenmue flew over to take a closer look. Warning, warning. High-energy readings detected in New Mexico. Energy levels are continuing to rise. At that moment, inside the organization that would one day be known as S.H.I.E.L.D., an alarm blared unexpectedly. "Llamas, pull up the satellite feed. I want to know exactly what's happening in New Mexico." Director Pierce, upon hearing the alarm, immediately issued orders to his agents. "Sir, according to the satellite footage, about 30 seconds ago, a massive rainbow beam descended on New Mexico. The energy readings from that rainbow were nearly equivalent to the full detonation of a conventional missile. In addition, the local magnetic field was disrupted and altered by an unknown force." Hearing his subordinate's report, Pierce felt a headache coming on. Don't tell me this is another mess caused by those freaks. Just a few years ago, a group calling themselves mutants had nearly sparked a nuclear confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union. On the island of Cuba, the terrifying figure who, with a mere wave of his hand, toyed with hundreds of missiles as if they were nothing, remained etched in the minds of these people. It was from that moment onward that the government began to secretly accelerate its research on these so-called freaks. Sir, the energy readings at the monitoring point are returning to normal. The magnetic field is stabilizing as well. Inform the field team. Conduct an on-site investigation and see if there are any clues left at the scene. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the agent immediately piloted a fighter jet and rushed to the location where the incident had occurred. At the very same moment, as Shunmu descended deep within the hellish dimension, a demon cloaked in crimson, his entire form bathed in a blood-red hue, revealed a wicked smile. A newborn deity who truly wields the power of the sun. His divine strength may be feeble, but that terrifying physical form is unparalleled. What a perfect vessel for my power to descend upon Earth. If I could harvest the souls of every human on Earth, then perhaps the throne of Satan would not be beyond my grasp. Perhaps it's time I strike a deal with him. As the demon spoke, he quietly activated one of the demonic avatars he had left behind on Earth. This was Mephisto, an ancient and formidable demon lord from the hellish dimension. He was not the sole ruler of his infernal realm. Beings such as Lucifer the fallen angel and other demons like Beelzebub and Asmodeus also claimed dominion. Each of them styled themselves as lords of hell. Yet in truth, they each controlled only a portion of the infernal dimension. The only one truly worthy of being called the master of hell was Satan himself. And to this day, no demon had dared to openly proclaim themselves as Satan. For Satan represented more than just a title. It was the embodiment of actual control over the entire hellish dimension. Anyone who dared lay claim to that name would find themselves beset by the collective wrath of all of hell. However, if one could obtain absolute power, then subduing the other lords of hell one by one would not be impossible. While Mephisto, that cunning old fox, was setting his plans in motion, high on the Himalayan mountains, within the sanctum of the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, dressed in bright yellow robes and holding a small folding fan, was instructing the latest group of apprentices who had come to learn the mystic arts. Suddenly, her brow furrowed ever so slightly, and the motion of her fan paused in midair. So this is the great dragon whose presence throws every known timeline into chaos. I have seen futures where everything falls into disarray because of his intervention. And ugh, that nauseating stench of demon-kind lingers in the air. Mephisto has already set his sights on him, has he? Well then, this is the perfect opportunity to see what makes this one so unusual. So mused the Ancient One in silence. She noticed that Mephisto's avatar had already lunged toward Shenmue, but she showed not the slightest concern. In fact, she was rather curious to see what secrets Shenmue might be hiding, and it seemed perfectly fitting to let someone like Mephisto do the probing for her. With her own strength, even if Mephisto's true form were to descend, he wouldn't gain the slightest advantage over her. So, a mere avatar was nothing she needed to worry about. Teacher, is something wrong? Standing by her side was the young Baron Mordo, who, seeing his teacher suddenly stop, couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Let's continue with the lesson. The Ancient One resumed instructing this group of new apprentices, all the while keeping a close eye on both Shenmue and Mephisto's movements. At this moment, Shenmue, after checking the road signs along the highway, had already figured out where he was and what time it was. 1973, New Mexico, United States. So, I've arrived a bit earlier than I expected. But now, where should I go? Should I go and greet the Ancient One first, or wait for her to approach me? As these thoughts raced through Shenmue's mind, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss around him. A familiar scent of sulfur drifted into his nostrils. The smell didn't particularly bother Shenmue, since his own dragon breath carried much the same note. The next moment, an old man materialized before him, top hat on his head, dressed in a black tuxedo, leaning on a gentleman's cane. The old man's eyes, one yellow and one green, glimmered with an uncanny gleam. In that instant, Shenmue was reminded of Mephisto's human guise from the Ghost Rider films. From the look on your face, it seems you recognize me. But, out of courtesy, allow me to introduce myself. Newborn God, I am Mephisto, the most powerful lord of the Hell Dimension. Mephisto removed his top hat and pressed it to his chest in greeting, every inch the consummate gentleman. So Odin was right after all. You old devil, you certainly wasted no time in seeking me out. Shenmue could tell at a glance that this was only an avatar. Though a trace of caution flashed through his mind, there was no fear. Odin, that one can't even escape death. He's nothing but a pitiful wretch grasping at his final straws. For an ancient being like Mephisto, who had seen countless ages, Odin was hardly someone to be respected. Newborn god, I've come today to propose a partnership. Mephisto laid out his intentions to Shunmu. In the desert, sunlight slanted down over Mephisto and his gentleman's cane, casting his shadow long across the sands. Yet the shadow on the ground revealed the form of a demon with curling ram's horns. Work with a demon? I have no intention of selling my soul to you at any time. And besides, if this is meant to be a real negotiation, isn't it rather insincere of you to send only an avatar? Shunmu, of course, was well aware that Mephisto was currently incapable of descending to Earth in his true form, so he deliberately pressed him with words. Clearly, old Mephisto understood as much, but his expression didn't flicker in the slightest. Dragons and demons, at their core, are not so different. In the eyes of humans, both are embodiments of evil. As outsiders on Earth, you'll need an ally. The commotion you caused awakening your solar power didn't go unnoticed. In hell, I'm not the only demon watching you. Others have set their sights on you as well. In fact, beings even greater than I am, beyond the universe, have taken an interest in you. If you sign a contract with me, I'll shield you from the pressures of the Hell Dimension. In return, you need only do one thing for me. As a great demon who has lured countless souls into damnation, Mephisto knew well how to take things step by step. If he could be the first to seal a contract with Shunmu, then his mark would be imprinted upon Shunmu. Should any other lords of hell wish to meddle, they would have to weigh whether they could bear the consequences of breaking the rules set by all the great lords of the Hell Dimension. That sounds quite tempting. But tell me, what task could exist that even a great demon like yourself cannot accomplish? Go on, I'm listening. Though Shunmu had no intention of signing a contract with Mephisto, he was in no hurry to refuse. He was curious about what this old devil truly wanted. Over 100 years ago, a man who had signed a soul contract with me betrayed me. He stole a contract from my hand. I want you to find him and retrieve it for me. Mephisto was referring to the previous Ghost Rider he had created. His real name was Carter Slade, once a Texas Ranger. Yet he was far from an exemplary lawman. Corruption, bribery, every vice imaginable. Eventually, he was reported and imprisoned. After his trial, he was sentenced to hang. Just as the execution was about to be carried out, Mephisto appeared. He tempted the dying man into signing a contract, then fused the spirit of vengeance into his body. From that moment on, Carter became Mephisto's puppet, serving him for decades. All the while, Mephisto was secretly orchestrating something monumental. At one point, he even disguised himself as a preacher and traveled to a village called San Venganza, spending more than a century brainwashing every last villager into becoming the purest of saints. They were all given pure souls, destined to ascend to heaven and become angels after death. Thus, the village once known as Venganza was renamed Saint Venganza. However, Mephisto's intentions were far from benevolent. He had no desire to gift the heavenly realm with a legion of angels. When the villagers' faith reached its zenith, Mephisto quietly wove a sinister scheme among them, causing the villagers to misunderstand and ultimately murder the missionary who was, in truth, his own incarnation. From that moment, the villagers could no longer hear the holy words, nor could they summon miracles from above. Believing their own foolishness had incurred the wrath of the Lord, they fell into ceaseless prayer, descending ever deeper into the abyss of madness. It was then that Mephisto finally revealed his true nature. He tempted the villagers into signing a pact with him, a contract for atonement that, in reality, sold their souls. Upon forging this pact with Mephisto, these thousands of once holy souls began their descent, becoming some of the most wicked beings imaginable. This atrocity immediately drew the attention of the heavenly realm, prompting them to send down angels to stop Mephisto. Yet the fallen souls could never be restored, and the St. Venganza contract, now bearing the weight of thousands of corrupted spirits, was so vile it could not be taken to heaven. It was sealed on the very spot. But Mephisto would not be deterred. With only the power of his incarnation, he could not break through the angel's seal. That's why he sought out Carter Slade, who had become the Ghost Rider, to help him retrieve the contract. Yet, what Mephisto never expected was that, through countless acts of judgment, the seemingly irredeemable Carter would find his conscience once more. Upon learning of the immense evil contained within the St. Venganza contract, Carter did not hand it over to Mephisto. Instead, he chose to take it and hide it away. Thanks to the Sanctuary's protection, even though Mephisto still controlled Carter Slade's soul, he was never able to track down Carter, who had never transformed again. A mighty lord of hell, Mephisto, tricked by his own pact bearer. What a joke. Shunmu laughed mercilessly, now completely certain of what Mephisto sought, the St. Venganza contract. But thinking of how it all ended, Shenmue couldn't help but chuckle. For that contract, meant by Mephisto to breach the barrier between the mortal world and hell, was ultimately devoured by Blackheart. In the end, Mephisto was left with a fatal weakness, one that the Ghost Rider exploited, burning him to ashes with a single penance stare. Not only did Mephisto lose his own life, but all his father's schemes of millennia were turned to dust. Mephisto really has a remarkable son. That was Shenmue's most instinctive reaction. That damned traitor, that thief, when you find him, I will see to it that his soul burns in the fires of hell for all eternity. At this moment, Mephisto could no longer maintain the gentlemanly facade on his face. Instead, he spoke through gritted teeth, his tone laced with barely contained frustration. Yet, when he saw that Shenmue truly seemed to be laughing at him over this matter, a strange and twisted smile flickered across Mephisto's lips. He was deliberately laying his cards on the table, exposing his own secrets in order to lull Shenmue into a false sense of security, to make the man believe that even a great demon like him was nothing to fear. Only then would Shenmue, step by step, fall into the web he had so carefully woven. However, Mephisto had miscalculated. Shenmue, ever perceptive and shrewd, had long since seen through his true nature. So, no matter how candidly Mephisto tried to expose himself, it did nothing to shake Shenmue's unwavering resolve not to sign any contract with him. How does this condition sound to you? I imagine you wouldn't want other Hell Lords showing up and making unnecessary trouble for you, would you? There was a subtle magic woven into Mephisto's words, a hypnotic undertone meant to ensnare Shenmue's mind. Ding! Unknown force attempting to corrupt host's mind. System at risk of exposure. Activating self-defense protocols. Anomalous force detected and neutralized. Purge successful. Before Shenmue could react, a sudden system alert sounded in his mind. In that instant, Shenmue realized the demon before him was playing dirty. His eyes reddened, blazing with the terrifying heat of the sun god's power, and twin scorching beams shot straight at Mephisto. In a flash, this avatar of Mephisto was incinerated by the searing vision, reduced to nothing. I'll be back for you. Next time, your body will be mine to command. The Hell Lord spat out his parting threat. Bah! Lusting after my body, you filthy demon. Having learned his lesson, Shenmue resolved that, from now on, whenever he encountered a demon, he'd stop listening to their nonsense and simply strike without hesitation. Seeing that Shenmue had destroyed Mephisto's avatar, a faint smile appeared on the corner of the Ancient One's lips. Mordo, you'll take over their instruction for now. I need to visit an old friend, she said to her disciple, and with those words, opened a portal before her. On the other side lay the very desert where Shenmue now stood. Watching his teacher depart so decisively, Mordo shook his head and resumed guiding this group of new apprentices. Don't stop. You must learn not to let external forces distract your focus. Mastering the sling ring is a fundamental requirement for learning magic. With it, you can travel to most places in the universe. Concentrate. Visualize your destination clearly in your mind. Let your gaze go beyond what you see before you. Imagine every detail. The more focused your mind, the clearer the image you conjure in your thoughts. That's the key to opening portals more swiftly and with greater ease. Mordo devoted himself wholeheartedly to guiding each apprentice, knowing that they would one day become the backbone of the great sanctums, standing firm against dimensional invasions. He was well aware that his own mentor, the Ancient One, had long begun the search for a successor, the next Sorcerer Supreme. Though Mordo yearned deeply for that title, he also understood the heavy burden of responsibility it carried. But when he finally learned that the teacher he revered above all had been secretly drawing on the very dark powers they both despised to sustain her life, his faith shattered, sending him down a darker path. Meanwhile, just as Shenmue confirmed that there wasn't a scrap of Mephisto left after the blaze, and prepared to leave, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a brilliant ring of light appeared before him. Stepping through it was none other than the strikingly charismatic bald woman, rumored to have perished in a spectacular flurry of special effects. The current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. She wore a flowing robe of bright yellow, her presence radiating an air of deep mystery. One hand was tucked behind her back, while the other held a small wooden folding fan. Hanging from her chest was a magical ornament shaped like an eye, none other than the Eye of Agamotto, the vessel of the Time Stone. Shenmue wasn't sure what possessed him, but upon seeing the Ancient One appear, he instinctively reached into his system space and pulled out an unusually shaped fruit. Would you like to try it? It's a specialty of the elven race, he offered. Even the Ancient One, who had lived for centuries, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture as the fruit was held out to her. Before formally meeting Shenmue, she had already glimpsed countless possibilities through the Time Stone. Some scenarios had brought conflict between them, others suspicion and distrust. But this straightforward, fruit-offering approach was something she truly hadn't anticipated. "Are all dragons this hospitable?" the Ancient One asked with a faint smile. In the blink of an eye, the fan disappeared from her hand, and she unceremoniously accepted the fruit from Shenmue's claw. Without a hint of reservation, she took a bite, her eyebrows arching pleasantly as she commented, "Not bad at all. Ancient One, have you ever heard the saying, 'Those who accept favors are less likely to criticize'?" Shenmue said, tossing another fruit from his system space into his own mouth. The Ancient One let out a soft laugh. "Honestly, your actions are nothing like those of savage and fearsome dragon. You're more like a shrewd and worldly human merchant. Generosity never goes amiss. It's an old proverb from Earth," Shenmue replied, utterly unconcerned, chewing his fruit as he spoke. "I'm truly intrigued by your origins," the Ancient One mused. "Many years ago, I began observing the timelines. From the moment you appeared, the course of many predetermined events began to shift. So who exactly are you?" After the Ancient One finished her fruit, she wiped her mouth gracefully and asked with a gentle expression, "So who am I? My name is Shenmue, and as for what you said about changing the timeline and such, I honestly have no idea." Shenmue spread his claws in a helpless gesture, speaking with blunt honesty. The Ancient One studied the dragon before her with great care. Every trace in the fabric of life showed that this dragon had only existed for a little over 4 years. Yet the overwhelming, terrifying surge of vitality radiating from him was deeply moving. It was as though every cell in his body brimmed with explosive, boundless energy. The Ancient One had no doubt. This being's lifespan would far surpass the entire history of human civilization. This was a life form unlike any she had ever encountered. "You truly are a miracle. I have never met anyone as formidable and extraordinary as you. I have seen the Asgardians, those who call themselves gods, but even they seem feeble compared to you. Immeasurable potential, perfect traits of life, growth at an unrivaled pace. You were born sacred, a being destined to become the mightiest on earth. Even that big green fellow won't be stronger than you." The Ancient One slowly withdrew her gaze, wonder flickering in her eyes as she spoke. Shenmue, of course, knew exactly who she meant by the big green fellow, the Hulk. But that was something for the future. Hulk had yet to appear in this world. So Shenmue played along, feigning a hint of confusion. "Who are you talking about? In time, you'll meet him. I cannot say for certain how your presence will change the fate of Earth, but I do hope you never become entangled with the lords of the Dark Dimension, nor turn against this planet." Though her face remained gentle, the Ancient One's tone carried a note of unwavering resolve. As the Sorcerer Supreme who had defended Earth for centuries, she had fought off countless incursions from other realms. It was the duty passed down through generations of Sorcerer Supremes to serve as Earth's protector, and she was among the finest to ever bear that burden. "Of course, I may be a dragon, but I have no love for wanton slaughter." Shenmue regarded the slender sorcerer before him with caution, though he was far from nervous. After all, he had never intended to place himself in opposition to Earth. Part of it was a lingering sentiment from his previous life, but more importantly, he knew that Earth was watched by some of the most powerful beings in the universe. Until he possessed power enough to face them, it seemed wise to tread carefully. "Would you care to visit Kamartaj? I believe you'll find much there to interest you." Suddenly, the Ancient One extended an invitation. "I'd be delighted. I had originally planned to visit the Supreme Sanctuary in the Himalayas from the very beginning." Hearing this, Shenmue naturally had no reason to refuse. "Then follow me." As she spoke, he extended a hand and traced a circle in the air before her. Instantly, a golden portal shimmered into existence. Through the portal, a group of young mage apprentices could be seen diligently practicing their spells. Without hesitation, Shenmue followed her and stepped through the gateway. Not long after Shenmue and his companion departed, a fighter jet descended onto the scene. It was a team of agents dispatched by Pierce to investigate the situation. "Sir, we haven't found any suspicious individuals, but there are still traces of high-energy reactions at the site. No anomalous radiation detected. We can proceed with the investigation." One of the agents, clad in protective gear and equipped with special detection instruments, completed a scan of the area and reported his findings. "Copy that. Begin sweeping the surrounding area." With that, the agents fanned out, methodically searching the arid desert. "Sir, we found something over here." At that moment, another agent had discovered a peculiar mark, the symbol left behind by the Rainbow Bridge. Upon hearing this, Rupert, the officer in charge of the operation, immediately strode over to the agent's side. "Sir, look here. There's a strange, enormous symbol on the ground." Rupert gazed at the mark, a sense of familiarity nagging at him. He felt certain he had seen it somewhere before, yet the memory remained elusive. Scan the symbol and send it back to headquarters. Have the analysts take a look, and tell them to focus their research on folklore, mythology, and religious totems. I have a vague recollection about this symbol, but I just can't place it. Rupert gave these instructions to the agent, then crouched down to inspect the earth surrounding the symbol with his hand. Sir, we've made another discovery over here. Just then, a second agent called out with a new report. Notify the team immediately. Preserve this area around the rune completely and transport it back intact. Not a single detail is to be damaged, understood? Before heading over to investigate the new find, Rupert gave the order. Understood, sir. The agent promptly began coordinating with the relevant personnel. Rupert made his way to the other site, and from dozens of meters away, he could already see a scorched trench in the ground, and at the far end, sand that had been fused into glistening crystal by unimaginable heat. Sir, this area was subjected to extreme temperatures, at least 1,000 degrees Celsius. Staring at the striking scar on the earth, a sense of foreboding suddenly crept into Rupert's heart. The last time he had felt this way, his own brother had been gunned down in broad daylight while they walked together down the street. And now, that chilling feeling returned, leaving Rupert profoundly uneasy. Protect everything around you and wait for Director Pierce's instructions. Under no circumstances should anyone touch anything. Is that clear? Rupert's expression grew deeply grave as he addressed the agent. Yes, sir. I swear on my life. The agent immediately straightened up, just shy of saluting. Rupert stepped aside to report his initial findings to the director. But at that moment, a low whisper drifted into the ear of the agent standing behind him. Come here. Step closer. I can give you everything you desire. A sudden haze clouded the agent's eyes. Step by step, he walked toward the pit. The lingering heat in the air had already begun to melt his shoes, scorching the flesh beneath, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. He kept moving along the trench until he reached the edge, then stretched out a hand. A single drop of black blood slowly rose from the ground and landed in his palm. Just then, Rupert finished his report and turned around, only to witness the agent clutching the drop of black blood. A sense of foreboding surged within him, reaching its peak. Though he still didn't know what it was, Rupert shouted at the agent. Brant, put it down, quickly, but it was too late. The drop of blood dissolved into the agent's body in an instant. A flash of eerie green light flickered in the agent's eyes. He turned his head, glanced at Rupert, and a wicked smile curled at his lips. Then, in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. Witnessing this unfold right before him, Rupert didn't dare hesitate. He immediately reported the incident to the director again. Alexander Pierce sensed at once that this was no ordinary matter. Just then, the runes Rupert had sent back for analysis returned with preliminary results. Sir, following Rupert's suggestion, we ran the rune through our database and discovered it closely resembles the symbol of the Bifrost from Norse mythology. There's a legend that has circulated in Norway, Denmark, and nearby lands. Over 1,000 years ago, a tribe of blue-skinned giants invaded Earth from that very place, but they were ultimately defeated by King Odin and the warriors of Asgard, who arrived riding the rainbow. After that rainbow, the ground was marked by symbols just like this. From then on, tales of the Norse gods began spreading throughout Norway and Denmark. As the agent finished explaining the symbol's origins, Pierce's brow furrowed sharply. Isaac, do you realize what you're saying? You want me to stand before the entire Security Council and tell them a story out of Norse mythology? Pierce couldn't hold back and rebuked the agent sternly. The agent named Isaac also felt rather aggrieved, since their preliminary investigation had produced exactly this result. But with the boss refusing to accept it, there was nothing to be done for now, only to wait for further investigation. Of course, Shenmue had no idea that, on the other side of the world, Pierce was all but jumping with frustration. At this moment, he was following the Ancient One through the sanctum of the sorcerers in the Himalayas. The sorcerers who walked back and forth around them glanced curiously at Shenmue. After all, this was the first time the sanctum had ever welcomed a non-humanoid being. Master, who is he? Mordo looked at the Ancient One, astonished that she had returned from her trip with a dragon in tow. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Could this dragon be the successor my teacher has chosen? But he immediately dismissed it with a shake of his head. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Never in the history of the Sorcerer Supreme has a non-human held the title. Mordo's face cycled through a range of emotions. Shenmue, watching from the side, found it rather amusing. Witnessing someone's face shift from confusion to disbelief to firm denial and finally to a kind of acceptance, all in a matter of seconds, was quite entertaining. Mordo, this is Shenmue. He is a deity from beyond Earth, and he'll be staying with us at Kamartaj for a while, said the Ancient One. Although the divine power radiating from Shun Mu wasn't overwhelming, it was unmistakably real, and noticeably different from Odin and his ilk. To the Ancient One, Shun Mu's aura felt far closer to the energy she had sensed in the Vashani. "Greetings, Master Mordo." Shun Mu offered what looked like a friendly claw, addressing the sorcerer who, in time, would awaken to a dark, Thanos-like ambition. Mordo was still reeling from the revelation that Shun Mu was a god. He had expected a peculiar sorcerer's apprentice, not an actual deity. This sudden change in status left Mordo momentarily stunned, unable to process it all at once. It wasn't until the Ancient One and Shun Mu had disappeared into the inner sanctum for quite some time that Mordo finally snapped out of it. His face was still marked with astonishment. "Mordo, what's gotten into you?" At that moment, a slightly plump, Asian-faced sorcerer approached Mordo and asked. This was none other than Wong, the future successor to Doctor Strange and the next Sorcerer Supreme. "Wong, do you know what just happened?" "The Ancient One just brought a god into the sanctum." "You'll never guess what this god looks like," Mordo replied, his tone tinged with a hint of mystery. "What does he look like? Is he terribly strange? Don't tell me he's a steamed bun or something." Wong clearly wasn't taking the news very seriously. After all, the Dark Dimension's Dormammu was, by any standard, a bona fide demonic deity. The Ancient One had repelled Dormammu's invasions more than once. To him, the Ancient One was nothing short of God in his heart. No. It was a dragon, a massive, winged beast, a truly fearsome dragon. In Mordo's eyes, even if Shun Mu was a god, perhaps he was not a benevolent one. A dragon? You mean one of those giant lizard-like creatures? Images from books he'd read about evil dragons flickered through Wong's mind. "Listen, Master Mordo, it's nothing to worry about. You should get back to training the new apprentices. If the Supreme Sorcerer brought him here, that's all the confirmation we need. He poses no threat, and he's a friendly guest. Kamartaj's real concern should be invaders from other dimensions." With that, Wong dismissed Mordo and made his way straight to the library. Though he wasn't officially the librarian of Kamartaj just yet, Wong loved spending his time among the shelves, distilling wisdom from countless books, strengthening his mind. This was invaluable for mastering the mystic arts. As for the arrival of this so-called god, Shun Mu, it didn't seem to interest Wong much at all. Seeing this, Mordo gradually calmed himself. "It seems my training still has a long way to go. Perhaps even Wong is better suited to be the next Sorcerer Supreme than I am. No, I am the best candidate to inherit the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme." Watching Wong's unruffled composure, as if no disaster could shake him, Mordo couldn't help but feel a pang of self-doubt. But in the next instant, a surge of resolve flared within him. He would devote himself to serious study and practice. Meanwhile, the Ancient One led Shun Mu into a chamber suffused with the scent of sandalwood. His brilliant yellow robes vanished on their own, replaced by a long-sleeve garment of pure white. "So this is where the original idea for these transformations came from," Shun Mu thought to himself, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Would you like something to drink? Tea, perhaps? Or was there something else you prefer?" The Ancient One was genuinely intrigued by Shun Mu. Despite his fearsome, draconic appearance, there was an unexpected quality about him, a gentle, almost refined presence. It was as if she were conversing with a well-mannered human. "No need, I brought my own." With that, Shun Mu produced his special goblet, still more than half full of liquor, and even offered, "Would you care for some? Mages aren't forbidden to drink, but I dislike the taste, and I dislike even more the idea of my mind clouded by anything." Ever since she began borrowing power from the Dark Dimension to sustain her life, the Ancient One had let go of many earthly desires. "I must say, I'm truly curious about your existence. It seems everything about you is somehow connected to the sun. It's just that, when I peer through the eye of Agamotto to foresee your countless possible futures, all I can ever glimpse is a fleeting fragment of each. There's a powerful being interfering with all of this." Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Shun Mu's interest was immediately piqued. He didn't mind his own future being spoiled in the slightest, and asked with curiosity, "Oh, I wonder, what kind of future did you see, Master Ancient One?" "In the future, you will find yourself caught in an unprecedented crisis, one so immense that no one will be able to help you." The Ancient One's words instantly changed the expression on Shun Mu's face. Could it be that I will encounter some terrifying being in the future? Is it an enemy that stands above the multiversal level, or perhaps something even greater? But with the power of the Time Stone, it shouldn't be possible to see the consequences brought about by such an existence, should it? Though Shun Mu was somewhat on guard, he wasn't entirely convinced by the Ancient One's words. Besides that, the most striking sight is 3 crimson suns, hanging high above the vault of the heavens. The Ancient One went on. Although Shenmue had harbored doubts about the Ancient One's words before, the moment she mentioned the Red Suns, he was almost entirely convinced. The Kryptonian bloodline was indeed powerful, a veritable anomaly in the universe. Yet, for all their strength, Kryptonians had never become the undisputed overlords of the cosmos. He knew well that the reason the Kryptonian race failed to claim that title was because of three inherent weaknesses. First, kryptonite, a substance so common on Krypton it was nearly everywhere. Second, magic, an elemental force that remained foundational in the universe. And third, the not-so-rare red sun. The first two weaknesses could directly harm Kryptonians, but the third would gradually sap them of their powers until nothing remained. Some particularly potent red suns could even strip a Kryptonian of all their abilities in an instant. After all, Krypton itself was bathed under the light of a red sun, and together with the omnipresent kryptonite, its people could never awaken their true power. It was the Kryptonian renegade, Jor-El, who discovered the secret of the yellow sun. That's why, before Krypton's doom, he sent his son to Earth, hoping he might become a god to guide humankind. Although Shenmue had, through Rao's blessing and the awakening of divine powers, overcome the first two weaknesses, the third was by far the most fatal. He had always thought that, in the Marvel universe as he knew it, there had never been a red sun, so he'd never paid it much mind. Yet, the Ancient One's words now poured a bucket of cold water over his head. Master Ancient One, can you use the time stone to look a little more closely? For example, can you see who my enemy will be? Shenmue wanted to determine what kind of enemy could possibly know about this particular weakness of his. You know the secret of the Eye of Agamotto? At this moment, however, the Ancient One's attention was fixed on how Shenmue had so casually spoken the secret of Agamotto out loud. Isn't that common knowledge? I even know that the Cosmic Cube is actually the Space Stone. Hearing this, the Ancient One looked deeply at Shenmue, her gaze lingering as if she had glimpsed a deeper truth. In her heart, she was beginning to understand. Since Shenmue knew about the Infinity Stones, he would naturally also know the immense power one could wield by gathering all six. Your existence is most peculiar. Even though I can use the Time Stone to glimpse fragments of the future, I see very little when it comes to you. But what I sense, faintly, is that it isn't something said in this universe at all, but rather a scene of apocalyptic wasteland. The Ancient One shook her head as she spoke, her voice tinged with uncertainty. After listening to her, Shenmue's mind started working at lightning speed, weighing the possible adversaries he might face. An unknown universe, a red sun. This made Shenmue wonder if, perhaps, his future self might cross the barriers between universes and find himself in a world lit by a red sun. Whatever the case, this served as a warning for him. Only by becoming utterly without weaknesses could he truly face all things invincibly. Otherwise, unexpected calamity was bound to strike. As for the threat posed by a red sun, Shenmue was far from defenseless. In fact, he had no shortage of strategies. The simplest solution would be to create a device that could block the radiation from a red sun, just like the protective suits that General Zod and his fellow Kryptonians once wore against Superman. However, the thought of wearing armor all the time in his dragon form felt odd to Shenmue, and besides, it didn't suit his style. If it were a set of nanotech armor invented by Tony Stark in the future, now that might be acceptable. There was another option, to find a symbiote, so it could transform into a symbiotic battlesuit at any time. Or perhaps, if Shenmue could raise the solar power within his own body to an extraordinary level, he might one day possess the ability to command the power of the sun itself. But such growth would obviously take a great deal of time. Alternatively, he might acquire other abilities through mysterious treasure chests. So even if he lost all his Kryptonian powers, he would still have overwhelming strength. Shenmue wasn't particularly worried about the future shown by the Time Stone. Master Ancient One, I'd like to request a sling ring from you and learn how to cast portal spells. Would that be possible? Once he felt more confident, Shenmue finally voiced his true purpose for coming to Kamartaj. But of course, if you were willing to join Kamartaj, it would be even better. I would even go so far as to break tradition and make you the next Sorcerer Supreme. Although the Ancient One already knew that, in the original timeline, a disciple more outstanding than herself would eventually take up the responsibility of guarding Earth. That was what was supposed to happen. Now, with Shenmue's unexpected arrival, the course of events she once foresaw had already been altered, which meant the choice of the next Sorcerer Supreme was no longer set in stone. What's more, the potential within Shenmue was enough to stagger even the Ancient One herself. If she could let Shenmue take over her mantle, the Ancient One felt she might finally be able to retire a bit earlier. Instead of the current predicament, constantly fending off the Dark Dimension's invasion on one hand, and on the other, having to draw power from that very darkness just to sustain her own life. The Ancient One knew that if the other sorcerers discovered she was drawing on dark power, it would deal a heavy blow to their spirits. Especially her disciple, Mordo. His temperament was something she understood all too well. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining the Sanctum," Shenmue declined without a second thought. To become the Sorcerer Supreme held no benefit for him. It would only bring endless trouble. "That's truly a pity," the Ancient One said with a trace of regret. "Had you agreed, you might have become the greatest among us in all of history." "I'll leave that honor to another to another outstanding sorcerer," Shenmue blurted out, nearly calling the future successor a poor sap, but caught himself just in time. The Ancient One simply pretended not to have heard. Still, Shenmue keenly noticed the brief arch of her eyebrow. "The sling rings are just outside. You may choose one for yourself. As for teleportation spells, if you don't wish to learn from Mordo, you can find the relevant books in the library," she said. "And if you're interested, you're welcome to browse any of the other volumes as well. Camartage does not forbid the learning of magic in itself. Only the use of certain spells is restricted." Hearing her words, Shenmue could tell she had no intention of personally teaching him, but he didn't mind. It seems being petty really is a woman's nature. Even the Sorcerer Supreme is no exception. Shenmue mused inwardly, convinced the Ancient One was retaliating because he nearly called her successor a poor sap. Even so, he admired the Ancient One's character. Noble, yet never rigid. A guardian of the light who did not shy away from embracing the darkness herself. As Shenmue began imprinting the magical texts of Camartage into his memory. Meanwhile, in the year 2023, the mutant race was facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Ever since mutants demonstrated their terrifying, extraordinary powers, the government had been secretly capturing them for research. On one hand, they were using mutant genes to cultivate the ultimate biological weapons. On the other, they were scheming to wipe out mutants entirely. At the same time, certain people had also set their sights on this group of gifted mutants. The most obsessed among them was Bolivar Trask, founder of Trask Industries and the father of the Sentinel robots. By collaborating with the government, he relentlessly hunted down mutants for DNA research and eventually discovered the special gene responsible for their mutations, a gene he named X. In his mind, mutants represented both the hope of human evolution and the common enemy of ordinary people everywhere. Through his research, Trask created the very first generation of Sentinel robots, machines capable of automatically detecting carriers of the X gene within a certain range and exterminating them. Mystique, known as Raven, uncovered this grim reality. To prevent further suffering of her mutant kin, she assassinated Bolivar Trask. But as a result, she herself was captured by the government. Because of her shape-shifting powers, which allowed her to kill undetected, taking on any form, the authorities became even more convinced by Trask's theory of the mutant threat. So they cracked Mystique's genetic code, and from it, engineered the ultimate mutant killers, the second-generation Sentinel robots. These new Sentinels could adapt their abilities to counter any opponent, and in a matter of moments, nearly all mutants were hunted to extinction. Now, the only ones left were Professor X and his band of X-Men, mounting their final stand. But even they were backed into a corner. In this desperate hour, all their hopes rested on Kitty Pryde. She'd always believed her powers were limited to phasing through walls, but over time, she realized her true gift was phasing through anything, even time and space itself. It was this very ability that allowed her to send the professor's consciousness back to the past, delivering crucial information to their younger selves and enabling them to repeatedly escape the Sentinel's relentless pursuit. But this time, they needed her to send a mind back decades, to rewrite the future itself. "Wait, Professor. I can send someone's consciousness a few weeks or maybe a month into the past, but decades? Even with the world's most powerful mind, the strain would be unimaginable. The journey through time and space would tear it apart," Kitty said, her expression grave. "Professor, no one could survive being sent back that far. I'm sorry, but I can't just stand by and watch you lose your life because of this," she added, her voice heavy with sorrow. In her heart, Kitty knew that if she tried, it would mean certain death for Professor X. There could be no other outcome. Everyone's faces were clouded with dread. What if someone's mind could endure for centuries without ever losing itself, and his body could heal itself in an instant, even when torn apart? At that moment, Logan, the Wolverine, whose temples now showed streaks of gray, suddenly spoke up. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to him. They all knew that Logan was talking about himself. Since the late 19th century, he had survived all the way to the 21st, relying on the formidable vitality granted by his extraordinary healing power. In an instant, hope that had just been dashed in their hearts was reignited. So, when I close my eyes and wake up again, my mind will return to my younger body, somewhere and sometime in the past. Is that right? Now that Logan understood how everything worked, he spoke with a complex emotion. That's right, Logan. When you go back, you must find me at my estate and find a way to convince me that everything you say is true. You'll have to do for me what I once did for you. Make me believe you, guide me, and help me find myself again. You'll need some patience, because I was a bit different back then. Professor X gave this earnest instruction to Logan. Patience has never really been my strong suit. I don't get it. Couldn't you just read my mind and know everything? Logan found it hard to understand why the professor would say this. Because that year, I no longer had that ability. The professor didn't explain the specifics to Logan. In truth, it was because not long before he had been accidentally injured in the spine by his old friend Magneto, leaving him unable to walk. Later, after taking a serum created by Hank the Beast, his spine was healed and he could stand again, but the serum suppressed his mutant genes, causing him to lose his powers. You'll also need to find me, because I'm the one who led Raven down that dark path. At this moment, Magneto walked over to speak to Logan as well. That sounds like great news. So, where am I supposed to find you when the time comes? Logan knew the professor would be at his family estate, which would eventually become the X-Mansion. But as for Magneto, he had no idea where to begin looking. My circumstances were a bit special at the time. I was being held 100 floors underground in a specially designed prison. Charles knows exactly where it is. Even as he spoke, Magneto looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, he'd ended up the only one as a prisoner. Back then, all he did was nudge a bullet ever so slightly, redirecting it as it left the barrel, straight into the chest of a man named John F. Kennedy, who, as it happened, was the president of the United States at the time. Oh, by the way, Logan, you can go look for Shun first. He was at Kamar Taj, that mystical sanctuary atop the Himalayas at the time. I believe that with his wisdom, he should be able to help you persuade me more quickly. Just as Logan was about to lie down, the professor suddenly spoke to him. Shun? Was he already on Earth back then? Logan sounded surprised. Although he knew Shinmu, that was something that happened much later, and back then, Shinmu was often away from Earth. Of course, he told me himself that he arrived on Earth at that time. If he had always been with us, mutants would never have suffered such a fate. At this, Professor X's voice was tinged with deep regret. I'm ready, Kitty. You can start any time. Wolverine, now fully prepared, turned to his devoted student. Professor Logan, once you fall asleep, your mind will travel back to the past. Your body will remain here, but your consciousness will exist in another time. When you wake up, whatever you've done will become true history. This means that, apart from you, none of us will remember anything that happens. Shadowcat Kitty carefully explained to Logan the consequences of altering the past. I've long since grown used to bearing loneliness on my own, Logan replied, his words carrying a hint of sorrow. Hearing this, Kitty suddenly felt a sting in her eyes, but she held herself together and said, Professor Logan, now relax. I need to clear your mind to keep you as calm as possible. Why is that? Because if your emotions fluctuate too much, it becomes much harder for me to grasp your consciousness, let alone send it back in time. All right, let's do it. See you on the other side. With that, Logan slowly closed his eyes, following his student's advice to keep his mind at peace. To him, this felt no different from going to sleep. You'll feel a little sting now, just stay calm. Shadowcat gently placed her hands on Logan's temples and began to use her power. Do you really think we can change the future? Magneto asked his old friend of many decades. He'll succeed. I have faith in him. Professor X's voice was full of confidence in Wolverine. Perhaps he was also trying to reassure himself and the others around him. At that moment, right as Kitty's power took hold, Wolverine was hit with the sensation of countless needles piercing his mind. The pain was so intense that he let out a furious roar. His adamantium claws burst out, tearing through his skin, beyond his control. But gradually, he felt his consciousness begin to rise, like a bubble drifting up through water. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a comfortable waterbed, with a woman's arm draped over his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a woman's face he could no longer recall. He gently moved her arm aside, then rolled out of bed, found his pants on the floor, and pulled them on. He glanced at himself in the mirror, then drew back a corner of the curtain for a look outside. The sight of those time-worn buildings and vintage advertisements let Logan know he had made it back. Just as he was about to slip away quietly, the door suddenly burst open and 3 men walked in. Hey, who are you guys? What's going on here? At this point, Logan couldn't remember exactly what his past self had done. One of the men turned to the startled woman in bed and said, "Get dressed, quickly." Another, visibly angry, shouted at Logan, "You're asking me what's going on? Our boss hired you to protect his daughter, not to protect her in bed." "Wait, this isn't something I did. Or rather, it's something the old me did, not the me standing here now. I only got here 20 seconds ago. Do you believe I came back from the future?" Logan tried to explain to them, but his words only made the three men feel like he was making a fool of them. "Miss, step outside. We'll take good care of him," one man said to the woman. "No, I don't think you will," Logan replied calmly. "You'll either leave your wallets and car keys behind, or you'll wake up in the hospital. Trust me." Remembering Kitty's advice to keep calm, Logan spoke to the three men with steady composure. "Oh really? And why is that? Because you claim you're from the future?" One man sneered. "No, because of this." Logan moved to unsheath his claws with practiced ease, only to realize that what emerged were 6 bony claws. Sensing trouble, the three men instantly pulled out their guns and unleashed a volley of shots. But their expressions quickly turned to shock, because the bullets that entered Wolverine's body were soon pushed right back out, leaving not a single mark. And Logan, showing no mercy to those who fired at him, dispatched them in a flash, quick and decisive. He took their wallets and car keys and strode out without a backward glance. Professor said Shun is already on Earth. With him here, convincing the young professor should be easy. But he's at the Sorcerer's Sanctuary in the Himalayas. That's not exactly close. With that thought, Logan decided to head for the airport and buy a ticket to seek out Shenmue. However, he had completely forgotten that you need a passport to go abroad, and he didn't even have one. Logan stepped out of the room and took in the sights around him, scenes that looked straight out of decades past. For a moment, he felt completely out of place. Yet, as he stood there, memories began to slowly surface in his mind, and the world around him started to feel more familiar. He found the car that belonged to the three men from earlier and opened the door. Inside the car sat the woman who had just been lying on the bed. "Jimmy, what on earth is going on with you? You've been rambling nonsense ever since just now." She still called him by his childhood nickname, a name only the closest people to him knew, like his brother Sabretooth. But ever since that impulsive moment when he killed his adoptive father, he'd abandoned the name James Howlett altogether, choosing instead to call himself Logan Howlett. And after being transformed, his body reforged into living steel, he was known to most by his codename, Wolverine. Now, Logan recalled the deep connection he once shared with the woman beside him, a bond that had gone far beyond ordinary passion. That was why, in a moment of excitement, he had confided his childhood name to her. "Listen, Gwen, I have something important to do right now. You need to get out of the car." Wolverine, returned from the future, was in no mood to bask in tenderness. Like a man breaking things off without a second thought, he simply opened the door and asked her to leave. The woman was clearly upset. After all, just last night, this man had been full of affection, and now he was turning his back on her, as if she meant nothing at all. After stepping out of the car, she lingered by the window, looking at Logan, hoping he would change his mind and take her with him. But Logan showed not the slightest trace of pity. Without a backward glance, he started the car and drove away. The woman gazed after the receding car, biting her lip in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. Just as Logan set out to change history and try to reverse the future, the wheels of fate were already quietly turning. At a conference that could alter the destiny of all mutants, Bolivar was using all his persuasive skill to convince the government officials to continue funding his research and to approve his Sentinel program. "We've just suffered a defeat on the battlefield in Vietnam. Right now, we're scrutinizing every cent of our defense budget. Even if what you say is true, mutants have lived in peace with us for years now. They still live under the order we established. I don't see any point in your proposal, and there's no way we're going to support a weapon aimed at our own citizens." A government official dismissed Bolivar's proposal without a shred of politeness. "Gentlemen, if you continue to underestimate the enemy before you, the front lines of this war will no longer be in distant Vietnam, half a world away. They will be in our cities, on our streets, in our very homes. And by the time you finally realize this, it will already be too late. You will march to your graves, bearing the shame of yet another defeat." Yet Bolivar's warning failed to change the minds of the gathered lawmakers. Having just suffered defeat, none of them wished to launch a new war so soon, especially one that would pit them against the loved ones of a disillusioned public. They understood all too well that the consequences of such a conflict would be incalculable. As politicians, their first concern was always their own careers, so they once again rejected Bolivar's proposal. Confronted by such short-sighted leaders, Bolivar was not deterred from his research into mutants. Meanwhile, on the battlefields of Vietnam, the defeated American forces were carrying out the final evacuation of their troops. Among them, however, was a special unit, a squad of mutants. But now, their commanding officer, Colonel Stryker, had already sold them out to Trask Industries, condemning them to become lab rats for experiments. Bolivar and Stryker had reached an agreement by this point, united in their views on the mutant issue. However, an unexpected visitor would soon upend all their plans. Mystique, whose real name was Raven. Using her shape-shifting powers, Raven assumed the appearance of a colonel and infiltrated the camp where the mutant squad awaited transfer to yet another experimental prison. There, she encountered the man who would become the mutants' greatest adversary, William Stryker. He, too, was a zealot bent on eradicating all mutants. In a swift and coordinated attack, Raven joined forces with the mutant squad, overpowering the guards and helping everyone escape aboard a transport plane. Raven chose to stay behind, having grown suspicious of Trask Industries and their intentions for the captured mutants. Her investigation soon uncovered evidence of secret cooperation between Trask Industries and the military. She infiltrated Trask's facility, where she discovered horrific records of inhumane experiments conducted on her fellow mutants. This ignited within her a burning desire to kill Bolivar, and thus history began to unfold along its destined path. Logan had originally planned to seek out Shun Mu at the legendary Kamartaj, but he soon realized that leaving the country was easier said than done. Left with no other choice, he decided instead to pay a visit to the professor of this era. Relying on his memories, Logan drove to the gates of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. What struck him as different from his memories was that the place now looked rather abandoned. A sign reading, "Private Property, No Trespassing," hung on the main gate, while the plaque bearing the school's name had been carelessly tossed into the weeds by the roadside. Logan looked around at all this and simply couldn't connect it to the mutant school, the future base of the X-Men, that he knew so well. Ignoring the warning on the gate, Logan drove straight in. He knocked on the tightly shut front door. For a long while, no one answered. Just as Logan was about to break in, the door swung open, revealing a young man. Logan certainly recognized this person, but only from after he'd turned into the blue-furred beast. So, faced with his fresh-faced Hank, Logan didn't immediately make the connection. "Who are you? Didn't you see the sign outside the manor that says no trespassing?" Hank poked his head out from behind the door and called out to Logan. Logan frowned. "What's happened to this school?" Hank, just as puzzled, replied. "The school closed down years ago. Are you a parent of one of the students?" "Luckily, I'm not. And you, who are you?" "I'm Hank." "Hank, your beast? Looks like greatness takes its time with you, huh?" "I'm here to see the professor." Logan raised an eyebrow, still not quite used to seeing Hank looking so normal after having known him as the Blue Beast for so long. Seeing the situation, Logan decided to state his purpose. "Sorry, there's no professor here." At that, Hank immediately refused and started to close the door. But Logan was quicker. He braced the door with his hand. "Not bad for a skinny guy. Are you sure you're not hiding a beast in there somewhere?" Logan joked as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Shun Mu suddenly remembered there was still an unopened treasure chest waiting for him. He said to the system, "System, I want to open the chest." "Ding. Please remember to open chests promptly next time, or the system will reclaim them." "Hey system, what's the rush? I just forgot for a moment. By the way, if you really do take the chest back, do I get any compensation?" "Ding. No compensation." The system answered Shun Mu's question matter-of-factly. "Enough with the chatter. I'm opening the chest." Switching his tone, Shun Mu followed the usual procedure and tapped to open the chest that had appeared before him. Ding! Eliminate the invader's chest opened. "Congratulations, you've received the super crystal. Would you like to claim it now?" Looking at the massive, heart-shaped crystal lying in his system space, Shun Mu was puzzled. A super crystal? What exactly is this thing? Shun Mu had little impression of the rewards he received from this treasure chest. Superpower crystal. Originating from the world of superpower out of control, this is a mysterious crystal capable of awakening telekinetic abilities in those who touch it. With the system's prompt, Shun Mu finally recalled where this item came from. It was from a movie he'd seen in his previous life, which told the story of 3 high school students who accidentally touched the crystal and gained the power to move objects with their minds, leading eventually to a love-hate relationship and tragic conflict. To be able to activate telekinesis, now that's quite something. And it seems it's not limited to just one person's use. Though telekinesis wasn't the most powerful ability out there, it was certainly one of the most convenient. In the original story, as the 3 boys' powers grew, they would suffer nosebleeds after using their abilities, a side effect that came with this gift. But Shenmue wasn't the least bit concerned. Given his explosively strong physique, such a minor side effect should pose no problem at all. So, without a moment's hesitation, Shenmue took the crystal out from the system space. The instant his claw touched the crystal, its pale blue hue rapidly deepened into a blood-red glow. Immediately, Shunmu felt a force pour from the crystal into his body, more precisely, into his brain. In just a few breaths' time, the crystal returned to its original color, but its size had shrunk dramatically. Now, the crystal was only a third of its former size. It seemed Shunmu had drained it completely. Yet at this moment, Shunmu felt a strange sensation, as if something in his mind was about to break free. The next instant, a sound like shattering glass echoed inside his head. In a flash, it felt as though countless invisible tendrils extended outward from his body. With a mere thought, these tendrils would move according to his will. Shunmu reached out gently toward the table in front of him, and the table floated up into the air. So, this is telekinesis? The ability to give form to thought. Remarkable, indeed. And it seems this power can grow stronger over time. Shunmu understood that the telekinesis awakened by the crystal would continue to grow as he used it. Given his monstrous physique and the superhuman brain he already possessed, the future potential of his telekinetic power was unfathomable. Perhaps, one day, Shunmu would be able to move a star with nothing but his mind. Having acquired this new toy, Shunmu had no intention of limiting himself to moving tables indoors. He soared out of Kamartaj, his telekinetic power surging outward like a mighty torrent. All around him, the accumulated snow began to swirl, transforming into countless shapes at Shunmu's whim. At last, Shunmu used his own form as a template to transform the snow and ice into a colossal white dragon, stretching several hundred meters in length. With a mere thought, Shunmu commanded the divine dragon to whirl and soar through the air, its form twisting and sinuous, before sending it straight toward the distant horizon. He wanted to test the farthest reach of his telekinetic control. 100 meters, 500 meters. Only after the icy dragon had flown more than 1,000 meters did Shunmu finally sense his grip over it beginning to wane. And this was just the initial manifestation of his telekinesis. He was certain that, with time, this range would only grow even greater. Unfortunately, this was merely telekinesis. His mind had yet to evolve into true psychic abilities. Still, that alone was enough to fill Shunmu with delight. While Shunmu himself was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle for nations with satellites, and for the people living near the Himalayas, what they had just witnessed felt like something out of a dream. Report, sir. There's been an unusual change in the Himalayan snowpack. We've detected a massive, unidentified white object flying above the mountains. Put the satellite footage up on the main screen. As the video played, the entire room was left in stunned silence. There, on the summit of the Himalayas, a gigantic snow-white dragon was gliding and circling in the sky. It has to be fake. There's no such thing as dragons in this world. Everyone began to question whether the footage could possibly be real. Sir, this is direct satellite footage. There's not a trace of fabrication. One of the technicians objected, unable to hide his frustration at the skepticism. Notify the agents. I want the truth behind this, no matter what it takes. Pierce had only just finished explaining to the Security Council the previous incident, what seemed to be the arrival of the mythical Bifrost, the rainbow bridge of Norse legend. And now, something like this had happened. At that moment, Pierce was seriously considering retirement. Fortunately, he knew just the right person for the job, a highly capable agent, and one who also had complete trust in him, Level 9 Agent Nick Fury. At the foot of the mountain, countless locals began to kneel and offer prayers toward the peak. Their voices trembled as they begged the monster not to descend and disturb their homes. Shun, it seems you've awakened yet another remarkable power, came a voice. But you certainly know how to make a scene, added the Ancient One, stepping out of a portal that had just opened before Shunmu, a touch of resignation in her expression. It's nothing. This world is about to get a lot more interesting anyway, Shunmu replied with a carefree smile. With that, he made a step into the portal the Ancient One had created. Seeing this, the Ancient One could only shake her head, half in exasperation, half in amusement. Oh, and, Shun, if you have some time, you might want to visit New York. A special friend of yours has been looking for you, the Ancient One said, her tone laced with an air of mysterious anticipation. She, as the wielder of the Time Stone, was extraordinarily sensitive to any changes along the timeline. Friend? I just arrived on Earth. I shouldn't have any friends here yet. Unless, could it be that Thor is about to be thrown out of his house by his old man already? That seems unlikely. With that, Shunmu began to ponder who this so-called special friend might actually be. Still, he decided it would be best to pay a visit afterward. Meanwhile, at the Xavier mansion, Logan and Beast were having their first confrontation. I've already told you, there's no professor here. If you're not a student's parent, I must ask you to leave at once, Hank said, hurrying after Logan, who was striding deeper into the house without regard. "I'm not leaving until I see the professor," Logan insisted, his tone unyielding as he headed up the stairs on his own. "Stop right there." Hank grabbed Logan's arm. "Listen, in the future, we'll be friends, comrades. But for now, it's time you got to know me all over again." With that, Logan drove his fist straight into Hank's face, knocking the untransformed beast to the ground in a daze, stars swirling before his eyes. Beast knew there was no stopping this intruder unless he transformed, so he let go of his restraints. In an instant, his body swelled, blue fur sprouting all over, his hands and feet growing thick and powerful. "Professor, I know you're here. Answer me," Logan began to shout through the house. The next moment, the fully transformed beast sprang at him, wild and agile as an animal. Logan barely had time to react before that brute force sent him crashing through the railing and tumbling to the floor below. He hadn't even caught his breath when a blue, furry face lunged at him again in a flying tackle. Without a moment's hesitation, Logan kicked out, his foot landing squarely in Hank's stomach. Beast was sent hurtling across the room, smashing a table in the living room. "Listen, Beast, I don't want to fight you. I'm only here to find a professor," Logan said, holding up a hand as the blue-furred creature prepared to charge again. "Hank, what's going on down there?" "It's deafening," came a voice from upstairs. The moment he heard it, Logan instinctively called out, "Professor!" "No, you've got the wrong person. There's no professor here," came the reply. A moment later, a man shuffled down the stairs, a picture of disarray, with tousled hair and beard, a bathrobe thrown over his shoulders, bottle in hand, and socks on his feet. At first glance, Logan almost thought he'd come to the wrong place. But in those eyes, despite the air of ruin and despair, there was a wisdom that not even time or defeat could conceal. "When I heard the noise, I thought it was Eric again. The guy usually ignores the warning on the front door. Listen, stranger. Breaking into private property might just earn you a trip to the police station for a friendly chat. Right now, you'd better listen to Hank and leave this place immediately." The young Professor X sat on the staircase, took a swig from his bottle, and looked at Logan as he spoke. "Professor, I'm afraid I can't do that, because the one who sent me here is rather special." Logan flexed his body, still sore from the recent blow, a strange look on his face as he spoke. "Whoever sent you, you can go back and tell them I'm busy. I don't have time for your little games." The professor's expression remained unchanged. "That person is you, only 50 years in the future." Logan didn't waste time on hints. He laid everything out plainly. "You're telling me that 50 years from now, I sent you back here from the future? Are you insane, or am I?" "Hank, throw him out." After hearing Logan's words, the professor immediately called for Beast to remove him. "If you try reading my mind, you'll see the truth for yourself." With no other option, Logan resorted to the most direct method. "How do you know I've lost my powers?" "You're watching me. Who are you?" "Taya, some other intelligence agency's agent." At this, the professor's suspicion deepened, scrutinizing Logan. "No, Charles, we've known each other for years. And I know even more about you. When you were 9, your powers first awakened. Suddenly, you heard countless different voices in your head, and you thought you were losing your mind. It wasn't until you turned 12 that you realized those voices were other people's thoughts. That same year, you met Raven, the shapeshifter who broke into your home out of hunger. Do you want to keep going?" Logan looked at the professor, waiting for a response. "That's impossible. I've never told anyone about these things." A look of disbelief appeared on the professor's face. "That's only because you haven't reached the moment when you're ready to open up." Logan spoke with genuine sincerity. "All right, I admit you've piqued my interest. Come with me to the study. I'd like to hear your story." Just as the professor finished speaking and was about to stand up, a shimmering golden circle suddenly appeared before them, growing larger by the second. In the next instant, Shenmue stepped out of the portal. "I heard from the Ancient One that a friend of mine is here, so I thought I'd drop by. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Although Shenmue said this, his vertical pupils showed no restraint as they swept back and forth over the three people, scrutinizing them with unabashed curiosity. The young Professor X and an equally young Beast. That means my friend must be you, the Wolverine from the future, Logan. Having sized him up, Shenmue offered his own evaluation. Seeing this scene, Shenmue instantly understood what was happening. Yet, an even greater confusion arose within him. Based on everything he had experienced so far, it seemed this place should mainly follow the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But the appearance of the X-Men's major events made him realize that this was more than just the movie universe. Because the timelines of these two worlds don't match up in many places, Shenmue began to suspect that he had arrived in a world that was a grand mashup of many universes. "Oh, damn it!" At this moment, the professor, startled by Shenmue, suddenly sprang to his feet, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the stairs, cursing in panic. Having lost his powers, he no longer possessed the confidence that came from being able to control the situation. If Logan's appearance had promised a good story to hear, then Shenmue's arrival truly made him feel that things had taken a turn for the bizarre. Imagine a gigantic, fearsome dragon swaggering into your home, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Anyone would be left utterly bewildered by such a thing, especially since this dragon could speak flawless English, or rather, the universal language of the cosmos. This alone was enough to make the normally composed and genteel professor blurt out a curse on the spot. Beast, Hank, reacted even more directly. Baring his teeth, he launched himself at Shenmue with a leap. But before he could make contact, an invisible force seized him, suspending him in midair. His whole body was immobilized, only his eyes still able to move, and a wave of terror crashed over him. He was so frightened that he reverted back from his transformed state. Seeing this, Shenmue let him go, and once Beast landed, he ran straight to Professor X's side, instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of him. The only one whose face lit up with genuine delight was Wolverine, Logan. Though he had no idea how Shenmue had seen through the fact that he was a time traveler, he couldn't hide the joy that surged through him, as if reuniting with an old friend. Shun, you really are on Earth. Charles wasn't lying to me. You look a bit more refined than you do in the future, though. Logan, ever the familiar soul, stepped forward, hoping to greet Shenmue with a hearty, brotherly hug. But Shenmue promptly restrained him with telekinesis as well. Still, Logan's words gave Shenmue something new to ponder. Does my current look really count as refined? Always clear-eyed about his own appearance, Shenmue picked up on a key point in that remark. If I could be called attractive now, just how terrifying would I become in the future? Hey, Shun, you're still the same as ever. Logan wasn't the least bit surprised that Shenmue used telekinesis to restrain him, since there had been more than one occasion in the future when he'd tried to hug Shenmue, only to be rejected every time. So, I suppose it's time for us to have a proper talk, isn't it? Shenmue turned to the professor, whose face was somewhat grim, and addressed him. Ding! Major event, reversing the future, has begun. Treasure chest charging in progress. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shenmue knew it was time to stir things up again. Once everyone had taken their seats, Professor X and Hank the Beast couldn't tear their attention away from Shenmue. After all, they simply couldn't imagine how a dragon could possibly cross his legs like a human. That's right. Sitting on the sofa opposite them, Shenmue held a glass filled with an exotic, fragrant liquor, casually crossing his legs, as though he owned the room. But, gradually, Professor X's attention drifted to the glass in Shenmue's hand. At this point, the professor was every inch the picture of a despondent drunkard. Looking down at what he had once considered fine wine, he sniffed hard, then caught a whiff of the intoxicating aroma from Shenmue's glass. Suddenly, he felt as if what he'd been drinking all along was little more than horse urine. Shun, ever since you left this universe in the future, I haven't tasted your elven brewed wine in ages. Compared to the professor, who could only stare longingly, Logan was far more direct. With practiced ease, he fetched a glass from the mansion's kitchen and handed it to Shenmue. When it came to drinking buddies, Shenmue was never stingy. He poured a generous serving for Logan right away. Logan took a cautious sip, his face melting into pure bliss. It might lack a little something compared to the wine you'll have in the future, but this is still the finest I've ever tasted. Logan knew all too well how potent this wine was, so he dared not drink too much before the conversation was finished. Oh, Logan, are you saying the wine I'll have in the future tastes even better than what's in my glass now? Shenmue's interest was instantly piqued. Absolutely. In the future, you won't be using this glass anymore, but a blue gourd, something with a strange name, like the Endless Wine Gourd or something like that. Logan held nothing back and explained without hesitation. The Endless Wine Gourd, that sounds fantastic. Drinking from a gourd has always been a dream of mine. Hearing this, Shenmue laughed and took another hearty swig. Now that he'd mastered teleportation magic, he could visit the Elven Kingdom for refills whenever he pleased. Mr. Dragon, about your wine? Professor X, holding out a glass with a hopeful smile, shuffled over to Shenmue, looking a bit embarrassed. No problem. Shenmue immediately poured him a glass, doing it slowly, and even made a gesture, as if to say that the only one here not interested in alcohol was Beast. Yet Beast only looked at Shenmue with a wary and slightly frightened gaze. The professor, unaware of the potency of this liquor, tipped his head back and downed the entire glass in one go. What I've been drinking before was nothing but horse piss. With this exclamation, a flush quickly spread across Professor X's face, and the next moment, he collapsed right onto the sofa. I still need to tell the professor some important things. Logan looked a bit troubled when he saw Professor X passed out from a drink. That's easy enough. Saying this, Shenmue leaned over and gently blew a breath of cold air at Professor X, then followed it with a small burst of flame. With the alternating waves of cold and heat, a strong smell of alcohol suddenly burst from Professor X. Enduring this extreme shift between ice and fire, Professor X shuddered violently, then snapped awake as if from a deep fog. All right, Charles, now it's time to listen to Logan's story. Although Shenmue already knew the tale, he didn't mind hearing it once more, this time from the one who had lived it. So, Logan began recounting the tragic fate that awaited mutants over the next 50 years. At first, the professor's mood was light. Back during the Cuban Missile Crisis, he had lost both his best friend and the use of his legs in one fell swoop. Then came the Vietnam War, during which many teachers and students from the School for Mutants were drafted and many lost their lives on the battlefield. After so many blows, Charles completely gave in to despair. He closed down the school and asked Hank for the serum that could heal his spine. That serum was derived from the one Hank used to suppress his own mutant genes. Eventually, because of addiction, Charles lost all control over the dosage, and the serum completely suppressed his mutant abilities. From then on, he lost his psychic powers, and the voices in his mind fell silent, but he regained the use of his legs. Now, he believed that everyone would die in the end, and whether it came sooner or later hardly mattered. But as Logan's story went deeper, the expression on his face grew heavier and darker. Though Logan's account was brief, every word was laced with horror and bloodshed. In the future, he would endure suffering 100 times worse than anything he had faced before. So this is our future? And all of it began with Raven's assassination. The look on Charles's face had changed completely from before. Beast, sitting nearby, felt a chill run through his whole body, for Logan had said he would die, and die early. The only one who could still drink calmly was Shenmue. Although he didn't know why, in the original timeline, he didn't stop this catastrophic event that nearly wiped out the mutants. But since there was a treasure chest reward involved now, he definitely couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Professor, the future needs your help. Because Shenmue had intervened this time, Logan and Charles didn't have much conflict between them. I do feel sorrow for the fate of mutants in the future, but as you can see, I've already lost my powers. At this moment, Charles also felt helpless. As he spoke, a wave of pain swept through Charles's body. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and returned to his room. Shenmue, witnessing all of this, remained silent. He knew where Mystique was, and what she was planning to do. However, if he revealed everything now, Charles would be deprived of his chance for redemption. A future Professor X might never emerge. That would take away so much fun from the days to come. After all, the more lively things are on Earth, and the more powerful people there are, the more spectacular the events they stir up. Who knows, perhaps the number and quality of treasure chests would be even better. Why has Charles become like this? Logan turned to Hank with a question. So Hank shared with Wolverine all the suffering Charles was currently enduring. Logan, who had also lost so much in his life, understood Charles's pain, and so he fell silent. At this moment, Charles had returned to his room. Just as he was about to inject himself with his usual serum, his eyes fell upon a photograph standing on his desk. The woman in the picture was none other than Raven, Mystique. Charles remembered the first time they met. The scene flashed in his mind. A little girl covered in blue scales, who had transformed into his mother, sneaked into his house to steal food. Back then, he had told her, "You never have to sneak around anymore. I'll protect you." Because of this, Charles slowly put down the serum he was holding, choosing instead to silently endure the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth until he got through it. Logan, I'll help you find Raven. But you must know, she's already been deeply influenced by Eric, by that monster, that killer. How do you plan to persuade her? How will you convince her to willingly come back to our family? Charles walked out of his room and asked Logan this question. Charles, everything is going to change. After all, it was you and Eric who sent me back here in the first place. Facing Professor X's question, Logan replied with a rare seriousness. All right, you've convinced me, but my powers still haven't returned. It won't be easy to find Raven right now. The serum suppression of his mutant gene would not wear off so quickly. Logan, in the future, are Eric and I still friends? The professor looked at Logan and asked him this. You are all pioneers among mutants, each embarking on a different path in pursuit of your own dreams. Yet, when faced with the threat of extinction, you stood side by side and fought together until the very end. Logan was well aware of the decades-long love-hate relationship between the professor and Magneto. All right, we need to break Eric out of the prison beneath the Pentagon. One more ally means one more ounce of strength. At this moment, the professor still couldn't quite read Shenmue's intentions, nor could he be sure whether Shenmue was willing to help. After all, he had only heard from Logan that in the future they would be friends, but right now, the professor didn't know Shenmue at all. Besides, this was a matter of life and death for all mutants. How could he place his hope in a mysterious dragon who wasn't even human, much less a mutant? Logan's words were true. He and Magneto represented two different approaches to mutant survival. The professor believed mutants and humans could achieve peaceful coexistence. Eric, however, was far more radical. He wanted to use force to make the world acknowledge mutants. He wanted them to fear mutant power, so they would ultimately accept mutants' rightful place. It was hard to say which of the two was right or wrong. Or perhaps both of them were mistaken, as neither path seemed to offer a way forward. Mutants possessed powers even they themselves could scarcely fathom. They could easily leave Earth, just as the Inhumans had once done, and build a new home on the moon or somewhere else entirely. A nation truly and wholly their own. But breaking Eric out from the heavily guarded underground prison of the Pentagon is no simple task. If anything goes awry and a commotion breaks out, we'll be facing more than 25,000 armed guards and military police. We need a solid plan before we make a move. With that, the professor spread out a map on the table, the architectural blueprint of the Pentagon itself. Even though ideological differences had driven them down separate roads, deep down, Charles still hoped Eric, the man who had once helped him build the school for mutants, would return. Honestly, why go to all this trouble? Isn't it just a matter of getting old Eric out of prison? That's hardly complicated. As the three of them delved into the details of their plan, Shenmue, lounging nearby, spoke up with a lazy drawl. Immediately, the professor and Hank exchanged puzzled looks. Only Logan's face lit up with delight. Shen, I knew it. There's a reason Charles from the future told me to find you first. He knew Shenmue possessed immeasurable power, so much so that even Jean, after awakening the Phoenix Force in the future, had been helpless against him. Now, hearing what Shenmue meant, it was clear to the professor that Shenmue was getting ready to act. If our dragon friend here has any ideas, why not share them with us? The professor was genuinely curious now. He wanted to see what card the dragon Shenmue was hiding up his sleeve. No need for words, just watch. As he spoke, Shenmue extended his left claw, the one adorned with a floating ring. With the designs and images he'd just seen fresh in his mind, he lazily traced a circle in the air before him with his tail. In an instant, the professor and his companions saw the same golden portal that had brought Shenmue crashing into their manor appear once more. Through the shimmering gateway, they could see a white figure sitting on the floor with his back to them. The entire space beyond the portal was stark and white, and above the figure's head loomed a massive glass dome. Eric, the professor called out instinctively as soon as he recognized the silhouette. At the sound, Magneto slowly turned around, his face showing even more confusion than theirs as he faced them. Charles, what's going on? Is this the power of our new ally? Once Magneto was sure that the man in the portal was indeed his old friend, Professor X, he voiced his doubts. Eric, just come out first. We'll talk after. Knowing this was not the time for idle conversation, the professor urged Eric to escape from his cell. Still half in disbelief, Magneto carefully stepped through the portal. When he found himself standing inside Xavier's manor, his face grew complicated with emotion. He never could have imagined that, after so long in captivity, he would escape so easily. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Shenmue sitting nearby, casually sipping a drink, and his eyes narrowed sharply. He knew Professor X and Hank McCoy, the Beast, far too well. There was no way either of them had the ability to open a portal across space. And as for Logan, who wasn't yet Wolverine, well, that was simply out of the question. So, having ruled out every impossibility, the answer became obvious. Who are you? Are you a mutant too? Eric wasn't particularly startled by Shenmue's appearance. He'd seen all kinds of mutant brethren before. Perhaps Shenmue was merely a mutant whose powers had awakened in a particularly dramatic way. No. As you can see, I'm the real deal, a dragon. Not some test subject from a mad scientist's lab. Shenmue's offhand remark stirred something unfamiliar within Eric. As a mutant, he had always seen his powers as a divine gift, a sign that mutants were the next step in human evolution. But in Shenmue's words, there seemed to be a hint of another secret, something the mutants had never been told. However, judging by Shenmue's expression, he clearly had no intention of saying more, so Eric didn't press the issue. The professor beside them seemed deep in thought as well. Just like one of the 9 great philosophical questions of the world. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Ordinary people all want to uncover the origins of their existence, let alone mutants. Even the professor couldn't say what purpose mutants were born for. After speaking, Shenmue paid them no further attention, for his mind had been completely drawn to the system's treasure chest charging up. Originally, after the Days of Future Past event began, the treasure chest's energy had been accumulating only slowly. But when he released Eric from his prison cell, the progress bar gave a sudden, noticeable jump. Charles, I suppose you've landed yourself in trouble again, haven't you? Otherwise, knowing your character, you'd never have come to break me out. Magneto knew his old friend all too well, always chasing after those unattainable dreams. You're right. We need to find Raven, because the fate of all mutants hinges on her. Hearing this, Magneto was caught off guard. When had one person ever held the destiny of an entire race in their hands? And if anyone could do that, Magneto always believed it would be himself, or perhaps Charles, standing across from him. Seeing the doubt on Magneto's face, Logan stepped forward and recounted the dark fate that awaited the mutants in the future. With your powers and the Cerebro amplifier I built for you, finding Raven should be a simple matter. After all, she doesn't have a helmet to block telepathy. Yet Magneto grew even more puzzled after hearing this. He knew all too well the extent of Professor X's abilities, the most powerful mind on the planet, paired with the Cerebro device Magneto himself had once constructed. Finding and controlling a single person anywhere on Earth ought to be child's play. So, Magneto realized there must be something else at work here. The professor has lost his powers. At that moment, Hank stepped in to explain Charles's loss. How did you lose your powers? Magneto's brows knitted together, suspecting something must have happened to Professor X during this period. I used the serum to heal my spine, but also suppressed the X gene inside me. Hearing this, Magneto finally noticed that Professor X was leaning against the desk as he spoke. So, you gave up your powers just to be able to walk again? Magneto's words were edged with rising anger. Though mutant powers had brought him much suffering, once he accepted his identity, he had always taken pride in possessing abilities beyond the reach of ordinary men. He believed that mutants represented the correct path of human evolution, and he wanted to awaken the X gene in everyone who possessed it. He had even contemplated converting all humans on Earth into mutants. He had made countless efforts for the survival of mutants. Yet now, his friend was willing to give up that almost divine honor just to be able to walk again. How could he not feel furious about this? Only, after losing my powers. Forget it. You don't understand anything at all. The professor wanted to share with Magneto the constant pain he endured from carrying the memories of others' suffering. But after considering it, he felt there was no point. Magneto wouldn't understand, even if he tried to explain. You're right, I don't know. But thanks to my powers, do you have any idea what I've lost? Magneto could feel his anger rising, almost beyond his control. Meanwhile, Hank, who was standing nearby, didn't dare utter a word. He shot a pleading look at Shun-Mu, who was watching the drama unfold with great interest, munching on fruit he'd somehow conjured up. But Shun-Mu couldn't even be bothered to glance his way. To Shun-Mu, this was a show worth watching, a clash of two opposing ideals. He had no intention of stopping them now. No matter what you've lost, nothing can justify what you've done, Professor X said, his expression equally grim. After all, it was Magneto who had taken away the person she valued most in her life. Fine, let me tell you exactly what I've done, Magneto shot back. Angel, Azazel, Emma, Banshee, all of these comrades died because of your weakness. They were subjected to cruel experiments and torture before they died. I'm avenging them, fighting for the survival of more of our kind. And you, what have you done? When our people needed you, you chose cowardice, escape, willful blindness. You talk about protecting mutants, but your actions are meaningless. As Magneto's emotions surged, every metallic object in the room began to tremble and rise into the air. Even the entire mansion began to shake. Logan tried to stop Magneto, but before he could get close, the car keys in his pocket suddenly flew out and pinned him to the wall. The same thing happened to Beast. Magneto advanced on Professor X step by step, eyes blazing with fury. Though the professor had lost his powers, anger smoldered in his own heart as well, and he glared back with equal intensity. Shen, please, you have to stop them. At this moment, Logan hurriedly turned to Shen-Mu for help. Both the professor and Magneto represented the future of mutants. If anything happened to them in a moment of rashness, it would be a disaster. All right, this is just child's play. If you can't bring yourself to see it through, then don't take it so far. As Shun-Mu spoke, an overwhelming surge of mental force swept out from him, pressing the two of them flat against the floor. At that moment, all the metal objects controlled by Magneto instantly lost their energy and clattered down from the air. Yet even in this state, the two of them still glared fiercely at each other, their eyes locked in a silent battle. Seeing this, Shenmue applied just a bit more force, and a chorus of bones creaking and joints popping echoed from both bodies. Only when the pain finally reached their senses did the anger in their hearts begin to subside. Once the two of them stopped looking like a pair of enraged bulls, Shenmue finally withdrew his telekinetic grip. The moment his mental power vanished, both men felt an abrupt lightness, then slowly rolled onto their backs, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Logan and Hank each hurried over to help one of them up and settle them onto the sofa. Once seated, Magneto was the first to speak. "Since you've already found such a powerful ally, why did you even bother breaking me out? With someone of his strength, surely you could have brought Raven back with ease. Eric, this is a crisis for all mutants. Shin may be our friend, but he's under no obligation to save every mutant's future. Now that he's helped us rescue you, we should be grateful for what he's already done." At this moment, it was Logan who stepped forward to say these words. In terms of age and experience, he was the eldest here. Professor X, Magneto, and Hank were all his juniors. Upon hearing this, Magneto finally fell silent. But in Shun Mu's heart, he mused to himself, for the sake of the treasure chest, this obligation is one I can accept. 3 days from now, Raven will attempt to assassinate Bolivar at the peace conference in Paris. In the history I know, she succeeds. But after her success, she's captured and becomes a major test subject. Once again, Logan offered vital information from the history yet to unfold. "Eric, do you see? This is the consequence of you taking Raven away. You turned her into a killer, an experiment, perhaps even the very key that unlocks the door to mutant extinction." Professor X delivered these words with a calm voice. It was clear the bitterness ran deep within him. "No, history that hasn't happened yet doesn't count as history. As long as we find her before the conference begins, or stop her from completing the assassination at the event, our future will change. Isn't that the very reason we sent Logan back from the future? But, Charles, I'm sorry, but you're still a bastard." With a conflicted expression, Magneto spoke these last words. Now that he knew exactly what needed to be done next, Hank set about making preparations. It was worth noting that Charles actually had a private jet registered under his name. At the same time, Logan was in no mood to keep an eye on the two of them anymore. The sudden turn of events had caused him to spill his drink, so he grabbed a fresh glass and went over to Shun Mu for another pour. While Professor X and his team were busy planning how to track down Raven, the guards at the Pentagon were on the verge of losing their minds. When they went to deliver dinner to Magneto, as per routine that evening, they discovered that the man had vanished from his cell, disappeared without a trace. This was the prime suspect in the assassination of the former president. No one could imagine how much effort had been spent capturing Magneto. Even the extraordinary precautions taken in his imprisonment spoke volumes about how seriously the authorities regarded him. But now, he had seemingly evaporated into thin air. The entire Pentagon housed over 25,000 military and police personnel, and no fewer than 60 guards were assigned to watch Magneto alone. Fearing his powers, they hadn't installed surveillance cameras in the cell. Even so, 20 guards per shift rotated around the clock, keeping constant watch over the cell's only exit. Yet not a single anomaly had been observed. They even reviewed all the security footage from after lunchtime throughout the Pentagon and found nothing out of the ordinary. To be able to extract him from the world's most secure prison without leaving a trace, it could only have been his mutant allies, someone declared. "I believe Professor Bolivar's concerns were well-founded. Their immense power allows these mutants to ignore our nation's laws and dignity. If today they can quietly spirit Eric Lyncher, a dangerous felon, out of prison, then what's to stop them from appearing in our offices or even our homes tomorrow? And when that day comes, what are we supposed to do? Stand by helplessly as they threaten our lives and endanger our families? Therefore, I believe we need to seriously reconsider Professor Bolivar's proposal," one government official said coldly, his face clouded with worry. His words cast a heavy silence over the room as the other officials fell into deep thought. Initially, they had rejected Bolivar's Sentinel program due to political concerns and budgetary constraints. But now, the mutants were openly flaunting their disregard for national authority. "This is a provocation. If we don't respond, their actions will only grow bolder. We could even be facing a war that threatens our very survival." "I agree with Senator Dunes and Senator Aubrey," another voice chimed in. "We need a way to counter the mutants. If necessary, we must be prepared to eliminate them." As soon as the senator had spoken, the rest of those present began to voice their opinions one after another. "After the meeting, I'll inform Bolivar of this new resolution," someone said. "The government's collaboration with Trask Industries will continue, and the Sentinel program will receive strong financial support from the government," another declared. In the end, Secretary of State Ray Wise made the final decision. Because of a mutation sparked by the flap of a butterfly's wings, the government officials reached a new resolution, completely unbeknownst to Professor X and his companions. Meanwhile, the progress bar on Shun Mu's treasure chest quietly inched forward again, though the change was so slight that Shun Mu himself didn't notice it at all. At that very moment, Paris. "Shun, since he can open a portal and come straight to Paris. Why didn't you tell Hank? He spent so much time making preparations, and now he just looks so disappointed, Logan whispered, leaning in close to Shinmu. Because he never asked, Shinmu replied with a grin. Besides, if you're trying to save your own future, you should at least feel like you're part of it, right? Even if it's pointless, at least you can say you tried. Hank, overhearing this exchange, looked even more downcast. For the first time, the science he had always believed in seemed utterly powerless in the face of supernatural forces. He could invent a serum to suppress his own mutant genes, but magic was something completely beyond his grasp. Professor, I've checked all of Bolivar's scheduled activities, but everything is under strict confidentiality, Hank reported gloomily. I suspect he may be with the president right now. Crushed by Shun Mu's earlier words and unable to find any useful information, Hank felt utterly dejected. Eric, do you have any way to find Raven? The professor asked. Or perhaps some special way to contact her after you parted ways? Powerless without his telepathy, the professor could only turn to his old friend for help in reaching Mystique. No, we always used regular phone calls, or just met up in person during missions, Magneto replied, shaking his head. Dragon. Mr. Shun, is there any way you could help us find Raven? Maybe something like that amazing teleportation spell of yours. With nowhere else to turn, Professor X looked pleadingly at Shenmue, who was still chatting quietly with Logan. There's a way, but I need a bit of biological material from Mystique to cast the spell, Shenmue answered. He had memorized a spell from the magical library of Kamartaj. It was the very spell Dr. Strange had used, casting with a strand of Thor's hair, to search for their father Odin. With this magic, one could track down a person whose bloodline matched or closely resembled the material used for the spell. This is actually a kind of spell for searching for someone's kin, but when combined with the portal of the suspension ring, its effect becomes extraordinary. Hearing what Shinmu said, there was no need to mention Magneto and Logan. One had just been released from captivity, and the other didn't even know Mystique at this point. As for Professor X and Hank, they both shook their heads. Too much time had passed. All they had left of Mystique were a handful of photos and a few scattered memories. Well, there's nothing more we can do. We'll just have to wait obediently for the conference to begin. For now, maybe you all should think about how you're going to get into the conference hall when the time comes. Otherwise, you might still be stuck outside even after she's carried out the assassination. Shinmu spoke with utter nonchalance, as if none of this concerned him in the least. Seeing Shinmu so casual, Magneto made up his mind. Even if he had to force his way in when the time came, he would storm the conference hall. If he couldn't take Raven away alive, then he would kill her himself and at least reclaim her body. Such was his resolve. For the future of mutants, he was willing to sacrifice anyone who could be sacrificed, even his closest friends and companions. Charles, meanwhile, was overwhelmed with regret. If only he hadn't lost his abilities, how different things might be. But it was too late for that. He had already made his choice, and now he had to bear the consequences. Hank, forge us each a press pass as reporters. When the time comes, we'll need some way to get into the conference hall. With no other options, the professor could only ask Hank to make these arrangements. Understand, Professor. Feeling his value to the team once again, Hank's face lit up with a rare spark of excitement. Waiting is always the hardest part, at least for those burdened by worries about the future. But Shinmu was completely unfazed. Even if these people failed, he had every confidence in his ability to turn the tide. After all, he had no need to concern himself with so-called international consequences. Even if every nation on Earth joined forces, they still wouldn't pose the slightest threat to him. 3 days flew by in a flash. During those 3 days, Hank, the professor, and Logan tried searching the bustling streets for any trace of Mystique. They even used the radio to call out Raven's name. Only Magneto, still wanted by the authorities, dared not show himself openly and risk attracting attention. Out of sight from Professor X and the others, Mystique had already transformed herself into the likeness of a Vietnamese military representative attending the conference. Shenmue knew exactly how the future would unfold, but he had no intention of telling them. Raven saw and heard the professor and Hank, but she chose not to reveal herself, because she understood that she and Charles had already set foot on 2 completely different paths. The day the conference officially began. According to their plan, Professor X and his team, now in disguise, successfully entered the venue as reporters. Shenmue, however, was nowhere to be seen. He hadn't joined them at all. Logan wanted to say something about it, but there was no time to dwell on the matter. The conference began, but after searching the entire hall, they found no sign of Bolivar. Instead, they discovered there was another meeting scheduled after the peace conference, but reporters weren't allowed anywhere near that meeting room. With no other choice, and not wanting to cause a scene in front of delegates from so many nations, they quietly inched closer. Relying on Logan's sharp hearing, they tried to eavesdrop on the proceedings. Bolivar was, in fact, the central figure of this secret meeting. 3 days ago, he had received a sudden call from the Secretary of State, who told him that his Sentinel program had been approved. The news both thrilled and puzzled Bolivar. "What made you change your mind?" he asked, unable to hide his curiosity. He was eager to know what could have convinced the Secretary, who had previously rejected his plans so firmly, to reverse his decision so completely. A supermutant criminal, codenamed Magneto, suspected of assassinating the former president, has broken out of prison. That was all the Secretary said over the phone. In that instant, Bolivar understood the gravity of the situation. Capturing Magneto the first time had involved an extraordinary stroke of luck. Now that he'd escaped once, Magneto would be even more cautious and cunning. Recapturing him would cost far more than it had before. What unsettled Bolivar most was the thought of Magneto seeking revenge. In this modern age, where metal was everywhere, danger lurked in every corner. Bolivar, knowing all too well the scope of Magneto's powers, realized how terrifying he could become if unleashed in this steel jungle of a world. "Mr. Ray, I don't understand. With such tight security, how could he possibly break out? I gave you every detail about his abilities and all the precautions required to guard him, didn't I?" At that moment, Bolivar truly felt these people were utterly incompetent. How could they lose track of such a dangerous criminal? "Bolivar, it's not that simple," the Secretary replied. "We went over every inch of the cell. There wasn't a single trace left behind. He just vanished into thin air. Given the circumstances, we suspect there may be an even more mysterious mutant with unknown abilities involved. Think back to that red-skinned, devil-like creature we once captured. He could teleport people in an instant. Now, perhaps there's someone out there whose powers are even more terrifying. As an ordinary person, to be confronted with a mutant who can appear anywhere you are, silently, and at any moment, is no less terrifying than living beneath the ever-looming sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any time. And besides, they took Magneto with them. That means Magneto must be an important accomplice of theirs. If that guy ever decides to take revenge..." The Secretary of State left his sentence unfinished, trusting that Bolivar would understand exactly what he meant. It was the fear of retribution that troubled them. After all, few people are truly unafraid of death. At that moment, Bolivar felt a mix of joy and anxiety. He was pleased because his Sentinel project was finally within reach, but he was also deeply worried about the threat posed by Magneto and the newly emerged, unknown mutant. After hanging up the phone, Bolivar realized he needed to revise his report. His original plan now seemed dangerously complacent. Without delay, he began to modify the document, raising Magneto's threat level even further and adding new conjectures about the mysterious mutant. He even doubled the number of Sentinel prototypes from 8 to 16 and started considering ways to restrain mutants with especially unique abilities. If only my Sentinels could change forms based on the different types of mutants they encounter. But all of this will require more mutant genetic material, and, most importantly, the key element that ties it all together. As Bolivar rewrote his report, his mind began racing with ideas for the next generation of Sentinels he might design. Meanwhile, in the small conference room, the special meeting had assembled representatives from nations across the world. Bolivar wasted no time with pleasantries. He opened the session by presenting his grim theory on the extinction of humankind, immediately seizing everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, the end of one war is merely the beginning of another. The war that lies ahead will be even more brutal and difficult, for you will be facing a group of monsters with superhuman powers. The man in this photograph is named Magneto. According to our research, he possesses the ability to control metal. Nearly all of our weapons contain metal components, and unfortunately, just 3 days ago, this dangerous mutant escaped from the world's most secure prison." Bolivar then disclosed events from the Cuban Missile Crisis a decade earlier, details that had long been sealed away. Instantly, the faces of the assembled representatives turned pale with fear. Seeing that his information had the desired effect, Bolivar went on to introduce his weapon designed to hunt and capture mutants, the Sentinel robots. Outside the meeting room, Magneto managed to catch a glimpse of the Sentinel design blueprints through a subtle trick. The sight filled him with a murderous intent toward Bolivar that was impossible to suppress. At this moment, Raven, seated in the hall, could feel the murderous intent in her heart growing ever stronger. But in the very next instant, an alarm blared from the gene scanner in Bolivar's hand, its signal pointing directly at her. "Who are you?" Bolivar turned to her and demanded. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Mystique replied, slowly rising to her feet. The security guard around them immediately moved in, trying to subdue her, but she swiftly knocked them down in a matter of seconds. Her body shifted, returning to its original form with blue skin. The remaining guards raised their guns to fire at her, but Bolivar quickly stopped them. "Don't kill her. I need a living specimen for my experiments." Now, as he looked at Mystique, his gaze burned with a different kind of intensity. The guard's momentary hesitation gave Raven the perfect chance to strike back. She managed to seize one of their guns. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the conference room doors burst open. Magneto and his followers crashed in, drawing every eye in the room for a split second. Before anyone could react, a sudden brightness flooded from above. In the next moment, the entire ceiling of the conference room was torn away by an invisible force, and Shunmu, now back in his true form, appeared before everyone's eyes. "Hey, good morning, everyone." Shunmu's fearsome appearance and the predatory gleam in his eyes, like a diner eyeing a plate of food, sent everyone except Logan and his companions collapsing in terror. Even the braver security guards couldn't stop their knees from knocking or their hands from trembling as they aimed their guns. The oppressive aura of a higher being was simply overwhelming. Only Bolivar, upon seeing Shunmu, stared with bug-eyed shock behind his glasses. Then, with a thought, Shunmu used his telekinesis to lift Professor X and the others, including Mystique, into the air. Offering them a cordial farewell, Shunmu flung open a portal and vanished with them. It was only after Shunmu and the others had disappeared for a while that the people in the conference room finally snapped out of their shock. Was that a dragon? Impossible. This is Paris. There's no way that could have been real. A creature from legend. Here in the real world? It must be some mutant trick. I agree. Otherwise, why would he take those mutants with him? He's clearly one of them. The threat of mutants really needs to be brought up in the national defense agenda. Many of the delegates expressed doubts about everything they had just witnessed. But that terrifying, suffocating feeling just now, like being watched by a top predator, I don't think it was fake. Maybe, just like mutants, there are other mysterious beings in this world we know nothing about. Impossible. If legendary creatures of such size really existed in this world, there's no way we wouldn't have a single clue. Human footprints cover every corner of the globe. We even have satellites in the sky, serving as our eyes. At this moment, a group of delegates began to argue fiercely about Shunmu's identity and whether his appearance suggested the existence of a hidden, mysterious world. Only Bolivar stood there, staring blankly at the spot where Shunmu and his companions had vanished, lost in thought. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I never should have come to this cursed peace conference, and those damned mutants. It's like we don't even matter to them. Elsewhere, the President of the United States, who had been urgently escorted to safety by his bodyguards, was now loudly venting his rage. Set out for the White House immediately, and bring Bolivar with us. I want him to present his Sentinel robot plan to me in full detail. From this moment on, the war against mutants has officially begun. After taking a moment to compose himself, the President addressed the Secret Service agents at his side. "Yes, Mr. President. We'll invite Professor Bolivar right away." With that, the agent turned and hurried off. Meanwhile, back at Xavier's mansion, Shunmu found himself hesitating as he looked at his system interface. After all, he had already stopped Mystique at the source, hadn't left any of her DNA behind for research, and no one had died as a result. By all rights, the treasure chest should have finished charging, but the system's prompt told a different story. Ding! Congratulations, host. The first stage of the major event Days of Future Past, treasure chest charging, is complete. Would you like to open the chest now? System, what does this mean? Is this event not over yet? Correct, host. This is only the beginning. The timeline has merely shifted. It hasn't truly been reversed. Of course, at every stage you can continue charging the treasure chest. After each stage, you can choose to open the chest immediately, or save it until the entire event concludes. At that point, all the chests will merge into a higher-tier treasure chest. A higher-tier treasure chest? Does that mean the rewards will be better than from ordinary chests? Yes, host. Depending on the type of event, the quality of the chest will differ, ranging from the lowest, ordinary chests, to rare chests, then epic, legendary, and ultimately, the mythic chest. So, which tier was the initial chest I opened? And how are the event tiers classified, anyway? Ding! The birth of the host is a special event, and the quality of its treasure chest does not belong to any existing category. As for how each event level is classified, it depends on the strength of the individuals involved and the ultimate scope of the event's impact. If we're talking about the growth potential of this ancient Kryptonian bloodline alone, it should at least be considered legendary. Shunmu murmured to himself. The ancient Kryptonian bloodline he had obtained was the very foundation of all his achievements so far, and even now, he had yet to glimpse the limits of its potential. To bestow it the title of legendary was not an exaggeration. System, if I were merge the treasure chest from this event, what level of chest would I get? Ding! The event is not yet over, so it's impossible to determine the final grade. Shenmue was about to question the system's abilities, but after a moment's thought, he let it go. Perhaps the system hailed from a higher dimension, but that didn't necessarily mean it was omniscient or omnipotent. While Shenmue was lost in thought, decades into the future, the second-generation Sentinel robots had already dealt with all the X-Men standing in their way and shattered the last barrier. Charles, it seems we've failed. The aged Magneto no longer held out hope of changing the past to save the future. After speaking, he marched resolutely to meet his fate. Professor X remained silent, but his once wise eyes had lost their shine. Shadowcat wept openly, terror gripping her heart, yet she still maintained her power, refusing to let go. Beneath the glare of 5 deadly laser beams, the legendary Magneto met his end. Just as the Sentinels turned their sights on the last two, Professor X and Kitty, who was desperately channeling her powers to keep Logan's consciousness in the past. Time reset, as if swept away by an unseen hand. Everything vanished in an instant. The carnage, the Sentinels, gone, as if they had never existed at all. The future, once annihilated by the Sentinels, had been rewritten. Logan, now bereft of his future memories, clutched his head in agony before finally opening his eyes, dazed and confused. He looked around at a group of strangers, except for Magneto, the only one whose face he recognized from wanted posters. Who are you people? And how'd I end up here? His memory remained stuck on the night following his passionate encounter with his employer's daughter, oblivious to everything that had happened since. He had no idea what had happened to him, and was even more bewildered by how he'd awakened in this unfamiliar place. Logan, did you make it back? Asked Professor X, cautiously addressing Logan, whose face was full of suspicion. Back? What are you talking about? Did you people have something to do with me ending up here? As Logan spoke, he flicked out his bone claws, his eyes darting back and forth across the faces of Professor X, Magneto, and the others. Logan, calm down. This is a long story, but we're friends. Hank the Beast hurried forward, trying to intervene. But Logan's extended bone claws halted him in his tracks. I don't know any of you, but I do know that guy, Logan growled. I don't want anything to do with that kind of trouble. I'm leaving, and you'd better not try to stop me, or you'll regret it. With that, Logan turned to go, but in the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shenmue, standing as still as an iron statue. For some reason, Logan felt a strange sense of familiarity, but his animal instincts were sending him a clear warning of danger. After hesitating for a few seconds, Logan strode away without looking back. Charles, are we really just going to let him leave like that? Magneto asked, his voice low. Magneto was about to stop him by force, but he caught sight of Professor X gently shaking his head. The Logan from the future has already left. That means the future may be changed. And the Logan here and now is still the wild, untamed Wolverine. Forcing him to stay serves no purpose. Right now, we need to have a serious talk with Raven. With that, Charles turned his gaze to Mystique, who stood off to the side. Charles, perhaps you all owe me a reasonable explanation, Raven said, letting her blue skin fade away and revealing her true human form. The shock of today's events, combined with Charles and the others desperately searching for her in recent days, made her realize that something more was going on. Charles hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth to the girl he had always treated like a sister. But before he could respond, Magneto spoke first. Raven, your actions today nearly brought catastrophe upon all mutants, Eric said, his face expressionless. In the future, everyone dies because of your assassination. Our entire race could be wiped out. You almost became the spark that ignited our destruction. When he'd burst into the conference room earlier, Eric had intended to kill Mystique then and there, to end the threat once and for all. But before he had the chance, Shenmue had intervened. Now that Mystique was back, Eric still wasn't certain the future had truly changed, so his sense of caution hadn't subsided. As long as Mystique existed, so did the threat she posed. Leaving a threat unchecked was the thing he hated most, just as Charles always insisted on resolving everything with peace. Sometimes, violence is actually the simplest and most effective solution. Eric, what do you mean by that? Mystique couldn't understand Magneto's words. Raven, this is a long story. We'll explain everything to you in time. For now, please calm down and don't leave home, all right? Professor X had always regarded Mystique as a sister. He'd felt guilty ever since she left with Magneto. Now, facing Mystique, his heart was filled with tenderness. He understood that everything the young woman had done sprang from witnessing the suffering of her own kind and her longing for vengeance. Watching her fellow mutants persecuted filled his own heart with anger and grief as well. But he knew that allowing hatred to breed new hatred would only create an endless, vicious cycle. This was not how the relationship between humans and mutants was meant to be. locked in mutual hatred, hostility, and even total annihilation. Yes, in the early days of their awakening, mutants often caused unintentional harm because their powers were unstable. But with proper guidance, mutants could become a powerful force for progress in human society. That was why he had founded the School for Mutants in the first place, to help those newly awakened, lost mutants find their way. Charles, tell me right now what you all know. Who was that person who just left? And who was the one disguised as a giant dragon? And why are you able to walk again? Why aren't you using your telepathy? What happened during the time you were missing? What happened to the future? And what does any of this have to do with me? I want to know everything now. At this moment, Mystique was more lost and confused than she had ever been. She couldn't understand why she would become the catalyst for the extinction of mutants in the future. All she'd wanted was to kill the butcher who had ruthlessly experimented on her people, to take revenge for her kind, and save others from suffering the same fate. But somehow, in Magneto's telling, she had become the origin of all that suffering and disaster. All right, Raven, sit down. I'll tell you everything. Hearing her demand, Charles decided it was time to stop hiding things. He would tell her the whole truth. At that moment, Shun Mu returned himself from the system. He already had a good sense of what the next stage in this battle to change the future would be. This time, he was ready to take the initiative and test his own theories. Without a word to Professor X or the others, he opened a portal and stepped through, vanishing from sight. Beast, who had been at his side all along, wanted to say something to Shenmue, but the portal snapped shut before he could utter a word. His outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Fortunately, he hadn't reached his hand into the portal. Otherwise, he would have ended up a one-armed beast for the rest of his life. You have to realize, portals deal with the power of space itself. Even Black Dwarf, one of Thanos' Black Order, lost an arm to one of these. Professor, Mr. Shin has left. Hank was truly grateful for Shenmue's help, but now that he was gone, Hank felt a surprising sense of relief. After all, with Shenmue around, everything Hank did seemed almost pointless by comparison. When it came to long-distance travel, he had to prepare a plane, while the other could just draw a circle with his tail and be on his way. He couldn't even guess how many other practical spells Shenmue still had up his sleeve. We didn't even get a proper chance to thank him. It's only thanks to his help that we managed to resolve this crisis so effortlessly. It seems we'll have to wait until next time to thank him in person. Though Professor X didn't know exactly why Shenmue had appeared or chosen to help them, the gratitude he felt was sincere and deep. Charles, was that really a dragon? At that moment, Raven stared at Professor X, dazed, as she asked her question. Of course, it was Shun. It's thanks to him that we were able to stop you this time and avert a future catastrophe. And, according to Logan from the future, he's our friend. In that timeline, he helped us mutants many times and even saved the Earth. He may be a dragon, but he's a hero worthy of respect. Charles spoke with heartfelt admiration. A dragon. So there are other extraordinary beings in this world besides us mutants. Raven murmured quietly to herself, her thoughts swirling. Charles, I have no interest in your stories right now. It's time we considered where Raven goes from here. From the state you and Hank are in, I doubt either of you can protect her. So, for the future of mutant kind, and to avoid any more accidents, I'll be taking her somewhere absolutely safe. Though Magneto spoke these words, what he truly wanted was to remove this threat once and for all, ensuring it would never rise again. That, in his mind, was the best course for the future. Eric, you're not taking Raven away from me again. Not this time. After all the effort Professor X had put into finding his sister, he couldn't possibly let her fall back into Magneto's hands. Charles, in your current state, there's nothing you can do to stop me. Magneto's reply was a sneer of utter disdain. Eric, what are you planning to do? Beast, already transformed and bristling with emotion, stood ready. His heart was filled with love for Mystique, and there was no way he would let Magneto take her away again. Raven, you should know who is truly fighting for the future of mutants. Come with me. Magneto, convinced he understood Mystique, extended his hand to her, just as he had the last time, a confident smile on his face. But this time, Mystique did not place her hand in his. Eric, my mind is a mess right now. I don't want to go anywhere except here. Shaking her head, Mystique firmly refused him. Seeing this, the smile froze on Magneto's face. Come with me. This isn't a request, it's an order. Magneto's tone turned cold as he spoke. Eric, if you want to leave, go ahead. But Raven is not leaving this place. Suddenly, Charles spoke up from the side with these words. No sooner had he finished than his legs gave out, and he dropped into a sitting position, but his index and middle fingers pressed together against his temple. Seeing this familiar gesture, Magneto instinctively took 2 steps back. But in the next moment, he felt his consciousness gripped and held fast. Professor, your powers are back? Beast's face lit up with surprise and delight. He knew that on his own, He could never stop Magneto from taking Raven. But if the professor had returned, everything would change. Without his special helmet, Eric could never defeat the professor. Yes, I'm back. And from now on, I'll never abandon my abilities so easily again. The professor first smiled at Hank, then turned his gaze on Eric. At that moment, as Charles read Eric's thoughts, anger surged within him, for he saw that Eric truly intended to kill Raven. Now, within Magneto's mind, Eric, Raven is our family. How could you even think of killing her, you bastard? Aren't you the one who claims to protect all mutant kind? How are you any different from those who have spilled mutant blood? Charles, towering in Eric's mental landscape like a giant, unleashed a furious barrage of punches on Magneto, venting his rage as he questioned him. Charles, if sacrificing one person could save all mutants, even if that person were you, I would not hesitate. The future is never set. As long as humans continue to hate mutants, the sentinels that threaten our existence will always be there. Though powerless against the professor's overwhelming psychic force, Magneto still managed to convey his beliefs. For Magneto, after losing his mother, Charles was the only person in the world he truly considered a friend. So, when he spoke those words, it became clear just how deeply he valued the survival of the mutant race. Hearing his friend's words, Professor X finally released his hold on Magneto's mind. He could feel Magneto's unwavering resolve to protect the majority of mutants. Though their visions for the future diverged, in his heart, he still held a measure of respect for Magneto. Eric, I understand your concerns, but from this day forward, I will never allow such tragedies to happen again. Even if it costs me my life, I will keep my promise to protect our mutant brothers and sisters, because I am Professor X. Charles, too, declared his vow to Magneto. This was his stance, signaling that from now on, there would only be Professor X in his wheelchair, and not Charles Xavier standing tall. With that, Professor X withdrew from Magneto's mind, relinquishing his control. Charles, I hope you can stand by your word. Regaining his freedom, Eric fixed his old friend with a deep, searching gaze. After speaking those words, he turned and walked out without looking back. Hank made no move to stop Magneto as he left. Charles, what did you say to Eric? Mystique watched Magneto go, and from his parting words, she could tell something significant had just happened between them. Nothing much. We simply reaffirmed our individual ideals. Raven, I'll tell you everything you want to know, because I hope you'll stay with us. The Mutant Academy will need a mentor like you in the days to come. Then, Professor X began to recount everything to Raven, from Logan's unexpected arrival to Shun-Mu's sudden involvement and the bleak future Logan had described. After hearing Charles's words, Raven was plunged into deep self-doubt. She had never realized that her moment of impulsiveness could bring such catastrophe upon the future of the mutant race. Everyone was gone. Raven, don't worry, and don't be afraid. The darkness has passed. Now, we can rebuild a new future. Professor X stepped forward and gently embraced the wounded Raven. In that familiar embrace, she felt as if she'd returned to that night more than 10 years ago. Meanwhile, the newly invigorated Professor X was filled with purpose and began renovating the now somewhat desolate Xavier Mansion. The long-sealed underground chambers were reopened. The dust-laden Cerebro hummed back to life. And it was time for the Mutant Academy to reopen its doors so that more young mutants could come here, not only to learn, but to master their powers. On the other side, after finding a quiet spot to sleep to his heart's content, Shenmue's figure appeared in Cairo, the capital of Egypt. He knew that the fate of mutants would inevitably be entwined with Apocalypse, the progenitor of all mutants, who slumbered somewhere beneath this city. Cairo in the 1970s had few tall buildings. Most were just a handful of stories high, small, and humble in comparison to future skylines. The whole city was bathed in a hazy yellow glow, and the air itself seemed thick with drifting grains of sand. Soaring high above, Shenmue made no attempt to conceal himself. With a sweep of his mighty wings, his gaze, piercing like X-rays, scanned every corner of the city below, reaching hundreds of meters underground. Down in the city, many people paused in their daily routines, looking up toward the sky in astonishment. By RA, what am I seeing? What kind of creature is that? Could it be that the gods intend to punish their people? Perhaps this monster heralds the arrival of disaster. Oh, great gods, please forgive us. In Egyptian legend, dragons did not exist. So, many had no idea what to make of Shun-Mu's enormous dragon form. Some people began to whisper anxiously, while others dropped to both knees, fervently begging the gods for mercy. Meanwhile, inside the Giza pyramid complex, 5 figures began to materialize. They were the Ennead, the 9 pillars of Egyptian mythology in this universe, but only 5 had appeared, as the others had truly departed from this dimension. Yet, growing disillusioned with humanity. Their true forms had long ago decided to abandon mankind and no longer meddle in mortal affairs. The forms that appeared now were simply incarnations, borrowed from their chosen emissaries. Thus, each of them appeared in human guise, impeccably dressed in suits. Horus, an emissary of a foreign god, has stepped onto Egyptian soil. Should we drive him away? A female deity's incarnation asked the god of vengeance, Horus, standing at the front. No, that is no mere emissary. He is a true god, like Ra himself, a deity who commands the power of the sun. Horus replied, shaking his head gently. We have no power to stop him. However, as I recall, Khonshu, the moon god, has always been tireless in creating avatars to act in the human world. Horus continued. Perhaps we could let him, in his true form, test this passing god. Suddenly, Osiris, standing on the right, proposed this idea. I agree. So do I. With a brief exchange, the gods quickly decided to push the ever-zealous Khonshu forward to test the newcomer, as none of them had much respect for his ongoing involvement with humankind. The 5 gods extended their hands, summoning a white radiance. In the next moment, a monstrous figure appeared, a being with a raven skull for a head, its body wrapped tightly in white bandages and clutching a staff in its hand. Khonshu, a foreign deity, has set foot in Egypt. We want you to represent the Ennead and drive him out. For this mission, you are allowed to wield your divine power without restraint. Complete this task, and you will attain true freedom. Whatever you do in the mortal realm, we will no longer interfere. Horus addressed Khonshu with these words. Even though you're all a bunch of bastards, I accept the deal. With that, Khonshu, the god of moon, struck his staff upon the ground. Instantly, the world outside was thrown into upheaval. The skies changed in a flash, and his figure vanished without a trace. A moment ago, the blazing sun ruled the heavens, but now, a cold, radiant moon hung high in its place. Shenmue halted at once, for before him now stood a creature he had never seen or even imagined. Ding! Major event. The moon god's intervention has begun. Treasure chest continues to charge. Down below, the people of Egypt gazed up at the suddenly transformed sky, feeling as if the end of days had truly arrived. One by one, they dropped to their knees in fervent prayer, begging the gods for forgiveness. Of course, the brilliant moon above was no more than an illusion conjured by Khonshu's divine power, not the true celestial body. Elsewhere in the world, other nations quickly took notice of this bizarre spectacle. They found that across the entire hemisphere, only Egypt was shrouded in moonlight. Step even a meter beyond its border, and you would find yourself bathed in bright sunlight. Give me a satellite feed right now. I want to know exactly what's happening inside Egypt. Pierce was beginning to feel utterly exhausted. Since that mysterious rainbow appeared, one freakish event had followed another. Sir, it seems our satellites have been blocked by some unknown force. We can't see any details at all. The technician at the satellite controls reported, his voice heavy with worry. This, in fact, was the Ennead using their divine power to veil certain aspects of reality from human perception. Mobilize all our assets in Egypt at once. Investigate and report back as soon as possible. Pierce trudged back to his office, looking weary. From a treasure box, he took out a Hydra medallion. This world needs a new order. I will carry on your legacy, Supreme Leader Schmidt. Hail Hydra! Whenever Pierce felt drained, he would look at the medal once handed to him by the Red Skull himself. That dragon just can't keep still. Now it's provoked that lot. The Ancient One played with the incense before her, shaking her head with a faint smile. She knew of these native gods on Earth, but paid them little mind, nor did she interfere. After all, as the Sorcerer Supreme, her duty was to guard the planet from threats beyond this dimension. I am Khonshu, god of the moon. You foreign god, this is the domain of the Egyptian pantheon. You have crossed the line. Leave at once. Khonshu held his staff horizontally, pointing it at Shenmue as he spoke. Confronted by this sudden stranger, Shenmue was utterly bewildered. After all, in his memory, there had never been such a creature on Earth in the Marvel Universe, and he had never even heard of these so-called Egyptian gods. Strangely enough, it was over in the neighboring DC universe that Black Adam wielded the power of 6 Egyptian gods. You're telling me to get lost? Are you out of your damn mind, still half asleep, or something? No sooner had Shenmue finished speaking than his figure vanished from in front of Khonshu, reappearing in a flash to deliver a furious blow. With the terrifying force of hundreds of thousands of tons, his draconic claw crashed down on Khonshu in less than a second. Instantly, Khonshu's body exploded like a shattered sandbag, bursting apart in a spray of fragments. Shimmering specks of pale light rained down from the air, broken moonbeams, dazzlingly beautiful. Yet Shenmue remained on high alert, for from the creature's words, it seemed there were other so-called Egyptian gods as well. The next moment, a shaft of radiant moonlight suddenly spilled from the full moon overhead. Within that moonbeam, a figure slowly reformed, none other than the self-proclaimed moon god. Though that skull-like face betrayed no emotion, Shenmue could sense a flicker of fear hidden within. Clearly, the blow he just delivered had truly shaken Kansu. Outsider god, I admit your strength. But beneath this full moon, you cannot defeat me. So you'd best leave. We'll pretend none of this ever happened. Having taken Shenmue's strike, Kansu realized he was no match for him in battle. To save face, he could only try to negotiate, his tone shifting to one of reason. Oh really? An indestructible punching bag like you might actually bring me some fun. As he spoke, a red gleam flashed in Shenmue's eyes, divine power surging toward his gaze. Kansu also sensed the waves of solar power stirring within him. A terrifying figure surfaced in Kansu's mind. But before he could react further, twin searing red beams shot straight toward him. Quickly, Kansu thrust his staff forward, conjuring a silvery white shield before him. Yet the overwhelming impact still drove him backward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was sent hurtling an unknown distance away. Within the searing beams, the sun's divine power rapidly ate away at the shield Kansu had raised. Just as Kansu was about to falter, a burst of white light shot from a distant pyramid and struck him. At once, Kansu felt strength surpassing even his peak returned to him. His body split into several afterimages, dodging Shenmue's deadly gaze in a blur of motion. Then endless white linen swirled around his body, and in the blink of an eye, the moon god Kansu transformed into a towering giant, 100 meters tall. This was his true divine form. Yet, even so, deep in his heart, he still had no confidence whatsoever in defeating Shenmue. However, on his own turf, he could not simply yield and admit defeat to Shenmue. Foreign god, I warn you once more, leave now, and I will let bygones be bygones. Kansu's voice rolled toward Shenmue in thunderous waves. I'll leave once I've found what I'm looking for. But if you keep getting in my way, you'll die, Shenmue replied flatly, unfazed by Kansu's lofty demeanor. Kansu, infuriated by Shenmue's attitude, let out a furious shout. His form blurred like a mirage as he lunged forward, wielding his massive staff, which shimmered with the power of moonlight, and brought it crashing down toward Shenmue. Is that all you've got? For a moon god, you're pathetically weak. Shenmue raised a single claw and effortlessly caught Kansu's incoming staff. With a slight exertion of force, he wrenched the giant staff from Kansu's grasp. Then, seizing the enormous weapon, Shenmue swung it back with the momentum of a tidal wave, smashing it straight into Kansu. The tremendous impact sent Kansu's colossal body hurtling through the air like a baseball struck by a bat. Before his momentum had even faded, Shenmue's figure flashed behind him, following up with another brutal blow. At that moment, Kansu felt the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced since his birth. Even when he'd been sealed by the Ennead, it had never been this degrading. He, the dignified moon god, was being tossed around and battered like a mere plaything by a foreign deity. Yet what shocked him even more was that this foreign god wielded a solar power equal to that of Ra himself. Outsider, enough. I am the moon god. Divine dignity is not to be insulted. Kansu roared in fury, but he could no longer control his own body. Even his divine power failed him under the relentless assault. Who here isn't a god? I'm done playing. Time to send you home. Suddenly, Kansu's staff burst into a scarlet glow in Shenmue's hands. With a swift motion, Shenmue hurled it back at him. The staff struck Kansu straight through the body. Instantly, a spot of red light bloomed on him, then rapidly spread, glowing like the first rays of sunrise. The celestial phenomenon Kansu had conjured with his divine power was shattered in an instant. Kansu has been utterly defeated, unable to fight back. What should we do? There's nothing we need to do. After all, human faith means nothing to us. Let them be. At that, Horus's avatar withdrew his gaze from Shenmue, his expression utterly unconcerned. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the major event, the Moon Goddess's interruption. The treasure chest is fully charged. Would you like to open it now? Just as Shenmue unleashed the power of the sun god to detonate Kansu's divine body, deep beneath a small shop in Cairo, something stirred. The recently erupted solar energy had awakened a long-dormant ritual, an unfinished ceremony from 3,000 years ago, dating back to Apocalypse. Beneath the earth, a miniature pyramid forged entirely from pure gold began to absorb the residual solar power that lingered in the air. Golden lines emerged, glowing and spreading like veins, extending deeper underground. At the core of this hidden chamber, atop an altar half a meter high, lay a strange figure clad in armor, his skin a striking shade of blue-violet. This was none other than Apocalypse himself, the progenitor of mutants, the god who ruled the Nile Valley some 3,600 years ago. As one of the very first mutants, Apocalypse possessed the unique ability to transfer his consciousness into the bodies of other mutants, thereby inheriting their gifts and powers. Through the endless march of time, he had exchanged bodies over and over, each time acquiring new abilities, thousands of them in total. Yet, despite the immortality of his soul, he could never truly guarantee the immortality of his physical form. And so, what he desired most was a vessel, a body as everlasting as his undying spirit. Fortune smiled upon him when his loyal knights finally discovered a mutant with an extraordinary regenerative ability. This individual was chosen to serve as the next vessel for Apocalypse's rebirth. But Apocalypse had never anticipated that, at the very moment his most crucial ritual neared completion, he would be betrayed by those he had always deemed beneath him, the ordinary humans he had enslaved and scorned. The conspirators' scheme shattered the Golden Pyramid, disrupted the ritual, and sealed him within this sunless tomb, burying him for more than 3,000 years. Originally, he was not meant to awaken for another decade, his slumber scheduled to end by chance alone. But this time, catalyzed by the surge of Shun-Mu's solar power, the rebirth ritual was reignited. Suddenly, Apocalypse's eyes snapped open atop the altar. His soul, restored in an instant, surged forth to take command of this new body. In the next moment, as he looked up at the massive stones overhead, a powerful aura of purple energy swelled around him. The giant stones above his head began to tremble. Even up on the ground, people could feel the earth shuddering. Is that an earthquake? The shopkeeper above wondered aloud, puzzled. No sooner had he spoken than a pillar of violet light shot skyward, and a terrifying tremor rippled outward from Cairo, spreading across the entire world. Within Cairo, people were just beginning to recover from the celestial upheaval that had so recently unfolded. Blinded to much of what the gods had wrought, all they had seen was the sky suddenly darken, then brighten again, just as quickly. Has the judgment of the gods truly passed? Just as some people were having these thoughts, a powerful tremor shook the ground. Everyone quickly scattered, fleeing toward open spaces. The sandalwood incense that the Ancient One was tending toppled over onto the table from a jolt. This guy, honestly, just finished provoking one, and now he's about to stir up another. The ancient mutant who was supposed to awaken in 10 years has surfaced a decade early. This world is truly spinning out of control. The Ancient One calmly straightened the overturned incense burner, sighing with a touch of resignation. Meanwhile, at Xavier's mansion, Professor X and his team, who were working to repair the estate, narrowly avoided being struck by falling debris from the quake. What's going on? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? A wave of unease washed over Professor X, as if something terrible was about to happen. Elsewhere, Magneto, having left Xavier's mansion, was now set on reclaiming what was rightfully his, the helmet that shields him from psychic powers. After he'd been captured, that helmet, along with his fellow mutants' gear, and even some of their bodily remains, had been locked away as war trophies in the depths of the Pentagon. Just as he was about to grasp the helmet, Magneto too sensed that incredible force. For reasons he couldn't explain, his thoughts drifted to the helmet's previous owner, the man he had killed with his own hands. Resolutely, he placed the helmet on his head, determination etched across his face. Now, he would never again fear Charles's psychic control. With his weakness covered, he was ready to pursue vengeance, for his fallen mutant brothers and sisters, and for himself. In a small 2-story house in New York, a little girl with wine-red hair was quietly eating breakfast with her parents. Suddenly, an invisible force swept through. Her hand, which was holding a spoon, froze in midair. Then, her parents witnessed a terrifying sight. The spoon in her hand began to disintegrate, breaking down into unseen particles. Moments later, the girl collapsed into a deep sleep. Jean, don't worry. Jean will be all right. The husband tried to comfort his frightened wife. At Stark Industries, Howard Stark, now in middle age, was enjoying a rare moment of father-son bonding with his 2-year-old son, Tony Stark. When the tremor struck, he instinctively clutched his son tightly, shielding him. Jarvis, check the source of that earthquake for me. Once the shaking stopped, Howard gave the order to his butler. Yes, sir. Jarvis, impeccably dressed and radiating gentlemanly composure, replied. Logan, who had once again returned to his life of fine wine and beautiful women, was also startled awake by the tremor. But all he did was roll over, then pulled the woman beside him closer, sinking back into deep sleep. Soaring through the sky, Shun-Mu too sensed the surge of power erupting from beneath Cairo. And at that very moment, the second phase of the grand event, reversing the future, quietly began. Its progress quickly surged forward by a significant margin. Apocalypse, you've made yourself quite hard to find, Shenmue called out. With that, he suddenly accelerated, and the air crackled with the sound of sonic booms as he shot forward. In the next instant, Shenmue's figure crashed down from the heavens, shattering the ground and plunging directly toward the depths below. The shopkeeper, terrified out of his wits, scrambled out of his own store in a panic. Underground, Apocalypse, who had just managed to stand, snapped his head upwards. He could feel something terrifying drawing closer. Freshly awakened, Apocalypse decided it was best to first gather information about the world as it was now. Without hesitation, he immediately activated a portal. Shenmue was only a split second behind, forced to watch as Apocalypse vanished into the purple vortex right before his eyes. But just as the portal was about to disappear, Shenmue managed to clamp down on it with one claw. With the other claw, he tried to force the closing portal open through sheer strength. Unfortunately, since the portal was powered by Apocalypse's own ability, as soon as Apocalypse saw that a black, fearsome claw had breached the threshold, he simply let go of the energy sustaining the portal. The gateway vanished in an instant. You're quick on your feet, aren't you? But you won't escape me for long, Shenmue muttered. Perhaps Shenmue couldn't immediately track down Apocalypse, now intent on lying low, but knowing Apocalypse's temperament, there was no way he'd remain quiet for long. To see the mortals he once ruled, now standing atop the world, such a thing would surely drive this ancient mutant, who fancied himself a god, into action, just as the history Shenmue knew foretold. When that time came, catching him wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, having narrowly evaded Shenmue's pursuit, assumed the guise of an ordinary man and appeared in a border town somewhere in Egypt. A black hood shrouded his inhuman features. During my slumber, this world has changed, and that beast just now. Where did it come from to instill fear even in me? And what are all these steel creations? Information. I need much more information about this world. And this world needs its god to guide it. I, Apocalypse, have returned. Walking through the streets of the town, Apocalypse gazed upon a cityscape utterly unrecognizable from 3,000 years ago, silently vowing to himself. In the era of his reign, there was but a single deity in all of Egypt, and that was he, in Saban-Nur. At that time, there existed no power greater than his own. Yet after slumbering for countless ages and awakening anew, he had not even fully risen from the earth before he felt an unprecedented sense of dread. He sensed that, had he been a second slower just now, he would have faced a catastrophe of immense proportions. Thus, he now urgently needed to know exactly how long he had slept and who ruled this world in the present age. After his escape, Apocalypse immediately used his abilities to mask his presence, weaving layer upon layer of psychic shields to prevent anyone with mental powers from tracking him. As he walked, Apocalypse suddenly became aware that someone was following him. A brief scan revealed it was only a handful of petty mortals harboring laughable ill intentions. He considered killing these fools who dared to offend him, if only in their hearts. But then it occurred to him that he might extract some useful information from their minds. So, without betraying his intentions, Apocalypse slipped quietly into a narrow side alley. "Hyuni, do you think that guy spotted us?" One of the four pursuers suddenly whispered. "So what if he has? There are four of us. Are we supposed to be afraid of just one man?" Retorted the burly, bearded Hyuni, flicking open a small 10-centimeter folding knife and twirling it between his fingers with a menacing glare. "Stick with me. If we can get anything valuable off him, our days will be a whole lot easier." We were hoping to take advantage of the confusion when it suddenly turned dark earlier, but the sky cleared up too quickly, and we missed our chance. We can't let this one slip by. With that, Hyuni abandoned all pretense of stealth, striding forward to cut off Apocalypse's path. "Stranger, you have a nerve to steal from me. Hand over what you took, and we'll let you go. Refuse, and this knife will find its mark in you," Hyuni threatened, brandishing the blade in front of him with a vicious look. But with Apocalypse's head bowed, his whole form shrouded beneath a hood, none of the group noticed anything unusual about him. That is, until the next instant, when Apocalypse suddenly looked up, revealing a face of deep blue that froze the gang in their tracks. "A monster," stammered one of them. None of these men had ever left their small town, and the sight sent them staggering back in terror. Slowly, inexorably, Apocalypse advanced on them, step by step. "Get back! Stay away from us, monster!" Hyuni waved his small knife frantically before him, hoping to keep Apocalypse from getting any closer. But they had no idea who, or what, they were truly facing. With barely a gesture, Apocalypse lifted his hand, and from the wall behind them, tendrils of sand slowly uncoiled, snaking forward to seize them and pin them fast against the stone. "No, please let us go, have mercy!" We were wrong. Please, just give us another chance. We'll serve you. We'll be your loyal followers. At this point, Hyuni's 3 henchmen were so terrified they were on the verge of wetting themselves, desperately begging Apocalypse for mercy. Tell me, who rules this world now? Who is the false god you worship? Apocalypse fixed his gaze on Hyuni, whose trembling was so violent he seemed about to collapse, silver light flickering in Apocalypse's eyes. No one rules the world. All I know is that our city, Dahab, is governed by Syed Abdul. There are other countries in the world. The most famous one I know is America. That's the most developed nation on Earth. I worship Osiris, god of the underworld and agriculture, and Anubis, god of death. I hope that after I die, I'll be granted a good afterlife. Under Apocalypse's mental grip, Hyuni spilled everything he knew. But Apocalypse was far from satisfied. Not enough. Far too little. At that moment, his gaze caught the antennas jutting from the building's roof, and he sensed a torrent of information flowing through them. What is that? Apocalypse pointed at the antenna. That's a TV antenna. It receives television broadcasts. Take me there. Do this, and I'll forgive your insolence. You may yet live. With that, Apocalypse released Hyuni from the wall. Unfortunately for his 3 henchmen, their fate was not so kind. With a mere crook of his finger, countless grains of sand surged into the bodies of the 3 men, through their ears, their noses, their mouths, until, still alive, they became nothing more than grotesque bas-reliefs on the wall. As if puppeteered, Hyuni led Apocalypse to his home, turned on the television, and stood blankly to the side. As images flickered to life on the screen, Apocalypse could feel the information coursing through them. He stepped forward, pressed his palm to the TV, and his eyes glowed with a brilliant, otherworldly light, absorbing the endless signals that filled the air. In that moment, the countless fragments of modern knowledge and information flooded into Apocalypse's mind, and he absorbed them at an astonishing speed. It was nearly 15 minutes before he finally opened his eyes again. Weapons, nations, humanity, once so weak, has actually become the master of this world. It was because of these things that they betrayed me. These false gods have stolen the faith that was rightfully mine. This world needs to be cleansed. The ignorant must be saved. Apocalypse gazed upon the vast expanse of information within the digital world, coming to understand the direction the world had taken during his slumber. Without his rule, the once unified and whole nation had crumbled under the weight of conflict, as humanity ceaselessly invented ever more powerful weapons to destroy their own kind. He also witnessed the proclamations issued by world governments about the threat posed by mutants, and the image of Magneto became deeply etched in his mind. I shall return, and my knights will ride with me to bring a new order to this world. My children, whose gifts have long been shackled, will become the new masters of this earth. With the very weapons you have built, I will lay waste to all you hold dear, and at the same time, I will destroy that dreadful foe. At this very moment, Magneto, still plotting his revenge against Bolivar and the government officials, remained unaware that the ancient progenitor of mutants had already chosen him as one of his 4 horsemen. Having seen the stockpiles of nuclear weapons amassed by mankind, Apocalypse was genuinely surprised. He had once looked down upon these mere mortals, never imagining they would one day forge such instruments of mass destruction. He now believed he had found a way to utterly annihilate Shenmue. The return of a god must be heralded by his knights. It's time to seek out my children, the ones blessed with extraordinary gifts. Having gathered the information he desired, Apocalypse strode out, intent on recruiting his 4 loyal horsemen once more. And before leaving, he did not break his promise to spare Juni's life. To him, granting or taking a life was simply a god's blessing, bestowed or withheld at his whim. Opening a portal, he vanished from the spot, setting out to find his first horseman. Meanwhile, Magneto, having reclaimed his helmet, had quietly infiltrated the heart of Trask Industries. He was deeply troubled by Bolivar's designs for the Sentinels, machines that ordinary mutants would be powerless to resist. Disguised in the uniform of a Trask Industries employee, Magneto blended seamlessly into the team, loading the Sentinel robots for transport. So this is Bolivar's first-generation Sentinel, he murmured. Staring up at the towering machine, nearly 10 meters tall, Magneto tried to exert his control, but, as he suspected, the robot remained utterly inert. Now he understood. These accursed things truly were, as Bolivar claimed, constructed from a high-grade, space-age polymer, devoid of any metal. Soon, these machines would be transported to the White House, as the president was set to deliver a public address on the mutant issue in just a few days. The enormous Sentinels would be unveiled as weapons on display, making their official debut before the world. However, although Magneto couldn't directly control these Sentinel robots, that didn't mean he was powerless over them. Now, he was about to set something monumental in motion, A public declaration in a few days would announce to the world that the Age of Mutants had arrived. Silently, he trailed behind the transport robots and boarded the train bound for Washington, D.C. As night fell, Magneto used his powers to open the train doors and soared up to stand atop the roof. With a slight raise of his hand, he effortlessly tore up the tracks behind the train, opened the compartment carrying the Sentinels, and then unraveled the rails into countless fine wires, threading them deep into the Sentinels' inner workings. Once the robots were thoroughly infiltrated, Magneto made a subtle gesture, and, without any external command, the Sentinels suddenly powered up on their own. When you turn your guns on mutants, remember, the bullets will end up in the bodies of you damned fools. With everything in place, Magneto calmly returned to his compartment, awaiting the moment when the curtain would rise on his grand plan. Meanwhile, back with Shenmue, he was standing atop the highest peak in the world. System, open the newly charged treasure chest for me. Ding. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the guide to divine power. The reward has been delivered. Would you like to claim it now? System, this guide to divine power, is it supposed to teach me how to properly use my powers? Sounds pretty handy. Ding. That's right. So far, your use of divine power is crude at best, just brute force and destruction. If the other systems learned my host was nothing more than a muscle-bound lunk, I'd be the laughingstock of them all. Shenmue hadn't expected that a casual question would earn him such disdain from his own system. Yet, in that response, Shenmue seemed to catch a hint of something remarkable. Are you saying there are other systems out there besides you? He asked with curiosity. Ding. With your current limited abilities, you do not have permission to know. Once again, Shenmue found himself on the receiving end of his system's contempt. Sorry to disappoint you, O venerable one, with my meager skills. If that's the case, you're partly to blame for my lack of power. If you just put some better loot in these treasure chests, say the heart of the universe or the power of origin, I'd surpass the multiverse in no time flat, just watch. System, how about we strike a deal? You quietly give me a little extra help each time, and I'll make sure you look good in front of the other systems. Faced with the system's scorn, Shenmue argued back with equal conviction. Ding. Please stop daydreaming, host. TCH. I want to claim my reward. Unable to out-argue the system, Shenmue could only change the subject and claim his reward first. Ding. Your reward has been issued. In an instant, Shenmue felt a torrent of information surge into his mind like a river breaking through a dam. He hurriedly activated his superbrain, focusing all his attention on absorbing and digesting the flood of knowledge. Only after quite a while did Shenmue finally open his eyes, a flash of crimson glinting within them. As I suspected, the way I've been using divine power is far too basic. Divine power is actually capable of so much more. As his words faded, a golden radiance swept over Shenmue's entire body. His massive form began to shrink, gradually shifting toward a human shape. Now transformed into human form, Shenmue stood completely naked. His face bore only a passing resemblance to his former self, but his body, muscles like sculpted steel, caught the sunlight and glimmered with an unusual sheen. His long black and red hair cascaded past his shoulders, and a pair of backward curving dragon horns crowned his head. In his eye sockets, vertical amber pupils gleamed with intensity. Across his back, two black wing-shaped markings could be seen, ready at any moment to unfurl into powerful, fleshy wings. In this form, my strength and speed aren't all that limited. It's actually not bad at all. The body Shenmue now possessed had been reforged by divine power. Not a mere illusion, but real flesh and blood. It was a true transformation. Compared to his original dragon form, this was like a second stage. Yet, to unleash his full might, he would still need to rely on his dragon body. Fortunately, Shenmue could now switch freely between the two forms at will. But as he looked at his reflection, something about his current appearance struck him as oddly familiar. Stroking his chin, he tried to recall where he had seen it before. Damn, I remember now, Demon Lord Chong Lu. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Shenmue finally realized who he resembled. It was a character from a single-player game he'd played in his previous life, Chinese Paladin. Black and red hair, the same style of upright horns, and those retractable wings. This universe doesn't have a Demon Lord Chong Lu anyway, so I can't be accused of copying. I'm the original here. With a clench of his fist, a flash of light enveloped him, and a long, black coat materialized over his previously bare body. Even in human form, his nearly 2-meter height radiated an aura of overwhelming pressure. It's been ages since I wore clothes. Strangely, it feels a bit awkward. Shenmue straightened his new coat, feeling a slight sense of restriction. Nothing like the freedom he experienced as a dragon. Now it's finally time to engrave the sun disk's magical sigil onto my own body. As Shenmue spoke, he immediately split off into 4 avatars, each imbued with divine power. Meanwhile, his true form re-emerged, unfurling its wings in a grand stretch. "All right, you may begin." Shenmue addressed his divine avatars with a commanding tone. Without delay, the 4 avatars soared into the air, positioning themselves above, below, to the left, and to the right, and began to inscribe golden runes onto Shenmue's body from all directions. Each rune, the moment it touched him, melted seamlessly into his scales and flesh. It took the 4 avatars a full 2 hours to complete the intricate web of runes. When the final rune descended, the solar divine power within Shenmue instantly began to surge and boil with energy. A massive, tightly interwoven array of runes now appeared on his body, forming a formidable sigil. Sunlight from high above started streaming toward Shenmue, and before long, the place where he stood began to radiate like a miniature sun. At the very instant the rune array activated, Shenmue felt his entire being erupt in jubilant ecstasy. Every cell seemed to spring to life with renewed vigor, leaving him lost in the exhilarating sensation. The terrifying heat generated by the gathered solar power was so intense that the perpetual snows of Mount Everest began to show signs of melting on a massive scale. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately caught the attention of many nations, especially Longwa, which claims a share of Everest summit. They wasted no time deploying every means at their disposal to investigate what was happening atop the world's highest peak. Within Longwa's borders, in Kunlun City, nestled among the Kunlun Mountains, there exists the Dragon's Lair, a cavern home to a crimson divine dragon lying dormant. This dragon is the very source of Iron Fist's power, Elder Show, the ancient dragon of Kunlun. Every warrior aspiring to inherit the mantle of Iron Fist must enter the dragon's lair and defeat Elder Show, thereby earning the dragon's blessing and becoming the next Iron Fist. Now, this dragon, who has been killed and reborn dozens of times, suddenly opened its eyes from slumber. A deity wielding the power of the sun has appeared atop Mount Everest. What could his intentions possibly be? Still, there's something vaguely familiar about his aura. I just hope he doesn't bring unwelcome chaos. The current Iron Fist is nearing the end of his days, and soon my strength will be replenished once more. With these murmured thoughts, Elder Show closed his eyes again and slipped back into sleep. The divine power bestowed upon each Iron Fist returns to Elder Show upon the bearer's death. His relationship with the successive Iron Fists is akin to that of a lender and a borrower. The Iron Fist must defeat him to receive the dragon's power, and as they train, that power within them steadily grows stronger, only to return to Elder Show in the end. After their death, the matured power of the divine dragon returns to Shou Lao himself, making him even stronger. This is a mutually beneficial form of borrowing and lending power. Shun's divine power is boiling over. What exactly is he doing? As she was instructing her disciples, the Ancient One suddenly furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting into the distance. Is he about to inadvertently unleash another disaster? Your presence, is it a blessing or a curse for Earth? I wonder. At that moment, the Ancient One saw that, with the snow atop Everest melting, another catastrophe was about to befall those living at the foot of the mountain. She sighed helplessly. Kamartaj was nestled in the Himalayas, and with disaster looming so close, the Ancient One could hardly stand by and do nothing. Continue your own training. I have something to attend to. She addressed the apprentice sorcerers in the hall, then drew a portal and stepped through it. Farewell, Supreme One. The sorcerers bowed slightly in the direction she departed, speaking in unison. Stepping out of the portal, the Ancient One was greeted by the sight of massive avalanches thundering down the mountain with unstoppable momentum. Yet before the might of nature, she did not retreat an inch. With perfect composure, she extended her right hand, curling her ring and pinky fingers, and gave a slight twist to the right. Instantly, the space around her twisted and folded. The rushing torrent of snow vanished, wave after wave, into another dimension. This was the signature spell of the Sorcerer Supreme, the Mirror Dimension. With her other hand, she cast the Iken's Run, summoning a dozen duplicates to help maintain the Mirror Dimension. Meanwhile, she opened another portal, ascending straight to the mountain summit, determined to see for herself what was happening with Shenmue. Shenmue had been lost in the exhilarating sensation of being enveloped by solar power when, all at once, he sensed a familiar magical presence and snapped to alertness. Seeing that the Ancient One had arrived, Shenmue immediately deactivated the runic array on his body. In a flash of divine light, he shed his previous form and appeared before her in human guise. So you've learned to control the divine power within you. Catching the transformation at a glance, the Ancient One instantly understood what had changed. If, at their first meeting, Shunmu had seemed to her like a hollow shell filled with divinity, now she could feel it unmistakably. She was standing before a true, complete god. Of course, as a god, I can do much more than just use my divine power as a blunt instrument for destruction. Shunmu showed no embarrassment, directly rejecting the system's earlier judgment of him. While it's certainly a good thing that you're in control, the Ancient One said, perhaps next time, you could try not to cause such a commotion. Take a look down there yourself. As he spoke, the Ancient One pointed downward at the snow, still tumbling down the mountainside. In that instant, Shunmu realized what had happened. This is a piece of cake. With that, Shunmu drew in a deep breath, then darted in wide circles around the massive mountain, exhaling a torrent of supercooled breath as he flew. In just a dozen seconds, he had frozen all the cascading snow back in place. Seeing Shunmu's actions, a hint of relief flickered across the Ancient One's face. In his eyes, a being as powerful as Shunmu, a god from another realm, might not care about the fate of humanity on Earth, even if the disasters he inadvertently caused could harm countless innocent people. It's much like humans themselves, who would hardly notice if they stepped on a few ants while walking. Who among us would slow down, carefully scanning each step to avoid crushing another ant on the path? Probably not many. Yet now, upon realizing he'd inadvertently caused a disaster, Shunmu's first instinct was to make amends. This set him apart, at the most fundamental level, from many other mighty beings who had arrived on Earth. Such a small gesture, though perhaps meaningless to Shunmu himself, warmed the Ancient One's heart with a new sense of admiration. After returning to Kamartaj, Shunmu discovered he could control his divine power to regulate the magic array's absorption of solar energy. That way, he wouldn't constantly feel like a blazing furnace. Still, whenever he activated the array on his skin, anyone nearby could feel the scorching intensity of his sun-like presence. Meanwhile, the President of the United States was preparing to deliver a world-shaking political address in front of the White House, a moment that naturally drew the attention of the entire globe. Senators and dignitaries from every state, as well as social elites, had already flocked to Washington, D.C. Other nations responded as well, sending their own representatives to attend this grand event. On the eve of the gathering, Magneto stood on the rooftop of a hotel, gazing toward the White House. Because we are different, you fear us. You dissect us, experiment on my kind, and even forge weapons designed to wipe us out completely. If you insist on formally declaring war on mutants, then I will show the world with blood that your fear is well-founded. We mutants are the true future of this world. 2 silver spheres sprang from Magneto's hand, whirling wildly around his body. Well said, my child. You possess a gift that shakes the world. Just then, a deep voice sounded from behind Magneto. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 iron balls shot backward like cannonballs, hurtling straight at the source of the voice. With a sharp, whistling sound, the iron spheres halted right in front of the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Apocalypse, cloaked in his signature mantle, and by his side stood a black-haired woman dressed in a striking, sensual purple outfit. Strapped across her back was a long sword. This woman was the very first knight Apocalypse had found, Psylocke, who, in another future, would have been hired by the mutant Caliban. Now, by a twist of fate, Apocalypse had discovered her first and intercepted her along the way. She possessed a unique ability to manifest her psychic power into tangible forms and was also a martial arts master, skilled in dozens of combat techniques. Ordinarily, by the standards Apocalypse used in the past to select his knights, Psylocke's qualifications would not have been enough for her to be chosen. However, with Apocalypse eager to reassemble the 4 horsemen, he had little choice but to bring her in as a temporary addition. After Apocalypse ignited her latent potential, her power to solidify psychic energy grew stronger. She could now conjure a variety of weapons at will, and their strength increased significantly. In the next moment, Apocalypse merely flicked his wrist, and the 2 iron spheres, as if corroded by the passage of time, instantly disintegrated into dust and vanished. Who are you? Magneto turned around, frowning, and demanded. Yet Apocalypse offered no answer. He simply walked slowly towards Magneto. Don't come any closer. Magneto barked, his voice sharp. Instantly, all the metal objects in the vicinity rose into the air, poised to strike at Apocalypse. One more step, and those weapons would show no mercy. Psylocke responded by swiftly drawing the long sword from her back in one hand, while with the other, she conjured a glowing purple whip. Her eyes stayed locked on Magneto, unwavering. Seeing this, Magneto realized that these were mutants like himself. The murderous intent in his heart eased, if only slightly. Still, he did not lower his guard. After all, harmony was hardly a given among mutants. You're already remarkable, but you could become so much more, my child. Apocalypse stopped before Magneto, gazing deeply into his eyes as he spoke. Who exactly are you? If you don't state your purpose, I won't be so polite. Magneto snapped back. The term, child, spoken with such authority, grated on him. I am Yahweh God, the Sun God, the Almighty. Through countless cycles of rebirth, I have borne many names, Apocalypse declared solemnly. I was born from death itself. I will ignite the sacred fire that will annihilate humanity, destroy the old civilization, cleanse this wayward world, and sow the seeds of a new hope. I am Apocalypse, the progenitor of mutants, the true god of this world. Apocalypse revealed his identity to Magneto with utmost gravity. Magneto let out a cold laugh. A god, are you? When our mutant brothers and sisters were hunted, experimented on, slaughtered without mercy, where were you then? And where were you, this so-called god, when my mother was murdered? Magneto suppressed his anger as he asked this question. Betrayed, asleep, I was trapped in endless darkness. I was not by your side then, but now I have returned. My child, only I know the true extent of your power. What you possess is far more than you realize. Come, follow me, become my knight, and together, let us bring new order to this world. Apocalypse extended his hand toward Magneto, but he underestimated Magneto and misjudged this era. This was not 3,000 years ago, when a display of so-called miracles and a few grand words could make people kneel in worship. Especially now, Magneto had not yet suffered the agony of losing his wife and daughter. In this moment, he still saw himself as the leader of mutants. How could he so easily submit to another? If you wish to be my god, you'll have to prove you're worthy of it. With that, Magneto swept his hand, and Apocalypse's armor began to contract violently, crushing into his flesh. Psylocke, standing nearby, moved to intervene, but the long sword in her hand instantly flew from her grip and pressed coldly against her own neck. The razor-sharp blade seemed to warn her, move an inch, and your throat will be cut in a heartbeat. Confronted with such a scene, Apocalypse remained utterly unflustered, as if he could not even feel pain. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. In that instant, Magneto felt his control over Apocalypse's armor slip away. The solid ground beneath his feet suddenly felt like a muddy swamp, sucking his legs down, while gray-white tendrils of sand and stone wrapped tightly around him, pinning him in place. It had to be said, in the face of Apocalypse, this ancient relic, these people were still far too inexperienced. After countless reincarnations, Apocalypse had amassed thousands upon thousands of abilities. With the gift of awakening potential, each of his powers was more potent than that of its original owner. Working in concert, the effects were not simply additive, they were exponentially greater. Even so, Magneto's talent was among the most formidable Apocalypse had ever encountered. If the preparations for his rebirth ritual weren't so elaborate and conspicuous, Apocalypse might have considered taking Magneto's body for himself right then and there. My child, as a god, I forgive your defiance. Now, will you become my knight? Once again, Apocalypse extended his offer to Magneto. Knowing he was at the other's mercy and had no real choice, Magneto nodded his reluctant agreement. With that, Apocalypse opened a portal and transported Magneto and Psylocke to a desolate desert landscape. Child, there is immense potential within you that has yet to awaken. Now, let me see your true self. With those words, Apocalypse reached out toward Magneto, his hand grasping at the air in Magneto's direction. In that instant, Magneto felt his entire body begin to stir violently, as if a beast deep within him was ready to break free from its slumber. The next moment, unable to withstand the surge, his knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Agonized cries escaped his lips, veins bulging on his neck as he pressed his hands hard against the earth for support. Don't resist. Hold on to your anger. Remember what you were like when you first awakened. Apocalypse had awakened the dormant power within Magneto and now guided him through its release. As Magneto roared in fury, a terrifying magnetic field engulfed the area. The ground cracked open, rocks shattered, and countless fragments of stone and dust rose into the air like a raging tornado, a vision of doomsday, as if the world itself was ending. This was the true Magneto. Witnessing Magneto unleash his full might, Psylocke, who stood beside Apocalypse, was left utterly stunned. She had heard of Magneto's reputation, but never imagined he wielded such overwhelming power. In everyone's understanding, Magneto's abilities were limited to controlling metal. But seeing him now, it was clear that his power was far more than simply manipulating metal. What filled her with even deeper awe was Apocalypse himself. If someone as formidable as Magneto seemed like a mere child in his presence, then just how powerful was this ancient mutant who claimed to be a god? Before meeting Apocalypse, her knowledge of powerful mutants was limited to the Hellfire Club's 2 kings and 2 queens. Unfortunately, back then, she was neither qualified to join the Hellfire Club, nor did she wish to. Now, having met Apocalypse, she finally saw the true extent of power that the strongest mutants could possess. "What did you do to me?" After venting the sudden surge of power that had awakened within him, Magneto landed gently on the ground and turned to ask Apocalypse. "I merely awakened the power that lay dormant within you, helping you become who you were meant to be. During my long imprisonment in darkness, you, my children, could not see your own true gifts." Hearing this, Magneto instinctively glanced down at his hands. He realized that, after all these years, he had never truly understood the full extent of his abilities. Because now, with his newly heightened senses, he could perceive things he'd never seen before: radio waves, ultraviolet light, and even other mysterious forms of radiation. This was a blind spot in Magneto's mastery of his own powers, a lack of knowledge. But this couldn't really be blamed on him. After all, for most of his decades-long life, he had been caught up in endless struggles. He was nothing like his friend Charles, who had enjoyed a privileged education and even held 3 doctoral degrees from the most prestigious institutions. As for him, half his life had been spent wandering from place to place. In terms of formal education, he might not even measure up to some high school graduates who had studied by the book. Although the world before him now truly burst with color, he knew very little about what most of it represented. Yet his mutant powers were instinctive. He might not understand the principles behind them, but he could wield them all the same. "Excellent, my knight. Now it's time for us to seek out more of your kin. My resurrection will be accompanied by 4 knights. You will have 2 more companions yet to find." With that, Apocalypse turned, ready to open a portal and continue his search for the next knight. But clearly, Magneto had no intention of abandoning the revenge he had been planning for so long. "No, I have something far more important to do." In Magneto's eyes, Apocalypse saw the burning fury of vengeance, the kind directed at those contemptible humans. He liked that look very much. At this moment, Apocalypse thought Magneto might become his most loyal and outstanding knight in the coming purge of the world, for they both shared the same disdain for mortals. "Go then, but be careful. There are still unknown terrors lurking in this world. Sooner or later, I will utterly destroy them. Kwanan, go with him. Show this world the true meaning of who we are." Apocalypse expressed his support for Magneto's actions, but also reminded him to beware the forces hidden in the shadows. After all, that massive black claw belonging to Shenmue, which had appeared before him, still left a deep impression. At this moment, however, Magneto brimmed with confidence. With his helmet that rendered him immune to psychic control, he no longer needed to fear betrayal from old friends. And now, with his powers newly awakened for a second time, he felt no fear, save for a lingering wariness of Apocalypse himself. Even though he had suffered a setback at Shenmue's hands, he believed it was only because he had been unprepared. A mistake made once would not be repeated again. Elsewhere, in front of the White House, barricades had already been set up. More than 500 guards were stationed in plain sight, and countless more were hidden in the shadows. After all, this conference had drawn some of the most important figures from both home and abroad. "Howard, you thief." At that moment, Howard Stark, representing Stark Industries, had just stepped out of the car with his wife when he heard a familiar voice call out. He looked up and saw that it was Dr. Hank Pym, the founder of Pym Technologies and once his collaborator. "Dr. Pym, let me reiterate, I did not take your Pym particles. I have absolutely nothing to do with the disappearance of those 4 vials." At this moment, Howard couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The Pym particle was Hank Pym's most significant discovery, and yet, 3 years ago, 4 vials vanished mysteriously from a heavily guarded military base. At the time, Hank Pym had only stepped out for less than 5 minutes to pick up a package from the logistics department. But when he returned, the Pym particles were gone. Naturally, he immediately suspected Howard Stark, who, like himself, was one of the founding members of the Strategic Science Reserve. However, Howard remembered very clearly that at that precise time, he had been chatting with a visitor from MIT named Howard Potts. He even recalled being particularly struck by the coincidence of their shared first name. But after a thorough investigation, they discovered that MIT had no record of such a person. In fact, there was no official visitor sent by MIT at that time. Even when they generated a composite sketch based on Howard's description and searched it against global databases, they found no trace of this individual. So, Howard was left in an impossible situation. He insisted he was telling the truth, and even his butler Jarvis remembered the mysterious man clearly. Yet, The reality was that this person had left no evidence of ever existing. This incident became the spark that ignited the rift between Howard Stark and Hank Pym. Afterward, Pym withdrew from his strategic science reserve and founded his own company, Pym Technologies. Howard, I always thought you were the kind of man who owned up to his actions, but clearly, I overestimated you, Hank Pym said coldly, completely unconvinced by Howard's explanation. Before the Pym particles were stolen, certain members of the scientific community had hinted to Pym that he should share his technology. At the time, Howard had remained silent on the matter. Then, the very next thing that happened was the theft. How could Pym not suspect his old colleagues? If Shenmue were here, he would know exactly what had happened. The real culprit was Captain America, who, during a time travel mission with Tony Stark to retrieve the Space Stone, had taken the opportunity to pocket those few vials of Pym particles for their journey through time. Little did they know that this small act would go on to change the course of history. After the Pym particles vanished, not a single drop resurfaced for decades, as if they had simply evaporated from the face of the Earth. Magneto couldn't tell whether Apocalypse had placed Psylocke at his side to genuinely help him, or simply to keep an eye on him. Still, until he was certain about turning against Apocalypse, Magneto wasn't planning on driving her away. What exactly are you trying to do? Psylocke watched as Magneto flew toward a massive stadium, freshly built but not yet in use, and couldn't quite figure out his intentions. You'll know soon enough. I'm going to prepare a cage for them. The same kind of cage they once used to imprison our own kind. So, with open boldness, Magneto and Psylocke flew right into the stadium. Hey, stop right there, buddy. And you, gorgeous, listen up. We're still finishing up the last bits of construction here. The place isn't open to the public yet, so I'm going to have to ask you both to leave. The construction crew inside the stadium saw Magneto and the others trespassing, immediately putting down their tools and moving to block their path. There's no need for that. Magneto spoke to the foreman in a tone thick with mystery, then ignored him entirely. I'm serious. You two need to get out of here. I'm not joking around. This is our job. As he spoke, the rest of the workers started closing in, tools in hand, their faces full of hostility. I think it's time for all of you to find a new job. As Magneto finished speaking, he extended his hand, and the air seemed to pulse with magnetic force. Suddenly, the tools in the workers' hands began to tremble violently, completely out of their control. They're those people. One worker, who'd recently seen a news report on mutants, instantly made the connection to Magneto and his companion. Get out of here, freaks. You're not welcome. But there's always someone reckless. A worker clutching a steel rod, his eyes burning with disgust, hurled a still smoldering cigarette, but at Magneto. The ember flew toward Magneto, but before it could get close, it was abruptly forced down to the ground by an invisible, crushing force. Now, almost instinctively, Magneto was able to manipulate the electromagnetic field around him, warping gravity itself within a certain radius. The cigarette had entered his field of increased gravity and instantly lost all momentum, pinned to the floor. Seeing the naked hatred on the man's face, Magneto felt more convinced than ever that a war against humanity was not only justified, but necessary. Monster, am I? Then let me show you the true power of the monster you speak of. With a mere thought, the steel rod the worker had been holding suddenly sprang to life, twisting like a venomous snake and wrapping itself around the man's neck. The steel tightened, squeezing his throat and cutting off his breath. The worker never imagined that the mutant before him would actually dare to attack. They had always been used to their freedom, spraying their dissatisfaction without a care, no matter who they were facing. He cast a pleading look at his fellow workers nearby, but the others had already been frightened into silence by Magneto's willingness to resort to violence without warning. With no other choice, the worker turned his gaze to Magneto, his eyes filled with terror and dread, along with a hidden loathing and hatred. I know you despise us simply because we are different, but rather than your hatred, I would much prefer your fear. With those words, Magneto tightened his grip ever so slightly. The steel bar around the worker's neck instantly constricted again. Within just a few breaths, his face flushed red, and his eyes began to fill with blood. Then, with a sickening crack, his neck snapped, unable to support his head any longer. The rest of the workers panicked, abandoning everything and scattering in all directions. Standing nearby, Psylocke seemed unfazed by Magneto's act of killing. She had spent enough time on the fringes of society. Taking a life or two was hardly a big deal to her. Now that no one was in the way, Magneto curled his outstretched hand into a fist. Immediately, the enormous stadium echoed with the sound of concrete shattering, as countless steel rods buried deep underground were wrenched free. Slowly, the entire stadium began to rise into the air. With a call to Psylocke by his side, Magneto flew off toward the White House, taking the stadium along with him. Psylocke glanced deeply at the figure soaring through the sky, then quietly flicked her left hand, sending a violet whip of psionic energy to wrap around a corner of the stadium, following after it into the air. Soon, people and vehicles on the streets below noticed a huge shadow drifting across the sky. Unable to help themselves, everyone looked up. Shit, am I seeing things? Is that a stadium flying through the air? A man cruising in his convertible couldn't believe his eyes. Thinking he must be hallucinating, he jumped out, lit a cigarette to clear his head, but after exhaling a plume of smoke, the stadium was still hovering above. The next moment, a chunk of broken concrete suddenly plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on the hood of his prized new car. Fuck! Fuck! The man raged at Magneto and his flying stadium overhead, momentarily forgetting to wonder how a stadium could possibly be floating in the sky. Meanwhile, outside the White House, all the guests had already taken their seats, with Professor X and Mystique, of course, among them. After all, mutants were the stars of this grand event. As the saying goes, know your enemy as well as yourself. In the future, they might have to deal with these individuals, so it was only wise to learn all they could about them. Charles, if the government really declares open war on mutants after today, what are we going to do? Raven, who had already changed her appearance, pushed Professor X's wheelchair, her face filled with worry as she spoke. I will never allow that to happen again, even if I have to resort to means I'd rather not use. Having glimpsed the bleak future awaiting mutants, Charles, too, felt his resolve wavering. When constant concessions can no longer buy us peace, perhaps Eric's approach isn't so wrong after all. Using force to keep the peace, armed with Cerebro, Professor X is, in truth, the most dangerous man in the world. He could, in an instant, link the minds of everyone on the planet, alter their memories, or even erase them entirely if he wished. And yet, in the original timeline, even when mutants faced extinction, Charles had never once entertained such a thought. But all of that began to change after the crisis that altered their future. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone here today knows why we have gathered. We are about to face the gravest crisis in history, mutants. But we are by no means unprepared. Please take a look. The President of the United States delivered an impassioned speech, and with a dramatic gesture, he signaled for the unveiling. 16 prototype Sentinel robots, previously hidden beneath an enormous American flag, were presented to the world. A wave of jubilant applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet, not everyone present was moved. People like Howard Stark, for instance, remained unmoved. As a founding member of the Scientific Strategic Reserve, Howard knew many secrets. Mutants and humans had always coexisted peacefully, it was. Only the ambitions of those who wished to control mutants and unlock the secrets of their power that had sown discord between the two groups. In truth, he did not support the idea of declaring war on mutants. Hank Pym shared his sentiments. Both men had lived through war and had developed a deep aversion to any conflict, especially ones instigated for dubious reasons. What the government was doing now was no different from what the Nazis had done to the Jews. They both regretted coming to this event. Perhaps sensing a kindred spirit, the two men couldn't help but exchange a glance. In that moment, there was no misunderstanding, only two hearts beating in quiet agreement. Elsewhere, Shun-Mu was currently visiting the home of Jean Grey, the woman destined to become the Dark Phoenix. Of course, perhaps visiting wasn't quite accurate, since he had arrived uninvited. Earlier that morning, as John Grey was about to leave for school to teach his class, he opened the front door to find a tall figure standing right on his doorstep. The distinctive pair of large horns atop the visitor's head, together with those vertical pupils in his eyes, instantly filled John Grey with a sense of foreboding. In that brief moment, his mind flashed back to the terrifying scene that had happened to his daughter just a few days earlier. "May I ask, who are you?" John Grey steadied himself, forcing his voice to sound calm. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shin-Mu, and I'm here today to meet Jean Grey." Shin-Mu made no attempt to conceal his intentions, stating his purpose plainly. The moment he said this, John Grey's heart skipped a beat. "I'm sorry, Jean isn't feeling well right now. She can't see visitors." With that, John abandoned any thought of heading out to work. He moved to close the door at once. But with just a flicker of Shun-Mu's telekinetic power, John found himself completely unable to move the door even an inch. "Please, I'm begging you, don't hurt Jean. She's just a child." Realizing that the man before him was not someone he could possibly resist, John immediately began to plead. "John, is someone at the door?" At that moment, his wife Elaine Grey, busy with chores in the kitchen, caught the commotion and called out casually. "It's nothing, don't worry, Elaine." John did his best to keep his tone steady and reassuring. Sir, if you have something to say, could we please step outside and talk? I'm begging you. A look of genuine pleading appeared on John's face. He'd learned about mutants from the news recently, and he was well aware of the government's stance toward them. The last thing he wanted was for his daughter's secret to be exposed, putting her in danger. But to his dismay, trouble had already come knocking at their door. You really have nothing to worry about. I've come here not to harm Jean, but simply to witness for myself the legendary Phoenix Force. Hearing Shenmue's words, John was left bewildered. He had no idea what Shenmue was talking about. The Phoenix Force? What do you mean? John braced himself and questioned Shenmue. It's an ancient cosmic power residing within your daughter. If awakened, it can make her truly extraordinary. As John waited for Shenmue to elaborate, he suddenly noticed Shenmue greeting someone behind him. John turned, and there was his daughter, standing awkwardly at the top of the stairs, uncertain and hesitant. Sir, please come in. Seeing his daughter step forward on her own, John realized there was no longer any point in trying to stop this. Besides, Shenmue didn't seem hostile, so he invited him in. John, and this gentleman is... Elaine emerged from the kitchen just then, and, to her credit, was not at all startled by Shenmue's appearance. After all, apart from the horns on his head, Shenmue's face looked no different from a normal human. If anything, it was even more chiseled and distinguished. This is Shun, he's... Hello, ma'am. I'm a teacher at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. I came here today, specifically to see Jean. Just as John was struggling to come up with a suitable identity for Shenmue, Shenmue spoke for himself. And the way Shenmue said it, so naturally and confidently, even John found himself half believing it. After all, he had heard of this school. Charles Xavier and Henry Philip McCoy were fairly well-known names among intellectuals like himself. Thinking about Jean's situation, he truly began to see Shenmue as a teacher here to recruit students. Mr. Shun, please come in. Jean, come down here, sweetheart. Elaine, ever the gracious host, warmly invited Shenmue into the house, then called out to her daughter, who stood frozen on the stairs. Mr. Shun, would you like some coffee? Once they were seated inside, Elaine offered Shenmue a cup. No, thank you, ma'am. Shenmue politely declined her hospitality. Being more accustomed to alcohol these days, coffee didn't really appeal to him. Mr. Shun, do you have any ideas about how to help Jean? John looked at his daughter, sitting beside him, his face softening with fatherly affection. Although he'd read reports about mutants, Jean was, after all, his little girl. Shenmue, meanwhile, studied the red-haired little girl before him with curiosity. Her round face was dusted with a few freckles, and she kept darting shy glances in his direction. Ding! Unknown force attempting to invade host's mind. Blocked. All of a sudden, Shenmue heard a notification from his system in his mind. He turned and offered Jean a gentle smile. Instantly, the young phoenix fidgeted with her fingers, looking just like a child caught doing something wrong. Ever since the last time she'd fainted and woken up, she discovered she could hear the thoughts inside other people's heads. Listening in on her parents' little secrets had been quite the amusement. But now, facing Shenmue, she'd unconsciously tried to use her power again, only to find she couldn't hear anything at all. Worse yet, it felt as if he'd noticed her attempts. Her small heart began to race with anxiety. Mr. John, Jean's future is destined to be extraordinary. However, I know a place that might be just right for her, if you're willing, of course. Shenmue hadn't thought too deeply about it at first. He just wanted a glimpse of what the Phoenix Force truly was. After all, it was one of the three most ancient powers in the Marvel Universe, even if the fragment within Jean Grey was but a shard of its true strength. However, because Jean's compatibility with the Phoenix Force is astonishingly high, she is its most perfect host. It's entirely possible that, in the future, she could draw all the scattered Phoenix energy in the universe to herself. So long as she masters the Phoenix Force, she could almost instantly ascend to a multiversal level of power. With that thought, after a brief encounter, Shenmue suddenly wondered what would happen if this little phoenix were sent to Kamartaj. And later, once Wanda, who would eventually master chaos magic, was also sent to Kamartaj, who knows whether the Ancient One would still pass on the title of Sorcerer Supreme to Strange. Besides, if Wanda were lured away, Shenmue couldn't help but wonder if the Vashani could withstand Thawne's onslaught. The more he considered it, the more entertaining the future seemed. With that, his resolve to send Jean and the future Scarlet, which to Kamartaj only grew stronger. Mr. Shun, are you referring to Professor Charles Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? John ventured to ask. No, it's another place, a place where one can study magic. Shenmue replied, turning to the little phoenix beside him. At his words, the girl's eyes shone with unmistakable excitement. Father, I want to learn magic, she said earnestly. Hearing his daughter's request, John hesitated. After all, Magic sounded far too fantastical to be credible. While Shunmu was busy plotting to send the future powerhouse of the X-Men, the Black Phoenix, off to Kamartaj to learn magic, Magneto was already taking action elsewhere. As the President of the United States presented Bolivar Trask Sentinel robots to the assembled dignitaries and the television audience, Magneto, who had just arrived, activated the Sentinels from afar and rewrote their internal programming. These weapons, designed to subdue mutants, were now transformed into cold-blooded machines of slaughter, targeting ordinary humans. The moment his Sentinels began moving on their own, Bolivar Trask leapt from his seat in panic. "What are you doing? I never authorized them to be activated now." He immediately turned to Stryker, who was standing nearby, for an explanation. The control device was supposed to be in Stryker's hands. "I didn't do anything," Stryker replied, utterly bewildered, as he hadn't touched the controls at all. The very next instant, all 16 Sentinels fired up their thrusters and soared into the air, turning their gun barrels on the government officials on stage and their own creators. Before Trask could finish his protest, a barrage of specialized bullets tore him apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Thus, a genius scientist met his end beneath the very killing machines he had created with his own hands. Stryker, realizing the danger, made a desperate dash for cover, but not before a bullet struck his leg. The government officials nearby fared even worse. Aside from the president, who was desperately protected by his bodyguards, the rest suffered heavy casualties. As for the distinguished guests from all walks of life attending the event, they were fleeing in utter panic. Fortunately, at that moment, the Sentry robots had not yet turned their attention to them, giving them a chance to escape. Sensing the danger, Hank Pym quickly pulled a small box, no longer than half a finger, from his pocket. He placed it on the ground and pressed a button in his hand. Instantly, the box expanded in size. From within, he retrieved and donned the prototype Ant-Man suit he had painstakingly designed himself. Howard, on the other hand, had nothing of the sort at his disposal. He could only grab his wife and make a hasty, desperate dash for the exit. Their butler, Jarvis, realizing the severity of the situation, rushed in at once to shield the couple as they escaped. "Charles, what's happening? Why did those robots suddenly go out of control?" Raven called out as she pushed Professor X's wheelchair toward the exit. When it came to dealing with people, Charles was nearly unstoppable. But now, faced with an army of mindless robots, he was powerless to intervene, so escape was their only option. "I suspect this has something to do with Eric," he replied. "Trust old friends to think alike." Professor X immediately thought of Magneto. But weren't those robots made from special materials, with not a trace of metal in them? How could Eric possibly control them? Raven's understanding remained fixed on surface appearances. Just then, she happened to glance up at the sky, and a chill ran down her spine. Not far away, a colossal stadium was floating through the air, bearing down upon them. It really is Eric. What is he trying to do? Has he gone mad, killing so many people? Raven had once wanted to kill Bolivar herself, but that was only because hatred had clouded her judgment. Now, however, Eric was truly slaughtering dozens of innocent people. At that moment, a massive shadow descended from above, and the enormous stadium crashed to the ground, trapping all those attempting to escape within its walls. Magneto and Psylocke landed gracefully amidst the chaos. The Sentry robots ceased their fire, lining up in two neat rows to welcome the arrival of their king. Magneto gazed at the stage, where the government officials lay dead and mangled. His expression did not waver in the slightest. He had already steeled himself for this outcome when he made his decision. The carnage before him left him utterly unmoved. "Eric, stop!" Raven called out, pushing Charles into view, blocking Magneto's path as he advanced step by step toward the subterranean bunker where the president and others were hiding. But before she could do anything else, Psylocke stepped forward, a blade in one hand and a glowing purple psychic dagger forming in the other, blocking their way. "Charles, Raven, perfect, you're both here too. Today is the day the whole world will get to know us mutants all over again." As Magneto spoke, he swept his hand, instantly turning all the surrounding cameras toward himself. He manipulated the broadcast signals, and suddenly, every television channel across America was forcibly switched to his image standing before the lens. Inside Jean Grey's home, the television screen abruptly changed as well. When Shenmue saw this scene, he sprang to his feet. "Well, Magneto, so you want a solo act? Trying to drag down the progress of my treasure chest charge, such a sinister plan." With everything happening now, Shenmue had no doubt. This was absolutely one of the crucial moments in the reversal of fate. "I have some things to take care of. I'll be back, and we'll continue our discussion then." The next moment, Shenmue raised his hand, and with a thought, a portal shimmered open before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through. The Grey family watched, stunned and speechless. Could this be the magic he spoke of? John Grey gazed at the fading portal, mumbling to his wife in amazement. "Father, I want to learn magic from that uncle." Little Phoenix's eyes sparkled with excitement. She made up her mind right then. She wanted to learn magic too. "Well, let's wait for Mr. Shin to come back before we talk about that." Now, John was starting to believe everything Shinmu had said about magic. Meanwhile, Shinmu stepped out and appeared directly in front of Magneto, startling him. Magneto immediately commanded several Sentinel robots to aim at Shinmu, while he himself retreated swiftly. "Eric, do you realize you've made a mistake?" Shinmu's expression was calm and unhurried. What he was really thinking was, causing chaos without even telling me. Almost made me miss a chance to charge my treasure chest. "If you want to stop me, just who are you?" Because Shinmu had changed his appearance, Magneto didn't recognize him at first. "Since you're asking so sincerely, I'll show a little mercy and tell you. I'm just a passing agent of justice, nothing more," Shinmu replied offhandedly, not taking him too seriously. "You're not human. There's no need for you to meddle. If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing ever happened." Magneto sensed a trace of danger from Shinmu, so he hesitated to act rashly. "I may not be fond of some people either, but I have my own reasons for stepping in." Shinmu glanced at his treasure chest charge, which was slowly ticking upward again. He knew he'd come at just the right time. "Then let's see what you're capable of." With these words, Magneto raised his hand, and 16 prototype Sentinel robots unleashed a barrage of wild gunfire at Shinmu. Faced with these attacks that couldn't even scratch an itch, Shinmu couldn't be bothered to dodge. He simply stood there as bullets rained down on him, ringing out with metallic clinks as they bounced harmlessly off his body. The sight made Magneto's pupils widen slightly, for he could clearly see bullets striking Shinmu's eyes without causing him to blink even once. Such a level of defense was truly terrifying. When Magneto saw that the firepower of these Sentinel robots couldn't inflict the slightest harm on Shinmu, his anger flared. In a fit of rage, he tore the machines apart on the spot. "You can't be serious. Did you really think these toys could pose a threat to me? Is this all the mighty Magneto can do?" Shinmu teased him, looking completely at ease. Magneto answered Shinmu with a cold snort. He then spread his arms wide, unleashing his magnetic field. Countless shards of steel and sand whirled together, forming a roaring tornado that surged toward Shinmu. Within its swirling core, spinning steel blades resembled a giant meat grinder, mercilessly slicing at Shinmu's body. "There we go. Now this is at least a little interesting. You've finally reached the point where it almost tickles." Shinmu laughed. "But you can go harder. Give it all you've got. I can take it." As he spoke, Shinmu casually threw a punch, unleashing a force like a collapsing mountain and a raging tsunami. The massive steel tornado shattered instantly. The shockwave from his fist blasted a gaping hole in the stadium behind Magneto, a symbol of the battleground, and even further back, the White House itself was split cleanly down the middle. Watching Shinmu effortlessly dismantle his attack, even wearing an expression of encouragement, Magneto's heart burned with fury, though he couldn't help but feel a deep unease. Aside from the Black King Shaw in the past and his earlier encounter with Apocalypse, he had never been treated with such blatant disdain. He was Magneto, after all, one of the most dangerous mutants alive. Drawing a deep breath, Magneto forced down his anger, compelling himself to remain calm. His eyes flickered with a conflicted light. At that moment, the world as seen through his eyes had changed. Everywhere, omnipresent magnetic fields wrapped around all things. Raising a hand, Magneto began to distort the surrounding magnetic fields. Everything within their reach was seized by his power, accelerating at incredible speeds under his control. Once their movement reached a critical point, they transformed into devastating beams of destruction. In the next instant, streaks of crimson light shot from his hand. Everything in the path of those beams was annihilated at the molecular level, leaving nothing behind. Seeing Magneto's new technique, Shinmu's interest was finally piqued. It seemed Magneto had found a new way to develop his abilities. However, Shinmu didn't pay much attention to this. Instead, he simply reached out and caught the crimson streaks of light in his hand. As those streaks of light passed through the biofield that coated Shinmu's body, most of their power was neutralized, and the remaining force didn't harm him in the slightest. Yet this allowed Shinmu to notice a change in Magneto. In his understanding, Magneto's abilities never extended beyond his impressive manipulation of metal through magnetism. He had no other particularly dazzling tricks. This was one of the main reasons Magneto was considered such a spectacle on the battlefield. Each time he made an entrance, it was a grand display. The first time, he controlled hundreds of missiles and even dragged a nuclear submarine up from beneath the sea by sheer force. The second time, he brazenly paraded a massive stadium through the sky. The third, on an altered timeline, the elderly Magneto lifted the Golden Gate Bridge with a sweep of his power. With every flamboyant appearance, he relied on his abilities to achieve the most direct results, overwhelming others with sheer power. Of course, this approach worked wonders when it came to clearing out low-level henchmen or less formidable opponents. But when facing someone like Shenmue, whose speed, strength, and defense were maxed out, it simply wasn't enough. That's why Shenmue never held Magneto in particularly high regard. In fact, Iron King might have been a more fitting name than Magneto. But now, the Magneto, standing before him, seemed to be awakening to his true potential. Then, as Shenmue's gaze happened to sweep over the sultry woman in the purple outfit, who was busy rescuing people under Professor X's control, he suddenly understood what had changed in Magneto. Where is Apocalypse? Shenmue asked Magneto directly. Apart from Apocalypse, the one who could guide mutants to unlock their true power, Shenmue could think of no other explanation for Magneto's transformation. At these words, Magneto was visibly taken aback. His eyes narrowed, as if something had just occurred to him. You're the one who even that lord felt threatened by. Magneto suddenly recalled what Apocalypse had said to him before leaving. Coupled with Shenmue's overwhelming and almost unnatural strength, Magneto immediately guessed who he was facing. The one even that god found dangerous. I think you're confused about something. I asked you a question. I didn't invite you to question me in return. Shenmue's telekinesis manifested as a massive hand, pressing down on Magneto with crushing force. However, thanks to his magnetic senses, Magneto detected a tremendous pressure bearing down on him. He hurriedly generated a powerful magnetic field within a 1-meter radius to shield himself. Though telekinesis is formless, so too is the magnetic field. Therefore, Magneto's force field barely managed to withstand Shenmue's giant telekinetic hand. But in the very next moment, Shenmue's figure flickered like a phantom and appeared right in front of Magneto. One hand reached out, bringing his steel-like body into direct contact with the magnetic field. A tremendous resistance surged between them, but Shenmue didn't hesitate for even a second. His hand, fingers curled into a claw, lunged straight for Magneto's throat. As his hand clashed with Magneto's magnetic field, dazzling sparks of electricity flickered around Shenmue's arm, and the entire limb began to glow red, like a bar of iron being heated in a forge. With his mastery over magnetic fields, Magneto could do many things, such as manipulating energy in various forms. He might not fully grasp the underlying principles, but his instincts always guided him, and that was the true power of a mutant. Yet, this little trick wasn't enough to stop Shenmue. Before their eyes, Shenmue's arm slowly transformed into an inky black dragon's claw, divine power surging within him and instantly disrupting the magnetic field Magneto had constructed. Then, with one swift motion, he clamped his claw firmly around Magneto's throat. Now, I think you can tell me where Apocalypse has gone, can't you? Fortunately, Magneto had managed to cast a protective magnetic field around himself at the last instant. Otherwise, Shenmue's searing hot claw would have branded a dragon-shaped scorch mark right onto his neck. But as Magneto felt the menace in that claw, he finally recognized Shenmue's true identity, the very dragon who'd bested him once before. He hadn't expected that Shenmue could take on a human form. Now, with his life hanging in the balance, Magneto gave up resisting. He slowly raised both hands in surrender. Apocalypse, he's gone to seek his next horseman. As for who that will be, I honestly don't know. If you don't believe me, you can ask Psylocke over there. She was the first horseman Apocalypse recruited. But if you're set on finding him, you could have Charles put that still sharp mind of his to use. With his powers restored and Cerebro at his disposal, he can find anyone with ease. Magneto confessed everything he knew without hesitation. His loyalty to Apocalypse was lukewarm at best. In his eyes, it was more of a partnership, with Apocalypse merely paying him in advance. Now, faced with the threat of death, revealing what he knew hardly counted as betrayal. Hearing Magneto's words, Shenmue didn't doubt him. A man as proud as Magneto would never stoop to lying. Even though he hadn't learned Apocalypse's current whereabouts, Shenmue wasn't anxious. Since Apocalypse had already begun gathering his 4 horsemen, it meant the day he would make his move was drawing near. I'll trust you this once, but since you dared to attack me, shouldn't I just kill you right here and now? Shenmue looked at Magneto, whose throat he still gripped tightly, and spoke with a threatening edge. The moment Magneto heard this, he felt his fate was sealed, that his life was about to end. Judging by Shenmue's words, he wasn't interested in punishing him for the deaths of so many people. It made sense. Shenmue was a dragon, not a human, so the lives and deaths of humans held little meaning for him. But the pride of the strong could not be violated, even if he had only acted to stop Shenmue's plans. And from the look Shenmue had given Apocalypse, there seemed to be some old grudge between them, while Magneto himself had just become entangled with Apocalypse. With both factors combined, Magneto could not see any chance of escaping from this situation alive. If you have any last words, now is the time to say them. You won't get another chance. Seeing the despair on Magneto's face, Shenmue decided to frighten him a little more. In truth, Shenmue had no real intention of killing Magneto. After all, he was a rare talent. Especially now, after Apocalypse's training, Magneto seemed to be finally awakening to the full extent of his power. As for Magneto turning on him, that was within Shenmue's expectations. After all, who would sit down for peaceful negotiations when someone suddenly barges in to disrupt their grand plan? So, all these harsh words were just to see how this man would react when staring death in the face. In my final moments, may I at least say goodbye to Charles and Raven? Having resigned himself to death, Magneto's only wish before dying was to bid farewell to his old friends. Since you're about to die, I'll grant you that much. With that, Shenmue reached out toward Professor X and Mystique. In an instant, his psychic power formed a giant hand, snatching them over. Charles, is he planning to kill us all together? Suspended helplessly in the air, Raven's voice trembled with fear as she called out to Charles. Raven, don't worry. That's Shun. He doesn't really bear ill will toward mutants. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped us last time. Professor X had already confirmed Shenmue's identity. Though he was surprised to see Shenmue in human form, he wasn't too concerned for their safety. The only thing that truly troubled him was seeing Magneto in Shenmue's grasp. He genuinely did not want to witness the death of this old friend. So, in his heart, he was already thinking of how to plead with Shenmue for Magneto's life. What? Which dragon is he? Raven's face was clearly filled with disbelief as she heard Professor X's words. Shun, it's only been a few days, and you've already changed your look. I almost didn't recognize you. As soon as he flew over, Professor X greeted Shenmue with a warm welcome. Well, look at you. Back in your wheelchair again. Seems Eric was right. Your powers really have returned. Now, Eric has some final words he wants to share with you all. Treasure this last chance. Hearing Shenmue's words, Professor X was momentarily stunned. From Shenmue's tone, it sounded as if he intended to kill Magneto. Charles, I never thought we'd say our last goodbye like this. I must look pretty miserable, don't I? Magneto, still held by the hand gripping his throat, managed a bitter smile as he spoke to his old friend. Charles, after I'm gone, I hope you'll truly take up the mantle of leading the mutants. Stop trying to run from it. The future of mutant kind needs you. You're the one who can't be replaced. Perhaps your dream of peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans is the right path. For that ideal, I hope you'll keep going. If you ever see that dream fulfilled, come to my grave and let me know. Even if I'm in hell, I'll be able to rest easy. Magneto had never hoped for heaven, not after all the crimes he'd committed. Raven, I'm sorry for everything I did to you. From now on, stay close to Charles. And all of you, beware of an ancient mutant who calls himself Apocalypse. He's a ghost left over from the old world. His power goes beyond anything we've ever known, and his beliefs are even more extreme than mine. His goal is to destroy this world and build a new one from its ruins. When that time comes, only those he chooses will survive. Everything else will be wiped away. Magneto shared news of Apocalypse with Charles and the others, hoping to warn them of the coming danger. But Shenmue only smiled with quiet disdain when he heard this. To Magneto and the others, Apocalypse was indeed a terrifying force. But in the eyes of Shenmue, and a few others still hiding in the shadows, he was nothing more than a petty clown. The only reason Apocalypse once ran rampant on Earth was because the truly powerful never bothered to intervene. To them, it made no difference who ruled this world. Now, if Apocalypse truly intended to destroy the world, many would no longer stand by and watch. First among them would be the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj, followed by the gods of Asgard, and finally, Shenmue himself. Well, I've said my piece. Kill me now. At this moment, Magneto had already come to terms with his own death. He could face it with calm acceptance. Shun, I beg you, please spare Eric. Yes, he's made grave mistakes, but everything he did was for the sake of mutants. The reason he sought revenge against these people is because so many of our mutant brothers and sisters died at their hands, subjected to cruel dissection and experiments. Can you let Eric go this one time? I promise he'll never do anything like this again. Hearing his old friend utter what sounded like final words, Charles simply couldn't hold back any longer. He pleaded with Shenmue for mercy. It was true that Magneto had gone too far this time, but Charles just couldn't stand by and watch his closest friend die before his eyes. Mystique, meanwhile, didn't dare say a single word. After all, she had no real connection to Shunmu and had never even spoken to him. Charles, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not planning to kill him because he slaughtered people who meant nothing to me. No, it's because he attacked me and failed. That's why he has to face the consequences. Shunmu's words sent a chill straight to Charles's heart. Shun, I'm begging you, spare Eric. I'll do anything you ask. Seeing Shunmu reach out, performing that all-too-familiar gesture to open a portal, with golden light already shimmering before him, Charles blurted out his plea on instinct. Oh, you're saying you'd really do anything to save his life? Shunmu regarded Professor X with a sly, almost mocking smile. Yes, anything. Charles felt a shiver run down his spine at the look on Shunmu's face, but there was no turning back now. He forced himself to speak with resolve. What a moving display of friendship. Eric, hearing your old friend say such things for your sake, doesn't it move you at all? Shunmu turned to Magneto, whose expression was anything but natural. Charles, do you know what you're saying? I don't need you to save me. I'm not afraid of death. Let our mutant brothers and sisters well. Don't act like a coward. Raven, take Charles and get out of here now. Though touched, Magneto didn't want his friend to bear a burden he shouldn't have to. He shouted for Charles to leave. Oh, are you truly unafraid of death? As he spoke, Shunmu's grip tightened just slightly. Even with the magnetic field enveloping his body, Magneto felt the crushing pressure. His face twisted in pain. Shun, name your terms. As long as it's within my power, I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Charles saw the look of agony on Magneto's face and immediately spoke up in a flustered tone. Is that so? What if I asked you to alter the will of every person on Earth, to make them submit to me? Would you agree to that? With a wicked smile, Shunmu uttered the condition that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Charles's expression changed drastically on the spot, and through the only remaining camera broadcasting live, people watching on their televisions heard this demand and could not help but feel a surge of terror. A deep sense of hostility toward this mutant, Shunmu, welled up inside them. Yet even more terrifying to them was Charles, sitting quietly in his wheelchair, a man whose crippled legs belied a power capable of overturning the world. In an underground fighting arena shrouded in dim light, two long-separated brothers were locked in a deadly struggle inside a steel cage. A wolf and a tiger. Though both possessed rapid healing abilities, the wolf was no match for the tiger's ferocity and was steadily beaten back. Jimmy, after all these years, how have you gotten so weak? Sabretooth sent Wolverine, who had yet to develop his adamantium claws, flying into the electrified cage with a savage kick, grinning menacingly as he did. The electrified steel mesh delivered a jolt that sent a shudder through the struggling Wolverine. Victor, I'm going to kill you. In a fit of rage, Logan unsheathed his bone claws and charged at his brother, just as he once had at their own father. But Sabretooth was no ordinary gardener. He dodged with ease, countered with a powerful punch that knocked Logan to the ground, then stomped down and snapped his brother's bone claws. The agony of broken bones tore a howl from Logan's throat, which only served to ignite the crowd's excitement even further. In Saban Apocalypse watched from above. With a twist of his eyes, every spectator around the arena instantly collapsed, unconscious. This sudden turn of events stunned both Victor and Logan. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, Apocalypse reduced the electrified cage to dust, letting it drift away on the air. You are to become my third horseman, Apocalypse declared to Victor, who stood atop the platform. He was answered only with a low, threatening growl from Sabretooth. But a single look from Apocalypse sent Sabretooth trembling to his knees, his whole body beginning to stretch as dense, tawny fur, sharp as steel needles, sprouted across his skin. Within moments, Sabretooth was no longer a man, but a beast towering 3 meters tall. The next instant, he shifted back to human form, staring at his own hands in utter disbelief. He could sense that his power had more than doubled, and in his transformed state as a giant tiger, his strength increased yet again. Sabretooth's mind was closer to that of a beast, worshipping strength above all. Now, having felt the overwhelming force emanating from Apocalypse, he immediately pledged his loyalty. Without sparing even a glance at the battered Logan, Apocalypse strode away as if nothing had happened, with Sabretooth following his example. But just as he was about to leave, Apocalypse's eyes caught, quite by accident, a small television in the corner. In an instant, he was transfixed by the images flickering on the screen. The broadcast was showing Magneto being utterly overpowered by Shunmu with effortless ease. Witnessing that scene, Apocalypse's wariness of Shunmu deepened even further. And then, when he heard the words Shunmu spoke to Professor X, his focus shifted immediately to Charles. This is the power I've been searching for all along. You are mine. After closing his eyes to absorb a fresh wave of information, Apocalypse reopened them, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he spoke. At this moment, fate's trajectory bent once more toward that inevitable turning point. Yet the beginning was different, and so too would be the outcome. Pierce, with the unanimous consent of the Security Council, launched the missiles at Washington immediately. We must wipe out every last one of them there. Meanwhile, at Homeland Security Headquarters, Alexander Pierce received the then, without so much as a glance at the fallen Logan, Apocalypse turned to leave, with Sabretooth following his example. But just as he was about to go, Apocalypse's eyes were inadvertently drawn to a small television tucked away in the corner. Instantly, he was captivated by what he saw on screen. The broadcast was showing Magneto being effortlessly crushed by Shenmue. Witnessing this scene, Apocalypse's wariness toward Shenmue deepened even further. And when he overheard Shenmue's words to Professor X, his attention immediately shifted to Charles. This is the power I've been searching for all along. You are mine now. After closing his eyes and taking a moment to process the information anew, Apocalypse opened them again, a chilling smile curling across his face as he spoke. At this moment, the trajectory of fate took a sharp turn, once again circling back to that pivotal point. Yet, the beginning was different, and so, inevitably, would be the end. Pierce, with the unanimous approval of all Security Council members, launched missiles at Washington immediately. Wipe out every last one of them. Inside the Strategic Homeland Bureau, Alexander Pierce received the order from the Security Council. Chairman, there are still many civilians and diplomatic representatives from various countries at the scene. If we launch missiles, their lives will be at risk. Though, in his heart, Pierce was eager to give the order, he now played the leader of an international organization sworn to maintain world peace. He couldn't just agree without question. Pierce, after all that's happened, can't you see the threat they pose? These damned superhumans stand above governments, and soon enough, they'll seek to rule the whole world. We cannot allow these people to exist any longer. They must be eliminated utterly. That metal-controlling mutant is already contained. This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. The war began the moment that man declared it on us. For our future, do it now. To achieve final victory, some sacrifices are inevitable. They are heroes, forever remembered in our hearts. The council members spoke with grand conviction. After all, it wasn't their lives at stake. As long as they could rid themselves of their enemies, any cost was justifiable. Yes, Chairman. I'll give the order for the fighter jets to launch immediately. Compared to Nick Fury, Pierce, ever the Hydra, relished chaos and disorder. He knew full well that firing these missiles might spell the end of his political career. But that didn't matter to him, not in the least. He'd long since planned his retirement, even chosen a successor. Let the great pyrotechnics about to bloom over Washington serve as his final send-off. Shun, given your actions not long ago, I know you're not really that kind of person. By now, Charles had come to his senses. With a wry smile, he spoke to Shenmue. All right, you got it right. My real condition isn't that one. If you want to spare Eric, it's actually very simple. Just put on women's clothing for me. At that moment, everyone standing in front of the television was stunned. They wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. Charles, sitting in his wheelchair, was utterly baffled, as was Mystique beside him. No one could have imagined that the condition for Eric's life would be something so mischievous. Shun, are you serious? You're really just asking me to wear women's clothes once. After a long pause, Charles, still in disbelief, asked Shenmue to confirm what it would take to spare Magneto. Of course. I have no reason to lie to you. What's wrong? Are you finding once isn't enough? Want to do it a few more times? If that's what you want, I suppose I can indulge you. A peculiar smile crept onto Shenmue's face as he spoke. No. Once is enough. I'll do it. Right away, as long as you let Eric go. With that, Professor X immediately asked Raven to help him find something to wear. At the same time, he released his psychic hold over Psylocke. Freed from Charles's mental control, Psylocke spun on her heel and made a swift escape. Seeing this, Shenmue didn't bother to give chase. A little Psylocke held no value for him at all. At this point, Shenmue let go of Magneto for the time being. However, Eric made no move to resist again. Instead, he waited in silence. Inside, he felt a twinge of shame that his friend had to do such a thing to save him. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity about how Charles would look in women's clothes. So, Magneto was torn by conflicting emotions. Just then, the recently rescued Howard couple approached Shenmue, with their butler Jarvis in tow. Though it was clear at a glance that Shenmue didn't look like any ordinary human, the Starks knew they owed their lives to him. Out of gratitude, Howard stepped forward to greet him. Awachdak. Shenmue spoke his name without hesitation. After all, Their appearances were almost identical to their movie counterparts. That was also why Shenmue wanted Professor X to dress in women's clothes. Back in his own world, the professor was famous for his refined looks. You know me, sir? Howard was familiar with many secrets in this world, but he had never heard of someone as powerful and distinctive as Shenmue. Now, hearing his name from Shenmue's lips, Howard felt not delight, but a chill creeping down his spine. Being remembered by an existence so powerful that it surpasses one's very understanding is hardly something to be happy about. I'm not particularly familiar with you, but I do know your son rather well. After all, he would become the renowned Iron Man of the future. In his previous life, Shenmue's first encounter with the Marvel world was thanks to the Iron Man movie. Tony? He's just a 3-year-old child. Howard was utterly confused by Shenmue's words. He will grow up to be a great man. Shenmue recalled that final snap from his past life. It was meant to give the hero an ending, but he had always felt the plot was far too forced. If your words prove true, sir, perhaps you could visit Stark Industries and meet Tony sometime. I'm sure he would be thrilled to see you. May I ask your name, sir? Though Howard didn't quite understand the reasoning, he was pleased to hear praise for his son and thus extended the invitation to Shenmue. My name is Shenmue, and I come from Vanaheim. Shenmue hid nothing and spoke plainly. Vanaheim? You mean the realm from Norse mythology? Are you one of the legendary Vanir gods? With his vast knowledge, Howard quickly made the connection upon hearing the name. And so, he began to speculate about Shenmue's true identity. Though calling myself a god feels rather cliched, you're not wrong. From your perspective, I can achieve what gods can, and even things many gods cannot. Yet, I am not of the Vanir. On Earth, the title of god might be commonplace, but it still carries with it a certain reverence for the unknown. Stark, do you know where the Cosmic Cube is now? Abruptly, Shenmue posed a question that left Howard utterly stunned. Mr. Shun, you know about the Cosmic Cube? At this, Howard found Shenmue even more mysterious. He seemed to know even the military's deepest secrets. Of course. In fact, I may know far more than you can imagine. The Cosmic Cube is merely the name you've given it, but it has its own true name. And the cube isn't even its real form. You have no idea what its true purpose is. After acquiring the Cosmic Cube, Hydra had merely used it as a power source, developing weapons from its energy. Mr. Shun, the whereabouts of the cube are classified. I cannot reveal them to outsiders. Though deeply intrigued by Shenmue's words, Howard refused to disclose the cube's location. In that case, do you happen to know a man named Howard Potts? The moment he heard that familiar name, Howard's expression changed dramatically. He suspected that this man was the one who had stolen the Pym particles, and was also the true culprit behind the misunderstanding between him and Hank Pym. Mr. Shun, do you know his whereabouts? Could you tell me where he is? Howard immediately asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Of course I know where he is. But why should I tell you? His identity is actually quite fascinating, and, as it happens, closely connected to you. Shenmue dangled the information before Howard, tempting him with the promise of secrets. Mr. Shun, I can tell you the location of the Cosmic Cube in exchange for his whereabouts. How does that sound as a deal? That's not much of an offer. Suddenly, I find I'm not interested in the location of the Cosmic Cube anymore. Or maybe I've already guessed where it is. To be honest, I'd much rather watch the look of utter confusion on your face than know where the cube is. Shenmue deliberately dropped the name to confirm that this world was not just another parallel universe, but truly Marvel Universe 199999. Seeing Shenmue's attitude, Howard didn't press for an answer. After all, Shenmue had just forced Professor Charles to wear women's clothing. If nothing else, that was a clear sign of his mischievous and unpredictable nature. Clearly, Shenmue really did know the inside story, but wasn't telling simply to amuse himself at Howard's expense. Just then, Shenmue suddenly sensed a faint trace of danger. It was minimal, almost negligible, hardly a real threat to him. The next moment, following that feeling, he looked up and saw 2 nuclear missiles streaking toward them. Politicians truly are ruthless, aren't they? If these little things go off, I doubt anything here will survive. Hearing Shenmue mutter to himself, Howard and the others immediately tensed up. Mr. Shun, may I ask what's happening? Oh, it's nothing serious. Someone just launched 2 nuclear missiles at us. That's all. Nothing we can't handle. Howard felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected those politicians to be so utterly deranged as to risk the lives of everyone here. Relax. With Magneto here, even 100 more missiles would be nothing to worry about. Isn't that right? With a grin, Shenmue placed his hand on Magneto's shoulder. At this, Magneto's anger flared. Being beaten by Shenmue was one thing, but for these fools to try using nuclear missiles against him was an affront. All right, Magneto, why don't you toss those little toys into space? I know you're more than capable. Truth be told, Magneto would have liked nothing more than to hurl those two missiles right back at Shenmue's face. But remembering Shenmue's terrifying power, he suppressed that impulse. He soared into the sky, stretched out his hand toward the incoming missiles, and in an instant their trajectory changed, shooting straight upward into the vastness of space. Meanwhile, Shenmue also soared into the sky, unleashing two terrifying beams of heat vision toward the incoming missiles. News of the nuclear strike spread across America through live television broadcasts, sparking widespread panic and fear among the populace. Only then did people realize that, as frightening as mutants were, the damage they caused paled in comparison to the devastation a single order from certain politicians could unleash. After all, those two nuclear warheads were true instruments of annihilation. Who could possibly survive within the blast radius of such explosions? Moreover, the individuals who gave the order to launch those missiles were the ones to truly fear, for within the area slated for destruction, hundreds of thousands of ordinary people lived. Yet these decision-makers showed not the slightest concern for those lives. Compared to mutants, they were the real butchers, the executioners. Damn it, who gave the order to fire nuclear missiles here? I want them brought before a military tribunal. At this moment, the President of the United States, hidden deep within a fortified underground bunker, roared in furious outrage. Although he trusted the bunker could withstand the force of a nuclear blast, as president, he had nearly been bombed on his own soil by his own nation's weapon. This level of danger far exceeded anything posed by the mutants. Sadly, the order to launch the nukes had come from the Director of Homeland Defense, acting on the collective decision of the entire Security Council. This was an international organization. Though America worked closely with it, the nation did not hold the reins of control. So, even after uncovering the truth, the president found himself utterly powerless. After all, the United States held a seat on the council, and the decision had passed with its approval. But let's put aside the president's indignation for the moment. Back to Shenmue's swift retaliation. A pair of terrifying beams of heat vision tore through the sky, brimming with a dread-inspiring, almost divine energy, and shot straight toward a specific location. Warning, warning, high-energy reaction rapidly approaching the base. Unknown energy interference detected, unable to assess energy levels. Immediate evacuation required. At that very moment, the shrill wail of alarms pierced through the Homeland Defense Bureau, plunging everyone inside into chaos. Find out where the energy is coming from. No. Scramble the jets at once to intercept. Pierce, too, was seized by panic. For this time, the energy's target was not New Mexico, but his own headquarters. Yet before his order to deploy interceptors could even be carried out, Shenmue's searing, sun-like heat vision had already arrived. Nothing could stand in its way. Everything in its path was charred black, the searing temperatures melting anything they touched. In the blink of an eye, the entire Homeland Defense Bureau was cleaved into three, with many agents vaporized on the spot, leaving not a single bone behind. By a remarkable stroke of coincidence, Shenmue's intense gaze landed directly on the container holding the space stone. The special alloy safe designed to protect it lasted barely 2 seconds before it was violently torn open. Then, all the searing energy of the heat vision poured onto the outer shell of the space stone. In an instant, the blue cube of energy shattered, revealing the true form of the jewel within. At that very moment, the awakened gem began to unleash its power. A radiant blue beam shot up from the ground, piercing the sky. A portal, a wormhole to an unknown realm, opened before their eyes. Piers, one of the lucky few to survive, stared dumbstruck at the spectacle unfolding right in front of him. Is this the true form of the cosmic cube? Have we been pursuing the wrong direction in our research all along? Piers gazed at the dazzling blue pillar of light, utterly mesmerized, and, as if drawn by a spell, reached out to touch it. The instant his hand brushed the brilliant beam, he was swept away by a surge of spatial energy and vanished. The remaining Hydra agents, who had also managed to survive, stared in terror at the spot where their leader had just disappeared. They glanced at the devastated remains of the base, and for a moment stood rooted to the spot, at a complete loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shenmue had been waiting eagerly to see Charles in women's clothes. But the powerful spatial disturbance that surged in from the distance instantly caught his attention. Without a second thought, his figure flickered, and, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood. In less than the span of 2 breaths, Shenmue appeared before the space stone. He could feel the relentless energy flooding outward from the gem, and, reaching out, he prepared to seize it with his telekinesis. Yet the intense spatial turbulence twisted and distorted his psychic power, making it impossible for him to grasp the stone. At that moment, A portal opened at Shunmu's side, and the Ancient One stepped through. What's this? Ancient One, are you interested in the Space Stone as well? Of course, Shunmu knew that, apart from the Eye of Agamotto inherited from the first Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One had little interest in the other Infinity Stones. After all, with her abilities, if she truly wanted it, the Space Stone would have vanished without a trace long ago. There'd be no chance for a ragtag bunch like Hydra to meddle with it for so many years. Shun, the sudden surge from the Space Stone has already momentarily breached the magical barrier the Sanctum Sanctorum set beyond Earth. It's bound to draw the attention of certain dimensional demons very soon. We must calm the stone's energy at once. The Ancient One was still the same as ever, her only concern remaining the legacy and mission of the Sorcerer Supreme, to safeguard the Earth. She crossed her hands before her chest, weaving an intricate spell, and the Eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck opened, emitting a vibrant green light. In the next moment, a glowing emerald magic circle appeared in her hands. With a gentle twist of her right hand, now wreathed in the magic circle, she aimed directly at the Time Stone. Instantly, all the energy contained within the stone recoiled, retreating back inside as if nothing had ever happened. Yet the ruined headquarters of the Homeland Defense Bureau and the vanished Alexander Pierce made it clear none of this was an illusion. Hovering before him was the stone, radiating a soft, blue glow. Shunmu reached out and held it between his thumb and forefinger. A strange force began to creep up his arm, biting into his flesh, but for Shunmu, that pain was easy enough to ignore. The Infinity Stones were forged from the 6 singularities that held boundless energy before the birth of the universe. They were, in every sense, cosmic treasures. Even a single stone could bestow immense power upon its wielder. And if one were to gather all 6 within this universe, they would possess the godlike power of creation itself. Yet, wielding all 6 required a truly extraordinary being. In the future, even the Hulk destroyed his own arm with a single snap, and despite his monstrous healing abilities, it took years for him to recover. Thanos, however, managed to wield the stones twice, thanks only to the dwarves' masterwork, the Infinity Gauntlet. He first wiped out half of all life, then later destroyed the stones themselves. But after those 2 snaps, Thanos was left a broken shell, and the Avengers swiftly ended him. As he examined the blue gem, barely larger than a fingertip, Shunmu couldn't help but marvel at the universe's wonders. How incredible that just 6 tiny stones, when brought together, could reshape the entire cosmos. Ding! Major event, redemption of the Infinity Stones has been activated. Treasure chest is charging. Suddenly, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, snapping Shunmu to attention. Redemption of the Infinity Stones. He immediately understood what this major event was about. In the original course of history, the 6 Infinity Stones were destroyed by Thanos, who wanted to prevent anyone from undoing his plan for the universe. The only way to keep his plan intact was to destroy the tools that could reverse it. The 6 stones, each holding infinite energy. But fate intervened. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, returned from the quantum realm, revealing the possibility of time travel. In the end, they borrowed the stones from the past and succeeded in turning everything around. However, on the main timeline, the Infinity Stones have already been destroyed. So, this time, the redemption of the stones must be about saving them from their doomed fate. Shunmu believed he had already grasped the true significance of this major event. Something doesn't seem quite right. The Space Stone is in my hands now. I don't believe Thanos will ever have the chance to take it from me in the future, let alone use its power to destroy the stones. By all logic, this redemption event should be complete right here and now. So why is there not the slightest response? Something's off, seriously off. Shunmu stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought as he considered all possible scenarios. The Ancient One, watching from the side, noticed the series of subtle changes on Shunmu's face after he obtained the stone, and felt somewhat puzzled. Shun, is there something wrong with the Space Stone? The Ancient One finally voiced her confusion. No, nothing's wrong. I'm just amazed that such a small gem could hold such immense power. Shunmu brushed off her question with a casual remark. The Ancient One was shrewd. With just one look at Shunmu's expression, she could tell he wasn't telling the whole truth. Still, she chose not to press further. Shun, are you sure you don't want to become the Sorcerer Supreme? If you take up the mantle, the Eye of Agamotto will one day be yours as well. Sensing Shunmu's unusual attitude toward the Infinity Stones, the Ancient One tried once more to tempt him. Hearing this, Shunmu was tempted to play along and pretend to agree. But he also knew that with the Ancient One's shrewd, seasoned mind, she would see through any pretense in an instant. I'll pass on being Sorcerer Supreme, but if you're willing to hand over the Time Stone, I could help you deal with those who dare to cross the line. Shenmue made a direct offer to the Ancient One. No, being a guardian is about more than just defeating invaders from other dimensions. The Ancient One shook her head, refusing Shenmue's proposition. All right then, but I have found a promising disciple for you. I'll bring her to Kamartaj in a few days. With that, Shenmue gave the Ancient One no chance to refuse. He vanished in an instant. What a mess this has become. The Ancient One let out a long sigh, her face a mixture of delight and worry as she departed. Somewhere in the universe, in the dark expanse, known as the Dark Quadrant, a towering figure clad in golden armor returned from a fresh massacre, with a small girl with green skin following at his side. Most exalted Lord Thanos, your loyal servant welcomes you home. Serving as the chief steward, Ebony Maw immediately stepped forward upon seeing the returning figure. He knelt on one knee, offering his utmost respect. This was the Lord of the Dark Quadrant, the last Titan, and the director of the Galactic Birth Control Committee, Thanos. Ebony Maw, from this day forward, this is my daughter. Her name is Gamora, Thanos declared. You will be responsible for teaching her all that she needs to learn. Thanos took Gamora by the hand, ready to entrust her to Ebony Maw. When he wiped out the population of Zeabarii, it was this little girl, left bewildered and alone after losing her people, who caught his eye. By all rights, Thanos should have felt nothing for her. Yet, the universe is nothing if not capricious. The cold and ruthless tyrant of the cosmos felt a rare spark of compassion for this small child, bringing her back to the Dark Quadrant under his rule, and even adopting her as his own daughter. At this moment, young Gamora, wide-eyed and timid, glanced nervously at her unfamiliar surroundings. Frightened, she clung tightly to one of Thanos' fingers. Yes, my esteemed master, Ebony Maw replied. I will ensure that Lady Gamora becomes an exceptional warrior. With a graceful motion of his hand, Ebony Maw summoned Gamora, and she drifted toward him, powerless to resist. This was the manifestation of his telekinetic abilities. Lord Thanos, one of the Infinity Stones you seek has already appeared on Earth. Should we retrieve it? He inquired. The recent surge from the Space Stone had certainly attracted attention across the universe. Not yet, Thanos replied. That tiny planet is protected by a group of sorcerers, a formidable obstacle. Moreover, the old king of Asgard has yet to pass. Though he seems withered by age, this is when he is at the height of his power. Thanos considered himself a match for either of those two, certain that neither could defeat him in single combat. But they shared a common goal, to protect Earth. Thus, Thanos foresaw that any bold invasion on his part would be met by a united front, the sorcerers and the forces of Asgard standing together. There is no need to rush the matter of the stones. Begin searching for the next habitable planet immediately. I have long awaited Destiny's call. Thanos slowly settled back onto his throne. My lord, the next target has already been selected for you, Ebony Maw announced. With that, he unfolded a stellar map, marking the planets that harbored life. This would be the next destination for the Blade. Corvus Glaive, you and Proxima Midnight will lead the vanguard and carry out my will. Thanos had no interest in a planet with such a low level of civilization. He simply sent his top generals to randomly slaughter the life forms on that world. Yes, Lord Thanos. Upon receiving the order, the two immediately set out with their fleet. They were lovers and generally acted together. Are you Leader Schmidt? Meanwhile, Alexander Pierce, who had been teleported away, now gazed with fanatical fervor at the figure before him, a red skull-faced man, draped in a black cloak, whose visage looked as though it had been stripped of all skin. Schmidt, I can't remember how long it's been since anyone called me by that name. But now, I am nothing more than the guardian of the Soul Stone. The Infinity Stones possess a fragment of self-awareness. The Space Stone had transported Red Skull to Vormir, binding him to the Soul Stone as its guardian, and also its guide, tasked with imparting the stone's harsh conditions to any who sought it. When Pierce heard the former Hydra leader speak this way, he felt a tinge of regret mingled with relief. After all, having wielded power for so many years, no one would welcome another emerging figure who might threaten their position. Leader Schmidt, what exactly is the Soul Stone? As a native of Earth, it was only natural that Pierce knew nothing of such cosmic secrets. The Soul Stone, like the Cosmic Cube, is a universal artifact containing infinite energy. In fact, Cosmic Cube is merely what we called it. The true name is the Space Stone. There are 6 such stones in all, each formed from the essence of 6 singularities brimming with infinite power at the dawn of the universe. Every stone possesses the power to destroy worlds, and the one I guard is the most unique of them all, the Soul Stone. Decades of solitude had left Red Skull eager to share some cosmic mysteries with this younger visitor who could finally converse with him. At these words, Pierce felt his heart pounding ever more violently in his chest. He hadn't realized that, all this time, he'd held such a powerful weapon in his hands. And now, before him, there was another artifact of equal might. Pierce couldn't deny. He was tempted. Leader Schmidt, this kind of power is exactly what Hydra needs. I believe that with the power of the stones, Hydra could truly rule the world. Pierce began invoking the grand blueprint once drawn by Red Skull, hoping to stir something in that long silent heart. To obtain the Soul Stone, you must sacrifice the one you love most to the stone. Red Skull did not conceal the truth, and met Pierce's gaze head-on as he revealed the condition required to claim the Soul Stone. This was his duty as the guide. Upon hearing this, Pierce's brow furrowed deeply. Then, is there any other way to obtain the gemstone? Pierce pressed on, unwilling to give up so easily. Red Skull slowly shook his head. Leader, do you know how to leave this place? An unknown powerful enemy attacked our Hydra headquarters, triggering the energy of the cosmic cube. I was transported here by that force. Pierce turned to his old predecessor, seeking guidance on how to escape from Vormir. Follow me. Though Red Skull had become the guardian of the Soul Stone, he had not lost his own consciousness. For decades, day and night, he had watched the gemstone he so coveted dangle before his eyes, forever just out of reach. That agony had deeply tormented him. Now, with the arrival of this successor, he glimpsed a hope of release. Better to be freed from this half-life, half-death existence, even if it meant true death, than to remain trapped forever. Pierce didn't fully trust Red Skull's words, but as he glanced around at the bleak, desolate surroundings, he realized he had no other choice but to follow this old leader up toward the mountain peak. From behind, Pierce noticed that Red Skull no longer seemed human at all. His cloak was not woven from any earthly fabric, but appeared instead to be spun from souls themselves. As it billowed, wisps of dark mist took the shape of wailing spirits. Suppressing his fear, Pierce could only hope that, out of respect for their shared legacy, this old Hydra leader might show some mercy to his inheritor. When they reached the summit, Pierce beheld a mysterious marvel, a narrow crack of sky between the rocks, with shattered runes scattered all around, like nothing he had ever seen. If you wish to leave this place, you need only pass through the Gate of Souls ahead. You will return to where you came from. But, as the price, when you die, your soul will return here and become a slave to the stone. Red Skull extended a finger, pointing toward the doorway that seemed to hang in the air before them. Hearing that the cost of returning was his soul after death, Pierce found himself more inclined to believe Red Skull's words. To him, nothing in this world came without a price, a principle he had always lived by. Compared to dying here, the thought of becoming a slave after death did not frighten him. He had always weighed the balance between life and death with clear-eyed pragmatism. Leader Schmidt, come back with me. Hydra needs you. Still, despite everything, Pierce wasn't quite ready to accept the terms at face value. He tried once more, probing Red Skull for a different answer. Pierce, Hydra is already in my past. Cut off my head, and a new one, like yours, will always grow in its place. Hail, Hydra! But now, I am the guardian of the Soul Stone. As long as the stone endures, I too shall endure, eternal and unbroken. Do you understand? Red Skull was well aware of the little schemes running through his junior's mind. He felt nothing but disdain, though none of it showed on his face. So Red Skull painted his own situation in the most enticing light, with the sole purpose of lulling Pierce into complete trust. Sure enough, as Pierce listened to Red Skull's words, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, just for an instant. So, that's it. The temptation of immortality? Pierce was convinced he had seen through Red Skull's true intentions. After all, ever since Hydra had been repeatedly thwarted by a single man injected with the super soldier serum, they had been tirelessly researching their own genetic enhancements. Their strategic goal was to create stronger warriors, of course, but the extension of life was just as crucial. After all, Hydra's ambitions were vast, so vast that, in a world changing ever more rapidly, they would need all the time they could possibly grasp. From the super soldier serum, they had already managed to concoct a crude imitation, the infinite serum. It granted the human body a measure of enhancement, but more importantly, it could dramatically extend the user's life. Now, hearing that this old predecessor had already stepped onto the path of immortality, Pierce naturally assumed the man had willingly embraced his current fate. Leader Schmidt, thank you for your guidance. Hail, Hydra! At this, Pierce offered Red Skull the highest salute, expressing his gratitude. Red Skull, eager for Pierce to leave, urged him on. For every second Pierce crossed that threshold, Red Skull came a second closer to his own release. After finishing his salute, Pierce strode directly toward the Gate of Souls. But when both feet finally crossed that threshold, nothing happened, none of what he had imagined. He simply stood there, dumbfounded. Before he could demand an explanation, Red Skull suddenly dropped to his knees. The cloak he wore unraveled into countless swirling spirits, dancing and flickering through the air. In no time at all, those spirits found a new target and shot straight toward Pierce. Moments later, a new guardian of the stone was born. Red Skull felt the long-lost sensation of freedom flooding back into him. The suffocating shackles were gone. In fact, thanks to the stone's influence, he could sense strange new abilities awakening within himself. My successor, I will find a way to return to Earth and continue Hydra's unfinished grand designs. As for you, resign yourself to your post and remain here until the end of time. The Red Skull ignored the furious glare from Pierce and spoke with ease, then transformed into a ghostly wraith and drifted down from the mountaintop. This was the special ability he had gained. He could turn himself into a spirit, even possess any living being as if seizing their body. I curse you. May your soul burn in the fires of hell for all eternity after you die. Watching the Red Skull depart, Pierce uttered his curse, his voice brimming with grief and anger. When the farce finally came to an end, Shunmu used his magic to capture a clear recording of the cross-dressing professor, and, true to his word, let Magneto go free. However, before leaving, Shunmu turned to Magneto and said, "You should really study modern physics. Your potential is far greater than this. You're just using it in a crude, instinctual way. I hope next time we meet, you'll surprise me." The difference between Magneto, who could control magnetic fields, and Iron King, who could only manipulate metal, was like night and day. The latter was little more than a stronger ant, while the former had the potential to become a cosmic powerhouse. With that, Shunmu stepped into a portal and vanished. Magneto stood there, lost in deep thought, genuinely moved by Shunmu's words. During that brief battle earlier, he had, as if guided by inspiration, achieved feats with his power that he'd never dared imagine before. All his life, he believed his gift was merely to control metal. Yet, it seemed that under Apocalypse's guidance, his true mutant power had awakened at last. Thinking of that name made Magneto's heart skip a beat. That even more extreme ancestor of the mutants was still out there, searching for his knights. When the time came, he would stir up a storm even greater than the one Magneto had caused. "Eric, come back with us," said the professor, still dressed in a bright red gown, addressing his old friend. Magneto's gaze toward Professor X was complicated. They had once been the best of friends, but parted ways because their beliefs were so different. Though Magneto was angry at Xavier's cowardice, he couldn't deny that, in his darkest hour, his friend had stood by him and chosen to save him. "If you want to leave, now's the time. It won't be so easy to get away in a minute," Magneto warned, knowing they'd drawn too much attention this time. Soon, this place would be completely surrounded. Though Magneto felt no fear, he wanted to consider his old friend's safety. "I've already called Hank to come pick us up." Hearing the tone in Magneto's voice, Professor X felt a surge of joy. He knew this time he could finally bring his friend home. So, the three of them didn't linger any longer and immediately set off in the direction they had planned. However, before leaving, Charles cast his gaze toward a certain spot beneath the ground, his psychic power unfurling silently. What was meant to be a grand rally to declare war on mutants, with the Sentinels on display as a show of force, had now become nothing more than a farce. The brilliant scientist Bolivar, who was so highly anticipated, was gunned down before he even had a chance to make his mark. Ironically, it was the very Sentinel robot he designed that became the instrument of his demise. Hidden away in his underground bunker, the president was already beginning to regret having listened to Bolivar's temptations. Over the years, while there had been conflicts between mutants and humans behind closed doors, overall the situation had always leaned toward peaceful coexistence. Yet the president had tried to break that balance with brute force, aiming to wipe out the mutants and nearly plunging humanity into the most terrifying crisis of extinction in its history. Without even realizing it, the president's own thoughts were slowly shifting toward peace, subtly guided by an invisible psychic influence. This was because, after witnessing these astonishing events, Professor X was no longer as innocent as he once was. He knew now just how much his powers could contribute to the great cause of fostering harmony between humans and mutants. Though his pursuit of peaceful coexistence would not waver, he was no longer willing to show mercy to anyone who dared threaten his vision of peace. With the Space Stone in hand, Shunmu returned once again to Jean Grey's home. But now, both Mr. and Mrs. Grey wore deep expressions of fear. Little Jean, however, gazed at Shunmu with sparkling eyes, showing not a trace of fear. "I want to learn magic from you," she declared. The scene of Shunmu opening a portal had left the young phoenix absolutely envious. She thought to herself, if only she could master that circle-drawing magic, she could go wherever she pleased. "Jean, don't be ridiculous," John chided his daughter in a low voice. "Mr. Shun, All I want is for my daughter to live a safe and peaceful life. I don't want her drawn into those terrifying events, he said earnestly. I hope you can understand a father's concern. After witnessing that harrowing battle between mutants, he was determined to keep his daughter from ever getting involved. From this day forward, he resolved to teach Jean to hide her powers, to live as an ordinary, unremarkable person. You can't wish that away, Shenmue replied. As the host of the Phoenix Force, Jean's destiny could never be ordinary. Even if she tries to avoid trouble, trouble will find her in the end. As the Phoenix Force within her continues to awaken, she will inevitably take steps on the path to godhood. So, in order for her to have enough strength to deal with trouble when it comes knocking, she must learn to control her own power. Shenmue ignored John's argument and laid the truth bare before him, refusing to let him escape from reality. John looked at his daughter with a complicated expression in his eyes. Mr. Shun, is there any way you could remove that so-called Phoenix Force from Jean's body? Unwilling to give up, John still asked. It's useless. Even without the Phoenix Force, Jean would remain a mutant, and not just any mutant, but an Omega Level 1, the most powerful kind. You're not a mutant, so you simply can't understand the magnitude of the power an Omega-level mutant possesses. Shenmue understood perfectly well that one of the reasons Jean could become the Phoenix's host was because of her Omega-level psychic abilities. These very traits drew the Phoenix Force to her. Then, if Jean learns magic from you, will she be in danger? Hearing Shenmue's explanation, John finally began to lose hope. There's always risk involved when it comes to magic. Of course there is. But for the host of the Phoenix Force, none of that really counts as danger. In the Marvel Universe, practicing magic always comes with a price. Never mind the dark arts, which can mean instant death and even the loss of one's soul. Even the white magic used by Doctor Strange left his stomach ravaged, eaten through with a gaping wound. But compared with the Phoenix Force, none of that matters. Because even in death, the Phoenix Force would simply absorb cosmic energy and resurrect its host in flames. Father, does that mean you agree to let me study magic with teacher? On the other side, Jean's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at her father. Shenmue smiled knowingly at her words. This little phoenix certainly knew how to seize an opportunity. But the word teacher did give Shenmue pause. At first, he had planned to have the Ancient One instruct her, but now, suddenly, he changed his mind. Magic was no longer a secret to him now. Every spellbook from Kamar Taj was etched into his memory, and he'd already mastered most of Asgard's magic as well. So why shouldn't he teach her himself? It would be the perfect way to add a little fun to his otherwise dull life. Now that Shenmue had decided to take the little phoenix under his wing, he also began to consider settling down somewhere on Earth. He could always stay long-term at Kamar Taj, but that place wasn't truly his, and it was never meant to be a permanent home. He'd even thought about following Superman's example and building his own fortress of solitude at the North Pole. But, on second thought, he decided against it. After all, he didn't have a genius scientist father to leave him a legacy. Superman, as the orphan from Krypton, was far from alone. His father had prepared everything for him in advance. Not only did he possess the Codex, a genetic archive of Kryptonian life, he also had a Kryptonian spacecraft stocked with super-advanced technology and the accumulated knowledge of dozens of star systems. With all this at his disposal, Superman easily established his own secret fortress. In contrast, Shenmue was walking an entirely different path. If he were to build a sanctuary, the final result would most likely be a temple. Mr. Shun, could you let Jean come visit us often? After all, she's our only daughter. John, believing that now that Jean had chosen Shenmue as her teacher, she would be taken away to learn some mysterious knowledge, made this small request. Jean, sitting beside her mother, looked at Shenmue with hopeful eyes as well. You don't need to worry. Learning magic doesn't require a special environment, so Jean can stay here with you. However, from time to time, I'll take her to see what the universe really looks like. Hearing this, the Greys finally relaxed. Their greatest fear was that their daughter would leave and never return, that they might not see her for years, maybe even longer. The pain of such separation would be unbearable. Before I formally teach you magic, there's something else we need to do first. Jean, come here. I want to take you somewhere. I need to greet the presence sleeping deep within your soul. Shenmue stood up and beckoned to the little phoenix. Jean showed not the slightest trace of fear. On the contrary, she was eager and brimming with anticipation. Teacher, where are we going? The little phoenix ran excitedly to Shenmue's side, hugged his arm, and looked up at him with curiosity. To the legendary land of the elves, where all the kind and lovely little elves live. Shenmue had already chosen the perfect place, Alfheim, a realm that was practically his own private garden. Elves? Teacher, do such magical beings truly exist in this world? Jean's only knowledge of elves came from the fairy tales she'd read as a child. Now that she was older and had begun to understand the world, she knew those stories were nothing more than tales adults told to amuse children, pure fiction. Yet now, her new teacher was telling her something so incredible. Of course, the world isn't limited to just elves. Aliens, gods, and demons all exist. The universe is far bigger and more fascinating than you can imagine. Shenmue's words were meant not just for the little phoenix, but for the Greys as well. As expected, the couple looked completely stunned, their minds struggling to keep up with what they'd just heard. They believed that the mere existence of mutants was already something incredible. Yet what they didn't know was that mutants were just a tiny corner of this vast world. Mr. Shun, does that mean God exists as well? Can he hear our prayers? The entire Grey family were devout Christians, so as soon as Shenmue spoke, they hurriedly asked this question. The almighty God you worship might not truly exist, but heaven most certainly does. Across the entire Marvel universe, the concept of God isn't nearly as clear-cut as in the neighboring DC universe. However, the heaven dimension does exist, and there are beings who appear angelic and divine. Hearing Shenmue's words, the Greys' faces fell in an instant. To be told that the God they had devotedly believed in was not real, such a collapse of faith was a hard thing to accept. Gods are neither as great nor as distant as you might imagine. Your child, Jean, she holds the potential to become even greater than some gods. Of course, Shenmue wasn't just making empty promises. Because of the unique nature of the Phoenix Force, an ordinary host would inevitably be consumed by its power, turning dark and becoming the destructive Dark Phoenix. But if one could fully merge with the Phoenix Force, they would break through all limitations and become the White Phoenix. And if they could summon the full Phoenix Force from across the multiverse, then in that moment, they would rise to become a being on the level of the multiversal or even omniversal powers. Some so-called gods, in the eyes of Phoenix host in that state, would seem no more significant than shrimp. Teacher, can I really become someone that powerful? Little Phoenix glanced at her own hands, a bit bewildered, and asked Shenmue. Of course, your future knows no bounds. Shenmue reached out and gently ruffled Little Phoenix's hair. Come on, let me introduce you to some of my friends. I'm sure you'll be delighted to meet them. As he spoke, a blue space stone appeared in Shenmue's hand, and he activated it with his power. In an instant, a portal of shimmering light enveloped him and Little Phoenix, and the next moment, they found themselves in the sun-dappled land of the elves. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Young and full of wonder, Little Phoenix gazed at the lush world around her, bursting with all kinds of flowers, trees, and greenery. She let out a cry of delight, released Shenmue's hand, and dashed headlong into the sea of blossoms. Shenmue's arrival, naturally, caught the attention of the High Elder of the Elves, Sylphnia. Soon, surrounded by a cluster of fluttering pixies, this peerlessly beautiful elder appeared before Shenmue, barefoot and radiant. For a moment, even she could hardly believe her eyes at the sight of Shenmue standing there. The other little elves felt this even more keenly. If it weren't for the familiar aura that still lingered around Shenmue, they might not have believed that the man before them was once that mighty dragon. Hey, Sylphnia, it's been a long time. Shenmue, for his part, showed no sign of discomfort. He waved cheerfully at the great elder, calling out a greeting. Jean, come here. After greeting Sylphnia, Shenmue beckoned to the little Phoenix, who was still lost amid the sea of blossoms, signaling for her to come over. Teacher, this elder sister is so beautiful. Snapped back to her senses, the little Phoenix was once again mesmerized the moment she set eyes on Sylphnia. Yet Shenmue couldn't help but feel a little awkward about the way she addressed her. A 10-year-old girl calling a 9,000-year-old relic's sister felt more than a little out of place. Even if this 9,000-year-old elf wore the face of an 18-year-old, it couldn't fool someone who knew her true nature, like Shenmue did. But Sylphnia seemed quite pleased with the little Phoenix's form of address. Oh my, what an adorable little human girl. Just as Sylphnia was about to reach out and pat the little Phoenix on the head, she suddenly seemed to sense something. Her hand froze in midair. In that instant, it was as if she glimpsed a phoenix wreathed in blazing flames. A look of awe swept across her face. Elder sister, what's wrong? The little Phoenix tilted her head, puzzled by Sylphnia's strange reaction. It's nothing, really. I just think you're incredibly cute. What's your name? And why do you call him Teacher Shin? Sylphnia crouched down slightly, so her gaze was level with Cheen Gray's. My name is Cheen Gray. I'm Teacher's student. He said he'd teach me magic. Cheen felt a gentle, familiar warmth emanating from this beautiful big sister, and so she spoke openly, telling her about her connection to Shenmue without a second thought. I see. Well then, Cheen, welcome to Alfheim. As Sylphnia finished speaking, the flowers, grasses, and trees all around began to sway and dance as if to welcome the little phoenix. Meanwhile, Shunmu found himself surrounded by a ring of little elves who were circling him, examining him from every angle. "Are you really Lord Dragon? You look much nicer like this now." "But, Lord Dragon, you've become so small. Zoe still prefers the great big Lord Dragon." "It's true. Lord Dragon doesn't even have wings anymore." The elves chirped and chatted away, their voices as bright and clear as larks, so much so that Shunmu didn't find them noisy at all. "It seems you're all still more used to how I used to look." As he spoke, divine power surged through Shunmu, and his form began to change dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed back into his majestic dragon body. He threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar, the enormous wings on his back spreading wide. In an instant, a swarm of little sprites fluttered over, clinging cheerfully to Shunmu's massive frame. Shunmu's transformation left the young phoenix utterly dumbfounded. "A dragon. Teacher is a dragon," she stammered, barely able to form the words. After all, in American culture, dragons and demons were often seen as symbols of evil. "What's the matter? Hasn't Shin ever told you his true identity?" Sylphinia, noticing the little phoenix's shock, couldn't help but speak up. "He may be a dragon, but he is also, without a doubt, the sun god." "My teacher is a god." The young phoenix heard yet another truth that was almost impossible for her to believe. At that moment, she began to understand why Shunmu seemed to know so many mysterious things. Then, remembering what Shunmu had once told her, that she might one day surpass many gods, she started to believe it. "Chin, are you afraid when you see me like this?" Shunmu, now adorned with a host of tiny sprites, walked over to the young phoenix and asked gently. "No, I'm not afraid. You're my teacher. I trust you would never harm me." The little phoenix replied, summoning her courage as she stepped closer to Shunmu and reached out to touch the unyielding black scales that armored his body. Shunmu let out a hearty laugh. "Good. For now, why don't you play with these little ones? Tomorrow, I'll begin teaching you the arts of magic in earnest." With that, he sent the fluttering sprites off to play with the young phoenix, while he and Sylphinia strolled away in another direction. "Are you perhaps curious about Chin's true nature?" Shunmu, returning to his human form as they walked, turned to Sylphinia and asked. He knew that, with her ancient wisdom and her ability to glimpse fragments of the future, Sylphinia was bound to sense something extraordinary about Chin. Is that truly the legendary ancient power residing within her? Sylphinia asked in a low voice, still shaken by the terrifying phantom she had glimpsed earlier, as if in a waking dream. As one of the oldest of the elves, she was privy to some of the universe's most obscure secrets. "That's right," Shunmu replied. "It is that power, but not in its entirety. What she carries is only a large fragment." Sylphinia rolled her eyes at his words. Even a mere fragment of that legendary power could make the little girl a force to be reckoned with. At the very least, she herself had felt a deep, primal fear in the presence of that power. Yet, when she thought of Shunmu's own monstrous rate of growth, Sylphinia found herself less unsettled by it all. "How do you plan to teach Chin? Honestly, with your level of magical mastery, are you really qualified to be a teacher?" Sylphinia's tone was laced with skepticism. She clearly doubted Shunmu's ability to instruct this particular student. "Of course I am. She's just a little girl after all. Teaching her will be a breeze for me. You should know, back in the Central Realm, even the current Supreme Mage begged me to become her successor. I turned her down every time." Shunmu naturally felt compelled to defend his teaching abilities after hearing her doubts. Sylphinia didn't completely believe everything Shunmu said, but she found herself accepting most of it. That was also why she could entrust the entire Elven Kingdom to him. Besides, the fact that Shunmu could freely travel between the Central Realm and Alfheim proved he truly had command of teleportation magic. What she didn't realize, however, was that Shunmu not only mastered magic, he had also obtained a space gem, compared to teleportation spells, that made everything far more convenient. So then, why did you bring Chin here? The power of the phoenix residing inside her hasn't fully awakened yet. It could be subtly affecting her in harmful ways, so before I begin teaching her, I plan to meet that incomplete phoenix face to face. If it's willing to cooperate, that's fine. But if it's stubborn, well, I might have to resort to some unorthodox persuasive methods. Shunmu knew that the phoenix's power possessed a certain degree of its own will. Sylphinia understood what he meant. To put it plainly, he intended to give that power a warning, behave, or be forced into submission. Only Shunmu could come up with such a plan. "Are you sure you'll be able to handle that power?" She glanced over at Chin, who was happily playing with the elves some distance away. "It's just a larger-than-usual fragment of power. I'm not the least bit concerned." If it were the complete power of the Phoenix, Shenmue knew he'd be no match. He'd turn and run as fast as he could. Yes, even half of the Phoenix's power would have him fleeing without hesitation. But right now, the force within Sheen was merely a fragment, nothing to be afraid of. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Time passed quickly. After a day of wild play, the little Phoenix was now nestled inside a giant flower bud, fast asleep in a world of dreams. Shenmue and Sylphinia approached her quietly. What are you planning to do? Looking at the sleeping Sheen, Sylphinia turned to Shenmue and asked, Why, seek out the Phoenix directly, of course. Shenmue knelt down, extended his forefinger, and lightly tapped Sheen between the brows, a faint glow shimmering at his fingertip. At that moment, Shenmue felt himself being pulled into an unknown realm. All around him stretched the boundless expanse of the cosmic night sky. In the distance, a dazzling crimson sphere radiated blinding light, while the matter and fabric of space-time around it were continuously collapsing and reshaping. Shenmue knew at once that this was the embodiment of the Phoenix's power, so, without hesitation, he soared toward it. As Shenmue drew closer to the Phoenix, a force imbued with the essence of destruction began to assail his spiritual form, which existed within this strange realm fashioned by the Phoenix. Though it was a spiritual body, it was in every way identical to Shenmue's original form. None of his powers or abilities were diminished in the slightest. Thus, even though this was the Phoenix's own domain, without merging with a host, this fragment of Phoenix power could not unleash its full might. The nearer he got to the sphere of light, the more Shenmue could feel a mounting pressure. The Phoenix's outline grew ever clearer. Yet what truly caught Shenmue's attention was what lay within the Phoenix's blazing form. A slumbering figure, a young woman with jet black hair. This was the dark persona spawned by the Phoenix's power. One might as well call her the Black Phoenix. Sensing Shenmue's approach, the Black Phoenix's eyes snapped open, and in an instant, that vast Phoenix energy surged into her body. Get out! A furious voice, brimming with boundless rage, crashed into Shenmue's mind. Clearly, she was deeply displeased at Shenmue's intrusion into her domain. What a cheeky little thing. Your primary consciousness would call me teacher, and yet you, a mere shadow persona, dare to speak to me like that. Shenmue sent his own thoughts in reply, quickening his pace as he advanced. But his action only served to infuriate the Black Phoenix further. She reached out toward Shenmue, and in that moment, a terrifying force, powerful enough to reduce matter to its most primal atoms, came hurtling at him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, tendrils of crimson energy began to seep from Sheen's body. Sylphnia, seeing these energies, quickly retreated several steps. Such overwhelming power, woven from both destruction and rebirth. Can it truly be tamed? Shun, what exactly do you intend to do? This elven being, who had lived for more than 9,000 years, had only briefly tried to probe the energies within Sheen's body with her mind, only for her spiritual sense to be mercilessly crushed. She couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Shenmue's undertaking. Within the Phoenix's realm, Shenmue faced the terrifying force of disintegration and instantly transformed into his dragon form. Cloaked in the divine power of the sun, the dragon's body pressed forward, meeting the Phoenix's power head-on. The force of disintegration and the power of the sun clashed and neutralized each other, leaving Shenmue's spiritual form completely untouched. Seeing that she could not break Shenmue down, the Black Phoenix grew visibly anxious. Immediately, an even greater power was summoned to deal with Shenmue. Cracks streaked with red light appeared across his face, and a pair of enormous wings made of pure energy unfurled behind him. All around, dark red torrents of energy surged and roiled, threatening to engulf Shenmue entirely. As your teacher, today I'll give you your very first lesson. Let's call it respect your teacher and honor the way. Now, prepare yourself to experience the love behind your master's iron fist. With that, Shenmue released every last restraint on his body. An endless tide of strength surged through him, wild and unstoppable, like the crashing of furious waves. As he swung his dragon's claw, a force of millions of tons struck down on the Black Phoenix before him, raining blows with the relentless intensity of storm. In the blink of an eye, Shenmue unleashed tens of thousands of strikes. This was violence in its purest, most unadulterated form. The Black Phoenix was brutally smashed apart by Shenmue. Crimson energy burst outward in all directions. But Shenmue did not relent, for the power of the Phoenix was not so easily subdued. Soon enough, the Phoenix, wielding both the forces of destruction and rebirth, those two ultimate opposites, began to reform, gradually gathering into the shape of an egg. Elsewhere, Sylphnia sensed all the surrounding energies being drawn inexorably toward Sheen. Sheen's body was like a boundless black hole, devouring everything nearby. Even the surrounding plants began to wither, their divine essence mercilessly siphoned away. More accurately, it was being consumed by the Phoenix force within her. For that was the nature of the Phoenix, to devour all energy in the universe and replenish itself. Sylphnia immediately retreated, rapidly falling back 1,000 meters, and from a safe distance watched everything unfold with wary eyes. If you wish to be reborn, you must first learn to follow the rules. Shenmue gave the Phoenix no chance to recover, unleashing another wave of merciless attacks. Despite its immortal nature, the Phoenix was shattered time and again, failing to achieve rebirth over and over, until at last it conveyed a sense of reluctant submission to Shenmue. During this ordeal, Shenmue had destroyed the Phoenix over 1,000 times. One had to admit, this Phoenix was a tough one, truly a hard nut to crack. This time, Shenmue allowed her to complete her rebirth. But what emerged was no longer the Black Phoenix. Instead, it was a Phoenix of pure crimson energy. What do you want? A fragmented thought from the Phoenix force struggled to reach him. Nothing much. I just wanted to give you a good beating, that's all. In response to the Phoenix's question, Shenmue, having returned to his human form, answered nonchalantly. He could sense the confusion radiating from the Phoenix force. Your current host is someone under my protection. So, when she asks you for strength, you'd best behave yourself. And another thing, you must restrain your negative influence on Jean. I don't want to see another version of her emerge. Otherwise, next time, I can spend 100,000 rounds waiting you out. Shenmue threatened the Phoenix, not caring whether the Phoenix could truly understand him or not. After Shenmue conveyed his message, the Phoenix seemed to fall into a brief silence. In its complete form, it possessed full consciousness, but now it was merely a fragment, so its sense of self was also incomplete. After quite some time, it finally grasped the purpose Shenmue was trying to express. He wanted it to become a proper source of power, lending strength freely, without negatively affecting its host. Still, Jean was the most satisfactory host it had ever bonded with throughout the entire multiverse. So in the end, the Phoenix relented and agreed to Shenmue's rather demanding request. Then, the Phoenix let out a clear, melodious cry, and the surrounding energies began to contract inward. What's more, around the Phoenix, the chaotic sight of annihilation and rebirth intertwining, what Shenmue had first witnessed, no longer appeared. This proved that the Phoenix was indeed reigning in its power. Seeing this, Shenmue felt his goals had been accomplished and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a surprised, delighted voice. "Teacher, is that you? Where are we?" Turning around, Shenmue saw that Jean's spiritual form had appeared by his side at some unknown moment, her face lighting up with joy as she spoke. It seemed that, from this moment on, Jean would truly awaken the power of the Phoenix, and never again need fear losing herself to the rampage of the Dark Phoenix. "This place is your own realm of consciousness," Shenmue explained. "See the Phoenix over there? That's the power hidden inside you. From today onward, you must come here every day to communicate with it. Do you understand?" Shenmue intended to use this method to turn Jean into a unique, perfect Jinchuriki. Hearing this, Jean began to carefully observe the Phoenix, slowly moving closer. Seeing this, Shenmue smiled knowingly, his figure gradually fading from the space. When Shenmue emerged from that inner world, he found that everything around him had become strangely unfamiliar. Just moments ago, the land had been lush with thriving plants and vibrant life, but now it was a desolate, ruined, lifeless wasteland. Only Jean remained, peacefully asleep with a serene expression. "Shun, did you reach an understanding with that thing inside Jean?" At that moment, Sylphnia swooped over from a distance, her tone tinged with anticipation as she addressed Shenmue. "Of course. We had a friendly conversation. There were a few bumps along the way, but in the end, it was moved by my sincerity and agreed to my terms. From now on, not only would Jean have nothing to worry about, but she would also gain a stable source of energy. She wouldn't have to draw power from outside forces anymore, even when learning or using magic. The Phoenix Force itself was already one of the rare, formidable powers in the multiverse. This gave Jean a natural advantage in studying magic, as she now carried her own innate source of magical energy. Not only did she pay no price for it, but through channeling the Phoenix Force, she could further master its powers, a win-win situation. That's truly wonderful. The surge of power that erupted from her just now was nothing short of terrifying. My own psychic energy was shattered the instant I got close. All the devastation around us was caused by her, and she wasn't even conscious of it. Sylphnia spoke, still shaken by what had happened. "It's all right now. Could you please take her somewhere else?" so she won't be frightened when she wakes up. Shenmue looked out over the lifeless landscape as he spoke. Teacher, Sister Nia, look at this. When the little phoenix awoke the next morning, she ran over excitedly, eager to show Shenmue and Sylphnia what she could do. She held a piece of fruit in her hand and broke it down into countless tiny particles, then willed them to reassemble. However, perhaps because she wasn't yet skilled enough, the reassembled fruit didn't look quite the same as before. Teacher, I failed. The little phoenix's spirits drooped a bit. She had been so proud to display her new ability, but things hadn't turned out the way she'd hoped. After all, she was just a child. You've already done very well. You just need to get more familiar with your powers. Shenmue offered her words of encouragement. Teacher, I think I saw you in my dream last night. You told me to talk to that big bird every day. Was that really you helping me? Suddenly, the little phoenix remembered a dream she'd had the night before, where she seemed to see Shenmue and asked him about it. Since you call me teacher, I should do something to help you. So, I gave that unruly creature inside you a little lesson. Don't worry, from now on, it'll behave and listen to you. Shenmue didn't hide anything and told her the truth. Thank you, teacher. The little phoenix threw her arms around Shenmue's waist and rubbed against him in gratitude. Now that you've mastered this power, do you still wish to learn magic? Shenmue suddenly asked the little phoenix. Of course I do. I love magic. She answered eagerly, without a moment's hesitation. After all, in her mind, even though she had new and interesting abilities, they still couldn't compare to Shenmue's magic doors, which could take him anywhere he wished. All right, I'll go prepare some introductory knowledge of magic for you today. For now, you can go on playing with your sister Nia and the other little elves. But remember, you mustn't use your abilities on them, understood? Shenmue reminded the little phoenix, his tone full of concern. He was worried that the little phoenix, not knowing her own strength, might accidentally harm the elves with her powers. Teacher, I understand. Cheen, aware of the seriousness of the matter, replied earnestly. Nia, I'll leave Cheen in your care for now. With this entrusted, Shenmue promptly opened a portal and headed for Kamartaj. After all, that place had trained countless sorcerers over the ages and surely possessed a complete teaching system. Thus, having never been a teacher before, Shenmue decided it was time to seek advice from the Ancient One. Shun, where did you take the Phoenix host? Didn't you promise me a surprise? The Ancient One, having looked forward to Shenmue bringing her a new apprentice, had checked with the Time Stone, only to find that the possibility of the Phoenix host becoming her disciple had vanished entirely. Of course, she already knew who her true successor was. She was merely teasing Shenmue at this point. After all, he was the one who'd made promises ahead of time. Well, sorry about that. I decided to keep this disciple for myself. Even someone as thick-skinned as Shenmue couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment when confronted so directly, though it passed in an instant. Come with me. I've already had Master Ted prepare what you need. The Ancient One, fully aware of Shenmue's purpose, wasted no time and led him straight to a classroom-like chamber. Your own magical education was rather unusual, so I understand you might have no idea how to teach someone else. This is the Mage Apprentice's Beginner's Handbook, compiled by Master Ted. Take it with you. To be honest, in all the years of Kamartaj tradition, apprentices had always learned directly from full-fledged sorcerers, passing wisdom from mouth to ear. Never before had there been a compiled beginner's manual. The Ancient One had only just asked Master Ted to gather these materials together, but it should be enough to get by. After all, she knew well that the Phoenix host was no ordinary apprentice. Master Ancient One, you truly understand me. In that moment, Shenmue felt that the bald sage before him was the epitome of thoughtfulness. By the way, Shun, it seems that old demon Mephisto is stirring again. I'm not sure what he's scheming this time. He's already sought you out once, so you can be sure he'll come again. Stay on your guard. Since the Space Stone's eruption, the demon lords of other dimensions have been restless, especially Dormammu. I can feel the surge of dark power. Hearing this, Shenmue couldn't help but take a closer look at Gu Yi. He could sense that Gu Yi's body, now riddled with wounds from using magic, was being kept functioning solely by another, foreign power. There was no need to guess. Gu Yi must have already started borrowing strength from the dark dimension. Shenmue thought to himself, Dormammu's obsession with Earth must have a lot to do with you. Still, Shenmue understood that all of this was because Gu Yi had always clung tightly to her mission. Otherwise, her soul would have long since transcended these earthly bonds. As for Mephisto, as long as he can't descend in his true form, there's little he can do to cause real trouble. Shenmue wasn't particularly concerned about Mephisto, who could only operate on Earth through avatars. Not to mention that his own power was growing rapidly, and he still had a space stone in his possession. Even if Mephisto's true form did show up, Shenmue wasn't convinced he'd be at any disadvantage. Still, maybe I should pay a visit to that old knight and get my hands on the St. Van Ganta contract. That would certainly irritate that ancient demon a bit. The thought flickered through Shunmu's mind and was gone. Carrying a copy of an apprentice mage's handbook, Shunmu returned to the Elven Kingdom and handed it directly to Sylphinia, entrusting her with the task of teaching it. Shun, as I recall, Jean is supposed to be your student, isn't she? Shouldn't you be the one personally guiding her through these lessons? Seeing Shunmu's hands-off attitude, the Elven Elder was at a bit of a loss for words. Don't worry about the details. I'm simply giving you both an opportunity to deepen your bond. After all, you know the little phoenix's potential. As she grows, she'll surpass many formidable beings. If I'm ever absent from this universe, or tied up with other matters, you'll still have someone else to call on for help. Letting you guide her magical awakening now is a rare opportunity, one you shouldn't pass up. Shunmu gave himself a perfectly reasonable excuse for shirking his responsibilities. To his surprise, Sylphinia actually gave it some serious thought, and found that Shunmu's words made a lot of sense. All right, you've convinced me. But are you really planning to just let Jean grow on her own from here on out? Sylphinia felt sure her hunch had been right. Shunmu must have made his decision to become a teacher on a whim. No, there's an old saying on Earth. A mentor opens the door, but it's up to the student to walk through it. I've already taken care of the main problem within the little phoenix. From now on, all she needs is the occasional nudge in the right direction. Though he still thought that taking care of a young girl was troublesome, Shunmu's reasoning was not without merit. Take Dr. Strange as an example. When he refused to believe in magic, the Ancient One struck him with a single blow, opening his eyes to the wonders of the magical world and completely transforming his perspective. When he thought it was his hands that prevented him from drawing a portal, she simply had a sorcerer without hands demonstrated for him. When he felt hopeless, convinced he could never connect with magical energy, she threw him straight to the top of the Himalayas. She told him, either freeze to death or open a portal and come back. After that, the Ancient One let Strange, that seedling, grow wild and untamed, giving him the freedom to flourish on his own. Shunmu believed this was the best way to nurture a genius. Too much interference would only stifle their gifts. Of course, if that seedling ever started to grow crooked, he, as the teacher, would be ready to step in with a loving but firm hand to set things right. Shunmu had successfully convinced Sylphnia, and then slipped away to bask in the sun and enjoy some well-earned leisure. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Agent Brandt, who had once been possessed by Mephisto, had now lost all traces of his former self, and had become the true vessel for the will of the Lord of Hell. This is the place, the one who can perfectly bear the power of Zarathos, Mephisto muttered, standing at the entrance to a motorcycle stunt troops camp, dressed in his signature vintage attire. The people coming and going around him seemed utterly unfazed by his eccentric outfit, not sparing him so much as a glance. Blending in with the audience, he entered the troupe, where a thrilling motorcycle stunt show was in full swing. Every daring leap through the air sent waves of excitement rippling through the crowd. And now, it's time for the highlight of the show. Let's welcome the king of stunts, Crash Simpson, and his partner, Barton Blaze, as they take on their final duo performance. Tonight, they'll be pushing their limits, attempting a jump of 250 feet. Will they succeed? Let's hold our breath and see. Now, unleash your energy, and let's raise the curtain for our heroes of the day. As the announcer's words faded, the thunderous roar of motorcycle engines ignited a wildfire of excitement among the crowd. Crash! Crash! Unsurprisingly, every voice in the audience cheered for Crash's name. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was the undisputed leader of motorcycle stunts. Listening to those cheers, Barton couldn't help but feel a strong pang of envy welling up inside him. Crash, I wonder when they'll start shouting my name, he said to his friend, his tone filled with longing. One day, Barton, you'll become the greatest motorcycle stunt performer of all, Crash reassured him, seeing the envy in his friend's eyes. Are you ready now? Next, we're about to break the record we once set. This will be a leap that history will remember. Of course, I've spent a full 3 months preparing for this performance, Barton replied, brimming with confidence. Just last year, he had welcomed his son, Johnny Blaze, into the world. His wife and their 1-year-old son were both in the audience for this show, filling Barton with boundless confidence. All right, then, let's go claim our moment of greatness. With that, Kraus revved the engine of his motorcycle with a guttural roar. Seeing this, Barton did the same. The two of them rode out for a grand entrance, greeting the crowd before heading toward the stunt track. But then, almost inadvertently, Barton's attention was caught by a young man whose attire set him apart from the rest. It was just a fleeting glance, but Barton felt as though his very soul had been gripped tightly, making him deeply uneasy. Yet, as his friend called out to him, he shook his head, trying to shrug off the unsettling feeling. Barton Blaze, get ready to become my greatest knight. Mephisto's lips curled into a wicked, cunning smile. Barton's face turned grave. As the cheers of the audience thundered around him, he started his motorcycle, preparing to leap the obstacle alongside his friend. But just as his bike was about to take off, Mephisto, seated in the stands, gave a subtle flick of his finger. In the very next instant, when man and machine should have soared together, Barton and his beloved motorcycle were suddenly wrenched apart. Barton came crashing down, and in a bizarre and twisted turn, his bike came smashing down on his legs. A gut-wrenching scream burst from Barton's lips. The crowd erupted in shock, but almost immediately, their surprise gave way to an even louder wave of cheers. Because Kraus had succeeded. He had truly soared across a full 250 feet, breaking the record he himself had set 2 years ago. But glory held no meaning for him at that moment. He rushed straight to his friend's side. The stunt team's medics hurried over as well. They freed Barton and rushed him to the hospital. Thanks to the doctor's efforts, Barton's life was saved, but his legs would have to be amputated. He would never ride his beloved motorcycle again. To someone who had devoted his life to becoming the greatest motorcycle stuntman, this was a blow as devastating as a bolt from the blue. That night, after everyone had left, Barton lay awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in sorrow. A biker without legs is like a bird without wings. Never again will I know the taste of freedom. At that moment, a voice drifted into Barton's ears. As Barton rolled his eyes around, searching for the source, a face he would never forget suddenly appeared before him. Bathed in moonlight, the sight of that face sent a sharp jolt through Barton's heart. He had seen this man in the crowd during the daytime performance, and the strange feeling he'd had then remained as vivid as ever. Who are you? Now paralyzed and unable to move, Barton stared fearfully at Mephisto, who stood by his bedside. Who I am is of little importance. I watched your performance today. You're a truly remarkable rider. I hope you'll ride for me one day. Mephisto spoke with a peculiar, unsettling smile. Ride? Don't you already know I've lost both my legs? Are you here just to mock me? Barton's eyes widened in fury at Mephisto's words, his voice trembling with anger. No, I'm here to offer you an opportunity. Life is unpredictable. Just this morning, you were flying across the arena with abandon, and now here you are, helpless, confined to a hospital bed. But I can help you. I can make you stand again, let you get back on your motorcycle. So, will you make a deal with me? As Mephisto finished speaking, the sky outside the window began to churn with storm clouds. A bolt of lightning split the sky, flooding the hospital room with blinding light, and on the wall, a sharp, monstrous shadow appeared, cast by the man standing at Barton's bedside. It was no human silhouette, but the twisted form of a demon crowned with goat horns. But Barton didn't see it. He was weighing Mephisto's words in his mind. How can you help me? Barton asked, his voice low and serious. The real question isn't how I'll help you, but what you're willing to give in return for your restoration. Mephisto's voice was smooth, coaxing, drawing Barton's soul closer to the edge. Name your price. Barton still hadn't grasped the full meaning behind Mephisto's words. I want your soul. Hearing such an absurd demand, Barton's interest vanished at once. Surely, this man was just here to mock him. I can see the disbelief in your eyes, but this is your only chance to stand up and ride again in this lifetime. All you need to do is sign this contract. With that, Mephisto pulled a parchment contract from his coat and held it out to Barton. Barton's despair deepened. He couldn't move at all, let alone sign anything. Yet soon, the contract's contents drew his attention. When he saw that the contract's issuer was none other than Mephisto himself, his eyes flew wide open in shock. This devil's name was no stranger to him. He appeared in countless myths and legends. It seems you've agreed to the terms of the contract. Mephisto spoke as his eyes flickered. A single drop of blood flew from Barton's fingertip, landing upon the contract. Now, the contract is in effect. Awaken my knight. Mephisto suddenly pressed a flickering flame against Barton's chest. That flame was the power of another once mighty infernal elemental lord, Zarathos, who had grown strong by devouring human souls. Zarathos was, in fact, Mephisto's most direct rival. And so, Zarathos ultimately fell victim to Mephisto's cunning, his consciousness erased, his soul enslaved, and his essence used as the raw material for creating the Ghost Rider. Those possessed by Zarathos to become Ghost Riders were far stronger than the former spirits of vengeance, and carried even greater potential. It's so hot. I feel like I'm about to catch fire. The moment Zarathos' soul fused with his body, Barton was overwhelmed by a burning sensation that swept through him. In the next instant, his amputated legs miraculously regenerated. Staggering, Barton rushed to the window, crashed through the glass, and plummeted downward. Doctors and nurses at the hospital had already heard the commotion from Barton's room and hurried over to investigate. When they pushed open the door, all they saw was a young man dressed in vintage clothing, offering them a gentlemanly smile before vanishing without a trace. Noticing the empty hospital bed, they quickly turned to the shattered window. Outside, across the lawn, a figure wreathed in billowing black smoke was striding away. "Hurry! Call the police at once!" Stunned by the bizarre scene, the doctor snapped out of it and immediately ordered the nurse to notify the authorities. Meanwhile, every step Barton took felt unbearably heavy. His feet were now engulfed in flames, and with every stride, he sank deeply into the ground. At the intersection ahead, Mephisto awaited him, a broad smile on his face. "What did you do to me?" Barton advanced and demanded, his voice brimming with fury. "What did I do? Why, I gave you the ability to walk again, of course." Mephisto looked at Barton as if admiring a flawless work of art. "You turned me into a monster." Enraged, Barton reached out, trying to seize Mephisto by the throat. But Mephisto stopped him with nothing more than a single glance. "Now, I need you to do two things for me. First, find a traitor named Carter Slade and reclaim the San Venganza contract from him. Second, I want you to find the great dragon that descended upon Earth for me. There's a mark I left on him. Once you find him, use your eye of judgment to burn away his soul and bring his body back to me." Mephisto's face broke into a wide smile as he spoke to Barton. "Impossible. I will never do a demon's bidding." Barton refused with unwavering resolve. "Sorry, my child, but you have no right to refuse." As he spoke, Mephisto extended a finger and gently pointed at Barton. In that instant, a furious roar erupted from the depths of Barton's soul. The next moment, infernal flames surged up around him, consuming his flesh and blood, leaving behind only a skeleton wreathed in fire. "Go now, my knight." At Mephisto's command, the flaming skeleton silently walked toward a motorcycle parked by the roadside. He reached out with his skeletal claw and ran it lightly over the bike's frame. Immediately, blazing fire swept over the entire vehicle, transforming its shape into something fierce, terrifying, and strangely beautiful. Mounting the motorcycle, he paused before departing, his hollow, fiery eyes fixing on Mephisto for several long seconds. "So, the fusion of host and spirit has already begun, and a new consciousness is being born. No wonder I chose you. You will become my finest knight. But don't ever think you can escape my grasp. If you try, you'll lose everything." Watching the distant figure disappear, a cold, sinister smile crept across Mephisto's lips. Meanwhile, far away in Alfheim, Shunmu remained blissfully unaware that Mephisto had unleashed his ultimate weapon to deal with him. The Ghost Rider, bearer of the Eye of Judgment. Yet, though the Eye of Judgment is said to be mighty, its real performance often falls short. Because if its target truly believes they have no regrets for their actions, the judgment simply fails. In one universe, when the Ghost Rider tried to judge Thanos, who had slaughtered dozens of worlds to please the goddess of death, he failed completely. After all, Thanos never felt a shred of guilt for the lives he erased. Of course, Mephisto has no idea about this flaw in the Eye of Judgment, since every Ghost Rider he's ever created had always succeeded in their judgments. This is why Mephisto's confidence in his knight is unshakable. Shunmu was still unaware of everything happening on Earth. At this moment, he was pondering how to continue instructing the young Phoenix. Endowed with tremendous psychic power by nature, the little Phoenix absorbed magical knowledge at a remarkable pace. And, thanks to the Phoenix Force within her providing boundless energy, her progress in magic far outstripped Shunmu's own, by more than a little. After all, back then, Shunmu had gripped that little twig from the world tree and pondered for ages without making the slightest bit of progress. If it hadn't been for the awakening of his divine powers that gave him a sudden insight into magical energy, who knows how much longer it would have taken him just to get started. As for essential wizard spells like portals, the little Phoenix had mastered opening them in merely half a day. Of course, due to her current level of proficiency and understanding, she still couldn't manage feats like spanning the universe with them. But at the speed she was learning, especially with the full support of the Phoenix Force, it wouldn't be long before she had complete mastery. Besides, spellcasting in the Marvel Universe was, comparatively speaking, quite simple. As long as you understood the casting steps, you could almost always pull off the spell. After all, when you think about it, these wizards were merely granted the right to use magic, not true ownership over it. So for magic wielders in the Marvel Universe, the only things that really determined their strength were battle experience, depth of magical mastery, and the power they could borrow. Take Doctor Strange, an Ancient One, for example. Folks favored by the big shots behind the scenes. Naturally, they could draw on much greater power and had higher permissions. Their abilities were simply on a whole other level compared to ordinary wizards. Then there were some rather unique figures, like the Scarlet Witch, who was born with chaos magic. For instance, Wanda, after her initial awakening of chaos magic, could easily wipe the floor with most veteran sorcerers. After all, the being who created chaos magic was already established above the multiverse itself. This meant the lower and upper limits of chaos magic were both staggeringly high. And Wanda, being personally chosen by that entity, was never going to be shortchanged on power. Now, Jean found herself in a similar situation. Blessed with extraordinary talent, and with the Phoenix Force's wholehearted support, thanks to Shenmue's influence, every obstacle in her path had been effortlessly swept aside. At this rate, this might not be such a good thing after all. Shenmue was suddenly struck by the bittersweet realization that a student learning too quickly was its own kind of headache. Before long, he, the teacher, would be left with nothing more to teach. Damn it, what kind of spellbound madness am I caught up in? Learning fast is a good thing. Once she's got the ability to protect herself, I can take her on trips across the universe, broaden her horizons, and help her hone her combat skills at the same time. And when she's ready to stand on her own, I can just send her off to blaze her own trail. She can go wherever she pleases. By then, it won't be my concern anymore. All at once, Shenmue slapped his thigh and came to a sudden realization. Up until now, he'd unconsciously fallen back into the mindset of his previous life. He kept thinking of the little Phoenix as just a 10-year-old child who needed extra care, and in the process had saddled himself with a burden of responsibility that wasn't truly his. But this is the Marvel Universe. There's simply no way to judge these children by ordinary standards. After all, in the comics, Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman's son, Franklin Richards, possessed multiversal-level powers when he was just a few years old. For him, shaping an entire universe with his own hands was hardly a challenge. He was even a tiny super being who often teamed up with Eternity, the embodiment of the multiverse, to repair damaged universes. Thinking of this, Shenmue couldn't help but wonder if Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman in this universe would also have such an extraordinary child, an idea that left him quite intrigued. But the more Shenmue thought about it, the more he realized his mind was starting to wander. All right, since Little Phoenix is such a genius, she deserves a training method worthy of a genius. With that, Shenmue took out a crimson crystal, a sun god crystal he had painstakingly accumulated. He was now preparing to engrave every magical tome he had ever recorded in his super brain into this single crystal. When the time came, all Little Phoenix would need to do was channel her mental energy into the crystal, and she could access any magical knowledge she wished. Come to think of it, ever since Shenmue had inscribed the runic array of the sun disk onto his own body, the sun disk itself had been left unused. It was far too conspicuous to keep such an artifact on Earth. After all, there were many eyes watching Earth, and an altar capable of gathering the power of the sun would surely draw the attention of certain beings. Though Shenmue was never one to shy away from challenges, attracting trouble for no reason was just unnecessary hassle, so he had simply tossed it into the system space to avoid complications. This time, upon his return to the Elven Kingdom, Shenmue had left the sun disk behind. He instructed the elves merely to keep collecting the condensed sun god crystals that formed from it. It took half a month for Shenmue to finish cataloging and inscribing all the magical knowledge he possessed. To make it truly comprehensive, he even made a special trip back to Asgard. However, Thor and the others weren't there. Heimdall informed him they were away on a mission. Now, this small god crystal contained the magic of Asgard, the Vanir gods, elven magic, the line of Earth's sorcerer supreme, and a selection of rune magic Shenmue had chosen to include. But simply handing this over to Little Phoenix as it is doesn't seem very appealing. That little one might not even like it. Just as Shenmue was about to present the crystal, brimming with arcane knowledge, to Little Phoenix, he caught sight of its appearance. Even with his limited sense of aesthetics, he had to admit that the rough-looking crystal was unlikely to win over a child. So Shenmue used his telekinesis to channel the power of the sun and reshape the crystal, transforming it into a flawless, jewel-like gem. He promptly plucked one of his own dragon scales, melted it with a searing gaze, and then shaped it into a necklace using his mind. At last, he embedded the divine crystal into the piece. Now this looks much more pleasing to the eye. Shenmue looked at the finished product and nodded in satisfaction. He found the Little Phoenix, who was playing with the elves, and casually tossed the necklace into her hands. "Teacher, is this for me?" The Little Phoenix asked in surprise, her eyes lighting up. Shenmue replied with his usual calm, "Of course. Since you've called me your teacher, it's only fitting that I prepare a gift for you, as tradition dictates." "But teacher, didn't you already help me solve a huge problem?" She was referring to the matter of her phoenix powers, which Shun Mu understood immediately. That doesn't count. He waved it off lightly. Try the necklace on. If it doesn't fit, I can adjust it for you. Despite what he said, Shun Mu was confident that what he had made would suit her perfectly. Teacher, the necklace fits well. It's just not very pretty. She wrinkled her nose, but added, Still, since it's the first gift you've ever given me, I'll treasure it no matter what. Although the little phoenix still found the necklace a bit plain, the thought that it was her teacher's first present to her filled her with joy, and she put it on happily. Oomph. This necklace isn't for showing off or looking pretty. All the lessons you need to learn are stored in the crystal on it. Shun Mu explained the purpose of the necklace. As long as you channel your spiritual energy into the crystal, you'll be able to access all the knowledge I've inscribed inside. Teacher, does this mean you won't be teaching me anymore? At that, the little phoenix's face fell, and she looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Don't be silly. It's just that your talent is exceptional, so I made a few adjustments to suit your learning pace. Shun Mu reached out and gave her head a gentle tap with his finger. Hearing her teacher's praise, the little phoenix's gloom vanished, and she beamed with delight. All right, that's it for today. Time to head home. As he spoke, he was about to open a portal, but the little phoenix interrupted him. Teacher, let me do it. With newfound confidence, she stretched out her hand and traced a portal in the air. On the other side of the portal was her home. Clearly, she had made impressive progress with this spell lately. Well then, since you can open the portal yourself, you can go home on your own. I have a few other matters to attend to, so I won't be going back with you. The little phoenix didn't question him further and obediently went home, knowing that her teacher had other roles and responsibilities beyond just being her mentor. The instant Shun Mu returned to Earth, he found himself ensnared by a vast psychic force, enveloping him like an immense net. He didn't have to think twice. The familiar sensation alone told Shun Mu exactly who it was. Charles, you're overstepping your bounds. I really despise this feeling of being watched, Shun Mu said aloud, addressing the empty air, certain the other party could hear him. Yet, after Shun Mu finished speaking, the psychic pressure did not recede. His instincts warned him that something was amiss. Sure enough, in the next moment, Shun Mu felt his consciousness pulled into a strange, violet-hued dimension. But the figure before him was not Charles. It was someone he'd been searching for a long time, Apocalypse. With Apocalypse's arrival, the space around them began to shift, transforming into a colossal pyramid. It seems that in the half-month I've been away, some rather interesting things have happened on Earth, Apocalypse mused. Who would have thought that the coward who once fled at the sight of me would now come seeking me out? Let me guess, what gave you that courage? Was it Charles's so-called greatest mind among humans? Surely you don't believe that this level of psychic power would be enough to kill me? If that's truly what you think, then I must say, you're nothing but a fool. Shun Mu couldn't deny a flicker of surprise at Apocalypse's sudden appearance. He genuinely had no idea what had transpired. To unravel it all, one must return to the moment when Charles and the others left with Magneto. Ever since learning of the existence of this ancient mutant, Apocalypse, Professor X had been using the Cerebro Amplifier to search for him, hoping to find and defeat him before he could carry out his great purge. But what they never anticipated was that Apocalypse had long been aware of Charles's presence, waiting patiently for this very opportunity. When Apocalypse sensed the omnipresent psychic powers searching for him, he knew the time had come. In a bold reversal, he seized control of Professor X's mind. In an instant, he appeared in the underground chamber of Xavier's school, where Cerebro was kept, bringing Sabretooth with him. Using Professor X's power, he completely dominated Magneto, who was without his helmet, and everyone else in the mansion, plunging them all into deep slumber with a mere thought. He then ordered Sabretooth to prepare everything necessary to sustain Charles and the other mutants' lives. As for Magneto, who had betrayed him, Apocalypse didn't kill him outright. Instead, he planned to use him once his objectives were met. From that moment on, Apocalypse began laying his plans to eliminate Shun Mu. I have a very special gift prepared just for you, Apocalypse declared. Humans may be frail creatures, weak in body, but their capacity for invention is truly astounding, especially when it comes to the weapons they create. In order to utterly destroy you, I made all the necessary preparations a week ago. I've just been waiting for you to show up. Now, your mind will remain trapped here. Once your body is annihilated, your soul will naturally drift to wherever it's meant to go. With this power, purifying this world will be far easier for me. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as soon as Apocalypse finished speaking, every nation in possession of nuclear weapons launched them in a single instant, targeting the location where Shun Mu resided, excluding those kept strictly for strategic reserves. Even just the missiles in launch-ready status amounted to nearly 5,000 warheads. Now, Every single one of them was streaking through the sky, converging on the place where Shun Mu's body waited. All of humanity across the globe erupted in panic in that very moment. The sight of 5,000 nuclear missiles launching simultaneously was nothing short of apocalyptic. No one understood what had happened. A wave of terror swept over the world. No one dared to imagine the sheer force of all those warheads detonating together. Perhaps more than 4/5 of all life on Earth would be wiped out in an instant. In the aftermath, the poisoned environment and shattered ecosystems would, in time, destroy whatever people and creatures remained. In this brief, dreadful pause, despair swallowed humanity whole. They didn't even know why they were facing destruction. Within the realm of consciousness, after hearing Apocalypse's words, Shun Mu instantly grasped his plan. He wanted to imprison Shun Mu's mind, then use humanity's most devastating weapons to obliterate Shun Mu's body, leaving his soul to drift untethered and lost. It must be said, the plan appeared nearly flawless. Yet, Apocalypse had gravely underestimated Shun Mu and the protective forces that existed on Earth. Even if Shun Mu did nothing at all, he was certain that nothing could touch him. The same was true for the planet itself. But since the enemy had brazenly provoked him, Shun Mu saw no reason to let it go. So, have you really considered whether you can actually keep me trapped here? As Shun Mu finished speaking, he launched a direct spiritual assault against Apocalypse. Apocalypse, surprised that Shun Mu still had the strength to resist, immediately unleashed his powers. In this strange realm of consciousness, his form grew towering and immense. He swung a massive fist down at Shun Mu with all his might. Despite the overwhelming advantage of controlling this domain, Apocalypse had overlooked one crucial fact. Shun Mu had once bested even the power of the Phoenix. How could he possibly lose here? In an instant, Shun Mu reclaimed his true form, a colossal dragon. The tide turned in a heartbeat. His consciousness soared until he loomed taller than mountains, and with a single step, he pinned Apocalypse beneath his foot. The entire landscape shifted once more. Now, it transformed into the desolate mountains of Vanaheim, where Shun Mu had first been born, a sign that he had seized complete control of this space. In the next instant, Shun Mu's consciousness returned, and he sensed warning signals coming at him from all directions. Yet he remained perfectly calm, showing not the slightest hint of panic, and instead, he calmly retrieved a space gem from his system's inventory. Though he didn't take these clumsy weapons seriously, Shun Mu had no intention of stubbornly taking them head-on either. When he saw the incoming nuclear missiles, Shun Mu immediately activated the space gem, freezing the entire area in place. Then, harnessing the power of spatial teleportation, he sent all the nuclear missiles into the boundless void of outer space. Out there, their destructive energy was so greatly diminished that not the faintest ripple was stirred in the vastness of the cosmos. Apocalypse, so this time you're not planning to run away? Shun Mu spoke, his tone tinged with curiosity. With Charles's power as his guide, Shun Mu discovered that Apocalypse had not opened a portal to escape, but was still waiting at Xavier's manor, as if expecting him. Not one to disappoint, Shun Mu gripped the space gem and instantly teleported, appearing right before Apocalypse. At this moment, only Sabretooth remained at Apocalypse's side. The moment Shun Mu appeared, Sabretooth's animal instincts triggered an alarm, sharp and urgent, like a warning bell ringing through the air. Still, having been thoroughly tamed by Apocalypse, Sabretooth remained loyally by his master's side. With a guttural snarl, he bared his fangs and extended his razor-sharp claws, ready to pounce like a beast poised for attack. "Careful, little kitty. Baring your teeth will only get you hurt," Shun Mu remarked, his gaze piercing straight through Sabretooth. Immediately, Sabretooth's fur bristled all over, and a chilling sense of death washed over him, causing his bravado to collapse in an instant. Striking the hound before the master. This was Shun Mu's subtle way of sending Apocalypse a warning. "So what's this? Not planning to run this time like you did before? Or do you have some new tricks up your sleeve? Why not show me everything you've got? Let's see what kind of power the so-called god of the old world truly commands. If that's all there is, I must say, it would be rather disappointing." Having cowed Sabretooth, Shun Mu turned to Apocalypse with an easy, almost leisurely confidence, betraying no concern for the battle that was about to unfold. "Who are you, really? Why does a being like you exist in this world? I have ruled the world for 1,000 years, and never encountered anyone whose power could surpass even that of the gods," Apocalypse said, his expression layered with complex emotions as he looked at Shun Mu. For thousands of years, he had lived by a single unyielding law: survival of the fittest. Mutants, in his eyes, were superior to humans, born to rule the world, and he had acted accordingly. He still remembered, back before his powers had fully awakened, how the pharaoh of that time had tried to make him into a servant. However, with his pride and arrogance, Apocalypse could never allow himself to submit to a mere ordinary human, no matter how supreme that person's worldly power might be. What he didn't know, though, was that the pharaoh of that era was actually a visitor from the future, Kong the Conqueror, who walked across countless timelines. Because he was constantly fending off the attacks of superheroes who opposed him, Kong never succeeded in bringing Apocalypse under his control. But once Apocalypse fully awakened to his own powers, and through countless reincarnations seized the formidable gifts of many mutants, he came to see himself as a god. Tragically, while his spirit could endure forever, his body was not so everlasting. After much difficulty, he finally discovered a mutant whose body possessed the power of immortality. Yet, he never imagined that the ordinary humans, those he had always despised and enslaved, would dare to revolt, casting him into pitch-black oblivion for 3,000 years. Now, seeing that humanity had become the rulers of the world in his absence, and that beings as terrifying and unprecedented as Shenmue had emerged, he was filled with questions. And so, he sought answers from Shenmue. Spare me your self-glorification. The so-called world you ruled was probably just that little corner along the Nile Valley. As for not having encountered other powerful beings, it's only because they simply couldn't be bothered with you. In fact, I know of quite a few myself. No, that's not quite right. It's not that they ignored you on purpose. It's just that they're cold and detached. Unlike me, who is so passionate, so deeply concerned about world peace and the stability of the universe. That's right, that's exactly it. Shenmue didn't hold back as he verbally dismantled Apocalypse. Partway through, though, he realized he sounded a bit like one of those idle street loafers, so he quickly added, "Impossible. Who else could possibly be stronger than I am?" Apocalypse could hardly believe what Shenmue was saying. He was the supreme being, the god who ruled all. How could he possibly be as insignificant as Shenmue claimed? No better than a clown. You don't believe me? Then let me kindly count a few for you. Let's not even talk about the distant ones. Just look at the Egyptian gods right here on your own turf. Most of them have already lost interest in the earth and left. Then there's the lineage of sorcerer supremes on earth, established by Agamotto himself, a true god. To crush you, he need nothing more than a flick of his finger. And that's not to mention the ancient gods of black magic who always keep an eye on earth. Thon, the Hell Lord Sidorak, Mephisto, and the Demon Lord Dormammu, to name a few. As Shenmue rattled off these names one after another, Apocalypse's blue face grew darker and darker. He had never realized that the world he lived in was home to so many strange and powerful beings he had never even heard of. From Shenmue's expression, he knew every word was true. But precisely because of that, the pain in his heart only grew. So in the end, the clown had always been himself. Oh, by the way, there's also the Norse pantheon, the ones who left myths and legends on Earth. Every generation of their god kings was stronger than you. And then there are the strangers, a race that was born on Earth and later built a city on the far side of the moon. Their current king could destroy you just as easily. Oh, and half a month ago, I took on a new student. He too could wipe you out without breaking a sweat. As soon as Shenmue saw how upset he looked, he pressed on mercilessly. The color drained from Apocalypse's face, turning from blue to black. He couldn't take it anymore and finally cut Shenmue off with a loud shout. "What's the matter, angry? But I haven't even finished the list." Shenmue glanced at Apocalypse, still looking as if he hadn't said enough. "What is it you want from me? I've only just awakened. I don't recall ever offending you. So why have you been so hostile to me from the very beginning?" Apocalypse realized that sheer force wouldn't work and decided to find out why Shenmue was so set against him. At this moment, he still didn't know that the reason he could awaken early was because Shenmue had unleashed the power of the sun, reactivating his reincarnation ritual. To be honest, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. It's just that your existence might be the key to completing a certain task of mine. And in fact, at first, I never intended to kill you. I only wanted to use you to verify a few things. But you ran away far too quickly. Besides, just now, you were genuinely trying to kill me, weren't you? The truth was, Shenmue hadn't planned on killing Apocalypse from the very start. Everything he did was for the sake of the reward chest from reversing this great event in the future. He didn't really care about Apocalypse's fate. But Apocalypse was the one who ran first. And now he'd stirred up this whole scene, determined to wipe Shenmue out. In Shenmue's eyes, Apocalypse was already as good as dead. As Shenmue finished speaking, Apocalypse's face flickered with conflicting emotions. Then, as if steeling himself, he spoke. "Whatever it is you need done, I can do it for you. I am willing to become your servant, to act at your command." Having learned that in this world there was always someone above, Apocalypse finally bowed his proud head, submitting to Shenmue. "To be my servant," Hearing this, Shenmue stroked his chin, pondering. He truly hadn't expected the once arrogant Apocalypse to make such a choice. Thinking it over, it didn't seem impossible after all. Apocalypse was at least a minor boss. If properly managed, he might have a promising future ahead. Kneel and swear your allegiance. Receiving Shenmue's grace, Apocalypse dropped to his knees, prostrating himself before Shenmue. I shall be your most loyal servant. Through endless ages, you will be my one and only master. Using the ancient language of Egyptian slaves, Apocalypse pledged his eternal loyalty to Shenmue. Seeing that the new master he'd just acknowledged had also gained another submission, the saber-toothed tiger followed suit, kneeling before Shenmue as well. For someone like Sabretooth, independent thought was never his strength. From the moment he and his brother Logan went to war, he had grown accustomed to obeying orders. True to his codename, his way of thinking was closer to that of a beast, willing to yield to the strong. Just as his life had once played out, first following Stryker, then being recruited by Magneto. But on this altered timeline, he had become one of Apocalypse's horsemen. Rise. Since you have pledged your loyalty, I will overlook your previous offenses. However, know this. I have no tolerance for deceit and betrayal. From today forward, remember who you are. Shenmue's words, laced with divine authority, etched themselves deep into Apocalypse's mind. Yes, my master. With that, Apocalypse took the initiative to shed his armor, replacing it with modern attire. Even so, his blue skin still stood out strikingly, but Shenmue paid it no mind. Is there anything, my master, you wish me to do for you? Eager to prove his worth, Apocalypse was quick to seek tasks that would demonstrate his value to Shenmue. No, not for now. From this moment on, continue as the progenitor of mutants. Gather those with potential who are willing to follow you. Shenmue's decision stemmed from the immense potential of the mutant race. Granted, nearly 90% of mutants possessed abilities that were utterly useless, pitifully weak. Some even lost their human forms entirely due to the awakening of their mutant genes, not at all uncommon. Yet, from among their ranks could emerge Omega-level mutants, whose powers were on an entirely different plane from ordinary mutants. Each Omega-level mutant possessed some limitless potential, like Iceman, who could create ice without end, theoretically capable of freezing the entire universe. With a bit of cultivation, these individuals started at the level of single-universe power. As for their upper limits, they could even reach multiversal might. If luck smiled, a few could even rival the 5 great cosmic entities. Though the odds were slim, it wasn't impossible. This alone demonstrated just how high the upper limit of mutant potential could reach. Interestingly, the genetic origins of mutants are somewhat connected to the Eternal Titans, the race to which Thanos belongs. Long ago, the Celestials conducted genetic experiments on Earth, giving rise to 2 related lineages, the Eternals and the Deviants. However, while the Eternals' genetic structure had already stabilized, the genes within the Deviants remained extremely active, making them prone to frequent mutations. Though this genetic instability rendered the Deviants unpredictable, their vast numbers allowed their kind to continually produce individuals who broke through the limits of power. In the end, it was the Deviants who triumphed over the Eternals. Unfortunately, the defeated Eternals called upon the Celestials, who then returned to Earth to pass judgment on all life. Upon review, the Celestials deemed the Deviants a failed experiment and decided to wipe them out completely. The surviving Eternals eventually departed Earth, settling on a planet called Titan. From then on, they became known as the Eternal Titans. Yet, the genes of the annihilated Deviants managed to persist in some of Earth's primitive humans. Over time, through evolution, these genes gave rise to mutants. Mutants are fundamentally human, and yet, they're always treated as outsiders. In this sense, they make the perfect tools. Additionally, powerful mutants have a chance of producing even stronger offspring. Magneto and Professor X stand out as prime examples. Understand, my master. I'll seek out the most powerful mutants in this world and shape them into your most perfect instruments. Apocalypse instantly grasped Shenmue's intentions. Rather than feeling any resentment, he actually felt a sense of relief within. For Apocalypse, there was no shame in his mutant race becoming the vassals of a truly great being. After all, isn't that the law of survival of the fittest? And so, Apocalypse departed, taking with him the shattered divine shell and a binding slave's oath. As Shenmue finished subduing Apocalypse, the progress bar on his treasure chest surged ahead at lightning speed. When Apocalypse set out to recruit promising mutants on Shenmue's orders, the progress finally reached 100%. So, it's really over just like that. Shenmue glanced in the direction where Apocalypse had vanished through the portal. Ding! Congratulations, host. The major event Days of Future Past has concluded. Your treasure chest is fully charged. Would you like to claim your reward now? Wait, system, didn't you say that treasure chests from different phases of the same event could be fused together? Ding. Yes, host. Good. Then go ahead and merge these two chests for me. Ding. Treasure chest fusion complete. Would you like to open it now? Open it. With nothing holding him back, Shenmue gave the system the command to open the treasure chest. The familiar scene unfolded once again as Shenmue tapped on the virtual chest hovering before him. A mechanical chime sounded. Ding. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 12 talismans. Just as the system's notification echoed, in a certain universe, inside the secret base of Section 13 in America, a young agent named Jade Chan stood frozen in shock, her jaw dropping at what she saw. Right before her eyes, the talismans, each symbolizing a unique power, vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Jade, you shouldn't have broken in here. I'll call Jackie to take you home right away. A familiar voice spoke up behind her. It was Captain Black. Yeah, Jade, you should hand over the talismans now. They're too dangerous. The safest place for them is right here in Section 13. Suddenly, Captain Black noticed that the spot where the talismans were kept was now completely empty. Not even a shadow of one remained. Instantly, he suspected that Jade was the culprit. Listen, Captain Black, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't even get the chance to do anything. The talismans just disappeared. If you don't believe me, look. As she spoke, Jade turned her pockets inside out, showing she had nothing to hide. Jade, this is not the time for jokes. Knowing how mischievous Jade could be, Captain Black wasn't ready to take her word for it. Please believe me, Captain Black. This time, I'm really not involved. Jade felt utterly helpless. No matter what she said, it sounded like an excuse. After all, she did have a reputation for getting into trouble. Though Captain Black was still somewhat skeptical, he decided not to press Jade any further. Instead, he went to check the security footage. To his surprise, the recordings confirmed Jade's story. The talismans had vanished on their own, without anyone's interference. Jackie, contact Uncle right away. The talismans have been stolen by something invisible. When Jackie arrived at the scene with Uncle, they found no trace of magic left behind. Uncle tried using a tracking spell, but his pufferfish charm just spun in circles, unable to pick up any trail. And so, the disappearance of the talismans became an unsolvable mystery. Meanwhile, Shenmue gazed at the 12 solid octagonal talismans before him, each engraved with the image of a different animal, feeling a mix of wonder and disbelief. These 12 talismans represented the powers of the demon known as Shindu, each one embodying the magical might of a zodiac animal. In that world, 8 demons were born from the essence of the Bagua, the 8 trigrams, each possessing a primal force of their own. Shindu, the demon of fire and ruler of the trigram, once dominated all of Asia in ancient times. What made that world so fascinating was the delicate balance it maintained between positive and negative energies, righteousness and darkness, forever intertwined. When the 8 great demons ran rampant, the forces of darkness gained the upper hand, shattering the balance. In response, the world immediately gave rise to 8 undying deities who sealed the demons away at the cost of their own lives. Later, when the Lord used cunning to beguile his fellow demons into helping him escape from the underworld, he rebuilt his kingdom and enslaved humanity. Once again, the balance between righteous energy and dark energy was thrown into chaos. It was at this moment that a righteous sorcerer named Lopez emerged as the savior. He wielded a unique magic to turn the Lord into stone. The 12 sources of power that resided in the Lord took on physical form, becoming the 12 talismans now resting in Shenmue's hands. The nimble mouse, the mighty ox, the balanced tiger, the swift rabbit, the explosive dragon, the elusive snake, the healing horse, the soul-controlling sheep, the shape-shifting monkey, the floating rooster, the undying dog, and the laser-eyed pig. With these powers combined, even an ordinary being could instantly become a 6-sided, all-powerful warrior, right? Shenmue, now holding the talismans in his hand, was keenly aware of their formidable strength. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as one equipped these 12 talismans, they would instantly gain terrifying power, enough to surpass 99% of the superheroes on Earth. Perhaps the only limitation of the talismans is that their power is fixed and unchanging, unlike Kryptonian bloodlines, which can continue to grow stronger. Though the talisman's powers aren't weak, for someone at my current level, the boost isn't as significant as one might expect. The strength of the ox may not be greater than mine now. The rabbit's maximum speed might outpace me, but I'll surpass it sooner or later, the dragon's explosive force. I can already unleash 2 types of breath attacks myself, and the pig's laser vision may not be stronger than my own heat vision. All things considered, only some of the support abilities might still be useful to me. The mouse that turns stillness into motion. I'm curious to see its true extent. The tiger that grants perfect balance, but I already have full command over my own strength. The snake that grants invisibility. Rather underwhelming. The horse that dispels all negative effects. That's interesting. The sheep that lets the soul leave the body. Not especially useful for now. The monkey's endless transformations. An intriguing power. The rooster's floating ability. I can already fly, and I have telekinesis as well, so it's redundant. The dog's immortality, but I wonder where its limits truly lie. After weighing each talisman's abilities in his mind, Shenmue realized that, for him, they were little more than icing on the cake. Some of the powers seemed overpowered at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they weren't quite as impressive as they appeared. The dog's immortality, for example. Shenmue was not convinced that it meant true, absolute immortality. If it were, such an artifact would never have appeared in an epic treasure chest in the first place. But carrying these talismans around like this really isn't convenient. I recall that when a talisman is destroyed, the power residing within it is released and automatically seeks out animals of noble lineage. With that thought, Shenmue focused his mind and suspended the talismans in the air. Then, with a single breath, he unleashed a searing dragon's flame. In an instant, the talismans disintegrated into ash, drifting away on the wind. The very next moment, 12 beams of light in different colors shot straight into the sky. This surge of released power immediately attracted the attention of many people on Earth. At the same time, far away in the dragon's lair of Kunlun City, the ancient dragon, Showdown, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with shock and puzzlement as he looked in Shenmue's direction. That's the power of the dragon. Could there really be another dragon in this world besides me? There's no mistaking it. This power is of the same origin as mine. It's calling out to me. Showdown, who had dwelled in this dragon's lair for over 1,000 years, had never felt such excitement. On this earth, he had sensed a being akin to himself. Now, 12 spirit forms of animals circled around Shenmue, each instinctively preparing to scatter in all directions to seek out hosts worthy of bearing their power. But Shenmue was faster. A terrifying radiance flashed in his eyes and mouth, and with a tremendous force of suction, he swallowed all 12 animal spirits right into his belly. This spell was a forbidden magic recorded in Kamartaj, one capable of devouring all forms of power for oneself. In another universe, a Doctor Strange obsessed with resurrecting his lost love had used this very spell to continuously summon monsters, ultimately gaining terrifying power that surpassed the multiverse. However, this kind of power, obtained through devouring, would inevitably corrupt one's mind. In the end, the fate that was meant to be could not be changed, no matter how hard he tried. As for Shenmue, he had no such concerns as he used the spell to consume the power of the zodiac animals. At the exact moment Shenmue swallowed the released powers, Showdown, who had been struggling to break free from the chains that bound him, suddenly froze. It's gone. How could it just vanish? Showdown was startled to find that the other dragon's power, the one calling out to him, had disappeared without a trace. His agitation quickly drew the attention of the Chi practitioners in Kunlun City. Showdown, is something the matter? The leading elder, clad in a plain robe, stepped forward and inquired. In the west, a power akin to mine just appeared. I need you to find out exactly what happened. As a reward, I will allow one of you to receive my power ahead of time and become the next Iron Fist. Take these few dragon scales of mine. If you sense the power of the dragon, my scales will guide you straight to it. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of young cultivators trailing behind the elder burst into excitement. If it weren't for the fact that the elder had yet to give the order, they would have already packed their belongings and raced westward to get to the bottom of this mystery. But even more eager than them were the aged cultivators standing at the front, their hair and beards snowy white. These were beings who had lived for centuries, and the end of their days was fast approaching. The place where the dragon bones, essential for extending their lives, were hidden could only be opened by the power of Iron Fist. This was their chance. Elder Show, rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible, they promised solemnly. No sooner had they given their word than the group of cultivators, unable to wait any longer, hurried off with the dragon scales in tow. What followed was a flurry of activity as they quickly selected the team for the investigation. Meanwhile, after absorbing the power of the 12 seals, Shenmue discovered that his understanding of talismans had been somewhat misguided. He realized that while talismans did indeed possess innate power, their true strength lay in amplifying the user's own abilities. In other words, the stronger the wielder, the greater the power a talisman could unleash. At that moment, a sound like shattering glass echoed in the minds of some of the most powerful beings across the cosmos. Shun, have you truly crossed that threshold? You really are the miracle child favored by the universe. In Asgard, Odin gazed into the void with a face full of emotion. Has a cosmic deity truly been born on Earth? Should we extend him an invitation? Let's wait and see. We know so little about him. There will be an opportunity in the future. Elsewhere, in a realm of primordial chaos, several colossal, shadowy figures were deep in discussion about Shunmu. They were none other than the Council of Elders, composed of the celestial gods of the universe. At this very moment, Shunmu felt utterly transformed. His breakthrough had elevated the very essence of his being. Now, Shunmu could rightfully be called a true cosmic deity. Before this, even after gaining the power of the sun god, he could only barely be considered a god. To those ancient celestial beings, Shunmu was still nothing more than a local spirit, unworthy to walk alongside them. Even though his power was on par with many cosmic deities, his very nature had not reached their level, so he remained beneath their notice. But now everything had changed. Having pierced that ultimate barrier, Shunmu's existence was on par with theirs. In fact, when it came to raw combat strength, Shunmu was second to none among them. For most cosmic deities, their paths lay in magic or divine energy, or in merging with dimensions to become lords of those realms. What they truly valued was the immortality of the soul. In their eyes, the body was nothing more than a vessel to carry the soul. But for Shunmu, things were different. The Kryptonian bloodline granted him the purest potential of the physical form. Powered by the radiation of the sun, every cell within his body became the foundation of his incredible strength. Even after Shunmu obtained the power of the sun god, his body remained the core of his being. The true purpose of the sun god's power was still to push Shunmu's body towards ever greater heights. As long as the ancient Kryptonian bloodline reached a truly terrifying level, then all technology, magic, and divine power would be rendered meaningless before Shunmu. They would all be shattered with a single punch. However, reaching such a level would take at least a millennium. In order to quickly make up for his own shortcomings, Shunmu had chosen to explore the paths of magic and divine power. With the amplification from the power of the 12 zodiac beasts, I actually crossed the threshold of a single universe being so effortlessly, Shunmu murmured, opening his eyes and gazing at his body in disbelief. After all, even someone like Odin, the ancient god-king who had lived for ages, had only reached the level of Skyfather. Despite his strength, bolstered by countless powers and divine artifacts, Odin would still grow old and die, limited by his lifespan of less than 10,000 years. Yet in the universe, the true cosmic deities, those ancient beings who had lived for tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years, would make Odin seem like a mere flicker in time. Shun, congratulations on crossing that threshold. You are truly the greatest miracle I have ever witnessed in my life. At that moment, the Ancient One stepped out from a portal, her gaze filled with awe as she looked upon Shunmu. As the Sorcerer Supreme who had protected Earth for centuries, her power surpassed all her predecessors. Yet even so, she could not cross that final divide. Vishani had placed great hopes in the Ancient One, wishing that, once she overcame this barrier, she would become the fourth aspect of Vishani. But by their calculations, for the Ancient One to truly become a cosmic deity, she would need to train for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of years more. The Ancient One knew just how difficult the path was, so seeing Shunmu cross a threshold that countless powerful beings could never even touch filled her heart with indescribable emotion. Back at Kamartaj, she had witnessed the 12 pillars of light, along with the faint images of 12 animals shimmering within. Growing up at the foot of the Himalayas, she was intimately familiar with those creatures. The 12 zodiac beasts of the ancient eastern lands, also known as the 12 celestial emissaries. The moment they vanished, Shunmu broke through his limits. No matter how she looked at it, there had to be a connection. It was just that, given her personality, she was unlikely to ask Shunmu directly for an explanation. Yet now, her curiosity about Shunmu's origins only grew stronger. He bore a name like Shunmu, which was so distinctly Eastern in flavor, yet he was, in every sense, a dragon from Vanaheim, a world far beyond Earth. No matter how she tried to reason it out, it was simply impossible to make sense of. Did the Sorcerer Supreme come all this way just to congratulate me? But isn't it a bit inappropriate to show up empty-handed? After all, you're the illustrious Supreme Sorcerer. That eye of Agamotto hanging around your neck seems to share quite a bit of fate with me. Why not give it to me as a gift? Shunmu was in high spirits at this moment, teasing Gu Yi with a playful glint in his eye. Very well, if you truly need it, I could indeed hand it over to you. But the gem is one of Earth's most important guardians. If you take it, you may have to shoulder the responsibility it carries. Even as she replied to Shenmue's jest, Gu-Yi didn't miss the opportunity to try drawing him into the ranks of Earth's protectors. I'd better pass on that. Besides, sooner or later, it'll belong to me anyway. Shenmue was determined to acquire those gems. There was no question about it. For now, he was simply allowing Gu-Yi to keep it safe. By the way, I originally meant to warn you to be a little more careful, but it seems now that's entirely unnecessary. With your strength, those pests from hell can't stir up much trouble at all. Gu-Yi's words piqued Shenmue's curiosity. What new tricks were Hell's demons up to now? Mephisto has created a ghost rider imbued with hellfire and the eye of judgment to hunt you down, and his son, Blackheart, has come up to the mortal world from hell as well. Gu-Yi finally revealed what she'd intended to warn Shenmue about. It turned out that, during Shenmue's absence, things have been far from peaceful in the infernal realms. Mephisto's eldest son, upon seeing his father entrust the coveted soul of Zarathos to a mere mortal, a prize he himself had long yearned for, was consumed by jealousy and resentment. Why? You'd rather bestow the power of hellfire upon a pathetic human than give it to me. I'll make you pay dearly for your lack of trust, my dearest father. You seek to seize that man's body as your vessel for descent? Then I'll see to it he's utterly destroyed. You want your little toy to help you recover the San Venganza contract? Then I'll steal your precious contract myself. Once I've devoured the fallen souls of those thousands of saints, I'll become unstoppable. And then, my era will dawn. The throne of hell deserves a new master, one far stronger than you. With a heart full of unwillingness, resentment, and dark ambition, Blackheart managed to communicate with cultists on Earth, instructing them to perform a sacrificial ritual that allowed him to manifest in his true form upon the mortal plane. Unlike his father Mephisto, a master of dimensions who was bound by cosmic restrictions and unable to descend in person, Blackheart was not so limited. In fact, on Earth, he found his powers to be even greater than his father's, unrestrained by Mephisto's usual constraints. The very first thing Blackheart did upon arriving was to summon his most loyal followers from hell to join him. He had 3 goals in this venture. First, to eliminate Shenmue. Second, to seize the San Venganza contract and devour the souls bound within it. And third, to reclaim the hellfire from Ghost Rider, a power he believed rightfully belonged to him. I can smell it. The mark my dear father left behind. Surely, that's the vessel he's been seeking to possess. Now I'll utterly destroy him. Come forth, all of you. At that moment, in a shadowy graveyard, Blackheart leapt down from a weathered tombstone and called out to the empty air by his side. In the next instant, the ground suddenly bulged and twisted as a creature made entirely of earth slowly took shape. Nearby, from a puddle no larger than a palm, a long-haired man dripping wet emerged, water streaming from every limb. Overhead, a strange gust spiraled down from the sky, swirling like a miniature tornado before taking human form upon the earth. Finally, a shroud of black mist drifted in, brushing past gravestones and leaving them crumbling and decayed as if centuries had passed in a heartbeat. The black mist coalesced into a pallid, sinister man with a mane of stark white hair. These were Blackheart's infernal lieutenants, the Earth Demon, Water Demon, Wind Demon, and the most powerful of them all, the Rot Demon. Lord Blackheart, have you found that man yet? Wind Demon asked, turning towards him. I don't know what trick he used before to mask the scent of the mark, but now there's no way he can escape me. Let's go. Find him with me, destroy him, and present my foolish father with a surprise he'll never forget. With those words, Blackheart transformed into a wisp of black smoke and sped away, following the lingering trace of his quarry. The 4 demons mimicked his movement, each adopting their unique forms as they followed closely behind their master. Meanwhile, it was broad daylight. Barton Blaze, still unaccustomed to the power of the Ghost Rider, had already reverted to his human form. Now, he remembered nothing of the events that occurred while he was transformed. Every time he felt his body ignite, all memory would fade into darkness. There was only one thing he knew for certain. He had made a deal with the devil, and in doing so, had sold his soul. Therefore, even though his legs had truly healed, he could no longer bring himself to face his wife, child, or friends. More importantly, he was terrified that, under Mephisto's temptation, he might do something so dreadful it would even frighten himself and end up hurting them. So, he could only watch his wife and child from afar, at times when his mind was clear. But suddenly, his body was seized by a strange sensation. The entity within him had also caught the scent of Mephisto's mark radiating from Shenmue. Damn it, not again. How can this happen in broad daylight? Tiny sparks began to leap from Barton's body. He had yet to fully accept the powers of the Ghost Rider, so every transformation still brought him unbearable agony. Each time, he felt his body being seared away, little by an intense and consuming pain. To Barton, perhaps this was the price of making a deal with a demon, to live forever under the torment of such suffering. Once the transformation was complete, his motorcycle was already waiting, as if it had been standing by all along. With a deafening, thunderous roar, the bike shot forward, leaving behind a long, scorched trail etched into the ground, stretching far into the distance. In no time, the Ghost Rider sped through sparsely populated outskirts and entered the bustling city streets. But his arrival had not gone unnoticed by the humans who lived there. It's that flaming skeleton monster. He's actually out in broad daylight. Run, or he'll kill us. No, he's a righteous knight sent by God, here to cleanse the world of evil. Lately, news of the fiery skull-faced killer had spread like wildfire. At first, this creature only appeared at night, but now, even beneath the blazing sun, he was roaming the streets. Yet, what struck people as odd was that every victim of this skeletal monster had been a wicked, notorious criminal. So, opinions on the Ghost Rider were sharply divided. Some fanatical religious followers believed he was divine fire sent by God to purify the world, and began to worship him in their own way. Others saw him as nothing but a monster whose violent deeds could never be justified, no matter who his victims were. Those with guilty consciences were filled with terror, never knowing if they would be his next target. Thus, faced with this skeleton wreathed in flames, no one dared step forward to stop him, not even the police. For not long ago, after this monster first appeared, the police had mounted a full-scale operation, deploying a large force in an attempt to bring him down. But none of their weapons, no matter how advanced, could so much as scratch the Ghost Rider. Even the bullets that were fired were swallowed by it, only to be spat out moments later as a mouthful of molten iron. They tried to extinguish the flames that engulfed the Ghost Rider. But to their horror, the water they sprayed didn't put out the fire. Instead, it was ignited by the flames. It was as though what they poured wasn't water at all, but gasoline. Jesus above, is the world really coming to an end? Why do monsters like this keep appearing one after another? Some pessimists, connecting the recent string of events, began to believe that this might be the prelude to the world's destruction. Doomsday cults, too, started to stir at this moment, becoming more active than ever. Meanwhile, in a helicopter trailing behind the Ghost Rider, a commanding figure spoke urgently into the radio. This creature seems to have a purpose, heading somewhere specific. Notify the tech team immediately, simulate his route, and calculate his destination. This time, we have to take this guy down. A supernatural monster striding openly through the city. Never mind the destruction it caused. The real danger was the panic and uproar it spread among the public. Some hellspawn are crawling this way toward you. And the old devil Mephisto's favorite weapon, the Ghost Rider, is coming here as well. At this moment, the Ancient One turned to Shun Mu with an odd expression. She was curious to see what faces these reckless hellspawn would make once they realized the kind of being they were about to confront. Bugs, huh? Just swat them and be done with it. Master Ancient One, interested in sticking around to help me squash a couple of bugs for fun? Shenmue raised an eyebrow as he spoke. These pests are all here for you, so I won't intrude on your entertainment. Oh, by the way, if you have time, would you be willing to visit Kamartaj? The great Vishanti wishes to meet you. At that, the Ancient One suddenly extended an invitation on behalf of her patron. Vishanti wants to see me? Don't tell me he really intends for me to take your place as Sorcerer Supreme. Shenmue couldn't quite figure out what the Ancient One's mysterious patron wanted with him. Still, that didn't stop him from being curious about what a true powerhouse of this universe looked like. Once I've finished dealing with things here, I'll pay your boss a visit. After receiving Shenmue's reply, the Ancient One lost all interest in watching the fate of a few lowly pests and left at once. So that's how those bugs managed to track me down. At this, Shenmue drew a faint wisp of black mist from his own body. These demon lords, ancient as they are, really are impossible to guard against. Back when he first encountered Mephisto, there had been no real contact at all. Shenmue had no idea when the demon had managed to mark him. Just as Shenmue was turning this over in his mind, a sudden, violent noise erupted all around him. It turned out that Magneto, previously taken by surprise and controlled by Apocalypse, had now regained his own will. After putting his helmet back on and escaping with Mystique, having spirited Charles away, they tore the entire underground chamber housing the Cerebro amplifier straight out of the earth. Apocalypse, come out! Layer by layer, Magneto ripped open the outer shell of the underground complex, his voice roaring with fury. But the next moment, his furious expression faltered for just an instant, because the figure stepping out from within was the last person he wanted to see. Well, looks like you finally got the guts to challenge your old forefather. That's worth a little encouragement. Shenmue looked up at Magneto, who was hovering in the air, his face frozen in disbelief. Where's Apocalypse? Despite the shadow Shenmue had left in his heart, Magneto forced himself to ask. Apocalypse is gone. From this moment on, he's my servant. Whatever grudges you had are settled. Let it end here. At Shenmue's words, Magneto's expression changed. He hadn't expected that the being who claimed to be a god of the old world could actually submit to someone else. Descending slowly from the air, the turbulent magnetic fields around them began to settle and calm. I must say, I'm a little disappointed. I thought you'd lose control and try your luck against me again. When Shenmue said this, Magneto shivered inwardly, silently grateful he'd managed to restrain himself. If he hadn't, who knows what might have happened to him this time. So, I'm about to leave now. Are you going to try and stop me? Catching the faint look of relief on Magneto's face, Shenmue couldn't help but ask again. Magneto remained silent, stepping aside wordlessly so Shenmue wouldn't feel he was being blocked. Boring. Utterly boring. Seeing this, Shenmue couldn't help but feel a little deflated. He'd half hoped Magneto might have made some progress these past 2 weeks. Sensing those rotten, fetid auras approaching, Shenmue simply chose a spot, lay down, and basked in the sun, waiting for them. The demons arrived quickly. The first to appear was the Wind Demon, who transformed into a gust of wind and flew in. Ding! Major event, the demon's prying eyes has started. The treasure chest is charging. At that moment, the system's voice rang out in Shenmue's mind once more, alerting him that a new major event had begun. Once the Wind Demon confirmed that the man lying there was indeed their target, he bared his fangs in a wicked grin and transformed into a massive tornado, wrapping Shenmue inside. Haha, looks like this is my chance to shine. As long as I take this guy out first, Lord Blackheart will surely reward me handsomely. With this thought, the Wind Demon grew even more savage. He was well practiced in dealing with ordinary mortals. Simply draw all the air from around them, and they would writhe in agony before suffocating to death. Look, a tornado! What's going on? The Weather Service never forecasted a tornado in New York. Run. If you get caught in that, you're done for. The sudden appearance of the tornado threw the residents into fresh panic. Normally, any sign of unusual weather would prompt an immediate warning from the meteorological authorities, but now the tornado had fully formed without the slightest advance notice. Watching the crowd scatter and flee in terror, the Wind Demon grew more pleased with himself. His wild, triumphant laughter echoed through the storm. But in the very next instant, his laughter was cut short. He saw the man at the eye of the whirlwind, his own creation, sit up and stretch as if he'd just woken from a nap. A prickling sense of danger crept up on the Wind Demon. Instinct warned him, but his demonic nature only drove him to attack with even greater ferocity. After all, as a demon, he had no reason to fear a mortal. He regarded Shenmue as just another human, simply because the gap between them was so vast. Aside from Shenmue's somewhat unusual appearance, there seemed to be nothing remarkable about him. All around, countless bits of debris were sucked into the powerful whirlwind conjured by the Wind Demon. Dans mon tas, D. In his mind's eye, the Wind Demon could already see Shenmue being torn to shreds. What he didn't realize, though, was that someone else had already used this very trick on Shenmue before, and with even greater force. It had proven completely ineffective. Standing in the heart of the tornado, Shenmue merely exhaled, a light, effortless breath. Starting from where he sat, the monstrous whirlwind began to freeze solid. A sudden, overwhelming sense of danger crashed over the Wind Demon. In that moment, he felt the chill of death. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, he tried to escape, but the freezing spread too quickly. In a blink, he was transformed into a gigantic tornado of ice. As a god of the cosmos, Shenmue's breath was far more than a mere physical attack. It brimmed with divine power. And so, in that instant, the Wind Demon was utterly frozen, his very consciousness sealed away. Shenmue flicked his finger lightly against the frozen tornado. Instantly, cracks spiderwebbed outward. With a resounding crash, the massive ice tornado shattered into countless shards. The Wind Demon, who had hoped to seize victory and curry favor, ended up perishing before he even had the chance to begin. Killing a lesser demon barely moved the progress bar by even 1%. Looks like the real heavyweights in this event are still waiting ahead. Shenmue glanced at the system panel, noting the treasure chest's charging progress. He pondered aloud. Strange, the Wind Demon has vanished. Blackheart Demon, who had been hurrying over impatiently, suddenly halted in his tracks, surprise flickering across his face. Though he still had no idea who this Shenmue was, The vessel his father had chosen for descent. His usual arrogance left no room in his heart for concern. In his mind, no matter how strong the opponent might be, could they possibly surpass him, the fully powered son of a demon lord? Lord Blackheart, is something wrong? Seeing their leader come to a stop, the earth demon poked his head out from the ground and asked. The other two demons also paused, turning to look at Blackheart demon. The wind demon has already been banished. Perhaps some powerful mage intervened. Blackheart demon didn't reveal the truth of the wind demon's demise. Instead, he merely claimed the wind demon had been driven back to hell. A mage. Those fools are courting death, daring to ruin your plans, Lord Blackheart. I'll make sure they die in agony, and then I'll devour their souls. The water demon whispered darkly, his voice oozing malice. Let's go. Our target is just ahead. Once we destroy him, each of you can go out and hunt the souls of mortals as you please. Blackheart demon made a promise to the remaining 3 demons. When Blackheart demon finally appeared before Shenmue, he regarded him with a hint of surprise, but sensed nothing unusual in his presence. However, traces of the shattered wind demon's aura still lingered around Shenmue, and there was no sign of anyone else nearby. Blackheart demon couldn't help but wonder if the one who had taken out the wind demon was this very man standing before him. So, you're the vessel my dear father chose for his descent? You don't look particularly impressive. Maybe it's just those horns on your head that remind the old man of something familiar. Blackheart demon gave Shenmue a scornful once-over before speaking with disdain, though a touch of envy crept into his heart. Although he was Mephisto's child, Blackheart demon was not his offspring by blood. He was created by Mephisto's own power, fused with a special kind of evil. So, even though he called Mephisto father, and the old demon acknowledged him as a son, there was not a drop of the true Hell Lord's blood in his veins. Naturally, his demonic form was quite different from that of his father, the most obvious difference being the absence of those iconic ram's horns. Upon seeing the pair of dragon horns on Shenmue's head, he couldn't help recalling his own true form. He thought he'd finally figured out why that old undead fiend wanted Shenmue's body so badly. Judging by your tone, you must be the little vermin sired by that old reprobate Mephisto. I wonder just how much of your father's cunning and power you've inherited? Shenmue fixed his gaze on the demon son before him, a creature with skin as pale as bone and eyes black as midnight. I'll soon surpass that old relic myself. Taking you down will be my first surprise for him. No sooner had Blackheart finished his words than the ground beneath Shenmue's feet exploded apart. A massive arm, sculpted from earth, shot up and clamped tightly around him. Well done, Sabak. Keep him restrained just like that. I'll reduce him to a pile of scraps in no time. With those words, the rot demon materialized before Shenmue, praising the earth demon with a twisted grin before pressing a finger to Shenmue's forehead. Born from the endless heaps of rotting demon corpses in the depths of hell, the rot demon was the very embodiment of decay. Anything touched by him would be tainted by his corrupting power, inevitably withering away into oblivion. Any life form whose essence ranked beneath his, be it body or soul, would, once ensnared by his rot, be reduced to nothing but ashes. Having arisen from decay itself, he possessed a vitality far stranger than that of most demons. No matter how many times his body was destroyed, as long as his demon soul remained, he could instantly regenerate. But his demon soul was not housed in his body. Instead, it rested in another dimension, connected by a unique psychic link. In this way, the rot demon could be considered a different kind of undying immortal. Within the domain ruled by Mephisto, he belonged among the upper echelons of high demons. He was far more formidable than the likes of the wind demon or earth demon, elemental fiends of far lesser stature. Hey, have you finished yet? The stench coming off you is enough to make anyone sick. I actually thought you demons might have something new up your sleeves, but is this really all you've got? Just as the rot demon was basking in his own triumph, the supposed sacrificial lamb before him suddenly spoke. Shenmue could sense a force trying to seep through his dragon scales, seeking to corrupt his flesh and blood. Yet it was pitifully weak, so weak that the divine power of the horse talisman repelled it with ease. What? You can actually resist my power of decay. And you even know I'm a demon? You're no ordinary being at all. The rot demon stared in utter disbelief at the spot where his finger touched, finding not the slightest trace of change. What surprised him even more was that Shenmue knew of his identity as a demon from hell. In that instant, he realized Shenmue was not the lowly being he had assumed. Still, it was no more than a fleeting shock. After all, across thousands of years, he had faced countless adversaries. Yet in the end, all of them had been reduced to dust beneath his hands. He didn't believe Shenmue would be any different, especially since he still had his most lethal move hidden up his sleeve. Centuries of experience had taught him one thing. Even the strongest fortress can be destroyed from within. So, seeing the situation unfold, the rot demon's body shifted and instantly transformed into a thick cloud of black mist, aiming to slip into Shunmu's body through his nose and ears. Of course, Shunmu would never allow such a foul, reeking creature to invade his body. With a sudden, forceful sneeze, he blew the black mist apart. Witnessing this, the Earth Demon, who had been gripping Shunmu, finally revealed his true form. A colossal giant of Earth, dozens of meters tall, rose from the ground. As his full form emerged, it was clear that the earth around him had sunk several meters deep under his massive weight. What is that thing now? First there was the massive tornado, and now a terrifying monster made of earth. Jesus above, please forgive our sins. Am I dreaming? Or is this truly the sign of the world's end? God, someone save us. Countless citizens stared in horror at the monstrous form of the Earth Demon. They prayed desperately, hoping someone would come to their rescue. In the next moment, the crowd suddenly saw the Earth Giant's arm explode, and his huge body was sent flying backward as if struck by an overwhelming force. Shunmu leapt into the air, and with a terrifying punch, smashed down onto the Earth Demon's head. Immediately, a powerful tremor rippled across dozens of kilometers, like a minor earthquake shaking the land. But as an elemental demon, especially one standing on solid ground, the Earth Demon's vitality was astonishing. The head that Shunmu had smashed was rapidly reforming, and with massive fists the giant tried to strike back. Yet Shunmu gave him no chance, raining down punch after punch. Then, with a blast of devastating breath that pierced straight through the giant's head and body, the Earth Demon's form erupted in a violent explosion. Even the Earth Demon's anguished screams were drowned by the thunderous blast. It's him, the mysterious hero who defeated that mutant not long ago. Could he be a messenger sent by God to save us? But he looks more like a demon than an angel. It doesn't matter if he's a demon or an angel, as long as he destroys that monster. At this moment, many people, looking through their binoculars, saw Shunmu soaring in the sky. Instinctively, they regarded him as a hero who had come to save them from disaster. Shunmu slowly descended to stand before the Blackheart Demon. Startled, the Blackheart Demon immediately retreated several steps. Gone was his earlier arrogance and swagger. Now, his gaze toward Shunmu was tinged with wariness. Meanwhile, the dispersed rot demon, having been blown apart, managed to reconstitute his body. He stood beside the Blackheart Demon, a trace of fear on his face. Had his demonic soul still resided in that body just moments ago, he might have been utterly destroyed. I recall, Shunmu said, that among your subordinates, there's still a water elemental demon. Now, where could he be hiding? Don't tell me he's already betrayed you and slipped away in secret. With a single sentence, Shunmu exposed the Blackheart Demon's hidden weakness. Hearing this, the water demon, who had been lurking in the underground drainage pipes, could hide no longer. In a sudden rush, he burst out into the open. So, I underestimated you, the Blackheart Demon sneered. The Wind Demon was your doing, wasn't he? There's a reason that old fool chose you, after all. Seeing Shunmu's composure, the Blackheart Demon had no doubts left. The Wind Demon had fallen at Shunmu's hands. Don't be in such a hurry. Soon enough, you'll join him. I'll crush you pathetic little vermin first. As for that ancient reprobate, Mephisto, one day I'll grind him into nothing as well. At Shunmu's words, the faces of the demons twisted with anger. Shunmu's demeanor made it clear he didn't regard them as a threat at all. In thousands of years, even in the cruel depths of hell, aside from the great lords of hell, no other demon had ever dared speak to them with such contempt. Clearly, they had already forgotten how the Wind Demon and the Earth Demon had just been destroyed. Unable to contain himself, the Water Demon transformed into a towering figure of transparent water, raising both arms high. Suddenly, torrents of water burst from the ground, converging upon the Water Demon, and in the blink of an eye, his form swelled into that of a giant. Seeing this, the Rot Demon immediately fused his own body into the watery giant, creating an unnatural amalgamation. In an instant, the once transparent water giant turned pitch black, as dark as ink. Die, you wretched creature! The Water Demon roared, swinging a massive hand toward Shunmu, intent on seizing him. Shunmu, expressionless, stared at the incoming hand, thick with the stench of decay. With a quiet utterance of just 2 words, twin beams of searing, laser-like heat shot from Shunmu's eyes. Seeing this, the Water Demon quickly threw up his other hand as a shield. But the moment the beams struck, A sinister hissing filled the air as the terrifying heat burned relentlessly through the bodies of both the water demon and rot demon. From within the giant's form, two distinct voices cried out in agony. The corrupt demon tried to break free from the water giant's body, but he suddenly realized it was as if he had been sealed within. Originally, they had only fused together to deal with Shenmue, yet now the water demon's body had become his own prison. No matter how frantically he struggled, it was all in vain. He knew this wouldn't be the end of him, yet the pain he felt, relentless and sharp, as if his flesh were being sliced away piece by piece, was all too real. Demons had always been the ones to torment other living things, but this time, tables had turned. Now, they were the ones suffering. The water demon also tried to escape, only to discover he was utterly immobilized, forced to endure the searing heat scorching his body. Seeing this, the Blackheart demon stopped spectating. With a furious roar, he revealed his true demonic form, a shadowy creature with hair writhing like octopus tentacles. With a flash, he lunged at Shenmue, demonic power coiling around his fists and morphing into gaping, snarling demon faces. Shenmue responded in kind, raising his fist for a counterblow. The true sound of their collision tore through the air only after their fists met. The next instant, Blackheart's entire body exploded into fragments. But a soulless demon like Blackheart could not be killed so easily. The scattered blobs of black slime swiftly reassembled, piecing themselves together into Blackheart's form once more. You are definitely not from Earth. Where do you come from? Were you really? Blackheart stared at Shenmue in terror. I've never claimed to be a creature of this world, Shenmue replied calmly. But you, showing up to die without even understanding your opponent's origins? You truly haven't inherited a shred of your cockroach father's cunning. Looking at Blackheart, Shenmue couldn't help but think of the saying, a tiger's son is not necessarily a tiger. Mephisto might not be the strongest among the demon lords of hell, but he was certainly the most difficult to deal with. His endless schemes and plots kept even his peers constantly on guard. Ever since he orchestrated the downfall of the elemental demon, Lord Zatanos, few in hell dared to provoke Mephisto directly. Only his own rebellious son, Blackheart, would openly challenge him. Still, Shenmue had to admit, Mephisto was surprisingly tolerant of Blackheart. Had anyone else dared attempt such things, their soul would have long since been ripped out and endlessly tormented in hellfire. Enough! Shut your mouth, monster! Blackheart erupted, his fury barely contained. One day, I will surpass that old relic. He's held the title of Hell Lord for far too long. All of it should be mine. I'll take his place and become the true king of hell, seizing Satan's throne for myself. The very mention of his father filled Blackheart's heart with blazing resentment. A grand ideal, but you may never live to see that day. In that moment, under the searing gaze of Shenmue's laser vision, not a single drop remained of the water demon's body. It was incinerated alive. Finally breaking free, the rot demon fled desperately into the distance. Shenmue made no move to stop it, for he knew that someone even more intriguing was about to make an entrance. Suddenly, the deafening roar of a motorcycle echoed through the air. The fleeing rot demon was abruptly ensnared by a blazing chain wreathed in fire. At the other end of the chain, a flaming skull gripped it tightly, dismounting from a spectral bike and striding slowly forward. The Ghost Rider, Lord of the Underworld's own enforcer. Let me go. I serve Lord Blackheart. We're on the same side. The rot demon shouted desperately at the Ghost Rider, his voice trembling with rage and fear. You are guilty. Look into my eyes. The Ghost Rider's reply was hollow, stripped of all emotion. With that, the Ghost Rider wrenched the demon's head around, forcing its gaze to meet the burning hellfire of his own eyes. Instantly, the penitent stare was unleashed. Flames whirled in the depths of his skull sockets. Following the faint spiritual link, the power of hellfire finally found the demon's corrupted soul and, in a flash, burned it to ashes. He dropped the rot demon's body, now nothing more than an empty shell after the judgment. The Ghost Rider's gaze locked unerringly onto Blackheart. For compared to Blackheart, Shenmue's sins were but a drop in the ocean, practically negligible. In fact, having played the part of a superhero, Shenmue even carried with him the hopes and prayers of many humans. So, the Ghost Rider turned first to Blackheart, pointing an accusatory finger and declaring, "You are guilty. To kill you is to reclaim the hellfire that is rightfully mine." Seeing the hellfire he once possessed, now blazing upon the skeleton's frame, Blackheart roared in fury. He ignored Shenmue completely and launched himself at the Ghost Rider. Shenmue watched the scene unfold, settling himself leisurely in midair. Producing a wine glass as if seated on an invisible chair, he looked on with great amusement. While Shunmu considered both of them nothing more than bickering weaklings, the back and forth of their battle was at least entertaining. Yet, against Blackheart, who was soulless, the Ghost Rider's strongest weapon, the penance stare, lost its potency. All he could do was pit Hellfire against Hellfire, locked in a fierce struggle. Finally, when the Ghost Rider managed to seize a rare opportunity and restrain Blackheart, he wasted no time unleashing judgment upon this demon steeped in sin. Demon, look into my eyes. Pressing down on Blackheart's head, the Ghost Rider forced their eyes to meet the burning gaze of damnation. At that instant, a flicker of genuine fear crossed Blackheart's twisted, ferocious face. Hellfire surged in Ghost Rider's eyes, yet he felt nothing, not even the faintest hint that the soul before him was being scorched. The next instant, the look of fear on Blackheart's face twisted into a mocking sneer. That trick of yours is completely useless against me, because I don't have a soul for you to burn. As Blackheart's words fell, he suddenly reached out and clamped his hand around Ghost Rider's throat. I'm guessing that old fool forgot to tell you. Your penance stare does nothing to those without souls. Well, isn't that a pleasant surprise for you? With Blackheart's terrifying demonic power seeping into him, Ghost Rider's bright yellow flames gradually began to darken, as if they were about to be snuffed out. Do you know, this power was supposed to be mine all along, if only that old man had trusted me. You miserable wretch, chosen by my father to be his puppet. But now I'll give you a chance. Become one of my followers. Help me find the contract of San Venganza, and when I claim the throne of hell, I'll set you free. Blackheart offered Ghost Rider an olive branch, hoping to recruit him to his cause. Unfortunately, Barton had just merged with Zarathos. His mind was a chaotic storm, driven only by raw instinct. He couldn't comprehend a word of what Blackheart was saying. Struggling, he reached out, calling for his hellish steed. Instantly, the spirit car burst into roaring flames and revved to life, charging straight at Blackheart. But with a casual swipe, Blackheart sent it flying. Let's see what it is about you that made the old man choose you. What made him sign the contract and entrust you with this power? Blackheart pressed a finger to the center of Ghost Rider's brow, instantly reading the contents of the contract and catching glimpses of Barton's wife and child. As he tried to probe deeper, he felt a surge of burning heat, poised to erupt. Under Blackheart's crushing power, the hellfire slowly faded from Ghost Rider, revealing his mortal form beneath. Barton, now himself again, was left dazed and disoriented, uncertain of what had happened while he'd lost consciousness. Where is he now? Who was this figure gripping his throat? Before he could gather his thoughts, the man before him spoke. So that's how it is. You have an adorable son, don't you? Well then, the deal has changed. If you don't want your wife and child to be dragged to hell, you'll do as I say. A demon's curse is never an empty threat. At these words, fury flashed in Barton's eyes. If motorcycle stunt performances were his life, then his wife and child were things even more precious than life itself. Stay away from my wife and son. Barton roared at Blackheart. In response, Blackheart simply flung Barton through the air, sending him flying more than 10 meters away with a single effortless motion. Such a blow nearly shattered Barton's bones, given his mortal body. His internal organs suffered various degrees of damage, and he struggled desperately, unable to get up for quite some time. Swear your loyalty to me, and I might consider sparing them. Otherwise, I have countless ways to torment their souls. Blackheart declared as he advanced toward Barton once more. Eradicate all evil. Surrender your body to me. Just then, a voice seemed to echo in Barton's mind, urging him to give up his body. He knew it was the thing Mephisto had planted within him, calling out from inside. No, I'll send him back to hell myself. This time, Barton's resolve was unbreakable. He slowly rose to his feet, a spark of fire flickering in his eyes. Then, the hellfire that had been extinguished suddenly blazed back to life. The Ghost Rider transformed once more. But this time, Barton managed to control the power with his own will, feeling none of the agony he'd experienced before. Only now did he truly become the Ghost Rider. Go back to hell, where you belong, demon. Barton charged forward, kicking Blackheart so hard that the demon flew more than 10 meters through the air. He then snatched up a length of rebar from nearby, instantly enchanting it with hellfire, and hurled it like a spear with all his might. The hellfire-wreathed rebar, propelled by tremendous force, pierced straight through Blackheart's body and nailed him firmly to the ground. Yet Blackheart seemed utterly unfazed. He simply reached out and, inch by inch, pulled the rebar from his own body. So this is how it is. You've finally awakened, haven't you? But that's just as well. Only humans have weaknesses. Blackheart paid no mind to such injuries. He stood up gracefully, casting a wicked look at the Ghost Rider. And so, the battle erupted once more. At that moment, A chorus of alarm sirens blared from all sides. Convoys of military vehicles rushed onto the scene. A large force of heavily armed soldiers poured out of the trucks, training their weapons on the two figures locked in confrontation, and on Shenmue as well. Among them were 4 sonic cannons, the latest in military technology. Once activated, these fearsome weapons could unleash a relentless barrage of destructive sound waves. Any ordinary creature exposed to such sonic onslaught for too long would find their insides, and everything else, reduced to pulp. Meanwhile, 5 military helicopters hovered overhead, their gun barrels aimed squarely at the demon, the dragon, and the skeletal rider below. Colonel Ross, all preparations are in place. Should we commence the attack immediately? At that moment, a soldier reported to the spirited colonel standing before him. Hold on. Those 2 monsters are tearing each other apart. We just need to wait until they settle things between themselves before we make our move. It's the other one that worries me. My instincts as a soldier tell me that's the real threat. Listen up, everyone. Once my order is given, concentrate all heavy firepower on that horn creature first. Make sure it goes down before anything else. This was Ross's first time coming face to face with supernatural beings. Though a faint unease lingered in his heart, the overwhelming firepower at his command offered him a sliver of comfort. Hey, buddy, you got a good eye for who's the real powerhouse here, but isn't it a bit rude to discuss your tactics right in front of me, as if I'm not even here? Just as Ross finished issuing his orders and was about to refocus on the 2 battling creatures in the field, a quiet, eerie voice whispered at his ear. Ross's instincts as a soldier kicked in. He reached for his gun, but before he could act, an invisible force pinned him in place. Stiffly turning his head, he realized with a jolt that Shenmue, who had moments ago been calmly observing the scene from afar, was now standing right beside him, wearing an unsettlingly friendly smile. Having survived countless battles of bullets and shrapnel, this was the first time Colonel Ross ever felt death breathing so close. It was as though the cold blade of the Grim Reaper's scythe hovered at his throat, sending a chill down his spine. A shudder raced up from his tailbone to the crown of his head, making his scalp tingle. What are you? Ever since you appeared, we've scoured the globe for any information about you, but it's as if you materialized out of thin air. No trace, no clue. By all logic, someone as powerful as you should have left some hint of your existence. So, you're not from this world at all. At the very least, you're not an earthly being. Perhaps you're from beyond the stars. Are we right in our guess? With the last remnants of his military pride, Ross forced down his fear, striving to keep his voice steady as he questioned Shenmue. Part of him hoped that by talking, he could buy himself a slim chance to escape. But another part was genuinely curious about Shenmue's origins. The military had pulled every string, even collaborating with several special agencies, to investigate Shenmue, but all efforts had come up empty. It was nearly impossible. In this day and age, for someone to leave absolutely no trace was unthinkable, unless they lived deep in some forgotten jungle. Yet, with the kind of overwhelming power Shenmue displayed, he hardly seemed the type to be hiding in the woods. Therefore, by piecing together various clues and taking into account the recent string of events, they ultimately arrived at this conclusion. As for Shenmue, the World Security Council has already established a top-secret file on him. However, the actual information contained in this file is pitifully scarce. Should I praise you for your cleverness? But the smarter a person is, the sooner they meet their end, and those who know too much often live in far greater pain. For you, perhaps ignorance truly is a kind of blessing. After all, if you knew that there are far more powerful cosmic civilizations beyond Earth, and that Earth has long since been exposed to their gaze, you might find it hard to sleep at night. And if I were to tell you that the universe is teeming with countless mighty beings, any one of whom could casually destroy Earth 1,000 times over, and that their eyes, from time to time, are fixed on your world, your fear might only deepen. Hearing Shenmue's words, and seeing the faintly sympathetic look in his eyes, Ross felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. As a soldier, one from the world's most powerful nation, no less, he still carried a shred of pride, even though he had suffered a humiliating defeat on the Vietnamese battlefield not long ago. Shenmue's expression was all too familiar to them, for it was the same look they themselves had worn many times, especially after military campaigns, when facing the war-ravaged civilians. Are you truly from the stars? Why did you come to Earth? Is it to conquer us? Ross, following the logic of his own mind, found this to be the most plausible explanation for Shenmue's arrival. After all, it couldn't possibly be for sightseeing, could it? At that moment, Ross was secretly sending orders to his subordinates, desperately hoping they could rescue him from this nightmare. If you want your men to save you, just shout for help openly. I wouldn't mind in the least. However, I'd rather have your soldiers stay and watch the show with me for a while, so I doubt they'll have time to come to your rescue. Hearing Shenmue's words, Ross turned to look at his soldiers. He saw them frozen in place, locked in a single posture, as if time itself had come to a standstill around them. A heavy dread settled over Ross, and a wave of despair rose within him. Perhaps today is the day I die here. My precious Betty, Daddy won't be able to take you to the amusement park, nor will I see you grow up. Of course, Shenmue hadn't truly mastered the power of time. What he'd done was simply use telekinesis to paralyze everyone's movements, turning them into living statues. At that moment, Barton had already fully adapted to the power of the Ghost Rider. Moreover, the unique properties of Hellfire made him unstoppable. Anything that fell into his hands became a weapon. Yet, gradually, Barton began to lose ground, an irreversible decline. After all, he had once been nothing more than a stunt performer, entirely lacking any real combat experience. To make matters worse, even the Ghost Rider's deadliest move was of no use here. At some point, a Gatling gun that had originally been mounted on a military vehicle just happened to drop at his feet. At that very moment, a mysterious force pressed his head down, making him notice the weapon. Without the slightest hesitation, Barton snatched up the Gatling gun. Hellfire surged in his hands as he began to enchant the weapon. As the flame spread, the entire gun morphed into a demonic shape. The 6 barrels became like 6 gaping demon mouths, making the weapon look even more menacing and terrifying. Hot flames roared inside each barrel. A deafening roar erupted. "Go back to hell where you belong, you damned demon." With his newly acquired weapon, Barton unleashed a furious barrage. In a single breath, hundreds of Hellfire bullets spewed forth, forming a blazing dragon that roared toward Blackheart. The tremendous firepower tore through Blackheart's body, riddling him with holes. But Blackheart's undead abilities allowed his body to rapidly repair itself. However, unlike the inexhaustible Hellfire, Blackheart did not possess limitless magical power. So, little by little, the speed at which he regenerated began to slow, just a fraction, but enough to be noticed. What are these monsters? Ross, watching from the sidelines, was utterly stunned. Only now did he truly grasp the nature of the enemies they faced on this mission. 2 beings that couldn't be killed. One with the power to transform any weapon into a demonic instrument. If a real fight broke out, his squad of American soldiers will be nothing more than cannon fodder. One is a knight forged by demons for battle. The other, the devil's own son. Shenmue replied casually. Demons? Do such things really exist? Ross, now a rising star in military circles, had heard of certain secrets, like visitors from other worlds. But the existence of demons was something he'd never been certain about. Humans always believe what they see with their own eyes. What's wrong? Don't you trust your own eyes anymore? The demon is fighting right in front of you. Hearing Shenmue's words, Ross fell silent. On the battlefield, the fight had reached a fever pitch. Blackheart was clearly beginning to tire. But just as Shenmue thought the Ghost Rider was about to claim victory, Blackheart suddenly stopped moving, letting the bullets pour into his body without resistance. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, my knight. But now, it is time for you to return. At that moment, a familiar voice came from Blackheart's mouth. In the next instant, the blazing flames that engulfed Barton faded away, and after reverting to his mortal form, he instantly collapsed into unconsciousness. Yet even as his awareness slipped away, his eyes still glared fiercely at Blackheart. Or rather, perhaps it should be Mephisto. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. In such a short time, you've achieved a leap in the very essence of life. A powerful body, mastery over solar power, the forces of magic, and even some abilities I myself do not recognize. You truly are the perfect vessel. With his son's body as his conduit, Mephisto faced Shenmue as he spoke. Or rather, perhaps this wasn't merely borrowing a body after all, because a possibility occurred to Shenmue. You were not born divine, but your rate of growth has captured the attention of the entire universe. That's why I cannot allow you to keep evolving. I will seize your body right here and now. You are destined to be the most flawless vessel for my ascension in the multiverse. After Mephisto took over, Blackheart's form reverted to its original state, but his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. As he spoke, his gaze burned with fervent desire as he stared at Shenmue's body. The demon's possessiveness was on full display, laid bare and undisguised. Simply by physical standards alone, this body had already surpassed many of the universe's gods. More importantly, Mephisto could sense that even as they spoke, solar energy continued to pour ceaselessly into Shenmue's body. With every passing moment, Shenmue was growing even stronger. In all his ages traversing the multiverse, Mephisto had never witnessed such a way of evolving. What a perfect body! Calling it a miracle of the universe would not be an exaggeration. Your value truly exceeds all my expectations. If I could unlock the secrets of your body, then my hell would be home to an entire legion of super demons. Mephisto seemed entirely unconcerned with Shenmue, openly and brazenly appraising him, as if he were simply a specimen. I'm very curious. What gives you the confidence to say all this? You cannot descend upon Earth in your true form. What makes you think it'll be so easy to get rid of me? Don't forget, the line of Sorcerer Supremes still stands on Earth. If you dare make a grand entrance, I doubt the Ancient One would simply stand by and watch. Shenmue questioned Mephisto with a casual curiosity, as if the two were not mortal enemies, but old friends engaged in idle conversation. As he spoke, Shenmue released the soldiers who had been held captive by his telekinesis. The moment they realized they had regained control of their bodies, they didn't hesitate for an instant. Any sense of military honor was cast aside as they abandoned their weapons and turned to flee without a second thought. Colonel Ross, are you planning to stay and witness the battle that's about to unfold? Shenmue looked at Ross, who was still standing frozen beside him, the man who might one day become the Red Hulk. You're not going to kill me? Ross's mind was in turmoil as he asked this, for in his heart, he was certain he was already standing on the edge of death. Kill you? You're overestimating yourself. Hearing the disdain in Shenmue's tone, Ross felt a sting of humiliation, but if it meant staying alive, his pride no longer mattered. Ross cast a long, searching look at Shenmue, then glanced toward Mephisto, and quickly withdrew from the scene. Yet for the first time, a yearning for supernatural power began to stir in his heart. After all, he had always believed that the military and its weapons were the most reliable force in the world. But after witnessing that battle just now, his faith had been thoroughly shaken. Weapons were utterly useless against these superhuman beings. To forgive someone who dared offend you. Now, that is true mercy. Those angels who descended in ages past were never as magnanimous as you. Mephisto smiled as he praised Shenmue. You're not so different yourself. Your dear son has tried every trick in the book to wreck your plans, and yet you allow him to do as he pleases. Compared to you, my own tolerance seems rather meager. That hardly fits the devilish character I've heard so much about. Seeing Mephisto's reaction, Shenmue couldn't help but feel curious. After all, he didn't believe that an ancient demon like Mephisto, who'd lived countless ages, could actually feel genuine fatherly affection. Do you know why I created Blackheart, my child? Even when he brazenly fled hell and tried to sabotage my schemes, I could still tolerate it. In fact, everything I have in the future will belong to him. He might even inherit the throne of hell itself. At this, Mephisto seemed to shift into a conversational mood, taking the initiative to speak with Shenmue. Oh, now that's interesting. Shenmue adopted the manner of an attentive listener. At this moment, neither the dragon nor the demon seemed at all inclined to fight. Yet deep down, Shenmue remained on high alert. Arrogant, vain, disdainful of all, my child possesses all the finest traits of a demon, except he lacks a touch of wisdom. And, as a demon, he is unique. He was born without a soul. But all of this was decided from the moment I created him. He was given a mission the instant he came into being. Mephisto began to speak about his favorite son. What mission? Shenmue had to admit, he was indeed intrigued by the family affairs of this notorious archdemon of the multiverse. That mission is to become me. Without a soul, it's naturally the best vessel one could wish for. In truth, even he himself doesn't realize that he is incomplete. What stands before us now is merely the weakest fragment of what he once was. And very soon, you'll see exactly what my dear son's final purpose is. As Mephisto spoke, he stamped his feet lightly against the ground. A vast magical array unfurled beneath him, its dark red glow surging forth. The once radiant sky was instantly shrouded in a bloody haze. Then, 3 figures identical to the original Blackheart materialized before them. Without hesitation, Shenmue opened his jaws and unleashed a scorching blast of explosive dragon fire. Yet one of the figures swiftly extended a hand, absorbing Shenmue's dragon fire in an instant. In the next moment, Mephisto, surrounded at the center, let his eyes gleam with a crimson radiance, and the 3 Blackhearts were devoured in a flash. From above, a monstrous roar reverberated as if the heavens themselves trembled. Its shockwave rippled across the globe, sending tremors deep into the earth. An endless tide of demonic power descended, blotting out the sun. Humanity everywhere was plunged into boundless terror. They looked up to see a towering, crimson demon looming over the earth, its predatory gaze fixed upon the world below. I, Mephisto, the great demon king, have arrived. With a thunderous proclamation, Mephisto, an ancient evil who had roamed countless universes, announced his arrival to Earth. Meanwhile, in Adelan, the inhuman city on the moon, Black Bolt was strolling with his wife, when his expression suddenly changed. He soared into the sky without a word. High above, he gazed toward Earth, only to see a colossal, red demonic apparition opening its maw wide, as if determined to swallow the planet whole. For a moment, the king of the Inhumans was utterly shaken. In Asgard, Heimdall, guardian of the realm, recoiled several steps in shock at the sight. Just a single glance at Mephisto's fearsome aura made his very blood run cold. Odin sprang from his throne, battle armor blazing to life, and the eternal spear gripped tightly in his hand. Yet after a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden realization, he sat down again and let his armor dissolve. "Your Majesty, what is happening?" Frigga asked, concern etched in her voice. "It's nothing," Odin replied, withholding the true nature of the crisis from her. At Kamartaj, the Ancient One was preparing to aid Shenmue when she suddenly sensed another dark force approaching Earth's dimension. Dormammu. Faced with this old nemesis, the Ancient One knew she had to deal with him first. Demons. Demons really exist in this world. Damn it, why would such a terrifying demon descend upon Earth? Has someone opened the gates of hell? Oh my God, please, reveal yourself, and save your faithful followers. It's over. Everything's over. The world is doomed. We're all going to be slaughtered by the demon. Is there anyone left who can save us? The entire Earth was plunged into an unprecedented state of turmoil. Countless people now felt utterly powerless. Such a monstrous demon was far beyond anything they could ever hope to resist. At the mutant school, Professor X and Magneto stared at the sky, horror etched across their faces. Especially the professor, whose mind powers made him keenly aware of the danger. At this moment, it felt as if his head were about to explode. Merely reaching out with his psychic abilities to probe the phantom shape in the sky, he was instantly overwhelmed by a torrent of chaotic, meaningless information crashing into his brain. In an instant, blood streamed from the professor's eyes and ears. Even more horrifying, his hair seemed to fall out all at once, as if it had been doused with a powerful hair remover. Perhaps being bald was always his fate. In the original timeline, he nearly became the vessel for Apocalypse, and the power of the ritual left him hairless. And yet, even in this timeline, twisted by Shenmue's intervention, he still could not escape his destiny of baldness. "Professor, where are you?" Though she carried the Phoenix Force within her, Jean Grey, still young and inexperienced, was terrified at the sight before her face drained of all color. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, who had already pledged allegiance to Shenmue, gazed up at Mephisto looming in the sky. He felt smaller than ever, a wave of endless dread surging through his heart. "So these are the beings my master spoke of, creatures far beyond my imagination. I never thought I'd see one appear so soon." Apocalypse muttered to himself. In that moment, he truly understood. He was nothing more than a clown, and the world he thought he knew was in fact utterly alien to him. Now, only Shenmue dared to face this great demon directly. Confronting the demon face to face, Shenmue finally realized what true power in this universe looked like. Well, Mephisto, king of demons indeed. There was not a trace of fear in Shenmue's eyes. Rather, they brimmed with an intense fighting spirit, so fierce it was almost overflowing. "Do you think I'm powerless against you just because you cannot manifest your true form on Earth? Blackheart was specifically created and nurtured by me so that I could descend into any dimension in a form nearly identical to my true self. This vessel was never meant for you, but your value is simply irresistible. Once I seize you, I'll have no further need for this body." At this moment, Blackheart's body had undergone a complete transformation. His flesh was now a blazing crimson, draped in a scarlet cloak, and atop his head sprouted a pair of curved horns, eerily similar to Shenmue's own. With an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spine, he strode toward Shenmue, each step deliberate and menacing. "Oh, and don't bother hoping that Gu-E will come to your rescue. After all, she's quite preoccupied with her own troubles right now. I even invited an old friend to pay her a visit, just for old time's sake. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, surrender this mortal vessel willingly. As a reward, I'll grant you a powerful demon's body and allow you to wield some of my strength. Or, I can obliterate your soul and claim your body for myself. The choice is yours, decide." Mephisto's generosity seemed boundless as he laid out Shenmue's options. "My choice is to beat you to a pulp." At that moment, Shenmue rallied every cell in his body, pushing himself to the limits of his strength. As soon as his words echoed out, his figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed back into his dragon form, channeling a surge of wild, unstoppable power straight into Mephisto's face. It was like a comet crashing into the earth, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted from beneath their feet, the ground collapsing inwards to form a vast crater stretching thousands of meters across. The aftershocks of their collision tore through the surrounding city, reducing countless buildings to rubble in an instant. Those unfortunate mortals who hadn't managed to escape were obliterated, vanishing in bloody bursts. Yet, even in the face of such a devastating blow, Mephisto's body didn't budge an inch. His head was twisted and misshapen from the impact, but the rest of him remained perfectly still. Heh, you'll need far more than that to bring me down. Mephisto sneered, then lunged at Shun-Mu with blinding speed. But Shun-Mu, his supercharged mind working at lightning pace, reacted even faster, dodging with equally incredible agility. In the next instant, the two of them seemed to vanish from the world entirely, their movements so swift that not even a shadow remained. All that could be heard were terrifying crashes reverberating through the city, punctuated by the thunderous collapse of buildings. Your speed and strength are now a match for mine. What a flawless vessel you have become. But you must remember, I am a demon. With that, Mephisto raised his hand and unleashed a spell. In a heartbeat, arcane magic struck Shun-Mu. This was the sorcery of a demon lord whose power spanned the multiverse. Instantly, Shun-Mu was weakened, losing a fifth of his strength in the blink of an eye. And this was despite Shun-Mu having already patched up his weaknesses to magic. If he hadn't, that single spell might have left him completely helpless. But after a mere 2 seconds, a flash of blue light swept over Shun-Mu. The power of the horse talisman surged forth, purifying the dark magic from his body. Seeing this, a trace of delight flickered in Shun-Mu's heart. Amazing. The power in your body can actually purify negative magic on its own. Let's see just how many more surprises you have in store for me. As the battle resumed, Mephisto began to increase the frequency of his attacks. The fight raged from the streets of New York all the way out over the Atlantic Ocean. During the chaos, Mephisto seized an opening and grabbed hold of one of Shun-Mu's hands. Then, with tremendous force, he hurled him down toward the ocean below. Shun-Mu's body crashed into the ocean floor thousands of meters deep, falling like a blazing meteor from the sky. The impact sent shockwaves roaring through the water, raising titanic tsunamis and even awakening long-dormant volcanoes. Yet, such damage meant nothing to Shun-Mu's body. In less than a heartbeat, he was fully restored, as if nothing had happened. However, the sun above was now shrouded by Mephisto's dark magic, cutting Shun-Mu off from the solar energy that once strengthened him. How could such powerful monsters appear on Earth? New York is already destroyed. The extinction of humanity is right before our eyes. I can't take any more of this. Farewell, world. After the devastation wrought by Shun-Mu and Mephisto, New York lay in ruins. Everywhere, deep craters dozens or even hundreds of meters wide, a wasteland of broken stones and shattered buildings. Many of the survivors suffered total psychological collapse, and in their despair, chose to end their own lives. The clash between Shun-Mu and Mephisto continued, now thousands of meters beneath the sea, the crushing waters offering no resistance at all. Each exchange set off monstrous tsunamis. Nothing living could hope to escape these terrifying waves. High above, satellites kept a constant watch on the battle between Shun-Mu and Mephisto. As the images streamed back, the leaders of every nation felt a chill run down their spines. It's over. If we allow these two monsters to keep fighting, the entire ecosystem of Earth will be destroyed. New York is gone. Hundreds of thousands have died in the crossfire. These are demons from hell, the common enemies of all mankind. But against beings like them, we have no means of stopping them at all. Someone suggested, what if we launch all our nuclear missiles at once? Nuclear weapons might be catastrophic for us humans, but to those two devils, they're probably less than toys. With the speed they've shown in battle, do you really think they just stand there and wait for the explosion? Even if a nuke did go off right next to them, there's no guarantee it would even hurt them. So what? Are we just supposed to stand here and watch as they destroy everything we know? Someone slammed the table with furious indignation and shouted at the top of their lungs. Though it sounds terribly pessimistic, this is the reality. We have no way to deal with them. Ladies and gentlemen, take care of yourselves. The only thing we can hope for now is that their battle ends as soon as possible. Perhaps then, a sliver of hope might remain for us. The speaker's eyes were clouded with despair, as if they no longer held any real hope for the future. Because they all knew very well, even if one side were to win this battle, the survivor would be far beyond their ability to handle. Unless they both ended up grievously wounded, perishing together on Earth. But the odds of that happening were almost non-existent. If nuclear weapons are useless, then what about a supervirus? If we can't harm them from the outside, what if we attack from within their bodies? Someone put forward a new suggestion. This idea plunged everyone into deep thought. I think we should try it. This is a battle for humanity's survival. Even if there's only the faintest chance, we have to give a shot. I agree. So do I. In an instant, the majority voiced their approval. However, a small number still objected, because if they took this step, then no matter which side survived the battle, disaster was sure to follow. We're already at the brink of life or death, and you're still worried about offending those two monsters? The moment they started battling in New York, they declared themselves enemies of humanity. Do I really need to remind any of you how to deal with enemies? Only by fighting to the bitter end can humanity find a way out. Seeing a few people still hesitating timidly, someone slammed the table again, scolding them loudly. Intimidated by this surge of resolve, even the dissenters finally agreed. Just as humanity was making frantic preparations to launch a viral assault on Shun-Mu and Mephisto, the king of Atlantis beneath the sea could no longer sit still. For the shockwaves from Shun-Mu's battle had already thrown Atlantis into chaos. If it weren't for the holy trident of Neptune, that legendary artifact capable of controlling the seas, Atlantis might have long since been swept away by the raging currents. Destination unknown. Stand guard here. I'm going to see what's really happening. Unaware of the true situation, Namor, king of Atlantis, hefted his trident and set out toward the surface with several guards. To him, it seemed likely that humans were conducting weapons tests on the ocean, or perhaps a war had broken out above. But as he stood atop the waves and gazed into the distance, not a single trace of humanity could be seen. There was none of the imagined thunder of artillery or fleets of warships crowding the sea. Just as he prepared to scout farther afield, a dark figure suddenly shot toward him, hurtling backward at a terrifying speed. The velocity was so great that he barely had time to react. Instinctively, he raised the divine weapon in his hand to block. A deafening crash erupted, sending a towering spray of seawater skyward. Namor was slammed down to the ocean floor, while his two accompanying guards were instantly blasted apart, leaving not a trace behind. Yet in the very next moment, the shadow unfurled its wings and soared heavenward once more, utterly unconcerned about having accidentally injured the Sea King and his attendants. That dark figure was none other than Shun-Mu. While the Horse Talisman could dispel Mephisto's debilitating magic, it required at least 2 seconds to take effect, a span in which beings like them could accomplish a great deal. Thus, amid the relentless pace of battle, Shun-Mu had begun to lose ground. Meanwhile, the Sea King Namor, who'd been caught in the crossfire, now lay on the ocean bed, barely clinging to life. His body felt as if it had been shattered, and his once indestructible divine weapon had already snapped and vanished without a trace. What kind of terrifying being is that? I am the king of Atlantis, favored by the sea itself, yet I was defeated so easily. Namor's eyes were lifeless, and he finally understood. Both he and Atlantis were merely collateral damage in this catastrophe. Yet the thought that he'd nearly died from a mere stray attack filled the once invincible Sea King with utter despair. Truly, you are worthy of being called the child of miracles. To have lasted this long against me is an achievement in itself. Give up. Surrender this body to me. If you persist in resisting, I will lose all patience, and then I shall rip your soul from your flesh and torment it with hellfire, day and night. Mephisto and Shun-Mu hovered in the sky, Mephisto's tone tinged with a hint of admiration, though his words were naked threats. Neither of these monsters show the slightest sign of injury. Will their battle ever truly end? O God, look upon the suffering of your faithful servants. I beg you, send down a miracle to banish these two demons. Through satellite broadcasts, the majority of Earth population watched the dragon and demon locked in aerial combat. Yet those focused on Shun-Mu's battle were not limited to the world's official governments. There were also hidden powers, unknown to most, watching from the shadows. Atop Kunlun Mountain, the ancient dragon Shou-Lao summoned all elders among the Chi practitioners who had survived for over 1,000 years. Mephisto's invasion of Earth is the greatest crisis in our history, and as for that giant lizard fighting him, its origins are unknown. Gather all Chi practitioners stationed around the world and return to Kunlun at once. Prepare for the defense. On the moon, among the Inhumans, Black Bolt communicated with his wife through gestures. That demon is far too powerful. The Sorcerer Supreme is now held up as, well, I fear Earth stands little chance of withstanding this onslaught. For the safety of our people, I must go and aid the heroes of Earth in slaying that demon. Within Wakanda, the current Black Panther and King, Chaka, sought an audience with the Panther goddess Bast in a mysterious sanctuary, hoping to borrow her power to stand against Mephisto. Yet the goddess, for the first time, showed a trace of fear, for the powers wielded by both Mephisto and Shun-Mu far surpassed her own. She wished to steer clear of this chaos. Heeding Bast's divine words, the Black Panther ordered Wakanda to remain hidden from the world. While Shun-Mu waged his fierce battle with Mephisto, elsewhere, the Ancient One confronted an old adversary, Dormammu. As ruler of a dimension, Dormammu embodied the very essence of the Dark Dimension. It was here, in this realm of shadows, that the Ancient One now stood. Dormammu, the earth is beyond your reach. Leave at once, declared the Ancient One. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the legendary Crimson Rings of Ragador, emblems of the sorcerer, and unleashed a flurry of scarlet bolts of Balthak. The searing electricity surged toward Dormammu, roaring and writhing like a titanic serpent thrashing through the darkness. Yet such conventional spells posed little threat to Dormammu. The magical flames swirling about him surged, consuming and incinerating the attacks in the blink of an eye. The Ancient One was not surprised. After all, they had clashed many times before. This was but a test. Dormammu, for his part, showed no mercy. With a mere thought, dark energies gathered all around, and a barrage of magical arrows hurtled toward the Ancient One. She responded with a deft twist of her wrist, conjuring a brilliant yellow sigil. The arrows, as if drawn by an invisible force, were caught and neutralized by the magic circle. Seeing this, Dormammu opened his massive maw, unleashing a terrifying beam of energy. The Ancient One's fingers danced, and her spell circle stretched outward. A powerful defense, the ancient body of Hoggoth, materialized in a flash. Dormammu poured even more power into his attack, the magical shield turning from golden yellow to deep purple-black under the assault. Finally, both the shield and Dormammu's energy beam shattered together, bursting apart into a cloud of fluttering purple butterflies made of pure energy. Ancient One, this time Earth cannot escape its doom. Once Mephisto deals with that dragon, you'll pay the price for stealing the power of my dark dimension. Dormammu, his entire form wreathed in black magical flames, slowly shrank his vast body, condensing into a 5-meter-tall entity of shadowy fire. He stared down at the yellow-robed, bald-headed sorcerer before him, who seemed diminutive by comparison. This was Dormammu, the master of the Dark Dimension, and the nemesis to whom the Ancient One owed a great debt. Dormammu was not always so fearsome. Once he was just an ordinary sorcerer, not particularly gifted. In his thirst for greater power, he turned his gaze toward the forbidden arts of black magic. During his pursuit of a potent, taboo spell, he accidentally stumbled upon the unclaimed Dark Dimension. As the first living being to set foot there, he was presented with an open path to ascendancy. Without hesitation, he abandoned his mortal flesh and merged with the Dark Dimension itself. Through this union, he seized the dimension's entire dark power, transforming into a mighty dimensional demon. After becoming a dimensional demon, Dormammu's hunger for power only grew. He began seeking out other worlds to consume. It was around this time that the Ancient One, seeking to prolong her life, started drawing on the Dark Dimension's energies. To Dormammu, as its sovereign, this act was akin to having his own flesh carved away. Following this thread, he set his sights on Earth, launching incursion after incursion in an effort to claim it. Yet, every invasion ended in failure. The Ancient One was formidable in her own right, backed by the god of white magic, Vishanti, and wielding the legendary artifact, the Eye of Agamotto. But this time, Mephisto, a Helllord every bit as powerful as Dormammu, had approached him with a proposal to invade Earth together. All Mephisto wanted was the body of a single dragon. To Dormammu, this was a bargain too good to refuse. After all, he had always suffered from fighting alone. He knew full well that any body Mephisto coveted would not be an ordinary one. But for Dormammu, now wholly fused with the Dark Dimension, no physical vessel could tempt him, however powerful. His only path to greater strength now was to devour other dimensions. The stronger the Dark Dimension became, the stronger he became as well. Dormammu, are you so sure Mephisto can defeat that dragon? The Ancient One, standing calmly before Dormammu, spoke with serene composure, as if she had utter faith in Shun-Mu. Ancient One, there's no need to feign composure. With Mephisto descending in nearly his true form, there is not a soul on Earth who can truly stand against him. To be honest, if you truly wish to prolong your life, why not surrender yourself fully to the embrace of darkness? Even your Vishanti cannot grant you immortality. Think about it. Once upon a time, I was just an ordinary sorcerer, far less talented and powerful than you. But now, I am the undying, indestructible master of the Dark Dimension. This immense power has made me eternal. Join me, and let us embrace the darkness together. Dormammu knew he could do nothing against the Ancient One, so he began to tempt her with words. He understood these efforts were likely futile, but all he needed now was to stall the Ancient One, preventing her from rushing to aid the dragon. Given Mephisto's power, it shouldn't take him long to finish off that dragon. When the two dreadlords of the dimensions struck together, not even the Ancient One would be able to resist. Earth would become nothing more than a feast laid out before him. Unfortunately, Dormammu overestimated Mephisto and underestimated Shenmue. Outside, Mephisto was discovering that things were not unfolding as he had anticipated. Shenmue showed not the slightest fear of death. He unleashed the potential of every single cell in his body, recklessly pushing himself to gain overwhelming power. Seeing this, Mephisto began to grow uneasy. After all, what he truly desired was Shenmue's body, whole and unblemished. If the body was permanently damaged from excessive exertion, it would be a terrible loss. "Stop this at once," he roared. At this point, Mephisto had come to regard Shenmue's body as his own, appearing even more anxious than Shenmue himself. But in the next instant, Mephisto was caught off guard. He could sense a unique energy within Shenmue swiftly repairing the damage, mending what had been broken. Yet before he could feel any relief, Shenmue's assault renewed itself. A torrent of energy, combining the laser-like heat vision from his eyes and the explosive breath from his mouth, crashed down upon Mephisto with thunderous force. The onslaught propelled Mephisto's body ever upward, rocketing him toward outer space. Despite the mystical energy provided by the talismans, Shenmue's combat abilities were somewhat diminished in the absence of sunlight. Now, however, Shenmue had resolved to face Mephisto in one final, decisive battle. This left him with no choice but to seize greater power in the shortest time possible. There was a way, though a desperate one. He could soar directly into the heart of the sun, pushing his cells into overdrive as they absorbed the solar radiation. Such a method was tantamount to suicide. But that was true only for the old Shenmue. Now, with the powers of the horse talisman and the dog talisman as a safeguard, Shenmue could take the risk. He could try. He simply needed to temporarily suppress the power of the horse talisman within his body. Otherwise, whenever any anomaly arose inside him, the talisman would automatically expel any excess energy from his system. Look, those two monsters are heading beyond Earth. Are they planning to leave the planet and take their battle into space? People all around the world who had been watching the clash unfold couldn't help but feel a surge of hope blossom in their hearts at this sight. When Shenmue, carrying Mephisto, burst through Earth's atmosphere, the long-lost sunlight bathed his body, and in that instant, every cell inside him seemed to leap with joy, as though a parched land had finally received a nourishing rain. At that moment, Shenmue fully unleashed the rune array he carried, drawn from the solar disk. Instantly, his entire being radiated like a miniature sun. Incredible! A mere yellow sun can grant you such overwhelming power. Should I marvel at the wonders of this universe, or are you perhaps the true miracle of this cosmos? Compared to our first encounter, your ability to absorb and convert sunlight has increased more than tenfold. Such terrifying talent, it's enough to make one tremble. I cannot see the limits of your potential. And yet, that is precisely why everything I've done feels worthwhile. It took me over 10,000 years to nurture a Blackheart demon, and even then, it still couldn't fully contain the entirety of my power. But you're different. You'll become a true powerhouse in far less time, and all I need to do is seize control of your body to gain all that strength. Mephisto instantly recognized the changes in Shenmue's body, but instead of alarm, a twisted delight gleamed in his eyes. The greater Shenmue's potential, the more it confirmed Mephisto's exceptional judgment. The universe is our true battlefield. Now, the real fight is about to begin. I told you before, I will kill you, and that is your fate. Never in his life had Shenmue been so close to the sun. That blazing orb, radiating boundless heat and light, poured its energy into him without pause. Shenmue's body became like an insatiable black hole, ravenously devouring the sunlight. At this moment, the activity within his cells surpassed anything he had ever known. Space was filled with myriad forms of radiation, and now Shenmue's body began to instinctively absorb the stellar energy interwoven among them. This triggered his ancient Kryptonian bloodline to start evolving towards some unknown potential, a transformation that would take time to fully unfold. Mephisto, D. Enveloped in limitless sunlight, Shenmue's entire form seemed wreathed in golden flames. With a terrifying force that tore through space itself, his dragon claws crashed down on Mephisto with unrelenting fury. The power behind this blow was more than 10 times greater than anything he had unleashed before. Mephisto grew increasingly satisfied with Shenmue's rapid progress, and the look he gave him brimmed with even greater greed. With a sudden shudder, countless demon clones sprang up all around, each one exuding an aura identical to Mephisto's own. Shenmue had no way to tell which was real and which was fake. Seeing this, Shenmue's eyes blazed crimson. Two terrifying scarlet beams burst forth from his gaze, sweeping across Mephisto's many duplicates. As one after another of the clones was obliterated by Shenmue's beams, one demon's eyes suddenly unleashed a black and red ray that collided head-on with Shenmue's attack. Convinced this was Mephisto's true form, Shenmue immediately poured even more energy into his assault. A dreadful wave of power erupted from the point where the two beams collided. In that tense moment of stalemate, another of Mephisto's forms moved in a flash. Without warning, he appeared behind Shenmue, his crimson claws seizing Shenmue's pair of dragon horns. Mephisto's formidable soul then attempted to invade Shenmue's body directly, seeking to destroy him on the very level of the soul. After all, for Mephisto, manipulating souls was an old, familiar game. Yet just as Mephisto's soul began to enter Shenmue, a massive phantom of a mountain goat appeared before his eyes, a goat charging headlong at him with unstoppable momentum. In an instant, the great demon soul was forcibly expelled from Shenmue's body. "Perfect, absolutely perfect," Mephisto exclaimed. To possess such a powerful physical form, and still wield such fearsome soul strength, truly remarkable. I cannot afford to keep toying with you. Now witness the true might of a demon lord. With those words, Mephisto held nothing back. He unleashed his terrifying, true demonic form. At once, an immense and majestic figure materialized in the cosmic void. The severed head hanging from his neck was larger than the entire earth. The boundless, raging demonic energy he unleashed sent a chill of terror through the souls of all living beings. Confronted with Mephisto's true form, Shenmue seemed no more than a speck of dust. "So, you want to raise the stakes? I'll play along," Shenmue declared. With that, he reversed the spell of Ymir's form, originally meant to control his size. Fueled by inexhaustible energy, Shenmue's body grew in the blink of an eye, matching Mephisto's titanic stature without the slightest hint of inferiority. Mephisto had never imagined Shenmue possessed such a trick up his sleeve. Now, facing an opponent of equal size and power, magic and other techniques were rendered useless. There was nothing left between them but the most primal form of combat. Every punch and kick clashed with such force that they stirred up cataclysmic storms across the universe. As their forms clashed, both the dragon and the demon suffered wounds that healed almost as quickly as they were inflicted, locked in a relentless cycle of damage and recovery. Whenever the demon's blood splattered, it instantly corroded anything it touched, devouring all in its path. In contrast, even though Shenmue's body was torn open, not a single drop of blood escaped him. The dog talisman seemed to have sealed his body tight, locking away all possibility of bleeding. Back on Earth, humanity was once again plunged into the depths of despair. Earth is doomed, and the universe will follow. Even if the gods themselves descended, I fear they would be powerless against an enemy like this. Even the mighty Atlas from ancient Greek myth, who bore the heavens on his shoulders, seems no greater than this. It appears humanity's fate ends here. How ironic. To all citizens, our time is almost up. Let's spend these final moments cherishing our families. And so, farewell forever. Presidents and leaders from every nation address their people, each offering a final farewell. Strangely, a sense of calm settled over them in these last moments. Not only among the leaders, but across the once chaotic earth, a hush had fallen. Those who had sought to unleash their last desires in rioting and destruction now quietly put down their weapons, lifting their eyes to the sky in silent contemplation. When faced with an enemy of equal size, most would resist, even knowing the odds were dire. Some spark of hope would urge them to fight back. Against a creature dozens of times larger than themselves, people might still muster courage, trusting in powerful weapons, forcing themselves to organize a counterattack. But when confronted by a being capable of cradling the entire planet in the palm of its hand, all thoughts of resistance vanished. Ordinary people simply could not summon the will to fight. In truth, it wasn't just the masses who felt this way. Even Black Bolt, who had intended to stand with Shenmue against Mephisto, now found himself silent. Could his destructive voice even destroy a single finger of this monstrous foe? Dormammu, watching from the dark dimension, also fell into a wordless silence. A wild suspicion gnawed at him. Was Mephisto truly so formidable, or was his fearsome reputation just an empty boast? For the first time, the Lord of the Dark Dimension considered retreat. Dormammu, it seems your ally hasn't dispatched his opponent as easily as you imagined. Do you know why? Even knowing you intended only to stall me, I chose to remain here and engage you, rather than driving you back as I have in the past. At that moment, a faint, knowing smile touched the Ancient One's lips. Ancient One, you hypocritical woman. You forbid your disciples from coming into contact with the powers of darkness, yet you yourself draw life from my dark dimension. Protecting Earth is nothing more than an excuse you've made up to justify your own survival. You are utterly unworthy of the title Sorcerer Supreme. Just wait. One day, you will die at the hands of your own disciple. Dormammu gazed at the battle unfolding beyond, already realizing that his ambitions would not be fulfilled this time. So all he could do was launch verbal attacks at the Ancient One. But for someone like the Ancient One, who had survived for centuries with wisdom and cunning, these words had no effect whatsoever. As for Dormammu's prophecy that she would eventually be killed by her own disciple, the Ancient One, in possession of the Time Stone, had long since glimpsed her own fate. She had already accepted her destiny with calm composure. Otherwise, with her power, those disappointing disciples of hers wouldn't stand a chance against her even if they trained for another 1,000 years. Dormammu, there will be greater sorcerers than myself on Earth's horizon. Your ambition to devour this world will never come to pass. However, I did see something rather interesting about your future. Would you care to hear it? A mysterious smile played at the corners of the Ancient One's lips as she recalled a vision, a spark between Dormammu's only niece and her own future disciple. For reasons he could not fathom, Dormammu felt a nameless fury ignite within him at the sight of the Ancient One's smile. He wished for nothing more than to tear this bald-headed woman to pieces. No one can foresee my future. I am the great Lord of Darkness. Dormammu's words were bluster, and deep down, he knew the truth. He was only a ruler within the confines of the Dark Dimension. Ancient One, you may have won this round, but in the end, the ultimate victor will be me. As an immortal being, I have endless time at my disposal. When you are gone, I will have countless chances to destroy everything you have protected. I will return again and again. Dormammu began to convince himself with these empty assurances. After his final words, he vanished from sight. Supreme One, you have once again banished the darkness. As the shadows retreated and the Ancient One emerged unscathed before the crowd, the gathered sorcerers hurried forward to greet her. No, this time, it had little to do with me. Everything was because of Shun. For the Ancient One, this had been the easiest of all her encounters with Dormammu. She understood that it was Shun Mu's defiance against Mephisto that had forced Dormammu to hold back, ultimately choosing to withdraw. Shun, that dragon, his battle with the demon has already claimed millions of lives and left hundreds of millions affected by disaster. New York is destroyed, and countless island nations along the world's coasts have been submerged by the tidal waves unleashed in their battle's aftermath. At that moment, a sorcerer stepped forward, seething with indignation. That's right, Sorcerer Supreme. We ought to banish him from Earth along with that demon. Though the Ancient One wanted to speak up in Shun Mu's defense, she held her tongue, for she knew that all of this had its roots in him. She understood too well. Mephisto's ruthless arrival on Earth was motivated solely by Shenmue. Do not worry. When the battle is over, I will see to it that all of this is set right. The Ancient One cut short the mage's accusations. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, the clash between Shenmue and Mephisto was nearing its conclusion. Off his guard, Mephisto was struck fiercely by Shenmue's claw, rending half his body. Thick, foul-smelling demon blood splattered into the void. Then, two blazing beams of heat vision erupted from Shenmue's eyes, crashing down upon the wound, filling the air with the crackle and sizzle of burning flesh. Cursed wretch, you've truly enraged me now. If the sun is the source of your strength, then I'll destroy it completely. With rage burning in his eyes, Mephisto hurled Shenmue back with a devastating blow, then shot toward the sun. Mid-flight, he stretched out, his hand toward that blazing star, conjuring a colossal magic circle, hundreds of thousands of meters wide, swirling with terrifying energy. At last, a torrent of dark red energy surged straight for the sun. Seeing this, Shenmue drew a space stone from the system's vault and, in an instant, teleported directly in front of the sun. Channeling his boundless strength, he activated the gem, unfurling a portal as vast as Mephisto's spell, right in the path of the oncoming blast. On the other side of that gateway was an unknown, void-like realm, echoing with countless chaotic, dissonant roars. Mephisto's devastating attack detonated in that distant world, and just as the portal was closing, a severed horn, half a foot long, tumbled out from the void, unnoticed by anyone. The Space Stone. Damn it, why is that artifact in your hands? Why did the Ancient One ever permit you to possess it? Mephisto, halting his spell, roared furiously at Shenmue. He knew precisely what had caused that immense spatial disturbance last time. Back then, he hadn't paid it much heed. In his mind, if the stone had appeared, the Ancient One would never have stood by idly. There was no need for him to confront her directly. Never did he imagine that the Space Stone had ended up with Shenmue. And now, Shenmue had used it to divert the very attack that could have decided the outcome of the battle. Now, Shenmue stood upon the surface of the sun itself, his body having grown to an immense size, greedily and violently absorbing the blistering sunlight. Within him, his cells underwent a suicidal surge of reinforcement once more. With the restraints of the solar disk rune formation fully unleashed, in an instant, the sunlight transformed into a terrifying blaze, searing directly onto Shenmue's body. After suppressing the power of the Horse Talisman's healing, the cells within Shenmue's body began to expand far beyond their limits, and an even more formidable force erupted from within him. His entire dragon form, wrapped in golden flames, looked as if it had been cast from pure gold. How was this possible? Even Mephisto was stunned by Shenmue's staggering transformation. He realized that he had underestimated Shenmue's potential, and, even more so, Shenmue's relentless determination to fight to the death. He could see that the healing force within Shenmue seemed to have vanished, and Shenmue now appeared as if he had wagered his very life to defeat him. Watching Shenmue charge toward him, Mephisto knew that his plan had failed, and that this was his last, irrevocable opportunity. Madman, a complete madman. As the most cunning of demons, Mephisto had never risked his life in battle. Seeing Shenmue's state now, he lost all will to continue fighting. To him, this body, though carefully cultivated, was not beyond abandonment. With boundless ferocity, Shenmue seized Mephisto by the throat with one claw, and with the other, gripped his head. In a single, brutal motion, he tore the demon's head from his body and hurled it into the heart of the sun behind him. It's over. The legendary Mephisto has actually lost. Everyone across the cosmos who had been watching this battle found that same thought echoing in their minds. Mephisto had been defeated, and his monstrous demon form began to shrink, gradually returning to its normal size. Shenmue spared not a glance at the lifeless husk. With a casual sweep of his tail, he sent it tumbling into the sun, utterly obliterating it. Ding! Major event Demon's Intrusion has concluded. Treasure chest fully charged. Open now. Shenmue chose to refuse, for he felt a swelling sensation within his body, as if he had overindulged at a feast. He quickly returned to his normal size, then used the Space Stone to open a portal and escape the sun's surface. No longer restraining the power of the Horse Talisman within him, Shenmue let it flow free. Immediately, a brilliant blue glow flashed around him as golden energy was purged from his body, dispersing into the vastness of space. The cells within him, which had been losing vitality, now revived as if parched earth had finally received rain. Though he could feel that immense strength slowly fading away, Shenmue could not help but feel a tinge of regret in his heart. Just moments ago, Shenmue felt that his power could easily surpass 5 quadrillion tons, and all his abilities were soaring at an exponential rate. And yet, this was only from approaching the sun's surface. He truly couldn't imagine just how strong that golden Superman, who had trained inside the sun for 15,000 years, had become. Nevertheless, this experience was a rare moment of growth for Shenmue. He could sense that the ancient Kryptonian bloodline within him was beginning to undergo new, unknown changes. However, compared to before, these changes were rather slow, and it might take a long time before they fully matured. The most primal, unrefined Kryptonian blood, blessed by the sun god, might not have the same growth potential as the well-developed Kryptonian codex within Superman, but it was still brimming with endless possibilities. One day, I'll make that power my new normal, Shenmue muttered to himself, gazing up at the sun still shining high above the sky. Back on Earth, humanity, once shrouded in despair, suddenly discovered that everything had returned to peace. From satellite images around the world, both of those monsters had vanished without a trace. Oh God, was it really you who destroyed and took away those monsters? We're saved. Tears and cries of joy erupted everywhere. People across the globe had already braced themselves for annihilation, but in an instant, it seemed they had been spared. The emotional roller coaster, plummeting from the heights into the abyss, then soaring back up again, was simply too much for anyone to bear. Unconsciously, everyone clung to those beside them, sobbing and letting their emotions pour out after such a tumultuous ordeal. Yet, As the initial joy began to fade, people in some countries looked at their ruined homes and the loved ones they had lost, and sorrow welled up once again. At that moment, in Kamartaj, the Ancient One witnessed all of this and came to a decision in her heart. She was preparing to do something that could alter the fate of hundreds of millions of lives. But just as she was about to fully unleash her astral projection, her consciousness was suddenly drawn into a mysterious realm by an enigmatic force. Standing before her was none other than the source of white magic in the Marvel Universe, the fount of power for the line of Sorcerer Supremes, the trinity of white magic deities, the Vishani. The Ancient One did not know what purpose this true deity had in summoning her. Ancient One, those who dare to toy with time will ultimately suffer its backlash. You are the most promising sorcerer we have seen in thousands of years. Since Agamotto became the third face of the Vishani, we have decided to prepare you as the fourth. If you insist on doing this, then your soul's journey to transcendence and godhood will be delayed by tens of times. That means you'll have to endure hundreds of thousands more cycles of arduous cultivation. Are you truly able to accept such a consequence? Vishani had clearly seen through what the Ancient One was about to do, which was why he offered this final word of advice. After all, to gods who stand at the pinnacle of the multiverse, the lives on Earth are no different from specks of dust scattered across the cosmos. In their eyes, the value of the Ancient One alone far surpassed the sum of all those mortal lives combined. Lord Vishani, my successor will become an even greater sorcerer than I. Perhaps he is the one truly destined to become the fourth face. From the moment I accepted this responsibility from the previous Sorcerer Supreme, I made it my life's vow to protect this world. Now that I have the power to do this, I will accept whatever consequences may come without regret. Though the Ancient One was moved by Vishani's regard for her, she had already made up her mind. Go forth. Our radiance shall shine upon you always. One of Vishani's faces, the ancient god Goth, spoke words of encouragement to the Ancient One. The other two faces, Ashtar and Agamotto, sent her the same approving gaze. Thank you, Lord Vishani. After offering her supreme patron a deep bow, the Ancient One's consciousness instantly returned to her physical form. With a casual sweep of her hand, she conjured a portal and appeared atop the highest peak of Mount Everest. There, she formed a unique magical gesture over her heart. In that instant, the Ancient One drew even greater power from Vishani. Unleashing her astral projection, her spirit body loomed over the earth, rivaling the colossal forms of the fading Shunmu and the demon Mephisto. So, just as humanity was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, another gargantuan figure appeared in the sky, and their collective anxiety surged once more. The Ancient One's gestures shifted, and the eye of Agamotto at her chest sprang open, releasing a brilliant emerald light. A glowing green magic circle materialized in her hand. At the same time, a massive magic circle appeared on the chest of her astral form, projected above the world. In a sudden motion, the astral projection pressed the emerald magic circle down toward the earth below. In the next moment, the Ancient One turned the circle counterclockwise in her grasp. Instantly, time on Earth began to rapidly rewind. Cities reduced to ruins by war were swiftly restored. Coastal nations swallowed by the sea returned to their original state in the blink of an eye. Even those crushed to oblivion by the aftermath of battle were reconstituted, their bodies reforming from mere droplets of blood into human shape. It was as though nothing had ever happened, except that those who had died now stood alive, their faces clouded with utter confusion. After accomplishing all of this, Gu Yi's strength was instantly drained. It was as if all the flesh and essence had been drawn out of her body, leaving behind nothing but a human-shaped skeleton. Just as she was about to collapse, Shenmue stepped through a portal and appeared at her side, catching her before she could fall. Even Shenmue couldn't help but marvel at Gu Yi's ability to use the time stone to reverse time across the entire planet. This was, without a doubt, an extraordinary feat. However, at this moment, it seemed as if even Gu Yi's soul had been plunged into a deathly silence. If you think you can just retire like this, you're dreaming. With those words, Shenmue summoned the undying power of the dog talisman, the healing force of the horse talisman, and the soul-related abilities of the sheep talisman. Yet he quickly discovered that a certain force was constantly counteracting the effects of his healing. It was the power of time itself. Seeing this, Shenmue simply removed the time stone from around Gu Yi's neck. Channeling his own energy, he used the stone to neutralize the temporal force lingering within Gu Yi's body. In that instant, the power of the talismans took effect. Immediately, Gu Yi's withered body became full and vibrant again, as if it had been replenished with life-giving water. All the permanent injuries inflicted by her use of magic were fully healed. Her life force, which had nearly faded away, was completely restored. The Vishanti, who had been watching Gu Yi's every move, were already prepared to receive her soul into their supreme dimension. But to their surprise, Shenmue acted even faster, pulling Gu Yi back from the brink and restoring her to her very peak. His healing power not only works on others, but is astoundingly potent. I've only seen such a gift in the gods of life from ancient times. Gu Yi's fate has once again been rewritten. This outsider, who stands beyond fate, has already sent the future of the universe down an uncertain path. Perhaps, through his friendship with Gu Yi, we can draw him into the ranks of the white magic. Not long ago, both Sidorak and Thon sent tokens of their own to Earth. Soon, chaos magic will find its next inheritor, and the Crimson Cosmos has already chosen its champion. The Vishanti began to contemplate how they might win Shenmue over as an ally. After all, Shenmue had just demonstrated both his strength and his potential, a being destined to stride across the multiverse and ascend even higher with someone well worth befriending. I truly did not expect your power to extend so far beyond mere combat. I thought defeating Mephisto, a being no different from his true form, was already a terrifying surprise. But after I reversed the fate of billions of lives and endured the backlash of time, you were still able to resolve it all and even restore me to almost my most perfect state. Perhaps you truly are the destiny of this universe. After being healed, the Ancient One looked at Shenmue with a face full of emotion and said these words. She had already prepared herself for the possibility of falling here. She had planned to continue guiding her disciples as a soul after her death, but she had underestimated the backlash from manipulating the power of time. It had left even her soul mired in utter silence. Destiny, is it? Maybe so. Hearing the Ancient One say this, Shenmue was immediately reminded of Thanos and the words he uttered when he snapped his fingers, "I am inevitable." Perhaps, in this lifetime, he would never have the chance to say those words or make that fateful snap. By the way, since I'm still alive, there's one more thing that needs to be done. The Ancient One suddenly paused before turning to Shenmue. Shenmue was a little curious. What is it? To restore this world to the peace it deserves. The memory of this disaster would plunge Earth into yet another crisis. So, they need to forget certain things. The moment the Ancient One said this, Shenmue immediately realized what she intended to do. The forgetting spell. I saw it once in a library at Kamartaj. You're planning to use that, aren't you? But, if I remember correctly, that spell is kept alongside certain other forbidden magics. Are you sure it's safe to use? Kamartaj had always been peculiar in this respect. They never forbade their sorcerers from reading or learning about forbidden magic. But once a sorcerer mastered it, they were barred from using it. Shenmue had always found this rule rather puzzling. After all, sorcerers learned magic to gain power, and forbidden spells were the fastest path to such strength. Letting them study but not use these spells, it was like placing a glass of water before someone parched for days and telling them they're not allowed to drink. Forbidden magic is called forbidden because most sorcerers can never truly master it. If anything goes wrong during its use, the consequences can be terrifying. But I am the Sorcerer Supreme. When the Ancient One said this, Shenmue immediately understood her meaning. She was the Sorcerer Supreme, acknowledged by the great Vishanti as the most promising of all sorcerers. To put it plainly, she was telling him not to compare her to those rookie, inexperienced sorcerers. Others might make mistakes, but she never would. That was her confidence. Shun, there's a bit of trouble I might need your help with. As the Ancient One began her preparations for casting the spell, she suddenly turned to Shenmue and said this. Do you still need my help to cast this spell? Aren't you the Sorcerer Supreme? Seeing how the Ancient One had just confidently declared herself the Sorcerer Supreme, only to turn around and ask for his help, Shenmue couldn't help but tease her. You are both the catalyst for this event, and the most crucial element involved. To cast the Forgetfulness spell, I need something that carries your life essence, like a strand of hair or a drop of blood. When Shenmue realized that this was all she needed help with, he felt a little let down. Would a scale do? I'm much more used to pulling out scales. The Ancient One was a bit speechless at Shenmue's response, but she nodded lightly nonetheless. Without hesitation, a dragon scale appeared in Shenmue's hand. He plucked it out and handed it to the Ancient One without a second thought. As soon as the Ancient One received the dragon scale, she began chanting incantations. Golden magical runes radiated from the peak of Mount Everest, spreading outward to every corner of the globe. In an instant, the memories of this catastrophe began to fade rapidly from the minds of ordinary people everywhere. They forgot about the arrival of demons, the appearance of a dragon soaring across the sky, and even the fact that they had once died. Even some of the weaker superhumans, under the influence of this magic, lost nearly all recollection of the events, retaining only scattered fragments in their minds. All right, since the world is safe now, I suppose it's time for me to go. That battle took everything out of me. I think I'll need at least 10 days, maybe even half a month, just to sleep it off. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, I'd rather not be disturbed. And if it is necessary, well, all the more reason not to. Otherwise, you'll have to face my wrath when I wake up. As he spoke, Shenmue had already opened a portal through space. The power of the space stone made travel infinitely more convenient than those portals conjured by sorcerers drawing circles. Wait, Shun, the Vishanti wished to speak with you. I mentioned it to you before, and you agreed. But this time, the Vishanti want to thank you personally. You saved the Earth's dimension. You saved all of us sorcerers. Just then, the Ancient One called out to stop him. Moments before, the voice of the Vishanti had suddenly echoed in her mind, instructing her to arrange a meeting with Shenmue. And as Shenmue thought about it, he realized that the Ancient One had indeed mentioned this before, and he'd agreed back then. But that was then, and this was now. He wasn't the same person as he was in that moment. If they just want to thank me, there's really no need. I never intended to save the Earth. Mephisto just happened to come looking for me, that's all. As for saving you, well, that was simply because I wanted to. It had nothing to do with anyone else, not even your so-called bosses. Shenmue was now focused solely on finding a place to open his treasure chest, and then, truly, getting some sleep. He could feel it. His second deep slumber was drawing near. With that, Shenmue stopped paying attention to Gu-E and strode straight through the portal. But instead of arriving at his chosen destination, he found himself in an unfamiliar, unknown land, surrounded by an overwhelming surge of magical power. In the next moment, a trio appeared before him, a man, a woman, and a tiger. Shenmue instantly recognized who they were, the god of white magic, Vishanti, the true master behind Gu-E. As a dragon with double standards, Shenmue himself loved to drop in uninvited, but when it came to being forcibly summoned by others, he found it rather infuriating. Sensing Shenmue's current mood, one of Vishanti's aspects, Ashtar, spoke first. Newborn God, arisen from beyond fate, forgive us for meeting you in this way. The voice was gentle, overflowing with warmth and a hint of apology, which managed to smooth some of the displeasure from Shenmue's face. All right, out with it. What do you want from me? If it's just to say thank you, there's no need. I doubt you'd waste your time on something so trivial anyway. Shenmue laid things out plainly, cutting straight to the point. He knew these ancient beings loved to ramble endlessly before finally getting to the heart of the matter. This time, he turned the tables, blocking off most of their usual preamble with a single blunt question. For ancient and powerful beings like Vishanti, anyone else speaking to them so rudely would have been swiftly taught a lesson in respect. But Shenmue's strength, and more importantly, the potential he'd shown, far beyond anything they'd foreseen, compelled them to tolerate his discourtesy. In truth, we noticed you the moment you appeared in this universe. At first, we thought you were merely another of those miracles that occasionally arise in the cosmos. After all, across billions of years, such wonders are not uncommon. But we all underestimated you. Your growth has astonished every divine being in the universe. Except for those born as gods, you're the only one ever to break through the boundaries of divinity in such a short time. Ashtar's face was filled with awe as she described just how miraculous Shenmue truly was. Yet Shenmue felt little emotion at her words. After all, with his system allowing him to traverse infinite multiverses and acquire treasures foreign to this universe at will, if he'd progressed any slower, he really would have had to apologize for his utter uselessness. So, did you bring me here just to let me see how great I supposedly am? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Although it was certainly pleasing to be praised, being flattered so directly left Shenmue feeling a bit awkward. Please wait, Lord Shenmue. We actually wanted to invite you to join our supreme dimension. Seeing that Shenmue was about to leave, Horgus, the great tiger-like ancient god, spoke up. Sorry, but I'm used to my freedom. I have no intention of joining any faction. Without a second thought, Shenmue refused. With his current strength, he could easily form his own faction if he wished. There was simply no need to become a subordinate within someone else's power structure. And besides, he hadn't forgotten. He already had the Elven Kingdom as his own private garden. Lord Shenmue, Horgus didn't mean it that way. We hope to form an alliance with you, to face together whatever the future may bring. Agamotto immediately interjected as soon as Shenmue made to leave. Shenmue was curious. En alliance, you already stand at the very pinnacle of the multiverse. What kind of enemy could possibly threaten you? It all goes back to Earth's ancient past. This time, it was Ashtar who spoke, the eldest, most powerful, and most compassionate among the three. At those words, Shenmue realized he was about to hear another story, and his urge to leave faded away. Before transmigrating, he'd had some knowledge of the Marvel Universe, but only bits and pieces, most of it picked up after seeing certain characters in the movies and looking into their backgrounds. So now, being able to hear secrets from ancient times straight from the mouth of an ancient god, Shenmue was visibly interested. Ashtar continued, her voice slow and steady. 4 billion years ago, the Creator bestowed their power upon the primitive life forms on Earth, giving rise to the first generation of ancient gods. I was among them. In the beginning, the ancient gods were friendly with one another. Though powerful, there were few disputes among us. But everything changed after Set devoured the first ancient god, Hippus. As Ashtar spoke, Shenmue could almost see those epic battles of the ancient gods playing out on primordial Earth. At first, it was Set hunting down the other ancient gods. Soon, the others realized that Set's power was growing at an alarming rate. Investigation revealed that by devouring his kin, Set could gain a portion of their strength. This method of gaining power was far easier than the long, arduous path of self-cultivation. And so, after that, one by one, the ancient gods fell from grace and became dark gods, joining in the Great Hunt. It was during that time that I, too, left the primordial Earth to escape Set and Zysorn, choosing instead to wander the vastness of the cosmos. During my journeys, I met Hoggoth, and together we explored the universe side by side. Eventually, we discovered what is now known as the Supreme Dimension, and that is where we decided to settle. Ashtar's face was etched with memories as she recalled these events. On primordial Earth, the brutal struggle and devouring among the ancient gods continued unabated. This civil war among the ancient gods raged for hundreds of thousands of years. Among them, the two most powerful were Set, the serpent god, and Zysorn, the god of the underworld. In the end, Gaia, unable to bear the suffering of the last few kind-hearted ancient gods, could watch no longer. She performed a secret ritual to summon the Creator, and together they conceived a new god, Adam. Adam was born with a single purpose, to put an end to the chaos among the ancient gods. Every dark god defeated by Adam would have all their power stripped away. Very soon, as Adam defeated and absorbed the power of countless fallen gods, he grew immensely strong and surpassed all other dark gods. However, after taking in so much dark power, Adam himself gradually became corrupted and was ultimately lost to darkness, turning into a god-eater who inspired terror in all the ancient gods. In those days, Set, Zysorn, and the other fallen gods, fearing Adam's wrath, fled Earth to hide in other dimensions and escape his pursuit. But when Adam had fulfilled his purpose, he found himself unable to bear the burden of his own power, and so he hurled himself into the sun and perished. Over countless ages, the divine power that spilled from Adam's death transformed, eventually giving rise to a new generation of gods. Yet, compared to the ancient gods, their strength was but a pale shadow. 10,000 years ago, Hoggoth and I returned to Earth. Seeing its renewed and vibrant world moved me to tears, and from those tears, my child Agamotto was born. After watching over Earth for many years, Agamotto joined us in the Supreme Dimension, and together we became the Trinity of the Vishani. Ashtar recounted their origin story to Shenmue. "I've listened to your story," Shenmue said. "Now it's time you tell me why you want to form an alliance with me. With your power, surely you don't need to fear any threat. After all, the Vishanti are among the oldest and most established deities, standing at the very pinnacle of the multiverse. Any foe that could threaten them would hardly be someone Shenmue could handle." That was why Shenmue asked this question. Hearing Shenmue's doubt, the Vishanti fell momentarily silent. "No, the universe is not as simple as you imagine, and we're not as powerful as you think. Though I am an ancient god born in primordial times, and together with Hogarth and my child Agamotto, we form the Trinity of the Vishanti, we have not transcended the boundaries of the multiverse. Once, Thon and Set were driven from Earth by Adam. One mastered the power of chaos. The other devoured countless universes and managed to break through the threshold of the macrocosm. Yet, they still covet the power once bestowed by the original Creator upon the elder gods. Sooner or later, they will return to devour the remaining ancient gods and all the newborn pantheons on Earth." At last, Ashtar voiced the fear that had long haunted her heart. After all, the shadow left by those two infamous demon gods was far too great. Had she not escaped in time, there might never have been a Vishani as it exists today. Even though they now possess power surpassing what they once had, those two demon gods are still stronger than they are now. They hoped to select the most outstanding among the Sorcerer Supremes through the ages, to nurture them as the fourth aspect of the Vishani, and thereby cross the threshold into the macrocosm. Unfortunately, after all this time, the only one to catch their eye has been the Ancient One. Yet, while the Ancient One is exceptional, to become a worthy fourth face of the Vishani would still require a long journey of cultivation. That is why their attention has turned to Shenmue. After all, Shenmue's growth cannot merely be called extraordinary. It would be better described as terrifying. His entire life's path spans only 5 years, yet he has already managed to defeat a veteran multiversal powerhouse like Mephisto head-on. Even though Mephisto did not descend in his true form, the vessel he used still bore at least 90% of his power, making him little different from any ordinary multiversal deity. By now, Shenmue understood. The Vishani wanted him to become their ally against Thon and Set. This so-called alliance you speak of, I see no benefit for myself. In fact, I might even end up facing those two demon gods someday. So, why should I ally with you at all? If those two demon gods desire your so-called creator's power, they will come for you. What does any of that have to do with me? Shenmue made his stance abundantly clear. If there were no benefits, there was nothing more to discuss. No, you cannot stand apart from this. The power of the Sun God dwells within your body. Sooner or later, you will become their target. Besides, Set has a penchant for devouring entire universes. No one can escape his reach. Hearing this, Shenmue couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. If this is truly a crisis threatening the entire universe, shouldn't you be seeking out those cosmic deities who could actually stand toe-to-toe with those two demon gods? For example, the being within the eternal secret domain. Surely he wouldn't just stand idly by and watch as a threat capable of annihilating the whole universe unfolds. Shenmue cut straight through the flaw in Emperor Weishan's words. After all, when the sky is falling, it's the tallest who must hold it up. He himself had only just advanced to the level of a single universe being, still a long way from the multiverse tier, let alone the colossal superuniverse rank above that. You actually know about the eternal secret domain. Emperor Weishan was visibly stunned by Shenmue's words. After all, in his view, knowledge of cosmic secrets like the eternal secret domain should be far beyond the reach of a being as newly born as Shenmue. I know far more than you might imagine. At this, Shenmue merely offered a mysterious smile. Since you already know, then we won't hide anything from you. This crisis may be directed solely at all the ancient gods and every deity of the second-generation pantheons. In such matters, that great being and the other creator gods will not intervene. We wish to form an alliance with you because of your growth rate and potential. Of course, we have not deceived you. As one who possesses the power of the Sun God, you are destined to become their target. For at the dawn of their existence, the first God-Eater was once a sun god. Emperor Weishan revealed yet another secret about the deceased God-Eater. Considering Sizorn and Seth's hatred of Adam, Shenmue, who likewise wielded the powers of the sun god, was indeed likely to draw their ire. Still, that reason alone isn't enough. If you can't offer alliance terms that satisfy me, then I'll simply be on my way. Though Shenmue was already on high alert against those two demon gods who could appear at any moment, he still refused to let Emperor Weishan lead him by the nose. We are willing to share with you the authority of the white magic god. This is the greatest show of sincerity we can offer. Emperor Weishan, though fully aware that Shenmue was driving a hard bargain, was more than willing to let him do so. Their greatest fear was that Shenmue would simply walk away without a second thought. And what use is this authority to me? Shenmue's curiosity was piqued. By obtaining this authority, you will become one of the sources of white magic in this world. All the mysteries of white magic will be laid bare before you. Moreover, every mage who wields white magic will be able to draw power from you, and whenever you consent to grant them that power, you in turn can harvest the purest essence of their life force and spirit. That is the power closest to that of the Creator. Are you satisfied with these terms? Hearing what Vishani said, Shenmue finally understood why these dimensional demon gods were willing to lend out their power. And every mage who uses magic has to pay an appropriate price, to varying degrees. It's just barely acceptable. But seeing as you're all showing some sincerity, I'll agree to this alliance. As soon as Shenmue agreed to the alliance, Vishanti produced a book that seemed to shimmer with a silvery white light and handed it to him. This is the Book of Vishanti, formed from the very source of white magic. Once you imprint your mark upon it, you will hold the same authority as we do. Gazing at the book pulsing with powerful magical energy, Shenmue didn't even bother to open it. Instead, he tossed it directly into his system's storage space. This action left Vishanti momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected Shunmu to treat what they regarded as a priceless treasure with such indifference. Still, they understood. Since they'd already chosen to give the book to Shunmu, how he dealt with it was no longer their concern. In the next instant, Shunmu suddenly realized his surroundings had changed. He was no longer in the Supreme Dimension. He couldn't help but be a bit impressed by Vishani's methods. This seamless dimensional shift performed without his notice was quite a feat, though in the end that was all there was to it. After departing from the Supreme Dimension, Shunmu retrieved the Book of Vishani, the source of white magic. Even if it was exactly as Vishani claimed, simply imprinting his mark would make him one of the wellsprings of white magic. Shunmu had no intention of using it himself. First, it's always wise to stay vigilant. Who knew what tricks Vishanti might have hidden inside? Second, Shunmu had no interest in becoming a magical lender like the dimensional demon gods. Besides, white magic had already reached its ceiling. Even Vishani, its founding master, couldn't break through that final barrier. If it were Sisoen's chaotic magic, Shunmu might be more intrigued. Still, this thing could be useful when I establish my own force in the future. A powerful asset for cultivating a magical powerhouse, he mused. With the magic source merged, it wouldn't take long to create a super mage on par with, or even surpassing, the Ancient One. Ever since Shunmu sent Apocalypse to gather promising mutants, he had been considering the idea of building his own organization. After all, every powerful figure he knew had some followers at their side. Their strength might not be top tier, but they could help handle countless affairs. Take Thanos' Black Order and the Agents of the Black Quadrant, Galactus' Herald the Silver Surfer, or even Ultron's army of mechanical soldiers. Treasure chests, treasure chests. System, bring out my treasure chest right now. I want to open it. As soon as Shunmu finished speaking, a familiar virtual treasure chest materialized before him. Without the slightest hesitation, he tapped it lightly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have opened the treasure chest and obtained Omega Effect, half. Meanwhile, in a realm far beyond even the infinite multiverse, on the planet New Apocalypse, decades ago, the previous ruler, Jaka Khan, became obsessed with seeking the power of Origin and was ultimately trapped within the wall of Origins. Since then, his wife Hegel had taken control of Apocalypse, while their two sons entered into an open and covert struggle for the throne. At this moment, Uxas, the second prince of Apocalypse, who had not yet become Darkseid, was staring excitedly at a massive sphere of dark red energy floating before him. At his feet lay the body of his elder brother, Drax. According to Uxas' intelligence, his dear brother had discovered a formidable force born on Apocalypse, the Omega Effect. Using his brother's discovery, Uxas found the Omega Effect, and, timing his move perfectly, ambushed and killed his brother just as he was about to absorb this power. Without delay, Uxas stretched out his arms and began to absorb the Omega Effect before him. The Omega Effect is mine. Apocalypse is mine. My father's era is over. From this day forward, my name is Darkseid, the sole master of Apocalypse. Yet before Darkseid could finish his declaration, he saw the remaining half of the Omega Effect, just as he had absorbed the first half, vanish into thin air. Who dares steal my Omega Effect? In a fit of rage, Darkseid unleashed his serpentine, zigzagging Omega beams from his eyes, laying waste to everything around him in a mad attempt to annihilate the audacious thief. But after the devastation was done, Darkseid found not a single clue about the culprit. He was forced to accept that someone had indeed stolen half of his Omega Effect. Nevertheless, even with only half the Omega Effect, his power had multiplied several times over. However, his body had not fully taken on its stony, granite form, a small blessing in disguise, perhaps. Damn thief. One day, I will find you and destroy you. At that moment, Shunmu had no idea that somewhere in the vastness of the cosmos, he had just made a mortal enemy beneath the world tree. As he opened the treasure chest, a globule of dark red energy floated quietly within. System, is this truly the Omega Effect wielded by the Dark Tyrant Darkseid? Ding. Yes, host. Receiving the system's confirmation, Shunmu gave it a thumbs up. Now that's what I call impressive, system. I can't believe you managed to snatch half of Darkseid's Omega Effect from me. But if I absorb this power, will I end up looking like Darkseid, like some kind of monster? A sudden thought struck Shunmu. Darkseid had turned into that stone-like creature because he absorbed the Omega Effect. Would the same fate await him if he took in this force? But soon enough, Shunmu remembered that his own dragon form was already fearsome enough. What was a bit more grotesque, anyway? It hardly mattered at this point. At this moment, Shunmu finally understood what Logan had meant when he said that, compared to the future, Shunmu was still somewhat refined in appearance. Without any further hesitation, Shenmue plunged his hand into the churning energy of the Omega effect. Instantly, the power surged up his arm and merged into his body. Almost instinctively, his form shifted into his true self, the mighty dragon. Dark red lines, like fissures filled with molten lava, appeared across his already black dragon scales, and his eyes glowed a menacing crimson, intensifying his aura of dominance. Eager to test his newfound strength, Shenmue unleashed a beam of Omega energy from his eyes. The ray twisted in the air. In the blink of an eye, a mountain before him simply vanished without a trace. The Omega beam was a unique form of entropic force. It could erase anything, living or non-living, from existence. Unless one possessed the Omega effect themselves, it was virtually impossible to resurrect anything struck down by its power. Although Shenmue had acquired only half of the Omega effect, its fundamental might remained unchanged. He reverted to his human shape, but the dark red glow lingered in his eyes. Now, Shenmue looked more like a demon than ever before. Before entering his second period of slumber, Shenmue decided to check in on his student, the Little Phoenix. Thanks to the Phoenix Force's protection, the Ancient One's forgetfulness charm had no effect on her, and her parents were completely unaware of Shenmue's true, draconic identity. "Teacher, you look so scary now," the Little Phoenix whispered after sending her parents away. "And did you really kill that demon? Will he come back?" "No, not really. That old demon is far too cunning. What you saw was just one of his avatars. His true body remains hidden in hell," Shenmue replied, shaking his head. When it came to a demon as cautious and treacherous as Mephisto, Shenmue didn't have any surefire strategies. As for storming into hell to settle the score directly, Shenmue had no intention of doing that, at least not for now. After all, hell was teeming with demons as powerful as Mephisto. More importantly, the direct superiors of these hell lords were none other than the death deity, one of the four abstract creators of the universe. The kind of being was not someone Shenmue was ready to provoke just yet. "Teacher, don't worry. I promise. One day I'll help you get revenge. I'm going to teach that demon a hard lesson, then bind him up with magic chains and send him to be a gatekeeper for Sister Nia and the others." The Little Phoenix comforted Shenmue, vowing her ambitious plan. "All right, then you'll have to work very hard. I'll be waiting for you to avenge me. And when you finally catch that demon, you can be sure I'll give him a good scolding myself." Hearing the Little Phoenix's words, Shenmue gently patted her small head as he spoke. With Shenmue's encouragement, the Little Phoenix was instantly full of energy, already picturing the glorious scene of thrashing the demon in her mind. "Jean, I'll have to leave for a while, so you'll need to train on your own during this time." The moment Jean heard Shenmue was leaving, her face filled with worry. "Teacher, where are you going? How long will you be gone?" "Don't worry. I just need to find a place to sleep for a while. That's part of how we dragons grow. I'll be back soon." Shenmue saw the Little Phoenix's anxious look and explained to her, finally putting her at ease. With the Little Phoenix's reluctant gaze following him, Shenmue stepped through a portal and disappeared. It had to be said, when it came to travel, space gems were far more convenient than a wizard's teleportation spell. Elsewhere, Tianchi suddenly halted, accompanied by the saber-toothed tiger and a little girl with dark skin. He had sensed a familiar presence. "You have returned, my master." Tianchi looked at Shenmue, who had appeared before him, his face filled with humble respect as he knelt down. After witnessing the epic battle between Shenmue and Mephisto, all resistance in Tianchi's heart toward serving Shenmue had vanished. He now felt only deep shame for his former ignorance. Once, he had thought himself an all-powerful god, but after seeing a true god, he realized just how laughable his old beliefs had been. So, he resolved to become a truly worthy servant, to faithfully carry out Shenmue's orders and gather the gifted children as instructed. In the future, beneath Shenmue's radiance, they would all become the most loyal warriors, just as his four knights once had. "Tianchi, I really wish you'd stop calling me master. Honestly, with that weathered blue face of yours, it just sounds strange." Shenmue was clearly uncomfortable with Tianchi's chosen form of address. If the one kneeling before him were a cute girl in a maid outfit, he wouldn't mind at all. But instead, it was a relic who'd lived for over 10,000 years. "No, after I pledged my loyalty to you, you became my master. I will always be your servant. Master, please don't call me Apocalypse anymore. I'm no longer worthy of that name. My true name is Insaba Nur. You may call me Nur, my master." Although Apocalypse had embraced modern knowledge, his actions were still deeply influenced by his ingrained belief in survival of the fittest. "All right, as you wish. Is this child the first mutant with potential you found?" Shenmue looked at the little girl hiding timidly beside Apocalypse and asked. "Yes, master. Her name is Aurora Monroe. She has the power to control the weather. I can sense an immense potential within her. According to the modern classification of mutants, she has the talent of a level 5 mutant. All she needs is a little guidance over time. Hearing Apocalypse's explanation, Shenmue immediately realized who the little black girl before him was. Storm, future teacher at the Mutant Academy and a formidable X-Man, capable of altering the very climate with a gesture, even summoning solar storms that could destroy Earth in an instant. She possessed the potential of an Omega-level mutant, though whether she could turn that potential into true power remained to be seen. Ororo, this is the master to whom you will pledge your allegiance from now on, the mighty dragon god, Lord Shenmue. Along the way, Apocalypse had already told Storm about Shenmue, and had been instilling in her the notion of becoming Shenmue's servant. My master, Ororo Monroe, pledges her loyalty to you. Storm imitated Apocalypse, performing the same gesture. Shenmue was a bit speechless at this, but he was nonetheless pleased with Apocalypse's work. I accept your loyalty, and grant you the title of Storm. Shenmue bestowed upon her the name she would be known by in the future. Thank you for your grace, my master. At Shenmue's words, Ororo's face lit up with excitement. She had witnessed Apocalypse's power firsthand, yet even he bowed as a servant before this man. In her eyes, Shenmue must be the god spoken of in legends. To be granted a gift by a god, even if it was just a name, meant she had been recognized. The anxiety that had lingered in her heart finally melted away. Still, Shenmue felt a bit awkward to see a child idolizing him so fervently. It almost made him feel like some sort of cult leader. But that thought flickered through his mind and was quickly cast aside. Nur, you've done well. Continue your search. All of you have the chance to become true gods. This is a dragon scale for my true form. Keep it with you. If anything happens, I'll contact you through it. Shenmue handed a shimmering scale to Apocalypse. Oh, and one more thing. My student is in New York. Her name is Jean Grey. Your other mission is to protect her. I'm going to enter a period of slumber. If anything happens to Jean during this time, take the scale to 177A, Bleecker Street, Manhattan, New York, and seek out the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. She will help you. After giving these instructions to Apocalypse, Shenmue took his leave, leaving behind an excited Apocalypse and Storm. Sabretooth, meanwhile, barely registered. Aside from his remarkable healing factor, he had little else to offer. This time, Shenmue did not choose anywhere on Earth or in the Elven Kingdom for his slumber. Instead, using the Space Stone, he created a pocket dimension at just the right distance from the sun, neither too close nor too far, ensuring that even in sleep, he would be constantly bathed in solar radiation. Shenmue sensed that this time, his slumber would not be brief. Once everything was ready, he resumed his true form and willingly embraced the overwhelming urge to sleep that welled up from deep within his being. As Shenmue succumbed to slumber, far away, on a barren planet called Mukka, countless star systems distant, a pale-faced man cradled his dying daughter, her body frail from thirst, and prayed to the gods for salvation. Great Lapu, I beg you, answer your faithful servant and save my daughter. The man's name was Gore, whose family had lived on this planet for generations. 3 days ago, his wife had died from severe dehydration. In the days since, neither he nor his daughter had seen a single drop of water. Now, his daughter's strength was utterly spent. In his despair, Gore could only pray to Lapu, the god of light whom his people had worshipped for generations, pleading for a saving rain to break the drought. But, alas, even as his daughter drew her final breath, the god he so fervently believed in did not appear. At that moment, he suddenly saw 2 streaks of light, one black, one gold, streaking across the sky into the distance. Dragging his parched and exhausted body, Gore stumbled after them. Through his blurred vision, he glimpsed a vast swath of green, an oasis. The sight awakened a desperate longing to live, and he threw himself toward the verdant patch without hesitation. At last, he reached the oasis. Though he had no tears left to shed, his eyes brimmed with wild joy as he collapsed by the water's edge, drinking in great mouthfuls of life-giving water. When he had dragged himself ashore, he ventured deeper into the oasis. His instincts told him that somewhere within, he would find the god Lapu he worshipped, so he could offer up his unwavering faith in exchange for a blessing upon his world. Gel walked unsteadily deeper into the oasis, when suddenly something tripped him. His palm was cut by a strange piece of metal lying on the ground. What struck him as odd, though, was that his wounded palm didn't bleed at all. In fact, it healed itself almost instantly. Thank you, Rapu, for your blessing. Still filled with devout faith, Gel assumed this was a miracle granted by his god. He turned over, dropped to his knees, and lifted the necklace from his neck in both hands, praying in gratitude. Meanwhile, at the center of the oasis, the god Rapu was in a state of wild excitement, jubilantly celebrating the fact that he had finally slain the host of the Black Death Sword. Many years ago, this fellow had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wielding the legendary Black Death Sword, slaughtering gods wherever he went. Later, they discovered that the Black Death Sword could devour divine blood, making its host even more powerful. Fortunately, the previous host of the Black Death Sword was gravely wounded in a battle with some unknown entity. Rapu had stumbled upon the opportunity and became the hero who killed the sword's host. The Black Death Sword must be destroyed. It can never again be allowed to threaten the gods. Rapu searched for a long time around the corpse, but found not a single trace of the Black Death Sword. That was because the Black Death Sword, possessing a degree of sentience, had slipped into the Shadow Realm the very moment its host died. Unable to locate the sword, Rapu could only vent his frustration on the heap of fruits in front of him. At that moment, Gel caught the sweet aroma of the fruit and, in 3 quick strides, rushed forward. With nothing in his eyes but hunger, he grabbed a piece and began devouring it ravenously. "Well, look who's here. I don't recall inviting you to join my feast." Rapu, in the middle of enjoying his fruit, was clearly displeased to see a feeble mortal daring to eat his food without permission. Hearing these words, Gel finally snapped out of his trance, the spell of the food broken. He looked up and saw Rapu, the god of light his people had worshipped for generations. Instantly, Gel set down the fruit in a panic and prostrated himself before Rapu, pressing his forehead to the ground in reverence. "Almighty God of light." Gel bowed low, clutching the necklace to his chest as a sign of his faith. "Oh, look at that. Turns out he's one of mine." Rapu scoffed to a gathering of flower and grass spirits nearby. "By your grace, Rapu, I am Gel, your last remaining follower in this world. My lord, we have lost everything. It has not rained in this world for a long time. The rivers have dried up, the land is barren, and all living things suffer. Yet still, we have never abandoned our faith in you, only hoping that one day you would grant the blessing you once promised. My lord, is this what you are celebrating now?" Gale, still so naive, truly believed that the god he worshipped, Lap, had finally heard their prayers and was about to bring hope back to this world. A cold, mocking laugh rang out. "This foolish creature actually thinks he is worthy of my blessing. You filthy dog, you are not fit to receive my grace. I am celebrating because I have slain the enemy of the gods, the host of the Black Death Sword. There is no one left who can threaten the rule of the gods." Lap laughed as if he had just heard a hilarious joke, his derision sharp and unyielding. He even hurled the rind of the melon he had just finished eating at Gale. "But, my lord, your divine domain has already fallen. I am your last follower. There will be no one left to worship you anymore." Gale clung to the last shred of hope, praying that Lap might show mercy to this planet, might spare him. Lap only laughed, his voice ringing with indifference. "There will be others to replace you. There always will be." He cared nothing for Gale's plea. "But, my lord, we have suffered so much. Even my wife, my daughter, they are gone. All for you." Gale's voice cracked as he broke down in tears. "Is that not what you are meant to do? Offer everything to your god, your lives, your very souls. They should feel honored to make such a sacrifice. For you lowly mortals, is that not the only purpose of your existence? To suffer for your god. If you die, you die. You leave nothing behind." Lap showed not the slightest hint of pity. As a god above all, he was eternal. As long as there was life, new followers would appear. Mortals meant nothing to him. "You are unworthy of being called God. I renounce you." With these words, Gale tore the necklace from his neck and flung it to the ground. This act utterly enraged Lap. In his eyes, only the gods could abandon mortals. If a mortal dared to turn their back on the gods, it was an unforgivable sin. Lap leapt forward, seizing Gale by the throat. "Now, your wretched life has finally found its purpose, to offer up everything you have to me." A fierce, murderous glint flashed in Lap's eyes. Only now did Gale truly understand. In the eyes of these so-called gods, mortals like him were nothing at all. For generations, they had worshipped the god Lap, but from the very beginning, Lap had never intended to grant them any blessings, nor did he care in the slightest about their lives or deaths. In that instant, all reverence and awe that Gear had once held for the gods was utterly extinguished. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "If you seek vengeance, to slaughter the gods, summon the Rainbow Bridge, and pursue eternity." Gear could sense a mysterious force calling out to him from beyond. From the shadow cast on the ground, a jet-black, long sword slowly rose, its hilt coming to rest in Gear's hand. Almost without thinking, Gear gripped it tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove the sword straight into Lap's throat. Golden divine blood spattered out, but as if drawn by some invisible power, it was instantly devoured by the sword. Clutching his throat in terror, Lap gasped, "The Black Death's sword has chosen you. You are cursed." Yet Gear paid no heed to Lap's words. At this moment, he felt better than ever. That surge of energy coursing through the sword instantly strengthened his entire body. How laughable. I don't see this as a curse, but as a promise. I swear, I'll use it to slaughter every last god. Gear's gaze had changed completely. Gone was the former piety and timidity. With a mighty swing of his blade, he beheaded the god of light he had once worshipped without a trace of hesitation. The golden blood was instantly swallowed up by the Black Death sword, part of its essence flowing back into Gear, further empowering him. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the universe, on a planet named Kuntal, countless symbiotes suddenly felt a ripple of awareness. A force they long feared had truly awakened. Deep within the Arctic glaciers on Earth, a symbiote dragon long sealed in ice abruptly opened its eyes, only to close them once more. Not far from it, a figure clad in a star-spangled suit lay dormant, a round shield with blue and white stripes resting by his side. With a Black Death sword in his grasp, Gear set out on a journey to hunt down the gods. Through the Shadow Realm, Gear could traverse the cosmos with ease. The Black Death sword in his hand seemed acutely attuned to the scent of divinity, making his hunts swift and efficient. With each god he slew, Gear's power grew ever stronger. The monsters of shadow summoned by the Black Death sword multiplied, both in number and in strength. In just a few short years, Gear had already slaughtered the native gods of dozens of worlds. Among them were not a few benevolent deities, but under the sword's dark influence, Gear had become a slave to hatred and bloodshed. The name of Gear, the God Slayer, began to spread throughout the universe. News of Gear also reached the Pantheon. The Black Death sword has once again found a new host. As in the past, he has now set his sights on the gods. "Zeus, what should we do?" All the deities in the Pantheon looked up at Zeus, who sat atop the dais, appearing somewhat comical. "Don't worry. As long as you remain within the Pantheon, no threat can touch you," Zeus replied, unconcerned, after popping a grape handed to him by a beautiful attendant goddess. "When Gear has finished killing all those wild gods who refuse to join us, we'll deal with this so-called Godslayer ourselves. Then you'll be free to spread your faith to even farther lands." Hearing Zeus's words, some of the weaker native gods were clearly tempted. However, another group, the kind-hearted gods, frowned at Zeus's speech. Yet, since Zeus had ruled the Pantheon for so long and built up such authority here, even those with objections chose not to voice them. Thanks to the Pantheon's indifference, Gear's path of god-slaying went remarkably smoothly, and his power grew ever greater. His footsteps had already moved from the edge of the cosmos toward its very center. With each god the Black Death sword claimed, the god of symbiotes, the very creator of the Black Death sword, began to stir, slowly awakening from his seal. As for Shinmu, his slumber lasted just as he had foreseen, not brief at all. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. During Shinmu's sleep, Earth seemed to return to its old peace. No terrifying beings like Mephisto visited the planet again. In this time, the tense relationship between mutants and humans gradually eased, guided subtly but powerfully by Professor X's psychic influence. Charles had once been reluctant to use his powers to override others will accept when absolutely necessary. But after a series of events, his thinking changed. If only a portion of humanity truly harbored deep prejudice toward mutants, he would no longer restrain himself so strictly. Still, he didn't forcibly bend anyone's will. He merely gave the faintest of suggestions. So, as the X-Men, formed by the Professor, rescued innocent people again and again from disaster, society's attitude toward mutants underwent a dramatic transformation. The public began to accept mutants, and the X-Men themselves were revered as heroes. Charles, did that guy really leave Earth? In these 20 years, Magneto had transformed completely, evolving from a novice in physics to an undisputed master. The deeper he delved into understanding his own powers, the more he came to grasp the terrifying nature of his own ignorance. Once, he had thought his abilities were limited to manipulating metal, but after Apocalypse helped him unlock his potential, he realized his true gift was the control of magnetic fields. Yet even now, he still had no idea just how vast his powers could truly be. He could still recall the words Shinmu had once told him, advising him to study more physics. At first, he had found these lessons unbearably tedious. However, with Professor X's patient guidance, once he truly began to grasp the fundamentals of physics, he discovered the profound wonders hidden within knowledge. Given that he was already capable of commanding magnetic fields, revisiting the underlying principles now seemed far less daunting. So, as he gained even greater mastery over his powers, Magneto couldn't help but marvel. This is our gift. Mutants are truly heaven's chosen children. To control the magnetic field is to be king of this world. Electricity, motion, temperature, light and shadow, radiation, waveforms, there is nothing I cannot command. I can create anything, destroy anything. It's no exaggeration to say that, by now, Magneto possessed the power to annihilate the world with ease. Yet, upon attaining such overwhelming power, Magneto's outlook began to change. All the radical impulses of his past faded away, vanishing along with the years that had once weighed upon him. He found it effortless now to use magnetic force to influence every atom comprising his own body. He even considered helping his old friend reclaim his youth as well, only to be gently refused by Charles. For Charles believed that a person must experience every stage of life, and he faced aging and death with calm acceptance. So, with power in hand, Magneto found himself eager to challenge Shenmue once again. But after scanning the entire planet's magnetic field, he still found no trace of Shenmue. Unwilling to give up, he asked Charles to help search for Shenmue as well, but that too led to nothing. And so, Magneto concluded that Shenmue must have already left Earth. The realization left him feeling a bit frustrated. It was like finally scoring a perfect 100 on an exam, only to find no one to celebrate it with. Charles, who had witnessed Magneto's transformation over the years, could only marvel, again and again, at his old friend. And in these 2 decades, Jean had grown from a little girl into a poised young woman. Where did teacher go, anyway? Didn't he say he'd be gone for only a short while? Yet it's been 20 years now, and he still hasn't come back. What a liar. At this moment, in the Elven Kingdom, Jean, with her fiery red hair, was airing her grievances to Sylphnia. Don't worry, Sylphnia comforted her. Your teacher will be just fine. He is the chosen one of this universe. Even a great demon like Mephisto can do him no harm. Sylphnia noticed the faint worry on Jean's face, so she spoke gently to reassure her. She herself had never worried about Shenmue's condition. Her gift of foresight told her that in the coming crises, Shenmue would become the dragon guiding the fate of the universe. Besides, for Shenmue, who had already ascended to the rank of cosmic deity, time had long since lost all meaning. 20 years was nothing. Even 2,000 or 20,000 years were mere numbers to him. At that very moment, Shenmue was already on the verge of awakening. Odin, after imprisoning me for thousands of years, you're finally reaching your limit, aren't you? Just wait. I'll be back soon. There can only ever be one God King of Asgard, and that is I, Kull Borson. You fear that prophecy, so I will make sure it comes true. That child you love most, I will kill him with my own hands before your very eyes. Deep within the Mariana Trench on Earth, in a hidden dimensional rift, a hunched old man, white-haired and bearded, leaning on a cane, spat out his words with boundless hatred. This was Odin's own elder brother, a former king erased from Asgard's history, and the true uncle of Thor, the infamous Kull Borson. Known in legend as the god of fear, he was also the serpent foretold to perish alongside Thor in prophecy. Thousands of years ago, before Kull became king, his relationship with Odin was still harmonious as brothers. But after ascending the throne, Kull's temperament changed overnight. He became a tyrant through and through. Odin, hoping to restore his brother's sanity, sought answers from the World Tree. What he received was a prophecy. Only when his second child was born, and Kull himself killed that child, would Kull return to his senses. This prophecy left Odin torn. On one side, his brother, on the other, his child. Faced with this impossible choice, Odin ultimately sided with his child. He made sacrifices to the World Tree, gaining wisdom and power. In the end, he defeated Kull and took his place as Asgard's new god king. Yet he found himself unable to kill his brother, so he turned to the World Tree once more. This time, the answer was even more despairing. Ragnarok would come. Asgard would fall. His child would slay the serpent, but would also die by its hand. Determined to prevent this fate, Odin imprisoned his brother deep in a sunless trench in Midgard. And since then, Odin had spent countless years searching for a way to avert the prophecy. At last, following Hela's advice, he decided to eliminate some of the threats foretold in the prophecies before they could arise. Thus began his campaign to conquer the 9 realms, during which he defeated Surtur, the fire giant prophesied to destroy Asgard, and seized his eternal flame. However, in the end, he realized that nothing he had done could shake the inevitability of the prophecy's fulfillment. So, he resolved to give up. But just then, news reached him about the 6 Infinity Stones. He shifted his focus, beginning a new quest to collect the stones, and ordered the dwarves to forge him a vessel capable of wielding their power, the Infinity Gauntlet. The first few stones were gathered without much difficulty, But when it came to the Soul Stone, he was faced with a cruel requirement. Only by sacrificing the one he loved, most could he claim it. Odin stood atop the cliffs of Vormir, contemplating for a long time. In the end, he abandoned the idea, choosing instead to return to Asgard and restore peace to the Nine Realms. Yet this decision sowed discontent in his eldest daughter, Hela, who began plotting rebellion. Odin, with great sorrow, was forced to seal Hela away once more. Both of these seals were bound to Odin's own life force. At the height of his power, the seals were unbreakable. However, the act of sealing also hastened Odin's decline into old age. As the mightiest king who had inherited the strength of his two predecessors, he should, by rights, have enjoyed a lifespan far greater than what remained to him now. But now, he looked little more than a frail, decaying old man with one foot in the grave. Over the past 20 years, Kur's relentless assault upon his prison had rapidly drained Odin's vitality. Desperate to slow the erosion of his life, Odin had been forced to spend most of his time in the Odin sleep. Strangely enough, Kur's sudden awakening from his seal was not unrelated to Shenmue. Back when Shenmue fought Mephisto, the battle caused a tidal wave of fear to sweep across humanity for a brief moment. As the god of fear, Kur's drew power from this emotion. When terror briefly gripped the world, the surge of raw fear roused the sealed God King from his slumber. Yet just as he was about to greedily absorb more fear to restore his strength, he discovered, astonishingly, that over 99% of his source of fear had mysteriously vanished. This was because Shenmue had destroyed Mephisto's avatar, and the Ancient One had cast a spell of forgetting, erasing all memory of what had happened. With the source of fear gone, all Kur's managed was to awaken from his seal. Subsisting on the faint traces of fear that remained, Kur's continued to slowly regain his power, relentlessly battering at his prison. The same was true for Hela, goddess of death. Sealed away in hell, she spent every waking moment dreaming of Odin's demise. For over 100 years, she had sensed Odin's life force slowly fading away. Deep down, she knew the day when she could finally escape that cursed place was drawing near. But surprises always come when least expected. Just when Hela thought she might remain trapped here for another century, she suddenly noticed Odin's life force diminishing rapidly. His end was near. "Odin, are you finally dying?" In the ghostly green realm of Helheim, where only spirits and skeletons kept her company, Hela's expression was complicated as she whispered to herself. Though Odin's seal had filled her heart with resentment toward her own father. When a moment of his real death finally arrived, and with it, her impending freedom, Hela did not feel as jubilant as she had imagined. Yet, as soon as she realized she was showing weakness, Hela instantly cast those feelings aside. It's a pity I won't get to watch you die with my own eyes. But I will take the throne of Asgard, and I'll make sure to rule it well in your stead. All the ambitions we once failed to achieve, I will see them through. Asgard's rule will extend over the 9 realms and even the whole universe. With a cold voice, Hela crushed a nearby spirit in her grasp, scattering it like dust. Meanwhile, on Earth, a strange phenomenon was catching everyone's attention. Beside the sun, a second, smaller sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. "Look, there are 2 suns in the sky. This is a spectacle unseen in 1,000 years," someone exclaimed. "Will this new sun affect the Earth's climate and ecosystem?" Another wondered. "Where are the experts? The professors? Someone explain what's going on." "It's a miracle. It must be a miracle. Lord above, amen," came a cry of faith. In the headquarters of the newly reorganized Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, the former director, Alexander Pierce, had vanished, and Nick Fury had taken over the position ahead of schedule. At that moment, he was fielding call after call, everyone demanding answers about the appearance of the small sun. Fury had already sent teams to investigate the situation, so he brushed off the callers with quick, vague replies. "Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Feels like major trouble is on the way," he muttered, rubbing his thinning hair with a sigh. That newly risen small sun was none other than Shenmue. For 20 years, he had continuously absorbed solar radiation, saturating his Kryptonian bloodline to its very limits. Yet the ancient, primordial Kryptonian blood held infinite, untapped potential. So, after absorbing radiation from various stars across the cosmos, his bloodline began to evolve, charting a new and unknown path. A surge of greater strength, swifter speed, an even more indestructible body, and a vitality bordering on perfection. At this moment, the ancient Kryptonian bloodline within Shenmue evolved a new branch, as if he were becoming a super Kryptonian like Hell himself. When the process of evolution fully completed, Shenmue once again experienced a leap in the very level of his existence, though he had yet to break through the boundaries of the multiverse. Yet, judging by the power he now wielded, Shenmue was undeniably at a true multiversal tier. Of course, raw power did not necessarily equate to the elevation of one's existential level. Throughout the Marvel Universe, there were quite a few beings whose strength could be considered multiversal, but only a rare handful possessed the true immortality of the multiversal gods. Moreover, Shenmue's transformation was not limited to his bloodline. Within him, the power of the sun god was also undergoing a metamorphosis. If, 20 years ago, the solar energy within Shenmue had been a small pond, now it had become a vast lake. With the continued growth of this solar power, it began to resonate with the Kryptonian bloodline inside him. It must be understood, the ancient Kryptonian bloodline harbored a trace of genuine divinity, a spark that originated from Ra, the supreme deity of Krypton. Though Ra was not considered particularly mighty among the pantheon of titans in the DC universe, the fact remained, Ra was a true god, born from the primordial chaos and void. He was a being eligible to debate the mysteries of existence with the conceptual entities of the endless family. In this world, should Shenmue awaken his own divinity, there was no reason he could not take Ra's place and become the one true chief god of Krypton. As the radiant glow of Shenmue's miniature sun form gradually faded, his tightly closed eyes finally opened once more. Instantly, a wave of energy, one that only gods could sense, pulsed outward from Shenmue's body. Has another life form managed to break through the cosmic constraints? No, wait. It's that dragon who once fought Mephisto. His existence has reached another level in such a short span of time. Impossible. This defies all logic of the universe. How can such an unreasonable creature exist? Could it be that this species is favored by the cosmic will itself? Perhaps it's time to pay attention to those winged lizards. Unbeknownst to Shenmue, his actions had already drawn the attention of certain cosmic deities, who now began to watch others of the dragon race with renewed interest. But even if he were aware, Shenmue would scarcely care. After all, in this universe, he was the only dragon of his kind. It's the teacher, he's back. The moment Shenmue reappeared, Jean in the Elven Kingdom instantly sensed his presence. By now, her fusion with the Phoenix Force had reached impressive heights, though she could not yet transform into the White Phoenix. Of the crown, her mastery of magic, combined with that tremendous power, was enough to rival any single universe-level powerhouse. Shenmue had just finished stretching lazily when, to his surprise, a striking woman with flaming red hair and a crimson coat appeared before him. "Who are you, Jean?" he asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. In his mind, he couldn't have been asleep for more than a few years at most. So, his image of Jean was still that of a little girl. "Teacher, you're finally back. Didn't you say you were just going to take a nap? But you've been asleep for a full 20 years. Jean said, her voice brimming with grievance. "Wait, did you say I've been asleep for how long?" Shenmue felt completely bewildered. 20 years. Seeing the confusion on Shenmue's face, Jean repeated herself, sounding a bit exasperated. "What the? How could I have slept for so long?" Shenmue was utterly stunned, blurting out an exclamation without thinking. He then let out an awkward chuckle. "No wonder you've grown up so much, Jean." Looking at his now grown, somewhat disgruntled student, Shenmue hesitated. He'd instinctively wanted to pat her on the head as he used to do when she was small, but halfway through, he realized it was no longer appropriate. She wasn't a child anymore. "Teacher, after sleeping for so long, are you sure your body's really all right?" Despite her irritation, Jean was still concerned for him. "Of course I'm fine. I've never felt better in my life," Shenmue replied with confidence. "Give me another demon to fight. I could easily defeat it now." "Let's not have that." Jean interrupted immediately. "The Earth has finally enjoyed 20 years of peace. We can't go through another disaster like that again." Even though Jean now possessed formidable powers, she still didn't believe her strength matched that of the Mephisto who had once descended upon them. So, she promptly cut Shenmue off. Just as Shenmue was about to further reassure her of his newfound strength, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Shun, may I ask you to come to Asgard? The life of the All-Father may be drawing to a close." It was Heimdall's voice. At first, Shenmue felt a flicker of joy upon hearing from an old friend. But Heimdall's words left him taken aback. Odin is dying? That can't be right. By the normal timeline, Odin should have at least another 20 years left. Shenmue did a quick calculation in his mind and realized it shouldn't be Odin's time yet. "Heimdall, what exactly has happened?" Shenmue called up to the sky, knowing Heimdall could hear him. "The All-Father has been trapped in the Odin sleep for a long time. As for what exactly happened, I'm afraid I don't know," came Heimdall's reply. Heimdall was just as clueless about what was going on. Seeing this, Shenmue spoke up directly. "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon." "Teacher, who are you talking to?" Jean looked at Shenmue, puzzled by his behavior. A friend, Shenmue replied. Qin, I have something urgent to handle right now. You should head back first. When I return, I'll take a good look at how much your abilities have grown over the years. With that, Shenmue prepared to open a portal to Asgard. But before he could, Qin grabbed his arm. Teacher, where are you going? I'm coming with you. She wasn't joking. After waiting so long for Shenmue's return, she was determined not to let him leave alone again, no matter what. All right then, consider it a chance to broaden your horizons. This time, we're going to the legendary realm of the gods, the home of the Norse deities, Asgard. As soon as Shenmue finished speaking, he opened a portal, and in an instant, both of their figures vanished. The next moment, they found themselves standing upon the Rainbow Bridge, with Heimdall before them, holding the Guardian Sword. Shun, welcome back, and to our guest from afar, welcome to Asgard. His Majesty is still in his chambers, deep in the Odin sleep. Thor and the others are keeping watch as well. Heimdall gave Shenmue a brief update on the situation. Shenmue didn't waste time with pleasantries. He took Qin and, in a flash, appeared outside Odin's chamber. The palace guards, seeing Shenmue accompanied by a woman they didn't recognize, stepped forward out of duty to halt them. But just then, Thor emerged from the palace. Heimdall had already informed him of Shenmue's return. Shen, it's been a long time. Is this your companion? Thor was already familiar with Shenmue's new appearance, so he wasn't the least bit surprised. However, seeing Qin by Shenmue's side gave Thor a peculiar feeling. He could sense a faint but dangerous aura emanating from her, enough to make his heart race with unease. This is Jean Grey, a student I took in on Earth. I suppose you could call me her magical mentor, though I haven't truly taught her much. Qin, this is Thor, son of Odin, future king of Asgard, and the very god of thunder from Norse mythology on Earth. Shenmue introduced them to each other. Thor, the god of thunder. I've heard your name from Sister Nia. They all say you're a hero among gods. But you don't quite match the image Sister Nia described. Shouldn't there be a red cape flowing behind you? In her years spent with Sylph Nia, Qin had learned much about the 9 realms, though she had never set foot in any of them, until now. Now, being able to see a figure from legend with her own eyes, she seemed a little excited. But after the excitement faded, disappointment quickly set in. Thor's appearance wasn't quite what the elves had described to her since childhood. He seemed to lack the divine majesty she had imagined, and she couldn't shake the feeling that this god of thunder standing before her wasn't actually any stronger than she was. Hearing Qin's remark, an awkward look flashed across Thor's face. After all, the cape he once wore was merely decorative. Ever since Shenmue swung him around twice by that very cape, Thor had slowly grown accustomed to life without it. But since the topic had come up, Thor summoned his divine power, and a vivid red cloak materialized behind him. Qin nodded in approval, as if this was how things were always meant to be, while Shenmue simply shook his head with a wry smile. However, Shenmue did notice something different about Thor. He seemed more mature now. What's more, Thor radiated a formidable power within him, one that was not just lightning, but also the force of Odin. This surprised Shenmue. After all, over 1,000 years had failed to make this brawny oaf truly grow up, yet without ever experiencing Earth's trials, Thor had somehow reached this level of maturity. Thor, it seems you've made quite a bit of progress lately, Shenmue remarked, his tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. My father has spent most of recent years in the Odin sleep, Thor replied. He entrusted Asgard to me. I once thought I was ready to be king of the gods, but I realized I wasn't. Mjolnir helped me defeat countless foes, but couldn't make me an invincible ruler. Over a decade ago, I faced a powerful enemy named Thanos. He came with an entire fleet, and once again, I was defeated. If Heimdall hadn't opened the Bifrost in time, my arrogance might have cost me my life. But Volstagg? Thor hesitated, then recounted the hardships of these years, sorrow flickering in his eyes, though he could not conceal his anger. Shenmue was taken aback upon hearing that Thor had confronted Thanos. It seemed that his own presence in this universe had already triggered countless ripples, like the wings of a butterfly. The loss of a friend had forced Thor to face the reckless, impulsive flaws in his own character. This, more than anything, was what had finally set him on the path to maturity. Thanos, huh? Shenmue spoke the name softly. But in his mind, Thanos, doomed never to gather all 6 stones, was little more than a slightly troublesome ant. Whenever they crossed paths, it would be simple enough to send him to meet death, though Shenmue couldn't be sure whether the Thanos of this universe had fallen for her yet. Teacher, who is Thanos? Qin, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity when she heard Shenmue mention that name. He was a tyrant of a universe, but his entire life was devoted to the sustainable development of the known cosmos. Shenmue's words left both Qin and Thor bewildered, their faces full of questions. Teacher, Isn't striving for the sustainable development of the universe a good thing? Why is he called the tyrant of the universe, then? Qin genuinely couldn't understand the contradiction, because the methods he used were brutally simple and harsh. In the Dark Quadrant under his rule, every time they conquered a planet with life, he would cleanse it, either wiping out all life or randomly killing half the population. With fewer lives, fewer resources are consumed, which naturally prolongs the planet's existence before its resources are exhausted. Oh, and the first planet he destroyed was his own homeworld, Titan. He himself is the last surviving member of the eternal Titan race. Shenmue gave a brief account of this cosmic population controller's life. Qin was left utterly stunned by what she heard. Though Shenmue's words were plain, the sheer horror and bloodshed they implied sent chills down her spine. To erase all life from an entire planet, Qin couldn't even fathom such a number. Shenmue wasn't surprised by her reaction. After all, what people called wars on Earth were child's play compared to the scale of interstellar conflict. By the way, Thor, what exactly happened to Odin? His condition shouldn't be this bad, right? Shenmue voiced the question that had been troubling him. Father refuses to tell me, and mother is the same, Thor replied bitterly. But according to Heimdall, it might have something to do with my sister, the death goddess Hela, whom I've never even met. Back then, to protect Thor, Odin had erased every record of his own brother, King Kor, from existence. He had also kept the truth about Hela, his eldest daughter, completely hidden from both Thor and Loki. At Odin's urging, Frigga had also resolutely kept the truth from them. Thor had no choice but to ask Heimdall, who knew more than most. Yet even Heimdall was in the dark about some of the deeper secrets. All he knew was about Hela, and he passed this on to Thor. But even knowing he had an ambitious older sister, Thor was powerless to act. After all, she had been sealed away by Odin himself. Thor couldn't even find the faintest clue as to where the seal was. Hela, perhaps she's not the only one. Shenmue recalled what Odin had told him during their previous conversation, realizing there was another being sealed by Odin on Earth. Shun, do you know something? Please tell me. Seeing Shenmue's expression, Thor immediately pressed him with urgency. However, Shenmue shook his head, deciding to wait until he met Odin and heard it from Odin himself. This time, he had the perfect opportunity to repay Odin's kindness. Once they truly entered the royal bedchamber, both Loki and Frigga were present. Shin, welcome back. Is this young lady your partner, by any chance? Frigga greeted Shenmue with a gentle smile, asking the same question as Thor had earlier. It made Shenmue think like mother, like son, indeed. Loki, meanwhile, appeared somewhat uneasy, deliberately turning his head away. Now that he had learned more about his own origins, there were complicated feelings in his heart towards Shenmue, who seemed to know everything. And more importantly, confronted with Shenmue's overwhelming power, Loki could only resign himself to being invisible, as if he were transparent in the room. Lady Frigga, it's been a long time. This is my student. She's learning magic from me. Even Shenmue felt a bit embarrassed as he said this, recalling how he had spent so long trying to comprehend the World Tree branch and had come away with nothing. Lady Frigga, hello. I'm Jean Grey, and I'm a student. Seeing the situation, Jean stepped forward to introduce herself. You truly have taught an extraordinary student. What a pity. I should have let Thor and Loki study under you as well. With her keen insight, Frigga could immediately sense Jean's uniqueness. She spoke to Shenmue with a meaningful tone. Her words made Thor look rather awkward, while Loki simply turned his back to them. Thor has already found his own path. He will become an outstanding king of the gods. As for Loki, if he could let go of his little daggers, he would be a strong contender for the most powerful mage in all 9 realms. Shenmue spoke sincerely, for he still felt gratitude toward Frigga, his guide in the ways of magic. Afterwards, Shenmue turned his attention to the sleeping former Allfather. Odin lay quietly on the bed. With his superhuman hearing, Shenmue noticed that Odin's heart had only beaten twice since he entered Asgard. Perhaps this was the unique nature of Odin's sleep. It reminded Shenmue somewhat of the ancient Chinese art of turtle breath, where breathing and the heartbeat slowed to a minimum. Jean, a native of Earth, couldn't reconcile the legendary king of gods with the frail old man lying before her. In her mind, weren't gods supposed to be immortal and everlasting? Why then was this mighty king so close to the end of his life? Lady Frigga, let me try and see if I can restore some of the All-Father's strength. Shenmue stepped forward, preparing to see if the power of his talismans could help restore some of Odin's vitality. After all, he was different from the Ancient One. The Ancient One's strength lay in her soul. Her power came from elsewhere, but her physical body was no different from that of an ordinary person. A stray bullet could have claimed even the life of the great sorcerer if she was careless. That was why the power of talismans could so easily restore the Ancient One's battered and wounded body. Odin, however, was another matter entirely. He was a true king of gods, possessing divine power and the unique might inherited from Asgard. His strength came from within. Calling upon both the power of the dog talisman and the horse talisman, Shenmue watched as two beams of light, one blue, one green, flashed across Odin's body. Everyone could clearly feel Odin's life force suddenly surge and grow stronger. Yet, Odin's body was like a leaky vessel, unable to hold the water poured into it. The restored vitality continued to seep away at an alarming rate. Refusing to give up, Shenmue separated a strand of the dog talisman's immortal essence and infused it directly into Odin's body. Shun, it's no use. We've already tried every possible way to restore his life force, and the result is always the same. Frigga, seeing Shenmue still trying, couldn't help but caution him. But this time, they noticed something different. Odin's life force began to stabilize within his body, as though the holes were finally being sealed. Soon, a surge of power welled up from all across the land of Asgard, converging into Odin. At last, after his long slumber, Odin slowly opened his eyes. "Father, you're finally awake." Thor and Loki immediately hurried to Odin's bedside. Frigga's face was glowing with joy as she gazed at Odin. "Shun, thank you for your help. Without you, I might truly have died in my sleep." Supported by Thor and Loki, Odin slowly sat up and expressed his gratitude to Shenmue. "Thor, you've done well these past days. You are worthy to be king of gods now. I have seen it all. Your growth has brought me great joy." Hearing his father's praise, Thor's face lit up with happiness. Loki, however, stood to the side, looking a little downcast. "Loki, perhaps you already know everything, but you will always be my son. Your name will forever be Loki Odinson." Though Loki's expression hardly changed, Odin's words struck a chord deep in his heart. "Father, what exactly happened to you? Surely you can tell me now." Thor pressed Odin again, seeking the truth. "Thor, Loki, you two go outside for a moment. There are some things I wish to discuss with Shun alone." Odin didn't answer Thor, but instead asked him to leave. At these words, Thor grew anxious. "Thor, come outside with me. Loki, you too." But Frigga stopped Thor and took Loki along as well. "Jean, you should wait outside with Lady Frigga for me." Shenmue turned to Jean and spoke gently. Seeing this, Jean didn't say anything more. She quietly followed Frigga out of the room. "Shun, I have a request. I hope you'll agree." Odin didn't waste time with pleasantries. He spoke directly, his tone earnest. "It's about Hela and the serpent, isn't it?" "No problem. I can take care of them for you." Before Odin could finish his thought, Shenmue anticipated his words and answered first. "So you already know, it truly is the most painful decision of my life. One is my own brother, the other is my daughter. I don't want to see either of them perish before my eyes. But both of their hearts are filled with resentment towards me. If the seals were ever broken, they would surely destroy everything I love." Regret and sorrow clouded Odin's expression. "So you wanted to kill them?" "No. If at all possible, I hope you can banish them forever." Odin couldn't bear the thought of witnessing the deaths of his own kin. "Once, I might have been unable to do that, but now I have the strength." Shenmue was referring, of course, to the Omega effect he had gained from Darkseid. One aspect of that power was the ability to shatter the boundaries of dimensions and universes, casting a living being adrift into endless parallel worlds where they would be lost forever. "I can sense a sliver of power within myself, a force that shares the same origin as one you command. After you granted me a share of that power, your own became less complete." With his vast strength, Odin could clearly perceive the changes within his own body. All his vitality now clung to that tiny seed of power inside him. It was the anchor that gathered his dissipating life force together. Moreover, Odin could sense a touch of immortality within it, the very same aura that dwelled in Shenmue. He understood. Shenmue had shared with him a portion of his immortal source, allowing him to awaken from his slumber. This realization filled Odin with gratitude. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel fortunate for befriending Shenmue in the first place. Your life is tied to the seals you placed, isn't it? As long as you live, Hela and the serpent seals will hold. But if the seals are undone, your life will also reach its end. Shenmue laid Odin's situation bare, speaking the truth without hesitation. That's right. I thought I could wait until Thor had fully grown, until the day he had the strength to break free from his destined prophecy. Then I could pass away in peace. Unfortunately, the laws of the universe are never so obliging. They rarely turn according to any one person's will. Odin had already made up his mind. He would use his own life to maintain the seal, buying time for Thor to mature. And Thor did not disappoint him. He gradually became more mature, and a trace of kingly bearing began to emerge from him. All of this brought Odin, who was nearing the end of his life, immense comfort. Yet, Mephisto's appearance shattered all his plans. The overwhelming terror brought by the demon granted the serpent enough power to awaken. Though the awakening was brief, it was enough for the serpent to try to break through the seal Odin had placed. Open the seal. If you willingly release the seal, and with the immortality I can grant you, your life force should stop draining away so quickly. Shenmue spoke directly to Odin, without further ado. No, my death is irreversible. Just seeing Thor's growth has brought me great joy. Now that Asgard has you, I have nothing left to worry about. There's nothing I can give to properly thank you for all your help. In my vault, there are some rare cosmic artifacts I collected in my youth. They may no longer serve me, but perhaps you can pass them on to someone who needs them. As Odin finished speaking, his body dissolved into countless golden particles, drifting upward over Asgard. Outside the temple, above the sky of Asgard, a colossal silhouette appeared, towering into the heavens. Odin, clad in golden battle armor, seemed to have regained the vigor of his youth. In his hand gleamed the eternal spear, radiant with prismatic light, and beneath him stood his eight-legged steed Sleipnir. Hail the All-Father! At once, all the people of Asgard who witnessed this scene fell to their knees in reverence. Thor and Loki, seeing this vision, instantly understood what was happening. They rushed toward the royal chambers, but Odin's image in the sky spoke, his voice resounding through all 9 realms. People of Asgard, I am Odin Borson. In the name of my father, I now formally entrust the throne of the All-Father to my sons, Thor Odinson and Loki Odinson. With the era of 2 kings, Asgard will surpass all that came before, under their guidance. Frigga, I'm truly sorry, I must go ahead. Please watch over the future of Thor and Loki for me. Everyone knew that these were the All-Father's final words. Upon hearing these words, the most bewildered person in the room was Loki. He had never imagined that, in the final moments of his life, his father would make such a decision. 2 kings. This was unprecedented in the history of Asgard. In fact, he was not even an Asgardian by birth, but merely an abandoned child of the frost giants, whom Odin had picked up from the battlefield. At this moment, all the memories of the past circled through Loki's mind. Every grievance he had ever held against Odin vanished in an instant, as if swept away by the wind. Everything he had done before was never truly for the throne, but rather for the recognition of Odin as his father. And now, at last, that moment had come. Your Majesty, All-Father. As Odin's figure gradually faded away, all the people of Asgard raised their voices, bidding him farewell on his final journey. With Odin's passing, the trace of immortal essence that Shun-Mu had separated returned quietly to his own body. Elsewhere in the universe, many received news of Odin's death with mixed emotions. Some felt sorrow, like High Elder Silfnia of the Elven Kingdom. After all, for thousands of years, the Elven Kingdom had always been under the protection of Asgard. But at the same time, there were many who felt a surge of excitement. Odin, so what if you stole my eternal flame? In the end, you too must die. But I am undying and everlasting. One day, I shall be the doom of Asgard. In Muspelheim, the fire giant Surtur sensed the departure of his nemesis. He raised his twilight, sword high, making a solemn vow. Odin, from this moment on, the enmity between Asgard and Jotunheim is over. When Loki had come to Jotunheim to seek the truth, Laufey had realized that Loki was his own son. Now, with Loki becoming one of the twin kings of Asgard, Laufey, as his father, could only bring peace to both realms, something he had never managed to do for his. Upon hearing these words, the one most overwhelmed with disbelief was Loki. He had never imagined that, at the very end of his life, his father would make such a decision. 2 kings. This was something that had never occurred before in the history of Asgard. In fact, he wasn't even truly of Asgardian blood. He was merely a forsaken child of the frost giants, picked up by Odin from the battlefield. At this moment, all the memories and experiences of the past whirled through Loki's mind. Every complaint he'd ever held against Odin dissolved in an instant, vanishing like mist at sunrise. Everything he had done before was never truly for the throne. It was always for the recognition of Odin, the father he longed to please. Now, at last, that recognition was his. All hail the All-Father. As Odin's figure slowly faded away, the people of Asgard raised their voices in unison, bidding him farewell on his final journey. With Odin's passing, the sliver of undying essence that Shun-Mu had separated from himself returned to his being. Across the universe, news of Odin's death stirred a multitude of emotions among many. There was sorrow, like that of Silfinia, the grand elder of the Elven Kingdom. After all, for thousands of years, the elves had known the shelter of Asgard's protection. Of course, There were others who reacted with excitement. Odin, so what if you stole my eternal flame? In the end, you still had to die. But I remain undying and immortal. One day, I shall be the doom of Asgard. In Muspelheim, the fire giant Surtur, sensing the departure of his mortal enemy, raised the twilight sword high and swore his oath. Odin, with your passing, the enmity between Asgard and Jotunheim ends here. When Loki had come to Jotunheim seeking the truth, Laufey had learned that Loki was his own son. Now, as Loki became one of the twin kings of Asgard, Laufey, who had never done anything for him as a father, could only strive to bring peace between their two peoples. On Earth, deep in the Mariana Trench, the waters began to churn and seethe as if brought to a boil. Odin, you're finally dead. Asgard will once again fall under my control. From the depths of the dark abyss, an ancient voice echoed as 8 streaks of light shot forth, flying to every corner of the earth. These were the 8 divine hammers that Kor had forged long ago, each capable of turning its wielder into his most loyal servant. Fear, I need fear. With these words, Kor stepped forward, and a ghostly light pierced the heavens. From the floor of the Pacific Ocean burst forth the head of a serpent, colossal as a mountain, its body stretching far beyond sight. The serpent, this was the final, true form of King Kor. Damn it, how could such a monster appear in the Pacific? Why have our biosensors never detected anything like this before? Coulson, take the tactical team and investigate the situation immediately. There's no need to launch a reckless attack. Gathering intelligence is our top priority. Nick Fury stared at the satellite feed, watching as the giant serpent on the screen threw back its head and let out a thunderous roar, prompting him to unleash a string of classic expletives. He then issued orders to his most trusted subordinate to look into the identity of this mysterious serpent. Meanwhile, on the coast of Norway, a portal shimmering with ghostly green light unfurled. A woman with wild hair, dressed in a deep green robe, stepped through with a feline grace. Odin, what a pity I couldn't witness your death with my own eyes, Hela murmured, lifting her gaze to the heavens, her voice trailing with a haunting undertone. Is that so? The bond between you and your father seems remarkably strong, came a sudden voice. Hela spun around, startled to find a stranger standing behind her. She hadn't sensed his arrival at all. The moment she laid eyes on Shun-Mu, a flicker of surprise crossed Hela's brow. And who might you be? Come to pay homage to your queen? She asked, looking him up and down, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Arrogant as you may seem, I suppose you'll do. Perhaps you make a decent part-time henchman. Hela, is it? I have a job that's just perfect for you. Consider it, Shun-Mu replied, his gaze appraising her in return. As Odin's eldest daughter and the former leader of the Valkyrie Legion, no one had ever dared speak to her in such a manner. Her eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, she swept her hand over her head. Her tangled hair instantly transformed into an ornate crown, her flowing robe shifting into a fitted battle suit, and a black cape materialized at her back. It seemed that, for the Asgardians, a cape was an indispensable accessory. Whether it was Odin, Hela, Thor, or even Loki, none of them appeared without their signature capes. A blade forged from the night sky itself appeared in Hela's hand. She leveled the sword at Shun-Mu. Kneel. It appears you haven't grasped the situation yet, Shun-Mu replied coolly. This isn't Asgard, and I'm not the opponent you're used to. Before Hela could respond, Shun-Mu vanished from sight. Her eyes contracted sharply as she watched him disappear, a sense of foreboding tightening in her chest. Instinctively, she teleported away, but the sense of danger clung to her, unshaken. Hela kept darting through space, desperate to evade Shun-Mu. But to him, her speed was still far too slow. In the blink of an eye, Shun-Mu reappeared directly in front of her. There was a sharp, resounding crack. Hela felt as if her head had been struck by a meteor. His entire body shot out like a cannonball at incredible speed, crashing down hard onto the surface of the sea and instantly sending up a massive wave. Back where Hela had been standing, Shun-Mu maintained his finger-flicking stance. It seems I use a bit too much force. Still, the mighty goddess of death shouldn't be that fragile, should she? Shun-Mu remarked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he watched Hela's body soar for at least several kilometers across the water. Without hesitation, Shun-Mu's figure flickered, and he flew after her. But in the next moment, a blackish-green mountain of thorn swords erupted from the sea, with Hela standing atop its peak. She swept her hand, and massive spears of thorns shot toward Shun-Mu. As expected, the goddess of death isn't so easy to kill, Shun-Mu mused, barely thinking before all the incoming spikes froze in midair, then spun around to fly straight back toward Hela. Seeing this, Hela had no choice but to fire off another volley of thorn spears to neutralize the attack. But immediately after, Shunmu's eyes blazed with two dark red beams, shooting directly at her. Hela hurriedly conjured another sword mountain before her to block the beams. Yet at the very instant the rays would have struck the sword mountain, they twisted sharply, as if guided by some tracking force, and continued racing toward Hela. With no other options, Hela summoned an endless barrage of weapons to resist the beams. From within those twin rays, Hela sensed a power even greater than the death force she herself commanded. Just as the beams were about to strike her, wailing, ink-green phantoms suddenly appeared before her, their monstrous jaws gaping as if to swallow the beams whole. Unfortunately for her, Hela had underestimated the might of the Omega beams. Her summoned spirits vanished into nothingness the instant they touched the rays. At the very moment she thought she would perish as well, the beams abruptly disappeared. She knew. Shunmu had chosen to spare her. "Who are you really?" she demanded. "Since when has Midgard produced someone as powerful as you?" Now, all the arrogance and haughtiness Hela had displayed earlier had vanished, replaced by endless confusion. In her understanding, Midgard was simply the realm of mortals, with little power to resist her might. Yet now, Shunmu made her feel a pressure unlike anything she had ever known. It was as if he were toying with her, proving he hadn't even bothered to fight her seriously. Hela couldn't help but wonder if Odin's seal had weakened her so much she'd become utterly powerless. "Who I am doesn't matter," Shunmu responded casually to Hela's questions. "What you should be asking right now is, who are you?" "I am Odin's firstborn, the destroyer of the Valkyrie Legion, the Reaper of Asgard, and the future God Queen of Asgard, Hela." Hela proclaimed her long list of titles to Shunmu. "No, all of that is in the past. Now, you have only two choices. 1. Submit to me and become my enforcer. Or 2. Keep resisting and end up as a pitiful wanderer, drifting endlessly through the universe. I had promised Odin to banish you and your uncle to the broken corners of the cosmos, never to return to this world. But what can I say? I care about recycling. Even garbage deserves a second chance. So, in the spirit of making use of waste, I'm offering you a new job. Now make your choice. Your dear uncle is still waiting for me to deal with him." Shunmu laid out his terms plainly, his eyes already tinged with a dangerous red. The moment Shunmu called her garbage, Hela wished she could leap forward and run him through with her sword. Yet, seeing Shunmu's threatening stance, prideful as she was, Hela knew all too well she was no match for him. "You mentioned my uncle. Are you talking about King Kor?" "That's right. Odin sealed him away in Midgard long before me. Now that Odin is gone, my dear uncle should be free as well." Hela remembered now. She did have an uncle, one whom Odin had defeated to seize the throne. That, in fact, was one of the reasons she rebelled when Odin tried to become a merciful king. To Hela, if Odin had the heart to usurp his own brother, then he should have conquered the 9 realms and the whole universe with an iron fist. Mercy, in her eyes, was nothing but weakness. "So, you decided to fight to the bitter end?" Seeing Hela's silence, Shunmu's Omega beams in his eyes surged, ready to be unleashed. "Wait, I submit," Hela cried out hurriedly, sheathing her night sky sword. At her words, Shunmu simply redirected his beam, knocking the crown from Hela's head. That crown, along with her cloak, was what she used to suppress the power of death within her. With the crown destroyed, Hela felt her life and death energies spiral out of balance, and half her face instantly turned skeletal. She tried to repair her crown, but the Omega beams had completely erased it. Her efforts were futile. "So that's it. That hideous hairdo of yours actually had a purpose." Shunmu appeared before Hela, regarding her with a wry smile. Once more, the Omega beams flashed from his eyes. Just as Hela thought Shunmu meant to obliterate her, she realized her crown had miraculously reformed on her head. This is the Omega Ray, a force capable of restoring anything it has erased. At this moment, Hela, who had worn her queenly pride like a crown, now knelt on one knee before Shunmu. Her arrogance vanished without a trace. After all, the power she had always prided herself on was, in his eyes, nothing more than a child's game, a blow too great to bear. When she conquered the 9 realms over 2,000 years ago, she had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Judging from the strength Shunmu had displayed, Hela felt even her father Odin could not compare. Though she harbored resentment towards Odin for sealing her away for 2 millennia, she had always respected his might and took pride in serving as Odin's enforcer. "I'm willing to submit to you. I swear by the name of my father, Odin." Raising her head, Hela looked at Shunmu, her face a complex tapestry of emotions. "Rise. We need to be elsewhere now." "HM?" It seems we won't have to go looking for your dear uncle after all. Shenmue's tone was calm as he spoke to Hela, then turned his body in another direction. A cold, mocking laughter rang out. Ah, so all of Odin, the usurper's children, are such weaklings? To kneel before an outsider. What a disgrace to Asgard, a shame to the Asir. It seems that spineless Odin passed his repulsive nature down to you as well. How truly pathetic. Kull, who had just harvested a wave of mortal terror in his great serpent form, now stood before Shenmue and Hela. Freed from his prison, his original plan had been to resurrect his 8 worthy, his hammer-wielding champions, and once again lead them in conquering Midgard, drawing fear from the hearts of Earth's mortals. However, from another direction, he had sensed a power akin to his own, a power that came from Asgard. Odin was dead, and aside from himself, only the children of his usurping brother could wield such might. So, before feasting on fear, he decided he would rather crush Odin's offspring first. He had arrived just in time to witness Hela kneeling in allegiance to Shenmue. Though his heart seethed with hatred for Odin, he despised this display of weakness even more. His previously aged and hunched frame now straightened, swelling with power as if he'd been filled with air. The cane in his hand transformed into a massive single-edged battle axe that gleamed coldly in the light. Hearing Hela swear fealty to Shenmue, he burst into scornful laughter, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Hela looked at Kull with deep wariness. She had been born early and knew many of Asgard's hidden histories, back when records of Kull had not yet been erased by Odin. This man before her was, in truth, the rightful heir of Asgard. Even the power that Odin wielded, what people call the power of Odin, might more accurately be named the power of Kull. Odin, that shameless traitor, is dead, and now his children can't wait to grovel before others. Let me send you to meet Odin right now. Then, every traitor in Asgard will fall by my hand. When I return, all the might of Asgard will be mine once more, and I'll cast a shadow of fear over all 9 realms. At that moment, a surge of 7-colored divine energy erupted from Kull's hand, binding Hela in place. With a wicked grin, he raised his massive axe, ready to strike. But just as the blow was about to fall, Shenmue sprang into action. In a flash, he stood between Hela and the descending axe. The mighty weapon, wreathed in divine power, crashed down on Shenmue, ringing out with a heavy, metallic clang. Kull felt a forceful backlash surge up the handle, so strong that his grip almost slipped and he nearly lost hold of his axe. This sudden twist unsettled Kull. He realized, perhaps too late, that he had underestimated this man, the very one who had made Odin's daughter yield. System prompt. Major event, origin of fear, has begun. Treasure chest, charging in progress. At that moment, after 20 years of silence, the dormant system in Shenmue's mind finally spoke again. So this is the strength you're so proud of? Honestly, it wouldn't even tickle me. Is this really all the power a so-called God King can muster? Shenmue glanced at Kull with disdain. Then, opening his mouth, he exhaled a blast of freezing breath onto Kull's giant axe, encasing it in solid ice. With a flick of his finger, the axe, now brittle, crumpled into ash and scattered to the ground. What are you? Kull demanded, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Wariness surged within him. A divine energy began to course throughout his body. But Shenmue's only answer was a swift kick. Kull's body shot through the air, breaking the sound barrier with an explosive sonic boom. Watching from the sidelines, Hela shuddered. In that instant, she realized just how much restraint Shenmue had shown earlier when he'd merely flicked her forehead. The difference was as vast as the sea before her. Shenmue didn't wait for Kull to come flying back. In the blink of an eye, as if teleporting, he appeared behind Kull's airborne form, his fist already cocked and ready to strike. Yet Kull was not resigned to defeat. A dangerous energy began to coil in his hands, exuding a sinister, black-violet light that wriggled like venomous serpents around his body. I am the god of fear, the world-devouring serpent. With a sudden thrust, Kull hurled the energy at Shenmue. The black-violet power transformed into a swarm of savage vipers, lunging toward Shenmue. The very space around them seemed to decay, corroded by the venomous force, dissolving into chaotic nothingness. A pair of blazing, blood-red beams shot from Shenmue's eyes, relentlessly countering Kur's energy. Meanwhile, over the skies of New York, the heavens were in turmoil. Dark clouds gathered in a churning mass. Suddenly, a pillar of dark crimson light tore through the sky. Ha ha, my loyal servant, I never imagined you'd awaken so soon. Come, lend me your strength, Crusher Kurth. Sensing that familiar power, Kur instantly realized that Crusher Kurth, one of his 8 hammer-wielding champions, had found a suitable host and been reborn. With a sweep of his hand, he summoned a rainbow bridge, channeling the seven-hued power of Asgard. In his days as the God King, he had forged 8 mighty warhammers, each rivaling even the legendary Mjolnir in power. Within each hammer slumbered the soul of one of Kor's fiercely loyal guardians. These warhammers would seek out the most worthy beings to wield their strength. After hurling the 8 hammers to different corners of the earth, one had landed within the walls of the infamous Isle prison. This prison housed numerous criminals with extraordinary abilities, among them the fearsome Juggernaut. Juggernaut was the stepbrother of Professor X, possessing immense strength and tireless stamina, yet he was non-mutant. His power came from beyond the multiverse, bestowed by Sidorak, the Crimson Lord of the Netherworld. As a boy, Juggernaut had stumbled into a cave where he discovered a mystical ruby, a token sent by Sidorak to Earth, seeking a worthy avatar. The moment he grasped the ruby, Juggernaut was granted unparalleled power and an invincible body, but his mind became clouded and chaotic. After causing chaos and destruction, he was eventually captured through the cunning of the X-Men and imprisoned here. One day, a hammer plummeted from the sky, landing directly before him. From within, a seductive voice urged Juggernaut to seize it. Dull-witted and easily swayed, Juggernaut reached for the hammer. In an instant, dazzling light erupted. His prison uniform was replaced by dark red armor, and a terrifying force radiated from his body. Alarmed by the commotion, the prison guards arrived, weapons drawn, cautiously aiming at Juggernaut. "K. Marco." "No, I'm Crusher Kurth." Juggernaut threw back his head and unleashed a thunderous roar. At that very moment, a rainbow descended, enveloping him, and in a blink, he vanished from sight. "Kurth, hold him off for now." Gazing at the champion he had summoned, Kor issued his command at once. He intended to seize this moment, while Kurth distracted Shenmue, to wrest the power of Asgard from Hela. "Yes, your majesty." Kuss, now possessing the body of the Juggernaut, raised the rubble-strewn hammer high and brought it crashing down toward Shenmue with all his might. "Should I say you're fearless, or just reckless?" Shenmue remarked. Shenmue actually gave Kor some credit for daring to enslave the Juggernaut as his own pawn. After all, Sidorak was a being whose power surpassed even the multiverse, a demon feared as the mightiest in the cosmos. Compared to Sidorak, even infamous demons like Mephisto or Beelzebub were mere children at play, and the Juggernaut was Sidorak's chosen champion, blessed with his formidable power. While there were many such champions scattered throughout the multiverse, the Juggernaut alone bore the unmistakable mark of the Crimson Hell. Yet Kor, in his arrogance, had recklessly turned the Juggernaut's body into a vessel for his own servant soul. Sidorak might not care, but if even a fraction of his attention fell on Kor, a single glance would be enough to consign Kor to eternal damnation. Of course, as a native god of the 9 realms, Kor was utterly ignorant of these cosmic truths. Perhaps ignorance truly is bliss. Only those who know nothing can be truly fearless. Shenmue, on the other hand, knew too many of these secrets, which was why he had so many worries in the past. Otherwise, living carefree as a happy fool might not have been so bad. If we're talking about raw power, the Juggernaut was undoubtedly a formidable force. But his mind simply couldn't handle such power and often fell into chaos. So most of the time, the Juggernaut was little more than a blundering brute. Now, however, with Kuss's soul inhabiting the body, every ounce of that strength could be unleashed. After all, Kuss had once been a mighty warrior in Kor's campaigns across the 9 realms. Yet, from Shenmue's perspective, their so-called might was nothing remarkable. Kuss let out a wild, guttural roar, and an aura of dark red, godly power erupted around him. As the rubble-strewn hammer, carrying the force of a thunderous avalanche, came crashing down, Shenmue calmly extended a single finger. He pressed it lightly against the head of the hammer, effortlessly stopping the terrifying blow in its tracks. Yet the wild shockwave from the impact rippled out from Shenmue's feet, spreading across the entire island, sending gigantic waves surging through the surrounding sea. Under the onslaught of this power, the island itself began to crack and crumble in an instant. "Your strength is decent, but it's far too clumsy," Shenmue commented coolly. "And that armor of yours is truly hideous. It seems your so-called God King could use a lesson in taste." He critiqued Kuss's appearance with the air of a connoisseur appraising a work of art. "Curse you! How dare you insult His Majesty the God King? I'll smash you to pieces." Kuss, consumed by Kor's power of fear, had lost all sense of terror. Even in the face of Shenmue's effortless defense, his fighting spirit only burned more fiercely. Once again, the crag hammer was swung down toward Shenmue. But this time, Shenmue caught the descending hammer with one hand. With the other, his fist transformed into an open palm, which he slammed fiercely into Ku-Si's chest. A fleeting silhouette of a ram flashed across his eyes. In an instant, a dark red soul was struck out of Red Tank's body by Shenmue's blow. That was the true Cragbreaker, Ku-Si. Seeing himself expelled from his flesh, Ku-Si immediately tried to fly back and repossess Red Tank's body. However, what greeted him were two Omega beams, bending through the air toward him. The agony of his soul, being gradually erased, wrung a scream of utter despair from Ku-Si. With a casual motion, Shenmue tossed Red Tank's body toward the sea as if it were mere refuse. After all, he wouldn't die from it. Meanwhile, the piercing scream caught Kor's attention. He had not yet managed to seize the power of Asgard from within Hela. Spinning around, Kor saw a crimson streak of light shooting toward him. Focusing his gaze, he realized it was none other than the Crag Hammer, one of his own 8 war hammers, hurtling his way. With no time to dodge, Kor was struck head-on. Yet this hammer had once been forged by the dwarves at his personal command, infused with his own power. Because of this, he retained control over the hammers, and, by extension, over anyone who wielded them. With considerable effort, Kor managed to wrestle the hammer under control, steadying himself. "You have truly enraged me now. Next, I'll make you taste the meaning of fear." Kor's voice was cold and menacing, his eyes flickering with black-violet light. The crag hammer in his grasp began to liquefy, flowing into his body like molten metal. At the same time, the other 7 hammers scattered across Earth burst into radiant, rainbow-colored light, instantly teleporting to Kor's side before merging into his body as well. Through all this, Shenmue made no move to interfere. He was curious to see just what kind of power this former king of Asgard could unleash. Now, having absorbed 8 war hammers, the divine power of fear began to surge uncontrollably from Kor's body. Cracks appeared across his skin, which, under the influence of godly energy, grew into overlapping scales that soon armored his entire form. Then Kor's body began to twist and contort, swelling in the blink of an eye to tens of thousands of times its original size, until he had become a colossal serpent. Seeing Kor transformed into this monstrous shape, Hela felt a chill of terror stir uncontrollably from the depths of her soul. But Shenmue, who had already witnessed Mephisto's true demonic form, was wholly unimpressed. This was child's play by comparison. The jade-green serpent, now of unimaginable size, reared back and unleashed a sky-shaking roar that rippled across the world. All ordinary beings who heard this roar felt a primal surge of terror welling up from within. And all that fear became the great serpent's sustenance, making him grow ever stronger. A massive cloud of dark green, poisonous mist spewed from the serpent's mouth, shrouding the sky above Norway. Ugh, waking up to this kind of chaos again? What a headache. At that moment, the Ancient One, dressed casually with oversized sunglasses and an iced drink in hand, spoke with a touch of helplessness in her voice. She understood all too well. Shenmue's only concern was the battle itself, leaving the aftermath inevitably to her. It was her first time casting such an expansive forgetfulness charm. While her own power made the first attempt risk-free, she couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be unforeseen consequences if she had to use it a second time. After all, since ancient times, no sorcerer had ever cast a forgetfulness charm that blanketed the entire world in quick succession. Director, the giant serpent has re-emerged in the Arctic Ocean, and there are 2 unusual energy sources nearby. One of them is off the charts. Our instruments can't even register its upper limit. Inside the Homeland Defense Bureau, an agent reported the latest surveillance data to Nick Fury. Have we accidentally triggered some ancient, hidden switch? Why are these supernatural horrors appearing one after another? Carol, will you ever come back? Fury's thoughts turned to the device left to him by Earth's mightiest hero before she departed. A last resort to call her in the gravest crisis. It seemed that, despite fate intending otherwise, Fury and Captain Marvel, Carol, had still crossed paths, with the universe itself ensuring their meeting and the passing on of the quantum pager. Staring at the live satellite feed, Fury hesitated, debating whether to activate the call. The serpent lowered its massive head, its ghostly green eyes fixed on Shenmue. "Now, do you feel fear?" "It'll take more than that to scare me," Shenmue retorted, minuscule by comparison as he launched a punch straight at the giant serpent. The terrifying force sent the colossal beast, stretching tens of thousands of meters, tumbling over. Enormous waves, whipped up by the impact, surged violently toward the coastal nations, threatening to unleash another catastrophe. But this time, the Ancient One used the form of Ekern, manifesting countless solid duplicates to counter the looming disasters on all fronts. She had no intention of using the time stone again to reverse the world's timeline. She couldn't bear the backlash a second time. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Heimdall hesitated, unsure whether to inform Thor of all that was unfolding on Earth. After all, everything happening was, in essence, a result of strife within Asgard's royal house. He didn't know the specifics of the deal Odin had struck with Shenmue, but the fact that Shenmue was now in position to confront those freed from their seals spoke volumes. Yet, Heimdall worried that, upon hearing the news, Thor might recklessly insist on joining the fight. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, Heimdall knew perfectly well in his heart that both sides battling down below were stronger than Thor. Even Hela, who had already submitted to Shenmue, was more powerful than Thor was now. After all, Thor was still too young, not even 2,000 years old. He was still in the prime of youth among the Azure gods, and his strength was far from reaching its peak. After a fierce inner struggle, Heimdall finally decided to wait a bit longer, believing that Shenmue had the power to resolve this crisis. Kull, who had just transformed into a giant serpent, had never imagined that someone could overturn him with their bare hands in his current form. The sharp, searing pain from his jaw made it clear to him that all of this was very real. Overwhelmed by rage, the serpent lost all sense of reason. He gaped his jaws, and a terrifying beam of ghostly green energy erupted from his mouth. The beam carried a thick, nauseating stench. Without hesitation, Shenmue opened a portal of space right before him, connecting it to the very spot where the serpent's own head was. The massive energy beam struck the serpent's head directly, and the tremendous impact slammed the serpent's skull hard onto the ground. Arg! Damn you, insect! Hit by his own attack, Kull's hatred for Shenmue grew even more savage. He snapped his terrifying jaws straight toward Shenmue in a furious bite. With a thunderous crash, the ground where Shenmue had just stood caved in, forming a huge, gaping pit. The giant serpent, like a monstrous excavator, had bitten a massive chunk out of the earth. Well, isn't this something? The once mighty former king of Asgard, reduced to eating dirt? If the other realms of the Nine Worlds got wind of this, they'd have a field day mocking Asgard. At that moment, Shenmue alighted atop the serpent's head, gazing at the huge patch of earth the serpent had swallowed, his voice dripping with mockery. Worm, get off my head! The serpent's enormous amber eyes strained upwards, trying to catch sight of Shenmue standing atop his skull. He shook his massive head, whipping up a howling gale. But such turbulence was nothing to Shenmue. He stood firm and steady on the serpent's head, unmoved. The view from up here isn't bad, I must say. Now I'll give you two choices, submit or die. Make your decision. Shenmue offered this god of fear the same chance he'd given others. Only the spawn of that treacherous betrayer Odin would choose surrender. In Asgard, there are only kings who die in battle, never kings who yield. With these words, the serpent writhed his colossal body, then suddenly shot upward toward the poisonous clouds swirling above. Those clouds were filled with his divine venom, infused with the power of fear, capable of corroding both flesh and soul. If prophecy ran its course, it would be this very venom that would one day bring about Thor's demise. This poisonous mist carried a thick, putrid stench, and Shenmue had no desire to be tainted by it. He opened his mouth, unleashing a massive blast of blazing fire that instantly scattered the toxic fog. Yet at that very moment, a wave of fear was steadily spreading, not just across Earth but throughout all 9 realms. It was the serpent's dark magic at work, stirring up the most terrifying and hopeless memories buried in everyone's mind. And these fears were being drawn in, ceaselessly absorbed by the serpent, fueling its growing power. However, amidst this suffocating atmosphere of dread, a figure accompanied by crackling lightning was swiftly approaching the battleground where Shenmue and the serpent clashed. The newcomer was none other than Magneto, reborn and transformed. Since his second awakening, Magneto had never found a worthy opponent, until now. Through live feeds from satellite surveillance, he had seen the terror wrought by the serpent. And standing against that monstrous foe was a figure he knew all too well. Shenmue, the man he had searched for over a decade. In that instant, elation surged through Magneto's heart, setting his spirit ablaze. He felt like a student, eager to show his teacher how far he had come. He would let Shenmue witness the full extent to which he had honed his talents over the years. The serpent's magic of fear had no hold over him. On the contrary, it only ignited his fighting spirit even more. Meanwhile, the poison mist that Shenmue had blown away was gathering again, now thicker and more oppressive than before. In response, Shenmue raised his right foot and brought it down hard on the serpent's massive head. Scales flew, blood splattered. The sheer force made the serpent's eyes roll back. It nearly lost consciousness right then and there. The gigantic creature, suspended in mid-air, plummeted like a severed kite, crashing into the ocean below. Its immense body, tens of thousands of meters long, struck the sea with such force that a towering wave, nearly a kilometer high, rose up and thundered across the water. Damn it! Why is this happening again? What is it this time? As the sovereign of the underwater world, King Namor, wielding his mystical trident, could sense the terrifying commotion from a distant stretch of ocean. He could also keenly feel the terror gripping all the creatures beneath the waves. Since suffering a wound 20 years ago during Shun-Mu's battle with Mephisto, Namor had remained steadfast beneath the sea, never venturing to the surface again. Even when those wretched humans from Wakanda invaded his realm to mine for their so-called vibranium, he had not declared war as he once would have. Instead, he had learned to negotiate before resorting to force. But now, after 20 years of relative peace, that tranquility was shattered once more. Just as Shun-Mu was about to check if he had crushed the serpent to death with his stomp, a dazzling pillar of seven-colored light suddenly shot up from the ocean depths, enveloping him completely. For a brief moment, Shun-Mu felt his body tightly constrained, as if caught in an invisible grip. In that very instant, the giant serpent suddenly sprang from the sea with a thunderous speed, its gaping maw wide open, and swallowed Shun-Mu whole in a single gulp. Destiny is on my side. No matter how strong you are, what does it matter? As long as I devour you, there's only one fate awaiting you, death. Now, I will return to Asgard. Once I reclaim the power that is rightfully mine, I will consume the 9 realms one by one. I will cast a shadow of terror across the entire universe. Kerr made no attempt to hide his ambition. As long as there was fear, his strength would grow without limit. If he could spread terror throughout the cosmos, then he would become the true god of fear. Oh, and what makes you so sure you can digest me? Shun-Mu, engulfed in endless darkness and surrounded by a corrosive force pressing in from all directions, showed not the slightest trace of panic. The poison of fear within me is 10 times more potent than the toxic mist I breathe. Even you, the divine metal, would be completely eroded. I refuse to believe your body is tougher than you steel. Kerr's mind twisted with malice as he unleashed the terrifying corrosive power within him, sending it surging toward Shun-Mu. To Kerr, Shun-Mu was the most physically powerful adversary he had ever faced in all his conquests. Even Shun-Mu's speed was unprecedented. Among all the gods he knew, some were celebrated for their swiftness, but aside from speed, they had little else to boast about. Yet Shun-Mu possessed both overwhelming strength and blinding speed. If he also gained an indestructible divine body, even Kerr wouldn't know how to go on fighting. Fortunately, the immense power of Asgard had slowed Shun-Mu just enough for Kerr to seize that fleeting moment and swallow him. Now, all he needed to do was let the endless poison of fear inside him corrode Shun-Mu's flesh and soul, and nothing would be able to stop him. Meanwhile, inside the serpent's belly, Shun-Mu could only shake his head in disbelief. Exposing your most vulnerable spot to a deadly enemy. How could anyone make such a baffling move? Perhaps when his body grew, his mind didn't grow along with it, leading to a decline in his ability to think clearly. This guy definitely never read Journey to the West. Never let the Monkey King into your stomach. That's a hard lesson learned with blood and tears by countless monsters before. Well, I suppose he really hasn't read it. After all, when he was sealed away, Earth might still have been in the era of slave civilizations. Shun-Mu mused wryly to himself. Just as Shun-Mu was about to teach this former king of Asgard not to eat indiscriminately through action, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence rapidly approaching. What's this? Magneto? Now that's an interesting development. It looks like something entertaining is about to happen. No need to rush out just yet. Although the inside of the serpent was shrouded in darkness, it was no obstacle to Shun-Mu's supervision and senses. He now saw Magneto, wrapped in a storm of lightning, hurtling toward them. As expected, his power may have changed, but Magneto's flair for dramatic entrances hasn't. Every time he shows up, he manages to pull off something new. Shun-Mu looked on, slightly speechless, as Magneto, looking more like the god of thunder than Thor himself, made his appearance. If showing off were a vice, old Magneto would be a hopeless case by now. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest, but every time he arrived, he made sure his presence was unforgettable. A native champion of Midgard, are you? You are worthy to become my servant. Swear your allegiance to me, and I shall grant you eternal life and even greater power. The moment he laid eyes on Magneto, Kor was already scheming to bring him under his command. Kor's voice rolled past Magneto's ears like a clap of thunder. And what about the one you were fighting? Magneto, however, paid no heed to Kor's recruitment offer and asked directly about Shun-Mu's whereabouts. The The one who dare defend me has already been devoured. Both body and soul have become my nourishment. Submit to me, or you'll meet the same fate. In Kor's mind, even if Shenmue wasn't dead yet, it was only a matter of time, no difference from being dead already. Impossible. There's no way you could have killed him. Magneto, of course, didn't believe a word of it. The invincible image of Shenmue had cast too deep a shadow in his heart. He simply couldn't accept that this monster before him had defeated Shenmue. Can't kill him? Do you know who I am? I am the king of Asgard, the All-Father, the devourer of the world's serpent, the god of fear destined to rule the cosmos. No one can defy my will. Kneeling and pledging your loyalty is your only choice. Kor lowered his massive, mountain-sized serpent head before Magneto as he spoke. If you claim to have killed him, then all I need to do is defeat you. That alone will prove I've surpassed him. Magneto paid no attention to Kor's long list of titles. All that mattered to him now was slaying the monster before him and finally breaking free of the shadow Shenmue had cast over his heart. With a wave of his hand, countless metallic spheres appeared, orbiting at his side. Gently adjusting the magnetic field, countless currents surged forth. These were all prepared to defeat him. But now, you'll take his place and witness the results of my years of excavation and mastery. Be annihilated. As Magneto's words fell, metallic spheres, driven by a terrifying electromagnetic force, transformed into a barrage of devastating beams that blotted out the sky. The great serpent's massive form became a living target, and the overwhelming destructive force crashed straight into its body with unstoppable might. A thunderous explosion resounded, and the serpent, once towering above the waves, was struck down into the sea. In an instant, the ocean's surface bloomed with spreading pools of dark, crimson blood. What a weakling! Magneto looked down at the monster he had gravely wounded with a single blow, disdain clouding his face, though he couldn't help but wonder how Shenmue could have been killed by such a creature, one whose menace seemed all for show. But before he could savor his victory, the sea churned violently, and the serpent surged forth once more from the depths, its colossal body showing not even the faintest trace of injury. From across the 9 realms, endless waves of terror flowed toward Kor, feeding him. The wounds, nothing more than superficial, healed completely in the span of a few breaths. Seeing this, Magneto stretched out both hands, becoming the very center of the world's magnetic field. From the depths of the ocean, countless streams of black iron sand were drawn forth, swirling around Kor to form a gigantic vortex. At the heart of this maelstrom, a massive black metal sphere, weighing thousands of tons, condensed, spinning faster and faster under Magneto's command. The giant sphere gathered a terrifying kinetic energy, and as it spun ever faster, its entire surface began to glow a molten, searing red. Its target, Kor. Mortal tricks. Kor, the God King who understood nothing of modern physics, dismissed this with utter indifference. In the next instant, the sphere, an electromagnetic cannon powerful enough to obliterate a city, hurtled straight toward him. As expected, the sphere tore through Kor's body without resistance, then plummeted toward the Arctic Ocean below. Within a kilometer's radius, seawater was instantly displaced by the force, and the sphere crashed into the ocean floor with a deafening impact. The shock wave sent tremors through the entire tectonic plate, and the sea erupted in monstrous waves, towering thousands of meters high. Magneto watched as Kor, motionless, sank beneath the waves, convinced at last that he had slain his foe. But then, a chilling voice echoed forth. What a pity! Without divine power, you almost managed to kill me. But I am the god of fear. Only a god can kill another god. Next, Kor swung his tail, thick and towering like a pillar holding up the sky, striking ferociously at Magneto. The terrifying force compressed the surrounding space, causing it to shatter and fracture apart. At this moment, Magneto felt as if he were pinned in place by a dreadful, unblinking gaze, his body rendered completely immobile. He sighed inwardly. Even though my strength has increased, the gulf in the level of life itself remains impossible to bridge. Seeing Magneto's spirit utterly shaken by nothing more than a single look from Kor, Shenmue, seated calmly within Kor and observing the spectacle, couldn't help but voice a sigh of emotion. In the next instant, 2 beams of dark red energy shot fiercely from his eyes. The destructive power unleashed by Magneto's electromagnetic cannon left all the factions on Earth deeply shaken. They had always known him as a remarkable human individual, one who could single-handedly shake an entire tectonic plate, and no one could say for sure if that was truly the limit of his power. This was especially true for the national representatives who had lived through the crisis over 20 years ago, an event that nearly escalated into an all-out war between species. They could still recall how the brilliant scientist Bolivar had insisted that Magneto's power was simply the manipulation of metal. Now, however, it was clear how woefully narrow their vision had been. Magneto. Is this what that title truly means? Now, many who still vividly remembered those past events found themselves unconsciously whispering this phrase. At last, they understood why Eric was called Magneto, the master of magnetism, instead of something as limited as the Iron King. With the two abilities he had just unleashed, calling him a walking, human-shaped nuclear bomb was no exaggeration at all. And if their suspicions about his true capabilities were correct, then Magneto's threat level had just been elevated to the highest category. Sir, based on our data analysis, the shockwaves caused by that mutant will likely trigger a series of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions across both the Eurasian and American plates. Inside the Department of Homeland Defense, an agent, face filled with disbelief, reported urgently to Nick Fury. Naturally, they had Magneto's file archived here, and he was familiar with all its details. He realized, with a deep sense of foreboding, that Magneto was now countless times more terrifying than he had been 20 years ago. Mutants, the powers these superhumans possess, are truly frightening. If only we could gather these superhumans into a single team of superheroes, we'd finally have the strength to respond to sudden supernatural crises. But the mutants already have their own team, the X-Men, and they are quite established. Wait a minute, if I recall correctly, Magneto isn't a member of the X-Men. He's never participated in any of their public rescue operations. Perhaps we could persuade him to join us. All I hope is that he can survive, and that, in the end, we can survive as well. At this moment, Nick Fury was already nurturing the idea of assembling a team of superhumans. After all, so many things happening now were far beyond what ordinary agents could handle. Yet all of this depended on Earth making it safely through this crisis. If every force resisting on Earth were to fail, then Nick Fury would press his pager and call for Carol. That was the trump card he held in his hand. As Magneto waited in utter despair for death, he suddenly saw the body of that giant serpent ahead of him begin to tremble violently. Then, as if racked by excruciating pain, the serpent's massive body started to thrash and roll uncontrollably. What's going on? The sudden change left Magneto bewildered, but as soon as he sensed the binding force around him vanish, he immediately manipulated the magnetic fields to launch himself far away. At this moment, an aura of terrifying power enveloped Kurth, a force that directly scrambled the surrounding magnetic fields so completely that even Magneto found himself powerless to control them. I suppose no one ever warned you not to eat recklessly, have they? It's a sure way to upset your stomach. If you want to swallow me whole, you're still a long way off, you overgrown worm. Here, let me treat you to a taste of Omega Rays. Shenmue's familiar voice echoed in the serpent's ears, and the soul-crushing agony of obliteration made the god of fear experience true terror for the first time. A howl of pain tore from the serpent's mouth, a gut-wrenching cry that sent fresh waves of dread through countless humans. In the next instant, dark red cracks began to spread across the serpent's colossal body, and soon those cracks shattered completely. A shadow flashed out from within the serpent's body. Seeing Shenmue burst forth from his own flesh, the serpent actually breathed a sigh of relief. He admitted to himself that he had been far too confident. He believed his endless venom of fear could slowly wear Shenmue down to nothing. But he had vastly overestimated himself and underestimated Shenmue. Opening his gaping maw, the serpent drew in a tremendous breath, swallowing countless waves of terror into his body. Yet at the spot where the serpent's body had split, billows of inky black mist surged out. But this time, the wound refused to heal as it had before. It was as if a shattered body never existed in the first place, leaving no way to repair it. Damn it, what on earth is this power? As the god of fear, Kurth could absorb the terror of living beings to grow stronger, and he could heal his body without limit. But now, to his horror, he discovered that his wounded form simply could not be restored. For the first time, the god of fear experienced fear himself, a fear of an unknown power. It was this sliver of fear that began to sap his strength. For Kor, fear had always been a double-edged sword. As long as others harbored dread toward him, he was invincible. But if his opponents ceased to fear him, or worse, if he himself began to feel fear, his power would inevitably wane. That was exactly what was happening now. Kor could sense the strength within his body ebbing away, and he tried desperately to suppress the fear rising in his heart. However, once fear takes root, it surges forth like a river breaking through its banks, impossible to contain, no matter how hard one tries. Your power is fading. You're afraid, aren't you? Is it because your vaunted immortality has been shattered? The power of fear truly is a remarkable thing, for every living being has something they dread, be it natural disasters, calamities, or the uncertainties of the unknown. And yet, you, the very god of fear, can't even control your own terror. Isn't that ironic? Shenmue hovered before Kor, shaking his head as he spoke. Now then, submit or die. The choice is yours. A flurry of complex emotions flickered across Kor's enormous serpentine eyes, but in the end, they all hardened into a savage glare. A true king dies only with honor. Odin, the shameful traitor, and his cowardly offspring may have stolen my throne, but they will never steal my kingly heart. I am the rightful, fated god-king of Asgard. With that, Kor gathered the last of his power and launched one final, desperate attack against Shenmue. The boundless might of fear coalesced into a gigantic scythe of despair, swinging down toward Shenmue. But behind Shenmue, the shadow of an immense demon dragon appeared. Its roar alone shattered the scythe into nothingness. I acknowledge you as a former king of Asgard. So rest easy. Odin is waiting for you at the end of death. For this great serpent, who would rather die than bow, Shenmue decided to reunite him with Odin. As for his promise to Odin to exile them all, well, with Hela still left behind, he hadn't truly broken his word. With those words, twin Omega beams shot from Shenmue's eyes, piercing straight through the serpent's skull. A torrent of terrifying energy burst forth from the serpent's ruined body, erupting into a wave of annihilation that swept outward, while the colossal form, now devoid of will, began to crumble away. Ding! Congratulations, host. The major event Source of Fear has concluded. Treasure chest charging complete. Would you like to open it now? The moment the serpent fell, the system's prompt echoed in Shenmue's mind. Not yet. Shenmue chose not to open the treasure chest immediately. At this moment, after confirming that her eldest uncle had truly perished, Hela, who had just fled into Helheim for refuge, appeared once again. When Curse flew toward her, the power of Asgard within her began to surge out of control, as if sensing the return of its true master and yearning to break free. The succession of Asgard's throne had always been a matter of fate. Though Odin had defeated Curse and seized the throne of the Allfather, the power of Asgard still recognized Curse as the rightful heir. This is why, according to ancient Asgardian prophecy, only Thor could slay the serpent, because Thor was destined to become the next king of gods. Yet, in the face of Shenmue, who could effortlessly destroy all of Asgard, talk of prophecy and fate was little more than dust scattered to the wind. Why would someone as powerful as you fix your gaze on the humble Nine Realms? Hela asked. If you're preparing to conquer the universe, I would gladly serve as your vanguard. My precious children have slumbered for far too long. Hela couldn't understand. Shenmue's strength was already beyond their very dimension. Why did he not choose to conquer the vast seas of stars, but instead remain in this tiny corner of the Nine Realms? This universe is far more complicated than you imagine, Shenmue replied. Its depths are unfathomable. Besides, what meaning would conquering the universe hold for me? These words came from deep within Shenmue's heart. In the endless multiverse, this universe was as insignificant as a single grain of dust. Though Shenmue possessed power unafraid even of multiversal threats, above him still loomed mega-universes and omniversal realms, and beyond omnipotence, territories of transcendence, where hidden powers defied reckoning. Besides, he truly lacked grand ambition. The dream of ruling the universe stirred nothing in him. Meaning, Hela echoed in confusion. The strong rule the weak. Isn't that the very law upon which the universe runs? She could not comprehend Shenmue's way of thinking. In her eyes, strength naturally entitled one to more to possess, more to command. Under the hands of her and her father, Asgard had reached the very peak of its might. Fire and bloodshed were their badges of honor. Once, she had believed Odin shared her ideals, but later discovered he did not. Thus, the grand vision of conquering the Nine Realms was lost, and she herself was sealed away until now. For Hela to be such a fierce warrior came as no surprise to Shenmue. Asgard revered valor and considered a glorious death in battle the highest honor. Thor was such a man, and in Hela's era, these values ran even deeper. There will be wars in the future, Shenmue said calmly, but your current strength is still far from enough. He could feel in his bones that the road ahead would be anything but peaceful. For him, war was not a matter of if but when. It's time to return to Asgard. Your brothers, Thor Odinson and Loki Odinson, will soon begin their coronation ceremony. With the passing of the old king, aside from arranging the funeral, ensuring the swift succession of a new ruler was the most crucial step to stabilizing Asgard. Wait, Odin passed the throne to two people at the same time. Hela thought she must have misheard, for there had never been a time in Asgard's history when two kings ruled side by side. That's right, and one of them is his adopted son. Not even an Asgardian, but a frost giant. At these words, Hela clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles whitened. The throne she had coveted for so long, Odin had treated as a mere trinket, dividing it between two people, and one of them belonged to their mortal enemies, the frost giants. How could she possibly accept this? Don't forget who you are. From the moment you swore loyalty to me, everything about you belonged to me. Asgard is no longer any concern of yours. Shenmue's calm words reached her ears, causing the hatred in her eyes to falter for a moment. It was only then that she remembered. She was no longer the princess royal of Asgard, but the servant of the man before her. And this man possessed a power so vast, even her father could only dream of it. That's enough. Let's go. After nearly 2,000 years away, it's time for you to see what Asgard has become. With that, Shenmue opened a spatial portal and stepped through it in a single stride. Hela's expression was a tangle of emotions as she watched Shenmue's figure disappear. Then, she too stepped onto the land she had once longed for with all her heart. Only now, she no longer had the right to rule it. The moment Hela appeared, all of Asgard seemed to awaken. Endless Asgardian power surged rapidly into her body. With both Odin and Thor gone, only Thor and Hela remained in the universe who could bear the might of Asgard. Moreover, as the eldest daughter, Hela's birthright surpassed Thor's, and her existence was longer and her ties to Asgard deeper. So long as she stood upon the land of Asgard, her power would grow ever stronger. If she were to kill Thor, she alone would wield all the might of Asgard, eventually surpassing Odin himself. It was only a matter of time. Shun, thank you for all you've done for Asgard. Heimdall saw Shenmue's return, lowered his guardian sword, and offered Asgard's highest salute. From his grandfather's time, his line had sworn to serve the royal house of Asgard unto death. He and Thor were not only sovereign and subject, but close friends bound by deep loyalty. He had witnessed everything that happened on Earth. If it weren't for Shenmue, Hela and the former king of the gods would have surely unleashed all their fury and resentment upon Thor, Loki, and every citizen of Asgard. He dared not imagine what fate would have befallen Asgard. I owe Prince Odin and Lady Frigga a great debt, Shenmue said casually. What I've done now is simply to repay that favor, so there's no need to dwell on it. Shenmue waved his hand dismissively. After all, aside from repaying his debt to Odin, he also had his eye on the treasures he'd been promised. Many of these were merely for show, such as the Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with jewels, but there were also some genuinely intriguing items like the Eternal Flame, the Orb of Agamotto, and the Monument of Life. Shenmue might not have much use for these things, but rather than letting them gather dust in Odin's vault, he might as well take them himself. Lady Hela. When Hela appeared right after, Heimdall didn't greet her with the animosity he'd shown in the movies. He knew she had become Shenmue's subordinate, so he respectfully bowed, a gesture of deference to her royal blood. Hela, however, merely snorted coldly, completely ignoring Heimdall, and followed right behind Shenmue without so much as a glance. Expecting her to show kindness to the people of Asgard, not even Shenmue could manage that. Magneto, who had been ignored by Shenmue, watched as he so effortlessly defeated the monsters. Whatever confidence he'd felt on the way here had utterly vanished. He realized with shame how, after wielding a bit of insignificant power, he'd once again fallen into arrogance. Now, he wished he could disappear. He no longer had the courage to face Shenmue. After a distant glance, he quietly took to the air and slipped away, returning once more to the familiar realm of Asgard. Hela was overcome by memories as she looked around at all that surrounded her. She recalled countless fearless warriors, the Valkyrie army that had once been hers, and that she had personally destroyed, as well as her mount, the demonic wolf Fenrir. Yet now, all of Asgard was steeped in mourning for the fallen king. Soon, Thor and Loki approached Shenmue, leading a group of people behind them. It was only after the battle on Earth had ended that Heimdall finally told Thor and the others everything he had seen. Thor's gaze fell on Hela, who walked behind Shenmue. He knew instinctively. This was the elder sister he had never met. Hela, too, examined Thor and Loki with a scrutinizing look. On one side stood the eldest daughter, who should have been the rightful heir to Asgard's throne. On the other, the two who had actually been appointed by Odin as his successors. A subtle tension brewed between them. Seizing the moment, Jean quietly walked over to Shenmue's side. Teacher, something like this is happening on Earth, and you didn't even tell me. I'm clearly much stronger now. I could have helped you. With a hint of indignation, Jean projected her dissatisfaction straight into Shunmu's mind through her psychic power. In response, Shunmu simply smiled at her without saying a word. That only made Jean more exasperated, but there was nothing she could do about it. You must be Hela. I'm Thor, son of Odin. In the end, it was Thor who spoke first. Really? You don't look anything like him. Are you truly his flesh and blood? Seeing Thor's appearance, Hela delivered her words without mercy, her tone cutting. Of course, she was doing it on purpose. After all, the subtle sense of shared blood she could feel proved that he was indeed her half-brother. Hela, the All-Father is gone now. Whatever grudge you held against him should be let go. At this moment, Loki, standing beside Thor, stepped forward at just the right time. You do sound a bit like him, but that repulsive scent on you makes me want to crush you. Hela was even less polite toward Loki, the heir to the Asgardian throne who carried the blood of the frost giants. If Shunmu weren't present, her words might have been more than just talk. She would likely have taken action already. After all, the Azure and the frost giants had been mortal enemies since her grandfather's time, and during her conquest of Jotunheim, she had clashed with the giants countless times. Hela, Loki was chosen by our father as the rightful heir to the throne. Thor truly regarded Loki as his brother, and hearing Hela speak this way made him bristle with displeasure. With a swift motion, he summoned Mjolnir from afar into his hand, though he made no move to attack. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Is that toy your only confidence? Seeing the hammer in Thor's hand, Hela's lips curled in derision. After all, Mjolnir had once belonged to her. But after she gained power far beyond its limits, the hammer had become useless to her, and she abandoned it. Now, watching her little brother brandish what to her seemed like nothing more than a plaything in an attempt to oppose her. Princess Hela, welcome home. Just then, sensing the tension in the air, Frigga stepped forward, offering Hela a gesture of goodwill. She was Odin's second wife, married after Hela's mother's passing, and so she maintained a certain decorum toward the eldest princess of Asgard. Odin swore he would never remarry after my mother's death. Yet in just a few centuries, he fell for you and let your children steal the throne that should have been mine. Frigga, Odin loved you so much, so why, when he died, didn't you follow him into death? Hela harbored just as little fondness for Frigga. After all, she was not any younger than Frigga. In fact, she might even be considerably older. It was only the bloodline of Asgard that made her appear younger than Frigga, who belonged to the Vanir gods. Shunmu, meanwhile, watched the royal family's melodrama unfold with genuine curiosity. Hela, that's enough. Don't go too far. If Loki was the tangled thread of Thor's fate, then Frigga was Thor's one untouchable weakness. At this moment, lightning flickered in Thor's eyes, as if he was on the verge of striking out at any moment. Go ahead, then. Show me what makes you worthy of this throne. Hela regarded Thor with utter disregard. After all, with 1,000 more years of experience, the power she wielded was far beyond what the young Thor could muster. Thor could no longer contain his rage at her words. With a furious roar, he hurled Mjolnir straight at Hela. But in the next instant, a scene unfolded that shook him to the core. Hela reached out casually and caught Mjolnir in one hand, as if it weighed nothing at all. This can't be happening. Thor's face twisted with disbelief. My dear brother, you have no idea what I'm capable of. With a subtle flex of her hand, Mjolnir began to tremble violently, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Shunmu didn't interfere at this point. After all, Mjolnir had become a crutch, holding back Thor's growth, and Odin had long since prepared another powerful artifact for his son. As Hela continued applying pressure, Mjolnir finally shattered, unable to withstand her strength. Its energy burst forth in a tremendous shockwave. Yet Jean stepped in, compressing the surge of energy and containing the blast. Thor stared at the scattered fragments, dazed. A companion of more than 1,000 years, destroyed in an instant. Hela, have you vented enough? At this moment, Shunmu's words doused the fire of vengeance burning in Hela's heart, snuffing out her excitement. Thor, you all should begin preparing Odin's funeral. After warning Hela, Shunmu turned to the despondent Thor and spoke gently. It was only after Shunmu left with Hela that the agents of the Homeland Defense Bureau dared to cautiously approach the site of the recent battle. Where the island's shoreline once stood, nothing remained, just an endless expanse of ocean. But they were not the only ones drawn to the aftermath. The military had arrived, as had various other forces, and even some hidden practitioners of dark magic. All were there for a single purpose: to claim the remnants of a serpent's corpse left behind after its death. The military became involved because they wanted to use the serpent's body as a foundation for researching biological serums. Ever since the creation of Captain America, the military had been eager to recreate the super soldier serum. However, All their research over the years had yielded disappointing results, and the outcomes were far from satisfactory. The sudden appearance of the colossal serpent gave the military scientists a promising new direction. Such a mythical, extraordinary creature was the perfect experimental specimen. Meanwhile, other organizations possessing supernatural powers sought to extract a portion of the serpent's power from its remains using arcane means. They scoured the sea for scraps of the creature's corpse, but their efforts were nearly fruitless. After all, the body destroyed by Omega rays left behind hardly any trace. Still, during the battle, the serpent had suffered several wounds, and fragments of its flesh and blood were left behind. After some time spent searching, each group managed to find some of these broken, dark green, glowing tissues that had sunken to the ocean floor. Yet, 2 agents from a Homeland Defense Bureau secretly concealed another chunk of the serpent's flesh they had discovered. As they departed, their eyes met, and their lips moved in near silence. Hail Hydra! With Shenmue present, Hela's bullying of Thor was kept within bounds. To an outsider, it looked no more than a bit of sibling squabbling among the gods. At worst, some injuries, but nothing fatal. As for Frigga, being aware of the full story, she was not overly concerned about her son's hammer being crushed. After all, Odin had already left him an even mightier weapon. Since Thor was now the heir to the throne of the gods, he was entitled to such an artifact. All right, Thor, you and Loki should start preparing for your father's funeral, Frigga said, seeing Thor brooding over the shattered remains of his beloved hammer. At her words, Thor finally came to his senses, reminded that there was something far more important to attend to. He glanced at Hela, who stood behind Shenmue, her face wearing an expression of mockery and disdain, and Thor's proud heart was dealt yet another blow. Odin's funeral was conducted with the utmost grandeur. Since his body had become one with every inch of Asgard's land, a golden effigy was erected as a memorial. Many races and divine pantheons from across the cosmos sent representatives to pay their respects to the departed king of gods. Of course, they had more than condolences in mind. They also came to confirm certain matters. For instance, the succession of Asgard's throne. After all, Asgard remained a formidable power in the universe, its legendary reputation forged by generations of god-kings. It was rumored that before his death, Odin had named 2 heirs, intending to establish a dual monarchy, a claim that had yet to be verified. However, all of this was secondary. Their ultimate goal was Shenmue. That was why, every so often, their gazes would sweep over Shenmue, almost as if by accident. Though they tried to be discreet, Shenmue, with his heightened senses, noticed immediately. Still, he paid it little mind. Most of the other cosmic races present had, at one point or another, been under Asgard's protection. Of course, there were exceptions. To the shock of many, the Frost Giants, longtime enemies of Asgard, had also arrived. And it was none other than Laufey, the Frost Giant leader and Odin's former arch-nemesis, who stood among them. Laufey's arrival put the vast majority of his guardians on high alert. Some even glared at him with open hostility. If this weren't the funeral of the All-Father, many would have already drawn their weapons, ready to settle old scores in a life-and-death battle. But when Loki caught sight of Laufey, an uneasy look flickered across his face. Though Laufey was his biological father, Loki had been abandoned on the battlefield and later raised by Odin. In fact, after learning the truth of his origins, Loki had once planned to destroy all of Jotunheim, hoping to prove his loyalty to Odin and his place in Asgard. Yet before any of those plans could be set in motion, Odin had fallen into his deep slumber. Now, standing at his foster father's funeral, watching his biological father come to pay his respects, Loki was swept by a swirl of complicated emotions. Laufey, today is my father's funeral. If you dare make any trouble, I will fight the Frost Giants to the bitter end, Thor declared, fixing Laufey with a steady gaze and speaking each word clearly. As old rivals, I am here to see him off on his final journey, and at the same time, to put an end to the centuries of war between Asgard and Jotunheim, Laufey replied. I swear by the name of Ymir. From this day forward, the Frost Giants will not set foot in any place under Asgard's protection, he vowed, his eyes lingering on Loki before turning to Thor. It must be said, Odin's decision to name both Loki and Thor as joint heirs before his death had produced a remarkable effect. It not only dissolved the estrangement between Loki and Thor, but also dispelled the long-standing resentment and dissatisfaction that had festered within Loki. Moreover, it prompted Laufey, the leader of the Frost Giants, to extend a true gesture of goodwill toward Asgard's new king. I hope you keep your word, Thor replied. There was little more he could say. Since Laufey had come in peace, it was not his place to stir up conflict. The Grand Elder of the Elven Kingdom, Silfnia, arrived in person, bringing Innis with her. Truth be told, Odin was much younger than she was, yet he had passed on before her. After placing a bouquet of rare flowers from the Elven Kingdom before Odin's portrait, she walked straight toward Shenmue. "Shun, it has been a long time," Silphnia said, looking at Shenmue with a heartfelt sigh. In just a little over 20 years, a mere blink compared to the long lives of these elders, Shenmue had already reached heights they could only dream of. "Silnithia, the aura of twilight around you seems to be growing heavier," Shenmue remarked, his brows knitting together the moment he laid eyes on the Elven Grand Elder. He could sense, with daunting clarity, the faint but undeniable presence of decline emanating from Silnithia's seemingly youthful form. This could only mean that the elf before him was swiftly approaching the end of her allotted time. Unlike Odin, whose fate Shenmue had long accepted, Silnithia was someone he'd met outside the boundaries of the story, a friend he'd made beyond the expected script, the very first of her kind. For that reason, she held a special place in his heart. According to our lore, elves can live 10,000 years at most. And now, I stand at the very edge of that limit. I am the oldest there is, Silnithia said with a gentle, almost wistful smile. It won't be long before I follow Odin into the beyond. When that time comes, I hope you'll watch over the realm of the elves for me. She spoke of her impending death without a trace of fear. Are you truly content to meet your end like this? Shenmue asked her quietly. Of course not, she admitted. But life and death are the fundamental laws that govern the cosmos. Unlike you, I lack the power to bend those rules. So, I can only accept death with an open heart. Besides, for us elves, death is not the end. Every elf who passes away will in time become an ancient tree, living on within our kingdom in another form. Silnithia was utterly candid, openly expressing her reluctance to die, yet showing an equal readiness to accept her fate. If you're not willing, that makes things much easier, Shenmue replied with a faint smile. Once Odin's funeral is over, I'll come find you. He had already resolved to seek out the Ancient One and borrow the Time Stone. With its power, reversing the flow of time for a single person would be a trivial matter. Though the stone came with its own risks, any backlash it caused would be little more than a momentary inconvenience for him now, hardly enough to make him pause for even half a breath. After all, Shenmue was not a pure sorcerer like the Ancient One, whose strength depended in no small part on the support of the mighty Vishani. Shenmue's power, by contrast, was entirely his own, and with the protective force of his undying talisman, he had no reason to fear the stone's consequences. Even if, one day, he were to gather all 6 stones, he would never be left battered and broken like Thanos or the Hulk, their bodies ravaged by a single snap. For a moment, Silnithia was taken aback by Shenmue's words. She knew he was not one to make idle promises. If he said he could help her live on, then so it would be. Odin's funeral finally concluded as all the people of Asgard released shimmering lights into the sky. For Asgard, however, the true centerpiece was the upcoming coronation of the twin kings. After all, Odin belonged to the past, while Thor and Loki, the twin kings, represented the future of Asgard. If Odin's funeral was a moment of collective sorrow for the entire realm, then the coronation of Thor and Loki was an occasion for universal celebration. At this moment, the sadness had vanished from every Asgardian's face, replaced instead by exhilarated expressions. The unprecedented era of 2 kings reigning side by side in Asgard was about to begin. Thor's reputation needed no introduction. The son of Odin, god of thunder, famed across the 9 realms as a hero of unrivaled courage. As for Loki, though his popularity in Asgard was never high, often derided as the god of mischief, he was also a son of Odin, and, more importantly, recognized by Odin himself. This made it impossible not to marvel at the place Odin held in the hearts of all Asgardians. Among all the god-kings of generations past, none could rival Odin in merit or might. It was Odin who made Asgard truly feared throughout the universe. Now, in the grand hall of Asgard's Golden Palace, a banquet was underway, gathering thousands of races from every life-bearing planet within the realm of the gods. This was the grand coronation of Asgard's new monarchs. Clad in ebony armor and a crimson cloak, Thor, alongside Loki in golden armor and a gleaming helm, walked slowly down the path that symbolized both power and responsibility, all eyes upon them. Both gazed up at the throne, the seat of highest authority. Upon the throne stood a golden spear, Odin's own weapon, the eternal spear Gungnir, a symbol of his reign. When Thor and Loki reached the foot of the throne, they knelt on both knees and pledged their oath. I, Thor Odinson. I, Loki Odinson. Today, in the name of my father Odin, I swear to defend the 9 realms unto death, to protect peace at all costs, to forsake personal ambition, and to act solely for the good of the kingdom. When Thor and Loki finished their joint oath, The brothers stepped forward and together lifted the eternal spear. In that instant, a thunderous wave of cheers swept through the entire hall. Hela stood among the crowd, watching her two spirited brothers on stage. The bitterness in her heart flickered and vanished. Your majesties, we dwarves at the command of King Odin, have forged for you the ultimate artifact of Asgard, the Stormbreaker Axe. Odin once said, when you are worthy to become king of Asgard, this weapon shall become your mightiest aid in defending all you hold dear. The Stormbreaker Axe can greatly enhance your majesty's power over thunder and lightning, and it allows you to summon the Bifrost at will. As the crowd erupted in cheers, the dwarf king Eitri, towering nearly 5 meters tall, cradled a war axe that seemed almost delicate in his massive hands and presented it to Thor. The ultimate artifact, left to me by my father? Thor had never heard of the Stormbreaker before, for Odin had not yet had the chance to tell him about it. However, the prophecy Odin had once given to Eitri was clear. As soon as he learned of Thor's upcoming coronation, the Dwarf King was to immediately gather the finest smiths of Nidavellir and forge this legendary weapon. When Thor took hold of the Stormbreaker, an overwhelming surge of lightning power flooded instantly into his body, coursing through him with wild intensity. His eyes blazed with electric light. Above Asgard, the sky twisted and churned, clouds swirling, thunder rolling, and bolts of lightning gathering in a terrifying storm. This was the sign that Thor's divine powers had fully awakened. Thor handed Gungnir completely over to Loki. After all, he much preferred weapons like hammers and axes over spears. To think your true power awakened without having to lose an eye to Hela. This Stormbreaker truly is the weapon meant for you, Shunmu remarked. Shinmu did not attend the coronation, for at that very moment, he and Jean were making their way to Odin's vault to choose among the treasures Odin had promised him. Yet, everything happening here was still within his awareness. Thor receiving this artifact ahead of time, Shinmu thought, could only be a good thing. Still, Odin probably never considered that on his deathbed, he might name Loki as a co-heir to the throne. With only one gift prepared, I wonder if Loki will once again slip into darkness because of this. Though such thoughts crossed Shinmu's mind, he knew the possibility was slim. Loki had finally received the recognition he craved most, and Frigga was still by his side. Jean, feel free to pick anything you like from the vault. No need to hold back, Shinmu said as they walked, telling her about Odin's treasure hoard. Professor, are we really supposed to be doing this? Jean glanced around nervously at the heavily guarded treasury, tugging anxiously at Shunmu's sleeve. Don't worry, Odin's already given everything in here to me. Besides, these things are just gathering dust anyway. In my hands, they might actually find some use, Shunmu replied, utterly unconcerned. Lord Shun, would you like us to show you the way? As Shunmu reached the grand doors of Odin's vault, one of the palace guards offered to lead him inside. Seeing the guard's deference, the uneasy look on Jean's face finally faded away. After all, the idea of taking things from someone else's house, this so-called zero-cost shopping spree, made her feel a little uneasy. No need, I can go in by myself. Shinmu declined the guard's offer and walked straight inside. Within the treasury, every treasure on display had its name and a detailed description of its powers beside it. The first thing that caught the eye was a golden infinity gauntlet encrusted with jewels. Teacher, the power of this gauntlet is terrifying. Just a snap of the fingers, and it can wipe out the entire universe. Jean read the introduction to the Infinity Gauntlet, her heart still pounding as she spoke to Shunmu. In that moment, the Asgardians, whom she had once looked down on, seemed to gain an extra layer of mystery in her mind. This thing is just a fake. The gauntlet itself is real, but the gems are all counterfeit. Here, let me show you the real deal. With that, Shinmu picked up the gauntlet. Using his telekinesis, he crushed a few of the decorative gems into dust, then slipped the gauntlet onto his hand. It automatically resized itself to fit him. He then placed his own space stone onto the gauntlet. The moment the gem drew near, it snapped into place, drawn by the gauntlet itself. Teacher, it doesn't seem any different. Jean had expected something astonishing to happen, but to her surprise, nothing at all occurred. Ahem, that's because there's only one stone. You need the whole set for it to work. For now, take a look around and see if there's anything you like. Shinmu, a bit embarrassed, quickly changed the topic. The eternal flame. Without this, Surtur could never have been restored in this lifetime. I wonder how it compares to Hellfire. If I get the chance, I'll have it tested out. I'll take this. The Casket of Ancient Winters. Its effect is similar to my Ice Breath, but it covers a much wider area, so it's a bit stronger. It'll make a good collector's item. The Orb of Agamotto can detect cosmic dangers and magical sources ahead of time. I'm curious how Odin managed to get this from Agamotto. Jean, consider this your graduation gift. Shinmu casually handed a magical artifact to Jean. The Tablet of Life contains the formula for life's evolution, useful for lower life forms. If I gave this to some research scientists, they'd probably go mad with excitement. The Eye of the Warlock, one of the 3 ancient supreme sorcerer relics, a powerful tool against the forces of darkness. Looks like this God King made plenty of trips to Earth in the past. I could use it to make a trade with the Ancient One. Shenmue swiftly packed up all the treasures in Odin's vault that were truly valuable, leaving behind only those that didn't catch his eye. As for the destroyer armor, with Odin's promise, it silently accepted Shenmue's actions. Of course, Shenmue had considered taking it along with him, but after some thought, he decided against it. Better to leave this big guy as a memento for Thor and the others. The main reason was that controlling the thing would require Odin's eternal spear, a hassle he'd rather avoid. After the coronation ceremony for the new king of the gods, Asgard's traditional celebration followed, a grand feast. As the newly crowned rulers, Thor and Loki were naturally the center of attention, receiving rounds of congratulations from everyone. While drinking and mingling, Thor kept scanning the crowd for Shenmue's figure, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Even his own sister had vanished without a trace. He had so many questions he wanted Shenmue to answer. For instance, what exactly had his father said to Shenmue before passing away? What was really going on with his uncle, Kor? And what kind of fate awaited his sister, Hela? However, as one of the stars of the evening, Thor couldn't simply slip away. He resolved in his heart that once the festivities ended, he would make a trip to Midgard. As for the kingdom's affairs, he trusted Loki to handle them even better than he could. Thor understood himself well. He didn't have the talent for governing a kingdom. What he inherited from his father was courage and martial prowess. From now on, he decided all domestic matters of Asgard would be left to Loki, while he would handle threats from beyond their borders. He believed this was also why his father had named Loki co-heir to the throne. By this time, Shenmue had already taken Hela and Jean back to Earth. Jean, Hela will stay with you for now. Teach her some basics about life on Earth. I have some things to take care of, but once I'm done, I'll take you to see the real wonders of the universe. With a wave, Shenmue deftly handed off Hela, the proverbial hot potato, to Jean, giving her no chance to refuse as he opened a portal and disappeared in an instant. Jean barely had time to utter a word before Shenmue vanished without a trace. Now, standing beside her, the aloof and imposing goddess of death, Hela, made Jean feel more than a little overwhelmed. She'd already heard about Hela from Shenmue. This was the true goddess of death. Her authority limited to Asgardians, perhaps, but hardly an easy person to deal with by any measure. Hela, may I call you sister? Jean ventured, though Jean's own strength was no less than Hela's, perhaps even greater. There was something about Hela's presence that made her instinctively feel like she was at a disadvantage. Sister? My age rivals that of some of your ancient civilizations in Midgard. Are you sure you want to call me that? Hela could sense a certain threat from Jean. Not directed at her, perhaps, but still enough to set her on edge, like a hidden thorn pressing against her back. That's nothing. Sister Nia is even older than your father, Odin the All-Father, yet I still call her sister. Jean didn't comment on this, for as a woman herself, she understood just how sensitive women could be about their age. Since the teacher assigned you to me, I'll spend the next few days teaching you some basic knowledge about Earth. Now that you're here, you must follow the rules of this world. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to use your powers recklessly around ordinary people. With no other choice, Jean decided to take Hela to her home for now, but first she needed to give her a warning, hoping to avoid more trouble down the line. I am a goddess. Do you really think a handful of mortal rules can restrain me? Now that Shenmue was no longer around, Hela had regained the haughty pride of the goddess of death. She may not be a match for Shenmue, but this mortal realm of Midgard had never truly mattered to her. Hearing Hela speak this way, Jean couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead. As expected, her worries were coming true. If you harm any mortals, the teacher might not be pleased. Left with no other options, Jean had to invoke Shenmue's name. The lives of mere mortals. Do you really think someone as powerful as your teacher would care about that? The destruction caused by his battle with Kor was unfathomable, not to mention the casualties. Did you ever see him spare a thought for that? In the eyes of beings like them, mortals are nothing but lesser forms of life. No matter how many die, it barely matters to them. Hela's face was filled with disdain as she spoke. During her conquest of the 9 realms, the number of lives lost at her hands had long since become uncountable. She believed that if even she, with all her power, didn't bother herself with the fate of mortals, then Shenmue, who was even stronger, would certainly care even less. In some ways, the lives in this universe were nothing more than game characters to Shenmue. Some, by chance, were significant enough to trigger important events. Others were just background characters destined to be swept away. Unfortunately, to Shenmue, aside from those whose names he remembered, the rest of Earth's people were no different from expendable extras. Sometimes, Shenmue might play the hero, but his motivation was never a pure desire to save lives. Don't talk nonsense. My teacher is nothing like you, a death goddess who revels in carnage. Jean absolutely refused to believe Shenmue was that kind of person, for he had promised Sister Nia that he would help protect the Kingdom of Elves. If you don't believe me, then let's just wait and see. But before that, you'd best stay out of my affairs. I may have submitted to him, but you are not within the bounds of my allegiance. With those words, Hela turned to leave on her own. But in the very next moment, just as she took her first step, she froze in place. A terrifying surge of power erupted behind her, sending waves of danger through every fiber of her being. She spun around, only to see Jean now completely shrouded in a golden energy, her entire body rising effortlessly into the air, a magnificent pair of energy wings unfurling from her back. The air brimmed with a destructive aura that struck deep into Hela's heart and mind. Her body trembled violently, and in her pupils reflected the image of a phoenix wreathed in golden flames. Yet, Hela did not allow herself to be cowed. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a sword forged from the night sky itself. But before she could even act, Jean cast her a single, commanding glance. Instantly, the sword in Hela's hand disintegrated at the atomic level. In that instant, Hela understood the true source of the threat radiating from Jean and realized why she had been chosen as Shenmue's disciple. Sometimes, words are empty before certain people. Nothing speaks louder than overwhelming power. And so, after witnessing Jean's strength and remembering her own fear of Shenmue, Hela had no choice but to yield once more. Meanwhile, Shenmue had already arrived at Kamar Taj, where he found the Ancient One enjoying a moment of leisure. I thought you'd be in Asgard, attending the coronation of the new king. That artifact in your hand, is it what I think it is? Are you planning to collect the Infinity Stones? The Ancient One was a little surprised to see Shenmue, especially when she noticed the Infinity Gauntlet on his hand. Master, I've come to borrow the Time Stone from you. Of course, I wouldn't ask for it for nothing. I offer you this in exchange. What do you think? Shenmue didn't bother with pleasantries. He spoke his mind and produced the Sorcerer's Word, which he had taken from Odin's vault. To think that after the 7th Sorcerer Supreme lost it, I'd see it return again. Truth be told, I'd have lent you the stone even without this. But this artifact is an invaluable tool for a sorcerer battling the forces of darkness. I'll gladly accept it. The Ancient One was refreshingly direct, taking the Sorcerer's Word without hesitation. With a casual gesture, she opened the Eye of Agamotto and handed the Time Stone to Shenmue. She understood Shenmue's character and strength. If he said he wanted to borrow it, he meant just that, not a permanent trade. Thank you. I'll return it when I'm done. With that, Shenmue set the stone into the gauntlet, spoke a word of thanks, and vanished without a trace. Alfheim. After 20 years away, Shenmue set foot here once again. Though to him it felt as if he had simply taken a nap, for these little sprites, it had truly been a significant stretch of time. Elves, too, are a long-lived race. Their lives pass through several stages, and in the earliest, they take on the forms they have now. As they grow older, however, they become increasingly human in appearance. Sylphinia was now in the elves' penultimate stage. When their lives end, they transform into ancient trees, the final form of their existence. It's the Great Dragon. The Great Dragon has returned. A sprite basking in the sunlight atop a flower cried out, and, in an instant, all the sprites were drawn by her voice. It really is the Great Dragon. When they saw it was truly Shenmue, the sprites swarmed toward him like bees to blossom, flitting through the air. Before long, Shenmue found himself covered in a host of tiny sprites. I missed you so much, Great Dragon. Sheen said you've been sleeping all this time. Is that true? Joey, how could the Great Dragon be so lazy? There must have been something else going on. That's right. Joey, don't talk nonsense. The sprites clung to Shenmue, their voices chattering and overlapping as they debated. What Sheen said is true. I really did sleep for all that time. It's just the way our dragon kind grows, Shenmue replied, gently lifting a sprite who was swinging from his horn. After playing with the little ones for a while, Sylphinia finally returned from Asgard. The moment she spotted the Infinity Gauntlet on Shenmue's hand, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. A wave of dread spread through her heart. In the future she had once glimpsed, the owner of this gauntlet stood at the center of calamity. Now, seeing it worn by Shenmue filled her with panic. This is the very gauntlet. In the visions of the future I foresaw, it was the source of all disaster. Countless lives will be dragged into the abyss of destruction because of it. The entire universe will be shrouded in the shadow of death. With a grave expression, Sylphinia stepped before Shunmu, dispersing the crowd of sprites. But when she saw the gauntlet was on Shunmu's right hand, she breathed a soft sigh of relief. I knew it. There's no way you would be the one to destroy everything. In my vision, the gauntlet was worn on the left hand of another. Such power, the kind that could bring disaster to the entire universe, should never be allowed to appear. Seeing the lingering fear on her face, Shunmu more or less understood what kind of future she had witnessed. This must have been what unfolded in the original timeline. Thanos gathered all the Infinity Stones and carried out his grand purge of the universe. From the perspective of the cosmos, everything Thanos did was undeniably beneficial, for wiping out life on such a scale could, to a large extent, delay the universe's inevitable demise. However, simply and crudely erasing half of all life was ultimately futile. As long as life continued, the population lost would simply return and even multiply at a faster rate than before. Besides, the fate of the Marvel Universe had long been sealed. Whether through destruction or protection, the universe would always find rebirth in its end, and when that time came, everything would begin anew. At that point, new creator gods would emerge, giving rise to fresh stories and legends. Take, for example, the current Galactus, one of the 5 great cosmic entities, who was the sole survivor at the end of the last multiversal era. By merging with the remnants of the previous universe, he was reborn in the new one as a mighty creator god. Yet, according to the natural pace of cosmic decay, such events would not transpire for tens of billions of years. So, in the grand scheme of things, does anything Thanos did truly matter? Not at all. After all, a delay of several thousand or even several 100,000 years means nothing when measured against the universe's lifespan of tens of billions of years. Don't worry. I promise you, the future you saw will never come to pass, Shunmu said softly. Then let's start changing the future by changing your destiny first. As he spoke, Shunmu stretched out his gloved right hand and summoned the power of the Time Stone. A luminous green ring of time materialized before Sylphinia. Following the reversal spell described in the library of Kamartaj, Shunmu began to turn back the time woven into her very being. Shunmu, don't do this. Toying with time will bring about its backlash. You. Seeing his actions, Sylphinia hurried to stop him, but hadn't finished speaking before Shunmu had already begun. He'd witnessed firsthand, through the Ancient One, what time's backlash could do, so he paid it no mind. Yet Sylphinia had no idea that Shunmu possessed the power to withstand such consequences. Until now, when Shunmu had confidently declared he could prevent her early death, Sylphinia had assumed he had some unique means to extend her life. Now, seeing him manipulate time itself, her panic was palpable, for meddling with time is a dire taboo among all known races of the universe. Since the dawn of the cosmos, the Time Stone has passed from one master to the next through countless hands. Yet not a single wielder has ever attained true immortality through its power. For anyone who toys with time must, in the end, face time's inevitable revenge. For instance, the creator of the spell Shunmu was using now, the 4th Supreme Mage, who was ultimately consumed by the backlash of time, had only managed to reverse a mere 200 years for his beloved. Yet he could not withstand the strain, dying instantly, without even having time to transfer the damage. But in Shunmu's hands, this spell had forcefully reversed 3,000 years of time for Sylphinia. Although Shunmu could have continued to turn back the clock, Sylphinia herself stopped him. Shun, you can't keep going, or I'll end up like Innis and the others. Every 3,000 years, an elf enters the next stage of their growth. If time were to be reversed any further, Sylphinia would lose her current form, and she had long since grown accustomed to who she was now. When Shunmu finally stopped, the backlash of time struck. A strange, unknown force began to devour his life force. Yet, unfortunately for that force, Shunmu possessed the power of immortality. No matter how fiercely it tried to consume him, he remained utterly unaffected. So, all that happened was that Shunmu felt a fleeting moment of discomfort, then nothing at all. This made Shunmu realize that the power of a single gem, to him, no longer amounted to much. What Shunmu didn't know, however, was that his act of reversing time had unwittingly spawned several new branches of the timeline, forcing the Time Anomaly Management Bureau to send agents to deal with these unexpected developments. The first thing Sylphinia did after coming out of the time reversal was rush over to check on Shunmu. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. I almost forgot that you are now far beyond anything we could ever comprehend. Even the power of time itself seems so trivial compared to you. Sylphinia spoke with deep emotion. When Shunmu first visited the Elven Kingdom, he was already so powerful that none of them could compare, but at least he still belonged to the realm of mortal life. Now, barely 20 years later, he had effortlessly crossed the threshold that countless beings across the universe could only dream of surpassing. The power of time has never been trivial, Shenmue replied, smiling at Sylphnia's words. It's just that I happen to have some rather unique abilities that can offset the backlash. There are still 4 gems missing from your gauntlet. Are you planning to gather them all? I think that kind of power is safest in your hands. Sylphnia pointed to the infinity gauntlet on Shenmue's hand as she spoke. I will, but not right now. One of the gems is a bit special. Someone else will bring it to me in the end. All I need to do is wait. What Shenmue referred to was the soul gem, the most difficult to obtain of all the gems. Hearing this, Sylphnia chose not to press further. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask, if you don't mind. I want to set aside an area within the Elven Kingdom. Some of my followers will use it as their base, and they'll become your neighbors. Moreover, when I'm away, they can serve as guardians here in my place. Shenmue suddenly turned to Sylphnia and made his request. The Elven Kingdom has long since been entrusted to you. You are now the true master of this land. Whatever you decide, all elves will follow. With her words, Shenmue understood her stance. Very well then, please inform all the elves about this, and help me choose a suitable location. With that, Shenmue left everything in Sylphinia's hands. As for himself, he vanished in a flash of teleportation. Sylphinia, however, accepted this arrangement with a cheerful smile. After Shenmue departed, he didn't return the gem to the Ancient One right away. After all, he had paid a rental fee. He might as well hold on to it for a little longer. He found a quiet spot and began preparing to open the treasure chest he'd just acquired. System, I want to open the chest. A chime rang out. Ding. Chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have received the emotional spectrum, green light of willpower. The moment the chest opened, a beam of green light shot up into the heavens. Every living being in the universe seemed to sense it and instinctively looked up. Even some gods were momentarily stunned. What is this power? Why have I never sensed it before? From this energy, I feel a will of unshakable resolve. And the source is Earth. Just how many secrets does that planet still conceal? For a time, many ancient beings began to discuss whether it was worth descending to Earth in person for a closer look. As for the gods' deliberations, Shenmue was completely unaware, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. Right now, standing before the pillar of green light, he felt a bit awkward. In his previous life, green had quite a healthy reputation after all. Come on, the chest from the source of fear gives me something so green? Shouldn't it have been yellow? System, get out here and explain. Why green light instead of yellow? Shenmue called out to the system, exasperated, hoping for an explanation. A chime responded, Ding. Chest rewards are random. Please do not make unfounded assumptions, host. You really expect me to believe that? Having been loved by the system so many times, Shenmue didn't buy its explanation for a second. Another chime, ding. Please accept reality, host. So, does love truly disappear? At this moment, the system had completely stopped responding to Shenmue. He suddenly felt as if the system no longer cared for him. Oh well, green it is then. Staring at the green ion shark floating before him, a creature barely over a meter long, Shenmue was left speechless yet again. How did this mighty lantern beast end up so tiny? Don't tell me even the green light has been downsized. As if it had heard his complaint, the ion shark in the air suddenly swelled in size, growing to dozens of meters in an instant. All right, that's big enough. Go back to your original size now. The ion shark, clearly fond of Shenmue, shrank back down to about a foot long and began circling around him playfully. Looks like my next stop is Nidavellir. I'll have to build a home for this little guy, and perhaps spread a little green across the universe while I'm at it. A plan was forming in Shenmue's mind. He was going to establish his own Green Lantern Corps in a Marvel universe. But before that, he needed to meet Apocalypse. With a thought, Shenmue opened a portal and stepped straight into Apocalypse's presence. He found himself back in Egypt, where Apocalypse had erected a grand temple. At its heart stood statues of gods, one in the form of Shenmue's dragon shape, the other in his human guise. Apocalypse himself had barely changed in 20 years. He still wore the same simple black robe draped over his shoulders. But there were dozens more figures around him now. The oldest looked to be about 40, while the youngest couldn't have been more than 10. All manner of skin tones were represented in this gathering. One figure with purple hair caught Shenmue's eye. There was something familiar about her. Looking closer, he realized she bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity from his previous life. Shenmue instantly guessed her identity, Clarice Ferguson, also known as Blink. She possessed the power to bend space, creating portals and moving people or objects anywhere within her designated area. Then there was the youngest child. Shenmue sensed an immortal chill emanating from his soul. He quickly deduced the boy's identity, Bobby Drake, the Omega-level mutant known as Iceman. "My master, you've finally returned." When Apocalypse saw Shenmue, a look of fanatic devotion flickered across his dark blue, solemn face. Ever since Shenmue had defeated that seemingly invincible demon lord from the depths of hell, Apocalypse had submitted completely, with not a trace of resentment left in him. In fact, after that day, Apocalypse began to worship Shenmue as a true deity. So when Shenmue announced he would be entering a deep sleep and ended up slumbering for 20 years, Apocalypse never wavered. Instead, he devoted himself wholly to searching for mutants with great potential. Seeing that more and more mutant descendants were being discovered, he eventually chose to return to Egypt, the land he once knew best, and it was there that he built this temple. And the deity enshrined within the temple was none other than Shenmue. However, after the temple was established, there came a day when a sharply dressed man, claiming to be Horus, the god of the sky, paid a visit. From this man, Apocalypse sensed an immense threat, yet the visitor had no intention of starting a conflict. He merely glanced at the statue of Shenmue, said nothing, and left in silence. This only deepened Apocalypse's reverence for Shenmue. With Shenmue's appearance, the minds of the mutants gathered in the temple were filled with conflicting thoughts. After all, these mutants, brought together by Apocalypse, had all witnessed his formidable power. Many had even benefited from his hand, having awakened parts of their dormant potential. Though Apocalypse never ceased to emphasize that Shenmue was far greater than he could ever be, Shenmue's 20-year absence made Apocalypse, who had always guided them, a more convincing figure in their eyes. "Hey, Bobby, do you really think this guy is as great a god as Lord Apocalypse says?" Another boy, not much older than Iceman, whispered furtively in his ear. "John, Lord Apocalypse would never lie to us. Anyone he reveres so much must truly be a god. Lord Apocalypse even told me I would become the mightiest warrior of the god himself." Unlike the impulsive Pyro, Iceman, who was more sensitive and thoughtful, quietly shook his head, his face filled with longing. He still remembered what happened the first time he met Apocalypse. He was 8 years old when his powers first awakened, right when he was taking a bath. The entire bathroom became coated in thick frost. Terrified, he screamed at the top of his lungs. He could never forget the look in his parents' eyes when they rushed into the bathroom after hearing the commotion. There was surprise, unease, and even fear, but not a trace of concern for their child. It was his younger brother, a year his junior, who blurted out the word monster the moment he arrived, and that was the final blow that shattered him. Afterward, he came out of the bathroom quietly and wordlessly took the clothes his mother handed him. The mother he once believed loved him deeply said nothing at all. His father, who had quit smoking long ago, lit a cigarette once more, and his brother stared at him with a look of utter disgust. He felt deeply wronged, for the awakening of his mutant genes was beyond his control. If he'd had a choice, he wouldn't have wished for this, either. But what was done was done. His powers had awakened, and that meant an invisible chasm now separated him from ordinary people. Over the years, Professor X had always guided the relationship between mutants and humans, and he had achieved no small measure of success. However, as a new era dawned and the rate of mutant awakenings began to rise, disasters caused by mutants losing control of their powers or awakening unexpectedly became increasingly common with each passing year. Thus, in this age, the tension between mutants and humans had not truly eased. Prejudice and extremism still persisted. Bobby's parents were among those who harbored such biases, and his younger brother had inherited and even amplified this prejudice to perfection. After much deliberation, his parents finally decided to send him to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. But on the drive there, a giant, out-of-control truck suddenly barreled straight toward them, careening wildly. Bobby had no way to control his powers to defend them. Just as he squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself for death, a figure appeared in front of their car. A person cloaked in a tattered black mantle, with deep blue skin. With nothing more than a casual gesture, the stranger pointed a finger, and, as if swept away by the wind, the huge truck crumbled to dust and sand, revealing the driver inside. His face flushed, reeking of alcohol, still clutching a half-empty bottle. Seeing the driver in such a state, Bobby was overcome with fury. He wished he could freeze the man solid and shatter him then and there, for he had nearly killed Bobby's entire family. It was as though the stranger heard Bobby's silent rage. With a flick of his fingers, countless grains of sand wrapped around the driver, and then crimson blood seeped through as the sand absorbed it. Witnessing the scene with his own eyes, Bobby felt something shudder deep within his soul. He still remembered what Apocalypse had said to him at that moment. "Come, my child. You possess the power to change the world. I need you." Looking at his parents, still shaken and pale with fear, and his younger brother curled up beside him, trembling uncontrollably, Bobby slowly reached out and grasped Apocalypse's outstretched, blue-skinned hand. As he glanced back one last time, he saw a look of relief in his parents' eyes. At that moment, all his hesitation vanished. He followed Apocalypse without looking back. During his time at the temple, Apocalypse himself became his teacher, an honor that left Bobby both awed and overwhelmed. After all, among the many people in the temple, only Storm, Roro, whose power was so vast it was almost unfathomable, received such special attention. Bobby didn't understand why, so he asked Apocalypse, who told him that Bobby possessed greater potential than anyone there, and would one day become one of the greatest warriors to serve their master. Now, standing before that very master, who radiated warmth and kindness, Bobby finally knew. This was the god he'd been told to serve. Just you wait and see. I'll be the greatest warrior in the eyes of our god. Even though Lord Apocalypse says you have boundless potential, your temperament just isn't suited for a warrior. Stung by the Iceman's words, the fireman's competitive spirit flared up instantly. He had completely forgotten how, just a moment ago, he was doubting Shunmu's identity. Now, in his mind, Shunmu had become a true deity. Though they stood some distance away and spoke in hushed tones, Shunmu possessed superhuman hearing. He could pick up the faintest sound, even the scurrying of ants across the ground. To him, the two were practically shouting through megaphones right next to his ear. "Nur, you've done excellently." Hearing the Iceman's words, Shunmu couldn't help but praise Apocalypse. Among these mutants, the one with the most potential had already been brainwashed by Apocalypse to become a devout follower, and that alone was enough. "My lord, it is my greatest honor to earn your approval." At this moment, Apocalypse had wholly embraced his role as Shunmu's servant. Receiving Shunmu's praise, he instinctively made the same gesture of reverence his slaves had offered him 4,000 years ago, back when he was pharaoh. The sight of Apocalypse acting this way left the other mutants behind him utterly stunned. In their eyes, Apocalypse was nearly indistinguishable from a god, ancient, powerful, and wise. Yet now, here he was, bowing and scraping before Shunmu. They could scarcely imagine just how terrifying this gentle, radiant-seeming Shunmu must be. Shunmu paid no mind to their astonished expressions and went on. "My return this time is to bring you all to a new place, a place that will become a second homeland for mutants. There, no one will look down on you, and mutants can build a nation of their own. So, this time, regardless of your power, any mutant who is willing is welcome to come along." Hearing his words, the mutants exchanged complex glances. Many looked visibly moved. After all, each of them had faced some form of injustice. The hope of a utopian haven was naturally something they longed for. "Lord, is that place your divine kingdom?" At that moment, the young Omega-level mutant, Bobby the Iceman, suddenly spoke up. Looking at this young man, Shunmu smiled faintly, though something shifted in his heart. "The divine kingdom? No, not yet. You are not ready to enter my kingdom." Though a hint of disappointment flickered in their hearts, excitement quickly took its place. For if Shunmu spoke of the divine kingdom as a real thing, then it surely must exist. They simply weren't worthy of it yet. "Great Divine One, I am Bobby Drake. I will strive to become your finest warrior. When that day comes, please allow me to be a part of your divine kingdom." At this moment, the little Iceman was nothing short of a fervent zealot. "And me too, Great Divine One. I will become an even greater warrior than Bobby." Seeing Iceman stealing all the attention, the fiery Johnny couldn't stay calm. He immediately leapt forward and shouted at the top of his lungs. Perhaps ice and fire really are destined to be eternal rivals. Ever since Johnny first met Bobby, he's been itching to compete with him at every turn. Yet, despite all their bickering, they remained each other's closest companions. Unfortunately, compared to Iceman's Omega-level potential, Johnny was only a third-level mutant. Even with Apocalypse unlocking his latent abilities, Johnny could at best become a fourth-level mutant, still a world apart from Iceman. So far, every time they sparred, Bobby had been going out his way to hold back. The only reason Johnny could still keep up his competitive spirit was because, in his simple-mindedness, he never realized Bobby was letting him win. "Keep working hard. I look forward to seeing what your futures hold. Bobby, I await the day you fight for me. When that time comes, I will bestow upon you a mighty artifact. And of course, Johnny, if your growth impresses me, this gift could be yours as well." Shunmu watched Johnny's eager, spirited face and couldn't help but make him a promise. He then produced a shimmering orb of eternal flame. As a master of fire, Johnny's power allowed him to amplify flames by several times, even dozens of times. Unfortunately, in his original state, he couldn't generate fire on his own, nor could he withstand its burn. Only after receiving Apocalypse's blessing did he overcome both weaknesses and even further enhance his ability to intensify fire. Now, the moment Johnny laid eyes on the eternal flame in Shenmue's hand, his gaze was utterly transfixed. His innate sensitivity to fire let him clearly sense the immense power contained within this flame. He had an overwhelming hunch. If he could master this flame, he would ascend to godhood. With his eyes alight with fiery longing, Johnny unconsciously reached out, drawn to touch the eternal flame. Awaken! Shenmue's calm voice rang out like a great bell, echoing through Johnny's very soul. At this moment, if Johnny truly touched the eternal flame, his fate would be to be reduced to ashes. This was the source of the fire giant Surtur's power, and Surtur himself was on par with Odin. In the presence of such beings, a fourth-level mutant like Johnny was little different from an ordinary mortal. At this moment, realizing his hand was still reaching out into the air, John hurriedly pulled it back. However, his eyes remained fixed on the eternal flame. Great deity, I swear to you, I will one day take that flame from your hands, John declared, forcing himself to steady his thoughts, his expression full of determination as he spoke to Shenmue. I'll be waiting for you, Shenmue replied, genuinely curious to see if a fire wielder who could master the eternal flame and an Omega-level ice mutant might present him with a true song of ice and fire. The other mutants, witnessing the promise Shenmue had made to both Bobby and John, found their eyes growing red with longing. You're no different. If you become my steadfast believers, each of you will receive a gift, Shenmue announced. Naturally, he was referring to the Green Lantern rings that had yet to be forged. Having gained the power of the green light of will, Shenmue could now draw on the energy of willpower from across the universe, wielding it as his own. Even though he didn't possess the advanced technology of the Guardians of OA, Shenmue's authority over the light of will surpassed that of those little blue beings. Thus, creating a Green Lantern power battery was a much simpler task for Shenmue, especially with the Ion Shark, the entity of the green light, at his side. The only real challenge was figuring out how to let the Green Lantern rings connect to the power battery. Perhaps, he mused, he could borrow a page from the Marvel Universe, where power could be lent and borrowed. Shenmue, with the energy battery in hand, would play the lender, while those with the rings would be the borrowers. I'm giving you 3 days. Gather all mutants who are willing to leave, Shenmue commanded Apocalypse. How it was done was not something he cared to involve himself with. When Iceman had just mentioned the Divine Kingdom, a sudden thought struck Shenmue. As a god, it was only fitting to possess a divine realm. And as it happened, Shenmue knew of a place that would serve perfectly as the foundation for such a kingdom. The living planet Ego, the true father of Star-Lord. Ego was a failed celestial, a flawed god, yet he had inherited the immortality of his kind. Starting from a single brain, he spent millions of years transforming himself into a living planet, eventually earning a seat among the elders of the universe. But in the end, for certain reasons, the other gods of the elders cast him out. His obsession with sowing his seed across countless worlds was all part of a quest, to find a child worthy of inheriting his power, and then seize that power to become even stronger. Once he reached a certain threshold, his true form, the living planet, would devour everything, making him the undisputed lord of the cosmos. The planet itself, wholly enveloped by Ego's divine might. These celestials really are fascinating creatures, Shenmue mused. At this moment, Shenmue thought of the wealthiest person in the universe, the Collector. Like Ego, he was also a member of the Elders of the Universe. The Elders of the Universe were formed by the last survivors of various races, all of whom were born at the dawn of the cosmos. They all possessed nearly immortal lives. As for the Collector, his immortality was a punishment. After losing a bet with death, he was forever stripped of the ability to die. Thus, he became undying. Endless life, however, threatened to drive him mad, so he chose to immerse himself in the pursuit of collecting rare treasures. And such a passion required inexhaustible wealth to sustain. The secret of the Collector's immense fortune lay in a place called Nowhere, a vast celestial head severed in ancient times by Null, the god of the symbiotes. Over endless ages, the Celestial's brain matter, bones, and bodily fluids within that skull had all undergone mineralization, transforming into treasures beyond compare. By selling these priceless materials, the Collector alone amassed a fortune rivaling that of an entire interstellar empire. Yet, to sit atop such a mountain of treasures without being destroyed by the jealous empires of the cosmos, this alone proved that the Collector was far from an ordinary figure. So, for the first stop on my journey through the universe, I'll head to nowhere and have a meeting with the collector. Shamu had set his next goal. Since I'm about to venture into the cosmos, I'll keep the time stone as my personal talisman for now. Once I return, I'll give it back to the Ancient One. Surely, with the Ancient One's noble character, she wouldn't mind. While Shunmu was waiting for Apocalypse to summon the mutants, a space exploration craft carrying 2 astronauts and 2 researchers was descending from orbit back to Earth. They weren't affiliated with NASA, but with a life sciences research foundation dedicated to genetic technology. With the dawn of the space age, their ambitions extended beyond Earth, reaching for the stars. This wasn't their first exploratory mission. Every sample brought back from space had yielded impressive results, fueling their enthusiasm for cosmic exploration. This time, they had discovered a peculiar form of life. Life Equation Zero, calling ground control. Experimental samples have been collected, returning home. As they neared Earth's orbit, the spacecraft sent a signal to ground control, announcing their return. Control center received. You are cleared for re-entry. Receiving the all-clear, the 4 inside the cabin couldn't help but smile with relief. This had been their longest mission yet, and only after truly leaving Earth did they realize how wonderful it felt to stand once again on solid ground. Oh, I truly love this blue planet. Though I've only been away from Earth for 3 months, it feels as if 3 centuries have passed. Of course, I desperately miss that Turkish kebab shop on the streets of New York. When we get back, I absolutely have to take you all there to try it. I miss my wife and child so much. This time, I'm going to request a 6-month vacation from the boss. I owe it to Jennifer and my dear little George to spend some real time with them. The 3 of them were already lost in their own dreams of what they would do once they returned home. Yet only one of them remained silent, which made the other 3 a bit puzzled. They couldn't help but ask, Edmund, why aren't you saying anything? At this moment, the researcher named Edmund let out a low, guttural sound. The other 3 were at a loss, not sure what had happened to their friend. But in the very next instant, Edmund, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly sprang to his feet. Something inside his spacesuit seemed to be writhing and surging. Black tendrils emerged, snaking out and latching tightly onto the inner walls of the spacecraft. The sudden, shocking sight sent the 3 of them into a panic. Good grief, it's that thing. It got out of the specimen container. How is this possible? The moment they saw those inky black tendrils, they knew exactly what kind of nightmare they were dealing with, and a wave of terror washed over them. This mission had originally been a simple expedition to collect samples from a massive asteroid passing near Earth. They had completed their collection and were continuing to explore the asteroid when they stumbled upon a humanoid corpse with blue skin, a discovery that left them utterly stunned. It was then that they realized humanity was not alone in the universe. But their initial shock quickly gave way to wild excitement. If they could bring this corpse back to Earth, the rewards would be beyond imagination. Their boss would surely grant them generous bonuses. Just as they were preparing to take the remains with them, they noticed a strange, tar-like substance slowly oozing from the corpse, inching its way toward one of the researchers, as if it were extremely weak. In the very next moment, the corpse crumbled to dust. With the remains gone, their dreams of a hefty bonus vanished as well. Staring at the strange black mass, the researchers decided to bring it back anyway. Who knows? Maybe their boss would find this thing interesting. What they had found was none other than one of the symbiotes that had escaped from planet Clintar, Venom. It had originally traveled with its companions Riot, Agony, and Phage, but their luck had run out when they crossed paths with a Kree fleet hunting scrolls, leading to them being caught in the crossfire. However, just as they thought their mission would fail before it even began, a powerful being radiating dazzling cosmic energy appeared like a shooting star, effortlessly destroying the Kree ship. By a twist of fate, Venom ended up possessing the body of a severely wounded Kree soldier. But there was no other choice. After leaving their homeworld, symbiotes like Venom could only survive in the universe by merging with the host. They fell onto a small asteroid, and the 2 weakened beings had no choice but to rely on each other. Yet, with no source of food, the Kree host was the first to succumb. Time drifted by. How long, Venom could not tell, until, just as he was preparing to meet his end, he sensed the approach of life. Dragging his feeble body, Venom tried to complete the parasitic bond, but was instead sealed inside a closed container. As one of the rare, intelligent members of the symbiote species, Venom might not have been the strongest, but he was certainly the most adaptable. To avoid drawing attention to himself, he kept up a slow, subtle wriggling, appearing no more threatening than a harmless piece of living tissue. After capturing Venom, the researchers sliced off a soybean-sized piece of the symbiote and conducted a simple study using the lab equipment aboard their ship. They concluded that Venom was just a parasitic life form, likely lacking any real consciousness and operating purely on instinct. Once they had sealed him in the container, they gave him no further thought. But Venom had already transferred his consciousness into that tiny, separated piece and quietly slipped into the body of a man named Edmund. With Edmund as his host, and time to replenish his life energy, Venom was back once more. When he realized they were about to land on a life-bearing planet, Venom sprang into action. He seized control of Edmund's body and launched an attack on the other 3 people. "Damn it, run," someone shouted. Against a symbiote like Venom, ordinary people didn't stand a chance. In a flash, one researcher was decapitated by Venom's gaping jaws. The remaining 2, terrified, bolted from their seats, making a desperate dash for the escape pod. By now, the chaos inside the ship had also alarmed the ground control center. 0, do you copy? What's happening on board? They called again and again. But there was no response, because apart from Edmund, now possessed by Venom, the other 3 crew members had already become blood-soaked, headless corpses. Delicious. This planet is crawling with delicacies just waiting for me. Standing inside the ship, Venom unfurled his enormous tongue, gazing greedily toward the vast blue planet ahead. As the symbiote drew ever closer to Earth, deep within the Arctic glaciers, a seal-black symbiote dragon seemed to sense something. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open. "Traitors, your end is near." The consciousness of Null, the former god of darkness, now possessed this enormous dragon. Though his true form was still imprisoned on the planet Clintar by countless symbiotes, if he could escape from here and reunite with his body, all those symbiotes he had created, those who had dared to betray him, would surely perish. Now, Venom's arrival presented him with a glimmer of hope for breaking free. Venom could never have imagined that the most feared ancestor of the symbiote race was right here on Earth, lying in wait for him to walk straight into his trap. After taking out the other 3, Venom extended a tendril and smashed the communicator that had been emitting noise. At that moment, he realized he had no idea how to pilot the spaceship. Left with no choice, he released Edmund. Regaining his senses, Edmund was struck by terror at the sight of his 3 companions' grisly deaths. "Hey, listen up. If you want to stay alive, get us home in one piece, or I'll bite your head off." Venom emerged over Edmund's shoulder, bearing his mouthful of fangs in a menacing threat. The sight of Venom was too much. Edmund's eyes rolled back, and he fainted dead away. But before he'd even been unconscious for 2 seconds, Venom manipulated his body's hormones to jolt him awake, dulling his fear. You have a fully developed consciousness. You're not just a parasitic life form, are you?" Edmund felt as if he'd just been dosed with a tranquilizer, his mind clear, but his terror strangely absent. Where he should have been petrified, he found himself, for the moment, forgetting what fear even was, and began to question Venom instead. "I come from the symbiote race of Clintar. As long as you pilot this ship safely, I'll leave you once we land." Venom's words sent a shock through Edmund's heart. This was no accidental freak of nature, but a member of an entire species. "How am I supposed to trust you? You just slaughtered my 3 crewmates." Edmund accused Venom coldly, his voice eerily calm. "You have no choice but to trust me. Otherwise, you'll end up just like them." Venom extended his long, slime-covered tongue and gave Edmund a slow, warning sweep. Fearing for his life, Edmund could only obey. But just as the ship pierced into the atmosphere, Edmund suddenly executed a flurry of commands, and the interior was bathed in flashing red lights. "Warning! Warning! Ship power systems offline." At that moment, an alarm blared inside the spaceship. "What did you do?" Venom shouted at Edmund, his voice filled with accusation. "I won't let someone like you set foot on Earth. Since we brought you back, we'll die together." Perhaps influenced by the Captain America comics he'd read in the past, Edmund chose a desperate, sacrificial move at the final moment, determined to destroy Venom along with himself. Seeing this, Venom instantly enveloped Edmund's entire body, preparing for a last-ditch escape at any second. The spaceship plunged downward at a terrifying speed, the hull grinding violently against the atmosphere and generating searing heat. In an instant, the entire craft transformed into a blazing meteor streaking through the sky. "We've completely lost contact with Zero. Request immediate assistance." Could it be that Bob and Edmund are already? Panic erupted in the Life Foundation's control room on the ground. Regret and sorrow were etched on every face, for at such a speed, the odds of survival for anyone inside the spaceship were nearly 0. "Director, one of the Life Foundation's ships has suddenly lost control in the atmosphere and is plummeting rapidly toward New York City." Inside the Department of Homeland Security, Nick Fury was abruptly briefed by one of his agents. "Is there any way to establish contact? Are any crew members still alive? We've already lost contact with everyone on board. Where is the crash expected, and how much time do we have?" Based on the trajectory, It's set to crash into the Hudson River. At the current rate, impact will occur in about 6 minutes. Issue an emergency evacuation order right now and coordinate with all relevant departments to prepare for rescue operations. Hearing that the crash site would be the Hudson River, Fury let out a small sigh of relief. At least it wasn't the center of New York City. The casualties wouldn't be as catastrophic as he'd feared. Agent Coulson, I need you to take a team to the Life Foundation and get to the bottom of everything about this spaceship. Immediately, Fury dispatched his most trusted subordinate to investigate. Meanwhile, news of the spaceship's imminent crash spread through various channels, reaching the ears of New York citizens. Satellites in orbit began broadcasting live coverage of the unfolding disaster. While residents near the Hudson River hurried to evacuate, the rest of New York was glued to their screens, anxiously watching the images on television. My God, what on earth happened up there in space? God have mercy. Let a miracle happen. Let those poor souls make it out alive. Countless people were praying for the survival of the 4 people aboard the spaceship. Yet what they didn't know was that, except for a single person named Edmund, everyone else had already perished. Meanwhile, Shenmue, back at the Qin family residence, had also witnessed this very scene. Well now, that's quite the fireworks display, Shenmue remarked casually as he watched, having never intended to play the hero. Teacher, there might still be survivors in that ship. I want to save them. But Qin was different from Shenmue. Her heart still yearned to use her power to help others. Seeing Qin already sketching a portal before her, Shenmue sighed helplessly. What a bother this is. Though he had no doubt whatsoever about Qin's abilities, as her teacher, he instinctively followed after her. With those words, Shenmue's figure flickered, and in an instant he vanished. Ever since the ancient Kryptonian bloodline within him had evolved into the super Kryptonian branch, Shenmue's speed had undergone a fundamental transformation, granting him a near teleportation ability. As a result, Shenmue reached the falling spaceship even faster than Qin. This scene feels oddly familiar. Suddenly, Shenmue recalled that the most iconic moment in the Superman movies of his previous life was when Superman held up a plane. Intrigued, he decided to play along. With both the Time Stone and Space Stone at his disposal, Shenmue could have stopped the spaceship without breaking sweat. But instead, he chose to recreate Superman's legendary rescue. He soared beneath the spaceship, his bioenergy swiftly wrapping around the entire vessel, then assumed a lifting stance. But Shenmue had no intention of actually exerting himself. He merely let the Space Stone on his Infinity Gauntlet pulse gently, and instantly, the spaceship came to a screeching halt in midair, as though someone had slammed on the brakes. To the crowd, however, it looked exactly as if Shenmue had caught the falling spaceship with his own hands. Mom, am I seeing things? That man just caught the spaceship. Is he Superman? But he isn't wearing tights or a red cape. Shenmue's appearance on the scene left every viewer glued to their broadcast, utterly dumbfounded. Teacher, I knew you wouldn't just stand by and watch. You're a hero. Qin flew to Shenmue's side, her face alight with joy as she spoke to him. If I hadn't seen you rush over here, I wouldn't have bothered with any of this. Shenmue had never thought of himself as a hero. For him, that label was nothing but a shackle. Don't be too happy. There's only a single living presence left in that ship. The rest are all certainly dead. He didn't even need to look. Shenmue could sense there was only one life sign aboard, though this survivor's energy felt unusually powerful. He lifted his head and swept his X-ray vision through the inside of the spaceship. Instantly, he spotted that menacing black figure. A symbiote. Shenmue recognized at a glance. This is perfect. There's such a powerful being on this planet. If I can merge with him, I wouldn't even need to fear Null's resurrection. Venom, at that moment, could also sense the terrifying life force radiating from Shenmue. Its white eye sockets narrowed into thin slits with excitement. For symbiotes, choosing a host was crucial to their kind. The stronger the host, the greater the power the symbiote could unleash after bonding. Moreover, by joining with a powerful host, the symbiote itself could grow tremendously. If luck favored them, they might even inherit part of the host's strength. So, the moment Venom sensed Shenmue's presence, it wasted no time. Eagerly, it detached itself from Edmund, reverting into a writhing mass of black fluid. However, it quickly realized that the spaceship's tough outer shell was impervious to its efforts, leaving it anxiously bouncing about inside, desperate to escape. Seeing this, Shenmue lent it a small hand. Using his telekinesis, he tore open a gap in the ship's hull. The instant Venom spotted the opening, it didn't hesitate. Squirming and slithering, it crawled through the crack and out of the spaceship. Teacher, look, what is that thing? Qin's eyes widened in surprise as she watched the black fluid creep towards Shenmue. It's a peculiar form of special life called a symbiote. Shenmue explained calmly. It survives by attaching itself to other living beings. Hearing this, Qin immediately felt the creature was dangerous. She regarded venom as some kind of parasite and resolved to destroy it. In the next second, the phoenix force within her began to stir, ready to act on her will. Wait, Qin. I still have other uses for this fellow. Don't harm it. At Shenmue's words, Qin gave up on the idea of disintegrating venom. Watching the symbiote slowly crawl closer, Shenmue reached out a hand toward it. Venom, utterly entranced by the waves of life force emanating from Shenmue, didn't hesitate for a moment. With a spring, it leapt straight toward him. To Venom, Shenmue was the perfect host, so tempting it could hardly contain itself. Without delay, it merged eagerly into Shenmue's body. In Venom's mind, if he could bond with Shenmue, he would finally rid himself of the shame of being the weakest among symbiotes and become the mightiest warrior in the universe. For on Kuntar, amidst countless symbiote clans, Venom was considered the outcast, the weakling among his kind. His lineage stretched back over 900 generations. In theory, each generation of symbiotes should have grown stronger, but somehow, Venom was the exception, much weaker than his peers. So on its home planet, Venom was a failure, even branded as the shame of the symbiotes. That's why, in the original timeline, when Venom first bonded with Eddie Brock, he said to him, "Back on my planet, I was a loser too, just like you." Two outcasts joining together. And yet the result was something far greater than the sum of its parts. Likewise, perhaps because of Venom's weakness, he was more susceptible than his kin to the personality of his host, and so were his offspring. "Teacher, are you sure it's safe to let that pitch-black thing attach itself to you?" For some reason, after seeing that dark, oozing mass disappear into Shenmue's body, Qin couldn't help but shiver. There was a trace of fear in her voice. "Of course it's no problem," Shenmue replied confidently. "I hardly pay any mind to these mere symbiotes, unless their creator, Null, were to appear. That might actually be interesting." Seeing how self-assured Shenmue was, Qin decided not to press the matter any further, though her gaze lingered on him, a little strange and uncertain. Meanwhile, Venom was positively bursting with excitement, eager to adapt to Shenmue's body. In the long history of the symbiotes, not even the first generation had ever heard of anyone bonding with a being so outrageously powerful as Shenmue. As Venom merged with Shenmue, he could feel, more profoundly than ever, just how terrifying his host was. Every cell in Shenmue's body burned with vitality, each one like a miniature sun. Venom trembled with delight, marveling at his own incredible luck. Who would have thought, stranded on some distant backwater planet, he would stumble upon such a perfect and powerful host? Brutality, disdain, and devouring. This time, victory is mine. Venom thought back to the other three symbiotes who had left the planet Clintar with him, and a smug smile crept across his face. Those three were probably still scraping by somewhere, barely surviving, while he had already found the strongest host imaginable. Back during their travels, he had suffered plenty at their hands, even nearly being torn apart and devoured by them more than once. There was nothing he could do about it. Among symbiotes, the law of the jungle was absolute. On their homeworld, that law was taken to its cruelest extreme. Across an entire planet, symbiotes were locked in constant struggle, devouring one another. The strong consuming the weak, only to be devoured by the even stronger in a ceaseless cycle. It was pure luck that they were chosen as an advance party, sent to parasitize other life-bearing worlds, escaping that nightmarish hell. But soon, Venom realized he may have celebrated too soon. When it tried to unravel and merge with Shenmue's genes, just as it had possessed other hosts from the genetic level, it was met with a force that struck terror into its very being. A series of tightly interlocked genetic shackles blocked its every advance. It couldn't access any information at all, let alone achieve fusion. This was the only thought running through Venom's mind at that moment. Among the symbiotes, there was a saying passed down. If they ever encountered genetic shackles even they could not break, then the being before them must be one that transcended even the gods. Immediately, Venom forgot everything else, frantically struggling to break free from Shenmue's body. But as the saying goes, it's easy to get in, but getting out is another story. Shenmue projected his formidable will within his own body. In an instant, Venom, still trying to escape, was so terrified it let out a shrill scream, curling up into a trembling ball. "If you don't want to die, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to erase you entirely. And I'm sure you have kin even more powerful than you, don't you?" Hearing Shenmue's threat, Venom fell silent at once. Trying to curry favor, it transformed into a black cloak draped over Shenmue's shoulders. Seeing that Venom now understood the situation, Shenmue stopped intimidating it. With the spaceship hoisted aloft, he slowly descended to the ground under the gaze of countless eyes. The journalists, who had long caught the scent of a breaking story, were already waiting on the ground, their cameras and microphones at the ready. However, when they tried to approach Shenmue for an interview, his appearance, so starkly different from any human, made them hesitate. But that hesitation was quickly swept away by a double onslaught of threats and incentives from their bosses. "Sir, are there any survivors inside the ship? May I ask where you're from? Are you from Earth? By saving the spaceship, are you officially introducing yourself to the public as a superhero? With such powerful abilities, have you ever thought about doing something else? Are you a mutant? What's your opinion on the new Magneto who appeared in the Arctic not long ago? Do you think he intends to carry out more terror attacks?" Like sharks catching the scent of blood, the reporters bombarded Shenmue with a barrage of questions, each more urgent than the last. There's still one survivor left. But Shenmue couldn't even be bothered to listen. He tossed out a single, offhand remark and then vanished in a blink. With Shenmue gone, the reporters shifted their focus to Qin. Seeing him leave, members of the Life Foundation, disguised as rescue workers, were the first to rush into the spaceship. They paid no attention to Edmund, who lay collapsed on the ground. Their first priority was to check the ship's records. Finding them intact, they quickly removed them and prepared to take them away. The rest of the team began carefully searching the ship's cabin, paying particular attention to the containers that held the samples. But after combing through every corner and failing to find what they were looking for, their gazes finally landed on Edmund, who was sprawled on the floor. After a quick check, they confirmed that Edmund was still alive, so they simply left him lying there. "Boss, the alien life form that Bob and the others found has disappeared. Edmund is still alive, but he's in a coma now. The ship's records are intact. We'll bring them back immediately. As for Edmund, maybe once he wakes up, we'll be able to get some answers from him." They promptly reported the situation on-site to the controllers of the Life Foundation. Damn it, the appearance of that alien life form could change the course of human history. Now it must have been taken by that guy, who wants to become a superhero. Drake, the Foundation's chief engineer, spoke bitterly, his face full of resentment. But when it came to Shenmue, Drake was at a complete loss. After all, someone who could effortlessly catch a spaceship weighing tens of tons, even as it plummeted at high speed, was beyond anything he could comprehend. "Just get Edmund back here first." Drake gave the order immediately, but just as he finished speaking, his assistant entered with 3 people in tow. Leading them was none other than Coulson. "Dr. Drake, they claim to be investigators from a government special investigations agency. They're here to discuss the recent incident involving our Life Equation Zero." With that, the assistant excused herself and stepped out. Leaving aside whatever conversation transpired between Coulson's group and Drake, Shenmue, on the other side, was currently studying Venom. "Almighty Celestial, please forgive my offense." Venom, utterly humbled, pleaded for Shenmue's mercy. Despair filled his heart. He had thought he'd finally found the perfect host, only to discover he'd stumbled upon a Celestial. He never imagined a Celestial would look like Shenmue, so unlike the images stored in the symbiote's collective memory. Those Celestials were all towering thousands of meters high, their bodies encased in heavy armor. A moment ago, he'd been pitying his 3 companions, still drifting somewhere in the universe's vastness. But now, he realized he was the truly pitiful one. For in the hands of a Celestial, his chances of escape were 0. "I happen to be in need of a suitable suit of armor. If you can satisfy me, you'll have earned the right to live." Shenmue's voice was cold as he regarded the quivering, fear-ridden Venom. At the same time, Shenmue sent a message directly into Venom's mind. Under normal circumstances, once a symbiote has parasitized a host, it naturally takes the lead. The symbiote connects its consciousness to the host's, allowing it to read the host's thoughts and memories, and to fully decipher the host's genetic and power structures. Only by doing this can it provide the host with corresponding enhancements. However, although Venom now resides within Shenmue's body, it is completely unable to connect with Shenmue's consciousness, let alone access his memories. Only when Shenmue actively sends information to it can Venom passively receive it. After that, Shenmue allowed Venom partial access to his genetic restraints, and Venom was immediately immersed in the terrifying vastness of Shenmue's genetic system. Venom swore that, in the entire memory bank of the symbiote race, none of their previous hosts could compare to Shenmue. The complexity of Shenmue's genetic structure was far beyond Venom's comprehension, brimming with endless possibilities, even forbidden ones. Nevertheless, for Venom, this was now its only hope for survival. Thus, it had no choice but to go all out and force itself to adapt to Shenmue's genetic chain. Finally, following the blueprint for battle armor provided by Shenmue, Venom began to manipulate its form. Black tendrils wove over Shunmu's body, stretching and merging until at last they formed a suit of armor, dark, angular, and imposing. There was no cape at the back, but below the waist, a hem resembling the black hole form of a snakeskin monster from Kamen Rider Bill flared out. The entire suit of armor exuded an overwhelming presence, especially at the chest, where a dark red Omega symbol pulsed and flowed like molten magma, lending it an air of profound mystery. It looks good. Let's call it the Omega armor, but it's still much too fragile. Venom, as my battle suit, you will follow me into war across the multiverse. You must accelerate your growth. With the portion of my genetic restraints I have opened to you, it should be enough for you to rise several levels in a short time. Shunmu examined his new battle armor, satisfied that its appearance matched his expectations. Yet, at present, the gap between Venom and himself was still enormous. Venom could provide no significant power boost, not even enough to offer basic protection. One must remember the caliber of opponents Shunmu had faced in recent days. The former king of Asgard, great demons from across the multiverse. A newborn Venom was simply no match. Honored Celestial, I will do everything in my power to adapt to the strength you have bestowed upon me. Upon hearing Shunmu's words, Venom was seized with a rush of emotion. Having been bullied since its youth, Venom yearned desperately to become strong. Now, with this opportunity before it, how could it possibly let it slip away? Although its life remained humble with Shunmu, its status was now entirely different. To serve as the attendant to a deity with boundless potential. This was an opportunity that countless symbiotes would give anything for, even their very lives. In truth, Shunmu didn't care whether Venom was powerful or not. If he wished, he would have every chance in the future to cultivate Venom's strength. After all, one of the ways a symbiote could grow was by consuming others of its kind. At worst, he could simply take Venom back to his home planet, Kuntar, someday, gather up all the symbiotes there, and use them to feed Venom. With so many symbiotes as nourishment, even if you were raising a pig, that pig would become an unprecedented giant. As Shunmu was still examining his new suit of armor, Qin finally returned, having escaped the relentless barrage of weapon fire at last. Wow, teacher, your new armor is absolutely stunning. The instant she saw Shunmu, Qin gasped and covered her mouth in awe. She hurried forward, reaching out to touch the armor. But before she could, a black tendril suddenly shot out, stopping her in her tracks. Teacher, is this what that strange creature turned into? Qin asked in disbelief. Of course. Why else do you think I allowed it to bond with me? Shenmue replied. How about it? Would you like a set for yourself one day? Shenmue offered, trying to persuade her to try a symbiote armor. No, thank you. At his suggestion, Qin instantly recalled the sticky, tar-like appearance of Venom and refused without hesitation. Venom felt that the experiences it had since leaving its home planet were more thrilling than everything else in its entire existence combined. From being swept up in cosmic misfortune, to relying on a half-dead Kree for survival, to discovering a new world ripe for conquest, and then encountering a godlike being. Its fate had taken wild turns. It had once thought its miserable life was destined to end in obscurity, but fate had suddenly lifted it to unimaginable heights. It was now the armor of a deity. What's more, this god had generously opened his genetic structure for Venom to study and adapt to. If it weren't for the constant, tangible sense that its host was growing stronger by the day, Venom would have thought it was all just a dream. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. My master, I've gathered all the children who are willing to journey to your new world. Apocalypse announced, having assembled nearly 30,000 mutants ready to travel to this new nation. At his side stood Storm, Ororo, now fully grown into adulthood. It's been a long time, Ororo. You've grown up, Shenmue greeted her warmly, noticing the mix of fervor and nervousness on her face as she followed behind Apocalypse. Great deity, you remember my name. Aurora was utterly flattered that Shunmu could recall her name. Of course, you will become a powerful ally to me in the future. Shenmue certainly knew what a qualified god should say at this moment to inspire even greater devotion in his followers. Sure enough, after hearing Shenmue's words, Aurora's eyes burned with even greater fervor. Shenmue then turned his attention to the mutants who had been brought before him. Most of these mutants, however, were of lower tiers. Many showed physical mutations that set them apart even from other mutants. Yet Shenmue paid little mind to their abilities, for these individuals had one purpose alone, to become progenitors. With Apocalypse present, the union of two mutants almost guaranteed that their offspring, more than 99% of the time, would awaken mutant powers. There was no need for great numbers, As long as these mutants could settle peacefully in the land of the elves and focus on raising the next generation, that alone would suffice. And as the population grew, it would only be a matter of time before several formidable mutant descendants emerged. Shenmue's motives might not have been entirely noble, but compared to the injustice these mutants had suffered on Earth, he could at least promise them a peaceful and beautiful place to live, thrive, and continue their lineage. Mutants were, after all, the chosen children of the cosmos, yet they had always underestimated their own strength. Originally, humanity on Earth could have advanced far more rapidly by harnessing the powers of mutants. What science could not achieve, mutant abilities could make simple. Take Magneto, for example. With true mastery over magnetic fields, he could manipulate matter at the atomic level. If he so wished, material science could leap forward in an instant. Or Storm. If she were to use her abilities wisely, there would never be disasters caused by extreme weather in this world. Yet, tragically, the complexities of human nature meant that humanity chose to set itself in opposition to mutants. In the end, whether mutants or inhumans, they were all still human. If humanity could learn to use these superhuman strengths wisely, Earth would possess a team capable of defending against any threat from the cosmos. As he gazed at the crowd gathering in the square, Shenmue rose into the air above them. If you have followed Nur to this place, it means you have already grown weary of life as it is on Earth. I possess a new world, and I welcome all mutants to join. Here, you may build a nation of your own. Here, your powers will be used to create your own homeland. There will be no discrimination or prejudice, and everyone will receive justice and equality. Shenmue's calm voice echoed in the ears of every mutant present. In an instant, whispers began to ripple through the crowd of mutants below. Shenmue didn't waste any words. He simply opened an enormous portal before them. What is that place? Could it be Eden? Will we truly be able to live in such a beautiful world one day? The breathtaking scenery of the Elven Kingdom beyond the portal, radiant and otherworldly like a sacred paradise, instantly captivated every mutant present. This is the legendary land of the elves. But just like you, the elves have become my chosen people. They are willing to share this world with you. Anyone who enters this world must never harm the elves. Anyone who breaks this law will be consumed by fire and die in agony, their soul condemned to eternal torment. Shenmue's words carried a divine authority, a weight that pressed down like a mountain, making every mutant instantly feel his terrifying power. At the same time, a mark belonging to Shenmue was planted deeply in their hearts. From this moment on, their lives and deaths, even their reincarnation, would be in Shenmue's hands. Go and embrace your new world. As Shenmue spoke these words, all the mutants on the ground suddenly seemed to lose themselves, frozen in place, unmoving. Charles, are you trying to stop me? Shenmue's calm question made Professor X, who was channeling his telepathic powers, break out in a cold sweat. In that instant, he felt the shadow of death looming over him. No, you misunderstand me, Shen. I only want to make sure my mutant brethren truly have a new path forward. Professor X hurried to explain. So, have you finished your confirmation now? Shenmue didn't doubt Charles's intentions. After all, nothing the mutants did in recent days could escape the notice of humanity's greatest mind. Besides, in the original timeline, Charles became one of the key leaders of the mutants, which at least proved he genuinely cared about their future. Of course, that world is beautiful. May their future be even brighter. With that, Charles began bidding farewell to each of his mutant brethren who were about to leave. Charles, tell Eric, the new world will always welcome him. At this moment, Shenmue suddenly spoke into the air before him, knowing that Charles would hear and pass on the message. When the mutants truly set foot in the Elven Kingdom, they realized this place was even more beautiful than what they had glimpsed through the portal. The sun shone brightly, trees cast cool shade, flowers and grasses carpeted the ground. It was every bit the Eden described in legends. Lord Dragon, as you instructed, we have prepared a stretch of land for them. Eldest elf Innes watched the influx of humans into the Elven Kingdom, feeling somewhat glum. But this was Shenmue's command, and she had no power to refuse. Innes, there's no need to worry. They won't disturb you. I will set up a spatial barrier at the boundary between your lands. Without permission, no one will be able to cross it. Moreover, when I am not around, they will serve as guardians of the Elven Kingdom, just like Sheen. Among these humans, there are warriors with boundless potential. If they survive, they're destined to become beings akin to gods in the future. In time, all of you will become part of my divine kingdom. Sensing a trace of gloominess on Innes's face, Shenmue explained gently to her. A divine kingdom? Great dragon, have you already prepared to establish your own pantheon? At these words, Ines' eyes widened in astonishment and wonder as she looked at Shenmue, her gaze filled with delight and anticipation. Perhaps not just yet, but that day is not far off. When it arrives, I hope you will become one of my divine lieutenants. Shenmue painted a grand vision for Ines, his words so dazzling that the elder elf felt almost dizzy with excitement. While Shenmue was helping the mutants establish their new home, Qin arrived with two people. One was Magneto, the other Hela. Upon hearing Shenmue's invitation from his old friend, Magneto hesitated for less than half a minute before making his decision. Magneto's decisiveness left Charles heartbroken. Though he had rekindled his old flame with Moira, Magneto's place in his heart was no less important than that of his girlfriend. Now, seeing his friend so resolutely embrace a new allegiance, Charles felt deeply wounded. Charles, you and I are different. He has offered mutants an unprecedented new path, and I will be witness to it. Seeing the look on Professor X's face, Magneto spoke with calm certainty. Understand, with his strength, perhaps mutants truly will find a better future in the new world than remaining here on Earth. Go then. Maybe, when I too am disappointed in humanity, I'll bring the rest of the mutants to join you. After so many years of deep friendship, Professor X still supported Magneto's decision. Do you want to say goodbye to Raven? She's in New Jersey, picking up a child. Just before Magneto left, Charles suddenly asked, There's no need. I owe Raven an apology, but I wouldn't know what to say at parting. Take care, Charles. Without a trace of hesitation, Magneto manipulated the magnetic fields and soared away. Professor X sat in his wheelchair, stunned, watching his old friend's figure gradually disappear, a wave of sadness washing over him once again. Professor, did Eric leave after all? At this moment, Beast, still unaware of what had transpired, walked over to the professor and asked. He's gone to witness a new era for mutants. With just this short reply, Professor X began maneuvering his wheelchair back toward his office. A new era? Don't tell me he's planning some earth-shattering move again. I don't think so, otherwise the professor wouldn't be this calm. Beast muttered this inexplicably, then took his leave as well. With Apocalypse, the mutant ancestor powerful enough to crush pyramids in his hands, and Magneto, who could manipulate magnetic fields at will, the establishment of a mutant nation proceeded smoothly. Buildings seemed to rise effortlessly from the ground. Moreover, all the living facilities were no different from those on Earth. After witnessing the power wielded by these two mutant leaders, every mutant once again found themselves deeply awed. One day, I'll have power like that too. The Human Torch gazed at Magneto's silhouette with a face full of admiration, vowing aloud. Don't even think about it. Your flames only ever destroy things. At this, Iceman, for once, couldn't help but throw in a jab. Just wait and see. I'll be the first to receive that gift from the Lord, before you do. John was well aware that his fire, as Iceman said, only brought destruction. But even if it was destructive, he was determined to make sure he would become the most formidable among them. John, when it comes to this, I won't go easy on you. Iceman, his mind thoroughly shaped by Apocalypse's teachings, now saw Shenmue as the center of his faith. That promised artifact was, to Iceman, a symbol of Shenmue's recognition. Well, you'd both better give it your all, because the first to be acknowledged will be me. Just then, a woman's voice rang out behind them. The two turned to see Storm, dressed for action and exuding strength and confidence. Sister Aurora, even if it's you, I won't give in easily. Impulsive as ever, the Human Torch hadn't spoken yet, but Iceman was quick to declare his intent. And me too. Not to be outdone, the Human Torch raised his voice as well. Meanwhile, Hela watched the mutants' enthusiastic efforts in building their new home, and a wave of nostalgia for her former warriors washed over her, along with memories of her mount, the giant wolf Fenrir. So, Hela sought out Shenmue. Your Majesty, may I have a strand of the eternal flame? Hela was straightforward, stating her purpose directly and asking Shenmue for the eternal flame. Are you still longing for Asgard? Of course, Shenmue remembered what Hela had done with the eternal flame in the original timeline, so he posed a question. No, I only wish to awaken those warriors who once pledged their loyalty to me and my beloved Fenrir. Once I bring them back, I'll settle them in Helheim, the realm of the dead. As the goddess of death, during these millennia sealed away by Odin, she had long since become the true ruler of Helheim, the land of the departed. Yet, none of the dead there could ever compare to her original warriors. Hearing Hela's words, Shenmue didn't hesitate. He took out the eternal flame and separated a wisp, handing it to her. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. With the flame in hand, Hela called Heimdall's name into the sky. She knew he would hear her. After all, she was the eldest princess of Asgard. Though she never ascended the throne, her royal blood was unquestionable. And now, Unlike in the original timeline, she no longer wished to wage war against Asgard. She only wanted to reclaim what was rightfully hers. High above, after a moment's hesitation, Heimdall eventually opened the Bifrost for Hela. He could see Hela standing side by side with Shenmue and understood that she would not cause chaos in Asgard. I thought you were going to betray the royal house of Asgard, to break the oaths you once swore. At the end of the Bifrost, Hela appeared, still offering Heimdall no warmth as she spoke with a sharp tongue. Lady Hela. Heimdall placed a hand across his chest in salute, then stepped aside. With a cold snort, Hela strode past him. Without a hint of hesitation, she ignored the guards along the way and headed straight for the palace. Once the bravest of warriors, they were honored in death, and so their bodies have been buried deep beneath the Golden Palace. Hela encountered no resistance on her way. Even the guard stationed at the treasury did nothing to stop her, for Shenmue had already informed them through Heimdall. They had all received the new king's order, not to stand in Hela's way. Unaware of this, Hela felt a faint satisfaction, believing her two brothers at last acknowledged her place. Descending further, she looked around Odin's vault, now nearly stripped of treasures, and couldn't help but marvel at Shenmue's thoroughness. With a casual gesture, she summoned a pickaxe and struck the ground beneath her feet. After just a few blows, the floor gave way. Peering into the shadowy depths below, Hela leapt boldly down. Upon landing, she found herself in a vast underground chamber, where the mummified remains of countless warriors rested in silence. At the farthest end lay the dried husk of a giant wolf. My dearest Fenrir, what have they done to you? Seeing her loyal steed reduced to such a state, Hela's heart ached with sorrow. Now, the eternal flame will grant you new life. Hela unleashed her power, pressing the eternal fire down onto the ground. In an instant, the once orange flame turned an eerie green, and a wave of ghostly fire swept across all the withered corpses nearby. In the very next moment, every corpse stood up, their eyes aglow with a green light. As for Fenrir, it was as if he had truly been reborn. Flesh, fur, and muscle all restored to their former glory. I missed you so much. Fenrir, I've missed all of you. Now come home with me. Hela opened her arms, welcoming the great wolf Fenrir as he strode toward her. Then, a dark green portal opened behind Hela, a gateway leading back to Helheim, the realm of the dead. Jean was about to follow Shenmue on a journey through the cosmos. Although Shenmue assured her she could return at any time and there was nothing to worry about, Jean insisted on saying goodbye to her parents. After more than 20 years in the Marvel Universe, Shenmue's sense of family had grown faint and distant. To him, this trip was at best a rite of passage, but in truth, it was little more than taking a native of Earth out to marvel at the vastness of the universe. Yet Jean seemed to misunderstand his intentions. She treated the journey as a serious trial, her nerves stretched tight. Master, I sense a voice calling out to me. It feels so familiar. As Shenmue idly basked in the sunlight, Venom's voice suddenly sounded within him. A voice? Could it be that some of your fellow symbiotes have come to Earth as well? Shenmue didn't pay the matter much heed. I'm not sure, but the call makes me uneasy. Hearing this, Shenmue, with nothing better to do, decided to follow Venom's lead and seek out the source of the summons. If it really was another symbiote, he could simply use it to feed Venom. Let's go. Take me there. I want to see what's calling you. With that, Shenmue temporarily handed over control of his body to Venom. It was the first time Venom had been given command. In that instant, he was overwhelmed by the terrifying power surging through Shenmue's body. It felt as if, should he wish it, he could shatter the very planet beneath his feet with a single blow. He knew this was no illusion. It was real, tangible power. Strength and immortality. These were the most immediate sensations flooding Venom's mind. And now, more than ever, he understood what a blessing that blazing sun in the sky was for Shenmue. But Venom's awe lasted only a moment before he quickly regained his senses. He hadn't forgotten his place. And with other symbiotes out there, he knew he could be replaced at any time. After all, there are countless symbiotes out there far stronger than him. The only thing he could do was to cling tightly to Shenmue's leg and offer up 120% of his loyalty. What are you still standing around for? Shenmue was still a bit intrigued by seeing the world from a second-person perspective, but when he noticed Venom hadn't moved his body for a while, he couldn't help but urge him on. Master, I've already locked onto the direction the summons is coming from. Venom lifted his head, gazing into the distance, then took control of the body and shot off toward that location. But clearly, Venom was nowhere near fully mastering Shenmue's body. In the blink of an eye, countless scenes flashed before his eyes. When he came to his senses again, he realized he'd already burst out of the Earth's atmosphere. With no other choice, Shenmue suppressed part of his own power. This time, though the speed was still astonishing, Venom was barely able to steer. He plummeted from the sky, crashing hard into the ancient, unmelting glaciers of the Arctic. With a thunderous boom, an entire glacier was shattered into pieces. This is the place. The call is getting stronger and stronger. Venom pointed to a massive ice peak ahead, his voice full of certainty. At that moment, Venom's half-minute god mode ran out. Shenmue regained control of his body. Activating his X-ray vision, he swept his gaze across the ice ahead. Deep within the mountain, a colossal, pitch-black dragon lay sleeping in utter silence. From it, Shenmue could sense the sealing power of Asgard. Meanwhile, the consciousness of Null, the one who had summoned Venom, suddenly realized something was off. He could sense a terrifying life form outside, and by the looks of it, it was coming straight for him. Yet from this being, he also detected the presence of one of his own creations, a symbiote. That brought him a small measure of relief. As long as he merged with a symbiote, it would be almost no different from having another slave. Once the seal was broken, he could handle things however he pleased. Back then, in a moment of arrogance, he had let his consciousness leave his true body to possess Grendel, the first symbiote dragon he had created. With an army of symbiotes, he rampaged across the universe. The result? The entire universe united to crush his symbiote army, and he was driven into the 9 realms in a sorry state. It was obvious, relying on the frail body of a symbiote dragon, he was no match for the gods of Asgard. In the end, he was sealed here for millennia, and the link between his mind and his true body was completely severed. It was also after this that he was betrayed by his own symbiotes and sealed completely on the planet Clintar. Rather than calling Clintar the symbiote's homeworld, it would be more accurate to say it's the tomb they built to bury their creator. Outside the ice, Shenmue gazed at the black dragon at the heart of the glacier, a faint smile curling on his lips. This was the first dragon Shenmue had encountered since arriving in this world, and like him, it was a black dragon. Yet Shenmue knew that, despite its draconic form, at its core, it was merely a symbiote. His eyes emitted a searing heat, melting all the ice that stood in his way. "Master, I remember now. That's Null." As they drew closer, Venom finally recalled who had been calling out to him. Null, the very name, now forbidden among the symbiotes after countless ages, surfaced in Venom's memory. A wave of dread surged within Venom, for the memories of Null's dominion over the symbiotes crashed down upon him all at once. As their creator, Null wielded absolute power over the life and death of every symbiote. Although it was only Null's consciousness here, even that was enough to fill Venom with fear. "I understand now, but you are my armor, and if you're shaken by nothing more than a mere spirit, I have to question whether you're even worth cultivating." Seeing the dragon's form and the seal that bound it, Shenmue immediately understood exactly who this being was. Null, one of the ancient deities born at the dawn of the cosmos. If his consciousness and body were united, perhaps Shenmue might have exercised some caution. But now, Null was nothing but a feeble avatar, incapable even of besting those Asgardian fools. Naturally, Shenmue had no reason to take him seriously. "Master, Null holds a powerful sway over our symbiote kind. I fear he may control me, and that could put you in danger." Venom hastened to explain, sensing Shenmue's dismissive attitude. "With your strength, even if you're not under control, do you really think you could stir up any trouble inside my body?" Shenmue's scornful tone was enough to halt Venom's fear in its tracks. Hearing Shenmue's words, Venom finally snapped back to his senses. He'd been frightened by the mere mention of Null. After all, every new symbiote was raised on tales of their ancestors' tyranny, and the seeds of terror had long been planted in their hearts. In an instant, Venom's panic vanished. After all, he now had a powerful host to lean on, and there was no need to fear Null any longer. Beneath the shadowy ice lay a vast cavern, where a colossal black dragon, encased in ice, slumbered. The moment the dragon sensed that its symbiote creation was close at hand, its crimson eyes snapped open, burning with a blood-red glow. "At last you've come. Traitor, release the seal that binds me. When I return, I will forgive the crimes you have committed against me." A dim, ominous voice echoed from within the icy depths. Stepping up to the colossal dragon that bore the consciousness of the symbiote god, Null, Shenmue examined it closely. Weak, incredibly weak. I truly can't fathom how a mighty ancient god would entrust his consciousness to such a feeble vessel just to stir up trouble. He must really have no fear of death. And as one of the very first ancient gods born after the dawn of the cosmos, your mind is astonishingly frail. After carefully probing the state of the symbiote dragon before him, an odd smile crept onto Shenmue's face. He had never expected that the so-called god of symbiote's consciousness would be so pitifully weak. It was barely stronger than Gu Yi's, which made Shenmue seriously doubt how much of a real god Null actually was. But thinking it over, Shenmue realized that the only notable feat Null could claim was slaying a solitary cosmic-level celestial right after awakening, decapitating the foe in a single strike. And after that, he was swarmed and beaten down by several other celestials, fleeing in disgrace. A single cosmic-level opponent was no longer worth Shenmue's attention at all. With that, Shenmue extended a hand. Divine power surged forth, and the seal that had imprisoned Null for 1,000 years unraveled in an instant. At last I am free. Damn you, Asgardians. How dare you imprison me for a millennium? Once I regain my true form, I'll obliterate you all. Null broke through the icy bonds that had frozen his body, his furious roar echoing across the world as he proclaimed his return. What an unbearable racket. Null hadn't even finished venting his long-festering frustration when the figure clad in the symbiote armor before him spoke with utter disdain. How dare you speak to me like that? It seems I must rescind my mercy. Your lives end here. With a cold, derisive laugh, the dragon-bodied Null unleashed a surge of psychic energy, instantly forging a mental link to Shenmue, or rather, to the symbiote, Venom, that clung to him. But in the very next moment, a look of shock twisted Null's draconic features. Curse you! How dare you defy my command? Have you forgotten that I am your creator? Null tried to seize control of Venom, only to meet fierce resistance. Return to me. Surrender yourself to my will. He redoubled his mental assault. Yet now, with Shenmue supplying Venom with an endless wellspring of power, the symbiote stubbornly resisted Null's control, though the struggle was agony. Venom's consciousness flickered between shattering and reforming, a torment beyond words. Master, Null is tightening his hold on me. I don't know how much longer I can last. Shenmue could sense the venoms while struggling to resist him, which made him acknowledge it a little more than before. An AR, is it? Well, Venom belongs to me now. Why don't you just stay out of my way? With a sharp glint in his eyes, Shenmue clenched his right fist and swung it at the symbiote dragon, an R. In an instant, the great symbiote dragon exploded apart. There was no blood. All that splattered around was thick, black fluid, slick as oil. A pale, terrifying phantom appeared in front of Shenmue, the manifestation of NAR's consciousness. This can't be. How are you still moving? NAR's face was now filled with utter shock. He had never imagined that, while he was trying to seize control of the symbiote, this man before him could still act. By the rules of the symbiote race, once they merged with a host, the symbiote usually held the dominant position. But Shenmue's actions shattered that expectation, making it clear that the days of hosts being controlled by symbiotes were over. Venom, tell your creator, how should you address me? Shenmue looked at NAR's ethereal form, and then spoke to the newly reborn Venom. Noble Celestial Lord, you will always be my master. Venom, wise enough to seize the moment, pledged his loyalty to Shenmue, which infuriated NAR. Damn traitor. One day, I'll wipe all of you out and create slaves far more loyal to take your place. NAR was still spouting threats, utterly unfazed, for he had nothing to fear. He was the embodiment of the Abyss, and as long as the Abyss existed, he could never be truly destroyed. Even if his body and consciousness were shattered, given a few thousand years, he would return to life once more. That was why he had dared to swagger across the universe since the very beginning. From the era of primordial chaos, when NAR was first roused from darkness, he had been fighting or on his way to another fight almost without pause. All those ancient gods had crossed paths with him, one way or another. He had died countless times in those battles, yet he always came roaring back to life, as fierce as ever. Venom, do you want to take NAR's place as the god of the symbiotes? Shenmue ignored NAR's ranting, speaking calmly to Venom, who had formed into his armor. At those words, Venom almost froze in disbelief. Master. For a moment, Venom was so stunned he could barely stammer out a single complete sentence. Tell me, do you want this or not? You'd better think carefully before answering. If I don't like your answer, I won't hesitate to end you right here and now. Sensing the deadly chill in Shenmue's voice, Venom trembled from head to toe. Master, I want to... Hearing the answer he was hoping for, Shenmue nodded in satisfaction. As his battle armor, if it didn't even have this bit of courage, Shenmue would truly consider replacing his symbiote in the future. Don't even think about it. You want to steal my power? Keep dreaming. Watching Shenmue and that damned traitor openly discussing his replacement right before his eyes, NAR was furious. Yet, as nothing more than a fragment of consciousness, he wasn't even qualified to throw a tantrum. A fleeting image of a goat flashed in Shenmue's eyes, and behind him, A giant spirit of a ram appeared in an instant, opening its maw to swallow Nar's consciousness whole. The divine power of the goat talisman was a natural nemesis to these spirit forms, psychic entities, and wandering souls. Venom, you still remember the coordinates of your home planet, Kuntar, right? At Shenmue's words, Venom suddenly grew excited. He knew Shenmue was about to take him back to his home world to show off his might and help him seize the throne of the symbiote god. Of course I remember. I remember every detail. Venom replied eagerly, his mind already racing ahead, picturing his future as a god. Long before all this, Shenmue's actions had already prompted Nick Fury to classify all of his information as top secret, keeping a close watch on his every move on Earth. According to their analysis, even a casual leak of Shenmue's energy now far exceeded the energy released by humanity's most powerful nuclear explosion. In their eyes, Shenmue was a walking mushroom cloud, something they had to approach with utmost caution. After Shenmue left the Arctic, a squad of agents from the Homeland Defense Bureau arrived at the site where the symbiote dragon had been sealed. Based on the energy readings of the time, there should have been another, weaker life form here besides him. Could have been taken away by that man. No, it wasn't taken. It was destroyed. These patches of black substance all over the ground might be the remains of that other creature. Collect all this black, viscous material and bring it back for analysis. Have a research department take a look at it. Coulson instructed his team, pointing at the frozen black matter scattered around them. Agent Coulson, our life detectors have picked up a faint signal beneath the shattered ice not far from here. At that moment, an agent reported to Coulson. Another life signal, beneath the broken ice. The news plucked a string deep in Coulson's heart. This spot wasn't far from where Captain America, Steve Rogers, had made his final descent all those years ago. They had once secretly searched for the hero who perished together with the Nazi leader Red Skull, but their efforts in the frozen wastelands yielded nothing. However, Howard Stark had discovered the plane Captain America was piloting when he crashed in these waters, and even managed to retrieve the Cosmic Cube. Now, piecing all these clues together, Coulson couldn't help but wonder, could the captain, whose remains were never found, still be alive, sealed beneath the ice? Suddenly, Coulson felt a surge of purpose wash over him, a mission to bring the hero of the past back into the light. Coulson was a devoted Captain America fan. He had collected many rare and out-of-print Captain America trading cards, always dreaming that one day his idol might autograph them for him. Coulson calling Director Fury. With that thought, Coulson didn't hesitate for a second and immediately reached out to Nick Fury. He knew about Nick Fury's ambition to form a team of superheroes. If someone as legendary as Captain America could join, the chances of successfully assembling the team would rise dramatically. Moreover, as a World War II hero with iconic status, Captain America was the perfect candidate to lead such a team of superheroes. Coulson, did you find anything? On the other end, Nick Fury was sipping coffee in his office, flipping through some files. When he heard Coulson's call, he answered without a second thought. Director Fury, the site only left behind some blackened biological fragments. We're collecting them now, and we'll bring them back for analysis. But the real surprise is that we detected a faint life signal beneath a fractured section of ice not far from there. That spot is very close to where Captain America's plane went down all those years ago. Hearing this, Nick Fury immediately understood what Coulson was getting at. Coulson, continue your search and confirm the exact location of the signal. I'll dispatch an engineering team to your coordinates for excavation right away. Fury issued his orders without delay. This was the best news he'd heard in a long time. Meanwhile, Shenmue had no idea that his actions might inadvertently lead to Captain America's early awakening, and perhaps even to the Avengers being formed ahead of time. Then again, even if Shenmue knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, ever since his appearance, the entire Marvel Universe had already strayed from its original path. Thor had ascended to the throne ahead of schedule, and would never become mortal to train on Earth, meaning the Avengers would lose a powerful ally. Loki, too, had earned Odin's approval and ascended to the throne of the God King he'd always dreamed of. Naturally, he would not be exiled, nor would he become Thanos' vanguard in the invasion of Earth. In other words, the Battle of New York would never take place. In fact, many crises that were supposed to happen in the future would now be averted. But change had already come, and Shenmue didn't much care about the course the future would take. At this moment, he was accompanied by Jean, embarking on the first stop of their cosmic journey. Teacher, where exactly are we headed now? Jean's face was aglow with excitement as she spoke to Shenmue, resembling a child about to embark on a grand adventure. We're going nowhere. It's the largest black market hub in the entire universe, and the person I'm seeking is its ruler, the Collector, Shenmue replied. Choosing nowhere as the first destination was a decision Shenmue made for several reasons. The Collector, being an ancient existence, had amassed countless valuable materials over the ages. To construct the Green Lantern Central Power Battery, Shenmue couldn't rely solely on Nidaveller's reserves. Moreover, through the Collector, Shenmue could get a sense of just how powerful the so-called Elders of the Universe truly were, these beings who fancied themselves as gods. And finally, Shenmue knew the Collector had long been offering astronomical rewards for the orb, the Power Stone. Although Shenmue knew that the artifact was hidden within a ruin on a certain planet, he had no idea which planet it actually was. The Collector, on the other hand, surely knew the planet's location, though perhaps not the stone's exact hiding place. After all, searching for a gem with a concealed energy signature on an entire planet was no easy task. These three reasons convinced Shenmue to make Nowhere, the lawless outpost, his first destination. Teacher, are the other life forms in the universe just like humans on Earth? Jean asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. With a surge of power from the Space Stone, a shimmering portal appeared instantly before Shenmue. Compared to a sorcerer's teleportation spell, the Space Stone had the advantage. As long as you knew the cosmic coordinates, you could arrive there in a heartbeat. No need to imagine what lay on the other side. As the portal opened in Nowhere, the countless space pirates, criminals, and mercenaries gathered there all widened their eyes in astonishment. In Nowhere, the rule was clear. No one was allowed to enter by spatial means. Anyone who broke this rule would incur the Collector's wrath. Instantly, the crowd's mood shifted to anticipation, eager to see who had the nerve to so brazenly flout the Collector's decree. After all, the urge to witness a spectacle seemed to be an instinct shared by all living beings. As Shenmue stepped out from the spatial portal with Qin at his side, a crowd of cosmic beings instantly erupted into loud cheers. I thought it was going to be someone impressive, but look at them. Just two ordinary, clueless youngsters. Judging by their appearance, they must be from some obscure, primitive planet. This is going to be entertaining. The bets are open. Anyone want to wager on what method the Collector will use to torment these two fools who dare to break the rules? My guess? Same as always, beat them half to death, then toss them into the star sea and let fate take its course. No, you're all wrong. I heard the Collector recently got a new toy from his brother. It can dissolve living beings right before your eyes. Absolutely terrifying. You've missed the mark. That one in black armor looks rather unusual. I bet the Collector will control him and add him to his collection. As for the red-haired one, there's nothing special about him. Doesn't look valuable at all. I doubt he'll survive. At that moment, these cosmic regulars began to amuse themselves with speculation and gossip. Listening to the chatter around them, Shenmue remained completely unfazed, but Qin was clearly feeling anxious. Teacher, did we do something forbidden? Should we leave before things get worse? Qin glanced at the various intelligent beings surrounding them, her heart filling with unease. Though she wielded great power, her understanding of the universe was still very limited, not to mention her grasp of her own true strength. To be frank, if Qin unleashed her full power, she could easily sweep away everyone present. Shenmue had sensed a few formidable presences among the crowd, but none strong enough to pose a real threat. Qin, there's no need to worry. Taboos are meant to frighten the weak. You and I are not among them. The master of this place will be here to greet us any moment now. Shenmue's voice carried openly, making sure every alien in the crowd heard him clearly. What arrogance! Who does he think he is, demanding a personal welcome from the Collector? I take back what I said. The Collector will definitely erase the both of them. What a shame. I rather like the way he talks. Such a unique look, too. I wouldn't mind spending a night with him. The last remark came from a female creature with a beautiful purple face, but octopus-like tentacles. Shenmue, whose hearing was exceptionally sharp, instinctively glanced in her direction. When she noticed him looking, she winked back with a coquettish grin, her expression full of mischief. Shenmue, though no longer quite human, still retained his original sense of aesthetics. Naturally, he chose to ignore the flirtatious glance from the octopus beauty, as if he hadn't seen it all. In the distance, a figure with blue skin and a fin atop his head was watching Shenmue with a grave expression. Standing beside him was a young earthling, about 10 years old, wearing headphones. This was Yondu, and the child at his side was the very boy he had brought from Earth a few years earlier at Ego's command. The future savior with questionable dance moves, the true bringer of fatherly woes, Star-Lord. Yondu, that woman, she must be from Earth, just like me, right? Star-Lord, usually lost in his own musical world, had been drawn in by the commotion. Spotting Jean, he couldn't help but ask Yondu. But Yondu paid him no mind at all. His eyes were locked onto Shenmue, a strange and unsettling fear creeping into his heart. He had the nagging feeling that he'd seen Shenmue somewhere before, but no matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't recall any details. Still, that sense of danger prickled his nerves relentlessly. Back when Shun Mu's bloodline first awakened in the Elven Kingdom, he had unleashed his boundless energy in the form of a dragon, rampaging through the cosmos. Yondu had been so terrified by the spectacle that he abandoned his mission and jumped into hyperspace to escape. The metallic fin on Yondu's head was not only the device controlling his Yaka arrow, it also amplified his mental strength to some extent. That day, Yondu felt Shun Mu's terrifying aura more keenly than anyone. After all, Shun Mu had just received Rao's blessing, and a trace of divine power lingered on him. Compared to Ego, whom Yondu had dealt with for years, Shun Mu's presence was unspeakably more frightening. Now, with Shun Mu having ascended to godhood, the restrained aura he radiated was even more overwhelming. Yondu, what's wrong? The other Ravagers had noticed something was off with Yondu and began to ask with concern. It's nothing. It's just that I feel like I've seen that guy somewhere before. We need to get out of here fast. Yondu had always refused to put himself in danger, and he wasted no time in preparing to leave with Star-Lord and the Ravagers. But we haven't delivered the goods to the Collector or collected our payment. One of his Ravagers protested, utterly baffled. I said we're leaving now. Yondu's voice grew sharp, and the Ravagers fell silent. Star-Lord, however, was reluctant to leave. He still wanted to go over and say hello to Jean. After all, meeting a fellow Earthling out here in the vastness of space was no small thing. Quill, are you questioning my orders? Looks like I've been too soft on you these past years. Yondu's words came out cold and menacing. At that, Star-Lord couldn't help but shiver from head to toe. At this point, he still didn't have the ability to stand on his own, so Yondu did everything he could to toughen him up. The hardships he suffered are simply hard to put into words. Although his life was never truly in danger, the experience was far from pleasant. So, Star-Lord could only obediently follow behind the Ravagers as they left. Meanwhile, Shun Mu was striding through nowhere with Jean by his side, swaggering along without a care for anyone else's gaze. Come on, Jean. The master of this place has arrived. Let's go meet him. Before long, a rather unconventional old man appeared in front of Shun Mu. He had a shock of white hair on his head, wore a bizarre pair of glasses perched on his nose, and was draped in a fur coat. This was the actual ruler of Nowhere, the Collector, Tanelier Tyven. A newborn celestial, welcome to Nowhere, the Collector said, approaching Shun Mu with a smile. However, when his eyes landed on the infinity gauntlet adorning Shun Mu's right hand, studded with 2 infinity stones, his gaze tightened sharply. In his heart, the level of threat Shun Mu posed instantly rose another notch. All around them, those who had been waiting to watch the spectacle were struck dumb by the Collector's words. Then, as if waking from a dream, they realized that anyone the ancient Collector would call a celestial was far beyond their league to ridicule. In an instant, everyone scattered like startled birds and beasts. Shun Mu looked at the Collector, feeling a trace of disappointment. He couldn't sense even a hint of danger from this man. It seemed he had overestimated the Collector's abilities. But perhaps that was for the best. At least he wouldn't have to go to any trouble wringing things out of him. Newborn Celestial, bring your attendant and follow me. This is hardly the place where I receive guests, said the Collector, glancing at Jean, and, according to his own logic, immediately assuming she was Shun Mu's attendant. Even though he could sense the powerful force within Jean, he'd encountered many beings like her before. Since it was obvious Shun Mu was the one in command, it was only natural for him to categorize Jean as subordinate, and the status of subordinates had never been of any concern to him. Tyven, Jean is not an attendant. She is my student, a person destined to cross the threshold into cosmic godhood, Shun Mu replied. The Collector shot Jean a surprised look upon hearing this. Anyone who could cross that final barrier to become a god was qualified to stand as his equal. Even if she only possessed the potential right now, the fact that Shun Mu was her teacher made her significance entirely different. In any case, come with me for now. Katana, our distinguished guests, are visiting Nowhere for the first time. Why don't you introduce the place to them? The Collector said, walking ahead and instructing the attendant who followed behind him. The maid was an alien with red skin and twin ponytails. Although she was evidently a living being, her facial expressions and movements resembled those of a programmed robot. Teacher, this maid looks really strange. She seems very awkward. At that moment, Jean's voice echoed in Shun Mu's mind through telepathy. She's part of Tyven's collection. Her body has been partially mechanized, which has extended her life. Perhaps the Collector did this to preserve his treasures for a longer time. With just a cursory glance at the maid's body, Shun Mu already understood the truth. This maid named Katana had at least 30% of her body replaced with machinery. Turning a living being into a collector's item, and using such means just to make the collection last longer. Qin found it hard to accept. After all, she was a kind-hearted child raised in a civilized society. Qin, this isn't a big deal. The laws of survival in the universe are far more brutal than those on Earth. Power, authority, and wealth. These things represent absolute control. Especially in this place, a lawless zone beyond the reach of the three great cosmic empires. Tyvan's word is the law. Shenmue, for his part, felt nothing about it. After all, in the Marvel Universe, ordinary life forms were as insignificant as dust to those who truly wielded power. Sometimes, even the aftermath of a single battle could lead to the destruction of entire worlds. Hearing this, Qin fell silent. Her worldview had clearly been shaken, but this was something she had to experience. Without the Phoenix Force tempting her toward darkness, there was still something missing in her character. Witnessing the universe's darkness would ultimately help her grow in the future. Yet, none of them noticed the subtle change in Katana's eyes when she saw the collector treat Shenmue with such courtesy. Deep inside, she was calculating something. In fact, she had a younger sister named Karina. The two of them were the sole survivors after their planet was destroyed, only to be captured by cosmic mercenaries and sold to the collector as rare specimens. Katana was well aware that, for the rest of her life, her fate might be to die at the whim of her unpredictable master. The only thing she cared about was her sister, Karina. The child was still young and shouldn't have to endure the same fate. But here in Nowhere, the collector was the absolute ruler. No one would risk offending him for the sake of two slaves. Now, after seeing Shenmue and Qin, a faint glimmer of hope stirred in Katana's heart. Because deep in her heart, she still harbored a secret. The true cause of her planet's extinction was an artifact that was still in the process of being forged. If I use this information to strike a deal with the celestial being before me, trading it for my sister's freedom, I wonder if he would accept, she thought to herself. This fleeting idea darted through Katana's mind. Yet, on her face, there appeared only a mechanical smile, an instinctive response ever since the collector had altered her features. Although Shenmue had already uncovered the true nature of the Void, he chose not to reveal what he knew. Esteemed guests, the Void is actually the transformed skull of an ancient celestial being, Katana began. Many millennia ago, Lord Tyvan stumbled upon this place. With his keen insight, he recognized its hidden potential at a single glance, and thus founded the Tyvan Corporation here, a business empire spanning dozens of star systems. Katana launched into an enthusiastic introduction, extolling the immense wealth of the Tyvan Corporation and the remarkable wisdom and leadership of Tyvan himself. All this flattery, naturally, brought Tyvan great satisfaction. Yet Shenmue and Qin were utterly uninterested. The two of them exchanged silent ridicule through their mental bond, critiquing the collector's taste and sense of aesthetics. Truth be told, the architectural style of the Void was almost indistinguishable from Sakaar, the domain ruled by the collector's brother, the Grandmaster. To put it plainly, it resembled the shanty towns found in certain corners of Earth. Filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated, a jumble of good and bad. It was hard to imagine this place served as the residence of an elder of the universe who had survived countless eons. While the Grandmaster Sakaar was essentially the galaxy's trash heap, at least it looked bright and airy by comparison. But here, due to the Void's unique environment, there was no division between day and night as on other worlds. Wherever light failed to reach, chaos and gloom reigned perpetually. Still, the two brothers shared a defining trait. At the very heart of their domains stood the tallest building, their personal residence rising above all else. The Collector's Museum was seated precisely at the Void Center and was, indeed, the highest structure in the entire place, though it wasn't much of an improvement over the rest. Please come in. My entire collection is housed here. This is the universe's most comprehensive species museum, the Collector declared, pride shining in his eyes as the heavy, time-worn, dark red door slid open to welcome Shenmue and his companions inside. Qin had expected that, behind the museum's ramshackle exterior, the interiors would dazzle with opulence and splendor. Yet as she stepped inside, she found that appearances were not deceiving. The inside was just as shabby as the outside. The grand reception hall was vast. Its old-fashioned furnishings made it feel both cramped and ancient. All around, transparent containers lined the walls, each holding a strange specimen, animals, preserved remains, and bizarre life forms, making the place resemble a cosmic zoo more than a sanctuary of treasures. Teacher, look! Qin suddenly noticed that inside a transparent container, there was actually a dog in a spacesuit. What caught her eye most was the emblem on the suit. It was from the former Soviet Union. This immediately sparked her curiosity. Beautiful lady, are you from Earth? To her astonishment, the dog communicated these words directly to Qin, not with speech, but with a telepathic message, leaving her even more surprised. Shenmue, however, was already familiar with the story of this space dog. Its name was Cosmo, which, when reversed, spells the capital of Big Brother's homeland. Cosmo was one of the animals launched into space by the former Soviet Union for experimental purposes. Yet, after a genetic mutation in space, Cosmo gained psychic abilities. But Shenmue's attention was not on Cosmo. From among these collected curiosities, he sensed several presences, beings whose power rivaled even that of Thor after his awakening. Once they entered the reception hall, Tyven seemed to radiate a subtle but unmistakable aura of dominion, as if the space itself bent to his will. His gaze, unrestrained and probing, swept over Shenmue, finally settling on the infinity gauntlet worn on Shenmue's right hand. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "In all the eons I have lived, never have I encountered a being as extraordinary as you. You are unlike any celestial I have ever known. Your divinity is not innate. It was not something you were born with." Shenmue's expression did not change in the slightest. His face was a mask of calm as he replied, "Tyven, my past has nothing to do with you, does it?" "Of course. Still, I did not expect that, after young Odin, there would be another who sought to collect the Infinity Stones." The collector smiled faintly, withdrawing his gaze as he steered the conversation toward the Infinity Stones on Shenmue's hand. He knew each stone brimmed with unimaginable power, yet what would happen if all six were brought together was beyond his knowledge. For in all his experience, no one had ever managed to gather all 6 stones. Each stone represented a fragment of the universe's destiny, and from ancient times to now, there had never been a single soul truly favored by fate. The power contained in the Infinity Stones. There are few in this universe who could resist their temptation. Shenmue said indifferently, "So, newborn god, for what reason have you come to my realm of nothingness? I must tell you, I do not possess the Infinity Stones you seek." The collector cut straight to the point, asking Shenmue his true purpose. "Don't you? I'm not so sure about that. I've heard you posted a reward throughout the universe for the orb. You promised a lavish bounty to whoever could bring it to you." Hearing this, the collector immediately realized Shenmue clearly knew the secret of the orb. Over the years, in order to find the cosmic spirit orb, he had unearthed every clue left behind by the ancient civilization of the controllers. Only after painstakingly piecing them together was he able to deduce its possible location at last. And through countless expeditions by cosmic mercenaries and marauders, he had finally narrowed down his search to the ultimate target. Yet, as a businessman, and above all, a man obsessed with collecting, there was no way he would simply hand everything over just because Shenmue said so. That was not in his nature. As you said yourself, I am indeed searching for the whereabouts of the cosmic spirit orb, and I have more or less confirmed its location. But what do you have to offer in exchange? At this moment, the collector's face betrayed a greedy desire. There were 2 things he coveted most. The first, naturally, was the Infinity Stone in Shenmue's possession. But he knew that Shenmue was gathering the stones himself, so trading one away was out of the question. That left only Shenmue himself, a unique being who had defied fate and become a god, a priceless addition to any collection. The collector yearned for Shenmue's genetic information. To create a replica for his collection would be an extraordinary prize indeed. Shenmue could see that naked greed glinting in the collector's eyes, and he let out a cold laugh in his heart. "I don't believe I have anything worth trading. So how about your life in exchange?" Shenmue spoke these words with a taunting smile. Instantly, the collector's expression shifted. The same transformation appeared on the face of his attendant, Katana, standing behind him. Chin's face also paled. She seemed unable to process how her mentor could suddenly turn so fierce and domineering. Before she could ask, the collector erupted in anger. "What do you mean by that? This is the Void Realm." The collector's voice was icy, and a frightening, oppressive aura radiated from him. Though not skilled in combat, he was still an ancient being who had survived countless ages. The power he commanded was not much less than that of any cosmic deity. Moreover, his greatest safeguard was the curse of immortality he had received from the goddess of death. Still, immortality did not mean he would take threats to his life lightly. In that moment, Katana was so terrified she collapsed to the floor, her eyes vacant. Even the living creatures in the surrounding containers trembled in fear at the overwhelming presence. The entire Void Realm was instantly blanketed by an invisible pressure. Those with experience knew all too well. The collector was truly enraged. This is going to be quite a show. Who remembers the last time the collector lost his temper? What happened to that poor soul? It must be those 2 who just arrived. I thought they were distinguished guests, but apparently not. In an instant, the Void Realm was abuzz with excitement once more. Chin, watch closely. This is your first lesson in this trial. The weak have no right to set conditions. Shenmue's original plan was to trade the collector's life for the whereabouts of the cosmic spirit orb. After all, in the original timeline, the collector would have been killed by Thanos when he came seeking the Reality Stone. Now, with Shenmue altering the course of history, he had, in a way, already saved the collector's life. But since the collector had chosen to oppose Shenmue with force, Shenmue had no reason not to indulge him. He didn't even need to call upon his true powers. Shenmue simply raised his right hand, channeling the energy of the Space Stone. A flash of blue light streaked across the room. In an instant, the space surrounding the collector became utterly sealed. Yet, the collector was not without some strength. He immediately tried to break free, hurling his own power against the spatial prison. The air trembled with the force of his resistance. It was a futile effort, though. Shenmue applied just a touch more power, and no matter how desperately the collector struggled, it was hopeless. After several moments of struggling in vain, the collector finally seemed to surrender. "Master, why did you suddenly?" At this point, Qin finally spoke up, confusion etched across her face. "Qin, remember this. The first law of the universe is that power decides everything. When you possess strength that surpasses the rules, you may choose to respect them, but you must never let them bind you." Shenmue knew that Qin's future would largely unfold on Earth, and with her temperament, she was destined to become a superhero. But countless examples had proven a simple truth. No matter how well you do, you can never satisfy everyone. Especially when some people excel at manipulating public opinion to apply pressure. For heroes who cling to so-called principles, facing such people often means swallowing their resentment and staying silent. But Shenmue believed there was a better way. Just flip the table and refuse to play by their rules. The collector wasn't really that sort of person, but Shenmue himself had nothing to lose and was simply taking what he could. And besides, he hadn't gone as far as Thanos, who killed and plundered without mercy. This was already an act of kindness by comparison. "Master, is it really like that?" Qin struggled to grasp the meaning behind Shenmue's words. She had always been taught to obey the law and follow rules, believing that only through order could society achieve harmony. But now Shenmue was telling her not to let herself be completely bound by rules. "Qin, if you were an ordinary person with no special power, then rules might offer you some protection. But you're not ordinary. You possess power that stands above the rules. That gives you the right to say no to them. If, in the future, someone tries to use public opinion to pressure you into doing something you dislike, then you can simply deal with the one causing the trouble directly and decisively." Holding fast to his philosophy of flipping the table rather than playing along, Shenmue began to persuade Qin with blunt honesty. After hearing Shenmue's words, Qin nodded thoughtfully, as if a revelation had dawned on her. Seeing this, Shenmue turned his attention back to the captive collector whom he had restrained. "So, do I now have a right to demand the whereabouts of the cosmic sphere from you?" Looking at Tyvan, who had completely given up resistance and was slumping in defeat, Shenmue snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, the space that bound Tyvan unraveled. Yet, Tyvan, far from being frightened by his release, gazed at Shenmue's right hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Utterly breathtaking, absolutely dazzling, Tyvan stared, enraptured, at the two stones, one blue, one green, intertwined his fingers in a feverish dance, and spoke with the infatuated tone of a true fanatic. It was clear he paid no mind to anything Shenmue had actually said. Watching this eccentric collector remain incorrigible, a red glint flashed in Shenmue's eyes. Suddenly, two Omega beams shot past the collector's face, piercing the container behind him and striking one of his prized possessions, a dark elf. The beam's destructive energy vaporized the dark elf in an instant, so swiftly that it didn't even have time to scream, leaving not the faintest trace behind. At that moment, every hair on the collector's body stood on end, for in that fleeting instant, he had truly felt the presence of death. How many ages had it been? He had nearly forgotten what it was to be so close to death. Only now did he truly understand. Shenmue's confidence did not merely come from the two Infinity Stones on his gauntlet, but from the power he wielded himself. Once, he believed that Shenmue's greatest strength lay in the Infinity Stones. That had not frightened him too much. After all, with the contract binding them, death could never truly claim him. It would just be an inconvenience, nothing more. But now he wasn't so sure. The very nature of Shenmue's power was every bit as final as death itself. Those twin beams could very well bring about a true and permanent end. In the beginning, he had considered immortality a curse. But now, having discovered the joy of collecting, he wished nothing more than to live forever, preferably until the universe itself collapsed and was reborn, so he could claim the rarest treasure of all. The death he had once longed for was now banished to the furthest, dustiest corner of his mind. "You win," Tyvan muttered, unable to hide his frustration. Meanwhile, behind him, his maid Katana was wavering, uncertain whether she should seek Shenmue's help. After all, judging from the current situation, it seems this so-called Celestial isn't much better than the Collector himself. The fate of that dark elf she had once cared for sent a chill down her spine. "Katana, what are you standing there daydreaming for?" As the maid drifted off, Tyvan's impatient voice snapped her back to reality. "Yes, Master Collector." Katana hurried to respond, then shuffled quickly to the Collector's side to help him fiddle with a strange-looking machine. A moment later, the device sprang open with a sudden whir, and a glowing screen appeared, displaying a series of scenes before Shenmue and Jean. "I'm sure you already know that what's stored inside the orb is the Power Stone, the most destructive among the 6 Infinity Stones. Its overwhelming power has changed hands countless times, but only those with extraordinary strength, like you, can hope to master it. Still, there are always clever folk who have devised vessels capable of containing its energy, like the glove you're wearing now. In ancient times, a celestial known as the Destroyer embedded the Power Stone in his weapon. With a single strike, he could annihilate an entire planet teeming with life." As he spoke, Tyvan swiped a hand, and the screen shifted. A colossal figure clad in armor drove his staff into the ground with tremendous force. The Power Stone blazed with dazzling light, and a torrent of violet energy erupted, sweeping across the world. Countless creatures wailed in despair as they watched their doomsday arrive, and the entire planet shattered in an instant. Jean's face grew intensely grave at the sight. The sheer scale of destruction, snuffing out a planet, was something she'd never dared imagine. Putting herself in the shoes of the destroyed, she couldn't help but wonder if she had the power to prevent such a catastrophe. In the end, she could only lower her head, disheartened. Shenmue had already known all this, but these scenes of divine wrath served as a vivid lesson for Jean, showing her how other cosmic powers treated worlds full of life. So, he let Tyvan ramble on without interruption. After the Celestials vanished, the Power Stone ended up, by a strange twist of fate, in the hands of a group called the Controllers. They thought to master its energy by sharing the burden among themselves, hoping to fully control it by dispersing its power. But in the end, they too were undone by the stone's backlash and perished. Since then, the Power Stone hasn't surfaced again. But after years of collecting and piecing together every scrap of information from the Controller's archives, and more than a decade of searching, I can now confirm that the orb containing the Power Stone is hidden somewhere on Morak. As he spoke, the Collector released a projection, revealing the current state of the planet Morak. The entire world appeared lifeless and desolate. "I need a star chart to guide me to Morak," Shenmue said, cutting straight to the point without any unnecessary words. "The star chart has already been prepared. I can also provide you with a spacecraft," the Collector replied. For some reason, Diwan, who had seemed rather enthusiastic all of a sudden, struck Shenmue as somewhat suspicious. Still, Shenmue didn't dwell on it. He simply assumed the Collector was still shaken by the Omega Ray incident moments ago. "That won't be necessary. Have you forgotten? I used the Space Stone to restrain you just now. You want me out of here as soon as possible, right? Very well, I'll grant your wish. But rest assured, we'll meet again." Shenmue accepted the star chart from the attendant, then fixed the Collector with a half-amused, half-threatening stare. That look made a chill run down the Collector's spine. Once Shenmue opened the chart, the detailed layout of the entire star system unfurled in his mind. He began searching for Morag's coordinates, and almost instantly, he found them. "Let's go, Chin," Shenmue said. As his words fell, a portal shimmered into existence, enveloping both of them in an instant. The moment he confirmed Shenmue had finally departed, the Collector's face darkened to an ashen hue, his eyes burning with resentment. Never in his long, storied memory had he experienced such humiliation, being threatened and toyed with by a young Celestial as if he were a mere child. He was, after all, a senior member of the Council of Elders, the renowned Collector. Yet when he recalled the terrifying power Shenmue possessed, combined with the 2 Infinity Stones in his grasp, the Collector felt any thought of confronting him melt away. Within the Council of Elders, only the Obliterator and the Enforcer were famed for their combat prowess, but the Collector doubted even they could stand against Shenmue. While he struggled with his frustration, a sudden vision flickered in his mind, a purple figure clad in golden armor. The Collector's lips curled into a chilling smirk. "Let Thanos, that dark titan favored by death, how little fun with you," he muttered. The Collector's mind turned to the one who might challenge Shenmue, the ruler of the Dark Quadrant, the last of the Eternal Titans, the Dark Lord, Thanos. Nowhere in the universe was as rife with information trading as Nowhere, and the Collector had easily learned that Thanos was secretly pursuing the Infinity Stones. It was not difficult for him to deduce that Thanos would embark on a quest to gather all the stones. Now, with someone already in possession of two and soon to acquire a third, he was certain the Titan wouldn't be able to sit idly by. Still, he didn't truly expect Thanos to defeat Shenmue. What he really wanted was to use Thanos' defeat, or even his near demise, to attract the attention of Death herself. In this way, even if they couldn't kill Shenmue to vent their anger, at least they could ensure he wouldn't have an easy time. With that in mind, the Collector quickly reached out to Thanos. Master, the Collector, ruler of Nowhere, wishes to make a deal with you. It concerns the Infinity Stones. According to him, someone from Earth has already acquired two of the stones and is now searching for a third. At that moment, inside the gloomy throne room of the Dark Quadrant, Thanos sat grandly on his throne, exuding a commanding presence. Before him, aside from the Black Order's four generals, stood two young female warriors, one in blue and the other in green. These two sisters were Gamora and Nebula, both taken in and raised by Thanos as his adopted daughters. Yet compared to the exceptionally gifted Gamora, Nebula always seemed to fall short in every aspect. Her very existence served one purpose: to motivate Gamora. Every time Nebula failed in a mission, Thanos would order a part of her flesh or an organ to be removed and replaced with machinery, serving as a constant warning to Gamora. From Nebula's perspective, this was nothing more than Thanos showing favoritism toward Gamora. Otherwise, why would only she, sharing the same adopted status, be punished so harshly for her mistakes? And so, over the years, Nebula had grown consumed by jealousy and resentment toward Gamora, always striving to outdo her, hoping to earn Thanos' approval. In contrast, Gamora regarded Nebula with sympathy and compassion. To her, Nebula was truly a sister, and she was always looking for ways to care for her. Little did she know, this was precisely what Thanos wanted. He adopted Nebula to create this very bond for Gamora. At this moment, Thanos genuinely intended to groom Gamora as his heir. Ebony Maw, give me the communicator. Hearing this news, Thanos decided to speak with the Collector personally. Taneleer Tyvan, tell me everything you know. Taking the quantum communicator, Thanos addressed the Collector with an unyielding tone. Despite a surge of anger rising in his chest, the Collector forced himself to swallow it. He knew this was not the time for rage. Thanos, the Space Stone, and the Time Stone are already in that man's possession. Now, he's learned from me the whereabouts of the Power Stone, on Morag. With his abilities, he should find it soon. The Collector laid everything out, omitting only the fact that he had been thoroughly manipulated by Shenmue. The Cosmic Stones, I have no interest in such things. Thanos flatly denied any involvement. In his mind, his actions had been shrouded in secrecy. He couldn't fathom how the Collector had learned of his intentions. As the Dark Emperor of the universe, he refused to let anyone lead him by the nose. Is that so? Then perhaps I've come to the wrong person. Having lived for countless years, the Collector was no stranger to the likes of Thanos. He saw right through Thanos' tough words, recognizing the hidden eagerness behind his reluctance. Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Supergiant, Black Dwarf, summon the entire Black Order at once. We march on Morag to seize the Infinity Stone. Ebony Maw, while I am away, all matters in the Dark Quadrant are yours to command. With a squeeze, Thanos crushed his communicator, his face grave and merciless as he issued orders to his four generals. Yes, my lord, the four replied in unison. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, eyes burning with fighting spirit as they left to rally the army for battle. Father, I want to go as well. At that moment, both Gamora and Nebula stepped forward to volunteer. No, you have other tasks. Each of you will lead a vanguard force and reduce Nowhere to cosmic dust. I don't ever want to hear the name Taneleer Tyvan again. Murderous intent clouded Thanos' face as he gave commands to his two daughters. Yes, father. Receiving their orders, the two turned and withdrew. At that moment, Thanos reached for his tyrant blade, the twin-headed greatsword that had accompanied him through countless conquests. I am the destiny of the universe. The Infinity Stones belong to me alone. Any enemy standing in my way will be cut down. Clutching his warblade, Thanos gazed into the vastness of space, silently vowing in his heart. Meanwhile, Shenmue remained unaware that the Cosmic Family Planning Commission, together with Thanos' Black Order, had already set out for Morag. Teacher, why has this planet ended up like this? Though they had already seen the planet's desolation in the Collector's footage, seeing it in person evoked a completely different feeling. This planet's core energy is nearly depleted. Given a little more time, it will fall into utter oblivion. Shenmue could tell this was not a natural decline, but the result of external intervention. Will Earth end up like this in the future? Jean couldn't help but worry. No, there are those who will never allow that to happen. In the Marvel Universe, Earth holds an absolutely central place. Its destruction would only signal the start of a new cosmic cycle. Hearing Shenmue's reassurance, Jean finally relaxed. Teacher, this planet is enormous. Where should we even start looking? Staring at the boundless expanse of the planet, Jean was at a loss as to how they could possibly find a gemstone barely the size of a finger joint. Searching for a gem with its energy fluctuations concealed on an entire planet is indeed no easy task. However, Shenmue still had some recollection of where the power gem was kept, within an ancient ruin. Though the gem's energy was hidden, the ruins themselves retained lingering energy, left behind to protect the gem. Shenmue stretched out his hand, and in that instant, a colossal phantom rose up around Morag, reaching from earth to sky. The phantasmal hand mirrored his gesture, grasping the entire planet in its palm. Suddenly, countless streams of information from the planet surged into Shenmue's mind. Traces of a long-lost civilization flashed before his eyes like a slideshow, each image vivid and fleeting. He watched as a group of people sealed a small silver orb within Morag's most sacred place, the Morag Temple. Standing beside him, Jean couldn't help but be astonished as she witnessed the scene unfold. Those in the know understood that Shenmue was searching for something. Anyone else would think he was about to crush the planet in his grasp. I found it. Let's go, Jean. It didn't take Shenmue long to locate the only building ruin where any trace of energy still lingered. Teacher, you could stand to be a little less dramatic. Upon hearing Shenmue announce he had pinpointed the gem's resting place, Jean couldn't resist making a remark. Well, it's the simplest and most effective method, isn't it? Shenmue wasn't the least bit bothered by his own approach. He brought Jean down to the ruins of a once great civilization, where the remains of buildings still hinted at their former glory. Scattered throughout the ruins were the skeletons of Morag's people, their bodies not yet fully decayed. Everything around them told the silent tale of a disaster that had swept through this place. The only part of the site left intact was a tightly shut door, covered in intricate carvings. This was the true entrance to the treasure chamber. A keyhole sat at its center, as if warning any outsiders, don't even think about opening this door without the key. Teacher, are you sure there aren't any dangers here? Looking at their surroundings, Jean couldn't help but recall some of the adventure movies she'd watched as a child. The words slipped out before she could stop herself. At that, Shenmue finally couldn't resist giving her a gentle tap on the head. He was honestly at a loss. Was this really something a powerful mutant, one who wielded both the Phoenix Force and magic, should be saying? If anything, the two of them were the most dangerous beings on this entire planet. Realizing her own blunder after Shenmue's tap, Jean's expression grew a little sheepish. For some reason, she always felt that ever since she stayed by Shenmue's side, she had become a bit slow-witted, even though she had managed everything perfectly well during the 20 years Shenmue was asleep. It seems you still lack experience. You don't have an accurate understanding of your own strength. When we have time, I'll take you to a few interstellar wars. Then you'll realize that, to others, you are the real danger. As Shenmue spoke, two beams shot out from his eyes, instantly reducing the double doors to nothing but drifting ash. Directly ahead, a softly glowing energy shield came into view. Within the shield, a sphere covered in intricate patterns floated quietly in midair. Even at such close range, Shenmue couldn't sense a trace of the Power Stone's energy leaking from inside the orb. With a simple gesture, Shenmue's telekinesis drew the orb directly to his hand. The moment the orb vanished from its place, the shield that had been protecting it dissolved on its own. Teacher, is this the orb? It's beautiful. Jean gazed at the silver sphere in Shenmue's hand, its hollowed patterns gleaming, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Originally, Shenmue had intended to simply crush the orb and extract the gem inside, but now he abandoned that plan. Besides brute force, Shenmue knew that the collector possessed a way to open the orb without damaging it. Meanwhile, just as Shenmue took the orb, on another timeline, Rhodey in his Iron Patriot armor and Nebula, who had now turned her back on the darkness, arrived for the very same reason, to borrow the stone. They waited on the outskirts of the ruins, keeping watch for Star-Lord's arrival. So you're saying, all we have to do is wait here, knock Peter Quill out when he shows up, and make off with the orb? Rhodey asked Nebula. That's right. We knock him out, use the stone, and then put the orb back on him when we're done. It'll be like nothing ever happened. With his level of awareness, even if he notices something's off, he won't think much of it, Nebula replied, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance to the ruins. This was their only chance. Whether or not she could save her sister and defeat Thanos depended entirely on what happened next. Soon enough, Star-Lord landed a ship just outside the ruins. And then, right in front of Rhodey and Nebula, the notorious dance enthusiast put on his headphones and started grooving, completely lost in his own world. Is he for real? Is he actually an idiot? Rhodey watched Star-Lord's antics, utterly speechless, and couldn't help but grumble to Nebula. Nebula, on the other hand, could only feel second-hand embarrassment for Star-Lord. After all, he was the man her sister had chosen, which technically made him her brother-in-law. The next moment, Rhodey didn't hesitate for a second. He shot forward and knocked Star-Lord out with a single punch. Then, he and Nebula headed toward the temple, just as the story had unfolded in the script. However, when they returned to the future with the orb, the moment they opened it, they found it completely empty. There wasn't even a trace of the stone, not even a shadow. What's going on? Tony Stark, the chief engineer of the project, was immediately filled with confusion. In his mind, there shouldn't have been the slightest mishap, but what Rhodey and the others brought back was, unmistakably, an empty orb. That's impossible. Back then, under Thanos' orders, I went a Ronin inside myself. I took the orb from my sister and the others with my own hands, and inside was the Power Stone. There's no way I could be mistaken about that. Seeing this, Nebula immediately stepped forward to explain. If nothing else went wrong, then something unknown must have changed in the past timeline. Or perhaps, the past we traveled to wasn't actually the past we believed it to be. While Tony was racking his brain, unable to make sense of it all, Professor Hulk, Banner, also returned from the past. But instead of the excitement that came with retrieving the Time Stone, his face was clouded with confusion. The Ancient One he encountered told him a very different story. The arrival of a certain individual had thrown the entire timeline of the universe into utter chaos. The past, present, and future, countless timelines and parallel realities, were now tangled together in a complex web. Afterwards, Tony and the others began comparing notes about the timelines they had each visited, and sure enough, they discovered even more discrepancies. As more Avengers returned one by one, some were elated while others were troubled. The most delighted of all was Thor. Although he and Rocket hadn't brought back the ether, he had seen a perfect world that belonged to him, and he still wore a goofy grin on his face. Thor realized that everything he experienced there was different from his own world. Although his father seemed to have passed away earlier, for some reason, in that reality, he and Loki had inherited the throne together, becoming the only dual kings in Asgard's history. He hadn't been stripped of his divine powers by his father and sent to Earth to be tested. Moreover, although his sister Hela had appeared, she hadn't brought destruction to Asgard. And all of this was because he had made a friend named Shunmu. Everyone, I think we need to sit down and have a serious talk. Maybe rethink the future of our world. At this moment, even Tony's brilliant mind was beginning to feel bewildered. He found it hard to accept that such a glaring flaw had appeared in what he considered a foolproof battle plan. For someone as proud as he was, this was a bitter pill to swallow. He had to figure out exactly where he had gone wrong. So, they began recounting every detail of the incident, leaving nothing out. In the end, they realized that all these changes seemed to be connected to a person named Shenmue. I think it's time we reconsider our rescue plan. After piecing together all the information, Tony concluded that their previous strategy needed to be altered. Meanwhile, Shenmue remained unaware that he had inadvertently caused trouble for the Avengers on another timeline. As he prepared to leave with Jean, a wave of malice swept toward him, accompanied by the sight of countless massive fleets looming on the horizon. Shenmue looked toward the largest warship at the forefront and spotted Thanos' imposing figure. "Thanos, is it? I haven't even begun to look for you, yet you've come knocking at my door. Well, your grand designs for the universe end here and now. And as for you, Collector, if you're so eager to court death, I'll gladly oblige." The moment Thanos appeared, everything clicked into place in Shenmue's mind. To set a tiger against a wolf, clever strategy. But you're overestimating the ferocity of this tiger you've unleashed. A cold smile played at the corner of Shenmue's lips. He could easily guess the Collector's intentions, using Thanos as a weapon to eliminate him. Unfortunately, the Collector still didn't comprehend the extent of Shenmue's current power. By now, Thanos' Black Order and their vast army had already arrived on Morag through a spatial jump. "Lord Thanos, we've detected 2 unusual life forms on this desolate planet. It must be those 2. Shall we attack at once?" At this, the Ebony Maw knelt on one knee before the Dark Titan, awaiting his command. Unleash indiscriminate firepower. Annihilate everything on the surface. Thanos had no intention of sending his minions to try and capture Shenmue. All he cared about was obtaining the Infinity Stones. Whether their holders lived or died was of no consequence to him. With Thanos' order given, thousands of super warships of all sizes unleashed a devastating barrage upon the surface of Morag. In an instant, the planet's surface erupted with terrifying explosions. Given Shun-Mu's current defenses, he could stand motionless. Even if the planet exploded beneath his feet, it wouldn't do him any real harm. Jean, though powerful, was still only human in body. With a wave of his hand, Shun-Mu twisted the space around them, distorting reality itself, so that not even the slightest shockwave from the explosions could touch the hems of their clothing. After a round of bombardment and cleansing, Thanos gripped his double-edged blade tightly and led the Black Order, along with countless bioweapons, down from the warship. Jean, your chance for real experience has arrived. This time, I want you to handle these guys. I'll be right here, watching over you, Shun-Mu said. The moment Shun-Mu caught sight of Thanos and his army, he immediately realized this was the perfect test for Jean's abilities. Yes, teacher. Without a hint of hesitation, Jean turned to prepare for battle the moment she heard Shun-Mu's words. The phoenix force within her burst forth, and a pair of massive golden wings, woven from pure energy, unfurled behind her back. Jean lifted off and floated gracefully toward Thanos and his forces, golden magic circles glowing at her wrists. Seeing Jean approach, Corvus Glaive glanced at his wife beside him, then gripped his weapon tightly and leapt into the air, launching a fierce attack toward Jean. Faced with this unknown alien aggressor, Jean simply raised a hand. The terrifying power of the Phoenix Force wrapped around him. In an instant, Corvus Glaive was disintegrated into countless atoms, vanishing without a trace. His weapon fell from the sky, plunging straight into the ground. The sight left Black Dwarf and Proxima Midnight stunned, and even Thanos frowned ever so slightly. They were the infamous Black Order, feared across the galaxy as Thanos' most lethal enforcers. Yet they couldn't even withstand a single attack. But in the very next moment, the weapon that had fallen to the ground suddenly rose into the air, and a shadowy figure materialized again. It was Corvus Glaive, seemingly returned from the dead. His life was bound to his weapon. As long as it remained intact, he could never truly die. Who exactly are you people, and why are you attacking me and my teacher? Jean descended slowly from the sky, her gaze fixed on Thanos, not the slightest hint of respect or fear in her eyes. Although Shun-Mu had asked her to deal with these adversaries, she still wanted to know who she was up against. You don't even know the great Lord Thanos, ruler of the Dark Quadrant? What backwater planet are you from? Black Dwarf, ever the bully throughout the universe, was briefly shocked by Jean's display of power, but with Thanos behind him, he didn't believe anyone could overcome his master. So, emboldened by Thanos' presence, Black Dwarf barked at Jean like a dog that knows no fear. How dare you steal the Infinity Stones from Lord Thanos? Hand them over now, or you and your so-called teacher will die where you stand. So you're searching for the Infinity Stones as well. However, with your abilities, trying to take the Infinity Stones from my teacher is nothing but a fantasy. In Jean's heart, Shun-Mu was the most powerful of all. You don't understand. These stones are essential for me to realize my grand vision. No one can stop me from gathering them, because I am destiny itself. Thanos spoke to Jean with a calm face, his tone radiating absolute confidence. Hand over the Infinity Stones, and you are free to leave. Thanos pointed the tyrant blade in his hand at Jean, his voice icy and cold. Although the energy emanating from Jean made even him a little uneasy, he never believed he could be defeated, no matter who stood in his way. The Collector once said that if the 6 Infinity Stones are brought together, they will wield unimaginable power. If the stones fall into your hands, it would bring disaster upon the entire universe. Jean looked at Thanos with unwavering resolve in her eyes. You truly don't understand. This is the will of the universe itself. It waits for me to act. Only death can breathe new life into the cosmos. There is simply too much life in the universe. Only by erasing half of it can the universe maintain its vitality. Back when Thanos was still on Titan, he watched his own people endlessly drain the planet's resources, driving their world steadily toward ruin. It was then that Thanos first began to hear a mysterious whisper by his ear. Life will only lead the universe into irreversible decay. Only death can grant it endless renewal. Thanos believed these words came from the universe itself. He saw himself as the vessel of the universe's destiny. Yet, he could never have imagined that the voice he heard was not the universe's own, but belonged to death, one of the 5 primordial cosmic entities. Throughout the infinite multiverse, countless versions of Thanos exist, and without exception, each of them shares an inextricable bond with death. It is as if death herself holds a peculiar affection for the outcast of Titan. In truth, as the descendant of Eternals and the product of perfect genetic design by the Celestials, a mutation like Thanos should have been impossible. His genetic code was meant to be flawless, an endless cycle of perfection, immune to any aberration. And yet, fate had other plans. From among the perfect Eternals of Titan, an anomaly was born, a child with purple skin and a grotesque appearance. In every universe, from the moment Thanos is born, death follows him like a shadow. When he first came into the world, his own parents wanted to end his life. But it was Death's intervention that allowed him to survive. She had personally nurtured and guided the growth of this twisted Titan, relentlessly brainwashing him until he was driven mad, forcing him to become a living instrument of chaos, sowing death and destruction across the universe, all for her amusement. This universe was no exception. Yet, Death herself never appeared before Thanos. Instead, she would only whisper temptations into his ear from the shadows. Although Thanos inevitably set foot once more on the path of universal slaughter, this time he firmly believed that his actions were the mandate of fate destined by the cosmos itself. You're nothing but a madman. For the fate of a universe, the Infinity Stones will be far safer in my teacher's hands than in yours. Hearing Thanos speak, Jean felt a chill crawl deep into her heart. Erasing half of all life in the universe, what an unfathomably wild and terrifying act. Selfish and foolish creatures. Kill her. Thanos bowed his head slowly, then gave a grave command to the countless warriors of the Black Order standing behind him. At once, like a tide of darkness, the army surged forward under the leadership of the Black Order's generals, launching a fearless, suicidal assault. Streams of energy burst from the weapons in their hands, streaking toward Jean. Seeing this, Jean crossed her arms before her chest and then swept them outward. A massive golden shield of magic shimmered into existence, blocking every single attack. Die for me. Black Dwarf leapt into the air, his hulking body soaring high. With a force as mighty as a mountain splitting open, he swung his colossal mechanical pickaxe down at Jean. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight gripped their weapons tightly, ready at any moment to strike Jean with a fatal ambush. The memory of their recent, instantaneous defeat still haunted them with terror. Facing an entire army alone, Jean felt little fear in her heart. At that moment, the energy wings behind Jean's back flared with sudden brilliance, unleashing a terrifying storm of destruction that surged around her. Black Dwarf's body, suspended midair, began to disintegrate. Sensing disaster, he quickly redirected his weapon. A long-chain shot from the axe's handle, the blade embedding itself deep into a distant boulder, pulling him rapidly away from harm. But even with his swift reaction, a third of his body had already faded into nothingness, vanishing without a single drop of blood. It did not save his life. His grip on the axe loosened, and his ruined body crashed heavily to the ground. Yet Black Dwarf's death stirred not the slightest panic. The Black Order soldiers were bioengineered for war, utterly fearless and devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, they charged at Jean in relentless waves. As the horde of bioengineered beasts surged toward her, Jean's gaze remained cool and detached, golden markings appearing on her face. The energy field shaped by the Phoenix Force reduced every living thing that came close to her to mere atoms, dispersing them into nothingness. Thanos watched his subordinates throw themselves into the fray like moths to a flame, yet not a flicker of emotion crossed his heart. These mass-produced bioweapons were as easy for him to create as he pleased. Their loss was of no consequence. What truly caught his attention was Jean's power, something he had never witnessed in all his conquests across the cosmos. At that moment, Supergiant, the sorceress skilled in manipulating the mind, seized an opportunity to try and impose her will on Jean, attempting to take control. But she had gravely underestimated her opponent. Jean herself was a master of psychic power, and within her pulsed the Phoenix Force, a manifestation of life and the mind, the very origin of all psychic energy. Even if Jean did not yet wield the full might of the Phoenix, to try and play mind games before her was nothing short of showing off one's skills before a Grandmaster. A fool's errand, like wielding a blade before a legendary warrior. Supergiant's psychic power had barely left her mind before it was engulfed whole by a golden phoenix that appeared in an instant. In a heartbeat, Supergiant collapsed, transformed into a soulless husk, an empty shell of herself. In the blink of an eye, two of the Black Order remained. The couple, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive, left only to watch. Corvus Glaive dared not charge forward any longer. Instead, he hid behind the ranks of their army, watching as soldier after soldier faded into oblivion. But Proxima Midnight, ever the most loyal of Thanos' lieutenants, lived and breathed for his commands. In the comics, after Thanos was defeated by his own son, everyone betrayed Thanos, even her husband, Corvus. Yet she alone remained steadfast in her loyalty. Turning to her husband now, she declared, "Corvus, the time has come for us to prove our loyalty to Lord Thanos. Proxima, we are no match for that woman." Only Lord Thanos himself can rival her power, Corvus replied, fully aware that neither of them stood a chance against Jean, and unwilling to throw their lives away in vain. Corvus, do you want to die, coward? Proxima shot her husband a cold, piercing glance, then gripped her legendary spear tightly. Moving quietly, she found a blind spot in Jean's line of sight and hurled the spear with all her might. 3 black rays, brimming with the aura of death, shot out from the spear, ignoring Jean's energy field and streaking straight toward her. Proxima's spear was personally forged for her by Thanos himself, capable of firing death rays that could annihilate any living thing. Among the Black Order, only she possessed this deadly honor. Perhaps this was also why her devotion to Thanos was unwavering to the very end. At that moment, Jean's attention was entirely fixed on the enemies before her, leaving her unaware of the ambush from the shadows. For ordinary beings, those 3 death rays spelled instant doom. One touch, and there would be no return. Just as the energy beams were about to pierce through Qin's body, Shenmue, who had been silently observing from afar, sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qin. With a gentle tap of his hand, he deftly deflected the 3 beams to the side, sending them slicing through several soldiers of the Dark Order. He then seized the divine spear in his grasp. With a subtle exertion of strength, the weapon shattered instantly, its once formidable form collapsing in his hand. Thus, the Death Lance, an infamous weapon that had accompanied the neighbors of Night through the cosmos, claiming countless lives, was destroyed, its legacy brought to an end. Qin, on the battlefield, it's not just the enemies before your eyes you need to watch out for, Shenmue advised, his voice calm yet stern. You must always be wary of those lurking in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike. Seeing Shenmue appear, Qin instantly realized just how close she'd come to grave danger only moments before. Master, I was too careless, Qin admitted, a touch of embarrassment coloring her words. In that moment, the energy field surrounding her faltered, an opening her enemies were quick to seize upon. But before they could act, a flash of crimson glimmered in Shenmue's eyes. Twin streaks of twisting energy shot forth, disintegrating a horde of charging bioweapons into nothing but ash. All eyes turned to Shenmue now, especially Thanos, whose expression finally changed as he spotted the Infinity Gauntlet on Shenmue's right hand, aglow with 2 Infinity Stones. A surge of battle lust radiated from the Mad Titan, his powerful presence sweeping across the field. At that moment, the Dark Order's soldiers, who had just been charging forward with fearless abandon, abruptly halted. They parted in silence, making way for Thanos. The power of the Infinity Stones can only be wielded by me. Hand them over, Thanos rumbled, his voice low and commanding. Of course, no problem at all, Shenmue replied, a playful glint in his eyes. If you could defeat my disciple, then every stone in my possession will be yours. The only question is whether you have the strength to do it. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet before him, tempting Thanos with its promise. Master, you mustn't, Qin protested, anxiety tightening her voice. The fate of these cosmic treasures now rested on her shoulders, a burden she felt keenly. If she failed to defeat the purple giant before her, what would become of Shenmue? Could he truly hand over the Infinity Stones? Such an outcome would spell disaster for the entire universe. Yet if she refused, she would force her master to break his word, a prospect Qin found equally unacceptable. Qin, trust in yourself, Shenmue said with utter composure. You have the strength to defeat him. All you lack is experience in battle, and he happens to be the perfect training partner. But Qin tried to protest, but Shenmue cut her off sharply. Novats, if you want to keep the stones out of his grasp, then use your power to defeat him. Do you understand? Think of this as a test I've set for you. Shenmue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Qin was still far too naive. Even if she truly couldn't defeat Thanos, would Shenmue really let Thanos take the Infinity Stones so easily? As long as Thanos dared to reach for them, Shenmue could seize them back in an instant. Moreover, Shenmue had only promised Thanos the stones he actually possessed. That meant the Time Stone was not included, since he had merely borrowed, if from the Ancient One, it didn't truly belong to him. So, no matter what, Thanos didn't stand a chance of walking away with a single stone. However, witnessing such contempt from Shenmue, Thanos was absolutely seething with rage. How dare Shenmue treat him as nothing more than that woman's sparring partner, as if he were insignificant. For Thanos, this was the greatest humiliation imaginable. After all, he was the Dark Overlord who commanded respect and fear across the universe, the mighty ruler of the Dark Quadrant. His very name was enough to make all living beings tremble. I will kill this woman first, then defeat you, and claim what is rightfully mine from your corpse. Thanos could take no more. With a thunderous roar, He cut off the conversation between Shunmu and Jean. Then, Jean, everything is in your hands now. Oh, and remember, keep your distance when you fight him. Even 100,000 of you couldn't match his raw strength, and your defense is nowhere near his. Don't forget, you're a mage. Shunmu paid Thanos' roar no mind at all. In his eyes, it was nothing more than the impotent fury of one who lacked true power. With that, the blue glow of the space stone flickered in Shunmu's hand, clearing the field in an instant, leaving only Jean and Thanos behind. There was no more talk. Thanos hefted his warblade and charged at Jean, moving with astonishing speed. Jean had been ready for him. The Phoenix Force erupted in a storm of destruction, sweeping out to meet him. Thanos' body jerked to a halt. His helmet and armor were the first to be disintegrated. Yet his body withstood the force, refusing to break apart. The immense resistance made every step for Thanos a struggle. Still, the tyrant blade in his hands, its material unknown, showed no sign of being affected by the disintegration. Seeing this, Thanos made a snap decision. He hurled his war blade with all his might, sending it hurtling straight at Jean. Jean, unfazed, traced a golden portal in front of herself. The weapon Thanos had thrown vanished into the portal, only to reappear behind him, slamming hard into his back. As an eternal titan, his defense was still far inferior to Shunmu's, but compared to most beings in the universe, it was extraordinary. The war blade left only a tiny, insignificant cut on his back before clattering to the ground. Finding his body restrained, Thanos let out a roar that shook the heavens. Suddenly, a surge of powerful purple energy erupted from within him, his unique ability as an Eternal. However, very few have ever forced him to unleash this power, because in his past battles, he was able to crush his opponents relying solely on his terrifying physique, exceptional combat skills, and extraordinary intelligence. But this time, faced with an adversary like Jean, a mage and a mutant, he finally drew upon that long-sealed force. Powerful beams of energy shot from his hands, forcing Jean to raise a magical shield to defend herself, momentarily loosening her grip on the Phoenix Force. This, however, gave Thanos a rare opening. With a furious punch, he shattered Jean's magical shield in a single blow. Just as he was about to press the attack, the Phoenix Force surged back, and Thanos once again found himself mired as if caught in quicksand, his movements sluggish and labored. Jean seized the opportunity to retreat. She had taken Shunmu's words to heart. With a quick change of hand gesture, she split herself into several identical avatars. Though she couldn't multitask perfectly, she could at least create multiple versions of herself to confuse her foe. Now, Thanos, the once invincible titan who could not be approached, was left with no option but to take hit after hit. Frustration, deep, suffocating frustration, welled up inside him. This was without a doubt the most humiliating fight Thanos had ever experienced since his birth. Yet Jean had no desire to prolong the struggle. She was ready to summon the Phoenix's judgment and burn Thanos to ashes. Shunmu, observing this, nodded with satisfaction. Compared to Thanos, you seem to be a far more interesting plaything. At that very moment, a voice brimming with irresistible allure whispered into Shunmu's ear. He turned his head, only to see that somehow, without him noticing, a woman had appeared at his side, clad in a black hooded cloak, her appearance both revealing and seductive. In Shunmu's eyes, the woman's form was constantly shifting, first human, then humanoid, then morphing into other, unfamiliar races. Each transformation felt utterly natural, as if that was her true form all along. Finally, when all illusions faded, what remained was a cloaked skeleton. So it seems that, in this universe as well, Thanos couldn't escape your clutches, Shunmu remarked, unflinchingly revealing the identity of the newcomer and pointing out her entanglement with Thanos. In the multiverse, entities like death, manifestations of abstract concepts, never truly possess a fixed form. They appear to each living being in whatever shape that creature imagines them to be. Since Shunmu instinctively pictured death as an enchantress, her first appearance to him was that of a beguiling woman. But once Shunmu regained his composure, Death's visage shifted to the skeletal form he truly associated with her. You know of my existence, and you even know quite a lot. But tell me, is this really how you imagined I would appear to you? Death was still a little surprised that Shunmu was aware of her existence. She had only manifested a few times at the dawn of this universe, and after that, she vanished completely. Not even Thanos had ever seen her true form, nor did he realize that the voice whispering in his ear all this time was hers. Yet Shunmu, a newly awakened god, knew not just of her existence, but also of her connection to Thanos. That alone made her very intrigued. You've come here for Thanos, haven't you? But if you don't act soon, you might not get the chance. He's about to die, you know. Shenmue called out to her, glancing at Jean, who was preparing to unleash the Phoenix's judgment and bring the fight to an end. Across the infinite multiverse, it was common knowledge among the gods that Thanos was Death's favorite plaything. Now, watching Thanos about to be consumed by Jean's Phoenix judgment, Shenmue couldn't help but offer a reminder. As for himself, he had no intention of stopping Jean. He's nothing more than a dull toy to me, Death said with a dismissive glance toward Thanos, showing not the slightest interest in his fate. Throughout the multiverse, there were countless Thanoses for her amusement. This one was just another face in the crowd. In fact, compared to Thanos, Shenmue, shrouded in mystery and unknowns, was far more captivating to her. It's your existence that truly piques my curiosity. Your soul does not belong to the multiverse, and yet your body was born from it. But I cannot see death upon you, or rather, your death does not fall under my dominion. So, will you try to entertain me? This was the first time Death had encountered someone quite like Shenmue. She couldn't help but wonder if he might replace Thanos, offering her a new kind of delight. After all, Death embodied the ultimate concept of oblivion for all things in the multiverse. Even the most powerful creator gods, beings who transcended the multiverse itself, could not escape their own endings. Yet on this man, Shenmue, who had only just crossed the threshold of a single universe, she saw no hint of an ending at all. Sorry, but I have no desire to become the next Thanos. Besides, I'm really not interested in a walking skeleton. Shenmue had never been one to play anyone's lapdog, least of all like Thanos, who had lost himself in his blind devotion. In some universes, Death kept both Thanos, her relentless admirer, and Deadpool, the madman who danced on the edge of oblivion, dangling on her strings. This drove Thanos mad with jealousy, to the point where he placed a true curse of immortality on Deadpool, just so Deadpool would never see Death again. And as for Death, she found the whole spectacle most entertaining. Death was taken aback by Shenmue's response. In her view, any being graced with her favor should fall to their knees, weeping with gratitude, and kiss her feet. Just like Thanos, whom she had chosen, he would gladly kill anyone without hesitation, simply to please her. So why was it so different with Shenmue? Why did everything feel so strange now? Moreover, from Shenmue's tone, it was clear he regarded her favor as if it were the humble love of ordinary mortals. But they were gods. Among gods, love was meant to be eternal and indestructible. You have already become an immortal deity. Why do you still see the world as those frail mortals do? Death questioned Shenmue. That's what it means to stay true to one's heart. It's something you'll never understand. Shenmue replied absent-mindedly, brushing her off, his attention focused on another scene, the battle between Jean and Thanos. At that moment, Jean had unleashed the Phoenix's judgment upon Thanos. A phoenix wreathed in golden flames engulfed Thanos in an instant. Fueled by the longing for life, the firebird would consume everything in its path, especially a being like Thanos, whose so-called noble ideals only added fuel to the flames. Under this devastating attack, Thanos' powerful convictions became the very accelerant that burned him to ashes. The Eternal Titan lasted only 10 seconds before he was reduced to dust. Yet, just as the Phoenix fire was about to scorch his soul as well, Death intervened, reaching out effortlessly to collect Thanos' soul. It seemed, despite her claims of indifference toward her toy, Death's actions betrayed her true feelings as she saved him. This reassured Shenmue. Though the Titan had perished, he wasn't truly gone. Perhaps, someday, they would cross paths again. Teacher, I've defeated that giant purple monster. Jean cried out joyfully as she flew over, thrilled that she hadn't let Shenmue down. I saw it. You did extremely well. Shenmue praised her without reservation. Lady Death, do you have anything else to say? Otherwise, we'll be taking our leave, Shenmue said, turning his attention back to Death. Jean, still beaming, was suddenly confused. Teacher, who are you talking to? She couldn't see Death at all. After all, as a multiversal conceptual entity, Death could decide who was able to perceive her and who wasn't. To her, someone like Jean, just a mortal wielding a fragment of the Phoenix Force, was unworthy of beholding her presence. I will always be watching you. And remember, throughout the multiverse, countless eyes are upon you. I look forward to our next meeting. Perhaps by then, you might change your mind. Oh, and just a friendly reminder, the ravenous planet devourer will soon descend upon this universe. His offspring is about to be born, and he'll need even more life energy. With those words, Death began to slowly fade from Shenmue's sight, dissolving into nothingness before his eyes. Shenmue did not doubt the news Death had shared, not for a single moment. Though Death seemed like a real piece of work, she was, after all, one of the 5 primeval creators. She had no use for lies. They were beneath her. The planet devourer is about to have a child. For a moment, Shunmu was left bewildered. Then, all at once, he recalled everything he knew about this monstrous being. The devourer was a unique form of life, seemingly forever tormented by an insatiable hunger, compelled to consume planets brimming with life energy. This hunger had a reason. As a remnant from a previous universe, the devourer needed a second gestation to truly become part of this new cosmos. But during that process, his presence was detected by the rising civilizations of this universe. They forced him into an early birth, making him, in a sense, a cosmic preemie. That premature arrival left him with inescapable flaws, most crucially, a lack of core life energy. To compensate, he was driven to endlessly devour living worlds, struggling to grow into his true form. The day he finally sates his hunger, he will ascend to godhood, a radiant messenger of life. At that point, the devourer will no longer need to consume planets. On the contrary, he'll be able to give birth to new worlds teeming with life. But all of that was only loosely connected to his so-called child. In truth, the devourer's offspring was likely little more than a cosmic tapeworm living inside him at this stage. This worm was their next generation. Once it gained enough energy from devoured worlds, it would metamorphose into a second-generation planet devourer. So, it was easy to imagine just how far the devourer would go, how utterly mad he would become, for the sake of this one and only child. What a headache! People might joke that the devourer was just a unit of measurement for cosmic power, but that didn't mean he was merely a statistic. The real concern was this. By defeating one of the devourer's avatars, would Shunmu risk drawing the true being's attention? Honestly, even if the main body of the devourer did show up, it wasn't the end of the world. If things got out of hand, Shunmu could always run for it. The real trouble was the devourer's ultimate weapon, the Supreme Eradicator. That artifact was no joke. Its power was every bit as terrifying as the infamous Infinity Gauntlet. True, its cost was steep, but what if the devourer just lost his mind and decided to use it? Teacher, teacher. Qin watched the shifting emotions flickering across Shunmu's face and grew anxious, calling out to him with mounting urgency. What's wrong, Qin? Hearing her voice, Shunmu finally snapped out of his reverie. Teacher, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? From the very beginning, you've been talking to yourself. Are you having conversation with a ghost? Seeing Shunmu turn the question back on her, Qin responded with a hint of exasperation. A ghost, huh? Well, that's not exactly right, but it's not too far off. Shunmu gave it some serious thought. After all, death did have some connection to things like ghosts. Now, it was Qin's turn to be startled. Teacher, are ghosts real? Though Qin could easily wipe out a horde of so-called ghosts with a simple wave of her hand, she still shuddered instinctively. It had nothing to do with strength or anything else. Teacher, those guys are all running away. Should we chase them down and finish them off? At that moment, Qin pointed to the fleet fleeing frantically across the sky. No need to go to all that trouble. Before Shunmu had even finished speaking, 2 omega beams shot out from his eyes. In an instant, a series of explosions thundered through the sky. With that, Thanos' Black Order was completely wiped out on Morak. Teacher, where are we headed next? Qin looked at the planet, now even more desolate after the devastation of battle, and asked Shunmu with a trace of confusion. Of course, we're going back to see the Collector. He gave us such a generous gift. How could we not return the favor? Shunmu had felt a bit embarrassed about squeezing the Collector again, but after all that, it was no longer an issue. After all, among the Collector's treasures, Shunmu had sensed something truly extraordinary. Hearing Shunmu's words, Qin suddenly understood why Thanos' gang had shown up here. It must have been the Collector who tipped them off, hoping to use them against Shunmu and herself. However, what Shunmu and Qin didn't know was that Thanos had already sent his 2 daughters to deal with the Collector. Qin, let's go. It's time to collect our debt. A portal shimmered open, whisking Shunmu and Qin away in the blink of an eye. No sooner had they arrived than a terrifying explosion echoed in Shunmu's ears. Did I open the wrong portal? Shunmu glanced around. It was indeed nowhere, but he couldn't help feeling puzzled. He'd only left to fetch a stone for a moment. So how had the infamous Collector's lair ended up under attack? Teacher, what's going on? Qin was just as confused. We'll find out soon enough. With that, Shunmu extended a field of bioenergy around Qin and flew her out into the void of space, above nowhere. Looking down at the attacking fleet, the enormous symbol of the Dark Quadrant stood out boldly. Shunmu was baffled. Weren't these 2 supposed to be in league? Why were they fighting each other now? Lady Gamora, look at this. At that moment, aboard a flagship, one of Gamora's subordinates called her over to see footage captured by the ship's cameras. On the screen, Shunmu and Qin were standing in the void in their physical forms. But before they could react, Shunmu and Qin had already appeared right before them. So it's you, Thanos' adopted daughter, the most dangerous woman in the universe. Shunmu looked over the little green-skinned woman in front of him with great interest as he spoke. And who might you be? Gamora was extremely tense at that moment, her palms slick with sweat, not daring to reach for a weapon. You don't need to know who I am. I'll ask and you answer. Why are you attacking nowhere? Shunmu wasted no time and got straight to the point. Because my father doesn't want to hear the Collector's voice anymore. Hearing this answer, Shunmu nodded. That sounds just like Thanos. If I told you right now that Thanos is dead, killed by me, would you seek revenge for him? Shunmu followed up with a second question. What? That's impossible. Gamora's first reaction to Shunmu's words was utter disbelief. However, when she saw Shunmu raise his right hand, her eyes narrowed sharply. She instantly recognized the Infinity Stone that Thanos had been searching for. With her sharp mind, she analyzed all possibilities in a flash, and finally concluded that Shunmu wasn't joking. No, because even if you hadn't killed him, I would have done it myself, sooner or later. Gamora's feelings toward Thanos were deeply complicated. On one hand, she hated him for destroying her people, but on the other, he was her adoptive father and had taught her everything she knew. Good, you can stand down for now. Wait until I've collected my debt from the Collector, then you can do as you wish. With that, Shunmu turned and left. As soon as Shunmu was gone, Gamora immediately relayed the news she had just learned to Nebula. At first, Nebula didn't believe it, but when Gamora sent over the footage of Shunmu, letting her see the Infinity Stone in his hand, Nebula immediately let her fleet away. She wasn't running away. She was heading back to the Dark Quadrant to claim the inheritance Thanos had left behind. After a moment's thought, Gamora also gathered her people and left. After all, with Thanos dead, his commands meant nothing anymore. Staying behind would be foolish. Meanwhile, the Collector, seeing Shunmu return, didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately prepared to activate his colossal collection fortress and make his escape. Back when he built the fortress, he considered the possibility of emergencies like this. So his museum was far more than it appeared, a mobile spacecraft ready to fly at any moment. Hurry, let's go. Activate the hidden spatial jump point at once. The Collector, flustered, barked orders to his subordinates. According to his calculations, even if death itself didn't take Shunmu away, that formidable being should have at least frightened him into hiding. It was highly unlikely Shunmu would ever come looking for him again, let alone return so quickly. There was absolutely no hope of fighting back. He hadn't stood a chance against Thanos, so standing up to Shunmu was utterly out of the question. His only option now was to escape, get out of here, and lay low on his brother Grandmaster Sakaar for a while before deciding on his next move. As he watched his fortress successfully cross the spatial jump point, the Collector finally let out the smallest sigh of relief. But in the next instant, his expression froze on his face. Because instead of the boundless cosmos he expected after the jump, he found himself staring at the most familiar place in the universe, his own lair nowhere. Standing right in front of him were Shunmu and that red-haired attendant, both wearing looks of mocking amusement. The Collector dared not dwell on the shock. He simply barked another order, commanding his minions to pour every ounce of power into yet another spatial jump. At this, Shunmu casually waved the infinity gauntlet on his hand, and the blue glow of the space stone flashed and vanished. With a strange ripple through the air, the Collector's fortress was suddenly caught in a looping dimension, trapped, endlessly traversing the same patch of space. Out of options, the Collector's face twisted with pain, as if the decision cost him dearly. He strode deep into his fortress and unlocked his two most well-guarded specimens. A pair of transparent containers rose from the hidden depth of the vault, each holding a humanoid figure. Inside one was a figure dressed much like Thor, but with the elongated face of a horse and much of his body replaced by mechanical parts. This was none other than Beta Ray Bill, the other wielder of Odin's power and a god of thunder in his own right. The second container held a formidable, powerfully built dark elf, pallid-faced and equally imposing. Both prisoners were still in deep slumber. At that moment, the Collector gripped a hammer in his left hand and a sinister, ominous stone in his right. These were artifacts he had acquired along with his captives. The hammer, called Stormbreaker, shared many of the powers of Thor's. Mjolnir, the stone, was a cursed stone, a dark elf specialty, capable of transforming its bearer into a fearsome cursed warrior. He ordered his attendant to open the containers, waking both prisoners. The Collector handed the Stormbreaker to Beta Ray Bill, while he plunged the cursed stone directly into the dark elf's body. "Hold off those two outside for as long as you can," he commanded, wasting no words as he issued orders to his living collectibles. However, the thunder god with the horse face, now freed, and the dark elf transformed into a cursed warrior, had no intention of obeying his orders. They immediately prepared to resist. But at that moment, a control device implanted deep within their minds activated. In the next instant, a red light flashed in both their eyes. Their faces went blank, and without a word, they shot off into the sky. Now halt the space jump. Move at full speed away from here. Find the nearest spatial node, and jump again. Meanwhile, Shenmue and Jean had been watching as the collector piloted his fortress, jumping back and forth through space. Suddenly, they saw two figures burst out from the fortress. Thunder's power? Shenmue felt that familiar divine energy ripple through the air and was a little surprised. But when he saw who it was, he understood immediately. At this moment, the thunder god with the horse face and the cursed warrior showed no other emotions. They were simply, mechanically, carrying out the collector's orders. The thunder god with the horse face raised his storm hammer high, summoning several bolts of lightning that crashed toward Shenmue. The cursed warrior leapt forward, his clenched fists crashing down with unstoppable force, aiming straight for Shenmue. Shenmue casually caught the bolts of lightning, squeezed them in his hand, and then popped them into his mouth. Not bad, just the flavor I was looking for. Jean was just about to unleash the power of the Phoenix and obliterate the two reckless attackers when she heard Shenmue say, "Jean, go ahead and finish off that black monster. He wouldn't live much longer anyway. Ending it early is a mercy. As for the horse-faced one, let me play with him for a bit. He actually has some history with Asgard. Oh, and that black monster's physical strength is tremendous. In terms of raw power, he might even outmatch that purple potato guy you took down before. Try using only magic this time. See if you could defeat him that way." As soon as Shenmue finished speaking, his figure flickered and appeared right in front of the thunder god with the horse face. "Understood, teacher." Hearing Shenmue's instructions, Jean cast a glance at the thunder god in the distance. As for the cursed warrior, she didn't give him a second thought. But in the next instant, the cursed warrior's fist was already upon her, and she quickly raised a massive magical shield. The cursed warrior's punch landed on the shield. It held, but Jean felt her whole body sink under the force. What followed was a relentless, storm-like barrage of blows. Even with the shield absorbing some of the impact, the sheer physical power was overwhelming for a fragile mage like her. This was one of the reasons why the Dark Elves were once able to dominate the universe. It wasn't just because of the ether artifact. Their raw physical strength played no small part. The Cursed Warrior is the crowning masterpiece of the Dark Elves' biological experiments, able to squeeze out his own life force to gain dozens of times his normal strength in a short burst. However, the Cursed Warrior's weakness is just as obvious. Aside from his brute strength, he has little else to offer. After her clash with Thanos, and with Shenmue's guidance, she now understood how to deal with such close combat specialists. Just as the Cursed Warrior was about to swing his fist again, Qin deftly reversed her magical shield. In an instant, it transformed into a massive, golden sawblade. The Cursed Warrior dodged by instinct, which gave Qin the perfect chance to pull back, completely reversing the flow of battle in a heartbeat. With a graceful motion, Qin summoned 4 magical arrays around the Cursed Warrior. From each circle, golden chains shot out, binding him tightly where he stood. Trapped, the Cursed Warrior let out a furious roar. Black mist surged from his body, and his muscles swelled, bulging as if on the verge of exploding. Drawing on sheer brute force, he began to tear apart the magic chains restraining him. But Qin had already prepared her finishing move for this very moment. She crossed her hands and pressed down. A clear, soaring cry, like a phoenix's call, rang out, and a colossal golden sword, shaped like a phoenix of legend, descended from the void. It crashed down, utterly obliterating the Cursed Warrior and leaving nothing behind but scattered scraps of flesh.